F-level talent? Laughed at by thousands? On the eve of the college entrance examination, the system activates, and, mastery of all elements, advances to S-level. When the light arrow pierces through everything, when the fire arrow ignites a mushroom cloud, the entire examination hall becomes his hunting ground. Stealing kills? That's basic operation. Shooting gods in the way? Just a regular performance. The truth lies within range, and his range covers the heavens. Su-chan, a guild leader from Blue Star, traverses to this world filled with ferocious beasts and lurking alien races. Fortunately, he awakens the talent for archery. Unfortunately, the accompanying talent, mastery of all elements, is the lowest F level, with elemental quantity so sparse it's nearly useless. On the eve of the examination, only one day remains until the awakening practical selection that will determine his fate. As Su-chen practices archery at home, killing his first 10,000 living creatures, a platypus, the cold system prompt sounds. Completed the kill of 10,000 living targets, system activation. System activation successful, returning 10,000 free points. Obtained beginner gift pack, skill Eagle Eye, growth, skill Eye of the Heart, return to spirit, Eagle Eye enhances vision range, Eye of the Heart perceives weaknesses and accelerates learning. Without hesitation, Su-chen invests points madly into the talent, mastery of all elements. Mastery of all elements, F level E level, S level. Consuming nearly 10,000 points, the talent reaches S level. In the living room, the 8 elemental light points gather at will, and their power skyrockets 100-fold. The remaining points are evenly distributed to the 4-dimensional attributes, with strength, agility, physique, and spirit all comprehensively enhanced. Feeling the earth-shattering changes within him, Su-chen is brimming with confidence. He casually tests his new strength but accidentally shoots an arrow through a load-bearing wall, nearly pinning his sister Luo Miaxia, who had just gotten out of bed, to the wall, eliciting her terrified scream, "Su-chen, are you trying to shoot me dead?" The next morning, Mother Xiaoqing looks at the messy home, helpless yet determined. After the college entrance examination, I'll get us a new house. Sister Luo Miaxia, though still shaken, is secretly astonished by her brother's transformation. It was she and their mother who, the night before, took out their savings to buy Su-chen a 200,000 alloy war bow and 100,000 spiral arrows, supporting him to give it his all. The examination venue is set in the abandoned city of Yingshan. Su-chen, carrying the alloy war bow and 2 large bags weighing hundreds of pounds filled with arrows, training wooden arrows, iron arrows, and expensive spiral arrows, appears at the assembly point, drawing the attention of his classmates. Facing the A-level talent, Frostflame Violent Bear, who is also one of his few friends, class leader Shin Zitong, Su-chen makes a bet. "I'll score higher than you, how about calling me brother?" Shin Zitong is flustered by his sudden confidence and teasing, "Arrogant. If you want to surpass me, don't just call me brother, I'll call you grandpa." The exam begins, and Su-chen, like a runaway wild horse, runs at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people while carrying 500 pounds. Entering the examination area, Eagle Eye activates, extending his vision to 600 meters. Eye of the Heart operates, revealing the weaknesses of the ferocious beasts clearly. He first warms up with ordinary iron and wooden arrows, hitting every target accurately, even piercing the tough-skinned spiked porcupine with a single arrow. The system prompts that free points are slowly increasing. He deduces that the quality of the arrows and the strength of the targets affect point acquisition. After warming up, Su-chen climbs to the top of a 200-meter-high abandoned chimney, his view covering most of the elite area. The power of mastery of all elements at S level begins to manifest, with light element enchantments enhancing penetration and speed, and fire element enchantments causing area explosions. Each enchanted arrow, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, efficiently harvests the ferocious beasts in the elite area. Who the hell shoots so well? The candidates below, unable to find prey, curse at the sky, only to receive a warning shot from Su-chen. Soon, Su-chen encounters a trio consisting of Shin Zitong, Tang Bufan, B-level, poisoning, and Manhwa, enhancement type, who are struggling against a first-tier elite ferocious beast, the main armored giant ape. In a critical moment, Su-chen secretly shot a fire element enchanted arrow, injuring the giant ape's left foot, and then used a pure energy arrow to pin down its hands, helping the three successfully counterattack. Shin Zitong was puzzled but did not know it was Su-chen's doing. Su-chen's score skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly attracting the attention of the monitoring center. The City Education Bureau Director Dong Chang, Huayang No, one high school principal Lu Kuan, and Director of Education Li Wenkai, among other bigwigs, watched in shock as the unfamiliar name Su-chen surged to the top of the city rankings and entered the national rankings. When they learned that Su-chen had an F-level talent, the entire room was in an uproar. The homeroom teacher Zhang Jinming was urgently recalled from the gentle countryside of the hotel to confirm Su-chen's situation, and then fell into ecstasy. The city champion's bonus was secured. In the examination room, the originally ranked first seed player from City No. 1 High School, Zhou Yuxuan, a level 4 stone, was about to kill a first-tier Lord Beast, the two-headed Wind Thunder Tiger, when Su Chen shot it down first with 2 precise light element enchanted arrows from above. Zhou Yuxuan's eyes widened in fury. Su Chen landed, pulled out the arrows, and easily shot another swordback dragon in front of him, leaving a remark. "It's my skill that allowed me to take it. If you have the ability, come and take it from me." Nothing more, just a longer hand. He then floated away. Zhou Yuxuan was filled with impotent rage, and the leaders of City No. 1 High School in the monitoring room had their blood pressure spike. Su Chen's score soared, breaking through numerous checkpoints, entering the national top 100, top 50, top 20. He entered the final core area and encountered a troublesome slime poison insect. This monster had low physical defense but could quickly regenerate, and its core was hard to hit. Su Chen first shot a fire element enchanted arrow into its body to explode it, forcing the core out, then quickly followed up with a light element enchanted arrow, destroying it precisely. His calm judgment and powerful strength once again shocked everyone in the monitoring room. Su Chen's stunning performance had even attracted the mayor's personal attention. The mayor's secretary immediately took action, heading to Su Chen's home, not only delivering condolences but also resolving the over 400,000 compensation that his adoptive father Luo Feihong had not received for years due to his sacrifice in the line of duty. Xiao Chang and her daughter received this windfall, and while they were delighted, their worry for Su Chen's safety deepened. With 3 hours left in the college entrance examination, a torrential downpour began, and night fell. The special challenge target alien creatures was airdropped into the core area. These intelligent beings with special abilities were far more dangerous than the same-tier beasts. Zhou Yuxuan and others rubbed their fists in anticipation, ready to prove themselves. Su Chen, however, had already locked onto his target, a first-tier Lord-level magic ape warrior. He used the cover of night and heavy rain to continuously shoot enchanted arrows. Light arrows pierced through, and fire arrows exploded, especially a precisely aimed fire element arrow that hit the magic ape's vital point, instantly stir-frying the roasted bird, causing it to howl in pain and significantly reduce its combat power. In the end, Su Chen easily slaughtered it, earning nearly 10,000 points and skyrocketing into the national top 10, ultimately stabilizing at 5th place. After dealing with the magic ape, Su Chen discovered that Shen Zitong and the others were being suppressed by another first-tier Lord Alien, a skeletal undead, in a life-threatening situation. The skeletal undead's shield technique was superb, with extremely strong defense. Su Chen took action again, firing 5 consecutive fire element enchanted spiral arrows at the same point on the shield, causing it to explode and shatter. Then, 2 light arrows accurately hit the soul core within the undead's eye sockets, completely annihilating it. After the battle, Manhwa and Tang Bufan were immensely grateful to Su Chen. Shen Zitong looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure before her, her heart complicated. Su Chen wiped the dirt off his arrows, walked up to the 3, and calmly extended his hand. "No need for thanks. A spiral arrow costs 1,000 huaxia coins, and I just shot 5 to save you, so that's 1,700 each, not too much, right? Remember to pay up. One can't help out and pay at the same time, right?" Shen Zitong rolled her eyes in annoyance. Over a decade has passed and it's still the same. Tang Bufan and Manhwa wished they could transfer money to Su Chen on the spot, even if it meant multiplying it by several times. As long as Su Chen could take them along, the 3 of them each scored 1850 points, and with a little more effort they could reach the scores needed for a top university. Remembering the timely support and the fact that no fierce beasts had been snatched along the way, Shen Zitong's lips curled up slightly, filled with joy. "Sister Su, should we? What did you call me?" Suddenly recalling the bet with Su Chen, Shen Zitong's pretty face flushed red and she blurted out, he can forget about it for the rest of his life. Manhwa chuckled and patted Shen Zitong, his words full of teasing. "Come on, my dear granddaughter, call me grandpa." A jab to the abdomen and Manhwa instantly curled up like a shrimp while Tang Bufan trembled beside him. "If I call you grandpa, will you dare to agree? Do you deserve it?" Every year's college entrance examination challenge includes 4 first-tier alien species and 1 second-tier alien lord. Only when all first-tier aliens are dead will the cage holding the Lord Alien open. If the kill is completed according to past practices, it will grant the qualification for direct admission to top universities. For over a decade, the Lord Aliens in the Peach City Examination Hall have been quite lucky. The so-called direct admission means that after the college entrance examination ends and before the results are announced, various university admissions offices actively come to the locations of recognized quality awakeners to offer generous conditions for recruitment. Schools and candidates both get what they need, and it is a kind of honor. The score displayed on the wristband is 32169. Su Chen did not know his ranking, so to be safe, he decided to hunt more fierce beasts to increase his score. System activate. A system information panel quietly appeared before him. Name, Su Chen level, Awakener talent, Mastery of all elements, S-Class, Strength, 157, Agility, 143, Physique, 165, Spirit, 212, Skills, Mastery of Archery, Proficient, Eye of the Heart, Return to Spirit, Extreme Star Eye, Growing. Equipment, Ally War Bow, Advanced, Spiral Arrows X95, Advanced, 3 points, 4,368. Clicking the arrow next to the talent, a prompt appeared. Prompt, current free points are insufficient to upgrade talent level. Would you like to continue upgrading? Attempt to use 1 point. No changes occurred. It should be roughly the same as the rules for acquiring free points. Unless the level that can be changed is reached, it will not directly display on the system information panel. How about trying to upgrade the level of archery mastery? Su Chen thought to himself. Prompt, are you sure you want to upgrade archery mastery to master? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen chose to upgrade. The level of archery mastery on the information panel rose to master, costing a total of 4,321 points. He closed the system panel. Buzz. Suddenly, everything went dark and Su Chen leaned against the wall to steady himself. Countless experiences of shooting arrows flooded into his mind. In an instant, Su Chen's proficiency in archery completed the leap from proficient to master. What is this? Su Chen curiously looked at the alloy war bow in his hand as if it had become a part of his body. Whoosh! An arrow was suddenly shot out. 600 meters away, a leaf was knocked down by the rain, hiding a thumb-thick heart-eating bug on its back. Crack! The leaf shattered. The arrowhead precisely pinned the heart-eating bug to the wall without killing it. Is this the level of master archery? The raindrops seemed light, but they affected the arrow's shot, causing slight deviations. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to a huge error. In such an environment, being able to execute a point shot is a miraculous feat, as if one truly possessed decades of diligent practice. After the enhancement, the skills have integrated into my very being, truly becoming a part of Su Chen. Su Chen could hardly contain his joy, taking a long breath and pulling up the collar of his leather jacket. In the darkness, a set of white teeth gleamed and his eyes sparkled like stars. More and more candidates could not suppress their thirst for scores. They chose to cross the boundary line into the core area to further improve their scores. The heavy rain poured down. With the faint light, a horrifying scene came into view. The bodies of fierce beasts lay scattered everywhere, some already swollen from being soaked in rainwater, yet they bore only arrow wounds. Could it be? The candidates who had previously experienced being robbed of monsters seemed once again dominated by the fear of arrows. Are we not allowed to live anymore? Damn it! Oh heavens, how am I in the same examination room as this kind of person? Just kill me already. Why did the fierce beasts in the core area die tragically on the streets? Why were the collapsed candidates weeping? Was it because they shot too quickly? Or was it because they shot too fiercely? The candidates cursed as they searched for the fiercely coveted beasts, as precious as national treasures. Outside the window, it was pitch black, while the city government building was brightly lit. The atmosphere in the live conference hall was filled with joy, as if they were about to pop champagne in celebration. For the first time in their lives, standing beside a group of city leaders, the three from Huayang District No. 1 High School were astonished. Zhang Jinming arrived in a disheveled state but excelled in his professional abilities. He answered questions about all the students in the class fluently, and having taught such an outstanding student as Su Chen, he earned a chorus of praise from the audience. With about an hour left until the college entrance examination ended, Su Chen's national ranking surged to third. The live broadcast on the screen showed Su Chen still darting through the air, and many teachers couldn't help but sigh, wondering how Lu Kuan had accumulated several lifetimes of virtue to encounter such a genius as Su Chen. He had reached a height unprecedented in Taochang and possibly unmatched in the future. He found the second-tier alien lord. Someone shouted, and the attention of the entire room refocused. 2 of the 4 first-tier aliens had been taken down by Su Chen. Such a result was rare even on a national scale. The rain had just stopped and the dark clouds had passed, revealing the bright moon. Under the hazy moonlight, the hard scales glimmered green and the massive dragon wings enveloped the entire body. At the top of the central skyscraper, the Dragon Man looked down upon the entire city. It's a Dragon Man. Old Ji's questions are as difficult as ever. Su Chen gradually approached. Under the shadow of the moon, chewing on the last energy bar, information about dragon men he had learned in the past floated in his mind. They possessed flying abilities, could wield weapons with both hands, and could breathe dragon flames. They were tricky monsters capable of both close and ranged combat. Counting the spiral arrows in his quiver, 78 were intact and 17 were severely worn. 3 arrows were not infused with light elements. Zhou Yuxuan and the others discovered the trace of the Dragon Lord and ran with all their might. A golden meteor streaked across the sky above. Damn it! Everyone, hurry up! If we're late, it's all over. Zhou Yuxuan's face turned pale. The Dragon Man, a flying unit, was just the right opponent for archers to exploit their distance advantage. His eyes were bloodshot as he continuously pole vaulted upwards. The smooth armor made of surface scales still couldn't block the incredibly fast light arrows. A roar echoed, releasing the doubts within. With wings spread wide, he soared high into the sky, holding a steel fork and diving down. Su Chen seemed to have foreseen the attack, dodging swiftly, and 3 more light arrows shot out. This time, the Dragon Man finally saw. Clearly, each arrow was spinning rapidly. Each arrow drew blood. The narrow eyes met Su Chen's cold gaze, and fear welled up in the Dragon Man's heart. Roar! The Dragon Man was enraged at being intimidated by the tiny human. Several streams of dragon flames erupted, dyeing the night sky crimson. Blinding golden light exploded. Which school's big shot is this? So fierce. Watch the game. There's less than half an hour until the college entrance exam ends. Hurry up and score some more points. Su Chen, when did you become so strong? Shen Zitong gazed at that figure in the distance inside. She realized that the distance between her and Su Chen was rapidly increasing. One day, I can only look up to you, right? The dragon soared on the stage of the sky, closely watching the increasingly lighter quiver. Foolish human, the moment you run out of arrows is your moment of death. The light of the elements shifted from gold to green. Wind element enchantment. The black leather jacket was lifted by the night wind. The azure wind spiraled around the arrow shaft. The wind element enchantment was complete. Su Chen's lips curled up, the arrowhead glowing red, the surrounding air distorted by the high temperature. At some point, the fire element had coalesced. A double element enchanted arrow, explosive flame spiral arrow. With a slight twist of his wrist, the bowstring was distorted. Zing! The moment the arrow left the bow, Zhou Yuxuan's eyes widened, filled with confusion and wonder. It disappeared? All that could be heard was the violent snap of the bowstring, but no arrow was seen flying out. Boom! The left half of the Dragon Man's wing exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The wind fueled the flames, the fire grew fierce with the wind. Fire danced in the spiral of the wind. As the Dragon Man fell from the sky, Su Chen continuously shot explosive flame spiral arrows. Such a live target is easy. By the time it crashed to the ground, the imposing Dragon Man was riddled with wounds, dead beyond recovery. This is fucking possible? When did archers become this powerful? The score displayed on the wristband was 76902, with 18,532 points for killing a second-tier Lord Dragon Man and an increase of 78 free points. Su Chen moved his fingers slightly and smiled brightly. The special admission quota for top universities should be secure. This is my spiral arrow. The live conference hall erupted. A candidate without even a rank solo kills a second-tier Lord Dragon Man. In previous years, wasn't it only possible to barely win as a team? 1 Su Chen 76902 points - 1. The conference hall was filled with applause and cheers like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. Tao City ranked first in the college entrance examination. Kanglan Province ranked first in the college entrance examination. Nationally ranked first in the college entrance examination. The people present never expected to witness the birth of a miracle. Su Chen's achievements were explosively impressive on a national scale. They just needed to wait for the National College Entrance Examination Center to review and finalize the results. In reality, the college entrance examination for Awakeners was extremely strict. Any suspicion of cheating would result in immediate expulsion from the examination room. With Su Chen's full participation, his results were practically guaranteed. The live conference hall was instantly noisy. Quick, notify everyone to work overtime tonight. Everyone who has finished work must report. I want to review all the drafts. Research. Overnight, finalize the candidate's study plan. I want to personally participate in hosting. Make sure to coordinate with our media friends once the college entrance examination results are announced. I want coverage everywhere. The 3 from Huayang District No. 1 High School were surrounded, grinning from ear to ear. The principals and teachers from Tao City stepped forward to congratulate them. At the moment Su Chen achieved the national top score, these schools felt not only envy and jealousy, but also admiration. The wristband vibrated again. The college entrance examination was over. After mastering many rules of the system during the examination, Su Chen sat down on the spot, looking up at the sky, smiling radiantly. Next was a series of processes like returning to the starting point and handing in the wristband. It was already midnight when he got off the bus. The principal and the head of education came forward one by one to shake hands, extremely excited. A score of over 70,000 was also impressive in past college entrance examinations. Su Chen conservatively estimated he should be able to rank in the top 3 nationally, or even higher. Solo hunting a second-tier Dragon Lord would definitely provide an opportunity to enter a top university through special admission. He declined the celebratory dinner prepared by the principal and took the bus home. Xiao Chang and Luo Miaoxia, who had thought Su Chen was dead, were red-eyed, crying and laughing. Haven't you eaten yet? It'll be ready soon. Xiao Chang hurried into the kitchen to get Izzy. Luo Miaoxia pulled her brother up and checked him for injuries, relieved when she confirmed he was unharmed. Realizing her brother had already grown up, her snow-white elegant neck flushed red. After dinner, Su Chen was forced to go to bed. Luo Miaoxia opened her phone, inundated with the latest local news about the end of the college entrance examination. Mom, listen, it is reported that our city's candidate Su Chen performed excellently, ranking first in the nation. Our little Luo is the national top scorer. The news about the small city of Peach City producing the national top scholar has caused a huge uproar across Huaxia. Almost immediately, someone dug up Su Chen's talent profile, questioning whether Peach City cheated in the college entrance examination and faked the results. Especially the glaring red F in the talent strength column gave many trolls a point of attack. Peach City must be crazy to want fame. With this kind of awakener, my school has plenty. If this really is the top scholar, I'll live stream selling. On various awakener forums, the voices of doubt and insults were rampant. Several hours later, the Awakener College Entrance Examination Center released a 46-minute and 39-second video. It showcased high-definition footage of Su Chen single-handedly defeating a second-tier Lord-level alien from various angles. The title was, "With a Heart Full of Flies and Dogs, One Cannot See the Vicissitudes of the World." In the video, Su Chen's archery skills were praised by several well-known archers, and his displayed strength silenced everyone. Where did this Su Chen come from? In a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Honghai City, the young man transformed into a desktop cleaning master. In an instant, calm returned. Clap, clap. After 2 slaps, he couldn't understand why he was lagging behind by thousands of points. I, Ubema, have never lost in 2,000 simulated battles. 3 days after the college entrance examination ended, the auditorium of Huayan District No. 1 High School was decorated exceptionally grandly. As the host introduced Su Chen, the students widened their eyes. They couldn't believe it. How could someone with only an F-level talent strength break through and become the national top scholar? Su Chen appeared in a black leather jacket. Many girls, seeing the real-life version of the protagonist who was even more handsome than in the video, couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures. In fact, Su Chen felt quite helpless. If it weren't for the principal specifically waiting at the breakfast shop, he wouldn't have shown up on such an occasion. After a plain recounting, everyone was inspired. If a senior can do it, so can I. When finally asked if he had any words for the younger students, he suddenly thought of many things. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened as he scanned the pairs of eager eyes below and said lightly, "Persevere until the clouds part and the moon shines." The applause thundered and continued endlessly. After reiterating the important points about applying to universities and special recruitment, Zhang Jinming finally let Su Chen leave. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a crisp and cheerful voice called out to him. "Oh, isn't this the class monitor Shin Zitong, wearing round-toed leather shoes and a pair of faded jeans that outlined her curvy legs, along with a snow-white thin shirt, looked youthful and vibrant. Looks like the speech was very successful. Of course, just look at who I am." Shin Zitong unconsciously placed her hands behind her back, chatting with Su Chen casually. "Class monitor, are you here to fulfill your promise?" With a fierce glare, Shin Zitong stopped in her tracks with a light huff. Su Chen knew Shin Zitong's personality. Winning is winning, losing is losing. "You, close your eyes." The moment her eyes were slightly closed, Shin Zitong took a deep breath, and her little face turned red in an instant. Gie. Ha ha. From now on, you are my good little sister. Humph. Shin Zitong was slightly taken aback, as if she understood something. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Taking a card out of her bag, she said with a hint of annoyance, "There's 10,000 Huaxia coins in here, is that enough?" "Brother, enough. Just as Su Chen was about to take it, Shin Zitong frowned. "Say thank you." "Phew, thank you. Is that all?" "Thank you, my good little sister." With a smile, Su Chen took the bank card, raising an eyebrow as he noticed it was still the limited edition pink heart card from Huaxia Bank, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. When parting ways, Shin Zitong looked at that figure, letting out a soft sigh, gazing up at the azure sky at a 45-degree angle. "Is it just being a sister? What should I do if I don't want to be a sister?" Days passed one by one. According to the dates of previous year's college entrance exam results, there should be 5 days left. Su Chen continued to live a disciplined life every day. Before dawn, he would get up to run laps around the outer ring road of Peach City. His speed significantly improved. After enhancing his attributes, he used the extra time to hone his close combat skills. The system could save time and effort in improving realms, but from nothing to something required his own hard work. Of course, with the Eye of the Heart in the returning spirit realm, the comprehension time wouldn't be long. And who said archers couldn't engage in close combat? At 6:30, he arrived on time to help at the breakfast shop. Xiao Qing's breakfast shop had been open for over 10 years, known for its large portions, affordability, and deliciousness, with most customers being local residents. An elderly man nearing 70 glanced at Su Chen, finding him quite similar to the handsome youth in the news, and couldn't help but look a few more times. Even when asked, Su Chen just smiled and didn't respond. Celebrities appearing in the news in this neighborhood full of ordinary people would hardly be remembered by those busy with their lives. Long before the scores were released, Xiao Qing had specifically talked to Su Chen. The lack of family in his past life made him cherish this life even more. Xiao Qing expressed that she had long gotten used to her current life, and Su Chen didn't. planned to change too much because of himself. As usual, after a busy day, when he returned home, the postman helplessly delivered 2 large boxes. They were all admission brochures from various awakened individuals' universities. Luo Miaoxia, yawning as she walked out of her bedroom, had chosen to pursue her dream of becoming a pastry chef despite not having awakened any talents. Now, seeing the mountain of admission brochures, she suddenly became interested. She moved a chair over, casually resting her right leg on her left, her cartoon slippers dangling. The straight and long lines of her legs were unmistakable. Picking up an envelope at random, Luo Miaoxia's eyes instantly lit up, and she hurriedly began to recommend it to Su-chun. Single super. Large apartment, move in with just your luggage, and there's also 20,000 in living expenses every month. Little brother, this one is great. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my. How about this one, a standalone villa, hiring experienced awakened individuals as professors, with a massive skill storage. We're going to college, not going to work. This Linchuan Awakened University is the best. Each admission brochure was exceptionally well made, full of hype. Luo Miaoxia hadn't looked into it much before, so it was no wonder she was dazzled by the plethora of brochures now. Sister Miao, what do you think of this one? Su Chen calmly handed over the brochure in his hand, his inquiry filled with meaning, as if he would make a decision as long as Luo Miaoxia nodded. Suppressing a smile, he asked seriously, Sister Miao, I think this one is quite good, take a look. Luo Miaoxia took it, and her hand immediately felt heavy. The textured cover and the gilded large characters exuded a sense of high quality. Luo City University? Let me see. Her beautiful eyes focused on the brochure, reading each word carefully, and her serious expression almost made Su Chen laugh out loud. Outstanding awakeners choose our school, and male students will have dedicated female companions to study with, but for female students, that's not allowed. Luo Miaoxia's eyebrows shot up, puffing her cheeks like a little hamster stuffed with sunflower seeds, and she shouted decisively. Infuriated, her shoulders trembled slightly as she slammed her hand on the table. This kind of school that makes people feel so happy definitely isn't a good place. Ha ha. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, while Luo Miaoxia pounced on him with claws out. Bang bang bang. The two who were wrestling on the sofa instantly fell silent, and Luo Miaoxia realized she had climbed on him just like when they were kids. The thin straps of her top had slipped down, revealing her fair and tender shoulders. After all, it was a summer morning. It was normal to dress lightly after just coming out of the bedroom. She quickly went to open the door, her fair face still tinged with a hint of blush. A mature woman, dressed in formal attire, exuded an elite aura. With her long brown wavy hair and bright red lips, the fitted skirt and black stockings perfectly outlined her curves. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her red lips parted slightly. Hello, I am the director of the admissions office at Xiaoya Noble School. My surname is Sunwei. Luo Miaoxia quickly gathered her hair and invited her in. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sunwei explained her purpose. The college entrance exam results have not yet been released, but Su Chen's outstanding performance during the exam fully meets our school's special admission criteria. I've already introduced the school. If Su Chen chooses us, the school is willing to offer a one-time scholarship of 6.5 million, covering all expenses for 4 years at the school. Luo Miaoxia gasped, her cherry lips parted wide as if she could fit a sunset fruit in there. 6.5 million. Would take her bakery 10 years, and she still wouldn't know if she could earn $1 million. Not only that, we also have a dedicated beautiful archery teacher, ensuring that Su Chen's various growth needs are met, guaranteeing a better future. As she spoke, Sunwei's eyes sparkled, subtly conveying her allure, showcasing her mature charm without exaggeration. At this age, the intoxicating sweetness of youth was the hardest to resist. When her gaze met Su Chen's clear eyes, Sunwei's heart skipped a beat. She realized she had underestimated this national champion from a small place. Having done thorough research before coming, she was aware of Su Chen's family situation. With immense wealth, combined with the allure of beauty, she was sure she could win him over. In that moment, Sunwei realized how wrong she had been, yet she was still unwilling to give up. She had considerable confidence in her eloquence. Choosing the morning was to persuade him better. She was a pragmatist. If words wouldn't work, then actions could. Ahem. She suddenly realized that Luo Miaoxia was also present in the room, someone who was not inferior to her at all. The fact that the other party had no makeup at all made her feel even more inadequate. Thank you for your kindness, but I still want to think more about which school to apply to. I can't just fall into the hands of a college assassin. Can I? The atmosphere became quite awkward. In fact, cultivating an outstanding awakener requires vast resources. Every year after the college entrance exam, the competition among universities to recruit students begins. By enrolling higher quality students, schools can use this opportunity to request more educational resources from the state. Lesser-known universities will use various flashy and enticing gimmicks, employing all sorts of means to tempt outstanding awakeners into signing enrollment agreements. Similar cases happen every year, and they are not uncommon. Faced with being exposed, Sunwei's smile remained unchanged. After standing up and exchanging pleasantries, she was About to leave when Su Chen, still seated on the sofa, said softly, "No need to see you off, Aunt Sun." Realizing she had lost her composure, Luo Miaoxia covered her mouth, her pair of lively big eyes curving into crescent moons. Goodbye. Bang! Sun Wei left in a huff. Little did she know that from the moment she walked in, she had become a little trick in Su Chen's eyes. She had wanted to maintain her last bit of dignity, but one sentence had shattered that completely. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, she was worried about her little brother being tempted by a mature bad woman, and now Luo Miaoxia was laughing heartily, not forgetting to give Su Chen a thumbs up. So which top universities can't wait to come knocking? These are all university assassins, Su Chen explained. If it weren't for me, you would have been deceived by that. Bad and long ago. TCH, I'm guarding a big beauty every day, how could I fall for it? Her cheeks instantly turned hot, and Luo Miaoxia shyly lowered her face, completely unable to see her toes. Stinky little brother, you've grown up, and your mouth has become sweeter. I meant our mom. Ha! Luo Miaoxia pounced over, claws out. Yuanma University. Intelligence Analysis Room. As one of the top 4 universities in Huaxia, Yuanma University boasts the best intelligence analysis and information systems. After analyzing video materials of outstanding candidates from across the country, the system assigns priority accordingly. All the admissions office teachers, along with Director Wu Yuelian, sat on either side. The large screen switched images, displaying a handsome young boy's photo. Next to it were several screenshots of him in a black trench coat, drawing a bow and shooting arrows. Many young female teachers' eyes lit up, and smiles appeared on their lips. Who wouldn't enjoy teaching a group of good-looking students every day? In a prominent position, the priority level for admissions was written in red brush strokes. The strokes were bold and powerful. SSS plus, who everyone's expression changed. Ladies and gentlemen. Principal Ren Donqing's expression was solemn as he pointed at Su Chen's photo and said in a deep voice, during the trip to Peach City, we must ensure that this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer, Su Chen, is admitted to Yuanma University. Wu Yuelian twirled a pen, voicing the doubts in everyone's minds. What if there are special requirements? We will do everything to meet them. I give you the highest level of authority, do you understand? Wu Yuelian hesitated. If they could recruit the national top scorer, the level of new students at Yuanma University would undoubtedly rise a notch. More importantly, the resources available in the following year would experience explosive growth. In recent years, the other 3 top universities had spared no effort to recruit quality seeds, while Yuanma University had been timid. As a result, over the years, Yuanma University had lost its edge in various competitions. Wu Yuelian was surprised by the new Principal Ren Donqing's empowerment. She also understood how significant the impact of successfully recruiting the national top scorer would be for Yuanma University. In today's world, ravaged by foreign races and fierce beasts, awakeners are the only beings capable of countering them. High-level awakeners possess the power to destroy a city with a mere laugh. Over the course of more than 10,000 years, the rules of society have quietly changed. High-talent awakeners are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the pyramid. The quality of new student recruitment and their growth over the next 4 years will affect the degree of resource allocation from the state to the university. The best resources are always allocated to the most outstanding awakeners. This rule has never changed. The admissions meeting concluded. Principal Rin Danqing specifically pulled Wu Yuelian back into the office, repeatedly reminding her, Director Wu, this year is crucial for us at Yuanma. Principal, I want to. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Yuelian finally voiced her thoughts. What if Su Chen raises his price or has other demands? Having dealt with various high-quality awakeners for years, including those with high talent but peculiar preferences, Wu Yuelian was also troubled. She did not believe that Su Chen was worth Yuanma University going to any lengths. Talent is a key factor influencing the combat power of awakened individuals, but it is not the only one. People from such small places simply cannot resist temptation. Soaring to great heights will only cause them to lose themselves amidst the praises. On the contrary, I think that Yu Beima, the top student from Honghai City who ranked second in the college entrance examination, comes from a noble background, has a wealthy family, and possesses pure qualities. He is a good seed. Ren Danqing unscrewed her thermos and took a sip of water, a bitter smile immediately appearing on her face. If that's the case, how about you swap with Xiaoyu and go to Honghai City? Really? I mean, if Xiaoyu agrees. She will agree. Looking at Wu Yuelian's slightly happy figure, a hint of disdain flickered in Rin Danqing's eyes. Honghai City holds a significant position in Huaxia and is known as an international metropolis nicknamed Magic City, with its population and resources ranking among the top in the country. Although the competition is fierce for awakened individuals to break through, at least they won't lack educational resources. In contrast, Taochang is an obscure small city in Huaxia. In previous years, none of the city's top students made it into the national top 20. It is truly a place of educational poverty, and the country does not invest much in resources there each year. To crush other candidates and become the national top student under such conditions, this person named Su Chen is certainly not that simple. Ha! Even the intelligence system has given a unique SSS plus rating, and you still want to believe in your foolish and pitiful intuition. A younger woman walked in, dressed in a white dress paired with a floral short top. Her refreshing short hair just reached her shoulders. With a light touch of makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. If it weren't for the badge on her chest, many would probably mistake her for a student. At just 27 years old, she had already become the deputy director of the admissions office at the talented Manhwa University. Yuyorue, who was also an awakened individual, had just passed the 5th level certification last month, truly a genius. Upon learning that she would personally go to Taochang to recruit the national top student for enrollment, Yuyorue smiled gently, her voice as clear as a bell, sounding particularly pleasant. Thank you for the trust, Principal. I will do my utmost to complete the task. Do you understand what I said in the meeting? Yuyorue blinked her beautiful big eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up in a sly smile. You mean I can be a little shameless and the conditions can be flexible? It's not exactly that, but you should have some assurance. Got it, Principal. There are still 2 days until the college entrance examination results are announced. Principal Lu Cohen of District 1 High School had just finished entertaining a wave of guests when he saw a black Dior nanny car drive in. Immediately after, another white Alpha slowly came to a stop. Although he had mentally prepared himself after realizing that Su Chen was the national top student, Lu Cohen still did not expect to witness the gathering of 4 top universities in his lifetime. He hurriedly went forward to invite the admissions teams from Manhwa University and Shanghai University into the conference room. Upon seeing the familiar faces waiting early, Yuyorue gently tossed her hair and said softly, I didn't expect our 4 top universities to meet in an obscure high school conference room. Life really is interesting, isn't it? Grandma Li, a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks. This is the tea egg my mom sent you. Su Chen, wearing a clean apron, moved skillfully in the small space. Good morning, handsome. Same as always. A young lady in a hurry to work shouted loudly while touching up her makeup. As she spoke, several other young girls came to buy breakfast, eagerly watching Su Chen skillfully serve the tofu pudding. Ever since the college entrance examination ended, Su Chen would come to the shop to help every morning after his workout. It was unclear when exactly, but the number of female customers had increased. Okay, Zhao Jia, it will be ready soon. Xiao Qing was busy, her mouth full of smiles. Xiao Luo, you really are a good kid. The aunt knew Su Chen's identity as an awakened and couldn't help but praise him. Most awakened individuals she encountered were either taciturn or arrogant, but someone as approachable as Su Chen was indeed rare. Xiao Chang, is your Xiao Luo still single? My granddaughter doesn't have a partner yet, how about I bring her over tomorrow? Awakened individuals could marry after the college entrance examination if conditions allowed. Compared to ordinary people, many awakened individuals settled down early. During this time, there had been quite a few matchmakers visiting. Finally, finding some free time, Su Chen saw that he had over 99 missed calls on his phone. My ancestors, I finally got to answer the phone. Zhang Jinming was almost on the verge of collapse. The admissions teams from the 4 top universities had gathered at Huayang District No. 1 High School, and Principal Lu Cohen had been talking so much that his mouth was almost smoking, yet the main character had not appeared. If this continued, he would need to take medicine again. What? What time is it, and you're still helping out? Hurry and take a taxi to school. I'll reimburse you for the fare. Zhang Jinming put down his phone and walked into the conference room with a beaming smile. Su Chen got in touch, he was just helping at the shop and didn't hear. Lu Cohen let out a long sigh, using the excuse to leave the conference room and wait outside. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at the school gate, and Lu Cohen hurriedly approached, explaining the importance of this meeting as he walked. Before entering, he directly threw a handful of blood pressure medication into his mouth. Yuyorue, listening to Zhang Jinming recount Su Chen's various situations like a treasured family heirloom, suddenly heard the sound of the door opening and saw a young man walking in behind Lu Cohen, instantly brightening her eyes. Wearing a loose white short-sleeve shirt and gray sweatpants, his facial features were sharp and defined, strikingly handsome. He looked like a male lead from a romance novel. His 2 muscular arms showed no signs of slackness, perfectly indicating that Su Chen had not relaxed his training after the college entrance examination. Just this point already surpassed over 90% of graduating seniors. The admissions staff from the other 3 universities also showed expressions of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the pride of our District No. 1 High School, student Su Chen. Lu Cohen, beaming with joy, introduced Su Chen to the admissions team scattered around the conference room. This is Director Zhao Gang from the admissions office of Honghai University and Minister Zhang Weiguo from Longqing National Defense Industry University. One was dressed in a full suit, while the other wore a military uniform, exuding authority. This is no need to trouble Principal Lu, I'll introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuyorue, Deputy Director of the Admissions Office of Manhwa University. Yuyorue interjected, her voice crisp and sweet. This big sister. Beside me is Director Zhang Xiu from the Admissions Office of Shanghai University. It's thanks to you that the four of us old friends could meet today. Suchen smiled lightly and said loudly, "Hello, teachers, I am Suchen. Honghai University, Shanghai University, Yuanma University, and Longcheng National Defense Industry University are the only four top universities in Huaxia. The universities for awakened individuals in Huaxia are categorized into four tiers: ordinary, second tier, first tier, and top tier. The educational resource gap between each tier is enormous. Over the years, Taocheng's best college entrance examination results have only reached a first-tier university. Today, the four top universities have come together. So it's no wonder that Principal Lu Kun is excited. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Weiguo cut straight to the point, displaying the unique decisiveness of a soldier. "Student Su, could you please demonstrate your archery skills for us?" The attendees, all seasoned veterans, couldn't help but feel delighted at this request. The Longcheng national defense industry is backed by the state and linked to the military, bearing the important responsibility of nurturing talent for the country and the army. After receiving the recruitment task, Zhang Weiguo immediately reviewed all the materials, always troubled by the F-level talent. However, Su Chen's performance in the video materials was indeed impressive. Before making a final decision whether Su Chen was worth his full effort in extending an olive branch was still up for discussion. When selecting talent for the country, I must be cautious, and I hope student Su understands. Then, how should I demonstrate? Principal Lu, may I borrow your school's training facility? The training hall of Huayang District No. 1 High School was built at great expense last year and is also Principal Lu Kuan's proudest landmark. Upon entering, the four top universities couldn't help but frown slightly, increasingly admiring Su Chen in their hearts. To achieve first place nationally in such a modest facility is undoubtedly a testament to hard work. However, what is truly terrifying is still Su Chen. The second floor was already packed with teachers and students. Lu Kuan and the others stood nearby, their eyes filled with worry. No one expected that the special recruitment from top universities would include such a segment. If it flopped, it would likely become a major joke in the future history of the education sector in Taocheng. Zhang Jinming's teeth chattered and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. In stark contrast were the high school students in the middle of their interrupted classes, each one filled with excitement. Wow! That person is Zhang Weiguo. From Longcheng National Defense, the owner of the 4th level A-class talent, Golden Tyrannosaurus. I just watched his solo video yesterday, I have to get his autograph later. The four top universities, wow! Isn't that Senior Su Chen? Go, Senior! The students didn't think too much. Immersed in joy and excitement, whispering and shouting loudly. "Sorry to interrupt your class, I hope everyone can keep quiet." Yu Yorui's voice was not loud, yet it spread throughout the entire training hall like a spring breeze, instantly silencing the venue. "How much weight can you pull with your bow?" About 300 pounds, roughly. The eyelids of those present twitched, and Yu Yorui's lips curled up as she unconsciously clenched her fists. Perhaps only she understood what it meant for an awakener without a rank to pull a 300-pound hard bow. Zhang Weiguo's expression remained calm, but his heart was shaken. With a flip of his hand, a dark golden longbow appeared. "This is a storage ring?" Su Chen had only seen it online, very practical but extremely expensive. A regular one costs over 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. The other party was clearly well prepared. Su Chen took the dark golden longbow, feeling its smooth texture. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The moment he held it, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. With the mastery of archery reaching the master level, he instinctively found the best technique for use upon first touch. Whoosh! His fingers brushed the bowstring, and he could easily draw it fully. In fact, 300 pounds was still a conservative estimate. After the college entrance examination he had once tried, and in extreme conditions he could pull up to 560 pounds. The members of the admissions team behind Zhao Gang and Zhang Xiu were visibly moved, eager to report their findings. These individuals possessed mental-type perception talents capable of conducting comprehensive investigations on awakeners. Su Chen's physical strength instilled fear in them, as if he were a dormant tiger ready to unleash powerful strength at any moment. The teachers in the stands on the second floor squinted their eyes, revealing incredulous smiles. Especially the teacher of the practical training class, who couldn't help but smile wryly. He was most proud of his arm strength, but after years of diligent practice, he could only draw a 200-pound bow. That was a full 100 pounds of difference. Although it was pleasing for an excellent student to surpass his teacher, wasn't this a bit too fast? Try this one. Zhang Weiguo was clearly prepared, pulling out a pitch-black, shiny war bow that was a full twice the size of the previous dark gold longbow. "This is the star-quality war bow specially prepared by our Minister Zhang for testing." Lu Kuan and Zhang Jinming swallowed hard, already hearing the continuous gasps above their heads. Is this the power of a top university? The equipment quality for awakeners includes 8 types: ordinary, advanced, rare, elite, star, legendary, epic, and mythical. The first 4 can still be mass-produced, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions or even billions. As for star quality, it requires gathering materials and seeking out skilled craftsmen to forge. At the very least, it costs over 100 million. The methods for obtaining legendary, epic, and mythical items are unknown, each being priceless treasures. In other words, Zhang Weiguo was holding equipment worth over 100 million, just to test Su Chen's combat power. If he could pass the test, this would indirectly showcase the school's strong financial backing, paving the way for future recruitment. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the bow and pulled the string again. The movement was identical to before, without the slightest deviation. Crack! The bow was drawn fully once more. Bang! The sound of the rebound was particularly beautiful to Su Chen, who couldn't help but close his eyes and listen to this heavenly sound. Zhang Weiguo's mouth slightly opened, unable to regain his composure for a long time. 500 pounds. The entire training hall fell silent, with only the continuous sound of the bowstring being drawn. Teacher Zhang, I'm ready. Good. You take this. A long black arrow, about 80 centimeters, was handed over, and his brows immediately furrowed. It was 3 times the weight of a spiral arrow. Su Chen recognized it. This was a rare quality armor-piercing arrow that could easily penetrate thick armor, worth 100,000 huaxia coins. This? He gave a thumbs up and slid back. Zhang Weiguo exuded an imposing aura. Shoot me. He wanted to use the unique shooting method he had displayed during the college entrance examination. This might not be appropriate, right? Lu Cohen was the first to voice his opposition. Zhang Weiguo moved his body slightly, looking at the hesitant Su Chen. Kid, what's wrong? Are you scared? Su Chen scratched his head, showing a troubled expression. Minister Zhang just wants you to demonstrate there's no other meaning. Yu Yorue reminded from the side. When it comes to intelligence analysis, top universities each have their own experienced teams, basically on par with each other. She guessed that Su Chen didn't want to show everything, just use that shiny one. It's not that. I'm just afraid of what to do if I accidentally shoot through Teacher Zhang. He felt underestimated. Zhang Weiguo, known for his bad temper, couldn't help but shout loudly, why waste so many words? If I tell you to shoot, then shoot. Hurry up, shoot me. Does it feel like no one is around? Dragon City National Defense Military Industry. Zhang Weiguo. Peach City seeks explosive fire. This title, no matter where it is placed, is bound to be quite explosive. Then I shot? Are you even a man? When I tell you to shoot, just shoot. Why so many words? A dignified 4th tier awakened, with the A-grade talent of Golden Tyrannosaurus, thinks this is a joke? Even an ordinary 4th tier awakened Zhang Weiguo is confident he can take a hit. Not to mention, Su Chen isn't even at 1st tier, and he's still worried about hurting himself. Ridiculous. Zhang Weiguo sneered coldly in his heart, mocking Su Chen for using such a low-level excuse. If a man is mocked by another man about his abilities, he has to prove himself, even if he can't. Then, I am coming. Before the words fell, Su Chen changed from his previous hesitation. His eyes sharp, like a hawk soaring through the universe, his entire demeanor suddenly transformed. Zhang Weiguo was moved. He was astonished at how much Su Chen had changed in such a short time. Rationality told him that the boy in front of him was just a rookie who had just graduated from high school, not to be feared. But his body was unusually honest. Years of battle-hardened instincts made his muscles tense. As soon as his brain issued a command, he could immediately act to evade. In the moment of knocking, the arrow, light elements infused from his fingertips into the armor-piercing arrow. Zhao Gang, Zhang Xiu, and Yu Yorue were witnessing this for the first time. The shock was even greater than what the footage had shown. What exquisite control of elements! This level of spirit, I'm afraid many awakened with perception talents would feel ashamed. Yu Yorue marveled internally, more determined than ever that they must do whatever it takes to recruit Su Chen into their school. Teacher Zhang, you don't move. Unnecessary. The sharp sound of breaking air reached his ears, and the golden light had already pierced through the wall behind Zhang Weiguo. Ha! So fast? If it were a different environment, this evaluation would be the greatest insult to the shooter. Here, however, it was the highest praise for the shooter. Incredibly fast, with extreme penetration. Zhang Weiguo touched his cheek, feeling an oddly out-of-place pain as bright red blood quietly flowed down. Injured? He hadn't even seen the shadow of the arrow. If this arrow had been aimed at his head or heart, Zhang Weiguo didn't dare to imagine. His back felt cold, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He regretted his recklessness. If he were to sacrifice himself while recruiting students, only to be shot dead, wouldn't that become a huge joke for the Huaxia nation? Students and teachers exchanged glances, and after a moment erupted into applause and cheers that could topple the roof. Su Chen had brought great honor to Huayang District No. 1 High School. As members of District No. 1 High School, they felt immensely proud. The girls screamed wildly, instantly turning into Su Chen's little fans, their eyes sparkling like shining stars. How did he do that? Filled with doubt, Zhang Jinming pondered privately, while also feeling joy for Su Chen's outstanding performance. Yu Yorui and Zhang Xiu's eyes widened like a pair of copper bells, exchanging glances and realizing what each other was thinking. If it had been aimed at the heart, would Zhang Weiguo have been shot dead today? An unranked awakened almost took down a 4th-tier awakened known for his defense? Too outrageous. Zhao Gang turned to the perception talent awakened behind him, who shook his head helplessly. He couldn't sense this arrow. How could it reach such a level? Terrifying. Could it be a self-created skill? Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Gang immediately regretted it. He slapped himself hard, but it was too late. The expressions of the other three shifted from confusion to surprise, then to wild joy. Zhao Gang wanted to cry without tears. Damn it, my big mouth. Generally speaking, the source of an awakened's skills mainly comes from the teachings of high-tier awakened or learning from skill books. Through understanding and practicing their own awakened talents, they can create entirely new skills. The awakened ones who can create their own skills, as far as they know, are mostly at level 6 or even higher. None of them are anything less than significant figures in China. Someone like Su Chen, who has none. The rarity is equivalent to an SSS talent awakening. Staring, the four did not expect such a treasure to appear in Peach City. Their eyes instantly burned with desire, wishing they could possess it immediately. Even if he hasn't reached the level of creating his own skills yet, to achieve such a level in a barren place like Peach City, if he doesn't get recruited back to school, it would be a disgrace to the ethics of the admissions office. No one questions Su Chen's abilities anymore. Undoubtedly, he would be a top combat force among the freshmen. Perhaps he could even become the key figure leading to victory in the upcoming comprehensive competition for new college students in a few months. This person, I want him. The four of them made a unanimous decision. A battle for talent without gunpowder officially began. Zhang Weiguo touched his cheek, slapped his forehead, and hurriedly took out his phone as he walked outside. Zhao Gang and Zhang Xiao did the same. They walked while muttering something about how the data misled them, which was quite comical. They all made incorrect judgments based on Su Chen's F-level talent data, leading them to choose a conservative recruitment approach. Now, they were all calling back to the school to apply for higher recruitment permissions. Su Chen was worth it. Lu Kuan slapped Zhang Jinming on the back. How could he not know the meaning behind it? Thinking about how his leader's District No. 1 high school could produce unprecedented records in Peach City's education sector, his vision went dark and he fainted again. Su Chen, you are amazing. I want to invite you to Yuanma. Not bad, thank you for the compliment, teacher Yu. With the three competitors gone, Yu Yoruwei couldn't wait to seize the opportunity. At the same time, she understood that haste makes waste. Moreover, this piece of tofu, Su Chen, was not easy to handle. Well, I won't say much more, but I hope you won't forget to give me a chance in the end. You see them. I was prepared from the very beginning to do whatever it takes to bring you back. It shows we are fated. In less than half a minute, Zhao Gang, Zhang Xiao, and Zhang Weiguo rushed towards Su Chen, each smiling like thirsty race car drivers about to hit the gas and drift. What high and cold, what pretentious depth, all rolled far away. In the eyes of ordinary people, top universities are places that gather the super elites from across the country. Would even the aloof one show such a desperate attitude? The scene before them was undoubtedly the best answer. It was like a fusion of a two-faced turtle and a boiling sheep. Su Chen, a one-time scholarship of 3 million, a set of elite quality equipment, and a standalone villa by the river in Honghai City. Gulp. So much? Zhang Jinming's mind went blank. Truly worthy of a top university in the country. To them, money is just a number. Is this the treatment of a true genius? Indeed. Genius equals money. Hiss, so sour. Don't listen to him. 5 million in scholarships plus 300,000 a month, a luxury flat, regularly updated high-attribute equipment, and exclusive teachers for lessons. Our Longqing national defense industry meets all the above conditions, and you can directly enter the military after graduation. Lu Kuan instantly woke up, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. This time, they really messed up. Yu Yoruwei's eyes narrowed. They were really anxious. They were afraid Su Chen would be snatched away by another school. The director who rushed over to support finally managed to take Su Chen out of the training hall with the recruitment teams from 4 top universities, leaving a group of teachers and students in disarray in the wind. Why do they look like aunties fighting for vegetables in a market? Is money really that worthless? A student asked his companion in confusion. Everyone shook off the goosebumps that had risen on their skin one after another, fantasizing about their futures. It was only in novels that one would see such plots. It turned out they truly existed in reality. Damn it. From today on, I'm going to work hard. Count me in. This is so damn exciting. Yes, that's right. Classmate Su Chen awakened an F-level talent, yet he can still be unyielding and never give up easily. What right do you have? Work hard, young men. Who knows, the next rising star might be one of you. An experienced old teacher seized this opportunity to crazily instill old motivational cliches into the students. The students, who usually scoffed at such things, suddenly erupted. Who wouldn't want to be fought over? Who wouldn't want to live a life of school without paying? It was ignited. Su Chen had no idea The scene of top universities frantically throwing money to recruit students was imprinted in the minds of every student present, becoming the source of motivation that propelled them forward in the following year. And indeed, it was true. In the next year's college entrance examination, the number of students from District 1 High School who got into second-tier universities far exceeded that of the Key City High School, City 1 High School. Principal Lu Kuan had finally calmed down his mood and had just entered the conference room. The next second, the calm returned to the corridor. Leaning against the wall, his eyes rolled back and he passed out again. It was truly too crazy. Classmate Su. If we talk about qualifications, our Manhwa University was established the earliest, making it the best choice for you. No. Honghai University is located in the international metropolis of Honghai City, and we can also meet your skill needs. Compared to the three, Yu Yoruwei was younger and only a deputy director, her position not equal, so she was in a state of coasting throughout. As it was about to come to a close, her bright big eyes rolled around. Classmate Su Chen, the conditions of the above three universities we at Manhwa can also meet. With a change of tone, Yu Yoruwei revealed a confident smile, turned around and scanned the room. Moreover, our Manhwa University has an irresistible condition for you. Ms. Mei Nianchue will become our Manhwa University's lifetime honorary professor in the new semester. Su Chen had seen her on the poster in the Awakener's shop, the Saint of Bows. In Huaxia, those who excel in archery are called saints, and she is the only one. It should be known that Awakeners of level 8 or above can be called saints. Each one is a top combat force of the country. However, her personality is reclusive, having lived in the mountains for years, and her few appearances were to hunt foreign beasts on the battlefield. It was said that those who wanted to take Mei Nianchue as their teacher could form a school. This, impossible. With her hands on her hips, Yu Yoruwei didn't care about any doubts, her gaze intense. Classmate Su Chen, the hands-on guidance from the Saint of Bows is something no other school can offer you. The expressions of the other three changed in an instant, each pondering what conditions could win Su Chen's heart. So, how about it? Do you want to come to our Manhwa University? I have all the conditions they mentioned, Yu Yoruwei said with a bright smile, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. A pair of eyes all turned to Su Chen. The other three universities were instantly dumbfounded. No amount of skill equipment could compare to Mei Nianchue's apprenticeship. Yu Yoruwei spoke little, but her words struck a chord in Su Chen's heart. All top universities had renowned archers as honorary professors, yet none could compare to the Saint of Bows. Su Chen pondered for a moment and bowed to Zhao Gang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others in apology. Thank you very much for valuing me. I have decided to go to Manhwa University. Just as expected. Zhang Xiu and the other three exchanged a few pleasantries and hurriedly left one after another. There were many students who met the special recruitment standards, and since there was no hope with Su Chen, they promptly headed to the next city. In the vast Peach City, only Su Chen could catch their attention. Su Chen, I'm glad you chose Manhwa University. Yu Yoruwei extended her fair hand, her voice regaining a playful and cute tone. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Yu Yoruwei, the deputy director of the admissions office at Manhwa University, and I also teach classes. Su Chen, that's it. Major news outlets like Peach City TV and Peach City Daily flocked in, their cameras coincidentally focused on the two, capturing the birth of a new record for Peach City. Director Li Wenkai and homeroom teacher Zhang Jinming could hardly contain their excitement. This was a significant event, worthy of being recorded in the history of Peach City. Thanks to Su Chen, the names of Huayang District No. 1 High School and its principal would also be documented. The accompanying staff quickly took out a special recruitment agreement from their briefcase. Since the special recruitment occurred before the college entrance exam results were announced, it was equivalent to finalizing the university in advance. Both the candidates and the university had to bear corresponding risks. The special recruitment agreement served as a dual guarantee for both the candidate and the school. Su Chen, you need to think carefully. This agreement will determine your fate for the next 4 years. I've already made my decision. I won't regret it. As he spoke, Su Chen carefully reviewed the agreement and then quickly signed it. The agreement was in duplicate, and the school would also take a photo for their records. At the moment he put down the pen, Principal Lu Koan and the others were overjoyed to the point of tears. Many reporters rushed forward, surrounding Su Chen tightly. Yu Yoruwei was accustomed to such scenes. After dealing with the reporters around her, she went to assist Su Chen. After the commotion subsided, they took photos at the school gate. And then Lu Koan directly sent him off in an ambulance. In order to leave a shining image of himself in that miraculous photo, Lu Koan chose to go all out, taking out a bank card. With the Manhwa emblem, Yu Yoruwei introduced, "This is our university's anonymous bank card. I'll take you to a nearby bank to bind it, and the funds will be in your account by tonight. At the latest. Oh, right. In a few days, I'll notify you to handle the paperwork for the house. You can buy a car too, anything within $1 million is fine." Li Wenkai and Zhang Jinming beside them raised their eyebrows, looking at Su Chen with a hint of envy. In less than half a morning, he was already holding a fortune. With money, a house, and a car, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. They were secretly amazed by Yu Yoruwei's efficient working style. "Teacher Yu, please wait a moment. Su Chen turned to Zhang Jinming while Li Wenkai had already opened his phone's video recording function, ready to capture the touching moment about to unfold. The genius accepted by Manhwa University thanking his mentor. Li Wenkai was already prepared to display it on the school's largest screen in September. Brother Ming? Hi. It's nothing, I just did what I should do, no need to be too polite. The taxi fare from when I came was a total of 13.5 yuan, you can just reimburse me 13, no need for the change. Put. This guy is too funny. Yu Yorue covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, watching as Zhang Jinming rolled his eyes while sending a red envelope. Thanks, Brother Ming. You little, already a millionaire, and still like this. Su Chen made a funny face. Who told you to say you would reimburse me? Along the way, Yu Yorue enthusiastically introduced Su Chen to the situation at Manhwa University and the Bao Saint. Mei Nianxue. As the only officially recognized Bao Saint in Huaxia, Mei Nianxue had remarkable skills in archery, just one step away from becoming a deity. Currently, she was living not far from Peach City in Luoxue City. By the way, I happen to be going there in a while. Are you interested in going together? It would be a good opportunity to build a relationship with our future teacher and have some in-depth communication. If that's the case, that would be great. Then it's settled? Su Chen nodded and the two exchanged contact information. When binding the bank card, the teller saw the prestigious VIP card that was only seen during training at headquarters and quickly called the bank president, inviting Su Chen to the long office. After verifying his identity and a series of operations, it took less than 30 minutes. As Su Chen left, he could vaguely hear the hall buzzing with noise. Why does he get to use the special channel? A burly man, shining with golden light, shouted loudly with a face full of anger. A poor student, while I am a gold card holder of your bank. Seeing the car had driven far away, the bank president explained impatiently, if you had the limited universal VIP card issued by the 5 major banks of Huaxia this year, of which only 100 were made, I would immediately open a special channel for you. The already small bank hall fell silent in an instant, everyone closing their mouths. There. I seemed to glance towards the door, unable to suppress their murmurs. He doesn't look rich at all. Damn, nowadays, people love to play the pig to eat the tiger. They have a tendency for self-abuse. Yu Yorue directly dropped Su Chen off in front of a breakfast shop. The storefront had a nostalgic feel, not large but very tidy. The diners chatting while eating were clearly regulars, and as Yu Yorue waved goodbye to Su Chen, several unfriendly gazes were drawn towards them. Xiao Luo, are you dating someone? Do you want to meet my granddaughter? She's 165 centimeters tall, weighs 130, definitely can have kids. Hey, don't go, this kid. Quickly escaping from the encirclement of the aunties who had watched Su Chen grow up. Their relationship was very good. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He announced the news of his special admission to Manhwa University, casually taking out the special admission agreement and bank card. After the mother and daughter were stunned, they each felt joy. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but shed tears while Luo Miaoxia punched Su Chen's hard muscle, wincing in pain. Casually placing a freshly peeled oil-braised shrimp into Luo Miaoxia's bowl, Su Chen mentioned that he might leave with Yu Yorue in a few days, causing the mother and daughter to change their expressions. Luo Miaoxia suddenly found the shrimp in her bowl tasteless. It's nothing, Xiao Luo, don't worry about me and Xiao. Xia. Forcing a smile, Xiao Qing hurriedly picked up vegetables for Su Chen. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled. Summer rains always come unexpectedly. In a luxurious suite at a 5-star hotel in Peach City, 2 snow-white, tender feet swayed casually on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Ah, little brother, just help me with this favor. Wearing a white bathrobe, Yu Yorue was drying her wet hair, and a helpless male voice came from the other end of the phone. My dear aunt, you know the rules of our teacher. The man's name was Yu Hualong, Yu Yorue's younger brother. 2 years ago, by chance, he followed the Bao Saint to resist the invasion of foreign tribes and later became his disciple. Anyway, I don't care. Little brother, you wouldn't want your sister to lose her job over this, right? If that's the case, you definitely don't want to go home and get spanked by the old man, right? Hearing the softening voice on the other end of the phone, Yu Yorue's mouth slowly curled up. Not long after, the address of Mei Nianxue in Luoxue City appeared on the phone. Although this honorary professor Mei Nianxue has no plans to go to school, when she saw Su Chen, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I'm so clever. Oh dear. Yu Yorue bounced over to her computer and sent Su Chen's special recruitment information back to the school. With this, her enrollment task would be considered complete, and then she could use Su Chen to bring Mei Nianxue back to the university. Boom! A thunderclap struck and the rain intensified. In the same downpour, in the coastal city of Honghai, one could enjoy the magnificent sea view from the shore. A figure stepped through the rain, eyes firmly fixed ahead. Every day at this time, he would go for a run. Even after awakening his talent, the habit of running remained. The finish line. He looked down at the time, and it differed from his internal count by no more than 3 seconds. His inner turmoil did not affect his sense of timing. Yu Beima, good evening, we meet again. The woman was dressed in professional attire, her white sneakers clashing with her suit. Director Wu, I already mentioned during the day. Yubema said, slightly displeased. He did not like being pestered. At least, he disliked it even more when he was in a bad mood. When he learned from his father that the 4 top universities prioritized going to Taochung, his emotions became chaotic again. The college entrance examination was the best he had performed since hunting down alien races and fierce beasts. Until he saw that blurry archery video. I just got news that Su Chen has signed the special recruitment agreement and now he is one of the freshmen at my university. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Wu Yuetian stared at Yubema, a smile that was neither here nor there on her face. Born into a family of awakened, both parents are A-level awakened, and your talent has been rated as not inferior to S-level. 6 years as the top in Honghai City. Able to single-handedly kill a first-tier ordinary beast even before awakening your talent. Yubema completely lost his good impression of this middle-aged woman who was not particularly likable and was incessantly talkative. Don't you want to prove yourself? What do you mean? Wu Zhuetian secretly rejoiced. She had taken the bait. Someone as outstanding as you should have won the top scholar of Huaxia. Don't you want to defeat Su Chen fairly and clear your name after all these years? Make those noisy people shut up. Are those enrollment rewards really important to you? What you need is an opportunity to challenge the national top scholar and defeat him fairly. If Yu Yoruei could bring back the national first, Wu Yuetian would have to bring back the national second at the lowest cost to prove her own worth. The technique of feigning retreat to catch was a skill that experienced older women could easily handle. That said, how to choose ultimately depends on you. Wu Yuetian turned to leave. My phone is on 24 hours a day. Follow your heart. See you. 6 million yuan has been credited to the bank card. Before going to sleep, Su Chen heard the voice on his phone. As expected, the efficiency of top universities is indeed high, just as Yu Ruerue said. Unlike his mother, Xiao Qing, who diligently runs the most popular breakfast shop in the nearby neighborhoods, earning only about 150,000 Huaxia coins a year. Su Chen sighed, realizing how quickly money comes to awakeners, but then he recalled the broken armor arrows that Zhang Weigua had taken out during the test. Just one costs 100,000 Huaxia coins. 6 million could only buy 60 broken armor arrows. Looking at it this way, Su Chen felt it wasn't that much after all. Bows and arrows are not like other weapons, arrows are purely consumables. Sigh. Thinking of this, he felt a deep melancholy. That night was an insomniac night for countless families in Huaxia, some rejoicing while others were sorrowful. When Shen Zitong saw the national top scorer list, her heart stopped for a moment. At the same time, Zhou Yuxuan slapped himself hard on the face. How could that guy who stole my thunder be so fierce? Many candidates from Kanglan province reacted similarly in front of the screen. Su Chen, national top scorer, Kanglan province top scorer, Taocheng top scorer. At dawn, Su Chen woke up as usual, washed up, and after running, he went to a secluded mountain outside Taocheng. He drew out an iron sword from behind and practiced according to the methods taught in school. Being able to draw a bow of over 100 pounds made wielding the iron sword feel effortless. After the college entrance examination, Su Chen increased his sword practice time every morning. Piercing through a fallen leaf, he felt the iron sword in his hand was particularly easy to use, and the connection of each move became natural. System activate. Opening the system panel. Sure enough, a new skill, swordsmanship mastery, was added with a level of beginner. The system activated the effect of the gifted skill, Eye of the Heart, completing in less than a week what others took years to refine. In just a few days, he went from a complete novice to successfully reaching the beginner level in swordsmanship. He practiced for a while longer until his phone's timer rang. During the morning rush hour, many heavyweight media outlets rushed to report. A child of humble origins. The Taochung youth bravely claims the national top scorer in the Awakeners College entrance examination, achieving 3 honors in one go. Today, the Taochung youth. Tomorrow, a pillar of the nation. Taocheng education makes history, transforming its past image. In the subway, at the airport, on buses, exclamations of wow echoed as countless people were shocked by Su Chen's experience. When he returned to the breakfast shop, the entrance was already crowded with all sorts of people. Even the surrounding buildings were filled with heads peeking out. There were also police and traffic officers on site to maintain order. Xiao Cheng stood at the door, excited, and quickly pulled Su Chen to her side when she saw him return. Xiao Luo, you finally came back. After hearing Xiao Qing's explanation, Su Chen finally realized. With the announcement of the college entrance examination results, he had become the top scorer in the province, city, and nation, truly making history for Taocheng. These people had come to admire the top scorer's grace, and soon there would be a plaque-giving team departing from the city government, making a lively scene with drums and gongs. A plaque with a red background in golden characters, inscribed by the most famous calligrapher in Taocheng. Light of Taocheng. Those in the know understood the meaning of these 4 words. It could be anticipated that in the coming year, the country would surely favor Taocheng in terms of education and resource allocation. If this opportunity could be seized, Taocheng could also ride the fast track of development. In other words, Su Chen, with his own strength, successfully drove the development of A city. Hey, isn't that the Xiao Luo who used to sell tofu pudding and fried dough sticks every day? How did he become the national top scorer? Did you see? As long as you work hard, you can be like that big brother too. Look, isn't he very handsome? Oh my goodness, this is really extravagant. I said long ago that Xiao Luo would definitely succeed, but you didn't believe it. Ah, if I had known earlier, I should have seized the time. Now, there were not a few longtime patrons who, upon seeing the sunny boy helping in the shop, revealed expressions of envy. Many parents around had their children sit on their shoulders just to catch a glimpse of the top scholar's demeanor. The accompanying television reporters had already started live broadcasting, continuously digging for information about Suchan from the people around, hoping to write a sensational news article. Suchan never expected such a grand occasion, arriving at the city government compound in a special car. The mayor and other leaders personally announced that Suchan would receive a one-time scholarship of up to 2 million, along with a luxurious villa worth 3 million. Luo Miaoxia was overjoyed to see Suchan's photo on her phone. For several consecutive days, Xiao Cheng was busy with social engagements. Life gradually returned to normal, and the three of them moved from the old residential building to a clean and bright luxury villa. Passing by the school by chance, Suchan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the huge portrait at the entrance. The first high school in the district had made his photo into a giant promotional poster, fearing that everyone wouldn't know that the first high school had produced an unprecedented national top scholar from Taochang. The photo of Suchan successfully signing the special recruitment agreement was placed in the center of the school's honor display cabinet. Shen Zitong was youthful and beautiful, with a curvy figure paired with a cute white shoulder bag exuding a mix of maturity and playful charm. She wore a bright light yellow floral dress and transparent high-heeled sandals. Although it was clear that she had put in a lot of effort, her makeup skills were not commendable. Hearing that Suchan was treating everyone to a meal made her feel conflicted for quite a while. Suchan still looked the same as usual, showing no change despite being the national top scholar. The two walked together on the bustling pedestrian street, quickly attracting the attention of many people. Throughout middle and high school, aside from his daily fixed exercise routine, Suchan hardly had time to make friends. The only one who could truly be considered a friend was Shen Zitong. In this college entrance examination, Shen Zitong performed excellently and was successfully admitted to a top university in Honhai City. The two reminisced about past stories and began to dream about the future. When it was time to part, Suchan gently patted Shen Zitong. If you have anything in the future, don't just keep it to yourself. Under the setting sun, Suchan's carefree silhouette stretched long. Soon, Suchan received a call from Yu Yorui, and 2 days later, he took the express train between cities to Luoshui City. He handed over the 500,000 awarded by the Taocheng government and school to Luo Miaoxia, along with the luxury car worth $1 million. A few million in cash was enough to solve most of the problems for Xiao Cheng and Luo Miaoxia. As for the rest, since he could foresee himself as a future strong individual, he believed that various parties would take care of many matters. This way, he could travel with peace of mind. After settling everything at home, Suchan packed his bags. When he arrived at the station, Yu Yorui had been waiting for a long time. Before the express train left Taocheng, Suchan couldn't help but look back a few more times. Most of the people in the carriage were of similar age to Suchan, taking advantage of the summer vacation to travel and gain experience. Just as Suchan turned back, he found Yu Yorui resting her chin on her hands, staring at him without blinking, and he met her gaze. I thought you would be shy. Why should I be shy? If a beautiful girl is staring at me, isn't it because I look good? Heh, so narcissistic. Her carefree demeanor made Yu Yorui start to ponder. The phone from the principal rang, and when Yu Yorui heard the news, her slightly upturned nose wrinkled in annoyance as she hung up. Sue, I just learned some explosive news. The second place in the National College Entrance Examination, Yubema, has also chosen Yuanma. I wanted to see some surprise on his face, but to my surprise, he just said oh and left. It at that. Don't you want to say something? Oh, congratulations? What the heck? Aren't you surprised? Him coming to school won't give me an extra penny, so why be surprised? As he said this, Suchen's eyes were calm as water, showing no signs of fluctuation. In this world ravaged by alien beasts, Suchen only wanted the strength to protect his mother and sister. Relying on others was never as reliable as depending on oneself. No one could stop him from becoming stronger. Just like in his previous life, where he persevered and achieved a turnaround by grinding in games, ultimately achieving financial freedom. Compared to news like being the second in the nation to enter the abyss, he was more concerned about the Bao Saint Meng Yanxue. After all, she was the best archer in China and must have many insights into archery. Hey, Su classmate, your archery level should be proficient, right? Master. Suchen didn't notice that Yu Yorui's eyelids suddenly twitched, her delicate face unusually serious. Among the people she had seen, someone at this age reaching the master level was truly unique. You really reached the master level? Yeah, why would I lie to you, teacher you? Hut Yu Yorui re-evaluated Suchen, feeling more and more that the 6 million and 2 villas could persuade Suchen to choose the abyss, or that she and the school would earn more. No, how did you train? Reaching master at Su Chen's age was already rare. Countless awakeners in their 30s and 40s were still stuck at the proficient stage. It was impossible for Yu Yorue not to be curious. Who knows what advanced training methods he might have? Yu Yorue thought to herself. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen casually replied, just shoot, and then I got there. If my little brother knew, he would probably crash into a wall. Out of frustration, right? Handsome guys and beautiful girls plus a bookshelf that won't get lost. 5-star reviews are always welcome. Thank you. Luoshui City, one of the top 10 resource cities in Huaxia. A sprawling commercial district stretching for dozens of kilometers. Skyscrapers compose a complex musical score, and various popular products for awakeners occasionally flash across the giant display screens. Sister. Looking in the direction of the voice, a young man with sunglasses and dyed yellow hair leaned against a Mercedes-Benz GLC 600, waving repeatedly. The young man is Yu Yorue's younger brother, Yu Hualong. He enthusiastically took the luggage from Su Chen's hands, exchanged a few casual greetings, and then got into the car, heading straight for the manor located in the western suburbs of Luoshui City. Little brother, how is your teacher feeling today? Same as usual. This must be this year's top awakener, right? If the master knew that the top student uses a bow and arrow, he would definitely be very happy. Su Chen smiled faintly and did not respond. He curiously gazed at the scenery outside the window, where shops selling equipment needed by awakeners were everywhere. Groups of awakeners chatted and laughed, looking quite at ease. Luoshui City initially held the same status as Peach City, benefiting from its proximity to the beast hunting grounds. With a large number of awakeners gathering, Luoshui City took this opportunity to vigorously develop its industry, and in less than 10 years, it has become a nationally renowned first-tier city. The car stopped by the roadside, and Su Chen then realized they had entered a spacious manor. Accidentally catching sight of Yu Hualong's calloused right hand and the marks on his left hand, he quickly understood that this seemingly carefree young man was also quite diligent in archery. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Last year I managed to elevate my archery skills to the peak of proficiency. His voice was full of pride as he rambled on about his college entrance examination experiences. A hint of pity flashed in Yu Yorue's eyes as she shook her head, thinking it best to let her adorable silly brother enjoy his moment a little longer. Yu Yorue went to visit Mei Nianxua while Su Chen strolled around under Yu Hualong's guidance. With small bridges and flowing water, pavilions and towers, everything was available, and the area was even larger than Huayang District's #1 high school. Yu Hualong enthusiastically introduced everything in the manor, and before they knew it, they arrived at a brand new training facility. This is Huaxia's latest holographic simulation training venue, capable of conducting the most realistic combat training. The spacious area was at least several hundred square meters, with various longbows and different types of arrows displayed on the walls in the corners. They even have dragon-slaying arrows. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing a 4-meter-long golden arrow hanging on the wall. As the name suggests, this arrow is capable of slaying even powerful dragon species, specially crafted by experienced blacksmiths for dragon slaying, boasting stellar quality, with a single one priced at over 100 million Huaxia coins. All the other arrows were also exquisite. Do you want to try out this holographic training facility? Then I'll trouble you, Brother Long. Hey, who knows, you might be my junior brother in the future. No need to be polite. Yu Hualong had a good impression of Su Chen, much better than many young people who were arrogant due to their talent or family background. The entire venue was voice-controlled. As soon as the command was given, the lights instantly brightened. The holographic projection equipment created an almost realistic prairie scene. I'll demonstrate first. Then it's your turn, okay? Su Chen nodded, wanting to see how this person who followed the Bao Saint performed in archery. Stepping into the center, a beautifully carved skeletal longbow suddenly appeared in his hands. Yu Hualong activated a training challenge called Rapid Shooting. Within 3 minutes, a blue shadow the size of a fist would randomly fly out from the grass, and the challenger needed to hit it to test the shooter's reaction and aiming speed. Yu Hualong's body was enveloped in a mix of red and green light, his arm muscles bulging, indicating he was using a strengthening skill. Awakener's skills are categorized by effect, generally divided into 5 types: attack, defense, enhancement, debuff, and recovery, with enhancement skills increasing the awakener's abilities for a certain period. Challenge begins. Suddenly, a fist-sized green shadow shot up from the grass. Crack! In less than 2 seconds, knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting. One after another, the spirit thunderbirds flew out, and without exception, they were hit and dissipated by Fish Transformation Dragon. The challenge ended. An image suddenly appeared in the void. Sigh, my endurance is lacking. In the latter half of the challenge, it was evident that Fish Transformation Dragon's hit rate was rapidly declining. Su Chen selected a suitable bow and arrow, casually fiddling with it, having completely mastered the strength needed to use the bow. He placed the quiver upright by his feet and began the challenge. Opening his eyes again, the starry brilliance shone in his black pupils. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 spirit thunderbirds burst out of the grass in succession, less than a second apart. I forgot to adjust the difficulty. Fish transformation dragon slapped his thigh and quickly looked at the high screen, which displayed a master level difficulty. In comparison, the speed increased by 5% and 2 would fly out each time. Sorry, let's restart. Crack, crack. The spirit thunderbirds exploded. With a bang, Su Chen's score appeared above his head. 2 What the hell? Fish transformation dragon thought that the difficulty he had just faced was beyond his reach. Why did it seem so natural for Su Chen, like eating or breathing? It couldn't be that he had already reached master archery at such a young age, could it? In just a few blinks, 2 more spirit thunderbirds flew out. The result was still that they were easily shot down by Su Chen. After several consecutive hits, fish transformation dragon was going crazy, scratching his head, his smooth blonde hair becoming as messy as a bird's nest. Once could be luck, twice could be coincidence. Continuous hits could only mean one explanation. Sumu's archery had truly reached the master level or even higher. A newly graduated awakened, possessing archery skills at the master level? This is too outrageous. Fish transformation dragon stared at that figure, not daring to blink. Observation and comprehension are also means to improve skill levels. No way. Not a single unnecessary movement? This kind of precise aiming and shooting fish transformation dragon had only seen from his master, Meng Yanxue. He never expected to see it again today in a boy much younger than himself. Crack. 100. Fish transformation dragon's heart tightened. The spirit thunderbirds flying out of the grass had already left after images. According to the system settings, once the challenger's score reached 100, the speed of the spirit thunderbirds would increase by another 5%. And this was on top of the already increased base speed. Just as they were about to fly out of bounds, Su Chen shot 2 arrows simultaneously, each hitting its target. Absolutely fucking master archery. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Even at such a moment, he could still perform tricks. Sitting down, heavily on the ground, fish transformation dragon stared at that figure, lost in thought. Having gotten used to the speed of the spirit thunderbirds, all Su Chen had left to do was shoot the arrows. The score reached 150 and the speed continued to increase. In just 3 short minutes, fish transformation dragon, with his hair in disarray, sat on the ground without any dignity. Congratulations, you have achieved a perfect score. The golden numbers above Su Chen's head highlighted fish transformation dragon's comical face. Dragon brother, what's wrong with you? Bro, did my sister send you to mess with my state of mind? On the high-definition screen, everything happening in the simulated training hall could be seen clearly. On a comfortable sofa, a beautiful woman with silver hair curled up, hugging her legs. Food wrappers and beer bottles were scattered all over the floor, making the spacious room look more like a garbage storage warehouse. A pair of bright emerald green eyes peered through the gap between her knees, staring intently at Su Chen as if something within her was awakened. Nianxue, sister, how do you feel? This disheveled woman, dressed only in loose pajamas with crumbs of bread at the corner of her mouth, was none other than the renowned Bao Saint of Huaxia, Meng Yanxue. Much stronger than my useless brother. Reaching master archery at this age, I doubt there's a second one in all of Huaxia. Fingers gently tapped on the table and Yu Yorue subconsciously sighed. The betrayal of a close person and the failure in front of others were enough to shatter the inner world of an 8th-tier awakened one. Even if she was a half-blood of human and elf, she was no exception. Haven't you always wanted such a student? Still silence. During the long wait, Mei Nianxue was constantly watching the screen. Time and again, her firm and precise shots became the sharp tools that melted the ice in her heart. Her delicate jade feet touched the ground as Mei Nianxue changed into her usual casual clothes, her waist-length hair tied up behind her. That's more like it, Sister Nianxue, Yu Yorue said softly. When the two arrived at the simulation training hall, the first thing they saw was Yu Hualong fiercely pinching his own cheek. In the center of the venue's training area, Su Chen faced the attacks of 2 ogres, with only one arrow left. He leaped to dodge, and the nearest ogre happened to open its mouth wide. His fingers completed the enchantment with light elements in an instant. Light element enchanted arrow. The arrow pierced through the ogre's mouth and shot down the ogre behind it. Mei Nianxue's dim eyes instantly brightened, unable to help but clap her hands. Teacher? Surprised that Mei Nianxue could come out of the room, Yu Hualong quickly tidied up his appearance. Su Chen, this is the Bo Saint Mei Nianxue I told you about. Slightly bowing, Su Chen was very polite. And Mei Nianxue, hello. My name is Su Chen. Yu Hualong immediately froze, and Yu Yorue's pupils visibly widened. The atmosphere instantly turned icy, and Mei Nianxue, with a head full of black lines, lightly asked, "What did you just call me? Auntie, is there a problem? Is it wrong to call her auntie?" Since childhood, Su Chen was taught by Xiao Qing to be a polite and civilized good child. Older women are called auntie, and older men are called uncle. What's wrong with the Yu siblings? One is shaking their head madly, and the other is blinking desperately. Auntie, that's right. Su Chen was still a bit surprised. This tall, seemingly sickly woman is the saint of archery? He had thought she would be a robust, matronly figure. Her silver hair and creamy white dress accentuated her unique purity. To shoot farther, one must use a heavier bow, and the seemingly simple and repetitive action of drawing the bow actually requires strength from the arms and shoulders, placing considerable demands on the entire body. A frail body cannot handle a good bow. Mei Nianshue's lips curled up, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. The moment their gazes met, Su Chen instinctively stepped back. It felt as if he had been completely seen through. If it weren't for the sensation of his clothes sticking to his skin, he would have thought he was completely naked. His heart raced. It is said that archers have extremely sharp eyes, but Mei Nianshue's large eyes gave Su Chen a sense of insight into changes. Su Chen, right? Xiao Rui has already told me about your situation. You haven't attained a rank, your archery skills have reached a mastery level, and you have a self-created skill. As she spoke, she walked straight to the center of the training ground to select a bow and arrows. Yu Hualong opened and closed his mouth, casting a fierce glare at Yu Yorue. She is really his own sister. She should have reminded him in the car so he wouldn't have embarrassed himself in front of Su Chen. And Su Chen, looking so young, he placed the pig to eat the tiger so skillfully. What truly shocked him was that Su Chen had a self-created skill. It should be known that even Mei Nianxue, known as the Saint of Archery, had only created 7 skills. What level of awakener is Su Chen? Come on, let me try you. If he wants to take on a master, this process is essential. Su Chen did not hesitate. Xiao Rui has already introduced the basic situation, and I have watched the video from the venue. Your archery skills are indeed at the master level. However, I want to see the self-created skill that Xiao Rui praised so highly. What is the name of the skill? Su Chen scratched his head and said, Elemental Enchantment Arrow. In fact, ever since Yu Hualong mentioned his sister Yu Yorui's thoughts, Mei Nianxue had been curious and looked up Su Mu's information. That flash of golden light moving at incredible speed indeed made Mei Nianxue somewhat expectant. So, how should I do it? It's fine, you can just shoot me directly. Su Chen felt helpless. Do these self-proclaimed powerful awakeners really enjoy being shot? Mei Nianshue's actual age is unknown, but standing next to Yu Yorue, anyone who doesn't know the truth would really think they are a pair of sisters. Such a beautiful request. Su Chen naturally wouldn't hesitate. In an instant, a huge transparent barrier descended in the training ground, a protective system that activates upon detecting a powerful awakener. Mei Nianshue's aura suddenly changed. It was as if a mountain rose from the ground. The towering mountain instilled a sense of awe. A powerful aura rushed towards him, the training ground manifesting a desolate and vast snowstorm, cold as a knife, frost biting to the bone. The Yu siblings, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't she severely injured by the Tianyuan royal family, causing her strength to plummet? The Mei Nianxue before them was certainly not in a wounded state. In contrast, Su Chen took a step back, the starlight flickering in his pitch-black eyes. No matter how the wind and snow battered him, his archery skills, tempered by the passage of time, bloomed like red plums proud against the snow. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, the light element quickly gathered from his fingertips to the arrow tip, and the ordinary steel arrow suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Suddenly, colorful elemental light points appeared around Su Chen, enveloping a 5-meter space around him. Another function of the holographic simulation training ground is to manifest elements or spiritual energy that are usually invisible to the naked eye. As time passes, these elemental energies continue to gather. They wander playfully, seemingly waiting for Su Chen's call. Mei Nianxue watches the scene before her with great interest, her indifferent heart unexpectedly filled with a hint of anticipation at this moment. This arrow, what will it be like? What? An impressive amount of elemental energy. Yu Yorue shook her head, unable to believe that this could be summoned by the F-level talent intensity, all-element mastery. Suddenly realizing that everyone's attention seems to be drawn to the attack method resembling a self-created skill, completely overlooking the talent that supports the skill attack. If this is F-level, no, I must retest my talent when school starts. Are you ready? Mei Nianxue was slightly taken aback. Is this little guy afraid of hurting himself? I'm ready, shoot. The next second, the space in front of Su Chen and Mei Nianxue suddenly exploded. What happened? How would I know if you ask me? The two exchanged glances. It's a very good way to utilize talent. Mei Nianxue couldn't help but nod, leaving the Yu siblings in a daze. Like taking a long breath, Su Chen found it both amusing and helpless. Is this the power of the bow saint? Facing the shining arrow, it can actually arrive before it is shot. Mei Nianxue was very certain that to intercept this arrow, it required the bow technique at the supreme level, and she also assessed the power of Su Chen's shining arrow. Under the premise of a sneak attack, it could kill a peak second-tier beast and injure a third-tier one. If there's a chance, let me see your other elemental enchanted arrows. Hearing the chill in Mei Nianshue's voice dissipate, Yu Hualong felt a mix of emotions. Having personally undergone the assessment, he clearly remembered that after he shot an arrow, Mei Nianxue left without a word. The contrast with now was like heaven and earth. Mei Nianshue's expression grew increasingly indifferent, even after years of recuperation. The aftereffects of being ambushed had yet to heal. Su-chen, would you like to be my student? Main Yenshua's unexpected honesty made Yu Yorui's previously anxious heart instantly calm. I would. Just based on that arrow earlier, Su-chen was already impressed. He bowed without hesitation to become her disciple. Su-chen believed that under Main Yenshua's guidance he would surely gain more archery skills. Since I have accepted you, a teacher should give you a welcome gift. But I have my own rules. There is one cultivation method in 3 skill books, with a quality limit of S level. What quality you ultimately obtain depends entirely on yourself. First tier. Elite ferocious beasts correspond to F level, increasing sequentially. The location is the ferocious beast hunting ground outside the city for a duration of 7 days. Do you understand this rule? After a moment of contemplation, Su-chen nodded. In this way, to obtain the S-level cultivation method, he needed to kill a 3rd tier elite ferocious beast, which happened to be the ceiling that his current elemental enchanted arrows could handle. A good cultivation method could accelerate the training speed and further enhance the strength of his talent, which Su-chen was determined to obtain. Good. From today on, you are my Main Yenshua's student. Main Yenshua was very straightforward. Sister, is it really that easy to become a disciple? Yu Yorue suppressed her laughter and nodded, while the latter felt her worldview needed to be reshaped. It was as if she saw her former self in Su-chen, and Main Yenshua turned to leave, no longer entangled in the past. Pushing open the door to her room, a pungent sour smell hit her. Holding her nose, she surveyed her bedroom, hardly able to imagine that she had lived in such an environment for nearly a year. Isn't it said that elves love cleanliness? Fearing the discovery of indescribable crumpled paper balls, she chose to clean up herself. Early in the morning, Su-chen packed his bag and set off, putting on a black leather jacket and hiding a short knife within. On the bus, feeling the weight of 2 large bags, Su-chen felt a genuine sense of peace. According to Yu Hualong, as a disciple of the Bow Saint, arrows were naturally in abundance. In Main Yenshua's equipment vault, the lowest quality arrows were made of 100-fold refined steel, while spiral arrows started in the thousands. In reality, Main Yenshua, with her beautiful face and aloof demeanor, was one of the image representatives of the largest awakened equipment company in Huaxia, the Chixing Group. All arrows were specially manufactured, with a plum blossom pattern at the feather position. Near the bus station was a makeshift market composed of numerous small vendors. After passing through the market and walking out of the massive city gate, one would reach the beast hunting grounds. Many awakeners came and went, but Su-chen had no time to spare and headed straight out of the city gate. The beast hunting grounds were characterized by a wasteland terrain, vast stretches of land with canyons and ravines crisscrossing and numerous underground caves intertwined where fierce beasts lay in wait. Every day, tens of thousands of awakeners flooded into the beast hunting grounds to make a living. Although Su-chen did not possess the probing abilities of perception-type awakeners, he excelled with his keen eyesight, able to see far and wide. Following the knowledge from textbooks, he rushed deeper into the grounds, killing any beasts he encountered. However, the beasts were too low in rank. After 2 days, his free points increased to 1328. On the 3rd day in the beast hunting grounds, Su-chen discovered traces near a corpse that had not yet been fully devoured, confirming it to be a 3rd-tier ordinary ghost-faced spider. Sensing the lingering scent in the wind, he leaped up to get a better view. 1,000 meters away, the green ghost-faced spider was particularly eye-catching. He grabbed the 2 large bags of arrows and rushed over. Yu Hualong stood at the edge of a cliff, mimicking Su-chen's stance to gaze into the distance, but saw nothing. Strange, could this guy have noticed us? It's the ghost-faced spider, Main Yenshua reminded from behind. Beneath her wide hood, her red lips curled slightly. Little guy, your eyesight is quite good. At noon, the sun was blazing in the sky. A figure raced across the wilderness, shoulders swaying slightly, showing no signs of slowing down despite holding a heavy object. That extreme eye-star pupil activated, allowing every movement of the ghost-faced spider to be clearly seen. Its sharp pincers effortlessly tore apart the corpse of an awakened one, the ghostly face on its back appearing particularly vivid. Estimating the distance to be about 300 meters, Su-chen jumped onto a concealed high rock. The ordinary 3-tier ghost-faced spider was about the size of a small jeep. Its back had a smooth, hard shell, making it difficult to injure with ordinary weapons. Su-chen drew out a spiral arrow, which instantly transformed into gold. The sound of the bowstring snapping, resonating with a soul-shaking intensity, accompanied the golden light as the rapidly spinning spiral arrow accurately struck the spider's plump body. With a penetrating effect, the spiral arrow successfully drilled into the hard shell. It penetrated more than halfway but ultimately failed to go all the way through. Disturbed from its meal, the ghost-faced spider followed the direction of the arrow and finally spotted a tiny figure. Its 8 powerful legs, tightly wrapped in a shell, moved swiftly. One after another, the shining spiral arrows pierced through the hard shell and embedded themselves in the body, but they did not inflict fatal damage on the ghost-faced spider. Still too forced, huh? Yu Yorue muttered to herself, pinching her chin. The ghost-faced spider appeared fat and large, yet it possessed an agility that was completely mismatched with its size, and it also had means of long-range attack. Su-chen, taking advantage of the distance, saw that the spider's back was densely packed with over a dozen spiral arrows. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. He was determined to shoot enough. 100 meters. The range of the ghost-faced spider's venom and webs was probably within 50 meters. Currently, Su Chen could hardly escape certain death whether he was hit by venom or ensnared by webs. Crack. In less than 5 minutes, he shot 30 spiral arrows, all hitting the rapidly moving target. Yu Hualong's mouth slightly opened, his heart already stirred with waves of shock. The training he had done in the training ground was completely child's play compared to this. In the real world, it seems not much different. The psychological pressure caused by the aggressive ghost-faced spider was unimaginable for Yu Yorue, who could not fathom Su Chen's inner world at this moment. If she were in Su Chen's position at his age, she would undoubtedly be extremely nervous. The archer had excellent range and decent damage, that was true. But once the target got close, there was no escape from death. Bending down, she took out a long arrow that was a full meter long, bright all over. It was the armor-piercing arrow used during the previous test. As she pinched the arrow feather, the light element quickly attached itself. Flames spiraled from bottom to top. Dual element enchantment of light and fire. It was the first time the three who witnessed Su Chen using dual element enchantment opened their eyes wide in surprise. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. Clang, the light and fire became a stunning color in the world. The armor-piercing arrow, 3 times the weight of the spiral arrow, flew faster than before, its tip precisely piercing into the crack. Boom! The shell on the ghost-faced spider's back was completely shattered, revealing its soft body. So that's how it is. Main Yenshue's face showed no expression, but her bright eyes completely exposed her inner thoughts. Good kid, he actually kept something from me. The moment their gazes met, Yu Yorue knew that this renowned archer of Huaxia truly recognized this newly accepted student. Yu Hualong helplessly rubbed his forehead, finally understanding Su Chen's intention. Using the advantage of distance, he relied on the spiral arrow's spinning effect to ensure the arrowhead entered the body. Continuous shooting was meant to allow the explosion to thoroughly destroy the shell. Amazed by Su Chen's methods, Yu Hualong couldn't help but exhale. Without the protection of a hard shell, every explosive arrow from Su Chen would inflict enough damage to be fatal. Baiyu. As it dodged the venom, the ghost-faced spider took the opportunity to burrow underground. Su Chen rolled over and jumped to the side, quickly shooting at the emerging ghost-faced spider. His powerful body possessed an unimaginable endurance. And with each twang of the bowstring, an explosive flame arrow would hit and explode. Are we a bit excessive? Yu Yorue was completely stunned, unable to speak. Crossing 3 major levels to challenge, and the situation was still completely one-sided? The covert protection had become superfluous. The ghost-faced spider's vitality was rapidly diminishing, and it was feeling extremely frustrated. The prey was like a monkey, jumping around, making it impossible to hit. Yet, the opponent managed to hit every time. The massive body was emitting wisps of black smoke, and the smell of burning filled the air. The ghost-faced spider, disregarding everything, turned to burrow back into the ground. Trying to run? Su Chen sneered, leaping high off the ground. The three couldn't help but have their pupils constrict suddenly. The fingers tightly gripping the arrow feathers turned pitch black. Dark element enchanted arrow. The sun hung high, casting shadows on all objects below. A pitch-black long arrow accurately pinned into the massive shadow. The ghost-faced spider's body instantly stiffened. Dark arrow binding shadow. 8 seconds. For Su Chen, a close-range flash explosive arrow was ready to land. In an instant, the spiral arrow shot in between the giant pincers, hitting precisely. The soft body suffered the explosive impact, completely extinguishing the last flicker of life in the ghost-faced spider. A 3-tier ordinary ghost-faced spider successfully hunted. A gust of wind blew by. Su Chen gently brushed off the only 2 spots of dust on his black coat. A rich battle is just comfortable. No longer having to worry about not having money to buy arrows, Su Chen smiled brightly, revealing his white, neat teeth. Gulp! Yu Hualong couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. A 3-tier ordinary ghost-faced spider was just killed like that. Looks like this is real. Touching his arm, he looked at Yu Yorue with a resentful expression. Su Chen skillfully drew the dagger used for dissecting beasts and crouched down to search for materials. Although it was shot to pieces, fortunately, the poison sac and other important materials were intact. Selling them when he returned could basically buy 2 armor-piercing arrows. Not a loss. After collecting all the materials, he suddenly sensed a crisis approaching. A chilling cold spread from his neck throughout his body. Don't move. Move again and I'll kill you. A petite woman stood there, each hand holding a short dagger. Her snake-like cold eyes revealed a dangerous killing intent. Trash archer, you can't do anything when someone gets close. Suddenly, 3 awakeners emerged from the grass, smiling as they approached. A great sword, a long knife, and a spear. Plus, a stealthy infiltrator skilled in concealing their presence. All were first-tier awakeners, likely those who specialized in snatching the fruits of victory. The human world never lacked those who picked peaches. Hunting fierce beasts in the gray area was never the end. Damn it! This group of trash. Seeing the scene, Yu Hualong's eyes were filled with bloodshot anger. He had been robbed of the fruits of victory during his student days, and his girlfriend of 3 years had died because of it. Drawing his bow and preparing to shoot, Main Yenshue's cough interrupted the siblings. No matter how powerful you are, what does it matter? Humph. I've killed more than 80 archers, if not 100. Stay still. The woman recognized those arrows, none were cheap. They might belong to some young masters from prominent families out for training, and perhaps she could make a hefty profit. Shasha, your knife is still so fast. The next second, a sharp cold light flashed, and before she could react, the woman's wrist was severed. Blood sprayed, and her painful scream was stifled. An arrow struck her forehead, and she was dead beyond recovery. Her terrified eyes widened like copper bells. She would probably never understand until her death why a perfectly fine archer could wield a sword so fiercely. Sha. The three men were no more than 2 meters away from Su Chen, their eyes wide with rage as they charged forward. At such a close distance, facing 3 experienced close combat awakeners, the archer's fate was already sealed. He thought to himself, could he really kill all 3 at once? The advantage was mine. With a loud twang of the bowstring, 2 of them fell to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Only the burly man wielding a greatsword remained, and instead of retreating, he charged forward with determination. To Su Chen's surprise, he discarded his metal warbow and instead drew a short sword to meet the challenge. The sharp sound of clashing weapons echoed around them. The short sword had no advantage against the greatsword in terms of power, yet Su Chen managed to parry the burly man's powerful strike with ease. He countered with a slash aimed at the man's abdomen. Thud! The burly man lost his balance, a deep 3-centimeter gash appearing in his belly, blood gushing out uncontrollably. One sword. In contrast, Su Chen wielded the short sword with grace, occasionally twisting it in a flourish, appearing exceptionally relaxed. Light and agile, elegance never goes out of style. An archer capable of drawing a 500-pound bow, weak in arm strength? Ridiculous, right? Su Chen was not in a hurry, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It was as if he were a matador toying with a raging bull, enjoying the show before the bull met its end. The burly man's time was running out. Trying to escape from the archer was nothing but a pipe dream. With both hands gripping the greatsword, he charged forward with a fierce strike, but Su Chen seemed to know this would happen. He stepped back lightly, easily dodging the blade. His body shifted oddly, and the short sword lunged forward. Clang, didn't see that coming, did you? I'm wearing heart armor. At that moment, the light of victory shone for the burly man as he envisioned Su Chen's decapitated form before him. But in the next second, he found he couldn't swing the greatsword. His eyes widened, his throat tried to speak but was silenced by the explosive energy of the fire element that had destroyed his vocal cords. He could feel his life energy rapidly draining away. The greatsword fell to the ground, stones flying out several meters. Too bad, you still have to die. Who says archers can only shoot, right? Su Chen's mocking voice rang out as the short sword embedded in the burly man's body erupted with fire element energy. The body, internally blasted apart, was reduced to a pile of flesh with each explosion. How is this possible? Yu Hualong was momentarily speechless. He saw clearly that the moment the short sword touched the heart armor, a golden glow appeared on the blade. An ordinary short sword transformed into a sharp divine weapon in an instant. 2 swords. The charred remains of the body scattered, and the short sword bore not a drop of red blood. Main Yenshue, Yu Yorue, and Yu Hualong watched the entire performance of Su Chen, feeling an absurd sense of unreality. Su Chen's technique with the short sword, compared to those awakeners who chose swords as their main weapon, was not particularly exquisite. Yet he truly brought speed, precision, and lethality to the extreme. Like an elegant warrior, he executed the kill with no unnecessary movements, fluidly completing the task. When he picked up the bow, he was the archer shooting enemies from afar. When he picked up the sword, he was the swordsman executing precise kills. This can't be real? Yu Yorue skillfully reached for her brother again, but this time Yu Hualong dodged early. Instantly, a chilling sensation filled him with goosebumps. After all, he was just an archer. Exceptional in archery, decent in swordsmanship? The wind blew gently. The black leather coat fluttered. The short sword returned to the folds of the coat, waiting for the next opportunity to see the light of day and reap lives. A shiny object glimmered in the woman's hand. A storage ring? Su Chen easily pried it off. Judging by its size and style, it seemed to belong to a man, likely taken from some unfortunate soul he had killed. Upon inspecting the contents, he found a large amount of materials from first and second tier ferocious beasts, 2 E-grade skill books, and numerous pieces of ordinary quality equipment. After collecting the scattered arrows and placing them along with various materials from the ghost-faced spider into the container, Su Chen finally turned his gaze to the 3 corpses. Each had an arrow lodged in their foreheads. He pulled them out. Long arrows were inserted. Again, and with one explosion after another, the corpses turned into charred fragments. This continued in succession. Su Chen's expression showed no change. The first time harvesting lives felt even less impactful than he had imagined. He absolutely isn't doing this for the first time. Yu Hualong screamed in shock. The calmness ended all work of destroying the evidence. The roasted meat would be consumed by other ferocious beasts within 2 hours. In the silent, desolate wilderness, no one would know. Engaging in such despicable acts, the disappearance of the 4 would not stir any ripples. With the storage ring, Su Chen's speed of movement greatly increased. He opened the system panel and confirmed that killing the ghost-faced spider had earned him 45 free points. Just as Yu Yorue was about to follow up, Mei Nianxue stopped in her tracks. Haven't you always wanted me to go to Yuanma? Yeah. Then let's go back now and sign the teaching agreement. I need to clarify one thing, only 4 years. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Yu Yorue was glad to have fulfilled Su Chen's conditions. Aren't we going to continue? Should I postpone signing the agreement? No, we need to go back now. Mei Nianxue was no longer worried. To one day grow into a soaring falcon, she had to experience the tightening of her heart and the leap between life and death. Once the news reached Yuanma University, Principal Ren Danqing immediately convened a board meeting to arrange matters related to the arrival of the Saint of Archery. It was decided to hire him as a professor for the archery course at the Combat Academy, specifically responsible for first-year students. Yu Yorue left on the 5th day, rushing back to the school to arrange the welcoming work. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Su Chen gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and severed the sharp claws of the 3rd-tier elite beast, the blood-poison cat demon. S-level martial arts plus 3 A-level skills, all set. Ah! The iron broke crookedly. The good news is it's a shield with protection. The bad news is, Brother Jia has appeared, and I'm done for. The taxi stopped by the roadside, and the driver showed a helpless expression. Su Chen directly paid and got out of the car. There was still quite a distance to the gate of Mei Nianshue's manor, which was now filled with all kinds of luxury cars. The entrance was crowded with people, noisy beyond measure. The young awakeners, seemingly around Su Chen's age, all had bows and arrows on their backs. Dressed in expensive armor, they exuded an indescribable pride. Their parents were similarly well dressed, either rich or noble, and there were not a few 4th and 5th tier awakeners among them, all exceptionally impressive. The fact that these ordinary people, who were usually looked up to, were waiting under the sun was solely because the owner of this manor was the 8th tier Bao Saint. The gate was tightly locked, and the crowd was in an uproar. After several unsuccessful phone calls, Su Chen had no choice but to squeeze to the front of the gate, just in time to see Yu Hualong surrounded in the middle. Hualong, your father and I are old friends, you can't refuse this favor. Sorry, uncle. Jiang, I can't influence my teacher's decision. Upon hearing this, everyone around sighed in disappointment. Among the awakeners in Huaxia who used bows and arrows as weapons, no one could compare to Mei Nianxue. If they could successfully have their child become her disciple, it would undoubtedly be the path to becoming a future powerhouse. I hope, brother, you can let me meet the saint. The person speaking was the deputy commander of the military district in Luoshui City. Yu Hualong did not dare to be negligent and explain thoroughly, yet still did not agree. Long Gu, you brat finally came back, let's go. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Hualong patted Su Chen's shoulder and pushed open the gate. Who is this? Oh, Deputy Commander Zhang, he is my master's newly accepted student. After saying that, he slowly closed the gate. Behind the two, the noise immediately became unbearable. Many young awakeners who looked down on others couldn't understand how someone dressed in cheap goods could be favored by the Bao Saint. Humph, the great Bao Saint is nothing special. What the, must have misjudged. My son Wang Tang also has the demeanor of a saint. Why him? Daughter, let's go. Dad will find you a better archery teacher. One by one, the crowd was indignant, only able to vent their dissatisfaction with words. That face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Now that you mention it, he does look a bit familiar. A few people took out their phones and happened to see Su Chen's photo on the news, unable to help but exclaim loudly. Wow! The crowd buzzed, envious gazes crossing the gate and landing on the young man in a black leather jacket. Seeing Mei Nianxue again was like meeting a different person. Dressed in light armor of green and white, her knee-high boots perfectly outlined her long legs without an ounce of excess flesh. Her silver hair was tied up, exuding a sense of decisiveness and competence. How was the hunting? 1 3rd-tier elite, 3 3rd-tier regulars. Displaying the signature materials, although Mei Nianshue's expression did not change, she was extremely satisfied inside. Yu Hualong was secretly astonished. Mei Nianxue took out a book. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Practice this S-level technique until you reach the entry level before coming to find me. His talent should be fine. 8. Element Body Refinement Technique? As soon as he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to open the technique. 8 Element Body Refinement Technique. Based on the 8 elements that make up the world, it uses elemental energy to strengthen the body and refine the soul. It was only a thin booklet with text that was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, since the enhancement effects of the 8 elements varied, each element had its own corresponding cultivation steps. After patiently reading it several times, he finally memorized the complicated cultivation sequence. Taking a deep breath, he focused, slightly closing his eyes. In the void spiritual world, 8 colored light points suddenly appeared in succession, representing the elements of light, darkness, ice, fire, wood, water, wind, and rock. These light points were the elemental energies scattered throughout this space, and their distribution would change according to the terrain. The elemental energy nearby was drawn in, gradually swirling around Su Chen as the center, with 8 circular beams of light continuously absorbing elemental energy from farther away. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The technique mentioned that the 8 rings surrounding the body required diligent practice from beginners to succeed, and he had transformed from nothing to something in just an instant. With his talent rising to S level, his mastery over the elements was exquisite, and after several attempts, Sumu no longer hesitated and completely let go. The elemental energy transformed from thin threads into a rushing stream like a flood, with the 8 rings spinning wildly, absorbing everything at a visible speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 8 elemental halos ascended, each spinning. The halos formed a disc, gradually transforming from a flat shape into a 3-dimensional one over time. A day and a night passed. The elemental light spheres surrounded him, containing extremely pure elemental energy. Disperse. The thin threads of elemental energy flowed into his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. The light sphere gradually shrank until it returned to nothingness. Crack. The power accumulated in his body surged forth, exhilarating. Su Chen took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, suddenly touching a thin membrane. The next second, he broke through it. Directly, Su Chen galloped forward, letting himself charge ahead. Crack. He broke through another barrier that felt like a limitation, letting out a long breath, his heart filled with joy. That moment should have been a breakthrough to mid-level of the first stage. Not daring to slack off for a moment, he repeatedly polished the excess elemental energy within his body until it was completely consumed. This process lasted a full day and night. System activated. Name: Su Chen level, mid-level awakener of the first stage. Talent: mastery of all elements, S level. Strength: 394, agility: 363, physique: 386, spirit: 479, technique: 8 elemental body refinement technique, beginner. Skills: archery mastery, master, eye of the heart, return to spirit, extreme star pupil, growth, swordsmanship mastery, beginner. Equipment: alloy war bow, advanced, spiral arrows X100, advanced, armor piercing arrows X10, advanced, steel arrows X100, normal, free points, 2106. Su Chen's lips curled up, and with a thought, the entire room was instantly filled with wind elements. The elements of this space were entirely under his control, able to be summoned and absorbed for his use as needed. He formed the image of 8 elements in harmony, followed by the unification of the 8 elements, refining and sublimating his body. Completing this long process officially announced that the 8 elemental body refinement technique had successfully reached the beginner level. After that, to further improve, he only needed to repeat this cycle, practicing diligently every day. Of course, with the system, he could completely skip these tedious steps as long as the skills and techniques appeared on the system panel. He could quickly enhance his proficiency using free points. Prompt: are you sure you want to upgrade 8 elemental body refinement technique to proficiency? Confirm. Consuming 1485 free points, the 8 elemental body refinement technique successfully upgraded to proficiency. The 4 attributes each increased. Buzz. After a moment of sharp pain from the soul, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. His bones crackled as the proficient technique refined and enhanced his body once again. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Su Chen realized his body was full of impurities and hurried to the bathroom. After washing away the impurities, his skin was smooth, tender, and exceptionally firm. Su Chen examined himself in the mirror, tall and well-proportioned, with perfectly defined muscle lines. The power in his body surged like rivers and seas, full of explosive potential. A straight punch shot out, creating a sonic boom. As he opened his hand, the elemental energy arrows instantly condensed, and he felt no sense of emptiness at all. Su Chen couldn't wait to enter the holographic simulation training hall to start a combat simulation. It was the ghost-faced spider he had hunted in the gray zone before. Drawing the spiral arrow, pulling the bow, in the blink of an eye, the light element was attached, and the total amount of attachment increased to more than double the original. Clang! A flash shot straight through the thick, hard shell of the ghost-faced spider. Immediately, a condensed light energy arrow was formed, moving at a speed that was a full double that of the enchanted arrow. Su Chen nodded, very satisfied. The energy arrow could serve as a trump card, mixed in with the enchanted arrows, definitely capable of delivering unexpected lethality. All of this was observed by Mei Nianxue through the monitor. It is known that the higher the quality of the technique, the more difficult it is to cultivate. The 8-element body refinement technique is of S-grade quality but has an SS-grade cultivation difficulty. Comprehending it is already extremely difficult, let alone progressing from beginner to proficient. Completing the S-grade technique from comprehension to proficiency in less than 3 days was enough to astonish Mei Nianxue. How on earth did he do it? It seems I can appropriately let him touch on some other techniques. Mei Nianxue calmed her excited heart and quickly entered the training venue. Teacher, I will shoot an arrow too. You see how it differs from yours. With a serious expression, Su Chen immediately realized this was Mei Nianxue's demonstration lesson and fell silent. Facing the ghost-faced spider as well, Mei Nianxue casually shot an arrow, its force so great that it completely penetrated the target and embedded itself into the wall. What's the difference? Su Chen frowned, asking in confusion. Teacher, why is there no sound of the bowstring rebounding and the arrow flies so fast, yet there's no sound? Mei Nianxue nodded absent-mindedly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her beautiful eyes. This was precisely the technique she intended to teach Su Chen. Silent shooting. High-level awakeners all have physiques that are no less than fierce beasts. Some awakeners can even hear a fly buzzing from 100 meters away. Mei Nianxue pulled the bow to its limit with her 2 fingers, releasing it, the sound of the rebound sharp and incessant. As archers, we want to kill the enemy from a distance without being detected, reducing the risk of being noticed, and we need to avoid any sound during the shooting and flight process as much as possible. Reducing the draw distance again, she released, and the sound diminished significantly. Pulling back even less, it was almost inaudible. It's about controlling the rebound speed of the bowstring, right? Exactly. Unable to help but glance at Su Chen a few more times, her heart trembled slightly. Did he really see through the principle so easily? Was it supposed to be this fast? Su Chen pondered, his fingers subconsciously pulling the bowstring repeatedly. If he could master silent shooting, combined with the flash arrow, it would ensure that there was no sound before hitting the target. It was simply an essential technique for assassination. This technique may seem useless, but it has remarkable effects in battle. It felt as if she was back in the elven forest of her childhood, and Mei Nianxue smiled knowingly. Back then, she had been scolded by her teacher and had received quite a few beatings. Clang! The first arrow. Clang! Clang! Repeatedly shooting 10 arrows, Su Chen's gaze was firm, not revealing any anxiety. Mei Nianxue seemed to see her former self, approvingly lifting the corners of her mouth. The sound had indeed diminished, but it was still far from completely silent. Su Chen, the most taboo in cultivation is being eager for quick success. This technique requires your full attention. Boom! An arrow pierced through the dummy. Got it. Is it done this way? Mei Nianxue suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking at Su Chen in horror. If she heard correctly, that last arrow seemed to reach a completely silent level. The entire training ground was silent, and Mei Nianxue held her breath. Another arrow. The sound only appeared when it hit the target. Silent shooting? So, he wasn't just practicing repeatedly but trying different methods? Hissed. Mei Nianxue thought of her teacher's helpless and pitiful gaze back then, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder he was so angry. Back then, she had received no less than 100 beatings to learn silent shooting. On the other side, Su Chen was still practicing, shooting arrow after arrow, until he was completely proficient, able to switch between audible and silent shots at will. Su Chen gently wiped the thin sweat from his forehead and stopped with satisfaction. Teacher, do you have any other techniques? Yes, there are quite a few. Can you teach me now? I want to learn more shooting techniques. Gulp. Mei Nianxue suddenly had the illusion that she would be completely emptied by Su Chen. I am the dignified saint of archery. How could that be possible? The student has drained the teacher, surpassing the teacher in skill. Isn't this the most joyful scene for a teacher to witness? Teacher, you look really good when you smile. Oh. The expression froze in an instant. I smiled. Bang! A skill book was thrown onto the table. I have things to do. Come find me for the second book after you've mastered the basics. With a speed like flying, I left. Su Chen scratched his head, looking at the almost panicked figure fleeing, and picked up the skill book. What's the big deal about smiling? Heart arrow quality, a introduction, can adjust the trajectory and direction of the shot arrow. Oh, does that mean I can shoot arrows that can curve in the future? Nice. Gurgle gurgle. Su Chen rubbed his stomach, realizing he hadn't eaten for over a day. Bang! Hoo! Mei Nianxue leaned against the door, her 2 icy jade hands cradling her burning cheeks. In the darkness, 2 human ears gradually became pointed, the elven features becoming more pronounced. Ah, really? Why did you suddenly do that? What if someone sees me? Head, you can do it. Gently patting her cheeks, Mei Nianxue encouraged herself in the mirror. Having survived in this complex human society for so many years, she had even become the bow saint of Huaxia. Why did she end up capsizing in this little gutter? Oh no! Only then did she remember she forgot to say how to practice the heart arrow. He's so smart, he probably doesn't need me to go through all that again, right? Sitting in front of the makeup table, Mei Nianxue gently touched her long-lost pointed ears, knowing it would take at least half a day to revert back. The A-level skill heart arrow seemed simple, but it required quite a bit of time to comprehend and master. Mei Nianxue let out a slight sigh of relief. After eating, Su Chen dove back into the training ground, his tempered body feeling no fatigue at all. The heart arrow actually refines mental power and completes the attachment to the arrow, allowing the arrowhead to deviate. Fingers tightly gripping the arrow feathers, invisible threads of mental energy gradually attached. An arrow was shot out, deviating during flight, landing 10 centimeters from the bullseye. It was quite similar to elemental enchantment. Su Chen understood the principle after trying a few times. After repeated practice, he had successfully manipulated the arrow's deviation to over 20 centimeters. System activated. Skill, heart arrow, beginner? Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. When he walked out of the holographic training hall, the night sky was filled with stars and the moon. The lights were still on the top floor window. Su Chen hesitated slightly and gently knocked on the door. Who? Teacher, it's me, Su Chen. What are you doing here so late? The voice sounded a bit strange, as if caught doing something bad, trembling with tension. Teacher, I've already mastered the basics of the heart arrow. I want to come get the second skill book from you. Thud thud thud. The door swung open, a fragrant breeze rushing towards him. You learned it? On a hot summer night. In a rather cool sheer nightgown, the grandeur was about to burst forth, and he could vaguely see 2 small cherries. The pointed ears hidden beneath her silver hair were particularly striking. Here. I want to sleep tonight, don't bother me if it's nothing important. Bang. He shouldn't have noticed, right? Mei Nianxue could still hear her heartbeat in her ears, unable to help but cover her burning ears, and the next second, she rolled around hugging a life-size doll. So my teacher has a cosplay elf hobby? TSK TSK TSK. Su Chen seemed to discover a new world, feeling delighted. Isn't it great to have a teacher who likes cosplay? Returning to the training hall, he continued to study the skill book titled Phantom Arrow. In less than 5 days, Su Chen completely mastered 3 A-level skills. To the beginner level. After each inspection, Mei Nianxue would always impart some small tips about archery. The 8-element body refinement technique itself could refine and elevate both body and soul, and after evenly distributing the remaining free points among the 4 attributes, Su Chen checked the system panel again. Name, Su Chen level, first tier mid-level awakened talent, mastery of all elements, S rank, strength 497, agility 481, physique 514, spirit 607. Cultivation technique, 8-element body refinement technique, proficient. Skills, archery mastery, grandmaster, eye of the heart, return to spirit. Extreme star eye, growing, demon breaking arrow, beginner, heart intent arrow, beginner, phantom arrow, beginner, swordsmanship mastery, beginner. Equipment. Alloy war bow, advanced, spiral arrows X84, advanced, armor piercing arrows X10, advanced, fine steel arrows X3, normal, storage ring, normal, free points, 1. I need to get some free points. With only 1 free point, it was completely insufficient to elevate the realm level of 3 skills. There was about a month left before the official start of classes. At Yuanmai University, and after speaking with Mei Nianxue, Su Chen left the manor. Estimating his current attribute combat power, Su Chen decided to try his luck in the gray zone. Compared to the hunting grounds, the ferocious beasts in the gray zone were more aggressive, and the tier assessment would also be higher. Awakened individuals needed to go through a series of procedures and pass a test to enter. In the East District of Luoshui City, Awakened Hall. Hello, I want to go to the gray zone. The receptionist looked up, their eyes met, and a strange blush appeared on her face. Oh. Please provide your ID. The receptionist's heart raced even faster upon seeing the ID photo that looked almost identical to the real person. May I ask what your awakened level is? Hearing it was only first tier mid-level, the receptionist was about to refuse, but upon meeting those clear eyes, she decided to take him to try. Maybe she could even get a contact number and develop things further. Please wait a moment, I will take you to the testing area. You can only enter if you qualify. The testing area was crowded with various awakened individuals. Their goals were all the same. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the hunting grounds, valuable rare materials could not be obtained. The gray zone was entirely different. Although the risk of death was extremely high, the rewards were equally considerable, and with good luck, one could earn millions of huaxia coins in a single day. In the hall, there were several transparent rooms with walls made of SS-grade tempered glass, capable of withstanding a full force strike from an 8th tier awakened. The rules for combat type awakened were extremely simple: cause as much damage as possible to the target unit within 30 seconds and reach the specified damage amount. Hearing the receptionist's explanation, Su Chen's smile grew even brighter. It's just a training dummy. This is something he understood very well. Focusing on attack techniques and skill connections was the way to maximize damage within the time limit. He lined up outside the warning line in front of the door, and a girl in a Lolita princess dress attacked a bizarre-looking instrument in the testing room. A 30-second countdown appeared on the screen above. The steel whip danced as the girl launched successive attacks. Ding, time's up. Challenge failed, you may go to the self-service machine to print the analysis report. Damn machine, lousy machine, this is the 10th time. Challenge failed, you may go to. Su Chen stepped in, selecting combat talent. Please awaken, prepare. First tier upper level test challenge countdown begins. 3, 2. Su Chen drew his bow, with a circle of flames swirling around the shining arrow. 1. Challenge begins. Clang, test ended. Congratulations, you have qualified to enter the gray zone. Congratulations, you have broken the record for first tier mid-level challengers in Luoshui City. Is that it? Not 30 seconds? The testing instrument's surface is covered with electric arcs, sparks flying. The receptionist's mouth formed an O shape, and the testing area suddenly fell silent. A single arrow exploded the testing device? Is this something a first-tier mid-level awakener can do? In an instant, all eyes in the hall were gathered, and upon seeing that slightly youthful face, many awakeners, who had long been unable to obtain qualifications to enter the gray zone, were left speechless. Please make way. Security personnel and staff responsible for device maintenance rushed over. It must be that my damage is too high. He's just someone who picked up the easy stuff. The woman who had failed earlier disdainfully complained to her companions. Her gloomy mood lifted as she hurried to purchase a paid testing qualification. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and she felt capable again. After sealing the results, the staff announced loudly that Su Chen's score was real and valid, confirming his qualification to enter the gray zone. First tier mid-level? I can't even reach that level. The machine must be malfunctioning. What a lucky little guy. Just hope he doesn't die in the gray zone. Wearing a leather jacket in the middle of summer, not afraid of getting heat rash. So pretentious. The testing area was bustling with voices, everyone expressing their feelings. In the adjacent room, the woman failed once again, swinging her steel whip in a frenzy, ultimately being restrained and dragged out by security. Afterwards, a long line formed in front of the room where the woman was, everyone hoping to continue the good luck, but no one could pass. Under the watchful eyes of the receptionists, Su Chen left the reception hall and headed straight for the gray zone, a delicate watch now on his wrist. Gaining qualification to enter the gray zone also came with a free smart watch that integrated real-time maps, heart rate monitoring, and communication for emergencies, sufficient to assist awakeners in surviving within the gray zone. The boundary between the gray zone and the beast hunting grounds was a canyon extending over 100 kilometers, said to be the aftermath of a lightning-type awakener slashing a dragon. After showing his pass, Su Chen successfully walked through the entrance to the gray zone. Activating the real-time map on the smartwatch, the entire gray zone was divided into the Ice and Fire Jungle, Silver Mine, and Confused Village. The map displayed dozens of icons representing beasts of Tier 4 or above. The Ice and Fire Jungle and Silver Mine also had appearances of other races. Su Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately chose Confused Village as his hunting ground. There were only 3 Tier 4 elite beast icons, according to the radar detection. Most were Tier 3 ordinary and elite levels. Traveling up the canyon, Su Chen cautiously avoided the territory of the Lord Beasts, spending half a day crossing the Ice and Fire Jungle until a village ruin appeared before him. Dawn broke. A 7-member Awakener team emerged, breaking the silence of the Ice and Fire Jungle. The leading girl had a hot figure and beautiful features, holding a pitch-black long sword. The combination of a short skirt, black stockings, and sneakers perfectly showcased her smooth and full leg lines. Good morning, family. This is your favorite streamer, Molly. Thanks to Chuan Yunjian for the carnival gift. Thank you, Gigi. She gently brushed her bangs aside, revealing her smooth forehead. With a charming glance, 2 big brothers sent morning greeting gifts on the screen. Molly, a well-known outdoor streamer. She was originally a second-tier, lower-level awakener who became famous after performing a cooking show with an iron pot. Utilizing her identity as an awakener, she started live streaming adventures, amassing over 50 million fans. Targeting ordinary people as her audience, she satisfied their curiosity about the lives of awakeners. Moreover, she was a true awakener like Molly, who was both beautiful and cool. Within 10 minutes of starting the stream, wealthy viewers had already sent gifts worth 100,000 Huaxia coins. Surrounding her was a 5-member live streaming team. Welcome my brother Dawn to the live stream. Welcome. Ma. Li is already walking in the Ice and Fire Jungle and will soon arrive at the destination, Confused Village. Follow to avoid getting lost. Li will take everyone to experience a day in the life of an awakener at high speed. Molly, as an awakened one, never lie. What I play is all about being real. It's all about pampering my fans. The constantly flashing gifts made Molly smile even more brightly. Why risk life and limb cutting down ordinary people when one could live just as well? Molly turned the camera and began to introduce the origin story of the bewildered village, and the number of viewers in the livestream exceeded 300,000. Just as the introduction was getting exciting, a goblin squad suddenly appeared. With their sharp, thin faces and green, disgusting skin, their folds were filled with a mixture of grease and dirt. Their short limbs contrasted sharply with their round bellies. And between their legs, although covered with rags, one could vaguely see a green bird about to take flight. The livestream room erupted in excitement. After all, goblins are notorious in human society. Men are doomed, and women suffer worse than death. Wow! It's my favorite goblin, winky face, host. If you don't take them down soon, be careful your livestream gets banned. I have resources here. DM me if you understand. The number of fan comments surged, and the gifts increased dramatically. Although Molly was curious about the appearance of these otherworldly beings, she remained full of confidence. These goblins were only Tier 3 ordinary. If they fought one-on-one, they would inevitably be taken back as breeding tools. Unfortunately, times have changed. The awakened one with debuff skills in the team signaled OK, and Molly raised her red lips in a confident smile. The goblin squad entered a weakened state, and their howls diminished significantly. Molly was indeed a streamer, but she was not weak. Dealing with 5 Tier 3 ordinary goblins posed a problem, but it wasn't a big one. If she could slay the goblin invaders in perfect form, it would become a brand new springboard for her, and her streaming career would reach new heights. Brothers, I'm just a Tier 2 lower being, but they are all Tier 3 ordinary goblins. As long as you brothers give me more confidence, I will unleash the power of love. The pitiful Molly in front of the camera and the evil, lecherous goblins doubled the number of gifts again. Thank you for your support, brothers. With your trust, I will take you all with me to kill the evil. Justice will prevail. Lily, draw your sword. Holding the sword in one hand, she moved like the wind. Molly smiled radiantly, executing a gorgeous horizontal slash aimed at beheading the goblin. Buzz. Her body suddenly felt weak and powerless. Molly didn't even have the strength to widen her eyes. Her team felt the same. There. An old goblin emerged from the shadows, wearing a feathered crown. The goblin priest. An individual among the goblin race capable of dispelling, purifying, and rebounding. It was he who returned all the weakened skills added to the goblins' bodies. Now, the five wanted to resist but had no strength at all. The bodyguard's eyes bulged in rage, struggling to rise but was crushed by a punch to the head. The five goblins were lively and unceremoniously controlled Molly, their rough hands tearing at her clothes. 666. I shall call you the strongest. Is this how far one goes for fame? But I like it. This time I'm siding with the goblins. I, Sujia, am watching in real name. Wait, brothers, this isn't a drill. No way, those are real goblins. Host, you're in trouble. A few now fully understood that the first 5 goblins were merely bait. The goblins were toying with Molly in front of the livestream camera, and she felt worse than death, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Who can come? Save me. The ugly faces and foul breath nearly suffocated her. With her eyes tightly shut, the next second she felt hot liquid splatter on her face. The goblin trying to break in had its head pierced. The goblin priest screeched, its pupils suddenly dilating. The arrow that should have been stuck in the ground made a 180-degree turn and shot rapidly towards it. Puff! The arrow entered through the mouth, precisely piercing the weakest part of the skull at the back, and then there was a super big spin. The remaining 4 goblins were so frightened by this magical arrow that they fled like the wind. Another arrow appeared, and in an instant, only the last goblin was left, just about to use Mary as cover. A golden light shot through its skull, and in that moment, all hope was lost. The splattered white brain matter landed right on the live stream camera, making the image blurry. Mary stared in terror at the pile of corpses, feeling no fear, only tears of excitement. An arrow? It can drift? What the hell? Did you see that? An arrow that can drift? So damn cool. Can someone explain the principle? Who can clean the lens for me? I'll give them $5. The number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 2 million and was still rapidly increasing. A shadow landed. Hundreds of thousands of people in front of the screen widened their eyes simultaneously, cursing the goblins in unison. Even the splattered brain matter at the moment of death was so annoying. In the early morning live broadcast room, the number of online viewers exceeded 5 million. It was the peak time for commuting, and many people rushed into the livestream out of curiosity about the trending topic. Can someone tell me what's going on right now? Is there anyone who understands? I want to know why the arrow drifts. We were so close to seeing the paid content, family. The early bird gets the worm, but the early streamer gets eaten. The A-level skill intent arrow can change the direction of the arrow when mastered. However, the spiral arrow just now could continuously pierce through goblins. You must at least be at the mastery level to do that, maybe even reach the grandmaster level. What the hell? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't understand. How many years does it take to reach the grandmaster level? Isn't that something only a 7th or 8th tier archer can achieve? To put it this way, if you start shooting now and keep shooting until you have kidney deficiency, you'd need at least tens of thousands of shots to have a chance. The audience, who usually only saw sexy beauties slaying fierce beasts online, had never encountered such a scene, and amidst their excitement, they couldn't help but become curious about that blurry figure. Various speculations emerged one after another. The live broadcast room, which should have been directly shut down, was naturally spared from the claws of censorship, covered by a layer of natural mosaic. Wiping the blood off the goblin's corpse, the 4 of them widened their eyes, all wanting to see what their savior looked like. Molly was manhandled by the goblin, her springtime beauty revealed, and there was still a faint blush on her snow-white body. Having been toyed with to the point of excitement, her body was limp, unable to move. She stared blankly at the sky, tears of excitement streaming down her face. If the goblin had planted a seed in her future life would only become more tragic. Are you okay? No, it's nothing, just a bit hot. A face that could be called handsome, with a mix of determination and a hint of youthfulness, was the kind of fresh meat that many women dreamed of. Her limp body suddenly regained strength. Turning her head to dodge, he picked up Molly in a passionate embrace, causing the audience in the live room to gasp in surprise. Just as Molly was about to give a passionate kiss, Suchan let go directly. Please have some self-respect. This area is basically safe. You 4 should be able to move in about 10 minutes. The 2 boys couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the fiery body rubbing its legs in front of them. Seeing this scene in the early morning, any normal man would be unable to resist. They couldn't help but give Suchan a thumbs up in their hearts. The anticipated scene did not occur, and the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with wails. Many were attracted by that clear voice, and the girls imagined a handsome boy who remained composed. Suchan had no idea that with just that one sentence he had gained thousands of female fans. Sigh, unable to forget that face. Molly lay on the cold ground, suddenly feeling a deep sense of loss. Yuruerue, good morning. Good morning. As Yuruerue entered the office, she saw many colleagues gathered together, each speaking over one another, discussing something related to archery. Among them was Director Wu Yuelian. Putting down her fried dough sticks and holding a cup of soy milk, she approached. What are you all talking about? Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the screen, which was just showing the scene of the spiral arrow drifting through and piercing the goblin. Goblin priest? She instinctively took a sip of soy milk as a somewhat familiar shadow appeared. Su Chen? Is Deputy Director you still not awake this early? Wu Yuelian couldn't help but mock from the side. The surrounding colleagues also joked, urging Yuruerue to see who was speaking. The spiral arrow completed its turn and drift after piercing through the goblin, then instantly killed the goblin priest. You should know that while ordinary goblin tribes are of the 3rd tier, goblin priests have reached the 3rd tier lord level, mastering skills while also possessing considerable physical strength. No matter how strong Su Chen is, how could he achieve that? Yuyorue stopped speaking, calmed down, and thought carefully. Indeed, the latter could not reach such a level yet. Deputy Director Yu was always showing off that she brought back a national champion for the school. Ha! Ignoring Wu Yuelian's sarcastic remarks, Yuyorue turned to leave. Good morning, lovely mage. Yeah, is Su Chen by your side? You, what are you saying? How can he be by my side? Would tarnish my reputation early in the morning. Mei Nianxue sat up abruptly in bed, hurriedly touching her once again pointed ears, cursing at her phone. Su Chen? He went to the gray zone. Her heart sank, and Yuyorue was speechless for a long time. Beep beep beep. It really is him. How did he do it? Yuyorue stared blankly out the window. An archer's surprise attack pierced the goblin priest. Even Su Chen's shining arrow could achieve that. After the intent arrow killed an ordinary goblin, how could it still break through the goblin priest's physical defenses? Lost in thought, she returned to the office, where Wu Yuelian was still mocking her. It was hard to catch her opponent's weakness, so naturally, she had to make good use of it. Maybe our little Yu has taken a liking to him? Still no boyfriend, maybe she likes that type? Yeah, I might have a chance, but if it were an old aunt, Su Chen would probably be very troubled, right? The office was filled with tension, and others kept their heads down. Please focus on your work, Deputy Director Yu. Is it wrong to care about students? Wu Yuelian shook her head. A sneer on her lips. You don't really think that person is Su Chen, do you? Just because of him? People from small places really think they can fly up and become phoenixes? To reach such a level, one must at least be proficient. Su Chen did apprentice under Mei Nianxue, but the level of skill mastery is not something that can be achieved overnight. Seeing Yuyorue's pretty face made her even angrier. With her arms crossed, she exuded an air of superiority, her eyes full of triumph, her voice growing louder. If it really is him, I, Wu Yuelian, will kneel and apologize to you in front of everyone. If it weren't for Su Chen, you would have to kneel and ask for my forgiveness. Do you dare to bet with me? Showing her 2 beautiful tiger teeth, Yuyorue pushed up her glasses and weakly asked, Sister Wu, do we really need to bet? What do you think? Then, let's bet. If I lose, I will shout in the school broadcast room that I am not as good as you. A sudden feeling of unease arose in her heart, but the atmosphere had already escalated to this point. Wu Yuelian snorted coldly, quickly seeing through Yuyorue's scheme. Clearly, she intended to force her to retract her words this way. Fine, I agree, and I'll add all my salary and bonuses for the next year, plus an extra set of rare armor. The others in the office raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. A set of rare armor is worth at least 5 million, and with the salary and bonuses, it approaches 7 million. I am the same as you. Back in her own office, Wu Yuelian rubbed her forehead, repeatedly watching the live replay, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Little brat, daring to play this bluffing trick in front of me. When I was doing this back then, you hadn't even become an awakener playing with me? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the office. The morning glow rises, draping a layer of golden fabric over the dilapidated village. On the surface, it appears to be a ruin, but in reality, it is clean and tidy. A bright yellow tablecloth is spread over the dining table, with a cup of hot milk, a few slices of ham, and a full plate of roasted chicken. This is Su Chen's breakfast. Having been in the gray zone for half a month, Su Chen has fully adapted to the rhythm of life there, and his life has become increasingly fulfilling. Through relentless hunting day and night, he has successfully raised his awakened level to high rank 1. In the sunlight, his robust body faintly radiates a sheen. His face still bears traces of the youthful innocence from school, but more so, it reflects maturity and determination. System activate. After savoring a sip of rich milk, he gently sets it down and picks up a steaming chicken leg. An information panel appears before him. After killing a goblin, he has gained 195 free points. And with a few clicks, he raises the skill Demon Breaking Arrow from proficient to expert, leaving him with a meager 32 free points. Name, Su Chen. Level, high rank 1 awakened. Talent, mastery of all elements, S rank. Strength, 497. Agility, 481. Physique 514. Spirit 607. Cultivation method 8 elements. Body refinement technique expert. Skills archery mastery grandmaster. Eye of the heart return to spirit. Extreme star eye growth demon breaking arrow expert. Heart arrow expert. Phantom arrow expert. Swordsmanship mastery beginner. Equipment alloy. Warbow advanced. Spiral arrows X196 advanced. Armor piercing arrows X10 advanced. Fine steel arrows X38 normal. Storage ring normal. Free points 32. Thus far, all 3 A-level skills have reached expert level. After replenishing his arrows, he eagerly sets off towards the rat nest at the end of the village. He has already identified the beast to test the demon-breaking arrow on. Just now, he happened to save Molly and a few others while looking for free points. Having witnessed his parents die in the beast tide, Su-chen harbors an overwhelming hatred for the beasts. As a fellow human, under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he does not intend to stand by idly. The entrance to the pitch-black cave exudes a nauseating stench. He shoots an explosive fine steel arrow, and the next moment he hears an angry roar. He flips and leaps to a higher position, drawing the longest armor-piercing arrow, its golden brilliance instantly spreading, accompanied by a layer of holy halo wrapping around it, gathering power. A fat head emerges from the darkness, its fur matted with the blood and flesh of various beasts. Fully revealing its form, it is a gigantic hamster with crimson eyes, its long and thick tail swaying carelessly. Its sharp fangs are bared, and its eyes dart around, searching for the detestable intruder. This slovenly version of the Forest King is one of the Lord-level beasts occupying the chaotic village, scientifically named the rotting flesh hamster. Normally developed, it should belong to rank 2, but this one possesses the strength of a rank 3 elite. Sizzle. Sizzle sizzle. The rotting flesh hamster's teeth clatter, its plump body shaking, and hundreds of black hamsters scatter as they hit the ground. Clang, the arrow strikes the rotting flesh hamster completely. Enveloped in holy light, the sacred halo spreads, reaching a radius of 10 meters. The little hamsters barely take a few steps before turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing. The rotting flesh hamster's skill can transform the rotting flesh it carries in its fur into undead little hamsters. Similar to summons, they are fast in speed, numerous in quantity, and most importantly, have a vast range. Meanwhile, the demon-breaking arrow applies a holy blessing to the arrow, allowing it to release a purification effect within the area upon hitting the target, perfectly countering the rotting flesh hamsters. Summoning skill. The range jumped from about 6 meters to 10 meters. Haha, not a single one left. A rare flicker of fear passes through the rotting flesh hamster's eyes. It feels as if it stands before a terrifying beast where a careless move could cost it its life. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his brutal, bloodthirsty nature was unleashed. Su-chen effortlessly leaped and shot between the ruins, occasionally using explosive arrows to block the charging rotting meat hamsters. In less than half an hour, the rotting meat hamsters had been shot into a porcupine, their bodies weakly lying down, barely clinging to life. In an instant, a shadow darted out from the nearby ruins, just in time to block the way. The unknown woman who appeared was disheveled, her clothes tattered, flailing her arms and legs, causing Su-chen to hesitate for a moment. An arrow was shot out, but it was still a step too late. A spear fell from the sky, claiming the life of the rotting meat hamster on the spot. Stealing kills? Just as Su-chen landed, the woman lunged at him. It's a goblin. The goblins are chasing me, help. Another goblin? Following the sound, a momentary gap appeared. At the end of his vision was an endless line of goblins. Clang. The woman stared in shock at the bent short knife, her expression blank. In her memory, it should have been easy to stab like the previous times, but it felt as solid as stone. A punch hit her eye socket, and her body flew out several meters like a kite with a broken string. A human woman actually associating with goblins? Su-chen reacted quickly, drawing out 9 spiral arrows to shoot, and at the moment they were released, each arrow split into 3. The rushing goblins all dropped to the ground, and 9 in the back fell in response. Phantom arrow. The arrows created illusions, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. Combined with intent arrow, it allowed the arrows to change positions freely among the illusions, unpredictable and mysterious. With a push from his feet, Su-chen leaped up, his figure agile and swiftly retreating. Noticing that the goblins did not pursue, he changed direction and returned. That woman is indeed human, and there are no signs of control. Why would a human woman help goblins? Gaining further understanding of the intelligence of other races, Su-chen wanted to know the true reason behind a human associating with goblins. In the open space, goblin wizards in red robes with white beards were busy around the corpse of the rotting meat hamster, seemingly preparing some kind of ritual. Dark elements surrounded them, and their numbers were rapidly increasing with the passage of time. The goblin spear throwers and archers responsible for guarding patrolled back and forth, dressed in rags, with strict order. Roughly estimated, there were at least 300 of them. Their ugly bodies, covered in wrinkled mud, were completely unaffected. The woman gradually lost consciousness, completely reduced to a tool for the goblins to vent their desires. Even from 200 meters away, Su-chen could still hear clearly. He opened his mechanical watch and found a message in the information list, a reminder for awakeners entering the gray zone to be wary of alien races disguising themselves as human women for attacks. It seemed that the goblin and the woman were cooperating with each other. Su Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't practiced the earth element's body tempering method to perfection, that woman's knife would have surely inflicted serious injury. The world is vast and there are wonders everywhere. Humans and alien races who should be irreconcilable could also have the possibility of cooperation. In any case, caution must be exercised. Su Chen had experienced the pulse of life and death, quietly gaining growth. To think that such a number of goblins were hidden in the gray zone. He counted the number of arrows in his storage ring and took a deep breath. To brazenly steal a bowman's kill, you really have some guts. The venting continued. The goblin wizards were completely unaffected, standing in a circle around the rotting meat hamster, chanting incantations. With his arrows pointed at the sky, Su Chen smiled instead of getting angry. Thank you for your doorstep service. Clang! A golden rainbow pierced the sun, drawing a graceful curve that fell straight down. The goblin wizard was struck by an arrow, and the ritual was forced to halt. The sudden turn of events left the goblin wizards dumbfounded, squeaking, and shouting in anger. They patiently completed the preparations for the foreplay, muttering incantations in hopes of achieving a breakthrough with richness and depth. Now, the rotting meat hamster was oozing oil, just a step away from the crucial moment of breakthrough, only to be rudely interrupted. Damn! Do you know how much effort it takes to fill this big guy with dark elements? Su Chen's lips curled up. The rotting meat hamster was like a balloon filled to the brink. Now, having been rudely punctured, it visibly began to shrink. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. Beautiful. Arcs fell, and the goblins looked around, completely unable to find where the attack was coming from. The goblins, deaf to the sounds and blind to the sights, did not stop for a moment. The remaining 3 goblin wizards cast enhancement skills to expand their perception, becoming even more sensitive. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, the arrows gleaming with golden light, flames burning fiercely. An arrow shot straight out. A deafening roar erupted, and after over 20 goblins were shot down, they finally located Su Chen's position. As the goblins screeched wildly, they instinctively sensed danger approaching. Raising their bodies, which had been toyed with to the point of not feeling pain, their upper bodies were instantly shattered. One arrow pinned them down. This way of dying is truly tragic. The sun rose high in the sky, scorching and windless. The goblins left behind hundreds of corpses, fleeing in panic, diving straight into the ice and fire forest. Occasionally, arrows shot out, leaving some goblins behind forever. Terrified, the goblins just wanted to hurry back to their camp deep in the forest. Several figures passed through the ice and fire forest, finding the now normal Mary and her team. The rescue team belonging to the Awakeners Hall would handle the distress signals sent from the intelligent mechanical watches. A mysterious goblin team had appeared in the gray area, marking the 9th case of an Awakener attack this month. Hello, I am the captain of the search and rescue team, Wang Chenyang. After a brief exchange, Wang Chenyang felt particularly puzzled by Mary's ordeal. Recently rescued Awakeners were mostly ambushed by a beautiful woman who would suddenly appear, claiming to have encountered goblins. Many lone Awakeners would often let their guard down due to her human identity. Little did they know, she was bait that had long been tamed by the goblins. As for Mary, she was likely the new target of the goblins. Once captured alive, she would inevitably face a fate of becoming a cream puff. Having served as the rescue team leader in the gray area for 10 years, Wang Chenyang was not surprised by women transformed from the inside out. They had been tracking for nearly a month, but this group of highly intelligent goblins always managed to destroy evidence first. Wang Chenyang made a decisive decision. Leaving 2 team members to escort Mary and the others out of the gray area, he led the remaining 6 team members deeper in. Captain, I smell it. The blood of the goblin race is extremely unique, with a rather pungent odor. So rich, it was rare in his lifetime. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Looking around, there were goblin corpses everywhere, with only one fatal arrow wound. Captain, this is a massacre. Wang Chenyang was certain that the one who killed these goblins was the black-clad youth who had saved Mary and the others. Gently touching the still warm bodies indicated that this one-sided slaughter of goblins might still be ongoing or had just concluded. As they continued to discover the bodies of goblin centurions and archers, Wang Chenyang and his team were increasingly shocked. Damn, Captain, it's a 100-man commander. So ruthless, another one-shot kill. The group exchanged glances. Along the way, they had discovered over 100 goblin corpses. Now seeing the goblin centurion again, to achieve a one-shot kill would require at least a level 3 lower-tier strength. According to Molly's description, the opponent is at most a sophomore or junior. Could they be from one of the 4 top universities? Besides their students being of such high quality, Wang Chenyang couldn't think of any other school students possessing such strength. Deep in the ice fire forest, goblin camp. The scattered skeletons and the seemingly rough yet orderly wooden structures and defenses everywhere indicate that the goblin race possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. A blade shattered the explosive arrow, sparks flying. Several explosive arrows landed, and the camp was instantly engulfed in flames. The centurion was furious and helpless. The large goblin camp was destroyed by a mysterious enemy, and it hadn't even seen their face. A level 4 elite-rated goblin Centurion had never fought such a frustrating battle. Put. A shining arrow pierced through the left shoulder, blood gushing. The Centurion held a shield as large as himself, but could not defend against the arrows coming from behind. Even the slightest sound could instantly bring it down. However, there was none. One silent shining arrow after another had an inherent advantage in this dense forest. When Wang Chenyang and the others arrived, they saw a young man in a black leather outfit methodically collecting arrows. From the ground, not a single wound on him, not even a speck of dust. The firelight reflected the comical faces of a few people, and Wang Chenyang looked at the youthful and tender face, breathing increasingly hurriedly. Captain, it's a level 1 upper tier. Are you sure your perception isn't mistaken? Captain, I'm 100% sure. Who, when? He met the boy's gaze. Wang Chenyang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The flames before him were soaring, yet there was a chilling coldness. It should be known that he himself was a level 3 lower tier awakener. Unlike those pampered awakeners, he experienced trials of blood and fire almost every day. Who on earth is this boy? A sharp-eyed team member spotted the goblin centurion riddled with holes and shouted, causing everyone to involuntarily gasp. Did you kill it? Uncle, do you see anyone else around? The boy smiled warmly, and Wang Chenyang felt breathless. Such achievements, is this something an awakener of this age can accomplish? After verifying his identity and seeing Manhwa University written in the Suchen University column, he couldn't help but nod. If he came from one of the 4 top universities, nothing was impossible. After a simple inquiry, Suchen explained everything he had seen and also mentioned the woman who willingly became a goblin accomplice. Wang Chenyang did not expect that the boy in front of him single-handedly eradicated the goblin camp and even resolved the backstabbing incidents that had troubled the rescue team, naturally adding a few more points of respect to his tone. On behalf of all members of the rescue team and the innocent awakeners killed by the goblins, I would like to thank you. Oh, is there any reward for that? Female anchor attacked in the gray zone early in the morning, tragically violated by a mysterious goblin. From awakened female anchor to goblin, renowned experts discuss the alien goblins, revealing the past and present of goblins, taking you into the world of goblins. Mysterious black-robed archer, top 100 anchors risk their lives to speculate. Days have passed since the live broadcast of Mali, and rumors of goblin aliens have surged in the gray zone of Luoshui City, with a number of awakened individuals coming forward to speak. The vicious incidents of goblins attacking human women in the gray zone have left countless female awakened individuals feeling unsafe. Among a series of events, the mysterious archer who saved the female anchor from the goblin's clutches, while remaining unperturbed, has undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. The arrows capable of drifting and turning have also amazed many, and Su Chen has earned the title of Arrow God in the Gray Zone. Furthermore, some speculate that he is a hidden master in the city, with true strength not less than level 6. The day after Wang Chenyang led the rescue team back, numerous journalists gathered. Luoshui City decided to hold a press conference, broadcasting live nationwide. Within just 5 minutes, the number of viewers skyrocketed to 3 million. Facing reporters from all over the country and a sea of cameras, Wang Chenyang revealed the truth about the large number of goblin aliens appearing in the gray zone. The goblin aliens were driven out of their original territory by a more powerful existence. They crossed the Chilean mountains and traveled long distances into the gray zone outside Luoshui City, numbering about 400. Their leader is a level 4 elite goblin centurion. These goblins are different from the usual perception. They possess higher intelligence and know how to tame human women and manipulate minds. The culprit behind the series of backstabbing incidents involving awakened individuals in the gray zone was a human woman who had completely sided with the goblins. The attack on female anchor Molly was also targeted by this group of goblins. The evidence chain presented by Wang Chenyang was sufficient to quickly restore the truth of the matter. Could Captain Wang provide us with detailed information about the awakened individual who extended a hand of justice? Role models deserve everyone's praise. Indicating for the reporters to sit down, Wang Chenyang was equally excited. This respected awakened individual is a freshman at Manhwa University, Su Chen. Wow, click, click, click. The sound of flashing lights was incessant as reporters raised their hands. Damn, Wu Yuelian blurted out. The dozen or so people around exchanged glances, their eyes instinctively looking elsewhere. The scene of the two directors betting in front of everyone was still fresh in their minds, and many of Wu Yuelian's staunch supporters were openly and secretly mocking Yu Yorue. Now, fearing being implicated by Yu Yorue, they all returned to their seats. You knew all along, didn't you? Wu Yuelian rushed in front of Yu Yorue, questioning loudly, resembling an angry lioness. Whether I knew or not, Sister Wu, do you remember the bet? A cold splash of water poured over her face instantly pale, her hands bracing against her already unsteady body. She never expected Su Chen's cultivation progress to be so fast, nor did she anticipate Yu Yorue to be so ruthless. After work today, at Yuehai Tower, let's have a good gathering, how about it? Sister Wu, as our big leader, you can't go back on your word. Are you really going to do this? Why not? After all, we are colleagues, and you are older than me. I can't afford to kneel, so just announce it loudly in the broadcast room to all the teachers and students of the school, and then give me the rare armor." She smiled brightly, exceptionally sweet, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth, instantly making many male teachers' hearts flutter. "Yu Yorue, don't forget I'm your superior. Take a step back for a better future together. Stop talking nonsense, Director Wu. If you have the ability to bet, you should have the ability to admit defeat. Now, I want everything. Kneel down and apologize to me." Just as she wanted to retort, the original recording played, and even just hearing the voice made her imagine Wu Yuelian's domineering demeanor from a few days ago. "Either you accept the bet and take the loss, or I will take this recording to the principal." Wu Yuelian was so furious that her vision darkened, her body trembled involuntarily, and her knees slowly sank to the ground. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Oh, Wu sister, it's okay, isn't this good? We'll still be good colleagues. Next, we need to cooperate well for the orientation. Work, right." A group of colleagues stepped forward, all praising Wu Yuelian's spirit of accepting the bet, while secretly reminding themselves, "Don't provoke Yu Yorue." Although Yu Yorue had faced difficulties since being promoted to deputy director, she appeared to be submissive, leading everyone to believe that this young deputy director was nothing but a docile little lamb. But she was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wu Yuelian casually said a few words, slammed the door, and left with a fierce look in her eyes. "Just wait, Yu Yorue. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate me now. One day, I will make you pay back tenfold." In the evening, Wu Yuelian's voice echoed through the loudspeakers of Yuanma University. "I, Wu Yuelian, accept the bet and take the loss. I am not as good as Yu Yorue." The entire school was in an uproar, slamming a nameless storage card worth 6.54 million huaxia coins on the table. Wu Yuelian left angrily, the crisp sound of her high heels fading away. "Ah, a windfall has come." Silently putting away the storage card, Yu Yorue walked out of the building. The moonlight was beautiful, and the evening breeze blew gently. Her luscious red lips curved into an enticing arc. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have one so easily." This time, thank you. Yu Yorue never felt any psychological burden. If she had lost today, Wu Yuelian would have undoubtedly humiliated her to the fullest. "But you really are impressive." Suddenly remembering that she still needed to arrange a talent intensity level test for Su Chen, Yu Yorue abandoned the thought of rewarding herself and quickly walked towards the principal's office. The press conference in Luoshui City had ended, but the impact continued. The reason was that Wang Chenyang announced the news of Su Chen shooting down a 4th-tier elite goblin captain. This was not just a level up from Tier 3, but a leap across 3 entire tiers. There were indeed cases of awakeners defeating opponents of higher levels, and even instances of crossfire kills, but for a new student who had just finished the college entrance examination to achieve such a feat was astonishing. Various analysis videos and data experts were arguing endlessly. Su Chen was completely unaware of everything happening outside. Under the starry sky, 8 elemental celestial bodies revolved, with the earth-colored one clearly larger than the other 7. Threads of elemental energy flowed into his body, spreading through his limbs and bones, silently nourishing every corner of his being. His physique was improving at an imperceptible speed. The 8 types of elemental energy blended into one within his body, and the 8 elemental body refinement technique under the mastery realm significantly shortened the time required for this process. At the moment when the 8 elemental celestial bodies completely vanished, a layer of earth-colored shell formed on the surface of his skin. In just a few breaths, the earth-colored shell enveloping his body gradually shrank to the size of a fist at his heart, its color turning pure black. Whoosh! His eyes suddenly opened wide. He leaped into the air, striking like the wind hidden in the night. A giant tree with a 5-meter diameter was severed in half. The birds resting on the tree soared high, and the night silence was ruthlessly shattered. The clouds passed, and the moon rose. Under the hazy moonlight, the pitch-black fist was particularly striking. The blackness on the fist suddenly vanished. Su Chen repeatedly tested his body in various places, then tested the hardness of his body when split into multiple pieces. The 8 elements body refinement technique recorded many methods for refining the body with different elements, among which the rock element had a technique called Black Jade Zhuang Rock that increased body hardness and enhanced defense. By compressing the rock element to its extreme, one could attach Black Jade Zhuang Rock to the surface of the body, and it could also perform split defense, although the defense would be somewhat reduced. A normal punch with Black Jade Zhuang Rock attached could easily smash a tree with a diameter of 5 meters. If it hit and awakened, it would at least result in broken bones. Increase hardness? With a thought, Su Chen sensed something unusual between his legs and couldn't help but pull down his pants to take a look. Indeed, there was an enhancement. However, whether he could unleash it like a dragon in battle remained to be seen. System activated. The personal information panel that appeared before him did not show the words Black Jade Zhuang Rock, similar to when he learned silent shooting before. This meant that the personal information panel would only display the realm level of techniques or skills, while the usage techniques of these techniques or skills would not appear. For example, silent shooting was a small technique mastered in archery, while Black Jade Zhuang Rock belonged to the application tips of the rock element in the 8 elements. Body refinement technique. The significance of having a master was thus highlighted. When practicing silent shooting, he already had mastery at the Grandmaster level in archery, and similar techniques were also mastered, but he had not used them before, so he had not paid attention to them. With Main Yanxu's hints, Suchen quickly became proficient in the method until he could use it freely in battle. Once he mastered a technique or comprehended a skill, he would always habitually practice it until it became second nature before stopping. He had 2,460 free points, which could not be used to enhance techniques or skills or talent strength. His four-dimensional attributes were currently sufficient, so Suchen was not in a hurry to increase these basic attributes. The watch displayed the date as August 25th. With less than a week until the official start of school, Suchen turned and returned to his temporary residence to tidy up. Yo, brother Zhang, looks like you've struck it rich. The guard stationed at the entrance of the gray zone greeted a few awakened ones who were helping each other out, all 6 of them injured, looking dirty and disheveled. Rich my ass. I ran into a 4th-tier elite beast, the Ice King Python, and luckily I noticed it early. Ah, the Ice King Python? That kind of beast has appeared? The gray zone has been quite unstable lately. Who says it hasn't? Sigh, during this time, we should just immediately return to the hunting grounds. I just want to make money, not risk my life. The same scene played out every day at the entrance of the gray zone. Some entered with confidence, while others left in a panic, missing limbs. The guards were used to it, their attention drawn to a woman waiting not far away. Dressed simply but unable to hide her hot figure, she was beautiful, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. It was the female streamer Molly, who had gained fame due to a recent incident, waiting for several days on the path that awakened ones had to take to enter the gray zone. Every passerby couldn't help but take a glance. Familiar awakened ones chatted as they entered the gray zone, and amidst their conversation, a young man walked down the sunlit road. He had a handsome face, wearing a spotless white t-shirt. With a bow on his back and muscular arms that had a classical beauty, he strode forward like a dragon or tiger in the sunlight. Whoa, what's going on here? In my opinion, it's probably another wannabe famous real streamer coming to the gray zone for a fashion show. Has their brain gone to mush? Just trying to ride the wave. If you had looks like that, you might have already found a rich woman and given up on hard work. Despite the banter, the aura emanating from the young man, akin to that of a fierce beast, still made the awakened ones gathered at the entrance feel a jolt in their hearts. The guard did not overlook this unusual situation. As he approached to check, he noticed the boy's breath and immediately frowned. A first-tier awakened? Why would someone of such a level provoke a dangerous judgment from them? Hello, we need to check your pass. In the next moment, the guards saluted in unison. What the hell? Did you sleep like a fool last night? Probably the son of some leader, flattering and fawning. While they whispered among themselves, Molly rushed through the crowd, excitedly coming to the boy's front, tears sparkling in her eyes. Benefactor, I've finally waited for you. Suddenly, a few people rushed out from the surroundings with cameras, snapping pictures wildly. Thank you for saving us last time. I've been waiting for you for many days just to say thank you in person. Thank you. The onlookers curiously watched the scene before them, filled with disdain. Is this it? It was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. The boy's expression was indifferent, and after a moment, he asked, Who are you? Molly had rehearsed countless scripts of gratitude over the past few days. As soon as she saw Su Chen, she could perform a scene of crying and thanking her. Savior. But why was it so different from what she imagined? He actually forgot about her? You don't remember me? You're not a beauty, why should I remember you? The awakened ones burst into laughter, even the guards who wanted to disperse the crowd couldn't help but chuckle, their gazes toward Molly filled with disdain. The gratitude was fake, wanting to seize this opportunity to trend again was the real deal. To be honest, Su Chen's response was really refreshing. Molly's mind went blank, momentarily speechless. Having long been accustomed to the praise in the live broadcast room, she thought she was a fairy that fell from the sky and should be remembered. Please step aside, don't waste my time. With a helpless shake of his head, Su Chen walked straight past the two and left. The surroundings were filled with mocking laughter. Molly undoubtedly appeared as a clown in the eyes of the onlooking awakened ones. Although she was extremely angry, the team member holding the borrowed high-definition camera had already captured comprehensive footage, and with some editing and voiceover, they could once again dominate the trending topics. Molly had never suffered such humiliation and was already calculating how to use this to create a reversal and make a good profit. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the cameras on a few people's shoulders exploded, and they screamed, blood flowing. Watching her team members rolling on the ground, covering their faces, Molly's expression went blank. All the footage was gone. She would also have to compensate for the cameras. At that moment, she had completely become a clown. The awakened ones watching exchanged glances, their eyes revealing horror. Just now, they had completely failed to hear the sound of arrows flying. What a brilliant archery skill! At this moment, many recognized Molly and quickly thought of the boy in the white t-shirt, the freshman from a top university in Huaxia who had recently gained fame. One by one, they turned their heads to look in the direction where Su Chen had disappeared. Such undetectable archery skills seemed capable of killing a 4th-tier elite goblin captain. It was not impossible. With such abilities at such a young age, what level could he reach in the future? They could not estimate the extent of his potential at all. Awakener Trading Center. The spacious and bright hall, with beautiful guides in uniforms everywhere, was nearly empty at noon as the Awakeners were all battling in the hunting grounds or gray zones. After inquiring, I walked straight through the corridor and my vision suddenly opened up. The hall was as large as 2 football fields, specifically used for purchasing beast materials. There were as many as 20 counters, each staffed by a male and female combination. At the moment, there were no Awakeners visiting, and these staff members were busy counting the materials at their counters. I approached the nearest counter. "Hello, sir, what level of materials are you looking to sell?" A sweet-looking female staff member hurriedly asked. "Everything from 1st to 4th tier. Ah, you have materials from 4th tier beasts. Actually, they are from 4th tier elite alien species and also some 3rd tier ordinary and elite alien species. Do you accept those?" Yes, we want them all." Su Chen turned around and emptied all the items from his storage ring. The space in front of the counter was instantly filled with various materials. Most notably, there were many materials from goblin alien species, along with a lot of essence materials from 1st and 2nd tier beasts. From the mountain of materials, he pulled out the skeleton of a goblin centurion and casually tossed it near the counter. Hiss, the female staff member was dumbfounded, her scalp tingling. It seemed that this friendly smiling young man had slaughtered an entire goblin camp. The male staff member behind the counter hurriedly took out a bottle of chilled drink from the freezer. "Dear customer, we sincerely apologize, but your quantity of materials is too much. To ensure your interests, we need to count them carefully. You can rest in our VIP room for a while. Please rest assured, the entire process will be monitored and recorded, and we will definitely count them properly." The female staff member, recovering from her shock, quickly ran off, while the male staff member called over others to help with the counting. Before long, the female staff member returned to the hall with a middle-aged man in a suit. "Good morning. I am Gao Long, the manager of this material recovery hall. Thank you for trusting us." "Hello, Su Chen." Gao Long approached warmly, lowering his posture and repeatedly assuring Su Chen as he invited him into the VIP room. The maid served snacks and fruits, and Gao Long wore a broad smile. After chatting for a bit, his expression suddenly changed. "I find Mr. Su quite familiar. May I ask, are you the mysterious awakener who saved that female streamer before?" "I only mentioned it because I saw that most of your materials are from goblin alien species. If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. I just happened to do it on a whim." Upon hearing Su Chen's admission, Gao Long quickly stood up to pour tea. For such a potentially limitless awakener, there was always one principle: to build a good relationship with them as much as possible. Not to mention that Su Chen had the Bao Saint as a backing. "Mr. Su's righteous actions are truly admirable. To be honest, I despise goblins the most. You did well in killing them. Since you stepped up, I, Gao Long, would like to contribute a little bit as well. The handling fee for the purchase will be reduced by 50%, which is a small gesture from our material recovery hall." The material recovery hall of the Awakener Trading Center is under the jurisdiction of the state, and a 10% handling fee is charged upon successful transactions. Although there are drawbacks like moderate recovery prices and handling fees, it is much safer and more reliable than those underground black markets. Instantly waiving half the handling fee is no small amount. "Thank you, Manager Gao." In the conversation, Gao Long couldn't help but praise Su Chen and handed him a black card for the trading center. The black card is valid nationwide and offers priority purchasing and discounts of up to 15%. A notification sound rang in the room. The staff had finished counting the materials. There were 96 pieces of first-tier beast materials, all identified as premium grade. 127 pieces of second-tier beast materials, 122 of premium quality, 5 of ordinary quality. 57 pieces of third-tier beast materials, 382 pieces of alien materials, 416 of premium quality, 23 of ordinary quality, 5 pieces of fourth-tier alien materials, all of premium quality. Gao Long couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing the appraiser's report. It is known that awakeners inevitably sustain damage when killing beasts, especially to materials like fur and bones, where premium quality materials require damage not to exceed 5%. For ordinary awakeners, the probability of selling premium materials is extremely low, yet Su Chen was completely the opposite. Gao Long couldn't help but marvel inwardly, once again praising his wise decision made in advance. He took out a calculator and calculated for a while. These materials add up to 31.326 million. Deducting the handling fee gives us 29.759 million. We'll offer a flat price of 30 million. The fee will be transferred to your black card in half an hour. Thank you for your patronage. Alright, thank you, Manager Gao. Su Chen clearly understood the deeper meaning behind Gao Long's actions and no longer declined taking the elevator to the second floor of the trading center mainly used for selling armor for awakeners. The leather jacket he had been wearing could no longer withstand wear and had been damaged. From ordinary to elite quality, everything was available. Some shops even displayed star-quality armor, with individual prices soaring to over 100 million. With the presence of the Black Jade, Zhang Yan, the demand for armor was not high. After selecting, he chose a set of rare quality armor that was lightweight and comfortable, as well as an elite quality black leather jacket that had a warming effect in winter and a cooling effect in summer, totaling 10 million after discounts. After putting it on, he turned heads all the way. Exiting the trading center, Su Chen took a car back to the manor. Mei Nianxue had changed from her previous demeanor, like an eternal iceberg, proud and noble, unapproachable. This was the majesty that a saint of the bow should possess. Su Chen sighed inwardly. The young man standing in the hall made Mei Nianxue pause slightly. She could sense the changes happening in Su Chen's body, and just as she was about to show a smile, her lips twitched and the smile abruptly stopped. Upon meeting Su Chen's clear eyes, she instinctively felt an inexplicable fondness, unable to resist the urge to approach him. Mei Nianxue, he is your student. Please maintain your composure. Teacher, I'm back. Her heart suddenly raced, and Mei Nianxue couldn't help but cover her ears and dash upstairs. You go report to school first. I still have a little matter to handle. See you at school then. Bang! A loud sound of the door slamming came, leaving Su Chen in shock. When did his teacher become so shy? Mei Nianxue leaned against the door again, feeling her ears gradually becoming pointed, her cold expression crumbling in an instant. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that besides being proficient in all elements, he also has an innate succubus physique? At the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Outside the Qingbei high-speed railway station, the welcoming teams from 7 universities were bustling with activity. Freshmen, you can wait on the bus for a bit. It will depart soon. Come, Shasha Jr., it's so hot, have a cold drink. Attention, new students from Yuancheng Wuda, you can register here. New students from Xinglong University, after you finish checking in, come here for milk tea. In the upscale cafe directly across from the train station, a red banner hung prominently at the entrance, and a flag with a starry abyss fluttered from the roof. Yuanma University new student registration. After finally sending off a wave of new students, the welcoming staff from 6 universities unconsciously glanced towards the cafe, filled with envy. Air conditioning, cold drinks, milk tea, and fruits all were available. The cafe was a subsidiary of Yuanma University, one of its purposes being to facilitate the annual welcoming of new students. A Lamborghini parked outside the cafe. The boys' gazes were drawn by a mysterious force to one spot. The owner of the sports car was a short-haired woman wearing round glasses, with a beautiful appearance, dressed in a light-colored floral off-shoulder top and light blue straight-leg jeans that perfectly revealed her fair and charming ankles. The sports car beauty complemented each other. Teacher, you came in person. At the entrance of the cafe, the boy in charge of welcoming couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes widening in an instant. You all did well, keep it up. Yes. Lily, put all the expenses for today's new students on my tab. It's hot, don't tire yourselves out. Another high-speed train arrived, and thousands of new students stepped off the platform with whole hearts. Su Chen immediately saw the prominent sign, truly worthy of being a top university, welcoming new students right in the cafe. Impressive. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling the previous summer spent cramped in a stuffy bus. Navigating through the crowd, Su Chen walked towards the cafe with 8 others. Hey, look at that new student. Which one? Wow, the quality is so high. I'll take care of him later. Yufei, that handsome junior just now is yours. It's my turn this time. The girls were competing fiercely, afraid to miss out on such a quality catch. The arrival of new students was not only favored by seniors towards juniors. Senior girls equally liked junior boys. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Yorue. Welcome. I thought you would wear that black leather outfit. Long time no see, teacher Yu. That leather outfit is bit too eye-catching. Come on, get in the car, I'll take you back to school directly. You can register there too. The seniors all widened their eyes in shock, their minds going blank. So, we were intercepted by teacher Yu? What is going on? Could it be that teacher Yu came here specifically to pick him up? The new students showed envious expressions as they entered the cafe one by one to wait for the bus. The boys looked longingly at Su Chen sitting in the passenger seat of the sports car, lamenting that their parents hadn't given them good looks. Sister Mei has already contacted me. She should come after military training. Have you reached level 1 now? Yu Yorue's surprise was evident on her face as she sensed Su Chen's aura. It had been less than a month since they last parted. Was it really that easy to level up? How did you do it? Well, I just shot and broke through like that. TCH, the world of geniuses was indeed hard to comprehend. The sports car smoothly entered the school. It took nearly 40 minutes to drive from the school gate to the new student registration area. I suggest you prepare a means of transportation. Our school is quite leg-intensive. Once you settle in, I'll take you to get a vehicle. Su Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. He specifically checked the information. The campus area of Manhwa University is as large as 700 hectares, even bigger than the combined area of the other 6 universities. Through the rearview mirror, Yu Yorue caught a fleeting look of shock on Su Chen's face, her red lips slightly curling up. With Yu Yorue's help for the registration, the entire process took no more than half an hour. Successfully obtaining the student ID and identity badge, they then went to the dormitory management center to collect the keys. Arriving in front of rows of luxurious villas, Su Chen was still so shocked that he couldn't speak. In his past life and this life, he had lived in no less than 10 dormitories, considering himself experienced in all types of dorms. However, he had never encountered a university like Manhwa that directly built villas as dormitories, with no end in sight. Each villa has 3 floors, equipped with independent small courtyards and parking garages. Everything one could think of is available. Your dormitory is number 007, which is the most luxurious configuration. Oh, right, each villa accommodates 3 people, 1 person per floor. 3-person dorm? Su Chen scratched his head. This type of dormitory was quite rare. Entering the villa, he was shocked once again. The layout and decoration of each floor were completely identical, essentially equivalent to living in a large flat with a kitchen, study, gym, everything one could think of was there. This must be around 300 square meters, right? To be precise, including the 2 balconies, it's 495.6 square meters. Su Chen tightened his identity badge and activated the check-in system at the entrance. You are the first to arrive at the dormitory, so you can choose first. Not particularly fond of being disturbed, Su Chen thought for a moment and chose the upper-level dormitory. After the check-in system was completed, the lock on the upper level automatically closed, only opening when someone wearing the corresponding identity badge approached. By the way, I need to remind you that our dormitory requires a payment of 300 credits each semester. Credits? Yu Yorue nodded. Alright, you just got to school, no need to rush. You can tidy up your dorm first and I'll come to pick you up at noon. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction to our school's rules and regulations. Opening the dormitory door, everything inside was bright and new. He first called Xiao Chang and Luo Xiao to report that he had arrived safely, then began to arrange the room. After all, he would be living here for 4 years, so he needed to make some small changes according to his own habits. Knock, knock, knock. There were 2 people standing outside, 1 tall and 1 thin. Ha, as expected of my roommate, definitely a dragon among men. Hello, I'm Sun Biwei, living on the middle floor. The thinner boy spoke first. This name, are you serious? Hello, I'm Yang Yunfeng from Jincheng, living on the lower floor, please take care of me. Yang Yunfeng was over 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build, exuding a strong sense of pressure, but he was a bit shy, completely unlike Sun Biwei, who was so familiar. Su Chen from Taochang, Kanglan Province. Ha, Lao Yang, our roommate is not simple, sharing a name with this year's national top scorer. Wait a minute. Sun Biwei took out his phone, his eyes widening. Oh my goodness, I actually became roommates with the national top scorer? After inviting the 2 into the room to chat, a clear female voice suddenly floated in from outside the window. Su Chen, Sun Biwei instantly perked up, winking and saying, Su Chen, you little rascal. You just got here and already hooked up with a girl. Hi oh my. As Sun Biwei poked his head out, he was instantly startled into exclaiming. The beauties he had seen through the screen numbered at least 1,000, but none could compare to the person before him. Playful yet somewhat mature, with 2 adorable little canine teeth paired with round glasses, she was exactly the ideal girlfriend he had always dreamed of. Hello there, classmate. Old Yang, she's greeting me. Hi, I'm Sun Biwei, 18 years old, good-looking and healthy. Teacher you. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right there. Old Yang, our roommate looks pretty good, and he's quick to act. Sun Biwei stroked his chin, deep in thought. But this girl's name is a bit strange. Who would name a teacher like that? Wow. Yang Yunfeng sighed again, feeling speechless. So, Su Chen directly found a teacher as his girlfriend? That's quite something. The 2 felt that Yu Yorue looked particularly familiar. Yu Yorue first took Su Chen to the cafeteria. They got 2 servings of food and started talking about the school's credit system while eating. Credits, as the currency within the university, could be used to purchase equipment, skills, and many other items, as well as for purposes like buying meals in the cafeteria and paying for dormitory fees. 1 credit was roughly equivalent to 1,000 huaxia coins. Yu Yorue smiled slyly, her lips stretching to her ears. The thought of having the opportunity to earn credits from Su Chen in the future made her inexplicably happy. Besides the monthly distribution of credits based on student ratings, credits could also be earned by completing commissions, participating in various competitions, and activities organized by the school. Credits can only be used for payments within the school, and if you run out, you can exchange them through special channels. But the price will be higher. For example, this meal you're eating now costs 1 credit. Su Chen looked at the plate of food, puzzled. This is made from the essence of naturally raised spiny porcupines, which temporarily boosts energy. This semester's freshman ratings are based on college entrance exam scores, so someone like you, the national champion, is definitely in the highest tier, receiving 900 credits per month, while the lowest is 100. Your account currently has 1,900 credits, with 1,000 credits being a special reward for the national champion. 900 credits, when converted normally, is equivalent to 900,000 Huaxia coins. With over 60,000 students in the school, how much would be distributed each month? Once again, he recognized the strong financial power of Manhwa University. Let's go, I'll take you to choose a suitable mode of transportation. I happen to be free this afternoon. Before Mei Nianxue left, she had specifically called to remind Yu Yorui. The usually aloof Bao Saint rarely spoke, so Yu Yorui naturally had to treat him with the highest standards, and she also had a natural fondness for Su Chen. Next to the teacher's dormitory where Yu Yorui lived was a car dealership. After returning the sports car to the garage, the two walked in. Manhwa University itself resembled a small city, but the residents of this city were all students. The owner of the car dealership had a good relationship with Yu Yorui and, seeing her bring a boy for the first time, assumed he was her boyfriend, becoming even more enthusiastic. After comparing, Su Chen chose a motorcycle model called the Augusta F3 3000, entirely black, and with a cool design. Its maximum power erupted at 14,500 RPM, reaching 135.6 horsepower. The key feature was its hybrid power with full endurance, so there was no need to worry about suddenly running out of fuel. In his previous life, Su Chen had also obtained a motorcycle racing license while doing side jobs. After confirming, Yu Yorui directly swiped her card to pay, spending 1.5 million without batting an eye, leaving Su Chen dumbfounded. That was too fast. Su Chen, am I handsome? Both handsome and beautiful. The man paying was very handsome. The woman paying was not only handsome but also beautiful. The boss sighed inwardly. The young man in front of him had only awakened to a level of first-tier high position, clearly a new student who had just enrolled this year. Yu Yorui was well known at Manhwa University, having taken the position of deputy director of the admissions office at a young age, and her own awakening level was not low, promising a limitless future. Such a person had never been seen with any male companion, and now she not only personally brought him to choose a motorcycle but also rushed to pay. TSK, they say. Love is like a tornado, and even a woman like Yu Yorui is no exception. What a lucky little guy. Besides being good-looking, there seemed to be nothing particularly outstanding about him. The boss was slightly taken aback. Could it really be that outstanding? By the way, do you have a motorcycle driving license? Su Chen shook his head. I've ridden before, but I don't have a license. Yu Yorui swung a leg over the brand new motorcycle and tossed a helmet to Su Chen. Get on. Ha, hold me tight. Okay. He obediently wrapped his arms around her waist. The engine roared and they sped away. Oh my, what am I even jealous of? Damn, why damn. Qingbei City Driving Test Center. Su Chen had just come back to his senses from Yu Yorui's superb driving skills when a driving test application form appeared in front of him. You want to take the A-level motorcycle license test? Yu Yorui asked without thinking. She had also taken the A-level, and the process was particularly difficult. It took her 3 tries to pass. Yeah, I've ridden many times before, just want to give it a try. Alright then, it's up to you. The current rules for obtaining a driving license on Blue Star had been simplified, with the entire process judged by artificial intelligence, divided into theoretical and practical tests. During his free time in high school, Su Chen had read the motorcycle driving test handbook several times, but he hadn't taken the test due to financial constraints. He easily passed the theory with full marks. In the hall, Su Chen's figure appeared on the screen, and Yu Yorui watched with great interest. The A-level motorcycle license allows one to participate in races, and one must be sufficiently familiar with motorcycles to qualify. As for the S-level, one must have over 1,000 race records and at least 3 third-place finishes or better to obtain it. In the testing area, Su Chen twisted the throttle. The familiar roar of the engine was an incredibly beautiful melody. The skill that branded his soul had fully awakened. Boom! The motorcycle sped out. From the starting point, his body was no longer the same as before. His skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. Humming the tune of Catching Shrimp, he took the corners at high speed, leaving behind black shadows. In the hall, many experienced riders were in awe. Yu Yorui's eyes sparkled with excitement, clicking her tongue in wonder. Such driving skills could only be possessed by someone with over a decade of driving experience. Yet Su Chen was only 18. The only explanation was the word genius. Soon, Su Chen's driving test results appeared on the screen, full marks in theory and breaking the record in practical. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he received his still-warm license from the window. Teacher Yu, thank you. If you want to thank me, you can drive me home in the car. 2 soft arms gently wrapped around his waist, feeling 2 unusually bouncy mounds. Su Chen shook his head lightly. Whoosh, let's go. Many men in the hall who planned to take the car driving test showed no signs of hiding their jealousy. Just got a license and immediately had a brand new experience? It seemed the motorcycle license was also quite appealing. Now that was what they called a joyride. Right on the spot, a few people chose to check the motorcycle license box while also opting for the car license. pressed against her warm back. The corners of Yu Yorui's mouth lifted into the most enticing arc. The crossroads of Manhwa University. Red light. A bustling crowd of students walks across the sidewalk. Recently, it's the peak time for new students to check in and returning students to come back to school. Hey, isn't that teacher you? Which one? Oh my god, it really is? She has a boyfriend now? Damn. I was planning to confess to her this semester and now it's all gone to waste. Yulian, I remember that person should be your colleague. What was her name? You something? Hearing her husband's voice, Wu Yulian turned her head. Hiss. It really is Yu Yorue. Wearing a light-colored, floral one-shoulder dress, her snow-white shoulder stands out in the sunlight. A young and beautiful little rich woman and also an A-grade awakened talent with stacks of certificates to take exams. It seems she has never mentioned her family. Wu Yulian couldn't understand how there could be such a perfect woman in this world. She never lacks admirers, but no man has ever made Yu Yorue stay. Wearing a helmet, she couldn't see his face, but Wu Yulian judged from years of experience that he must be a very handsome man. Unconsciously, her breathing became rapid, and when she turned back to see the greasy middle-aged man with a receding hairline in the driver's seat, Wu Yulian felt even more irritated. The red light lasted a long time. More and more people noticed Yu Yorue. Soon, news of the goddess teacher Yu Yorue's romance spread throughout Manhwa University, and countless boys mourned and had their hearts broken. Thank you for bringing me back. Teacher Yu, if anyone should be thanking, it should be me. You paid for this car. Playfully sticking out her tongue, Yu Yorue turned and jogged away. Hee, this car is also what you deserve. No need to thank me. If you have any problems later, remember to call me. An empty villa, only in black, white, and gray. Only the corner piled high with bright red certificates stands out. What should I learn next? Back at the dormitory, Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei were just about to go out to buy some necessities. Su Chen went along. After graduating from university, he had been living alone, walking along the tree-lined avenue with his two roommates. Sunlight filtered through the gaps and fell on the ground, with groups of students walking by. Of course, there were also those walking alone. Among them were not a few awakened ones at level 4, still looking like students. As the three of them reminisced, Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei began discussing Manhwa University's teaching system. Su Chen quietly listened beside them. Manhwa University is divided into the Combat Academy and the Support Academy, corresponding to the two important branches of awakened ones. The Combat Academy has more than a dozen departments, based on different combat methods and talents. After new students enroll, they first undergo military training, and after that, the school arranges classes based on the actual performance of the awakened ones. The formal start of classes combines school courses and task commissions, giving students more freedom of choice. If they miss school courses, students need to privately contact teachers for makeup classes, and naturally, they must pay credits as compensation. Of course, if they can ensure passing the final exam, they can skip makeup classes. So, if I don't have credits and didn't attend classes, doesn't that mean I'm going to fail? Yang Yunfeng instantly became nervous. Hey, not attending classes definitely means you went to do commissions, right? What, are you going to sleep in bed all day? How could that be? Arriving at a nearby supermarket, which is actually a super large shopping center for awakened ones, with all kinds of daily necessities along with various materials and elixirs, everything one could need. By the way, old Yang, how many credits can you earn each month? 600, and you? Confidently raising his chin, Sun Biwei made an 8 gesture with his hand. Don't look at me like this, I'm still the top student in Xingjing City. Su Chen, what about you? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. 900. Damn, the national top student is indeed different. Night. After tidying up the dormitory and finishing his wash, he video called his mother, Xiao Qing, and Luo Miaoxia. Upon seeing the full view of the dormitory, the two women were incredulous. A series of soul-stirring shouts floated in from outside the window, and the three of them changed their expressions simultaneously. Old Yang? Looks like it's this guy. They worked together to knock open the door and rushed in. Sun Biwei's face was flushed, and there was a hint of sadness between his brows. He did not see the expected white paper balls. The 85-inch big screen was still playing some rather stimulating footage. Was it still at 1x speed? Yang Yunfeng swallowed hard, and although he lowered his head, his gaze could not help but look over. The forbidden new knowledge was particularly stimulating for him. Well, good brothers should share together. How about we watch it together? He took out a large black storage box. Inside were identical external hard drives, each labeled with special tags. School, convenience store, wild rampage. Rubbing his eyes, Su Chen couldn't help but give Sun Biwei a thumbs up. No wonder he was Biwei. If this continued, it wouldn't be Biwei. It's better to enjoy together than alone. If you want to watch, you can borrow these. They are all carefully selected gems, with a head full of black lines, crow's cod. This guy was truly talented. For the first time in his life, Su Chen felt genuine admiration for someone. Forget it, you. For your future happiness, you need to learn moderation. Brother. He closed the window and locked the door tightly. Sun Biwei's face immediately turned gloomy and he felt an indescribable sadness in his lower region. Damn talent, just watching and not spraying. Damn, that said, he turned around and found a film called Divine Artifact Ward and continued watching. The new student registration had not yet ended. Taking this opportunity, Su-Chen rode his motorcycle to take a good tour of Manhwa University. As for his two roommates, Yang Yunfeng belonged to the type of hard training. He was always focused on exercising, and the dormitory had been transformed into a professional bodybuilding style. Sun Biwei, on the other hand, was the opposite extreme. Ultra-clear displays, surround sound systems, and various devices to enhance the viewing experience were all purchased. If it weren't for the soundproofing materials installed throughout the dormitory, the entire villa would probably be filled with heated shouts every night. Suspecting Sun Biwei's talent characteristics, Su-Chen did not expose it. Time flew by quickly. The three soon learned through their real-time communication devices in their respective dormitories that the new student military training would begin in 3 days. That day, Su-Chen finished his daily training as usual and opened his phone to prepare to clear his game stamina. A piece of news suddenly appeared. Just a few words, but it made his heart tighten abruptly. The Bao Saint Mei Nianxue returns to the peak. A 1,000-mile arrow kills an 8th-tier demon god. The Tianyuan royal family migrates as a whole. The first ray of light in the early morning pierced through the night sky. The dim room was filled with a dazzling glow. 8 types of elemental energy filled every corner of the room. Fireflies of different colors danced around, resembling a marvelous and splendid painting. The elemental energy touched Su-Chen and vanished in an instant. Sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, the perfected 8-element body refinement technique allowed him to skip the tedious steps of condensing the 8 elements. He directly absorbed the elemental energy from the surrounding space into his body. The sun fully rose. Su-Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With one arm supporting the ground, he jumped up, spinning 3 times in the air before landing steadily. Skipping the same steps of the 8 elements, my body has gained the ability to refine. Nice. The pure elemental energy surged within him, faintly touching something akin to a bottleneck. Su-Chen was overjoyed. It had been some time since he advanced to the first tier, and now he had successfully touched the threshold of breaking through to the second tier. He believed the breakthrough would happen in a day or two. At that time, both his techniques and skills would be enhanced again. He was sure he could achieve better results in the upcoming military training. After changing into sportswear and putting on his headphones, he ran towards the morning glow. This habit, which he had maintained for over 10 years, had not been abandoned due to college. My body feels lighter? He had already run nearly 1,000 meters without realizing it. He immediately adjusted his pace. It's just a morning run. Is it necessary to go this fast? Not far away, a girl in a pink quick-dry shirt with a ponytail watched his receding figure, murmuring to herself. This was a park at the corner of the villa area, built with a lakeside running track, with a total length of 10.48 kilometers. Within 30 minutes, noticing someone behind her, the girl slightly turned to the side. Oh, so fast. Normally, it took her half an hour to complete 1 lap. This meant the boy was nearly twice as fast as her? He seems quite good-looking. 1 lap, 2 laps. Finally, the girl couldn't help but speed up. It only extended the time before she was overtaken. She grew increasingly curious about the boy's identity. Coincidentally, she saw him doing stretching exercises, so she also stopped. Hello. I've seen you for 7 consecutive days. Do you really enjoy morning runs? Su-Chen nodded. The girl in front of him was tall and well-proportioned, her figure perfect. After all, tight sportswear showcased the beauty of curves best. Bright eyes and white teeth, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that was particularly eye-catching, exuding a youthful vitality. My name is Jiang Shinro, and you? Su-Chen. After a brief chat, Su-Chen finished his stretching, greeted her, put on his headphones, and left. Jiang Shinro just remembered she hadn't asked what year he was in, then thought he was a new face, most likely a freshman. Su-Chen. If he really is a freshman, I must try to recruit him for the club during the new member recruitment. After returning to the dormitory and freshening up, Su-Chen woke up Sun Biwei. Yang Yunfeng had been waiting at the entrance. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, the three headed towards the tall building next to the cafeteria, the Awakener Supply Building. Functioning similarly to the Awakener Shopping Center in Luoxue City, this place offered a wider and more comprehensive range of items but could only be paid for with credits. Many top-tier materials, tools, and elixirs that were hard to find outside could be found here. Moreover, due to special national subsidies, purchases enjoyed discounts. On average, items were a quarter cheaper or more than outside, helping young awakeners rise quickly. This was also one of the reasons many people were eager to attend university. As the new student orientation approached its end, there were still 2 days until the freshman military training. Fortunately, it wasn't about standing in military posture under the scorching sun or marching. It was said that they might explore the Misty Zone or conquer beast nests. The three planned to purchase elixirs and essential items at the supply building while also looking for more cost-effective equipment. The freshman military training is crucial for future apprenticeship. I must showcase my strength this time. I'll strive to make Dean Yi beg me to join his ranks. Me too. My university, aside from its relatively free learning style, also has a system similar to apprenticeship. After military training, the deans and vice deans of the two colleges will lead the professors to evaluate the new students. A portion of the students who perform excellently and achieve outstanding results will be actively contacted by the professors. As for the remaining students, whether they can successfully find a mentor depends entirely on their luck. The dean Yi mentioned by Sun Biwei is Yi Xiu, the dean of the Combat Academy, an 8th tier awakened one. Like Main Yanxue, he also holds the title of Saint. However, Yi Xiu's title is Martial Saint. It is rumored that there is no weapon he cannot wield, and he once single-handedly killed the 9th tier elite beast, the Glazed Sky Dragon King, and then went on to eliminate more than 10 8th tier beasts without stopping. The three chatted and laughed as they entered the supply building. With a total of 18 floors, each floor is larger than a football field. The items sold on each floor are different, and it would take about 2 weeks to browse them all. Even Sun Biwei, who prides himself on being worldly, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Fortunately, there was a sweet guide. After understanding each of their needs, she quickly designated the floors and areas for them. Several hours passed. Su Chen purchased combat elixirs and various auxiliary materials and tools, spending 132 credits, leaving him with 1767 credits. The habit of training and nurturing means that only by living longer can one have more possibilities. Floors 13 and above in the supply building belong to the equipment area. Seeing that the same alloy war bow required 130 credits, which translates to 130,000 huaxia coins, he realized that in the equipment market in Peach City it would cost 200,000. The difference due to national subsidies is terrifying. I have to say, the country is really supportive. If he had known, he wouldn't have bought armor in Luoshui City. What a waste of hundreds of thousands. Su Chen felt a pang of regret at the thought. Welcome, classmate. Do you need to purchase any equipment? A young girl in a fitted uniform and black stockings approached with a bright smile. Although he preferred to browse on his own, facing the endless rows of equipment, Su Chen directly stated his intention. May I ask how much weight you can draw with a bow? I need a rough idea. About 600 or 700 pounds, I guess. What? The staff member's eyes widened, thinking she must have misheard. Looking at the boy in front of her, who was not particularly muscular, how could he possibly draw such a strong bow? After confirming again, the staff member's gaze towards Su Chen suddenly changed. She couldn't help but marvel at how strong this year's freshmen really were. The war bows produced by Chixing Company currently have a maximum draw weight of 480 pounds, so I recommend you head to the special equipment area. Alright, please lead the way, sister. You're welcome. Su Chen calculated carefully. Anything under 1,000 credits could be purchased directly. Anything over 1,000 would require careful consideration. In fact, equipment for elites and below is mass-produced, with little variation in style, only the material strength changes. Similar to his current alloy war bow, the price is quite standard for awakened ones. Equipment above elite level either comes from blacksmiths or other special channels, each piece being unique. These pieces of equipment provide a significant boost to awakened ones, and their prices are equally attractive. Hello, the archery area is on the 17th floor. This way is the elevator. The elevator doors opened. The space on the 17th floor felt much smaller compared to the lower floors, but due to the limited number of equipment, it appeared particularly spacious. As you can see, most are of star quality, a few are legendary, and, there is also one epic quality. The styles of these war bows varied, and the smart screen beside the display had relevant introduction information. In the corner, he spotted a 50-centimeter pocket hunting bow, which surprisingly cost 30,000 credits. After walking around, Su Chen had already given up the thought of making a purchase. The cheapest star battle bow required 9,800 credits. He caught a glimpse of a pitch-black longbow displayed in the center. Eye of the Abyss, epic quality. No. Price? In the next moment, the bow seemed to come alive. An agile eyeball appeared out of nowhere. Classmate, yes, this bow is a cursed bow. The person who placed it here said that if someone can master it, it will be given for free. Classmate, the few battle bows over there are more reasonably priced. As the eye on the Eye of the Abyss opened, the staff member felt a chill all over. If it weren't for work, they would have wanted to leave immediately. After taking a few steps, they noticed Su Chen was still in front of the display, and their expression changed drastically. Manager Lin. Doo-doo, in the not-so-crowded hall, the alarm suddenly blared. A special-grade tempered glass rose abruptly from beneath the display stand. A pair of lively eyes revealed a hint of mockery, which Su Chen happened to see. This bow, is it alive? Classmate, are you alright? A middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, his face full of panic. Xiao Chen, look at the mess you've made. If this happens again, you'll be fired. The young staff member trembled in fear and quickly retreated. I'm really sorry, Xiao Chen. It's fine, Manager Lin. Is there something special about this bow? After a moment of hesitation, Manager Lin only introduced the chaos caused by this bow. Many self-important students were blinded by the free epic war bow. In the end, none escaped fainting, and when they woke up, they were dazed and enchanted, with medical skills and purification skills completely ineffective. Experts had once identified it, stating that this was an evil bow. If the holder could not gain its recognition, they would be possessed. Moreover, it could only be gradually alleviated over time. This classmate, if you want to purchase equipment, I can recommend a few suitable options. So, if I gain its recognition, I can take it without spending any money? Manager Lin's expression instantly turned grim, and he nodded with difficulty. He. I love zero-cost purchases, not to mention the quality. This bow, named Abyssal Eye, is 1.75 meters long and weighs 666 pounds. Its overall color is dark, appearing smooth but actually has dense patterns. It features an asymmetric design, one side resembling clouds, the other wings. The bowstring is thicker than other war bows, made from 6 extremely fine strands twisted together. It completely aligns with Su Chen's aesthetic for bows. Moreover, practicing the 8-element refinement technique allows one to see elements directly. Around the Abyssal Eye, a large amount of dark elements gathered. For some reason, Su Chen could sense a lonely soul yearning to be discovered. He vaguely knew which part of the bow to hold to feel more comfortable. These inexplicable sensations were not illusions. Su Chen chose to trust his feelings. So far, whatever enhancement or amplification, whenever intuition kicked in, he had never failed. Manager Lin, could you please let me give it a try? After repeated discouragements proved ineffective, Manager Lin had no choice but to call the staff member from earlier to bring a contract. After a series of signatures and confirming that the surveillance was fine, he finally pressed the button on the remote. The lively eyes opened once more. Manager Lin and a group of staff had long been waiting 10 meters away from the display stand. Manager, I really don't know who put that harmful thing there. Isn't this clearly a trap? Having witnessed several tragedies firsthand, including many top students from various provinces, without exception, all had dropped out after coming into contact with the evil bow. Manager, the people from the auxiliary academy can arrive within half an hour. Alright, I hope so. Although selling the Abyssal Eye would reward 30 million, Manager Lin still couldn't bear to do it. Several second and third year students selecting equipment gathered around upon hearing the commotion, all stopping to watch, occasionally whispering to each other. After all, as archers, they were equally covetous of an epic quality war bow. Of course, they understood the importance of life and future. What if they dropped out due to greed and were possessed, wasting their chance at a top university? The intersection of gazes revealed a hint of joy deep within the eye of the bow. Come on. Gently gripping the Abyssal Eye. It seemed dark and cold, yet still had a hint of warmth. That eye blinked, as if wanting to remember that face forever. Pulling the bowstring gently, Su Chen exerted all his strength. Zing, refreshing. It didn't gradually fade away, it had a certain special frequency if one listened closely. A clear spring appeared before me, flowing gently from the depths of the dark abyss, winding its way to the endless distance. Refreshing. Wow, the crowd instantly erupted. Su Chen and the evil bow abyss locked eyes, undoubtedly the focal point of all gazes. If I had known, I would have tried it first. Just wait for the show. Those previous fools were almost the same and didn't they faint before even leaving the building? Buzz. The roar within my body was relentless. Dark elements surged wildly into my body, and the 8-element body refinement technique activated in an instant. Amidst the engulfing waves of the Black Sea, 7 bright stars spun faster and faster, their speed so great that they left behind afterimages with each breath. The surging Black Sea had a water dragon rising into the sky. It was the sign of a dragon sucking water. The unbalanced elemental world within me saw the 7 bright stars begin to visibly enlarge. Buzz. What the hell? The same sensation arose, and Su Chen couldn't help but smirk. Vast energy surged forth, unstoppable. The door to the second tier was brutally kicked open. Entering the room was just the beginning, as elemental energy washed over me, solidifying my realm completely. My aura suddenly surged, and the onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Did he break through? A group of people exchanged glances, completely bewildered. Feeling the momentarily stable aura, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Second tier lower level. It wasn't just a recent breakthrough, there could still be unexpected setbacks. This was a solid second tier lower level. Is this even possible? Is this for real? Does the evil bow have a breakthrough effect? In the crowd, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, Yubema, wore a gloomy expression. He had just been secretly pleased about his own breakthrough to the second tier lower level a few days ago, planning to challenge Su Chen to prove his abilities before military training. His fingers were clenched white, his eyes bloodshot. Nothing was more crushing than witnessing his rival break through right in front of him. If there was, it would be breaking through to a level higher than his own. Yubema couldn't comprehend. How could this be solved? Just picking up some broken bow could lead to a breakthrough? Manager Lin. I remember we have an experience area here, right? Ah, yes. I will arrange it immediately. Nodding vigorously, he hurriedly ran off. Before long, in the experience area of the equipment zone, Suchin stood at the center, holding the abyss eye and gazing intently. Centered around technology, the experience area aimed to better allow awakeners to understand the performance of the equipment, with everything controlled by the users. The stands were packed with students and teachers who had rushed over upon hearing the news, each face filled with doubt. After all, the evil Bao test had a long history at Manhwa University, and the number of people who had failed was countless. These were all talented individuals from across the country, yet they had all fallen under the gaze of the abyss eye, ending in disappointment. Was the national champion truly different? At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the stands. A middle-aged man with a square face appeared, followed by a remarkably imposing woman. Sun Biwei, with excellent eyesight, slapped Yang Yunfeng hard and shouted loudly, "It's Yishio. What? Has this matter even alarmed the president and vice president of the academy? This is serious. I really envy him." At this critical moment of the new students' military training, how to make a good impression in front of the president, vice president, and renowned teachers was something every new student had pondered to some extent. "Suchen, this time you've really made a name for yourself." "I think so too." Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng's faces were filled with envy. The atmosphere reached a climax with the appearance of Yi Xiao and Vice President Xiao. "President Yi, Vice President Xie. Hello, Manager Lin. We came to discuss matters with your general manager and happened to hear about this, so we stopped by to take a look." "No need to be nervous." Yes. Manager Lin was filled with trepidation. "We can begin." The moment the target appeared, it was already destroyed. Test concluded. Time used 0.08. Except for a few teachers and students with sufficient levels, most people could only see Suchen standing there, seemingly motionless. Yu Beima trembled uncontrollably. He saw nothing at all, but there was no doubt that the target was destroyed because of Suchen. What truly drove him to despair was not this. Now, he actually felt a sense of fear in his heart. No, it shouldn't be this far off. Yishio gently stroked his mustache, his words revealing great satisfaction. Not bad, this kid is quite good. It seems the Abyssal Eye has already recognized him." Xia Ajin nodded, not saying a word. "What an interesting little fellow." Clang. 3 arrows shot out in succession, hitting the bullseye perfectly. Suchen once again examined the deep gaze, marveling at its precision. "The feel of this thing is the most mysterious. A master-level archer should not be affected by the bow itself, they should be able to grasp it right away. But deep gaze is an exception. If it were to be described, it would be silky smooth. Utterly silky smooth." The right hand gripping the bow felt as if it were pressed against the tender, smooth waist of a willow, allowing for a delightful shooting experience each time. In short, it was incredibly smooth. The big eyes blinked rapidly, curiously observing the boy in front of her. "It's you." The big eyes blinked a few times, seemingly fully agreeing with Su Chen's statement. "Manager Lin, now, it counts as mine, right?" Yes. "I truly apologize for earlier." With both hands rubbing together, Manager Lin slightly bent forward, a stark contrast to their first meeting. "This may take a bit more of your time. We need to process a few procedures. Your friends can wait in the VIP room, how about that?" Su Chen brought Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng along with Manager Lin to the VIP room, exchanged a few words, and then followed Manager Lin next door. The next moment, a staff member with exquisite makeup and a graceful figure approached them with a smile, presenting cold drinks, fruits, and snacks. "Looks like we're riding on Brother Luo's coattails today." Sun Biwei heard from the welcoming senior that to enter the supply building's VIP room, an awakener must have a single transaction amount of over 50,000 credits. Next to him, Yang Yunfeng wolfed down snacks. "Hey, leave some for me." Suchen carefully read through the agreement and with a flourish wrote 2 characters in a flamboyant style. "I really don't know what to say. Heroes emerge from youth." Manager Lin turned to grab a tablet to register the information, upgrading Suchen to a senior member of the supply building. From now on, all purchases would be at a 15% discount. Picking up Deep Gaze, he immediately felt a kind of melancholic emotion. Ever since he left the experience area, he could clearly understand the emotions of Deep Gaze, which truly amazed him. Are all epic quality equipment like this? He intended to put it into his storage ring, but Deep Gaze emitted a sound similar to a whimper, so he had to give up for now. After all, it was a brand new epic equipment, and the introduction board had no descriptions about its material or special effects. This means he would have to explore what special effects Deep Gaze actually has on his own. 2 people entered from outside. Suchen recognized the middle-aged man with a mustache as Yishio, the dean of the combat academy, and the woman beside him was dressed casually, but had a serious expression. In that moment of eye contact, Suchen felt as if he had been seen through instantly. "Dean Yi, hello. Let me introduce you. This is our academy's vice dean, Professor Xia. Aojin." "Professor Xia, hello." Not understanding why these two heavyweight figures suddenly appeared, Yushio gently stroked his mustache and immediately asked, "Sue, you're quite impressive, so I'll get straight to the point. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Manager Lin's eyelids twitched, not daring to breathe. Although he had anticipated this, hearing Yushio's words still left him in disbelief. After all, he was the dean of the combat academy. He had worked in the supply building for 15 years and had never heard of a freshman being asked this directly by Yushio. In the top university of Manhwa University, which gathers talents from all over the country, this was undoubtedly an enviable honor. What do you think? By taking me as your master, you can not only learn archery, but I can also teach you combat techniques with other weapons. Xia Ajin instinctively glanced at Yushio beside her. In her impression, Yushio usually only asked a few words to students he favored, but this was the first time he spoke so much. Her gaze was entirely drawn to the deep gaze in Su Chen's hand, especially those lively big eyes, even though it wasn't their first time locking eyes. This time, however, it felt completely different. Deep within those eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Unable to help but scrutinize Su Chen, a hint of confusion arose in his heart. What on earth did this boy do to catch the attention of Yuan Yen? "I'm sorry, Director Yi, but I must decline." Su Chen bowed respectfully. Instantly, an invisible pressure surged towards him. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes shining like bright stars. Manager Lin beside him looked up in shock, doubting whether he had misheard. "Do you know who you just refused? It's like throwing away a bright future right on the ground. Can you tell me the reason?" The mustache on Yishio's face twitched slightly, and he quickly realized he had lost his composure, his gaze towards Su Chen now carrying a hint of approval. "I have already taken Meng Yanxue as my master, and if I were to take you as well, it would be disrespectful to both you and my teacher. I'm sorry, I hope you understand." "Since that's the case, I understand. In terms of archery skills, she is indeed stronger than I am. However, what I said earlier still stands. If you suddenly change your mind, you can contact me." Xia Ao couldn't help but look at Su Chen with new eyes. In terms of status and power, Yishio was far greater than Meng Yanxue, having served as director for many years, with extensive connections and numerous students. If one could become his student, it would save at least 20 years of hard work. As the two left one after the other, Manager Lin sat down heavily on the ground, drenched in sweat. He was just a sea level awakened with mediocre talent, and after being pressured by Yishio like that, he nearly suffocated. It was hard to imagine how Su Chen could remain unshaken under such immense pressure. Indeed, the world of geniuses is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. With a sigh in his heart, Manager Lin took out a handkerchief to wipe his face and respectfully led Su Chen back next door. The three of them left the supply building together, walking along the shaded path, while Sun Biwei twirled his nunchaku, occasionally making playful sounds, and Su Chen and Yang Yunfeng instinctively kept a considerable distance from him. "Little girl, it's a total of 41.6, you can give 40. Stepping out of the taxi, the grand and wide school gate came into view. It could accommodate a dozen cars passing through at the same time, with the words UNMA University written in cursive on the gate. A gust of wind blew by. The white dress fluttered like a fairy, and the silver hair danced in the breeze. The passing boys all showed expressions of amazement, and a few even forgot they had girlfriends beside them, causing immediate conflicts. UNMA University, we finally arrived. Earlier, I had called Yu Yorue to meet at the flagpole. How do I get to the flagpole? Excuse me, student, hello? In front stood a simple-looking young man, scratching the back of his head with his left hand while twisting the corner of his shirt with his right. Are you here to register? Not far away, several brightly dressed boys and girls couldn't help but laugh, making the young man even more embarrassed. Could you please take me to the flagpole? Where to do what? No problem, you can follow me. The young man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, walking while introducing the basic situation of the university. The few who had been watching the joke could no longer sit still, especially the boys who exclaimed what the hell. They had planned to find some fun and enjoy themselves, but who would have thought it would be so easy to chat with the ethereal new female student? They would never let that kind of honest person who couldn't even speak smoothly around girls go. Following the two, they heard the girl curiously asking questions and occasionally gasping in surprise, making the boys regret it immensely. A huge opportunity handed over for free. Wanting to see a clown, they ended up becoming the clowns themselves. Just as the two arrived at the flagpole, Yu Yorue rushed over. Sister Nianxue, you finally came, I missed you so much. The sudden scene left the young man at a loss, and the boys and girls behind them were dumbfounded. Yu Yorue was almost a household name at UNMA University, not to mention that they were responsible for the orientation work. Teacher Yu, please introduce yourself. The voice was like a lark in the woods, crisp and pleasant. My name is Meng Yanxue, and I am the new archery instructor for the freshman class at the Battle Academy this semester. Thank you for showing me the way just now. As she spoke, she extended her right hand. The young man widened his eyes, rubbing his left hand over his clothes several times before tremblingly shaking her hand. Nice to meet you. A smile spread across her face. At that moment, the young man felt he could die for her. Main Yinxue and Yu Yorui's figures gradually faded into the distance, and the few people who had been standing nearby stepped forward. I remember, the archery instructor for the freshman class this semester is the archery saint Main Yinxue, right? Instantly, goosebumps covered their bodies. Gently, the Abyssal Eye focused on the sofa. Suchen emptied the storage ring, organizing all the tools and materials, including various medicines. In just one day, military training would begin. So far, there had been no related notifications, probably to create a surprise. Attack rhythm. He memorized the items and their quantities in the storage ring. It was a habit formed while moving bricks to clean the backpack and remember the quantities. The Abyssal Eye curiously examined everything in the room, finally resting on the boy who had taken it away from the boring supply building. He made a video call to Xiao Qing and Luo Miaxia. Luo Miaxia's bakery was preparing for expansion, while Xiao Qing was renovating her breakfast shop from top to bottom. He informed them about the upcoming military training, explaining that he might not be in contact for a while, and told them not to worry. Xiao Qing couldn't help but remind him several times. After hanging up the video call, Suchen picked up the Abyssal Eye and walked out of the dormitory. The campus at 6 in the evening was the busiest time of the day. The wide road was filled with all kinds of sports cars. These luxury cars, worth millions, might be the endpoint of an ordinary person's life. For awakened ones, they didn't even count as a starting point. After putting on his helmet, the roar of the Augusta motorcycle's engine attracted many gazes. In less than 10 minutes, the brightly lit training hall appeared before him, with students coming and going in a steady stream. The Abyssal Eye was of epic quality. It couldn't possibly have only the characteristic of smooth enjoyment. To truly unleash its power, the steps of in-depth understanding were essential. He opened a training room for archery, sensing the student information within the badge, and the room suddenly brightened. Choosing the scene of the ocean, the scenery changed instantly. Standing on a small boat, the fresh sea breeze and the choppy waves were exactly the same as reality. A huge shadow suddenly appeared beneath the sea. The moment the thick, crimson tentacle pierced through the surface, Suchen drew his bow and shot an arrow, not using any elemental enchantment. The 1-meter diameter tentacle was severed and fell back into the sea. The cut was neat, as if it had been sliced in half by a sharp weapon. Several arrows followed suit, achieving the same result. Suchen leaned in to take a closer look, his agile eyes moving up and down, left and right. Each time a tentacle was about to emerge from the sea, before he activated the extreme eye and detected the shadow, his eyes would already be moving. Sure enough, a tentacle would then burst forth from the surface. The arrows shot from the Abyssal Eye seemed to have only the arrowhead, but in reality, they also had a transparent sharp blade. The range was about 1 meter on each side. In other words, even if the arrowhead missed, the damage would still exist, and it was an ordinary shot without any elemental enhancement. As for that lively big eye, it could play an important role in certain situations. After switching back to the golden war bow from the Abyssal Eye, he shot one arrow and then returned it to the storage ring. The comparison between the two bows was stark. One was in the sky, the other underground. After practicing with the Abyssal Eye for another 2 hours, completely immersed in the smooth experience, he lost track of time. Suchen felt the joy emanating from the Abyssal Eye, and the corners of his mouth curled up even more. When he walked out of the training hall, he was drenched in sweat. His phone vibrated, and upon answering, he heard the soft voice of Yu Yorue. Learning that Main Yinxue had already arrived at Yuanma University, he immediately asked for her location and drove over. Following the location sent by Yu Yorue, it took nearly half an hour on the crowded road. The place was a very niche private restaurant, Hongguang Pavilion. Main Yinxue was wearing a floral dress, her silver hair tied up with a royal blue headband, looking radiant. Opposite her, Yu Yorue wore a cute duck-patterned t-shirt. Passers-by would unconsciously turn their heads, their eyes filled with admiration for the divine creation. The scenery formed by the two girls was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Seeing Main Yinxue again, Suchen couldn't hide his joy. Teacher. Alright, don't put on any teacher-student affection show in front of me. What? A deep teacher-student bond? Don't talk nonsense. Yu Yorue placed a piece of braised pork into Main Yinxue's bowl, her favorite dish, with a teasing smile. Is there a problem with the teacher-student bond? No problem. Main Yinxue quickly lowered her head to eat the braised pork, her other hand quietly reaching for her ear. As a welcome banquet for Main Yinxue, all the dishes on the table were her favorites. Afterward, Yu Yorue took out a large bucket of lollipops, and a hint of joy crossed Main Yinxue's indifferent face. By the time they finished eating, it was already 9:30. Yu Yorue went to the parking lot to drive, while Main Yinxue observed Suchen, her gaze lingering on the piercing eyes behind him. It was unclear whether it was fatigue from too many shots or something else. Her lively big eyes completely closed. This bow. She recounted what had happened during the day to Main Yinxue, then promptly yanked the bow off Suchen's back, only returning it after confirming that the piercing eyes were harmless, albeit reluctantly. Upon encountering the young man's warm smile, her earlobes instantly flushed. No, she was not concerned about him. She was just fulfilling her responsibilities as a teacher. Under the hazy moonlight, Mei Nianshue's cheeks turned slightly red. Teacher, you haven't drunk too much, have you? Sister Nianshue, we might have a bit of trouble tonight. The remaining fuel in the sports car was completely insufficient to return to the faculty dormitory. Yu Yorue saw Su Chen's handsome motorcycle, her eyes spinning as she quickly thought of a solution. But isn't this overloaded? You wouldn't want to see us two weak girls going home alone in the middle of the night, would you? This is a rare opportunity to show respect for teachers. You can't be bad at writing, can you? Men have always been averse to failure. After putting on the helmet, the already small space became crowded, but fortunately, Mei Nianshue was not fat. Yu Yorue seemed like a slippery loach instantly, slipping into Su Chen's arm. See, I told you it would work, right? Sister Nianshue and I are both very slim. Mei Nianshue was at a loss. Seeing Yu Yorue secured in a pair of arms, she felt like she had been tricked. Let's go. Teacher, hold on tight. The engine roared. Just then, a stone of moderate size on the road caused the motorcycle to jolt violently, and Mei Nianshue instinctively hugged Su Chen. An inexplicable scent rushed into her nostrils. Mei Nianshue finally understood what the masculine charm mentioned in the books was all about. Ah, Su Chen, how come I never noticed you were so scheming before? Oh, I didn't. Haha, no need to explain. An explanation is just to cover up Su Chen's side and gradually increase the speed. Ha ha ha. Sister Nianshue, is this your first time on a motorcycle? Isn't the wind very comfortable? At around 10 o'clock at the campus gate, the students with vibrant nightlife were just getting started. Bro, let me tell you, if you're going to buy a car, buy a sports car. If you go out, there will be tons of girls to flirt with, and you don't mind spending a little money. Plus, when you take a girl out, it's just a little world for the two of you, hee hee. The guy in the passenger seat was still hesitating. Just then, at a red light, a black motorcycle pulled up. Hey, bro, what are you looking at? What the? The driver gaped, his mouth wide enough to fit a sunset fruit. The scene before him perfectly illustrated what it meant to have two slices of bread sandwiching cheese. Every start and stop of the motorcycle would be an unprecedented, wonderful experience. The key was that the two women with their heads buried down, just judging by their figures and temperament, surely wouldn't score below 9.5. Green light, the motorcycle sped away into the campus, disappearing into the night. Now do you think, bro, let's go buy motorcycles together tomorrow? After sending the two blushing individuals home one after another, Su Chen returned to the dormitory and fixed his gaze on the sofa while he himself directly stripped off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing. Yuan Yen opened his eyes and surveyed everything in the room once more. As his eyes turned back, what came into view was an incredibly beautiful body. So big. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had seen something filthy, and he instantly shut his eyes tightly, no longer daring to open them. This scene. Su Chen happened to see it. I can't be brought back a mother bow, right? Night. The villa complex where the freshmen live is filled with the sound of alarms. Military training begins. Please gather at the East Playground within half an hour. Special reminder. Latecomers will have 10 points deducted from their total military training score. Su Chen and his two friends are typical night owls, quickly getting dressed and heading out. Under the night sky, dozens of floodlights illuminate the playground, making it feel like daytime. Many disheveled men and women can't help but complain. Sun Biwei looks around, searching for a true natural beauty. As the time mentioned in the notice arrives, all 4 gates of the East Playground are closed, and the responsible teachers register the information of late students one by one. Under the flagpole, the dean of the Combat Academy, Yi Xiao, has a solemn expression, his voice echoing across the playground. You will all be the backbone of the nation in the fight against foreign races and fierce beasts. The standard for military training is the standard of a soldier. The military training for freshmen at UNMA University officially begins. Young faces are filled with confusion, while some show smug smiles. Everyone will parachute from helicopters, and the military training ends when you enter the core area and complete the information registration. Duration, 7 days. Wow, only then do the freshmen notice that there are at least 200 large helicopters on the helipad outside the playground. Su Chen listens carefully as Yi Xiao introduces the special rules. In this military training, second-year students will act as hunters, targeting freshmen to snatch their identity badges. Once taken, it means failure in military training and immediate elimination. What if I counterkill the seniors? A sudden voice asks the question on many people's minds. We welcome everyone to actively resist. For every second-year student badge a freshman obtains, they will be rewarded with 100 points after the military training ends, with no upper limit. As soon as the words are spoken, the crowd erupts. The highest monthly credits are only 900, meaning as long as they defeat 9 seniors during military training, they can instantly earn a month's worth of top credits for free. The resources of a top university are truly astonishing. Su Chen secretly marvels, determined not to miss this opportunity to earn credits. Credits are money, and no amount of money is ever too much. Freshman entering A top institution all have their own pride, and everyone is eager to try. Following the crowd onto the helicopter, the military training supplies include parachute packs, distress buttons, and devices resembling combat power detectors. Once worn, they can directly view the military training rules and terrain maps. The huge red dot at the center is the destination of this military training. At dawn, the helicopter arrives over the primeval forest. This area was once a hunting ground for fierce beasts, but after they were hunted to extinction, it is now very safe. The cabin door opens and Su-chen leaps out. Beep beep beep, you are approximately 1,000 kilometers from the core area. Eyes sparkling like stars, the three hidden 600 meters away are completely exposed. Whoosh, silence surrounds them. At this moment, Su-chen is the hunter lurking in the darkness, the bowstring taut without a sound. The arrowhead carries no transparent blade. The corners of his mouth curl slightly. Silent shooting. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled grunts, all hits. The three, lying in ambush waiting for their prey, never expected they had already become Su-chen's targets. A shadow descends from the sky, instantly snatching away their identity badges. Thanks. What the hell? What was that just now? Damn, we got played by a freshman. As they try to chase, the blood flows freely from their shot thighs, helplessly admitting defeat and pressing the distress button. Meanwhile, inside the rescue tent in the core area, a distress signal appears on the screen and the student council president of the auxiliary academy directs the rescue team to the scene. This year's freshmen are not doing well. They got injured in less than half an hour after the start. I hope they don't go too far. If it weren't for participating in the student council, I would want to go too. Hunting success earns 50 credits. What a blood profit. A few student council members from the combat academy spread their hands in helplessness, filled with envy. Don't be fooled by the fact that they only have one more year of university. They are all warriors tested by blood and fire, fundamentally different from those greenhorns just starting out. According to their estimates, each person could earn at least 500 credits. About an hour later, the rescue team returned, along with 3 boys who looked utterly embarrassed. Ma Chang? Dong Shang? What happened? Xian Lin, where are your identity badges? Don't tell me you 3, ranked mid-level in the 2nd tier, were taken down by freshmen. The 3 exchanged glances and sighed in unison. The student council members who knew the 3 were greatly surprised. They never expected that the first to be eliminated would be 2nd-year students. When Yi Xiu and the others appeared, confusion flashed across their faces. After hearing what the 3 had to say, all the teachers present couldn't help but gasp, except for Mei Nianxue. She exchanged a glance with Xiao, and seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes, they became even more certain. Sigh, if it really is Su-chen. Yi Xiu looked at Mei Nianxue with envy. In the primeval forest, the roots of the trees crisscrossed and the branches intertwined, becoming increasingly complex in the pitch-black night. The freshmen chose to wait in place for dawn while also looking for other freshmen to team up with. For Su-chen, who had night vision abilities, this was completely not a problem. Instead, he took advantage of the night to run for over 10 miles. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He focused on his direction and moved forward, his body agilely leaping on the thick tree trunks. Whenever he spotted upperclassmen lying in wait, he would casually shoot an arrow, collecting the 100 credits that came to him. The rescue team at the command center in the core area was going crazy. They had just returned, and before they could even settle down, a distress signal would come in, leading them to wear real-time headsets. Everyone's injuries were the same, all hit in the thigh by an arrow, losing their ability to move. At dawn, outside the rescue tent sat a group of second-year students eating boxed lunches, both male and female, totaling at least 34 people. The sunlight fell on their dejected faces, creating a strange painting. The happiest were actually Ma Chang, Dong Shang, and the other 3, happily eating breakfast, their smiles growing wider with each new victim that appeared. They wished all 300 would be eliminated. After dawn, the light in the primeval forest was interspersed with shadows, severely affecting visibility. Su-chen had long forgotten how many identity badges he had taken. With a bow on his back, he took out 2 strawberry-flavored energy bars, which he had prepared a day in advance. The emotions from the bow resonated with joy. Su-chen, although he didn't understand why he could feel the bow's emotions, nor could he comprehend how the bow could have emotions, found the shooting experience very nice, smooth and moist. After shooting once, he couldn't help but want to shoot again. Moreover, the most crucial point was that shooting with a transparent blade was not a passive skill but could be adjusted according to the actual situation. While he was pondering, a shadow crashed into his chest like a cannonball. The archer is in close range, 50 credits in hand. His left fist instantly transformed, dark and bright like jade. Black jade Zhang Rock. With a punch, the girl's mouth curled into a smirk. How dare she trade blows with someone like him, who had a strengthening talent so reckless? Crack! Her arm dislocated. It should be known that when Su-chen was at the first tier, he could still smash giant trees in half. Now that he had advanced to the second tier, his power had increased by more than 1-fold. She winced in pain, and seeing that Su-chen was about to strike again, she hurriedly pulled off her identity badge to surrender. What the carrying a bow and pretending to be an archer? Crafty guy. Old John, why do I feel a bit strange? I think it's perfectly normal. Didn't they say there are 300 sophomore seniors? It's been 2 days and we haven't run into a single one. Yang Yunfeng scratched his head, also sensing something was off. Isn't that a good thing? We can get to the core area faster. Maybe it'll be easier to find a mentor. Raising an eyebrow, Sun Biwei glanced at his burly roommate. No wonder the forum says that big guys have great wisdom. The two no longer hesitated and quickened their pace. In the core area, Yisho walked out of the command center and couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. 40 to 50 sophomore students were lounging against the wall, soaking up the sun, discussing life and dreams. Who would have thought that these people were all eliminated by the same person? And that person was just a freshman. Who knew archers could be this powerful? Yisho instinctively stroked his mustache, unable to comprehend. The current distance to the core area is approximately 800 meters. Please proceed with caution. Navigating through the branches, Suchen landed steadily. He instantly became the center of attention. Bow on his back, arrows at the ready. It had only been 3 days since military training began, and someone had already reached the core area. The teacher in charge of the device hurriedly took the identity badge, and several lines of text suddenly appeared on the screen. Name, Suchen military training ranking, 1 total time, 75 hours 45 minutes 23 seconds 44. The entrance of the command center was crowded with teachers, and a subtle smile curved the corner of Mei Nianshua's mouth. The handsome young man standing in the sunlight was her student. Oh, it's him. Clearly a talent in the enhancement department, the scheming guy with the bow and arrows. The girl who had been wronged earlier pointed at Su Chen and shouted. Her friends around her were at a loss, looking at Su Chen with a hint of something else in their eyes. Exceptional strength, and he was still a junior. The key point was his looks. He was really hard to resist. If it weren't still military training, a few girls might have already planned to step up and introduce themselves. As for getting shot by arrows, they had already mentally prepared for that when they decided to join as hunters. Congratulations, Su Chen. You can go to the lounge to eat and rest. Teacher, I want to ask, can I continue military training after registration is over? Continue military training? Everyone was momentarily stunned, especially the sophomores, who would still be reluctant to leave military training. Is there something wrong with them? There's no precedent for this, and the rules don't mention it. Theoretically, it should be possible. Thank you, teacher. Su Chen plunged back into the Genshin beginning forest, his figure disappearing. Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk psi played too much, clearly planning to take a big advantage of Yuanshan University. Although he had bent the rules a bit, well, I like it. Returning to the command room, Mei Nianshua was somewhat looking forward to Su Chen's reappearance. By the way, do we still have our identity badges with him? Oh no, I forgot to ask for them back. Damn, don't we have to wait until military training is over? Isn't that like a public execution? The sophomores were in an uproar. As long as we can continue participating, that's fine. One shot equals 100 credits. 100, 100, 100. He pulled out energy bars from his storage ring to replenish his strength, his eyes filled with madness. Are rules really that important? Rules are meant to be broken. An arrow shot out and a scream echoed through the forest. Taking off the identity badge and leaving, Su Chen, with an energy bar in his mouth, searched for his next opponent. 300 sophomore seniors equaled 300 heads. One head equals 100 credits. Shooting one is a profit. Humph. What a sophomore hunter, probably made up just to scare people. This trick is nothing new. With a burning desire for victory in his eyes, Yubema quickened his pace and rushed into the core area. Pure combat. Power has never been the only factor in judging whether an awakener is excellent or not. Yubema found a new way to prove himself during military training. To be the first to reach the core area, he conserved his energy. On the first night, and from then on, he had no rest, all for this moment. Why are there so many students? Although puzzled, Yubema activated the device at the first opportunity. Whoosh, Su Chen, let's see how. Damn. Yubema, who always presented himself as gentle and refined, finally couldn't help but curse. Why, despite all his efforts, was he a whole day behind Su Chen? Time passed and one by one, freshmen arrived at the core area to activate the device. Each person's face was beaming with happiness. What he thought would be a hard-fought victory now seemed completely effortless, just a race-like competition. Of course, there were a few unlucky ones who encountered hunters, hanging their heads in despair, lamenting the unfairness of fate and the misfortunes of life. The 7th day of military training ended. All the freshmen were in the core area, with a pass rate of 95.4%, setting a new high since the establishment of Yuanma University. Look, it's Su Qingya and my roommate Han Shang. One by one, scattered sophomores emerged from the primeval forest, greeted by thunderous cheers and applause from their companions. The welcome was like that of heroes returning, leaving many freshmen bewildered. Shouldn't such a welcome be reserved for those who completed military training? A figure stepped out of the primeval forest. Holding a pitch-black longbow and carrying a quiver, he exuded an imposing aura, his complexion rosy, Luo Ge, you finally made it out. Sun Biwei had already heard from the sophomore senior about Su Chen's great achievements, and he could only admire his roommate for turning the tables on the relationship between prey and hunter. Luo Ge, how many did you get? I don't know either. A few sophomores stepped forward, gathering their courage to ask Su Chen for his identity badges. Opening the storage ring, the identity badges tumbled out in a small mountain. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. And Sun Biwei gasped, giving a thumbs up. Luo Ge, I don't bow to anyone in my life, but I bow to you. Really, if I were a girl, I would definitely marry you. No way. The teacher in charge of the device quickly called a few people forward to count. Sophomores, please be patient. As soon as we get the exact number, we will return them immediately. The celebration for the end of military training instantly turned into an identity badge distribution conference. Yubema gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the 4 identity badges in his hand, thinking it would be a bonus, but it turned out to be not even enough to provide timely assistance. After a while, the distribution of identity badges was completed. The 4 of them scratched their heads, puzzled about where their identity badges had gone. I have them. Oh, right, we were defeated, I remember now. We were actually defeated by you, Sigh. Forget it, I can't slack off this semester. Buzz. Suddenly, everything went black in front of Yubema, and he almost spat blood. Damn, why is this happening? Dean Yi, Vice Dean Xia, there are a total of 213 pieces. This sentence was like a heavy bomb. The usually composed Yisho instinctively touched his mustache, while beside him, Xia Ajin stretched his neck forward. Completely stunned. All the students gasped in shock, unable to help but look towards that figure. A single person changing the rules of the game and making a fortune in the process could only be described as a prodigy. Listening to the waves of astonishment, the reporting teacher could only smile wryly. He knew this would be the outcome. Yisho directly fulfilled his promise, using his highest authority to add 21,300 credits. On the spot, envious and jealous gazes were cast towards Su Chen, who once again became the focus of the crowd. It should be noted that at Manhwa University, credits can be used to purchase equipment materials, and can also be used to upgrade one's level in the library and learn higher level skills, making them essential for the path to becoming stronger. Su Chen had already accumulated over 20,000 credits and could receive the highest level of credits monthly, so it was easy to imagine that the next year of his academic life would be extremely prosperous. Congratulations to everyone, this military training has come to a successful end. Moreover, you have successfully broken the school's military training record, becoming the most outstanding first-year students ever. The scene erupted with thunderous cheers from the first-year students. Yubema stood at the back of the crowd, his expression dark. That figure, which had drawn everyone's attention, had become an inescapable nightmare in his heart. In contrast, the second-year students looked grim. They had become the most failed and shameful second-year class, nearly being wiped out by the freshmen. Next, Yi Xiu announced the military training awards. As the first freshman to reach the core area and break the school's military training record, Su Chen's reward was obtaining S-level access to the Zixia building. The second-year students instantly lost their composure, their eyes filled with intense jealousy. The Zixia building was the library of Manhwa University, used to store the skills and techniques of awakened ones, equivalent to a vast and rich skill repository. Students wishing to learn new skills needed to have the corresponding access level. S-level access allowed unlimited consultation of skill books rated S and below in the Zixia building. Normally, to upgrade to S-level, one would need a massive amount of credits and must achieve excellent results in competitions and activities held by the school. This was the first time such a direct reward had been given. Mei Nianxue watched the boy in the crowd and nodded slightly. With the 7-day military training over, the next step was to categorize each awakened one into their respective departments. In fact, talent varies from person to person. What seems like a supportive talent might lean more towards combat depending on the awakened one, and vice versa. The military training was used to assess each freshman and determine a more suitable development direction. Soon, Su Chen saw his departmental classification form. After assessment, he was determined to be in the Combat Academy, with Weaponry Department and Elemental Department appearing as options in the department column. With a swift stroke, he checked both departments. Children make choices, adults take them all. University life quietly unfolded after the departmental classification. The daily learning life at Manhwa University was quite similar to the university life in memory, sometimes leisurely, sometimes busy. There were still many rankings or competition activities, but for the first-year students who had just begun their academic life, these were still somewhat unfamiliar. Shortly after the military training ended, professors and teachers actively contacted their favored students. Many students recommended themselves, with a few succeeding. Waking up early to run, then having breakfast to start a day of training. Each student could freely arrange their time, and Su Chen had to study both the weaponry and elemental courses, making his schedule even tighter. Mei Nianxue, as the archery instructor for the first-year students, had 4 classes a week. Seemingly cold and indifferent, her lectures are clear and coherent, with substantial content in each class. Coupled with her high attractiveness, she quickly became one of the most popular courses in the school. Each class is held in the largest lecture hall, attended not only by freshmen but also by sophomores and juniors. According to Mei Nianshue's requirements, her classes must be attended and no absences are allowed. She always chooses a front row seat, and whenever Mei Nianshue enters the classroom, she subconsciously looks towards a specific spot. Aside from regular classes, Su Chen spends almost all his time in the training hall or biking to Mei Nianshue to extract various shooting techniques. Having long been accustomed to Su Chen's method of squeezing knowledge, Mei Nianshue is pleased to see her students' growth, and she also shares many shooting techniques below the ultimate realm for Su Chen to explore and try. All instructors in the weaponry department have at least one weapon skill that has reached the master level. Su Chen is amazed by the depth of UNMI University and, having had previous experiences of being attacked in hunting grounds, decides to learn 2 to 3 more types of weapons. After consideration, he decides to study the spear in hand-to-hand combat. With his mind made up, Su Chen does not procrastinate. The firearms instructor and the close combat instructor notice that a young man always approaches them after class with questions, and they are happy to answer. Soon, Su Chen's system panel shows skills in firearms and hand-to-hand combat, indicating a beginner level. He does not neglect the elemental courses either. Thanks to the teacher's innovations, the uses of the 8 basic elements have been expanded. Like a diligent, tireless ox plowing the fields, he feels no fatigue. He tirelessly expands his foundation, making himself stronger. This life is fulfilling yet lonely, with the only companion being the watchful gaze of Yuan. The big, bright eyes witness Su Chen's hard work. Whenever he recalls the overwhelming beast tide in his narrow escape, a sense of crisis arises within him. In this world, fate is more fragile and cruel. His destiny should be in his own hands, along with his mother, Xiao Qing, and sister, Luo Miaoxia. This hard-won familial bond is worth protecting with his life. Defending home and country is always a grand theme. Not seeking greatness in life, but striving to be true to oneself. As the engine's roar gradually fades, he takes off his helmet and happens to see a young couple embracing at the villa entrance. Yo, Luoge, long time no see you back so early. Yeah, everything went smoothly today, so I came back early. Sun Biwei affectionately hugs the short-haired girl and enthusiastically introduces Su Chen. Ah, you, hello, I'm Mu Shui. Hello, Su Chen. The girl's round, apple-like face is flushed with excitement. She had long heard Sun Biwei mention that her roommate was Su Chen, and at the time, she thought he was just bragging. After all, Su Chen's legendary feat of hunting 213 sophomore seniors alone was still being discussed a month after military training ended. Although Mu Shui is in the healing department of the auxiliary academy, she is equally familiar with Su Chen. Tomorrow night at 7 at Fusheng Hotel, we're treating. Slightly taken aback, Su Chen nods in agreement. Just as he is about to head upstairs, Sun Biwei whistles just in time to see Yang Yunfeng's hands swiftly retract from the girl's shoulder. Hee, I just saw Wei Ge living a good life with his girlfriend, so I thought, why not date someone too? Yang Yunfeng scratches his head and grins foolishly, while the girl beside him is the type that leans on him, perfectly matching the burly Yang Yunfeng. Nice to meet you for the first time. Good evening. I'm Yao Qiuxing from the enhancement department. After chatting for a while, Su Chen bids farewell to the 4 interns to go upstairs, leaving the 2 pairs staring at each other in confusion. He had wanted to take the opportunity to bring Su Chen along, perhaps even introduce a girl to his roommate to help him find a partner. There are less than 30 pages left in the book. Where are the magical herbs to finish reading? Dating and such. Su Chen's lips curl up slightly. The abyssal eyes widened, staring in confusion at what kind of existence this holder truly was. Was he just a big piece of wood? On the desk, a herbarium with over 1,000 pages, nearly as thick as a dictionary, had only a few pages left. Skillfully, he wrote one free-spirited character after another in a blank notebook. Stretching lazily, Su Chen walked towards the bathroom. Yuan Yan had already closed his eyes. Click, the bathroom door opened, and familiar footsteps approached from afar. Although he had closed his eyes early, at this moment, he couldn't help but open a tiny slit. Surprisingly, there was not a hint of desire. What a waste after growing up like this. The night sky sparkled with stars. And outside the window, the sounds of car horns and the laughter of men and women could still be heard. In the dormitory, Yang Yunfeng initially lived a life almost like a monk, just like Su Chen, but after military training ended, he gradually adjusted his schedule, and 10 days ago, he announced that things had returned to normal. Loneliness, huh? Su Chen smiled faintly in the dark. Just like in his previous life, when he insisted on becoming a game booster and doing manual labor despite everyone's objections, no one would agree. In the end, even those who entered the industry with him chose to withdraw, but Su Chen continued to persevere. 2 years later, he had become a high-quality seller in the circle, having everything except a girlfriend, and at class reunions, he was definitely sitting at the main table with those classmates who were called winners in life. Loneliness had never been a problem. Odd drowsiness hit, and he fell into a deep sleep. Morning runs were a habit Su Chen had always maintained, both before and now. After finishing his run, Su Chen checked the time on his phone, which was 11 seconds faster than his average time. It seemed that since military training ended, he hadn't seen the girl named Zhang Shinro again. Su Chen only thought about it briefly and didn't take it to heart. By the time the sun rose, he was already standing in front of Mei Nianshue's villa. There was only one arrangement for today: to undergo Mei Nianshue's skill test. In less than a month since military training ended, he had extracted 4 archery techniques from Mei Nianshue, one of which could only be comprehended at the pinnacle level of archery. With Mei Nianshue's reminder, having the eye of the heart allowed him to understand and master it faster, and after a week, he finally turned it into a technique that belonged to him. The sun was high in the sky. Crunch! The lollipop in his mouth was bitten into pieces, and Su Chen's shooting was also quite impressive in Mei Nianshue's eyes. He was transfixed, instinctively picking up the lollipop resting on the candy wrapper. Mei Nianshue's eyes showed a hint of approval. Nowadays, she rarely felt surprised by any of Su Chen's achievements, her heart calm and undisturbed. A young man not even 20 years old had already attained a master-level archery skill that ordinary people could hardly match, had mastered an S-level technique in less than a month, and had even condensed a black jade zhangrock. Not to mention those techniques that she had to work hard to learn were easily grasped by Su Chen. Not bad. The connection between these techniques and the 3 skills is very good. You can go explore Zixia Tower later. Mei Nianshue took a few more licks of the lollipop, the sweetness constantly tantalizing her taste buds, which was her favorite. Really? That's great. Overjoyed, he was finally able to learn new skills. After obtaining S-level permission, he initially wanted to go directly to Zixia Tower, but Mei Nianshue's requirement was to integrate the existing skills with the mastered techniques. Through diligent practice, Su Chen's combat power increased significantly. The skills after merging techniques had effects and power that reached a new height Su Chen had never imagined. Just as he was about to pick up the lollipop before the test, he found that only the candy wrapper was left. Sigh, how did it disappear? He hadn't seen any dogs pass by just now. Zixia Tower was located in the central area of Yuanma University, right next to the office building, and was recognized by all students as a sacred place. It was also the most direct representation of the heritage of the 4 top universities in Huaxia. A common F-level skill book could be sold for an exorbitant price, let alone the higher quality B and A-level ones. In August, a B-grade rare skill book of the enhancement type was auctioned at the Longcheng auction house for an astronomical price of 200 million. Meanwhile, at the Zixia building, all skill books are completely free and do not require purchase. As long as you spend credits to upgrade your reading permissions, you can use them to read and comprehend. One of the meanings of enduring hardships to attend university lies here. Hello, student. What quality of skill book would you like to check? The female receptionist, with a professionally sweet smile, spoke in a very gentle voice. S grade. Good. Please show your identity badge. Ding, the receptionist's pupils suddenly widened, and after confirming several times, she had no choice but to believe that this freshman in front of her actually possessed S-grade reading permissions that even many 3rd and 4th year students might not have. After sending Su Chen off, the receptionist gently slapped her cheek, feeling relieved. That was close. Almost made a mistake. This situation clearly indicated that he was a relative of the principal, otherwise how could it be explained? A remarkably talented genius? What the Yuanshan University has the most of is the so-called geniuses. The Zixia building houses countless skill books, and there are dedicated reading rooms for checking A-grade and above skill books. Among them, the personified intelligent assistant stands out. After verifying the identity badge, the screen unlocked. I am the intelligent search assistant, Xiao AI. Please select the conditions for the skill book you wish to check. On the screen, Su Chen checked the prompts one by one, and immediately the relevant information for S-grade skill books appeared. Meteor arrow quality, S-grade description, consumes all physical strength to shoot an arrow capable of shattering stars, requires the learner to be at least level 6. Those without a strong physique are advised against learning, as it may endanger life. Sky arrow book quality, S-grade description, shoot an arrow towards the vast sky, which can summon a denser rain of arrows for concentrated strikes within the area, requires the learner to have a mastery level of archery no lower than proficient. Dragon Soul dual hull quality, S-grade description, condenses the power of dual dragon souls to shoot a devastating arrow, capable of causing a deterrent effect on all units within its path, requires the learner to possess 2 types of dragon treasure materials. Unlike A-grade skill books, S-grade and above skill learning has prerequisites. For an entire afternoon, Su Chen was selecting suitable skill books. The 7 elemental enchanted arrows and the resulting multiple elemental enchanted arrows were enough to handle various situations, but he still lacked a large-scale area damage skill. Although the explosion of the fire element also has area attack effects, it is still too small. After pondering for a long time, he gently tapped the screen. Then it's you. Prompt: do you want to select Sky Arrow Book? Yes. Immediately, the intelligent assistant Xiao AI walked into the entrance of the wall behind her. After a while, Xiao AI appeared, transforming into a table and chair. The Sky Arrow Book was placed on the table. Having had the experience of studying the 8-element body refinement technique, Su Chen adjusted the comfort of the table and chair and began to read carefully. Time passed second by second. After closing the skill book, Suchin seemed to be deep in thought. He picked up the yuan eye and focused on the empty bowstring. A flash of insight suddenly illuminated his mind. System activate skill now had the word sky arrow book added, with the realm level being entry level. Considering the time spent checking the skill book, it took about 7 hours. If other awakened ones knew that Suchin comprehended an S-grade skill to entry level in such a short time, they would surely be astonished. Gulyulu, Suchin remembered that he forgot to eat lunch. Smack, he hit his forehead and rushed out the door. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon. There was still dinner with Sun Biwei tonight. Hurriedly exiting the Zixia building, he hopped onto his motorcycle and sped away. It was the peak time for lunch after classes, and the main road was crowded with various vehicles. Suchin chose to take the small path outside the teaching building to exit the campus. The sky was darkening, and the streetlights on both sides of the road lit up. The distant skyscrapers flickered with neon lights, resembling daylight. Qingbei City was truly a university town, home to one top-tier institution, 3 first-rate universities, and 3 second-rate universities. These students were genuine awakeners, the living force in the future battles against alien races and fierce beasts. The daytime training and classes were demanding, and the thick night provided an excellent cover for thousands of young awakeners to relieve stress and seek joy. Moreover, the young awakeners were not stingy with money, and the entertainment service industry in Qingbei City was equally developed. As the motorcycle entered the city center, the roads became particularly congested. Dressed in a leather jacket and pants, paired with a black and red helmet, Suchin had barely crossed 3 intersections when he heard 8 whistles. The exuberant female awakeners were also seeking thrilling ways to relieve their stress under the night sky. After parking his motorcycle, he quickly walked into the restaurant lobby. The crystal clock on the wall showed the time as 7:40, 40 minutes later than the scheduled time. Room 777. I'm telling you, this summer I just received recognition from the 7th-tier swordsmanship master, Professor Kong, who accepted me as his 142nd direct disciple. Did you know? He set aside half a day each week just to guide me in my training. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a young man sitting at the main seat, dressed maturely, his words filled with the wisdom of a senior towards a junior. At the table of 7, the other 6 were all attentively listening to the young man speak. Ah, you finally made it. I told you he would definitely be late, didn't I? Sorry, everyone, I didn't expect the traffic to be this bad. The 4 girls in the room couldn't help but be taken aback. Suchin's figure was already full of charm, and his face was also a plus, making the other 3 seem ordinary in comparison. The young man at the main seat raised an eyebrow, a barely noticeable hint of anger flashing in his eyes. The rules at the drinking table state that the latecomer has to drink 3 cups as a penalty. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng pressed Su Chen down onto the chair, pouring 3 cups of white liquor in front of him. Seeing Su Chen usually act like a serious practitioner, they naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity for him to relax. This handsome guy must be Su Chen, right? Hello. I'm very, very happy to meet you. As fellow freshmen, Su Chen's performance during military training at UNMI University was no secret. Now seeing him in person, and with such high looks, the girls couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After a brief introduction, it turned out that tonight was the night when Sun Biwei and his girlfriend Mu Shui established their relationship, and all their roommates were present. Yan Yunfeng and Mu Shui's roommates also brought their partners along. The young man at the main seat was named Chu Yulong, a second-year student at the Combat Academy and a core member of the Snow Wolf Society. Before Su Chen entered, he was the absolute center of attention. By saying a few things known to all second-year students, he could immediately earn the admiration of the younger students, especially the girls. Chu Yulong showed displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, the focus of the crowd had already shifted. Luo Ge, I'm not saying anything, but with your hard strength, finding a girlfriend should be a piece of cake, right? Or do you already have someone in mind? Not yet. Su Chen, you're still single? The only girl in Mu Shui's dormitory who was still single, Hu Shasha, asked in surprise. Realizing she had lost her composure, she immediately lowered her head, blushing. No one was more curious than the girls when it came to gossip. Sun Biwei opened the conversation, and instantly everyone began to ask Su Chen what kind of girl he liked, offering to help. The waiter brought out several new dishes and rice, and Su Chen buried his head in eating, responding with a word here and there. Leaning against the edge of the chair, Yuan's eyes were closed, gazing with big eyes. Had women. By the way, did you forget that you were supposed to treat me to dinner today? I went to Zixia Tower to pick skills this morning and forgot. I really didn't forget. Feeling neglected, Chu Yunlong suddenly became interested, cleared his throat, and struck a pose as if he were pointing out the world. Speaking of the skills at Zixia Tower, you need to quickly upgrade your access rights. I just started my sophomore year and I've already upgraded to A level. Access. Senior, how many credits do you need to upgrade to A level? Mu Shui asked. Feeling the gaze of everyone, Chu Yunlong raised his chin, clearly pleased. About 30,000. Wow, 30,000. That's so much? You guys in the support academy should be a bit lower. I remember it's around 25,000, right? The 4 girls were taken aback. Unlocking A-level access rights seemed like a distant dream. Actually, as long as you work hard enough, these credits are quite easy to earn. Look at me, I worked hard for a whole year, participating in various activities and competitions, and it was actually quite simple. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng exchanged strange looks, both glancing at their roommate who was quietly eating. They clearly remembered that Su Chen had already had S-level access right after military training. The two were already tired of Chu Yunlong's preaching, but due to his status as a sophomore and an elite member of the club, they really couldn't say anything. Junior? Senior, did you call me? His mouth full of food, his words were unclear. The girls couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit less tense. With your abilities, you could definitely earn 900 credits a month. Upgrading your access rights would definitely be easier than for others. Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I don't need it for now. Junior, it's not that I'm saying this, but being the national champion and first in military training is history. You can't be arrogant. The two watching the fun were trying hard to stifle their laughter. I've already reached S-level access. The room fell silent, with only the sound of Su Chen chewing his food. The food at Fushan was delicious. If his mother and sister came to Qingbei next time, he could invite them to try it. Su Chen didn't notice the dazed expressions of Chu Yunlong and the four girls, while Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were internally injured from holding back their laughter. I can prove this. After military training, Dean Yi personally announced it and directly gave Luogo S-level access. I can prove it too. Humph. S-level access rights are indeed precious, but they're not unattainable. Unable to gain any advantage in access rights, Chu Yunlong began talking about club recruitment and the classification of clubs, successfully regaining everyone's attention. Even Su Chen was listening attentively. Unlike the university clubs that focus mainly on regular cultural courses, the recruitment requirements for awakened university clubs basically boil down to 2 points: being an awakened and meeting the level threshold. New students joining clubs can find awakened individuals with similar talents to exchange experiences and receive help from senior members within the club. The key point is that clubs will periodically organize members to team up for medium to large commissions, and the university will also regularly hold competitions between clubs, broadening the channels for earning credits. As a top university, clubs at Manhwa University are categorized. They are scored based on the level of awakened members within the club, the number of completed commissions, and other criteria. Clubs that exceed the scoreline are elite clubs, while those that do not are ordinary clubs. Generally speaking, elite clubs are filled with strong members, and joining them undoubtedly saves a lot of time and effort. However, due to their higher recruitment level thresholds, many new students can only reluctantly choose ordinary clubs. The Snow Wolf Club, where Chu Yunlong is a relatively large ordinary club. This year, they also plan to take advantage of the recruitment wave and aim to complete several large commissions to challenge for elite club status. You 6 are quite good. When the club recruits new members in a while, you can come find me. As a core member, I have a bit of authority, so I can give you a backdoor opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone thanked him repeatedly. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, subtly shaking his head. He had seen too many people like this before, saying one thing but showing another face in reality. It was just about enjoying the admiration of the younger girls at the dinner table. When they arrived at the restaurant lobby, Sun Biwei and Mu Shui went to settle the bill. Vice President Jiang, good evening, good evening. At that moment, Chu Yunlong appeared next to a woman with a flattering smile. Her hair was elegantly styled up, her beauty striking, and her fair face had a slight rosy glow from inebriation. Dressed in a black evening gown with a slit, her round, snow-white legs were faintly visible, and the black high heels made her already tall figure even more striking. Who are you? I'm Chu Yunlong from the Snow Wolf Club. We met at the last club gathering. Oh, I remember. Hey, Su Chen, what are you doing here? Hearing the familiar voice, Su Chen turned his head. The woman walked over gracefully, her slender waist twisting, exuding a myriad of charms. If it weren't for the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, he would hardly recognize the woman before him, who was wearing mature makeup. Jiang Shinro? You remember me. What are you doing here? My roommate announced a dinner invitation. Looks like my guess was right, you really are a freshman. The club recruitment period is coming up soon. Have you considered joining our pioneer club? Everyone's eyes widened. The passing waiter couldn't help but quicken his pace to leave. Thank you, but I still want to think about it. That's fine. If you want to join, you can tell me. Her exquisite face showed a moment of surprise, but Jiang Shinro concealed it well. I'm on a business trip during this time. I should be back to normal by tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned to the front desk to settle the bill. Su Chen actually didn't mind joining such organizations. Previously, he had operated several guilds for convenience in grinding and forming gold teams. However, agreeing casually felt a bit hasty. This was not a game where you could just join and leave if you were unhappy. There was still some time before the club recruitment, and after hearing Chu Yunlong's introduction, he planned to understand it better. For example, he could ask, Yu Yorue. The few of them were completely bewildered. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were at a loss. Their roommate had just turned down an invitation from the vice president of one of the top 3 elite clubs at Manhwa University. The two exchanged glances, remembering that they had seen on the campus website that the minimum requirement for new members of the Pioneer Club was a level 2 upper tier. How could they approach someone like Su Chen, who was only a level 2 lower tier? More importantly, considering how familiar they seemed, how did Su Chen know Jiang Xinro after just a little over a month since the semester started? Su Chen, could he be somewhat related to Yi Xiu? Sigh. Hu Shasha sighed helplessly, completely giving up on pursuing Su Chen. As a fellow girl, she could sense the signals Jiang Xinro was emitting. With the two of them appearing together, Jiang Xinro was simply a dimensional crush on her. Besides having the advantage of age, she couldn't find any aspect where she could surpass Jiang Xinro. Xu Yulong glared at Su Chen, completely unable to understand everything happening before him. He had put in unimaginable effort to join the Pioneer Club, pouring all his energy into impressing Jiang Xinro at the last club social. Yet even so, he was less impressive in her eyes than a freshman. Now, seeing someone directly choose to refuse, he felt even more indignant inside. Damn it! Just wait. 30 years. In the East, 30 years in the West. Don't underestimate the youth for being poor. In front of the restaurant, the six of them discussed preparing to move on to the next venue. After all, the next day was the weekend, with plenty of time to sleep. Well, I'll head back first, you all have fun. That's fine, I wanted to drag you for a massage to relax. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng knew Su Chen's personality best and no longer pressed him, only lamenting that Su Chen wasted a great opportunity for a home run. Even the most socially awkward Yang Yunfeng could sense Hu Shasha's overflowing affection for Su Chen. He believed that as long as Su Chen treated her a little more gently, entering her heart and galloping into a relationship would be just around the corner. The morning run saw Jiang Xinro in sportswear as promised, and afterward, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast together. Soon after, he received a call from Mei Nianxue saying he had to rush to the teacher's dormitory within half an hour. Teacher, what did you call me for? Placing the still warm breakfast on the table, Su Chen asked curiously. A level 3 awakened one will be coming over shortly, and your goal is to defeat him. Okay. In fact, this was not the first time Su Chen had received such a request. As everyone knows, Mei Nianxue, the only awakened one in Huaxia who has perfected archery to an extraordinary level, is the ultimate aspiration of every archer. Many students come to seek her as a master, and after Mei Nianxue rejects them one by one, there are still quite a few stubborn diehards. Then Su Chen will step in. He competes in archery with these diehards, honing his skills while also gaining more shooting insights. Before this, at least a dozen students had failed under his hands, all of whom were extremely confident in their archery skills. They believed that with their talent, they would surely catch Mei Nianxue's eye. The results were self-evident. Among the archers at Yuanma University, Su Chen, the direct disciple of the archery saint Mei Nianxue, though only a freshman, was in the limelight. Even many students who had been defeated by him boasted loudly. In a pure archery competition, there wasn't a single student in the entire Qingbei city who could defeat him. This time, the challenger was a junior student. Upon seeing Su Chen, he showed no surprise but instead glared with anger as if he had seen a nemesis. Junior of the weaponry department, Li Yunting. I won't be like those others. Do you dare to let me set the challenge for today? Su Chen shrugged. The other party was clearly well prepared, which only piqued his curiosity further. This time, let's change the method of competition and adopt a fair duel. In simple terms, the two would stand still 100 meters apart, with no time limit and no limit on the number of arrows. After starting, they would shoot at each other with the same arrows until one hit the other. As the coin fell, Li Yunting shot arrows in quick succession, the sound of arrows slicing through the air, and in the blink of an eye, 5 arrows were aimed at 5 different targets. Confident in his shooting speed, he believed that as long as they were shooting, he would definitely be faster. In his pitch-black pupils, starlight flickered, and 5 arrows were shot out as well. Crack! Crack! The arrowheads collided and fell to the ground with a snap. Li Yuntung showed disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead. Impossible, you must be cheating. He clearly saw that the other party's shooting speed was slower than his, yet he could still see the trajectory of the arrows. Whoosh! The bowstring snapped. Almost frantically bending the bow and shooting, arrows flew thick and fast, like locusts. Seeing this, Su Chen also retaliated swiftly. The 100-meter space was filled with the sound of a storm and rain. Gradually, the point of collision of the arrows began to shift. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yunting's arm twitched, his eyes nearly bursting. Before him were hundreds of arrows, enough to turn him into a porcupine. All the arrowheads had deflected within half a meter in front of him, slanting into the ground, as if Li Yunting had completely split the rain of arrows with his body. I lost. Every archer recognized this skill, which could slightly alter the direction and trajectory of arrows. A-level skill, Mind Arrow. It was the first time he had seen someone like Su Chen change the trajectory of hundreds of arrows in an instant. Shocked, Li Yunting was completely convinced. With his head hanging low, he returned to the headquarters of the Snow Wolf Society, where he ran into corps member Chu Yunlong. Good morning, Vice President. You must have successfully become a disciple of the archery saint, right? Do you believe I'll beat you up, kid? Is this the expression of someone who's going to succeed? Li Yunting felt even more frustrated. If he used his innate skills, he could easily crush Su Chen. Vice President, your rapid-fire shooting is quite impressive in our academy. Is the opponent really that strong? Reluctantly nodding, Li Yunting began to arrange the upcoming club recruitment. On the table were several stacks of new students' admission materials from which he needed to filter out suitable candidates. This seemingly boring task directly determined whether the Snow Wolf Club could upgrade to an elite club. Soon, the core members of the Snow Wolf Club entered one after another. I believe everyone understands the importance of this year. The focus of this selection is on students with average grades, development potential, but who are not well known. New students with good talent and fame would undoubtedly receive invitations from many large clubs, and everyone knew this, so they immediately began to browse through the materials. Familiar faces reappeared, and the corners of Li Yunting's mouth twitched slightly. The image of being suppressed by Su Chen flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Such a person would likely become a hot commodity in various elite clubs, and he sighed as he tossed the materials out of the intention list. Vice President, good throw. We don't want this kind of pretentious person. Do you know him? I just talked to a junior sister, and her roommate's boyfriend is this guy who can really show off. Chu Yunlong completely failed to notice that Li Yunting's eyes suddenly brightened. If they could recruit him into the club, moving up to an elite club would be a sure thing, with no problems at all. Is being the national champion and first in military training really that impressive? If given the chance, I'll teach him a thing or two about the ways of the world. Shut up! A loud shout made Chu Yunlong sulk and fall silent. With your skills, you can't even beat me, and you want to teach him how to do things? Li Yunting suddenly fell silent, but it made Chu Yunlong understand immediately. That quiet guy turned out to be such a formidable character? As he stepped out, he happened to overhear Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng discussing the new student competition. The time was 2 months after the start of school, more like a midterm assessment. The difference was that the new student competition would distribute cultivation resources based on the final rankings. To go further, one must achieve a high ranking. Yuanma University essentially functioned as a small world for awakeners. Over the 4-year study period, aside from various lists and rankings, there were also a series of well-paying commissions. After awakeners enter university, they need to plan and arrange for themselves, as the rich resources come with extremely harsh requirements for student abilities. If a student falls to the bottom of the rankings more than twice during formal assessments, Yuanma University would directly advise them to withdraw. The new student competition was the first formal assessment encountered after entering the university. Therefore, while students here seemed free, each was calculating in their hearts. After all, no one wanted to lose this hard-won opportunity. Luo Ge Shuebo said. Her roommate's senior boyfriend wants to treat you to a meal, time, and place her up to you. The underlying intention was clear to everyone, and Sun Biwei was full of envy. It was said that many new students who spoke without thinking had been severely taught a lesson by the seniors, becoming exceptionally well-behaved. Now it seemed like the situation had reversed. Luo Ge, when do you say we can tag along for a meal? No time. The two looked at Su Chen's back, shaking their heads secretly. Even Yang Yunfeng, who had been talking about diligent cultivation since the start of school, had found a partner over time and was now living quite comfortably, while only Su Chen maintained his ascetic cultivation lifestyle. By now, they were already familiar with Su Chen's character and no longer minded. In the wasteland outside Qingbei City, Su Chen walked to the center, his eyes curious as he surveyed everything around him. This was a place he had discovered by chance, with no fierce beasts nearby and few awakeners coming here. He planned to test the limits of his skill, Sky Arrow Book. Previous professional habits made Su Chen use new skills multiple times to increase his understanding. Only after going through the initial adjustment could he enjoy happiness in the abundant and juicy experience. An unremarkable arrow shot towards the sky. In an instant, a cyan light array unfolded. It radiated over a 50-meter diameter area of land below. Arrows rained down, and targets within the range had nowhere to hide. Several birds were unable to escape and were instantly pierced. Like hedgehogs. Right now, I can use it about 4 or 5 times, Su Chen sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed an area skill, and the physical consumption would correspondingly increase. After several attempts, he roughly understood the characteristics of the skill and could only rely on resting against a tree to recover his stamina. The higher he shot, the larger the arrow rain's radiation range would be, with an extreme range of about 60 meters. Correspondingly, the skill's activation time would slightly increase. Conversely, a smaller range would result in a faster activation time. I wonder if it can be enchanted with elements. The activation method of the Sky Arrow Book was no different from ordinary shooting, and Su Chen stood up again after recovering his stamina. Dense light elements gathered, radiating a golden glow. Continuous elemental energy was infused into the arrows, and Su Chen felt ecstatic. The Sky Arrow Book could be enchanted with elements. Although the amount of elemental energy consumed was astonishing, thinking of the scene where countless elemental enchanted arrows would rain down later, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Bang bang bang, inconceivably fast shining arrows fell in succession, forming a golden light curtain. The ground was shot into deep black pits, ultimately collapsing into a massive crater. The giant stones that had been pierced into hedgehogs were obliterated into dust under the light curtain, disappearing without a trace. Although the time to infuse elemental energy was slightly longer, he believed that, with more practice, it could definitely be greatly shortened. Moreover, after leveling up and improving proficiency, the power of the Sky Arrow book would also increase. Gulp hungry? Su-chen chuckled bitterly and rode his bike straight to the school cafeteria. Shortly after he left, several cars rushed in from the city. A few were teachers from nearby universities who happened to witness the shocking scene and hurriedly drove over, picking up a stone that had been completely pierced through. Everyone marveled at the sharpness of the arrows. It pierced through without shattering the stone, definitely the work of a renowned archer. This must be an S-level skill, right? Absolutely S-level. This kind of lethality can't be lower than level 5. A simple iron arrow can produce such an effect? Unheard of. In their minds, they all thought of the Bao Saint who had just arrived this semester. This land was just purchased by our Star Dragon University, preparing to expand the campus. The speaker was the vice president of a second-tier university who couldn't help but complain at the edge of the bottomless pit. What about the cost to fill it in? Manpower and resources are a huge expense. A second-tier university was not like a top-tier institution. Just the funds to buy this piece of land took nearly 3 years to apply for. Now, with an additional expense, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Is the Bao Saint really that impressive? Who wants to go with me to demand an explanation? Well, old Zhang, my spouse is calling me home for dinner. Oh, I suddenly remembered I have class in the first period today, so I won't accompany you. Only a few from Star Dragon University remained on the scene, all looking dejected. A little freedom point, I should find time to get some. Checking nearby hunting grounds or gray zones. Since Qingbei City had no shortage of awakened ones, the fierce beasts had long been hunted to extinction. The nearest spider nest would take at least a month for a round trip to hunt, and he would definitely miss the freshman competition, which would be a loss. Let's find a teacher first. Mei Nianxuat agreed with Su Chen's idea and arranged corresponding training, successfully shortening the activation time of the full-power Sky Arrow book to under 30 seconds in less than 10 days. As time passed, the excitement of the freshman competition on campus is gradually rising, and the newcomers begin to gather information. With the number of people in the training hall surging, Yu Beima takes out an ancient-looking pill from his storage ring, his breath suddenly quickening. A third-tier high-grade pill, the spirit-gathering pill. Pills are divided into 9 tiers, each with 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The effect of this pill in front of him is enough to elevate his level to the upper rank. Su Chen, I will use your failure to overcome my inner demons. On the day of the new student competition, Su Chen arrived at the designated location, the garden square at the center of the campus. Red flags fluttered, and the crowd surged. Students who knew each other greeted one another amidst the chaos. Permission confirmed, countdown to the central arena begins. 3, 2, 1, the ground trembled, and the sound of machinery roared continuously. Suddenly, a gap spanning a kilometer opened in the garden square, and the gap continued to expand. Hiss, can it be played like this? Having heard early on that the architecture of Yuanma University concealed mysteries, seeing it today still surprised Su Chen. A structure resembling the Roman Colosseum slowly rose from underground. Is this the might of a top-tier institution? Many second and third-year students watching crossed their arms, looking pleased. They loved seeing the fresh faces of the newcomers who had never seen such things. The giant arena had 16 entrances, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators and allowing thousands of awakened ones to battle simultaneously. Thanks to the in-depth discussions with Zhang Xinro after running every morning, Su Chen was relatively clear about the basic procedures of the new student competition. In past years, the competition projects had focused on both individual and team events, but he heard that this year would be different from previous ones. Looking around, his excitement grew. Competing in such a magnificent building would provide a much better experience than the pitiful duel rooms in games. The empty podium had 6 seats, causing confusion among many students. In previous years, there were 2 deans from 2 colleges and 1 vice president attending. Who would the 6th person be? The 6 individuals appeared one after another, and Su Chen saw someone sitting in the center chair at an unknown time. The man looked to be around 30 years old, dressed in a long blue robe, with a gentle and refined demeanor, a hint of a smile in his brows. Champion Huo Cheng? Su Chen had seen his portrait in textbooks and was well acquainted with his deeds. He had single-handedly infiltrated the lair of an alien race, and when the aliens suddenly discovered their homeland was being destroyed during a fierce battle, Huo Cheng ambushed them from the front and back, setting a record by annihilating 700,000 aliens in one battle. He personally killed the opposing marshal, truly tipping the scales of victory, and was awarded the title of champion after the war, becoming an idol for countless young awakened ones. However, many people's gazes eventually focused on the edge of the podium on the left side. Dressed in exquisite leather armor, over a tattered plum robe, her tall and slender figure was unforgettable at first glance. Her emerald green eyes showed no emotion, and her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with coldness. Like an iceberg, she was unapproachable. As a teacher, she shouldn't have been sitting in this position, yet no one at the scene raised any objections, because she was the only Bao Saint of Huaxia. 6 distinctly powerful auras spread out, and Su Chen felt a weight on his shoulders. It should be known that only 1/8 tier awakened one is needed to apply for a school license from the state. There were 6 right in front of him. The bell rang. A dignified voice echoed in everyone's minds simultaneously. Silence. It was actually the rarest psychic ability? Just this. Skill of mental transmission alone indicated a proficiency that could not be lower than the supreme level. Good morning, I am Vice President Hua Ching. This academic year, Manhwa University has a total of 2,469 new students, with 2,135 participating in the new student competition. The new students below showed expressions of astonishment. Manhwa University bears the important responsibility of cultivating talents for the country. Entering Manhwa is not the end, but the beginning. Among the eliminated awakened ones, there is 1 with S-level talent, 32 with A-level talent, 13 with B-level talent, and a total of 288 with C-level or lower talent. Those eliminated will be recorded in their personal files and retained for life. Wow, like a giant stone thrown in, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Getting into university and still being eliminated was simply unheard of. You should feel fortunate, at least the efforts of the past 2 months have been recognized by the school. A free training environment is not an excuse for laziness. Enjoying richer resources comes with greater responsibilities and obligations. Please remember, Manhwa University is forever a hell for the lazy, and also a paradise for the diligent. Su Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Hua Qing's speech was incredibly imposing, and the few chatterboxes around him fell completely silent. Next, we will discuss the rules of the freshman competition. This freshman competition consists of 3 events: free-for-all, team battle, and finally, individual battle. The first free-for-all will have 500 participants, and defeating 10 opponents will allow you to advance. The second team battle will randomly assign teammates, and winning 3 matches will allow you to advance. The third individual battle, as you might expect, is a one-on-one arena fight. The first place will receive 1,500 credits, a 5th-tier cultivation pill, and an upgrade in access level to the Zixia Tower. The second place will receive 1,000 credits and a 4th-tier cultivation pill. The third place will receive 500 credits and a 3rd-tier cultivation pill. After explaining the competition rules, only the students for the first free-for-all remained, while all other freshmen exited to the central arena. Su Chen gave a thumbs up, and Yang Yunfeng on the other side nodded in agreement. Each free-for-all lasts for 1 hour, and according to the list, Su Chen was scheduled for the 3rd round. The freshman competition will last for 3 days, and soon after, there will be club recruitment. If one performs well, they might attract the attention of elite clubs. Moreover, with many high-level awakeners in the audience, many students who have yet to successfully find a mentor were eager to showcase their skills. After a long wait, Su Chen and the other freshmen for the 3rd round entered the arena. Following the first 2 rounds, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. A black spatial rift appeared before the 500 participants, and the students pulled out a wristband from within. This is your individual smart wristband. If you suffer an attack that reaches lethal levels, the shield within the wristband will activate. The host reiterated the precautions, and a countdown appeared on the giant screen. Sister Ji, that person is Su Chen, the national champion I told you about. Zhang Xinro finally spotted Su Chen among the crowd and hurriedly pointed him out to the red-haired woman beside her. The red-haired woman frowned slightly as she looked in Zhang Xinro's direction. 2nd-tier lower level. At his level, it's not enough to join our club. I have full confidence in him. We're not a trash club that only looks at levels. Zhang Xinro crossed her arms, her face full of confidence. She had been paying attention to Su Chen since she learned his name. Despite being a freshman, he already had quite a reputation in the archer community. Star talent erupted instantly. Flames ignited. Purple thunder roared, shattering the peace that had long been at a critical point. Dazzling colors filled the entire arena, overwhelming the senses. A figure holding a long arrow swiftly retreated to the edge, not drawing much attention. Whoosh! The light element enchantment was complete. An arrow shot towards the sky like a signal flare, igniting the battle. In silence, a rain of arrows covering a 60-meter radius had already coalesced. Buzz! The intelligent mechanical wristband unleashed a spherical barrier, causing the students within to float. We are sorry, you have been eliminated by Su Chen. Everyone? Under the brilliant light curtain, many students had not yet realized they had been eliminated, looking bewildered as they listened to the prompt sound, cursing softly. In just a blink, dozens of spherical barriers appeared on the field, colliding with each other, reminiscent of a game of bumper balls. Crack! Those who reacted faster activated their defensive skills, yet still could not withstand the rain of light arrows. The spherical barrier of the intelligent mechanical wristband activated. The upperclassmen in the audience erupted. What the hell? What just happened? The damage from this skill is too high. Who is that new student? Many students were caught off guard, hiding under the spherical barriers to escape the flashing rain of arrows. In less than a minute, there were over 100 spherical barriers in the arena. List of advancers 1 Suchen 112. The rain of arrows stopped, and the students who emerged from the spherical barriers were still shaken. The fleeting moment of shock left countless spectators dumbfounded, especially when they saw the arena floor riddled with holes. Almost everyone's gaze froze at that moment. Previously smooth and intact after 2 chaotic battles, it now looked as if it had been shot at with a laser gun. So, the arrow rain attack just now reached the strength of a 4th tier awakened? And it had such a wide range? Thank you for your participation. You may collect resources at the supply station after the final rankings are announced. I haven't done anything yet. Suchen is such a cheat. How could I possibly be eliminated? The new students in the spherical barriers pounded their chests and stomped their feet, wanting to cry but having no tears. Countless doubts arose in their hearts, and their gazes unconsciously turned to Suchen. What kind of extraordinary combat power is this? Are archers really this strong? The battle erupted again. However, no one was willing to provoke the young man who had already exceeded his advancement goals. After all, it wasn't the final arena battle. I remember the last time there was such a scene, it was that little guy Ji Xingxiong who eliminated 94 people at once, but he ended up incapacitated on the spot, far inferior to Suchen. I truly admire the teaching quality of Saint Mei. The performance is acceptable but still has shortcomings. Hua Qing was slightly taken aback and laughed heartily. A strict teacher produces outstanding students, no wonder Suchen is so remarkable. If I have the chance, I must discuss teaching methods with Saint Mei. Sure, you set the time. Yi Xiao, Xia Aojin, and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, inevitably casting envious glances at Mei Nianshui. Reaching the 8th tier and being conferred the title of saint, wanting to advance further requires more opportunity than effort. Generally, those who reach such a level focus on competition in other areas, for example, equipment, achievements, and also how well their students perform. Suchen's terrifying performance truly earned Mei Nianshui a lot of face in front of the other saints. Compared to the calm indifference on the high platform, the audience was in an uproar. Looking at the range and intensity, the skill quality must be at least S level, right? It directly eliminated over 100 people. Oh my goodness, what a spectacle. I remember the Celestial Arrow book shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be another skill? Initially expecting another thrilling chaotic battle like the previous two, they were directly reduced by 1/5 at the start. Many upperclassmen sighed. Being in the same frame as Suchen was truly bad luck. Among the students watching the match, many also had S-level access rights, and quite a few had also learned the Celestial Arrow book. But why did Suchen's arrows shine with golden light? It couldn't be that he learned a fake Celestial Arrow book, right? How about it? I told you he's really strong. Jiang Xinrou's eyes were filled with admiration, and the woman beside her had finally recovered from her shock. After that, you should try to make contact. As for the conditions, follow the president or vice president's lead. Okay. For the usually stingy president to offer such a high price, Jiang Xinrou appeared calm, but inside, a storm was brewing. It's the first time a new member of the club could command such a high price. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, who had already advanced in the previous 2 rounds, leaned over the railing, glancing at each other's somewhat awkward expressions, then looking at Suchen, who was spotless. Comparing people, there was a clear gap. Yubema, in his flowing long robe, had a handsome face that twisted for a few seconds. He had been driven to madness over the past 2 months. And now he was at the 2nd tier, 2 whole tiers above Suchen, and he absolutely could not lose. So what? Once I get close, aren't you just a sandbag? Yubema was full of confidence. With his elite-level swordsmanship and overwhelming level, there was no reason he would lose. Meanwhile, in the area of the professors and teachers, it had already boiled over upon seeing the Sky Arrow book. With this level of the Sky Arrow book, I can guarantee the realm is no lower than mastery. The Sky Arrow book has such penetration? How come I didn't know? Come on. Get it straight, that's just a 2nd tier lower kid, and he mastered it in just 2 months? What a joke. Even the experienced and well-informed professors could not understand how Suchen managed to upgrade his skills. They wanted to see Suchen in action again, but he had already started slacking off. System, activate. The free points on the panel hadn't increased, instantly making it meaningless to continue. Yawning, Suchen gestured to Sun Biwei and the others, directly exiting to the cafeteria for a meal. No wonder he was taken as a student by the Archmage of Bows, such talent is indeed rare. It seems I can't miss the upcoming matches. I heard many upperclassmen from our school lost to him in simple archery duels. Zun Du Jiaodu? The many teachers didn't know much about Suchen. Their knowledge was limited to his impressive performance in the college entrance examination and his points earned during the new student military training by counterhunting. After that, Suchen seemed to have vanished without a trace. Archers, due to their attack characteristics, have both very obvious strengths and weaknesses. The tip of the iceberg that Suchen displayed was enough to pique the curiosity of many teachers. The rules for the 2nd team battle were very simple. The smart wristbands would randomly match 2 freshmen from the Combat Academy and 1 from the Support Academy to form a combat team for a free-for-all. A total of 5 matches needed to be completed, and winning 3 would allow them to advance. If 2 members of the team were defeated, the team would be eliminated. In Sun Biwei's room, the three clinked their glasses in celebration. As long as I don't get assigned a useless support, I can lead the other two to advance. I don't want to run into Luo Go, anyone else is fine, Yang Yunfeng said in a deep voice. Buzz, buzz. Su Chen took out his phone. It was a message from Main Yanxue. Teacher's dormitory, hurry over. Don't forget to bring me 2 bags of lollipops. Oh, teacher. Strawberry-flavored lollipop. The curtains in the room were all drawn up, and Main Yanxue quickly pulled out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Although it was still the same kind of lollipop she had tasted at the manor, which was unique, Main Yanxue still had an indescribable fondness for these oddly shaped candies. After watching for more than 6 hours, Main Yanxue was almost going crazy. She would never expose her love for lollipops to others. Cough cough, Su-chan, do you know why I was so eager for you to come? Because you finished your lollipop, and you felt embarrassed to go to the supermarket to buy more. Slap. A heavy hit landed on the back of her head. Shallow. How could I, the great saint of the Bao, call you here for such trivial matters? The crystal clear earlobes hidden beneath her silver hair suddenly turned red, but thanks to her self-training over time, she finally wouldn't let her ears turn pointy so easily. Leaning back, she casually placed her left leg over her right, a bundle of pure white that was quite dazzling. I called you here because I definitely discovered a flaw in your skills. Please, teacher. Su Chen's expression also became particularly serious. This was indeed a matter that a righteous and earnest teacher should discuss with a student. I see that you can only enchant while maintaining a certain posture. Once interrupted, even if it doesn't cause any harm to your life, the fundamental reason for your skill being interrupted is still that you lost. Su Chen scratched his head, looking puzzled. Little guy, you've only just won a new student competition, so don't get too proud. Main Yanxue waved her lollipop around, looking more lively than ever. I saw several students today whose strength is not inferior to yours, so be careful not to trip. Teacher, do you mean like this? Main Yanxue's eyes widened, and then she lightly coughed. It seems my teaching of you has been quite good. In an instant, Su Chen held a long arrow that shone with golden light. Moreover, once shot, it would surely trigger the Sky Arrow book. In other words, Su Chen also realized that releasing skills could be interrupted and had thought of a countermeasure in advance. Even without displaying the skill stance, he could still complete elemental enchantment. The other's growth indeed exceeded his expectations. After Su Chen left, Main Yanxue couldn't help but smile happily. As long as her student performed normally, securing first place in the new student competition would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Everyone believed that once an archer was approached, their fate was only defeat. Little did they know, within 7 steps, the arrow was both fast and accurate. The first day of the new student competition ended, and the most viewed video replay circulating on the campus network was no longer than 1 minute. The golden rain of arrows at dusk took away hundreds of people in an instant. Many freshmen aiming for the top 3 regarded Su Chen as a formidable enemy. The next day, the arena was packed with people, even more so than the previous day. In the designated area, Su Chen found his 2 teammates. One was a girl named Lin Qingyan from the Combat Academy, dressed in black leather armor, holding a staff. Her B-level talent, Summon the Dead, was basically equivalent to a necromancer. However, due to the strength of her talent, summoning the dead would take more time. The other girl, with a chest that could encompass everything, was named Han Yoshue, a freshman from the Support Academy, with an A-level talent of life vines. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with a cute round face, a soft and adorable voice, and would blush after just a few words. They were even happier to have Su Chen as their teammate. The battle yesterday was witnessed by all, and it was clear they had latched onto a strong ally. Please take care of me from now on. Han Yoshue extended her hand, her impressive chest trembling continuously. Leave the milk matters to me, I have plenty of milk. Cough cough. Su Chen turned his gaze elsewhere, just in time to see Lin Qingyan, who looked like an airport. Not far away, a young man was watching Su Chen, his smile growing even brighter. Zhang Xian, do you think your plan will work? Of course it will. Have you forgotten who I am? The teammates beside him immediately fell silent. Not long ago, he was accepted as a disciple by the vice president of the Battle Academy, Xia Ozhen, sharing the same rare spatial talent that is difficult to awaken. Zhang Xian licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. His teacher said that as long as he could place in the top 3 of the freshman competition, she would personally give him the spatial ring she had crafted and carried for many years. Thinking of that voluptuous figure, perhaps the spatial ring would contain some little insights left for him by the teacher. Zhang Xian did not believe he was weaker than Su Chen. It was just that the latter's archery skills would definitely become an obstacle for him. There would be a 15-minute team adjustment period before the official start, and once the time was up, they would officially enter the arena. Compared to the previous chaotic battle of 500 people, the number of participants in this team battle was clearly much smaller, and it was still a free-for-all. As Su Chen and his 2 companions entered the arena, they immediately felt the gazes from all directions. Yesterday's terrifying performance had piqued the interest of many professors and teachers, but when they saw the other two teammates, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this intentional? How can a team without a frontline fight? This team composition is just giving it away, isn't it? I don't think so. I've heard Su-chen's archery skills are already at a master level. While the teachers were predicting the outcome, many teams in the arena also noticed Su-chen and his companions, especially when they saw the weapons in their hands. They exchanged knowing smiles. As they waited for the team battle to begin, all the students quietly observed their surroundings, when suddenly a voice broke the silence, sounding particularly jarring. Hello everyone, please listen to me. We've come this far, and it hasn't been easy, right? But everyone saw Su-chen's performance yesterday. Maybe he'll use the same tricks again today. None of you want to be eliminated, right? Think about those 100 or so unfortunate souls from yesterday. Some of them could have been standing on this stage today, but they were all eliminated by Su-chen. The voice was loud and righteous, convincing yet somewhat seductive. For ourselves, and for the chance to have a thrilling and passionate battle, let's eliminate Su-chen's team first. Don't be afraid, let's work together and easily take out Su-chen. I'll be just like you, worried about being indiscriminately taken out by Su-chen. My name is Zhang Xian, disciple of Xie Ajin, the vice president of the Battle Academy. What the hell? Can it be played like this? Lin Xingyan suddenly felt like she had been set up. She thought they had formed a winning team, but it seemed they were about to be eliminated right from the start. I just made a kind suggestion. I don't want to see everyone being robbed of their glory by Su-chen during the battle. Isn't that right, everyone? With a "isn't it" on the left and a "right" on the right, the speaker clearly wanted to use this team battle to get himself eliminated early. Su-chen and Lin Xingyan noticed the students around them gradually changing their expressions. When the wall falls, many will push it. A broken drum will surely be beaten by thousands. Incited by the voice's owner, they were likely to face a fierce attack right from the start. On the high platform, Main Yanxue looked at Xie Ajin, who responded with a smile. Although the means are not very clever, he has a good grasp of the situation. Yi Xiu stroked his mustache and praised. Knowing how to manipulate people's hearts is also a strong person's tactic. Xie Ajin puffed out her proud chest, her smile tinged with satisfaction. I noticed this point about him from the beginning. Zhang Xian knows how to utilize the situation well. With a raised eyebrow, Main Yanxue's lips curved into a sharp arc. You two don't need to worry about me, just focus on not getting eliminated. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as Su-chen had already noticed the voice's owner. The straight line distance was the farthest, but still within range. Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu nodded. Team battle, start. The long arrow was released. Everyone, in order to have no. The voice abruptly stopped. Su-chen had already changed positions, the long arrow in his hand shining with golden light. Ha! At the other end of the arena, Zhang Xian was already within the circular barrier, chattering endlessly. What does an archer need with hot blood? A familiar scene reappeared. The massive rain of arrows formation unfolded. Huo Cheng was stunned. He could clearly see the trajectory of that arrow. If it weren't for the barrier being deployed, Zhang Xian would have likely been shot in the head and killed by now. The arrow contained numerous archery techniques, even using mental arrows to correct its path, ensuring a 100% headshot. If this arrow had been shot by those seasoned archers who had been practicing for years, or even by third or fourth year students, it wouldn't have surprised him at all. But Su-chen was just a freshman in his first year. As soon as the team battle began, Zhang Xian was eliminated. In less than a minute, the other two teammates were already regretting their decision within the barrier. Xia Ao's face suddenly turned ugly. As fellow saints, how could the level of disciples and students differ so much? He's all alone, now's our chance. The furious roar was completely blocked out as Zhang Xian desperately pounded on the barrier, utterly useless. If they hadn't provoked Su-chen with his and the other two teammates' strength, they would have easily advanced. The professors clicked their tongues in amazement. It's silent shooting. The speed of drawing and shooting that arrow definitely reaches the master level. The audience erupted once again because of Su-chen. Li Yunting savored the essence of that arrow just shot, sighing inwardly. This was the archer he had imagined. Next to him, Chu Yunlong gulped, increasingly determined to treat everyone after the freshman competition. With previous experience, the number of eliminations in the Sky Arrow book had significantly decreased. Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu, who hadn't run far, stared blankly. They were not like the other professors, having not seen Su-chen make a move at all. The situation suddenly changed, and the scheming Zhang Xian was directly taken out by Su-chen. Most of the students who had planned to jointly attack Su-chen exchanged glances, then turned to fight on their own. Goodness! Who would want to follow in Zhang Xian's footsteps? A few groups of freshmen remained stubborn. Several fireballs and ice spears flew towards Su-chen almost simultaneously. The opponent's attacks completely sealed off all of Su-chen's escape routes. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit by a skill right in front. 3 burly awakeners suddenly radiated a different kind of light. It was a support skill that amplified their attributes, causing a sharp increase in all their stats. In an instant, they were less than a meter away from Su-chen. You're finished. Let's see how you dodge this. Alongside the fireballs and ice spears, there were also the close-range attacks from the three awakeners. If Su Chen retreated, they could quickly defeat Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu. It was a two-birds-with-one-stone strategy. Regardless of whether Su Chen dodged, the final outcome would not change. Boom. The leading awakener suddenly activated his talent enhancement, increasing his speed even further, like a bullet shooting out. Just as he was about to shoot the arrow, he suddenly felt his arms grow heavy and his legs felt somewhat weak. Oh! In an instant, Su Chen understood. There was a support awakener in the opponent's team specifically applying debuffs, but it has no effect on me. Elemental energy erupted, and the negative status was already ineffective. It's too late. Han Yoshu's eyes filled with tears. Even if her dispel skill took effect, it would be of no use. It's over. An archer was cornered. The outcome was something everyone could foresee. The battle knife was raised high and suddenly slashed down, powerful and forceful, with the might to split mountains and shatter stones. It was as if he could already see Su Chen being knocked out of the spherical barrier, completely unaware of the calm smirk at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. The abyssal eye was raised high, hands clasped together, bare-handed against the blade. What the hell? A kick flew out, perfectly intercepting the abyssal eye. Long arrows were fired. In rapid succession, fireballs exploded, ice spears shattered. The three awakeners were instantly eliminated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 arrows were shot, dissipating all the crises into nothingness. Is this really happening? The few people behind widened their eyes, shocked, yet their hands did not stop. As Su Chen aimed his bow at himself, he directly utilized his talent to condense a massive fortress, while others rolled to avoid and continued their attacks from the side. We must eliminate him. Lin Qingyan raised her staff high, and the ground beneath her cracked open, extending 5 thick skeletal arms. Buzz! Buzz! Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, each shot created at least one spherical barrier on the field. Just as a few people inside the thick fortress were about to strike, a huge gap was blasted in the wall before them. Before they could react, the long arrows completely eliminated them. The skeletal soldiers crawled out of the ground, and looking around, there were no standing opponents left. They could only collect the arrows that had fallen to the ground under Lin Qingyan's command. This is possible? Why does it feel so different from what I imagined? Follow me. Han Yushu pulled the bewildered Lin Qingyan and closely followed Su Chen. The plain shooting brought speed and accuracy to the extreme. Big guy, you're so cool. Brother Su Chen, this is your arrow. Lin Qingyan received the long arrow from the skeletal soldier's hand, her face full of admiration. She didn't care at all about her beloved skeletal soldiers turning into arrow collecting machines. In any case, the most important thing now was to cling tightly to Su Chen's thigh. The first chaotic battle ended without any danger, with Su Chen single-handedly eliminating 90% of the teams on the field. Big guy. You are my benefactor, Su Chen. Lin Qingyan did not hide her excitement, throwing herself into Su Chen's arms. Han Yushu's face turned red, and upon seeing Lin Qingyan injured, she immediately activated her talent skill. Several vines emerged from the ground, slowly climbing up Lin Qingyan's body. Hey, Han Yushu, what do you want to do? No. Wait, the emerald vines completely restrained Lin Qingyan, surging with abundant life energy that fully healed her injuries. Aside from the scene being somewhat beautiful, there seemed to be nothing wrong. The team battle would take place 5 times in total, and they only needed to meet the requirements in 3 of them. Zhang Xian looked resentfully at Su Chen, who was surrounded by 2 girls, sighed, and gave up the thought of continuing to oppose Su Chen. The second round had just begun, and the familiar scene played out again. Zhang Xian was once again the first to be eliminated, and his 2 teammates also could not escape Su Chen's arrows. Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu had never felt as exhilarated as they did at this moment, following Su Chen and wreaking havoc as if they were doing it themselves. Then came the third round. Assisting his teammates, Zhang Xian was equipped with a shield, and within no more than 5 seconds, the spherical barrier appeared again. Zhang Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He had completely regretted provoking Su Chen. Having been eliminated 3 times, Zhang Xian was destined to have no hope of promotion. Looking at Zhang Xian lying in the spherical barrier, devoid of life, with his big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, he left the arena with Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, where Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu were already waiting at the exit. Thank you for helping us take off today. For dinner, Yushu and I will treat you. How about it? Yes, thanks to you. Alright, you two be careful not to make me go bankrupt. Su Chen was in a great mood, having just checked the current rankings, where he was in first place by a huge score margin. TCH, eat your fill. The 5 of them walked together, with Lin Qingyan and Han Yushu very much in sync, flanking Su Chen on either side, and they seemed to be squeezing toward the middle. Su Chen, how about I bring you breakfast tomorrow? Then, when you guard the arena, can I bring you drinks? So, it said that with Su Chen's soft and hard conditions, he could clearly be a star-level player. Sigh. Thinking of his own situation, where could he find such treatment? An unremarkable dinner left Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng questioning their lives. Is this the difference between pursuing and being pursued? If it were me, I'd probably have already fallen. A man chasing a woman is like a mountain in between, but a woman chasing a man is just a thin layer of paper, right? Luoge, if I were you, I might have already collected all 12 zodiac signs. Sun Biwei could naturally see the thoughts of the two girls, and they were the type who would take the initiative. As long as Su Chen beckoned with a finger, he could definitely have them. But Su Chen completely ignored it. You can't help but feel annoyed. On the last day of the freshman competition, the three arrived early at the arena. It's worth mentioning that both Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng ranked within the top 100. Dressed in black leather, Su Chen stood out even more among the crowd. Just one night had passed and many platforms had appeared in the arena, not to mention the numerous platforms scattered throughout the campus. The final individual battle format was a platform fight. Students who advanced would draw lots to become either the defending or attacking party. Within 6 hours, they could freely engage in platform battles. The defending party only needed to win once to choose whether to defend or attack, while the attacking party could also become the defending party if they succeeded in their challenge. The smart wristbands would score and determine the rankings based on previous scores. It's important to note that previously eliminated students also had one chance to challenge. I'm defending, what about you? Su Chen saw the display on his wristband and asked Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, both of whom were attacking. In the center of the arena, Su Chen leaped onto the platform. As the current top-ranked player, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The top three were Su Chen, Yubema, and the Qipao girl, Run Mengqin, who was weaving through the bustling crowd. Look, it's the man-eating cat, our top scholar from Ganhai province. Wow, that figure is simply amazing, a real gem. She'll keep it down, Ren Mengqin is not someone to mess with, be careful or she might just knock you out. What do you think? She's recognized as a goddess by many, her video account has over 10 million fans, okay. The girl had her hair styled in 2 buns, and her bright yellow split qipao showcased her strong thighs and alluring curves to perfection. Hello, I'm Run Mengqin, here specifically to defeat you. Alright, shall we begin? A look of surprise crossed Rin Mengqin's face. Her opponent's attitude puzzled her. You don't know me? Why would I need to know you? It won't increase my credits. Su Chen's daily life was quite monotonous. He had no interest in the rankings or gossip that others were obsessed with, so he was naturally unfamiliar with someone like Ran Mengqin. Second tier lower? Standing on the platform, Run Mengqin keenly sensed Su Chen's awakened level. If it's just this, then I won't hold back in taking this victory. A 2-meter-long large knife appeared in Rin Mengqin's hand, swinging it effortlessly, exuding a fierce aura. She didn't seem particularly strong, but her power was indeed astonishing. On the 50-meter by 50-meter square platform, Su Chen held his gaze steady, the two standing 20 meters apart, facing each other. Nearby was a female teacher overseeing the platform, looking barely over 30, yet she was a 4th-tier upper auxiliary awakener. In fact, the teachers stationed at the platform battles were all drawn from the auxiliary academy to prevent irreversible casualties due to delayed medical assistance. Both of their smart wristbands lit up simultaneously, and the female teacher nodded sternly, stating, I'll reiterate the rules of the platform battle before we start. You cannot go for a kill. Once your opponent loses the ability to fight, you must stop immediately, otherwise, I have the right to disqualify you. In severe cases, you may be expelled and face punishment. Do you both understand? The intelligent wristband can autonomously assess fatal injuries and summon a spherical barrier, but it does not perceive many continuous damages clearly. Today's arena battle concerns resource allocation, and it's hard to ensure that students won't resort to some extreme measures. Moreover, Su Chen is on this stage. If he accidentally kills another student, it would not only affect Su Chen's future, but the female teacher herself would also be dismissed. Understood. Su Chen and Rin Mengqin nodded in confirmation at the same time. The female teacher reiterated other important points before returning to the edge of the arena. Arena 1, both parties confirm accuracy. A countdown appeared simultaneously on both of their intelligent wristbands. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The wristbands vibrated. With a firm grip on the large knife, Ren Mengqin let out a long howl, her foot suddenly stomping the ground. Lightning speed. Boom, an arrow shot out, but it was merely an afterimage. Under the gaze of the crowd, the long arrow made a 180-degree turn and returned to her hand. A series of afterimages appeared in various corners of the arena, and Rin Mengqin's aura began to rise, little by little, eventually stabilizing at the mid-level of the second tier. Hiss, hiss. Each afterimage burst forth with electric arcs, and even Su Chen's dynamic vision could only catch a glimpse. Su Chen, I'm faster than your arrow, what can you do to me? On the arena, Ran Mengqin was still moving at high speed. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously, her speed evidently faster than before. What incredible acceleration! In this situation, even capturing her is extremely difficult. How could one possibly hit her? What a surprise! The top-ranked Su Chen is actually going to crash? No wonder she has the A-grade talent of lightning speed. This speed is invincible. The corners of Rin Mengqin's mouth slightly lifted as she looked at the figure standing in the center of the arena, bewildered and helpless, her speed unexpectedly increasing again. The speed was comparable to a lightning strike, and no one among the awakened could counter it head-on. Very good combat strategy. This speed is faster than my archery. Just as all the spectators were marveling at Run Mengqin's speed, Su Chen on the arena actually let his arms drop, completely giving up resistance. Such speed would be very tricky even for a third-tier awakened to handle. The female teacher secretly sighed in her heart. Ha ha, victory is mine, Su Chen. I won. Among countless afterimages, one suddenly became extremely solid. A bright and glaring large knife swung down, executing the splitting Manhwa technique. The moment her gaze met Su Chen's eyes, Ren Mengqin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Bright starlight appeared in her pitch-black eyes, reflecting absolute confidence, as if she could see through everything. The crowd widened their eyes, eager to see the final outcome of this evidently one-sided arena battle. The next moment, the large knife, carrying immense force, struck with a long, resonant clang that echoed in everyone's ears. The more forceful the attack, once it hit a hard object and rebounded, the power was equally astonishing. By the time everyone reacted, the large knife fell to the ground with a clatter, and Run Mengqin floated within the spherical barrier, her face filled with shock. What happened? Su Chen actually blocked that strike? What the hell? I didn't see anything. Can someone tell me what happened? It must be known. Before Ren Mengqin unleashed that strike, she had accumulated unparalleled power and momentum, charging forward without hesitation. Moreover, she had an extraordinary speed advantage. It could be said that for an ordinary awakened facing that strike and wanting to survive was simply impossible. Unable to block, unable to see, what else could be done? Su Chen's path seemed the most unfathomable to everyone. Without moving a single finger, he actually blocked that slash directly. How could this be possible? Everyone was filled with immense confusion. But the fact was, not only did Ren Mengqin lose, but at the same moment, she was also knocked out of the spherical barrier. Why? I don't believe it. There's no reason. Responding to Ren Mengqin was Su Chen's calm voice. Your disbelief doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You lost, and that's a fact. The female teacher's mouth fell open, probably wide enough to fit a drill instructor's sunset fruit. Su Chen turned his head and smiled warmly. Teacher, please announce the result. I declare that Su Chen has successfully defended his title in this match. After a moment of stunned silence, thunderous applause erupted around. Did Su Chen only shoot once from the beginning to the end of the battle? The arena was marked with varying depths of footprints, yet they did not bring victory to Ren Mengqin. Everyone was still puzzled about what had happened. Why had Ren Mengqin, who seemed to have the upper hand, been instantly defeated when she finally reacted? Initially, when everyone saw Su Chen miss his shot, they thought he had encountered a formidable opponent. After all, in previous battles, his arrows had never missed, and it was clear that Ren Mengqin's speed was slightly superior. But what was the situation now? This was no longer a crushing defeat, it was an instant kill. A video blogger with millions of fans and the top scorer in the Gokao from Ganhai province, Ren Mengqin's fighting style had always been to deliver a fatal blow to her opponents at lightning speed, which was why she was so well liked. Undoubtedly, Ren Mengqin was not weak at all. She was even among the top contenders in her freshman year, and that lightning-fast strike just now could only be barely handled by a few in her class. In terms of talent and dedication to her training, Ren Mengqin was a standout among the freshmen. Moreover, that strike just now didn't even count as a skill, yet it made many newcomers hesitate. It was undeniable that Ren Mengqin must have many more powerful skills at her disposal. If she were to use those skills, how would you respond? Would you even need to respond? Absolutely not, because she never had the chance. The crowd, including the female teacher from the auxiliary college, couldn't even figure out why Ren Mengqin had lost. Many second and third year students looked at the young man sitting on the ground, a serious expression crossing their faces. Some even showed clear signs of apprehension in their eyes. If they were to face Su Chen, could they evade that godlike speed of shooting? It seemed like the same result as Ren Mengqin, and it might even be worse. Professor Ma, what exactly happened? Yes, can you tell us? Several sweet-looking teachers from the auxiliary college surrounded a scruffy middle-aged man. Although he was also a teacher, due to their talents and auxiliary roles, they had not realized how Su Chen had made his move. It was a godlike speed of shooting, yes, far exceeding the technique of rapid shooting. The middle-aged man had also studied archery and had reached a proficient level, yet he could not replicate Su Chen's shooting. At the moment the strike fell, a pitch-black, hard substance appeared on Su Chen's body surface, and the tremendous recoil caused Ren Mengqin to momentarily lose her focus. It was the technique of the rock element, the black jade zhuang rock, and it had been concentrated. Su Chen seized that brief moment, far surpassing the speed of rapid shooting. It was truly godlike speed. Looking towards Main Yanxue sitting on the high platform, Professor Ma could only smile wryly and shake his head. Truly worthy of being a student of the saint of bows, just this one move was enough to make him feel ashamed. In the arena, Ren Mengqin stepped out from the spherical barrier, extending her delicate hand. You are very strong. I lost. After witnessing Su Chen's shooting speed, many challengers around the arena who had planned to take their chances in a wheel battle instantly left. Are you kidding? Who would want to be shot for fun? This was real shooting. Aside from tasting the pain of being on the edge of life and death, there was no joy or thrill at all. One arrow per person, and it wasn't even a skill, completely failing to serve the purpose of consumption. While other arenas were bustling with offense and defense, the arena where Su Chen was located was particularly quiet. With the current overall results, it was a foregone conclusion that the champion of the freshman competition would belong to Su Chen, who had no interest in shooting more people. Although she lost to Su Chen in one match, Mingqin's strength was still evident, and due to the unnamed fire in her heart, she had ended the spherical barrier with a lightning-fast strike. As for the second-ranked Yubema, his sword intent was like a rainbow, easily defeating several opponents, and no one dared to challenge him again. It's time. There was less than an hour left until the end of the arena's offensive and defensive battle. Suddenly, many people in the arena exclaimed in unison, instantly attracting the attention of many spectators. The second-ranked Yubema easily jumped off the stage and slowly walked towards Su Chen. Oh. Is Yubema going to challenge Su Chen? Aha, the highlight of the freshman competition, the clash between the national first and second. Su Chen, I've finally waited for this opportunity. The chance to officially defeat you. Yubema smiled confidently and turned to bow to Yi Xiu on the high platform. Except for Su Chen, almost everyone knew that the national second, the top scholar of Honghai City, had taken Yi Xiu, the president of the Combat Academy, as his master. On the high platform, Yi Xiu stroked his mustache and smiled at Mei Nianxue. What do you think of this match, Saint Mei? Su Chen will win. Mei Nianxue glanced at him and answered without hesitation. Oh, I think Beima might not lose. How about we make a bet, add some stakes? Just for fun. Sure. Seeing Yi Xiu take out a 5th grade high-quality pill, the Purple Heart Spirit Refining Pill, Mei Nianxue was equally unyielding and placed the same quality Dragon Blood Body Condensing Ointment on the table. I asked the four of you to be witnesses. Yi Xiu already knew about Yubeima's inner demons and had taught him how to deal with archers. Moreover, a second-tier upper level against a second-tier lower level had no reason to lose. Breaking through inner demons, establishing a reputation, and getting a 5th grade pill for free, how wonderful! The freshmen quickly surrounded the arena, and many professors in the audience couldn't help but feel excited. The national top scholar and the national second, what kind of spectacular battle could they bring to them? With one hand holding the sword, dressed in a spotless white robe, Su Chen held a powerful bow, and his black leather outfit added an air of inscrutability. In an instant, many girls took out their phones to take pictures. Both were exceptionally handsome, each with their own charm, but the girls preferred Su Chen's mystery and elusiveness. The previously drowsy female teacher immediately perked up, even feeling a bit nervous. Both were undoubtedly seed students, future stars, and they tirelessly reiterated the rules of the arena battle. Su Chen, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Yubema shouted hysterically, pointing his sword at Su Chen, trembling like a dragon. Today, I will cleanse my inner demons and be reborn. Through your defeat. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for this battle? Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were full of confidence in Su Chen, while the freshmen below were chattering and analyzing the two's records. Are you all ready? The countdown appeared again on the wristband. Start in the blink of an eye. Yubeimal was in the spherical barrier, looking completely bewildered. What? Is this it? If we're going to fight, then fight. Why are you just talking? I had a severe cold for a while, with vomiting and diarrhea, fever and headache, and no strength at all. In short, everything hit me at once. I'm resuming updates today, even though I know not many people are reading. I'll keep going for now. The vast arena was silent. The freshmen, eager to watch the first and second arena battles up close, swallowed in unison. How could it end in the blink of an eye? The students in the audience stared blankly at the arena, many just picking up their phones to send a message, looking bewildered, their eyes vacant. Is Yubeimal really that weak? Wow! Luo Gu is amazing. What on earth just happened? The freshmen did not hide their confusion, while Yubeimal lay in the spherical barrier, lost in thought, trapped in the whirlpool of defeat. The female teacher looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster, rubbed her eyes, and then realized her duty. I now announce that Su Chen has successfully defended the arena. Old Yang, did you see that? Ha! I didn't see anything. Sun Biwei shook his head, holding his forehead, clenching his fists in excitement. Earlier, he had let Yubeimal be directly defeated, and now the tides had turned. What made him even happier was that the one who defeated Yubeimal was his roommate. Roughly speaking, didn't that mean he had avenged the earlier defeat? The senior students sighed, their gazes towards Su Chen on the arena filled with seriousness and caution. It should be noted that Yubeimal had also performed brilliantly over the past 3 days, winning all battles with impressive ease. His awakened level had even reached the second tier, capable of matching second-year students in a contest of strength. The question of who was stronger between him and Su Chen had garnered significant attention both offline and online. To be able to take down Yubeimal right from the start also meant that Su Chen could likely defeat a large portion of second-year students. He is simply a genius born for archery. Exactly. What kind of training did the Bo Saint give him? This batch of students is quite impressive, especially Su Chen. I guarantee that in 2 years, no one in the school will be his match with a single arrow. Ha, I have a feeling this person will definitely carry the banner of our Huaxia nation in the future. The professors were all excited, unable to stop praising him. At this moment, Su Chen was undoubtedly the center of attention in their eyes. Compared to their shock, they were more curious about Su Chen's training speed. Professors and teachers at the talent-rich Yuanma University were all experienced awakeners themselves. The skills and techniques displayed were eye-opening, and they had never seen such a genius who could master all skills at such a rapid pace. Even if one started training from the womb, there wouldn't be enough time. Naturally, they could not rule out the influence of Mei Nianxue's guidance, but Su Chen's own abilities could not be overlooked either. Everyone began to consider one possibility: Su Chen might have mastered some method to shorten the time required for realm cultivation. Each of them was calculating how to approach Su Chen afterward. Among them, only one person's expression was extremely grim. Thank goodness Yu Yorue took a leave of absence, otherwise today. Sigh. Wu Yuelian could not understand at all why Yubeima, clearly 2 levels ahead, would still lose. Moreover, Yubeima was a student of the Combat Academy's dean, Yishio, who surely must have taught him something. Wu Yuelian felt a tightness in her chest. The more outstanding Su Chen performed, the higher the profile of the teacher who had recruited him would rise. Thinking of this, her back suddenly felt cold, and she sensed that her position as the head of the admissions office was in jeopardy. This beautiful job should have belonged to her, yet she had handed it over to her biggest competitor. Now it was too late to regret. On the high platform, Mei Nianxue elegantly stood up and, in front of Yishio, stored the 5th-tier high-grade pill, the Purple Heart Spirit Refining Pill, into her storage ring. I thank Dean Yi for his generosity on behalf of Su Chen. He just needs to enhance his mental strength. Yishio let out a long sigh, clasping his hands in a fist. Beimo's skills are inferior to others, I am convinced. The student of the Saint Mei, truly the strongest among the new students. For today's battle, Yubeimo had consulted him more than once on how to deal with archery, and he had already reached the level of hitting a target with a rapid shot, which was quite impressive for a level 2 upper tier. Who would have thought that Su Chen not only possessed master-level archery skills and understood the techniques of rapid shooting and silent shooting, but he had also mastered both A-level skills, Phantom Arrow and Heart Arrow. At the start, Su Chen only shot 1 arrow, yet it contained numerous techniques, a combination of the 2 skills. His poor student lost without any shame. Being in the same school and the same grade as such a prodigy, Yishio had already foreseen the unfortunate future of his student. After saying that, Yishio stood up and left the venue. The other 4 saints showed some sympathy, all smirking unkindly, with Huaqing even laughing out loud. At their level, they had long stood at the upper echelons of the social pyramid, and it was rare to witness a good show worth celebrating. Moreover, this bet was proposed by Yishio. With just a few light words, he had given Mei Nianxue nearly 100 million Huaxia coins worth of resources, which was essentially shooting himself in the foot. Mei Nianxue smiled with pride. After 3 days, Su Chen had earned her enough face. She, as the teacher, was certainly not a miser. The Dragon Blood Condensation Ointment, combined with the recently won Purple Heart Refining Pill, 2 top-tier 5th-grade pills, would greatly enhance Su Chen's physique and spirit. After quickly sending a text to Su Chen on her phone, she also left the venue. In less than a few minutes, all the first-year students' smart wristbands vibrated, displaying the rankings from this new student competition. Wow, haha, I made it into the top 100. 9th place? I can go ask my dad for a car later. I'm actually 1243rd? What a loser. Some were happy, some were worried. Huaqing stood up. The results have been displayed through the smart wristbands, and now I announce that the new student competition is officially over. Students who performed excellently in this competition and have not yet taken on a mentor, don't forget to contact your teachers in the next 2 days. Additionally, regarding the rewards for the new student competition, you can go to the supply office with your wristbands to collect them within a week, otherwise they will automatically expire, so keep that in mind. Now you may exit in an orderly manner, and if you feel unwell, please go to the school infirmary. The 3-day new student competition came to a close. The first-year students who had experienced the arena battles let out long sighs. Their expressions varied as they walked towards the exit. Speaking of that new student named Su Chen, he's really impressive. Hey, you must not have heard that he has already defeated many seniors, right? In terms of archery, he's not lacking at all. Is it really possible? How does someone like him train? In the audience, 2nd and 3rd-year students were discussing, with the most heated topic being Su Chen's brilliant achievements over the past 2 months. Upon learning this, they couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, lamenting how the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and if one is not careful, they could be surpassed by their juniors. However, everyone understood. Su Chen's rise was an inevitable trend that no one could stop. The accumulated massive resource advantage, combined with Su Chen's already impressive talent, would allow him to soar ahead. It was just a pity that the awakeners of the same age as Su Chen were destined to be overshadowed by his brilliant light. There were even quite a few third-year students who remarked, "Fortunately, I have less than 2 years left until graduation," and similar sentiments. Your performance was quite good, but don't get complacent. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Goodbye. The female teacher smiled and nodded, then took the initiative to add Su Chen as a friend on the campus network. Jumping down from the arena, dressed in a black leather coat and holding a pitch-black longbow, he stood out remarkably in the crowd. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time. Both had achieved 7th and 19th place, respectively. Our dormitory is definitely the strongest in this batch. If it weren't for you Beima taking me out in seconds, we might have made it into the top 5. Sigh. Why do I feel like dating is a bit of a distraction from cultivation? Don't blame love if you're not good enough. Do you believe that brother Luo can still be number 1 while being surrounded by admirers? I know a great private restaurant outside the school. I'll treat you today. Let's celebrate properly, Su Chen said with a smile. Brother Luo treating us is quite rare. Today, I'm going to eat my fill. Me too. Alright, you can order whatever you want today, the bill is on me. Although they hadn't fought many matches, the tension in their nerves suddenly relaxed after the freshman competition and they felt inexplicably hungry. If Brother Luo has no plans tonight, the 3 of us haven't had a proper drink since the semester started. Sun Biwei looked at Su Chen and Yang Yunfeng did the same. They both understood Su Chen's personality even when he announced his relationship last time. He only had a few sips and didn't let loose at all. Okay, let's treat today as a relaxation. Just as the 3 were joking about how to get each other drunk and record videos, a boy and a girl rushed over. The girl with a ponytail shouted from afar, "Please wait, Student Su. Hello, may I ask who you are?" Su Chen stopped and looked at the 2 unfamiliar faces with confusion. Both of them exuded a strong aura. Even though it was somewhat concealed, it still radiated a ferocious vibe, indicating they had been fighting in the gray area for years. Finally caught up with you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Qing, the vice president of the Red Kite Society. The girl with the ponytail said cheerfully. His Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng widened their eyes in shock. They both knew that the Red Kite Society was the elite club with the highest overall member level in Manhwa University, known as the strongest alongside the Pioneer Society. It was a club that almost every freshman dreamed of joining. Su Chen smiled calmly, already understanding the purpose of their visit. No one knew that his running partner every morning was Jiang Xinro, who had long predicted that elite clubs would actively seek out members after the freshman competition. A super high-quality freshman like Su Chen would definitely be a target for elite clubs to compete for. Therefore, Su Chen was not surprised. If Student Su is interested in joining a club, would you consider coming to our Red Kite? Your performance is evident and our president values it highly. He specifically called to emphasize that we must show utmost sincerity. First, regarding benefits, you can receive 300 credits every month, and within the club, resources like elixirs below grade B can be used without limit. The president said that if you confirm your membership, you can immediately enjoy the treatment of a vice president and receive 3% of the total resources from the club each semester. Our stingy president is offering such conditions. For the first time, even I am a bit envious. Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei immediately coughed as if they had choked. Is this the first-ranked club? Su Chen's starting point is the end point for many. New students passing by overheard and turned back, their eyes filled with envy. Many clubs had already begun recruiting in advance at the arena, and they had all looked into it. The elite clubs were incredibly aloof, with not only strict interviews but also assessments from core members. Even so, after joining, one still had to rise through the ranks step by step. But what about Su Chen? Giving credits and resources goes without saying, but starting from the vice president, what does that mean? Is there really such a double standard? The key point is that the Qiyuan Club is also a subsidiary of the well-known Elite Awakeners Guild, the Qiyuan Guild, outside the school. Members at the vice president level can directly enter upon graduation. Ouyang, when did you become so impatient? A charming voice appeared behind, and just by the sound, one could tell it was a beauty. A few turned around and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. The newcomer was Jiang Xinro. Today, she wore a pair of faded jeans and a knitted plush short top, along with a pair of white dad shoes, perfectly showcasing her long, curvy legs, exuding a mature charm mixed with a hint of youthful innocence. Ouyang Qing, unwilling to be outdone, immediately retorted, "Isn't it because Student Su is too outstanding, afraid of being outpaced by certain people? But I've already gotten ahead of you, what should I do?" Jiang Xinro unceremoniously draped her arm over Su Chen's shoulder, instantly leaving the surrounding people stunned. Their eyes widened, and Sun Biwei couldn't help but lick his slightly dry lips, looking at Su Chen with envy and admiration. So he had already joined the Pioneers Club? It seemed he had even directly won over the club's vice president. Truly my brother Luo. Either he doesn't look for a girlfriend or he goes straight for a mature senior? Sigh. Can't help but admire. Can your President G be more generous than our president? I don't believe it. It's not good to talk behind someone's back. Ouyang Qing. The sudden appearance of this voice made Ouyang Qing's expression turn ugly. Xingqiong, you're here too? The newcomer had fiery red hair, blazing like fire. Dressed in a perfectly fitted red and black armor, she exuded an extraordinary heroism. The president of the Pioneers Club, Ji Xingqiong. For those who are worthy. I have never been stingy like this student Su. Jiang Xinro, leaning lightly against Su Chen, smiled knowingly, but little did she expect Su Chen to gently remove her hand from his shoulder. Ahem, sorry. Xinro and I are indeed very close. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around suddenly changed. But I currently have no plans to join the club. Sorry. I see. Student Su, if you change your mind, feel free to contact me. The Qiyuan Club always welcomes your joining. After saying this, the two left with smiles, not forgetting to glare at Jiang Xinro as they departed. They were known as the strongest elite club vice presidents, but Jiang Xinro's beauty, sweet talk, and high level often left Ouyang Qing at a disadvantage in comparisons among the crowd. This was one of the few victorious moments. Xinro, I'm sorry, I don't really like it. No one can make decisions for me. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng observed silently, not daring to speak, wondering who had given Su Chen the courage. Was it Lang Jingru? Right in front of the president of the pioneers, he had directly rolled over the vice president's face. It seemed this vice president wanted to take the opportunity to assert her claim. Jiang Xinro shot a resentful glance at Su Chen, looking quite aggrieved. Of course, there was one thing Su Chen said that she heard. That is, they were very close. Got it. So how are you going to compensate me? The three of us will go out for drinks and dinner later. How about together? Jiang Xinro playfully wrinkled her nose, extending 3 fingers. Additionally, treat me to 3 more meals separately, or I won't forgive you. Deal. Looking at Ji Xingqiang beside him, Su Chen was just about to invite her when Jiang Xinro pulled him away. Let's go. Xingqiang doesn't drink. Xingqiang, I'm taking a leave. Can you host the club meeting tonight for me? Ji Xingqiang scratched her head, muttering to herself, when did I say I can't drink? I didn't know that. Senior, shall we go together by car? Sun Biwei had just bought a new car worth less than $1 million a few days ago, shaking the brand new car keys in his hand. Thank you, Junior, but I'd rather enjoy the breeze without restraint. After politely declining, Jiang Xinro squinted her eyes into crescent moons, looking at Su Chen with full anticipation. Then come with me. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. Why did Jiang Xinro seem different today? He remembered she should really enjoy riding in cars. Is it okay if I bring my snow treasure since Luogu is treating? I also wanted to ask. The more, the merrier. If there are no arrangements, let's all go together. Jiang Xinro beside them smiled even sweeter. 2 crescent moons flashed with a unique girl's cunning. Jiang Xinro hopped onto the sleek black motorcycle, affectionately wrapping her arms around Su Chen's waist. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng immediately felt an urge to get a motorcycle license. The grand full is pressed in, creating a vivid scene. This isn't about enjoying the breeze, is it? It's clearly about blowing away loneliness. In the private room at the end of the 2nd floor of Hongguang Pavilion, the group introduced themselves, and Mu Shui and Yao Zixing became a bit reserved in their speech and actions. As long as one has a slight understanding of the club, they would definitely know Jiang Xinro's name. The president of the Pioneer Club, Ji Xingqiang, was almost always out completing commissions and hunting fierce beasts. Jiang Xinro managed the Pioneer Club on her own, never falling behind in her own cultivation level, and was also recognized as a beautiful host on campus, excelling in both academics and sports. The rapid development of the Pioneer Club was inseparable from Ji Xingqiang and even more so from Jiang Xinro. It was said that many handsome, wealthy, and outstanding awakeners pursued her, and without exception, all failed. She seemed warm, but deep down, she was a true iceberg. Everyone, don't hold back. We're here to eat and drink tonight. After ordering dishes and drinks, the group began to chat casually. Luo Ge, you're impressive. You can even book this first-class private room. First-class private room? Su Chen showed a puzzled expression. Do you really need to make a reservation just for a meal? Hey, Luo Ge, your luck is really good. The others exclaimed. They all knew. The chef at Hongguang Pavilion was famous for his excellent skills, and it was almost impossible to get a reservation. Those who could dine here had significant status, and reservations were a must. It was unheard of for someone like Su Chen to walk in and have a private room. So how did you know about this place? Last time, the teacher came to the school for a welcome dinner, and the food was quite good, so I decided to treat here. The group no longer doubted, only marveling at how great it was to have such an impressive teacher. Soon, the table was filled with dishes. The waiter hurriedly brought out the drinks. It was the special dragon blood wine for awakeners. As everyone knew, awakeners had stronger physiques, and ordinary people's drinks were just tasteless water to them. Dragon blood wine did not actually contain dragon blood but was brewed from dragon blood fruits that grew near dragon nests. It had a higher alcohol content, a sweeter taste, and could make awakeners feel euphoric. The price was also quite beautiful, equivalent to a wealthy family's annual expenses. Let me fill up Senior Shinro. On such a happy day, we must drink to our heart's content. In the corner of Jiang Xinro's eye, there was nothing but Su Chen. She had no intention of letting go of this junior who dared to publicly reject her. A woman can be quite terrifying when she holds a grudge. Cheers to all of us for completing our tasks perfectly. Cheers! Cheers! The tall glasses clinked lightly, and the 6 of them drank in one go. Everyone enjoyed the food and began chatting again. Yao Zixing and Mu Shui seized this rare opportunity to ask Zhang Xinro for tips on club interviews, receiving detailed answers. Why does it feel like Senior Xinro is completely different from the legend? By the way, I remember you two are also in the top 20, right? If nothing unexpected happens, by the end of December, I will definitely be on the list of participants for the four-school exchange meeting. Four-school exchange meeting? Su Chen and the others looked at each other with curiosity. Well, in short, it's quite similar to the freshman competition. A warm reminder from your senior, the four-school exchange might be the best opportunity for you to gain resources during your 4 years of university. After a brief introduction, the topic was quickly shifted to other matters. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room became increasingly lively. Everyone's gaze was shifting back and forth between Su Chen and Zhang Xinro. There was no doubt that they were the absolute stars of the night. After a few drinks, everyone's faces began to flush. Under the influence of alcohol, Mu Shui and the others became less reserved. Let me gossip a bit. Su Chen, you're either training or on your way to train every day, and Senior Xinro is also very busy. How did you two get to know each other? Mu Shui, being Sun Biwei's girlfriend, had a curious nature, holding her chubby face as she asked. This question was also what the other three were most curious about, and they all looked over at the same time. We met during morning runs. That's it? Just that? The simpler it was, the more curious they felt, like a little cat scratching at their hearts. Let me tell it. Gently shaking her wineglass, which reflected her stunning face, Zhang Xinro spoke with an indescribable joy and pride. Well, that's not wrong. We often ran into each other before, but we never really interacted. Then one morning, his pace was so fast. Zhang Xinro was an experienced host with a high literary quality. Her narrative flowed smoothly, captivating the four listeners. With a raised eyebrow, no one expected Zhang Xinro to remember the details so clearly. I can't believe you two met through morning runs. Everyone felt it was unbelievable. Yang Yunfeng, slightly tipsy, shook his head and complained, I used to run in the mornings too, but I never met anyone. Ouch. Beside him, Yao Zixing giggled, her fingers already pinching his thigh. While everyone couldn't help but laugh, they felt even more envious of Su Chen's luck. Just by going for a morning run, he got to know the school's recognized beautiful host senior. What luck he had. Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Xinro was secretly harboring feelings, just a step away from breaking through the barrier. Wait, so, you two meet every morning to run and then have breakfast together? Zhang Xinro smiled mischievously, her red lips curling slightly as she lazily nodded. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. They realized why Zhang Xinro didn't seem as aloof as rumored, but instead gave them a friendly impression. It turned out it was all because they were Su Chen's friends. Sun Biwei clicked his tongue in amazement, feeling a bit envious. This was the goddess that countless boys in the school sought but couldn't have. So many had failed to impress her. To think that something as trivial as morning runs could open her heart and let him in? Who would believe it if told? Sigh. Such an unreasonable thing happening to Su Chen seemed to make sense. As a fellow girl, Mu Shui quickly saw through Zhang Xinro's intentions. She clearly planned to take advantage of the alcohol today to break through the barrier. Sorry, the enemy is too strong. Anyone who goes up will lose. Although her roommate was also excellent compared to Zhang Xinro, she couldn't help but sigh for her roommate who had been unable to eat or think of anything since meeting Su Chen. Even Yang Yunfeng, who was tipsy, realized that Zhang Xinro's intentions were not just about the wine. The other three already knew. Come on, Su Chen, let's have another drink. Zhang Xinro, with her years of socializing, showed no signs of drunkenness after several bottles, blooming like a shy and charming red rose. Old Zhang, brother Luo, I also want to get up early tomorrow to run, so Mu Shui and I will head out first. I have other plans too, how about we go together? Before parting, Sun Biwei gave Su Chen a look to interpret on his own. Maybe tonight, brother Luo will go straight to the point? Sigh. Why does this scenario feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Oh right. Art really does come from life. These two guys. Su Chen read something else from their eyes. He glanced at his phone. There were still 3 minutes until 10 o'clock. Normally, he would be preparing to wash up and sleep by now, but he hadn't even finished his meal. A delicate arm, soft as lotus, gently rested on his shoulder. Zhang Xinro's charming face was flushed, her eyes hazy, shimmering with a dreamy sparkle. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, mixed with the aroma of dragon blood wine. No more drinking. No more drinking. Competing in drinking with someone like you who can't get drunk is the most boring thing. Su Chen, Jr., help me up, let's go home. In fact, Su Chen had drunk almost twice as much as Zhang Xinro, yet he felt completely sober. He couldn't help it. He struggled to get up, swaying, and the next second nearly fell. Thud. Su Chen pulled over a chair just in time to catch Zhang Xinro. Waiter, bring a bowl of hangover soup. Hee, you silly. Drinking with you is the most fun, isn't it? One moment she said it was boring, and now she said it was fun. It seemed she was really drunk. Assessment complete. The Zhang Xinro in front of him seemed determined to let herself go completely. She laughed and cried like a little girl. Sir, your hangover soup. What hangover soup? I'm not drunk at all. Su Chen's forehead was covered in black lines. It was already 10:30. Want me to drink? You feed me, okay? Women are Really troublesome. Drunk women are even more troublesome. Gently blowing, Jiang Xinro obediently opened her mouth, waiting to be fed, completely lacking her previous grace and intellect. Instead, she had a hint of girlish innocence. The hangover soup took effect quickly. Jiang Xinro finally stopped causing a scene. When it was time to pay, Su Chen saw a special discount of 60% and curiously asked the waiter, "Oh, our young master specifically instructed that when you and Mei Xingxia come to dine, it will always be at the lowest discount. Teacher you?" Su Chen blurted out. The waiter smiled without speaking. After the discount, it was about 200,000 huaxia coins. He quickly returned to the private room, picked up Jiang Xinro, who didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around his neck, chattering non-stop. Walking through the restaurant lobby, many male patrons couldn't help but cast envious glances at Su Chen, seeing a beauty like Jiang Xinro. As soon as they stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit, and Su Chen took off his black leather jacket and put it on Jiang Xinro. All the way, Jiang Xinro clung tightly to Su Chen, occasionally shouting excitedly. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. His resolve strengthened. He would never drink with girls, especially Jiang Xinro, again. This girl seemed quiet, but when drunk, she even bites. After finally getting Jiang Xinro back to her dorm and settling her with two other senior sisters, Su Chen returned. As soon as he entered, he heard hurried footsteps up the stairs. "Hey, Luo Gu, is this it? I was just about to ask that. Isn't the efficiency a bit too fast? Could it be like the daytime? Instant kill of you Beima, just in a different place for a quick shot? Get lost. I just sent her back to the dorm." "Oh, I knew it. Then Luo Gu, you should rest early." Hee. Thankfully, the two quickly turned and rushed downstairs, and Su Chen smiled in annoyance. After everything was tidied up, it was already past midnight, and Yuan Yen was staring at Su Chen with wide eyes full of curiosity and confusion. At such a vigorous age, how could he remain so calm? Could it be that he would take care of it while showering? The girl was hinting like that. An opportunity delivered to your door, and you can't do anything about it. Su Chen glanced at the 99+ message notifications in the chat app and swallowed hard. "My beloved cost teacher, after the big competition ends, come to my apartment, I'll give you a small gift. Smile.jpg, my beloved cost teacher, where are you? Where are you? My beloved cost teacher, how dare you not reply? Did you Yorue teach you this?" Su Chen hurriedly replied, feeling anxious as he drifted into sleep. Early in the morning, he bought a lot of various flavored lollipops and candies from the supermarket. "Goodbye, Mei Nianxue," her pretty face cold, her red lips tightly pressed. It wasn't until he detailed the events of celebrating and drinking with Jiang Xinro and others yesterday that her expression softened a bit. Suddenly, she leaned over to sniff, a flicker of unusual color flashing in her eyes. By instinct, she felt it should be a very beautiful girl. Humph. She took out an antique-looking box. "This is the 5th grade high-quality elixir I won from a bet yesterday, the Purple Heart Spirit Refining Pill. After taking it, it will refine the spirit and enhance mental strength. Later, after taking it, run the 8 elements body refining technique, the effect should be even better." The elixir in her hand was a deep brown-black, with purple patterns visible upon closer inspection, and the fragrant aroma had a magical effect that could instantly awaken one's senses. System, activate. She silently thought, and various information appeared before her eyes. Mental, 607? Under normal circumstances, unless some awakened with strong mental attributes due to certain mental talents, most awakened ones would not have very high mental attributes. Moreover, compared to physical strength, the ways to increase mental attributes are extremely limited. There are only 2 ways: leveling up and taking elixirs or other rare treasures. Su Chen's mental attribute was already higher, and after taking the elixir, manipulating elements would undoubtedly be easier. Immediately, he took the elixir, holding his breath and focusing on the technique. The moment the medicinal power dissipated, he could more clearly perceive the elemental energy filling the room. Moreover, this feeling continued to enhance with time. The effect of the 5th grade high-quality elixir is indeed impressive. After a long time, the perception growth gradually stopped. The elemental energy outside the wall reflected in his mind, nearly doubling compared to before. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Around Mei Nianxue were towering pillars of energy, as overwhelming as a raging river flowing endlessly. He opened the system panel again. Mental, 932? Increased by 325 points. Su Chen clenched his fists, excitement showing on his face. Converted into free points, it was equivalent to taking a 5th grade high-quality elixir and gaining 650 free points. Not bad, about half of the mental strength has increased. Mei Nianxue was secretly astonished. With the power of the Purple Heart Spirit Refining Pill, Su Chen's enhancement was indeed significant. He could now rival some 2nd grade high-level mental talent awakeners. Turning to ask about the cultivation level of the Black Jade Zhuanyan, upon learning it could cover the whole body, Mei Nianxue directly bit down on the lollipop in her mouth. Although it could only form a thin layer, there was no doubt it had been achieved. "Sometimes I really wonder why your cultivation speed is so fast." That's of course because you teach well, master. Mei Nianxue was pleased and she took out a medicinal plaster. Its dark red color seemed almost alive. 5th grade high quality dragon blood body refining ointment. Best used when the black jade Zhuangyan covers the whole body in dark color. It's recognized as a great medicine for enhancing physical strength. Made from dragon blood, with good luck, one can gain the powerful physique of a dragon. This was originally the gift I intended to give you. Taking out 2 5th grade high quality elixirs at once, Su Chen once again experienced Mei Nianxue's generosity. The 2 types of straightforward and effective elixirs, if placed in the Awakener market, would total over 300 million. Thank you, master. He cupped his fists and bowed. Humph. Mei Nianxue glanced sideways, her red lips slightly curling up. Then she thought of that unique scent, inevitably adding to her irritation. Master? Do you have any suggestions regarding the club? The Pioneer Society and the Red Kite Society have both invited me, but are you still hesitating about whether to join? Mei Nianxue saw through Su Chen's thoughts. In her eyes, Su Chen had never formed a team, whether it was the trial after becoming an apprentice or the subsequent challenges in the gray zone. He had always acted alone. The rules of the societies are quite numerous, and they might affect my level progression. I feel it's not worth it, Su Chen said lightly. Indeed, joining either society would increase his channels for earning credits. Additionally, the societies offered rich resources for cultivation, which could help him quickly improve his level and attributes. However, none of this could overshadow the fact that being part of a society might take up too much of his time. Su Chen disliked being constrained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stubbornly chosen the free profession of brick moving and training. Well, actually, as long as you are strong enough, the constraints of the society are almost non-existent. If you still feel unfree, why not just start your own society? Having experience in a society is still best. Mei Nianxue popped another lollipop into her mouth and began to dream about the future. You can first join a more relaxed society to accumulate experience, and later you can establish your own society or guild. At that time, I can. Don't bring that up. Teacher, I'm not interested in these things. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Little guy, I'm a person who has been through this. When you run around to gather cultivation resources, you'll realize how right I am. Right now, you're in college, but what about after graduation? Or do you think you're like a fish? Could it be that you have some background I don't know about? If not, you need to start paying attention to the issue of resources. It's something that awakened ones cannot avoid. The higher the level, the more resource troubles you'll face. Besides me, those few in the school actually have their own resource channels. And in this world, a person's power is ultimately limited. Memories surfaced and her tone was filled with emotion, tinged with a hint of unresolved sadness. Soon, Mei Nianxue's emotions completely settled. Her voice returned to calm as if she had filtered out all her feelings in an instant. She subconsciously touched her ear. Being a lone wolf is completely fine. It's your own choice. I'm just suggesting I won't interfere. As long as you won't regret it, that's all that matters. Upon hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head. This was the real world with more issues to consider. He had indeed been a bit presumptuous. Without any anchor points, running around would indeed be troublesome. With the existence of a system, there was no need to worry about skill proficiency. Naturally, the demand for cultivation resources would also be greatly reduced. Aside from acquiring free points, which involved hunting fierce beasts and alien races, something no one could replace. But even if he had his own power, gathering a group of weaker individuals, could he really expect them to act as bait? Teacher, I've figured it out. It was as if he had reached the end of a waterway and the foggy view suddenly cleared. Compared to constraints, I really prefer freedom. Only by becoming stronger can one truly be strong. As long as I am strong enough, all problems can be easily resolved. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The only problem in this world is weakness. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Su Chen once again solidified his determination to grow stronger. The abyssal eyes quietly gazing from the soft mat revealed admiration. This was what someone who possessed it should say. Watching that tall figure gradually walk away, Mei Nianxue smiled brightly, as if seeing her former self again. So, will you repeat the same fate as I did? I'll be watching. She had once said similar words in the elven race beside the sacred moon tree courtyard. After speaking, he turned and left, and now decades have passed. The new student competition has officially come to an end. Following that, the recruitment for clubs began. Everywhere on campus, there were promotions for various clubs. The recruitment criteria for ordinary clubs is simply to be an awakened one. The elite clubs aim for freshmen who rank in the top 100 or have potential for development. For several consecutive days, a large number of elite club members visited, and the conditions they offered kept rising. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were envious. In the end, Su Chen didn't even listen and rejected them all. Regarding the Red Kite and Pioneer clubs, Su Chen specifically went to their headquarters to explain. Both sides expressed understanding and clearly stated that they were always welcome. The news that the strongest freshman, Su Chen, planned to be a lone wolf quickly spread across the campus, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Just because he ranked first in the new student competition, does he really think he's the best in the whole school? Just wait, I guarantee that within a semester, Su Chen will definitely fade into the crowd, becoming nothing. Such determination, he really has his teacher's style. Amidst the loud discussions, Su Chen paid no attention. After the club recruitment ended, Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng successfully passed the interview and joined the Pioneer Club. 7 days after the new student competition ended, there were only a few people at the material office of UNMI University, and even the staff lacked motivation. When it was Su Chen's turn, he softly said, "Hello, I'm here to redeem the rewards from the new student competition. Smart wristband and your identity badge." An impatient voice came from the window. After a while, a drowsy female staff member rubbed her eyes, fully awake. Name: Su Chen, ranking 1, rewards 1,500 credits, level 5 cultivation pill X1, Purple Cloud Tower access permission increased by 1 level. Note: current access permission is S level, please report in time if you need to upgrade. S student, please wait a moment. Your Purple Cloud Tower access authentication will take a bit longer. After a while, a notification arrived on his phone, indicating that the 1,500 credits had been credited. The few freshmen behind Su Chen were noisy and already impatient. Just as they were about to erupt, they saw the staff member stand up. With both hands respectfully, she handed over the identity badge. Your access permission for the Purple Cloud Tower has been upgraded to SS level, but you still need to go to the Purple Cloud Tower to activate it before you can use it. Hiss. SS level permission? I thought it was the same as mine, a freshman. That was close, lucky I didn't say anything. The others gasped, each feeling relieved. It's known that generally, awakened ones don't even manage to activate to SS level by the time they graduate in their 4th year. Black leather jacket, pitch black longbow, it's obvious he's equipped like a big shot. He must be a powerful senior who has been out hunting fierce beasts for years. The others became even more convinced of the identity of the young man ahead of them. Take care. Okay, thank you. Su Chen put on his identity badge again, and as he turned, the others immediately stood at attention, all smiles. Good morning, senior. Hello, senior. The engine roared and whizzed past, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. This is the pressure from the senior. Such a strong aura. I wonder if I can activate a level permission by the end of this semester. I'm so envious. He returned to the Purple Cloud Tower to complete the permission activation. After checking, he found that the SS level archery skill required not only mastery of the bow technique at the master level but also other prerequisites. Searching for conditions, SS level skills with Phantom Arrow, Mind Arrow, and Demon Breaking Arrow as prerequisite skills at the proficient level. A line of text slowly appeared on the smart screen, followed by a mechanical voice. Search successful. The number of results that meet the search conditions is 1. Your current access permission meets the requirements. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Before long, the smart device returned, picking up the thick skill book, Meteor 12 Arrows. For several hours, Su Chen had been studying the skill book for Meteor 12 Arrows. The comprehension difficulty of SS level skills is several times higher than that of S level skills, and despite repeated attempts, he still hadn't reached the entry level. Gurgle, the sky outside had turned dark. He got up to eat in the cafeteria and then returned to Zixia Tower to continue trying. Fortunately, Zixia Tower is open 24 hours. Since each awakener has different habits, some are more efficient at learning skills at night. After relaxing a bit, he read the skill book again and gained a new understanding. Information suddenly flashed in his mind, and his muddled thoughts became clear. System activated. Skill, Meteor 12 Arrows, entry? It felt right. He had finally gnawed through this tough nut. Glancing at the time on the wall, it was already past midnight. The training hall closed at 10, and now in Zixia Tower, only a few rooms still had their lights on. The evening breeze brushed against his face, and the night was just right. Su Chen stretched lazily, took out his gaze, and pointed diagonally at the sky. Energy arrows quietly took shape. During the flight, with a slight thought, they instantly split into 12 equally sized energy arrows, like a meteor shower rising from the ground. The speed and trajectory of the 12 arrows were completely different. They did not fly straight like ordinary archery. Each would randomly deviate before hitting the target. In the end, they would all shoot towards one point. More importantly, the arrows of Meteor 12 Arrows had a slight tracking ability. 12 arrows that were extremely fast, impossible to dodge, and had tracking capabilities. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Meteor 12 Arrows? Ha, Brother Chin, it seems our school has produced another amazing archer. A man got out of an off-road vehicle, carrying a super red bow on his back. Moments later, the energy arrows dissipated, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. It should be just the entry level. The skill release was still not proficient. Strange. He knew all the great archers, and Ouyang Qing hadn't mentioned anyone activating SS level permissions in the recent reports. Could there be another newly risen powerful archer? The arrows, bright as meteors, once again cut through the night sky. Each arrow was of a different color, containing Completely different elements and the trailing elemental particles painted a colorful abstract picture. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a hint of color. His face was filled with confusion. The second time seeing Meteor 12 arrows compared to the first time, it was almost a cliff-like improvement. There were no traces of a beginner at all. Could it not be the same person? President, why don't we go eat first? I'm starving. Let's head back to headquarters first. With a burning fighting spirit inside, the man was eager to know more about this archer. Just in time to see what kind of people Ouyang Qing has recruited for us. Several imposing off-road vehicles drove past the calm road, each adorned with the emblem of a crimson kite. It was the symbol of one of the two top clubs, the Crimson Kite. Turning back to Zixia Tower, Su Chen began to check other skills. By dawn, Su Chen opened the intelligent device, displaying the skill books that had already been marked for reservation. Name: Su Chen. Unread list: Archery, Heavenly Cloud Demon, S. Arrow of Decay, A. Earth Spike Arrow, A. Swordsmanship, Flash Sword, Slash, A. Fist Technique, Inch Force Opens Heaven, A. Gunsmanship, Nebula 100 Flowers Burial, A. General, Instant Slide Step, B. Among them, although Instant Slide Step only had a B-level quality and its effect was merely a small range of movement, it would still allow for a certain distance of sliding after the skill ended, which could have unexpected effects in actual combat. I aim to master all these skills to the entry level in 2 weeks. With his free points exhausted, hunting fierce beasts was essential for improvement. Before setting off, he planned to practice these skills to the entry level. When battling the fierce beasts, one can also increase their realm while reducing the consumption of freedom points. After the new student competition ends, the freshman courses at Manhwa University return to normal. It seems that after a selection process, the true core courses of the top university are also unfolding, covering a wide range of topics. There are practical classes that enhance the skills of awakened ones, as well as foreign language classes teaching various alien languages. Even the notoriously difficult mental attributes have corresponding meditation classes. All the instructors are experienced awakened ones, and during the lectures, they share many personal experiences, making the classes not only interesting but also very practical. The course schedule at Manhwa University is tight, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., all consisting of 90-minute major classes, and by 6:30 p.m., there are special lectures on topics like talent development and introductory alchemy. Each one is immensely appealing to Su Chen. Although Yu Yorue mentioned before that if he missed something, he could use credits to invite a teacher for private tutoring, in reality, credits, the universal currency on campus, are simply not enough. Rather than spending a fortune on credits, it's better to squeeze in some time. Of course, Su Chen doesn't have a duplication technique, and with so many courses, he must make choices. Besides the regular daily course schedule, he spends almost all his time in Zixia Tower learning skills. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng both have enhancement-type talents, though their methods differ, leading to a lot of overlap in their classes. The two mentioned that they hadn't seen Su Chen for over half a month. On November 11, 5:30 a.m., in a corner of the second floor of the cafeteria, Zhang Xinro saw the schedule Su Chen set for himself. Once again, she admired his almost monstrous time management skills. Don't you feel tired? Hee, it's all fun stuff. Why would I feel tired? Looking at the direction you came from this morning, where did you spend the night last night? Seemingly casual, but actually quite tense. A man who is completely disciplined and extremely excellent if he were to be secretly taken away. Just the thought of it made her furious. I slept in Zixia Tower last night, studying skill books a bit late. Upon learning about Su Chen's skill learning schedule, Zhang Xinro's mouth dropped open. Is this guy even human? A machine, perhaps. Daytime theory classes and the remaining time spent on skill training? Come on, at least find some fun. I'm going crazy just listening to this. How about I take you out for a drink tonight, let loose a bit? Forget it. I don't want to go get rabies shots. The implication was clear, her face instantly flushed, her eyes sparkling, exuding charm. She had indeed gotten drunk that day, and she hadn't expected Su Chen to look like a teetotaling good man. In reality, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. He was adept at socializing over drinks, and had never been as drunk as he was that day. Not only did nothing happen, but she even thought her charm had diminished. You better not say that. Who bit you? You, pointing at Zhang Xinro. Her cherry lips playfully bit her finger halfway, giving him a provocative glance. Oh. Suddenly, his fingertips felt a peculiar sensation, warm and smooth, playfully swaying back and forth. Did you see that? That's what biting is. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm really a dog. Just as the two were about to finish eating and leave, they saw a dozen students walking in with their heads down. Among them were two familiar faces. Li Yunteng and Chu Yunlong. Snow Wolf Society? Looks like they failed the commission to upgrade to an elite society. What? I told you not to join the society, didn't you know? Zhang Xinro explained from the side. Ordinary societies must challenge a difficulty level above the simulation secret realm to upgrade to an elite society. Su Chen's eyes lit up, his intuition telling him, business opportunity. Senior Xinro, can you tell me more about it? Are you really interested in this? Jiang Shinro, who operated the Pioneer Society and was quite familiar with various rules, pondered for a moment before softly explaining. Under normal conditions, to clear the difficult level, you need at least 16 Tier 3 lower awakened ones, and they must all have A-level talents with experienced support in the team. For B-level talent awakened ones, reaching Tier 3 upper is only possible. It's not easy for an ordinary society to gather such a lineup. However, every year during the period from the society's recruitment to the end of the semester, considering that each society has fresh blood joining, for every freshman among these 16, the difficulty will be reduced by 1%. Do you understand what I'm saying? Su Chen nodded as if he suddenly realized. If an ordinary society makes good use of this opportunity, they might also successfully advance to an elite society. And with different society levels, the amount of resources received from the school each month can differ by more than 3 times. Over time, the gap will only widen. Of course, if the promotion is successful, there will also be corresponding rewards. Seeing Su Chen's particular interest, Jiang Shinro thought he had changed his mind and continued. The 16 who clear the simulated secret realm will each receive 300 credits and a second-tier random quality pill. And the access to Zixia Tower will be directly open to sea level, with an additional 300 credits activated. Under Jiang Shinro's introduction, Su Chen quickly became familiar with the promotion rules of the society. On the other side, Xu Yunlong was in a daze. He actually saw Su Chen chatting face-to-face with Jiang Shinro, who was dressed in sportswear. Could it be that the rumor is true? This was the most explosive news on campus during this time. Nothing was more sensational than the strongest newcomer Su Chen having an affair with the vice president of the Pioneer Society, Jiang Shinro. Although the two had never publicly stated anything in any occasion, many had already seen them having breakfast together. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, Jiang Shinro's face was charmingly smiling, her eyes sparkling, giving off a rather proactive vibe. Thinking back to his own past, Xu Yunlong couldn't help but sigh. In front of the person you like, even the coldest woman will drop her disguise. No matter how hard Fei Yangyang tries, he won't become Shi Yangyang. After leaving the cafeteria, they parted ways, squeezing out a little time to check society information while studying and practicing. He asked Jiang Shinro about his doubts through a chat app. As a junior, her course schedule was much lighter, and she spent most of her time in the society. By the evening, Su Chen had everything figured out and then got Xu Yunlong's contact information from Sun Biwei. 6:30 p.m., basement level 1 of teaching building number 21, Snow Wolf Society headquarters. Xu Yunlong saw Su Chen getting off a black motorcycle, his face full of smiles. Junior Su, our vice president has been waiting for a long time. Gone was the previous arrogance and seniority. Instead, there was a hint of restraint in his speech. The freshman competition and various rumors on campus all indicated that Su Chen's rise was unstoppable. People like him were too valuable to offend. Entering the society headquarters, many immediately recognized Su Chen, and puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. Su Chen had openly rejected 2 highly popular societies and willingly chose to be a lone wolf, which was well known throughout Yuanma University. As he led Su Chen inside, noticing the expressions of the society members, Xu Yunlong couldn't help but puff out his chest. Seniorly, long time no see. Long time no see. A girl with a sweet smile poured tea for the 3 of them, blushing slightly as she handed it to Su Chen before quietly exiting and closing the door. As a fellow freshman, Su Chen was treated as a distinguished guest, while she had to start from the lowest chores in the society. This person, Li Yunting, sensed Su Chen's aura, clearly still a tier 2 lower, but he seemed a bit stronger than when they fought, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. I heard Yunlong say you wanted to see me? That's right, this morning, you guys failed the challenge in the simulated secret realm, right? The expressions of the two changed instantly. Li Yunting snorted coldly and had already issued an eviction order. If you came here to mock us, the Snow Wolf Society does not welcome you. Seniorly, don't get agitated. What if I say I can help you level up to an elite society? Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, they knew he wasn't joking. What method? I will temporarily join the Snow Wolf Society and lead the team. We have no way out, you. Xu Yunlong immediately raised a doubt. With 16 freshmen, the difficulty decreases by 16%. I am confident we can clear it within 2 attempts. Simply requiring a clear without time limits or troublesome operation scores, Su Chen was quite confident. What's the condition? After clearing, all credits and cultivation resources of the other 15 will belong to me, plus an additional payment of 3,000 credits. The room fell silent, only the hurried breaths of Li Yunting and Xu Yunlong could be heard. What if we fail both times? I will pay all the credits needed to open the simulation secret realm. By tomorrow night at the latest, I will give you a response. Early the next morning, Li Yunting sent a text agreeing to the collaboration. The Society Activity Center is located in the northeast corner of the campus. It is also the entrance to the simulation secret realm Fallen Waves. The secret realm can be understood as a closed gray area, but the types of ferocious beasts and alien races within are limited, making it more difficult Similar to a one-time dungeon, it often yields a massive amount of materials and resources. The simulation's secret realm is created by combining spatial talents and top technology in China. It can set scenes, summon ferocious beasts, and other elements in the background. Challenges can be attempted multiple times, and rewards are given for rankings or breaking records. However, there are no material or resource drops. In the evening, many ordinary societies gathered near the entrance. The welfare period for the simulation secret realm is less than 2 months, and if missed, one must wait half a year. Li Yunting and the core members led 15 new members, immediately attracting attention. Old Li, your snow wolf is really going all out this time. Didn't you just fail the challenge a few days ago? Perseverance is good, just don't end up losing big, huh? Not in the mood to heed these mocking voices, Li Yunting noticed a young man in a black leather jacket in the corner. The two first went to handle the society registration and then handed a pass to Su Chen. Senior Li, happy cooperation. Thank you for your trouble. With many doubts in his heart, thinking of the Bo Saint behind Su Chen, Li Yunting felt extremely complicated at this moment. Among the 15, there were 3 support members. Su Chen arranged everything and led the group towards the entrance. Tip: please select difficulty, normal, hard, warrior, hell, hero. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth, his eyes shining. This inexplicable sense of familiarity. Choosing the hard mode after verifying the pass, the entrance successfully opened. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on top of a crumbling city wall with various buildings resembling ruins behind him. The chilling wind carried a bloody scent, the crackling flames burned, and the sky was overcast with thick clouds. 7. People involuntarily showed signs of fear, as if recalling the terrifying experience of their previous failure. However, this time should be even worse. All gazes converged, each holding doubts. If the seniors in their second and third years couldn't do it, how could they, all freshmen, possibly succeed? A few people curled their lips, having many criticisms about Li Yunting's agreement, but they didn't dare to voice them earlier. Pat. 4 decks of playing cards? What the hell? You just need to watch. If you're really bored, you can play Dodiju. Su Chen turned to the 3 support members and smiled. Please maintain my status throughout. Thank you. Everyone's minds went blank. Entered the simulated secret realm to play poker? Are you kidding? Letting you play for a bit, it's all your own unprofessionalism. Buzz. Strange fluctuations spread. Su Chen stood on the city wall, his black leather coat fluttering in the wind. With a casual wave, several quivers appeared. Happy to be at work, making money now. In hard mode, there is a 1-minute preparation time to inspect the environment and the conditions for clearing the level. Requirement: withstand 20 waves of attacking tides and successfully protect a nearly extinct city-state. At the same time, effective information organized in the mind emerges. The first 10 waves are mainly ferocious beasts, while the last 10 waves are a combination of foreign races and ferocious beasts. After all enemies in each wave are killed, the next wave will be forced to refresh, and it will refresh after 30 minutes as well. The 10th and 20th waves will feature Lord-level ferocious beasts and foreign races. Support received. The 3 support members each used their talents and skills, and different colored halos appeared on their bodies, quietly reciting in their hearts. System activate. Opening the system panel, all 4 attributes had slight increases. I wonder if killing these simulated ferocious beasts and foreign races will increase free points. If so, it would save the trouble of running around. Just grind for credits, learn skills, and then repeat entering the secret realm to grind for free points. This cycle would make me invincible upon exiting. Boring, but very satisfying. A starry formation appeared before me, slowly rotating. The scene 1,000 meters away was clearly visible, and the vast field of vision completely revealed the spawning points of the ferocious beasts and foreign races. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, I fully activated my techniques. Countless light and fire elements, like bright moths, all rushed towards Su Chen. Elemental energy infused the arrows with dazzling golden light and red flames entwined. At this moment, light and fire particles swirled around me, making me feel like a deity. The light and fire element enchantment was complete. Zing! The resounding sound of the bowstring snapping echoed, and the 15 people swallowed hard, with several girls clasping their hands together, their eyes filled with stars. One arrow pierced the clouds. Roar! It's a second-tier elite ferocious beast, the iron-armored lizard, and a redback bear. Oh my! Everyone stared intently into the distance. Even from 1,000 meters away, they could still feel the terrifying aura approaching. The pressure brought by the appearance of 30 ferocious beasts was immense, and everyone felt a great weight on their shoulders. Previously, there were seniors from the 2nd and 3rd years. Now, hey, what are we playing poker for? We're about to be eliminated. Our freshmen first. This time we really went a bit overboard. Look, in the dim sky, a formation over 100 meters suddenly unfolded, shining across the universe. The dense rain of arrows formed a canopy of light and fire. Sky Arrow Book. The exposed ferocious beasts hadn't even realized what was happening before being pierced through their bodies, leaving the scene directly. Zing, zing, zing. The archery skills of the Master Realm were displayed, and the shining arrows accurately hit the weaknesses of the ferocious beasts that slipped through the net, killing them with one shot. Buzz! The wave count refreshed, and the second wave of ferocious beasts appeared in an instant. Sky Arrow Book continued, and Su Chen's feet seemed to be rooted, not moving an inch, having already caused nearly 100 ferocious beasts to perish. The third wave refreshed. By this time, everyone felt dry and parched. So this is possible? In just a few minutes, it had already refreshed to the third wave. Several students with experience had their lips twitching, completely not expecting such a scene. Is this the battle style of the freshman first? Thus, on the broken city wall, such a scene appeared. 3 support members excitedly provided Su-chan with enhancement skills. Not far away, 3 people huddled together. 7, 8, 9, 10 circle guests, it's blown up. Luo Ge, go go go. I'll treat you to dinner after today. These people had already gained the corresponding awareness, playing poker to relax while also shouting 666, which was actually great. 500 meters outside the city wall, the explosive mammoth was hit by dozens of arrows, unwilling to fall, unable to rise again. Wave after wave came fiercely, perishing one after another under Su-chan's arrows. The 15 people went from shock to habit, then to complete trust, all in just a few hours. The 19th wave, it must be the last lord of the alien race. Flickering elemental particles surrounded the area, the 8-element body. Refinement technique operating frantically, with elemental enchanted arrows being used throughout. The mad shooting had sustained endurance, with buffer zone extending over 1,000 meters. Anyone who came would be shot down. The only downside was that killing the simulated ferocious beasts and aliens would not increase the free points. Fortunately, it did elevate the realm of other skills considerably. Using pure elemental energy as arrows increases the power, but the current technique is still insufficient to support it. Su Chen speculated that once the 8-element body refinement technique was elevated to the master realm, he could basically achieve self-sufficiency. In other words, normal archery output could completely be replaced by energy arrows. This further solidified his intention to head to the gray zone. Before that, while comprehending and learning skills, he would help other ordinary clubs level up. Earning 7,500 credits plus 15 second-tier pills in just a few hours, there were at least 20 ordinary clubs stuck in the simulated secret realm at Yuanma University. That was over 150,000 credits. As the last shield-bearing minotaur fell, a massive shadow appeared. Over 100 meters tall, its muscular body exuded a sense of oppression that was almost the sum of the previous 19 waves. The players at the card table felt a chill all over when they met those scarlet eyes, the size of wheels. They trembled uncontrollably. A mutated third-tier Lord Minotaur Beast? After mutation, both aliens and ferocious beasts would receive certain attribute enhancements, and their true combat power would soar. The Minotaur Beast before them was at least twice the normal size, definitely possessing the destructive power of a 4th-tier ordinary or even elite. Its legs bent and its massive feet pushed off the ground, charging forward. Damn, it's a barbaric charge. We're done for. What do we do? Just that one charge was enough to turn the city walls and the buildings behind them into ruins. Facing the mutated Minotaur Beast, the archers had no way to stop it. Realizing this, the 15 people looked desolate, their lips losing color. The 100-meter giant charged forward, its terrifying momentum instantly causing 2 girls to collapse to the ground. The ice blue energy arrows erupted, flying out several meters before suddenly exploding into 12. Meteor 12 strike. Extreme ice. A golden formation, radiant as the sun, unfolded once more. Boom, ice mist spread, and within a block of ice larger than a small mountain, the Minotaur Beast was completely frozen. Meteor 12 strike. Flash. The blinding meteors pierced through the ice, and the massive head exploded, brain matter splattering, blood gushing forth. Under the 3-dimensional assault from top to bottom, front to back, the Minotaur Beast's body collapsed like a mountain. Challenge successful. Congratulations on breaking the best record. Each challenger will receive a reward of 100 credits. Cheers erupted on the city wall. What 7 core members in their 2nd and 3rd years could not achieve, first-year Su Chen accomplished. And he even broke the record. It was simply a miracle. Oldly, what can I say about you? Did a donkey kick your brain or what? Do you believe that tomorrow everyone will know about this big joke of yours? Several familiar classmates around chattered incessantly, while Li Yunting's face darkened, regret still gnawing at him. What was wrong with him? No matter how skilled Su Chan's archery was, he was just a 2nd-tier lower-level freshman. He must have been bewitched. The vice president? Chu Yunlong stammered, pointing at the ranking board on the left side of the entrance, as if he had seen a ghost. Following his gaze, Li Yunting suddenly opened his mouth wide. Crack. It dislocated. Su Chen and the other 15 names were prominently listed above. The bright red number 1 at the front was particularly glaring at that moment. The verification period has begun. Big Fish here is asking for updates and 5-star reviews. Also asking for some free gifts. Thank you. Really passed? It must be fake. There must be some malfunction. Doubts echoed on site as Li Yunting and the core members of the Snow Wolf Society rushed into the Society Management Center, where the intelligence screen prominently displayed Elite Society. The hall erupted in cheers, with everyone rushing to celebrate. The members of other ordinary societies looked on with envy. Among them were several ordinary societies stronger than Snow Wolf, still stuck at the final level. The 16 names on the leaderboard stood out, and after a moment's thought, everyone realized that Su Chen was the key to clearing the level. Vice President Li is impressive. What method did you use to recruit the top new student? It's a secret. Li Yunting's excitement was palpable, grateful to enjoy the benefits of an elite society before graduation. The 16 members stepped out one by one, all dressed neatly, their faces still showing traces of excitement and joy. The gazes directed at Su Chen were filled with admiration. Su Chen proceeded to handle the withdrawal procedures from the society. Everyone went to the supply office to collect rewards for the society's promotion and record-breaking achievements, and then Li Yunting generously handed over 9,000 credits and 12 second-tier quality pills. Senior is generous. The Snow Wolf Society has always kept its promises. He immediately took out 300 credits for assistance, and the three were exceptionally surprised, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Watching the figures rush away, everyone present was in awe. When did credits come so easily? Hearing the 15 talk about playing poker the whole time, Li Yunting, Chu Yunlong, and several core members who had personally tackled the simulated secret realm instinctively swallowed. Although there was a setting for an overall difficulty reduction of 16%, it wasn't a place that just any second-tier lower awakened one could easily conquer. Li Yunting suddenly felt that even if he competed with Su Chen now, he would still end up being defeated in an instant. As fellow archers, he couldn't understand when lower-tier archers could exert such terrifying pressure. Within 2 hours, the news that the strongest new student had cleared the secret realm with a 1 versus 15 strategy, helping the Snow Wolf Society successfully promote, spread throughout the academy. Countless people, in disbelief, sought to learn the method of clearing, ultimately left with nothing but admiration. This strategy, akin to a grand scheme, was one that could not be replicated step by step. Moreover, it even broke the fastest record. Completely incomprehensible. The next morning, Su Chen appeared as usual, his morning run against the dawn already a deeply ingrained habit. Moments later, Jiang Xinro joined him. Everyone is very curious. How could the strongest new student like you join such a small society? Su Chen was well aware of the other parties. Little thoughts from his 2 lifetimes. He didn't reject dating, but he simply didn't have the time or extra energy for it. He also didn't want Jiang Xinro to misunderstand. He understood women's little thoughts all too well. He casually explained, "I've already withdrawn." What? Jiang Xinro's rosy lips formed an O shape, thinking she must have misheard. "I just held them a bit and earned some credits in the process. So you want me to?" Jiang Xinro, being exceptionally clever, instantly understood Su Chen's plan. "The threshold for elite societies will become very low, and are you sure you can succeed every time? And doesn't this directly violate the existing rules? Rules are meant to be broken." Watching the figure running away, Jiang Xinro stood there in a daze. With Jiang Xinro secretly spreading the news, within half a day, many ordinary societies stuck in the simulated secret realm across the school learned about the insider information on Yubema, Ren Mengqin, and others were completely unconvinced and, like Su Chen, brought 15 people in, but the results were vastly different. They all rolled out of the simulated secret realm covered in dirt, which completely established Su Chen's unique position. In no time, ordinary societies were stirring with excitement. Due to the 3-day restriction on joining a new club after leaving one, the number of people contacting Su Chen has been increasing. The thoughts of all the clubs vary. Since the Snow Wolf can do it, why can't they? In order to compete for Su Chen, some clubs raised their offer to 3,500 credits, and soon another club increased it to 4,000. Watching the scene of several clubs bidding downstairs at the villa, Sun Biwei relaxed his brows and resumed watching his little movie. Any unreasonable thing that happens to Su Chen becomes reasonable. He has long since gotten used to it. Truly, he is Brother Luo. Daily life remains rich and fulfilling. Classes and skill comprehension are proceeding in an orderly manner. The archery skills are relatively simple to grasp, while the skills from the other 3 systems are a bit slower, due to their infrequent use. There is one premise: this is only in comparison to the archery skills. It takes about 2 to 3 days to comprehend and practice the skills to the entry level. If this speed were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause an earthquake. Su Chen chose to clear the simulated secret realm in the evening. He didn't want to delay the unique courses during the day, and more importantly, he could return to the dormitory before midnight, which would have no impact on the next day. As for credits and elixirs, under the premise of having cases, ordinary clubs would choose to pay upfront. Otherwise, if they were intercepted midway by other clubs with a higher bid, they would have to wait another 3 days. Junior Su, this is the agreed 1,000 credits and 12 elixirs. Received, let's go. After multiple challenges in the simulated secret realm, Fallen Waves, he always ensured a professional approach to the, meaning no awakened ones other than himself would intervene in the battle. Moreover, later on, he would provide various entertainment activities including but not limited to poker, mahjong and hero kill to make the waiting process more enjoyable. Of course, aside from poker, extra credits would be charged. As his proficiency increased, Su Chen's clearing speed also began to accelerate. He broke the record 3 times in a row, with the top 3 names on the leaderboard belonging to different guilds, but all the names in the first position were Su Chen's. There were detailed methods circulating on campus about how Su Chen cleared the levels, and many established elite clubs couldn't help but mock. Even if you call Su Chen to drag 15 dogs, he can still clear it steadily. I've finally got all the skills to the entry level. His words were filled with uncontrollable excitement. It took 6 days longer than expected, but his credits increased by 20,000 as a result. Not a loss at all. His credit account broke 180,000, and he had over 100 elixirs of various qualities at the second tier. Returning to the supply building, Manager Lin jogged over to receive him. In the end, Su Chen purchased a rare quality black leather jacket which has the property of being warm in winter and cool in summer, so he no longer had to worry about being too hot wearing leather in the summer. He also got a high-quality alloy short sword and a long spear, effectively updating his equipment completely. He spent less than 20,000 credits in total, and Su Chen sighed that things in college are truly cheap. He took time to go to the supermarket and bought a whole big box of various types and flavors of candy. Ever since he bought many as an apology last time, it seemed to have opened a door to a new world for Mei Nianxue. Teacher, I put it in the usual place. Right, I shouldn't be telling you this now, but you'd better return to school before December 20. Mei Nianxue didn't elaborate, and Su Chen naturally understood. By then, the list of participants for the four-school exchange competition would be confirmed. Teacher, I also bought a box of toothpaste, then I'm off. The sound of a motorcycle starting came from outside the door, and Mei Nianxue, with a lollipop in her mouth, stared at the direction Su Chen left for a long time without moving. Challenge 3 updates a day. Once again, seeking everyone's support. 5-star reviews, urging updates. Come on. Thank you, Su Shueti. The Fireworks Club will not forget your help. The heavily made-up woman shook Su Chen's hand uncontrollably, her body gradually leaning closer. It's just a matter of money for services rendered, nothing to talk about is help. He subtly stepped back, not liking the overwhelming scent of her perfume. Completing the transfer of 13,500 credits on the spot, she handed Su Chen a palm-sized vial containing 12 second-tier mid-grade spirit-enhancing pills. The effect was equivalent to the blue pills, capable of increasing endurance, ensuring more shots and longer duration. To advance to the elite club, Su Chen's position was irreplaceable. Nowadays, various ordinary clubs were competing fiercely, and the conditions naturally rose with the tide. While the quality of the pills remained unchanged, the types were specified by Su Chen. The woman's lips twitched slightly, a hint of regret. She had hoped to negotiate a discount after a night of passion, saving a few thousand credits while enjoying the pleasures of life, but it seemed there was no chance, and she had to give up. Riding his motorcycle out of Qingbei City, he headed north, aiming for the nearest gray zone, located in the abandoned mining area of Chuanning Town. The highway was almost devoid of vehicles at midnight, so Su Chen simply pushed the horsepower to the limit. The scenery on both sides flashed by rapidly, like black lightning, gone in a blink. The speed monitoring cameras showed no reaction at all. As dawn broke, the mist in the forest was ethereal, and distant roars of ferocious beasts could occasionally be heard. Entering Chuanning Town, the fog had yet to dissipate. The sounds of breakfast vendors filled the air. On both sides of the road were slightly dilapidated shops selling various goods related to awakeners. Dressed in black, with a black vehicle, he carried a long bow that was entirely dark and had eyes. Not far along, he felt the gazes directed at him from all around. Although the abandoned mines were the closest to Qingbei City, they were not the first choice for students hunting ferocious beasts. The reason was that this area belonged to an undeveloped gray zone. Unlike the well-equipped facilities of Luoshui City, Chuanning Town exuded a primitive atmosphere, fierce, savage, and dangerous. However, due to the lack of development, aside from the local mercenary groups, very few awakeners came here, resulting in a high quantity and quality of ferocious beasts. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The gray zone was no different. After drinking a bowl of steaming soy milk to dispel the chill from the overnight journey, he parked his motorcycle in the lot, entered the Awakeners Hall to complete the registration, and walked straight into the gray zone. Buzz. His phone vibrated. My beloved cost teacher, don't blame me for not telling you later. It's best to apply the dragon blood condensation ointment all over your body, and there must be rivers or lakes nearby. Su Chen smiled faintly. As expected of his teacher, one of the purposes of his trip to the gray zone was to cover his entire body with the black jade zhangrock. At that time, he would use the dragon blood condensation ointment to enhance his physique. Seeing the message on the screen, Mei Nianxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. What if he used it directly, and there just happened to be no rivers or lakes nearby, but there was a woman? Wouldn't that be like roasting the pig he raised himself, sprinkling it with seasoning, and serving it to someone else? I think I need to take a leave today. In the mirror, her fair face was already flushed, silver hair cascading down, and the cool little camisole slipped off one shoulder, revealing a beautiful collarbone. Most importantly, her ears had become pointed again. Sigh, what on earth is going on? He sent a message to the small group of Luo Miaxia and Xiao Cheng, turned off his phone, and tossed it into his storage ring. The gray zone was perilous. Any factor that could lead to exposure could turn into a dagger aimed at the heart. System activate. A series of information appeared. Name, Su Chen level, 2nd tier lower awakener talent, mastery of all elements, S rank, strength 497, agility 481, physique 514, spirit 932, cultivation method 8 element body refinement technique mastery, skills archery, mastery grandmaster eye of the heart return to spirit extreme star pupil growth demon breaking arrow mastery, heart intent arrow mastery phantom arrow mastery arrow of decay entry earth spike arrow entry celestial arrow book entry heavenly cloud demon descend entry meteor 12 strikes entry swordsmanship mastery entry flash sword slash entry spear mastery entry nebula 100 flower burial entry fist technique mastery entry inch force opens heaven entry instant glide step entry equipment abyssal eye epic spiral arrows x200 advanced alloy short sword advanced alloy long spear advanced dark knight long leather coat rare storage ring common free points 1. It has been about a month, still aiming to hunt fierce beasts and increase free points. Although enhancing talent intensity does indeed increase overall combat ability, focusing solely on one aspect would result in damage equivalent to scraping the skin. After all, this isn't a game, it's best to develop comprehensively. Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. After a month, who knows what realm he could reach. In the following time, Su Chen adopted the most efficient killing method. He sought a favorable location, shooting all fierce beasts within range from near to far, then systematically stripping useful materials from their corpses. To obtain the most complete pelts, he generally chose to shoot directly at the head or from a hole. Then he would change to a new location and repeat the above steps. The stripping techniques learned in anatomy class became incredibly familiar through repeated practical application. After a few days, he could completely strip useful materials. Within a minute, his movements fluid and precise. However, there were also 5th and even 6th tier fierce beasts in the abandoned mining area, making large-scale skills like the Celestial Arrow Book unusable. Otherwise, the efficiency of gaining free points would at least double. He leaped down from a cliff, quickly popping a spirit-enhancing pill into his mouth, refilling his nearly exhausted elemental energy. A 2nd-tier mid-grade spirit-enhancing pill could sell for 500,000 Huaxia coins, and Su Chen had consumed over 30 in these few days. Fortunately, he had accumulated some beforehand, with over 80 remaining in his storage space, enough for a month's use. When I get back to school, I'll buy an alchemy furnace. To improve hunting efficiency, using pills was also crucial. The money for one spirit-enhancing pill could be exchanged for a large pile of herbs for refining. Anyway, the 3 elements of fire, wood, and water needed for alchemy were trivial in the face of the talent for mastery of all elements. Avoiding middlemen to prevent price hikes was quite important. Sighing at the monotony of an archer's daily life, his hands never stopped. Like a machine devoid of emotion, that only knew how to shoot, no matter what fierce beast it was, as long as it entered range, he would aim and fire. On the 12th day in the abandoned mine, free points broke 10,000. Russell, a shadow suddenly pounced from the bushes at his feet. A strong arm suddenly revealed a layer of pitch-black jade-like exterior. A punch directly shattered it. The next second, more than 10 shadows rushed out together, as fast as thunder. On a platform of less than 3 square meters, he twisted and turned. Notably, after moving, there was a brief sliding period, allowing him to dodge all these shadows at will. Instant glide step. Information about the ferocious beast suddenly surfaced in my mind. A 3rd-tier ordinary beast, the wind-chasing twin-tailed ferret. Its speed is like lightning, appearing in groups, and it can also poison people. More ferocious beasts shot out from all directions to the point where complete evasion was impossible. Boom! Boom! The black jade armor instantly spread across my body. The ferocious beasts not only failed to break through the defense but were instead knocked away one by one. In just a breath, the black jade armor covering my body shattered. What a terrifying attack frequency. In the next moment, the black jade armor recoalesced. A hint of confusion flashed in my eyes. The color of the black jade armor seemed to have deepened. Could it be that being shattered and then recondensed can increase hardness? A strange glimmer flashed in the depths of the abyssal eye. Every arrow shot out with incredible speed bore an invisible sharp edge. Several wind-chasing double-tailed weasels were instantly sliced in half, blood mist flashing around them. Above, the azure clouds rolled, and countless small arrows poured down like a torrential rain. Thunder struck down, the booming sound echoing endlessly. Heavenly cloud demon descend. The terrifying rain of arrows formed an impenetrable barrier, completely cutting off the possibility of the wind-chasing double-tailed weasels breaking through. Although it was only at the entry-level realm, the activation time was slightly slower, but its striking frequency was more than twice that of the celestial arrow technique. Roar! A piercing howl came, and a chilling sensation suddenly crept up the back. The left hand reached for the waist, twisting to gather strength. The bright semicircular sword arc immediately split the last beast in two. Flash sword slash. It turned out to be a tier 3 elite Weasel King. TSK TSK TSK. What a shame for such fine fur. The fur of the wind-chasing double-tailed Weasel King was top-notch. A complete pelt could sell for 1 million huaxia coins. The corpses of the beasts lay everywhere, but unfortunately, they were all shot to pieces. Quickly collecting the materials, Suchen darted through the forest like a nimble cheetah. Such a commotion would surely attract the attention of some high-level beasts. Outside the abandoned mine, a 2-meter-tall flame giant ape had just torn off a leg of a ground demon spider, and its biological instincts prompted it to turn around immediately. Not far away, a human in a black leather jacket stood with a bow. Both hands raised the middle finger. This universal gesture could be understood even by beasts and alien races. The flame giant ape pounded its chest, wanting to smash this contemptuous human into a pulp. Whoosh! With both hands protecting its face, the outer layer of skin instantly condensed into black jade rock. Bang! The black jade rock was covered in cracks, and with a crack, it shattered completely. The 8-element body refinement technique operated at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, a new layer of black jade rock formed over the body. Upon closer inspection, the color indeed changed. Although not obvious, it was at least 5 times faster than the daily operation of the 8-element body refinement technique. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that the technique of cultivating black jade rock was actually about shattering and recondensing repeatedly. With this method, as long as he took enough hits, wouldn't he quickly reach the level his teacher mentioned? He leaped up and directly aimed at the giant ape's face, attacking with both fists. The giant ape was stunned. "Hey, keep going!" Roar! The flame giant ape shattered the black jade rock once more, and Su Chen rewarded it with 2 more punches. Ha! Why not hit other parts? It was mentioned in biology class. The complete fur of the flame giant ape was a high-grade material for making blankets. The giant ape's face was of no use at all. The flame giant ape panted heavily, its fierce face now swollen beyond recognition. It was getting closer to a 2-dimensional cute style. No way? Is that all you can do? The fist, as black as jade, struck the face like it was red hot. The dark energy wrapped in explosive flames caused the giant ape's head to explode in an instant, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of burning. Inch Force opens the sky. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that even this skill could be enchanted with elements. The original dark energy explosion combined with the inherently violent fire elemental energy actually allowed him to one-punch kill a tier 2 elite beast. In the following days, aside from the usual shooting, whenever he encountered beasts like the flame giant ape, he would first take a hit until the beast was exhausted, then deliver a finishing blow. On the night of November 21st, the elemental energy in the cave surged instantly. 8 types of elemental particles converged into a storm, and the center of this storm was Su Chen. As the elemental energy in his body washed over him repeatedly, the already loosened membrane was completely broken through tier 2 mid-level. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he continued to stabilize his realm, revealing a smile. "It seems my cultivation talent is quite good. After all, free points cannot increase the level of an awakened, one must rely on their own training." Once again, he condensed the black jade zhuang rock, which appeared distinctly black under the firelight. If he comes back 5 or 6 more times tomorrow, he should be able to reach a completely pitch black state. Opening the information panel, all 4 attributes had slightly increased, and his free points reached 13,426. Su Chen then closed his eyes and began to operate the 8-element body refining technique again. Cultivation knows no day or night. Becoming stronger is a race against time. The abyssal eye across from him had been watching Su Chen intently, from indifference at first to a hint of appreciation now. The crackling of the fire just happened to cover a small sigh. Deep in the mine, beside various old tools, the lake's surface was calm and crystal clear, reflecting a strong and smooth upper body. Covered in black jade zhuang rock, it shone darkly under the sunlight. Su Chen took out a 5th-grade high-quality dragon blood condensing ointment and applied it to every corner of his body. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The cold ointment felt as uncomfortable as being scorched by flames. No wonder the teacher said it should be done in a place with water. There was only one place left. Taking a deep breath, he used both hands. After all, it was a good thing with dragon blood. Since the other parts had been enhanced, how could he let this area go? Damn it, it really hurts. So would it increase hardness or length? Could it be diameter? The burning pain not only did not ease but became even more severe under the midday sun. Dragon blood was inherently extremely hot and yang. Applying it all over was like wrapping oneself in a layer of lava. Su Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes nearly bursting, not uttering a word. There were many fierce beasts deep in the mine. Even if he was already hidden well, who could know what would happen if he made a sound? He recalled what Mei Nianxue had said about the physique of the dragon clan just a step away from entering the lake. After enduring the most intense pain, suddenly a pleasant and comfortable feeling surged from the bottom up to his mind. "Ha! What's going on?" Su Chen looked down and felt an increasingly prominent sensation. Moreover, there was a primal instinct, a dry mouth and parched tongue. The Dragon Clan's fiery baptism continuously washed over his remaining consciousness, and every part of his body began to swell. Thud. Icy coldness rushed in from every pore, and the swelling body was tempered, becoming denser. When he emerged from the lake, his strong body was covered in droplets of water, as if it were the most perfect masterpiece of the creator, each inch containing terrifying explosive power. His body evolved into a perfect weapon, like that of the Dragon Clan, every part a lethal tool. Surging power flowed endlessly, and he couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky. System, activate. He silently chanted in his heart, and Su Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Strength, 665. Agility, 643. Physique, 1432. Spirit, 932. All three attributes except for spirit had increased. Among them, the physique had the largest increase, by 888 points. Whoosh! The black jade zhuangrock unfolded in an instant, overlapping like dragon scales, with fine lines resembling blood vessels on it. Not only the body, but even the black jade zhuangrock had evolved. At this moment, even though it enveloped his entire body, it was far harder than when it had condensed to the size of a fist. Su Chen twisted his body, adapting to the changes. The black jade zhuang rock solidified on his left arm, with the dark dragon scales and the complex patterns clearly visible. Boom! Suddenly, he threw a punch, and a piercing sonic boom and fierce punchwind followed. The corners of his mouth lifted in disbelief. This was actually the power of an ordinary punch. Now, even facing the flame giant ape barehanded, he could kill it with pure physical strength. He stretched lazily, but his expression suddenly changed. He looked down between his legs. What the hell? Why does it feel heavier? It shouldn't be an illusion. This swaying feeling of weight is something he cannot be deceived by. A man's weight has increased, yet his figure has not changed at all. This is something to celebrate. Taking out his fitted clothes from the storage space, his expression suddenly became extremely complex. Indeed, he has grown. Sighed, when I go back, I'll have to buy bigger ones. For now, I'll just make do. After all, there's still a long way to go, and running in the gray area will inevitably cause some swing. It would be quite ridiculous if he were to get up. Beneath it all, there is indeed a hint of sadness. Thankfully, he remembered Mei Nianshue's reminder, otherwise he would have faced the terrifying situation of being burned by dragonfire. Running through the forest, he felt like a black lightning bolt. The speed was incredibly fast, yet he made not a single sound. The howling wind was constant, and he felt the changes brought by his new body, with Su Chen's joy evident on his face. Compared to his original muscle dimensions, there was only a slight increase, but the muscle density had more than tripled. What truly surprised Su Chen was the control over his body. Otherwise, running quickly and silently would not be so easily achieved. Upon returning to the cave he lived in, Su Chen felt no fatigue at all. He had run over 40 kilometers in just 1 hour and 16 minutes. Summoning the system panel, his free points had reached 14,279. First, he clicked the arrow after the talent section. The prompt indicated that the current free points were insufficient to upgrade to SS level. This only strengthened his previous resolve, and he clicked the arrow after the cultivation method, revealing a completely different prompt. It meant he could upgrade to the Master Realm. Without hesitation, he clicked, and the 8 Yuan body refinement technique successfully entered the Master Realm. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds like firecrackers erupted from within him, and naturally, 8 differently colored elemental stars appeared. Following that, the 8 spheres merged into one and then split into 8. However, the 8 elemental stars now were completely identical, all with mixed colors. It's the transformation into 8 from the skill book. The moment his left hand opened, a golden energy arrow suddenly took shape, illuminating the dim cave as if it were bathed in sunlight. After a few breaths, the consumed elemental energy had already recovered. Previously, when condensing elemental energy arrows, he would always choose a more durable elemental enchanted arrow due to endurance. From now on, he no longer had to consider arrow consumption. Future physical arrows could focus more on functionality. The benefits brought by the realm upgrade were far from over. After operating the cultivation method for several cycles, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to conclude the current efficiency of the cultivation method was more than 10 times that of before. In other words, the time taken to upgrade from mid-level 2 to upper level 2 would be less than 1/10 of the original. Of course, aside from the technique corresponding to the rock element, the black jade John rock, Su Chen planned to learn techniques for other elements as well. He had no intention of stopping here. He raised all the entry-level skills to proficiency, and the remaining free points were just enough to elevate swordsmanship, marksmanship, and boxing skills to mastery. During this process, he discovered a new rule for allocating points. When upgrading from the same realm, the higher the quality of the skill, the more free points it would cost. Looking at the mere 12 free points left, although it was a bit painful, he felt an even greater urgency to acquire more free points. Su Chen entered a frenzied killing mode, transforming into an emotionless machine ruthlessly harvesting three-tiered lords and below ferocious beasts. Moreover, due to the changes in his body, his energy had significantly increased. Suchen simply compressed his sleep time to 4 hours. The rest of the time was either spent hunting ferocious beasts or on the way to hunt them. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed in the gray area. The high-intensity killings quickly gave Suchen a killing intent that was not inferior to, and even far surpassed, that of the ferocious beasts. Walking through the abandoned mine, many first-tier and even second-tier ferocious beasts fled at the sound of him, reacting the same way. When encountering higher-tier ferocious beasts, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, most were killed with bows and arrows, otherwise, the efficiency of the hunt would have greatly decreased. That day, Suchen skillfully used a steel dagger, deftly slicing through flesh and bone, and in just over 40 seconds, he had completed the dissection of a third-tier elite beast, the golden claw earth dragon. Suddenly, a shadow burst out from the bushes 3 meters away. Help me! It was a girl who looked to be about the same age as him, with long pink hair tied in a ponytail, beautiful features, willow-shaped brows, and apricot-shaped eyes. She wore dark, form-fitting battle armor and knee-high black boots, and her round, fair thighs bore several shocking scars of varying depths. At that moment, noisy footsteps and shouts came from not far away, making the girl's delicate face turn even paler. She had thought that this boy, who seemed to be about her age, would possess the heroic spirit expected at their age to save a damsel in distress. But when she met his calm and indifferent gaze, her heart sank. Please help me, and afterwards The girl's face showed a hint of hesitation, but as the voices drew closer, it seemed she made up her mind. I discovered a secret realm. If you help me escape, we can share. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can escape? This is the territory of our Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps. Laughter erupted nearby as a dozen men dressed as mercenaries surrounded the two. Ha! I didn't expect you to have accomplices. Suchen calmly wiped the blood from his dagger and said in a low voice, I don't know her. I don't want to get involved in your grievances. All the mercenaries were slightly taken aback, not expecting this young man in a long black leather coat to be so straightforward. The girl trembled all over, her eyes already soaked with tears, and the unyielding tears streamed down her face. She knew what her fate would be. The slaughter in the gray zone was happening every moment, and Suchen had no intention of meddling. He had seen information about the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps before coming. They were the local bullies of Chuanning town, occupying the outskirts of abandoned mines. As long as it didn't affect his ability to earn freedom points, Suchen had no plans to provoke them. Moreover, the secret realm the girl mentioned might just be a ploy to increase her chances of being rescued. What I said is, Suchen completely ignored her and turned to leave. Wait, a man who looked like a leader or captain licked his dry lips, staring intently at the longbow with eyes. Based on his years of experience, it was definitely no less than elite quality. And a young man who could afford such quality would have many valuable items in his storage ring. Everyone present was at least tier 2, and killing them in the gray zone was no big deal. The advantage is mine. Men like this are rare. If you want to leave, you can, but leave your weapons and storage ring behind, and I can let you go alive. Suchen's expression suddenly darkened. You want my bow? And your storage ring? Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it feels like to have your backdoor bloom. Whoosh, I'll give you everything, just let me go. We Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps are the most trustworthy. Hearing a hint of pleading in Suchen's words, the man's smile grew even brighter. Handing over weapons and still wanting to leave? If they enjoyed themselves and still lived, what was the harm in letting them go? The two men stepped forward cautiously, a spark flashed before their eyes. The head of the man immersed in the flower planting exploded. Here's the update. Young master, kill them. Bang! As the words fell, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Like a watermelon hit by an armor-piercing round, it shattered on the spot without any resistance. Scalding white and red substances splattered everywhere. The mercenaries were instantly petrified. The two strongest among them were caught off guard and had their heads blown off. No one wanted to be the next to die. The girl lying on the ground forgot to breathe, her wide eyes fixed on that figure, trembling involuntarily. In her memory, the archer she knew had never caused such harm. Those two were both at the mid-level of the third tier. Moreover, the man referred to as young master by the mercenaries possessed a B-grade talent in the enhancement system, blood-armored rhino. His defense could rival that of an ordinary fourth-tier lower awakened. And now he was taken out in an instant? She began to doubt whether what she was witnessing was just a ridiculous delusion before death. At that moment, she realized that the aura emanating from Suchen was no less than that of those fourth-tier lord-level ferocious beasts. In fact, it was even more overwhelming. One person intimidated, and no one dared to move. After a brief silence, the remaining mercenaries launched their attack simultaneously. Can you, an archer, shoot arrows in a 360-degree angle without any blind spots? The two who died were the son and nephew of Lu Long, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group. All the mercenaries knew this. The former was a late-born child, gifted and doted upon by Lu Long, With 2 people dead, if the murderer escaped, they would face endless torment. Be careful. The girl wanted to get up, but the bone-numbing smoke had left her legs weak, her will strong but her body powerless. The fastest mercenary had already rushed forward. His eyes were bloodshot. Years of bloodshed had allowed him to predict Su Chen's dodging trajectory. He gripped his knife tightly and slashed down with all his might. As long as Su Chen dodged, he would instantly change his slash into a chop. I predicted your prediction. Just an archer, the only outcome of being close is death. To the right. The voice suddenly stopped. In a flash, it was as if he saw a ghost, his pupils dilated. Indeed, it was a dodge to the left, completely within the mercenaries' expectations. But just after moving, he shifted again like a ghost. In the next moment, the arrow had accurately pierced his heart, and the mercenary stared in disbelief before dying instantly. What skill is this? On a patch of land no more than 3 meters in diameter, Su Chen continuously used the instant slide, moving like a specter. Each time he dodged, the next arrow would surely take a life. Precise and elegant. In a moment, 8 corpses lay at his feet. Each dazed face was filled with terror from the moment before death. The remaining 5, seeing the dire situation, immediately scattered in panic. Years of experience made them instinctively know that this was the only way to survive. It's a good method, but it's useless against me. This time, the girl saw the complete shooting process. 5 consecutive arrows. Each posture was like an innate imprint, perfectly identical in elegance, like a machine. In just a few minutes, the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group's squad was completely wiped out. What do you want? Sensing Su Chen's dangerous gaze, the girl suddenly felt a terrifying suffocation, as if she were staring into the eyes of a high-tier ferocious beast. Unlike those mercenaries who sought wealth, life, and beauty, Su Chen gave her the feeling of being akin to a ferocious beast. Besides goblins or mating apes, do ferocious beasts care about how good-looking their food is? Is the secret realm you mentioned real? Aren't you uninterested? Gulp. A fleeting glance made her scalp tingle. Okay, I'll tell you, really, it's true. Hey, don't go, I've said it's true. Watching the figure gradually recede, she muttered in dissatisfaction. What kind of person is this, leaving me here? Good-looking but so cruel. Even so, she was still grateful to have encountered this cold-blooded youth. Otherwise, her fate would definitely have been much worse. Bang! Bang! A muffled sound came. Su Chen searched the corpse, scavenging everything of value. Soon, the corpse was reduced to charred chunks of flesh amidst a series of explosions. One, then another. Expressionless yet exceptionally skilled. Apart from the dull sound of explosions, the silence was terrifying. This guy is definitely not a first-timer. So terrifying. Wait, I won't say anything. Seeing that, Su Chen showed no signs of stopping, her voice began to tremble. I'll tell you the entrance to the secret realm, I'll do anything. Just don't kill me. Her stunning face was filled with fear. Having witnessed Su Chen's ruthless efficiency, she had no doubt he would turn on her. Moreover, her beauty held no allure for this cold young man. It's over. I'm going to die. Here, blood vein. Grass. Eating this can speed up the elimination of the effects of the bone-soft smoke, though it might taste a bit bitter. Ha! The girl looked at the handsome face close by, blurting out. You're not going to kill me? I want to know the exact location of the secret realm. Oh, thank you. After about a quarter of an hour, the girl felt her strength returning. Her curiosity about this cold yet slightly warm young man grew. He clearly wasn't an alchemist, yet he recognized even the less common blood vein grass. Considering his age, could he be a top university student? Or perhaps a rising star from a prominent family? Taking advantage of Su Chen turning his head, she pulled out a pill. She then stuffed the storage ring into the relatively grand Wuxiang Blade's compartment. I'm not interested in your storage ring, can we talk about the secret realm now? Thank you for saving me. Her eyes darted, she extended her hand, smiling as she spoke. Yu Chen, nice to meet you. Oh, Russell. She chose to ignore you. Chen's handshake. What a cautious guy. Yu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, then felt relieved. If she were like him, she would have probably died 100 times over by now. Ahem. The story starts from the day I came to Chuanning town. I remember. It was around 8:30 in the morning, maybe 9. After I drank 2 bowls and half a bowl of sweet soy milk with sugar, Su Chen frowned. This pink-haired girl was like giving a report, going on and on with every detail. Oh, the person you just killed was named Lu Cohen. His father is Lu Long, a peak level 4 awakened one. I hired them as my bodyguards. It cost 500,000 Huaxia coins, 20 minutes passed. She hadn't even finished recounting her first day in the gray zone. Enough. A thick, long energy arrow suddenly appeared in his palm, and he shouted sternly. If you don't say something useful right now, I'll use this to stab you and pull it out. The gray zone is under the old mine in the huge pit deep in the mine. Take the mine cart to the end and turn right. The entrance with 6 piles of ore is it. A day later, dozens of mercenaries surrounded the 3. Captain, the last location the young master sent was right here. Search for me. The middle-aged man at the forefront had gray hair, and the scar across his face looked particularly sinister in the firelight. Lu Long, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group. The two beside him were Deputy Leader Lu Gang and Zhao Hu. The mercenaries lit torches and searched, shouts echoing. A few hours later, scattered charred small chunks of flesh and vaguely identifiable fragments of soft armor lay on the ground. Lu Long trembled as he picked one up, recognizing it as the gift he had given to his son. His eyes turned red, and the overwhelming rage could not conceal the grief of losing a child. Find him for me. Even if I have to turn the abandoned mine upside down, I will find that wretched person. My Koan, woo-woo. Big brother, before Koan left, he took a lot of ghost flower oil. From here, as long as that wretched person has used it, whether in heaven or on earth, my ghost bees will be able to find her. You are called Russell, the vegetarian, right? With your strength, you must be the top player in one of the 4 elite universities, or, rather, a master, right? Don't look at me like that, I was also a top master in school. Can you be a bit quieter? Yu Chen jumped in front, patting his full chest. I really am a big master. Yes, quite big. Actually, I was really curious from the moment we met. The eyes on this bow look so real. Can I poke it? Shut up. Seeing the large arrow reappear in Su Chen's hand, Yu Chen finally closed his mouth. 2 bright eyes curved into crescent shapes. No more than 5 seconds passed before he started chattering again. After getting to know him, she found that this cold-blooded youth wasn't so scary after all. At the very least, he was a very well-mannered young man. Helplessly glaring at Yu Chen, who was following behind, she immediately gained a precious moment of silence. Pink long hair in a high ponytail, form-fitting armor, and knee-high boots. A circle of black leg rings on her left leg accentuated her fair, round thighs. An exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, the bumpy collision of the northern and southern hemispheres. Indeed, a beautiful sight in the world. Now recovered, judging by his aura, he was probably a level 2 awakened being. At this age, having such strength was indeed remarkable. But he was just too annoying W and he was so familiar. Like being surrounded by a swarm of flies. Of course, there were many abandoned mining sites deep in the abandoned mine. And the terrain was extremely complex. Yu Chen's chatter mostly occurred when it was safe, like a curious child. He couldn't wait to turn over every inch of this unknown wasteland that was Su Chen's. In comparison, fighting fierce beasts was much more comfortable. Su Chen really wanted to make the energy arrows thicker and longer, preferably enough to poke right into his throat. After all, no matter what it was, as long as Yu Chen's mouth was stuffed full, the world could remain quiet. However, Su Chen also gained a lot of useful information from Yu Chen's words. After all, she had spent a huge sum to hire the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group, and those local snakes knew more about the abandoned mining area than anyone else. At the same time, Su Chen also deduced that Yu Chen was likely a fake name. There was an 80 to 90% chance he was a student from a top university. She didn't really care about that, it was only natural to maintain basic caution when meeting in the wild. Seeing how experienced you are, you must be a junior or senior, right? Can I call you Brother Luo? Not speaking means. You agree, right? Brother Luo, be quiet. The two of them weren't moving quickly, having to avoid some terrifying beasts. It took nearly 3 days to reach the vicinity of the abandoned mine that Yu Chen mentioned. In the center of the dilapidated thatched hut and old mining tools was a shocking dark pit. Her heart skipped a beat. The diameter must be over 3,000 meters. Brother Luo, the secret realm is down there. Let me ask you a question. What if you go down and find out I lied to you? What will happen? Whoosh, don't worry, if you dare waste my time, I will fill every place on your body where something can be inserted. She heard a man's words that promised to be followed through. Yu Chen's legs tightened, feeling a bit worried, slightly relieved, avoiding the danger of being fully developed. Yu Chen patted his trembling chest, faintly hearing what might be a muffled sound from the collision. See, isn't there a secret realm? At the bottom of the pit, like an abyss, was several thousand meters underground. It really was a completely undeveloped secret realm. Unlike the simulated secret realms that had made her nauseous before, the real secret realm did not exist in another spatial world. History books once said that the volume of the blue star inexplicably increased, leading to a rise in spiritual energy concentration. Thus, fierce beasts appeared, and otherworldly races descended, leading humanity to awaken their talents. Soon after, secret realms and ancient civilization ruins were continuously discovered. The reasons for the formation of these secret realms are varied, and entering them usually requires solving puzzles. Although there are many conditions, rare elixirs or high-quality equipment, skill books often appear. Many awakeners regard them as a means to defy fate and change their destinies. A secret realm like the one before them, which had never been opened, is invaluable. No wonder the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps would go so far as to tear up contracts. I have no way to deal with them, those simple-minded, brawny, big-breasted fools. Except for me, Yu Chen crossed his arms, unable to help but mutter softly. The two already sizable spheres became even fuller. Under intentional and unintentional pressure, Su Chen approached the cave entrance and felt that there was indeed a nearly transparent barrier present. 6 ordinary unlocking methods flashed in his mind, and he was glad he had attended a lecture on secret realm decryption before. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the barrier, deep in thought. Why does this place feel familiar? Click. Found it. His hands moved at the 4 corners, and in less than half an hour he completed the decryption. You can even do this? I attended a lecture before. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Yu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the versatility of the young man before him. Most people only excel in one area, but this person is very different. He excels in every aspect. His curiosity grew stronger. However, Su Chen remained extremely cautious. Along the way, unable to obtain any useful information, the two took out energy glowsticks and the cold light illuminated a 3-meter radius around them. After walking for hundreds of meters, their vision suddenly opened up. They didn't expect that the depths of this mine would reveal a hidden world. In the center, a complex formation was outlined with red lines, and at the center was a hexagonal stone table. A skeleton, half gold and half silver, was staring directly at the entrance, causing Yu Chen to swallow hard and unconsciously lean closer to Su Chen. What is that smell on you? A strange fragrance wafted through, and Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's just a kind of fragrant ointment. I haven't bathed in the past few days, it's a bit smelly. Oh. Su Chen stopped asking and, while looking around, realized that this vast space was also hexagonal, just like the stone table. 6 massive white bone structures formed a capital city in the corner. This is... I know, they are all 8th-tier lord-level fierce beasts, the skulls of the Fey steel dragons, Yu Chen said gravely. Walking past the remaining 5 corners, they found the skulls of different fierce beasts, none lower than 8th tier. What truly surprised Su Chen was how familiar Yu Chen was with these skulls, recounting them as if they were treasured family heirlooms. They exchanged glances, and both felt a hint of retreat. The danger level of this secret realm far exceeded their current strength. Yu Chen's sharp gaze caught sight of an inconspicuous pattern in the corner, and fragmented memories surged forth. A strange light flickered by, and a cold wind suddenly blew into the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless shadows flew out from the 6 capital structures, and above their heads, thousands of crimson eyes blinked. Storm black bats. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless bats dove down at high speed. Just a first-tier elite fierce beast. Their numbers rivaled a locust swarm, hence the name Storm Black Bats. Click, click. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. The exit of the secret realm was locked. Since we can't escape, then let's kill them quickly. Yu Chen's fighting spirit surged, and fierce determination ignited in her beautiful eyes. Bang! A wooden box appeared. Snow-white soft feathers accompanied a light shout, and the sides opened accordingly. Brother Luo, leave these little things to me. Morning dew, evening rainbow, moon feather, phoenix firefly, Tai Bai, gluttonous wolf. For season snow, azure sky thunder. Also, the sword energy surged through the universe. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. In the center of the sword box, a white dragon sword. White dragon moonlight, commanding the 9 swords, cutting through the black haze. Brother Luo, I'm really not weak. With powerful, rounded legs, she leaped into the air, the 9 swords transforming into 100, 1,000 swords. The sword rises with the heart. 1,000 swords come from the heavens. The unparalleled sword energy commanded the air. In an instant, countless blood blossoms erupted. What the heck? So she's a sword immortal? TSK. Looking at it this way, she's a bit cool. The sword energy stretches across the frost and snow. I use 9 swords to break 10,000 evils. Hee hee, good poem, good poem. With both hands forming the sword technique, a blue wind swirled and spread. The girl's wild shout echoed through the secret realm, her boldness rivaling that of any man. My freedom points. Fire particles burst forth, several torrential black bats exploding into a blood mist. The fiery red energy arrow condensed. For the first time after upgrading to the master level, skills were used in the form of energy arrows, and the formation speed was twice as fast as before. Bang! Fireworks splashed, the red formation completely enveloping 2/3 of the open space. Bang bang bang! The explosive arrows fell like a torrential rain, sparks flying the moment they touched the ferocious beasts. It was not just a simple explosion, but an accumulation of explosions. As the azure clouds formed above, they suddenly turned purple. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, let alone there are quite a few mosquitoes. Heavenly Cloud Demon Descend. Walking leisurely, the S-level skill Heavenly Cloud Demon Descend, without any control, had a target-seeking function within a 2-meter diameter range around her. In other words, Su Chen did not need to keep shooting. The other sky arrow book could be used again just 1 second before it ended. Unless it was a pouring skill, there was no need to worry about elemental energy for master-level techniques. A marksman with ample ammunition and lasting endurance, simply shooting was the best path to the truth. This works too. Yu Chen quickly took out a spirit-enhancing pill and swallowed it, her pale face regaining some color. She had originally thought this archer would struggle against the torrential black bats. After all, how many arrows could one shoot? Could it really be this many? her brows knitted tightly, an unprecedented sense of defeat suddenly rising in her heart. Whether in group attacks or one-on-one, she was being thoroughly crushed. Even her endurance was lacking. Fortunately, this monster isn't on the same level as me, otherwise, would there still be fun at the for-school exchange meeting? Her brows relaxed instantly. Yuchen sighed in relief. The two recklessly killed tens of thousands of torrential black bats in the secret realm. Wu Yuchen helplessly looked at Su Chen, who was yawning, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Her legs trembled, as if they had undergone a baptism of life, and she could only lean against the sword box to recover her strength. Continuously using large-scale sword attacks was extremely exhausting. Yu Chen's sense of defeat deepened. At this moment, the exit was completely sealed, and both of them understood in their hearts. Only by clearing the secret realm could they possibly leave. Crack, crack. Rotting arms broke through the ground, and red-robed cultists appeared simultaneously. These cultists were obscured by their large hoods, their faces indistinguishable, only long robes extending out with pale, disgusting tentacles like an octopus. Yuchen suddenly thought of some unpassable scenes. Brother Luo, leave these rotting zombies to me. Sure. Drawing the bout of full moon, the shining energy arrow had a red flame spiral. Silently and quietly, it left a bowstring, instantly exploding into 12 streams of fiery meteors. The red-robed cultist was obliterated in the mushroom cloud of light and fire. The next second arrow. Another red-robed cultist met their end without pain. I can't believe it. Yu Chen was shocked once again. A third-tier elite taken out in an instant. This kind of power effect looked like an SS-level skill. It should be known that the higher the quality of the skill, the longer it takes to cultivate. The key is that S-level skills are all like 7 or 8-year-old brats. Simply put, they are very difficult. Understanding is hard, using is hard, everything is hard. Yet the scene before her was SS-level skills being unleashed continuously. In just a few blinks, all the red-robed cultists were cleared. Cough cough. Elemental energy consumption exceeded half. Su Chen grinned secretly, lamenting that the consumption of 6 consecutive SS-level skills was indeed enormous. The abyssal eyes turned, seemingly searching for something. My work is done. Yu Chen, feeling indignant, raised his fist, his fighting spirit soaring. I can't lose face either. Brother Luo, if we leave here, can I treat you to a meal? Sure. The slow-moving zombies crawled out, their eyes glued with nerves, their bodies rotting and oozing entrails and that nauseating smell. Each one challenged the senses of sight and smell. Watch me, one sword, 8 directions. Holding the white dragon moonlight, Yu Chen displayed a cold and sharp demeanor that rivaled that of a sword immortal. The crescent-shaped white blade emerged from the dragon's mouth, elegant yet overwhelmingly domineering. With one slash, 8 swords struck out. Clang, how could this be? The seemingly rotten flesh was harder than steel, leaving Yu Chen stunned. His proud attack couldn't even break through their defenses? What a joke. The pink ponytail swayed incessantly, but the sharp sword edge left no mark on these zombies. Just as he felt disheartened, he caught a glimpse of arrows, glowing with a holy light passing by. Draw the sword. Instinctively swinging his sword horizontally, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and the zombie was cleaved in two. These zombies have some kind of enhancement effect. A calm voice explained from behind, and Yu Chen revealed a stunning smile. The next second, her smile froze. The other zombies had been completely eliminated. Brother Luo, you shot way too fast. Cough. Cough, cough, it was alright. Su Chen sighed helplessly. How to put it, it was the first time a girl had said he shot too fast. The depth of Chinese characters is profound. The elemental energy within surged again, and Su Chen's expression remained calm, his heart filled with joy. He hadn't expected that after the 8 yuan body refinement technique reached the master realm, the recovery cooldown time would also see a significant improvement. If it reached the supreme realm, it might achieve a miraculous state with no cooldown. Just imagine an archer with ample ammunition, lasting endurance, and no cooldown. What more techniques would be needed? Regaining his composure, Su Chen hurriedly approached the passage to check, only to find it completely locked. Above the passage, in a dark and inconspicuous corner, a pattern composed of the sun, moon, and a six-pointed star exuded an indescribable eeriness. Brother Luo, what did you find? Step by step, he approached the hexagonal table, his eyes fixated on the large eyes revealing madness. This should be a sacrificial site for some cult that worships evil. I think they must have failed. Yu Chen assessed the golden and silver skull at the center, speaking in a low voice. Those cultists were corrupted by evil forces, and some died on the spot, turning into rotting zombies. Based on the arrangement of various items, Yu Chen's analysis was clear and logical. Su Chen, combining what he had learned, completed Yu Chen's analysis puzzle, and many details made Yu Chen admire Su Chen once again. In every aspect, he was outstanding. A true versatile hexagonal warrior. You even learned these? Just read a few books. At the moment he raised his hand, the scene he had been eagerly anticipating appeared. The moment the large eyes met the golden and silver skull, the formation under the hexagonal table suddenly brightened. Was it activated? We didn't do anything. The mist rose and dispersed in an instant, and Su Chen tightened his grip on the large eyes. The surrounding scenery completely changed. It was an area the size of several football fields surrounded by smooth rock walls resembling a cave scene. Above was a large clock swaying left and right, deafeningly loud. Uneven steps led directly to a circular door. Everything exuded an eerie vibe, and Yu Chen quickly took out a pill and swallowed it greedily, then stuffed a few black and red pills into Su Chen's hands. Restoration pill. Thank you. What did Brother Luo say these for? Su Chen didn't hold back. These pills were life-saving elixirs that could bring someone back to life as long as they weren't missing limbs. 6th grade low-tier pills, each worth no less than 5 million. The sound of footsteps pounding towards the heart grew closer. A bloated body full of fatty flesh exceeded 5 meters in size, yet its sturdy elephant-like legs possessed remarkable speed. One hand wielded a large axe, while the other held a shield as tall as itself. Yu Chen swallowed hard, his voice already trembling. A five-tiered lord of the other races, a bloodthirsty butcher? The large eyes of the abyss focused on this familiar yet strange figure, slowly closing their eyelids. In the next moment, Su Chen's expression changed drastically. He couldn't feel the presence of the bow in his right hand. The bow is the hand, and the hand is the bow? What is this? Su Chen's eyes widened. Why can I see its health bar? Big brother, the scum from Mountain River University is right below. Dozens of figures stood at the edge of a massive pit, each displaying expressions of surprise and confusion. Do you know what this is? How would I know? Lao Lu, do you know? If you all don't know, how could I possibly know? Lu Long and Lu Gang's expressions were serious. The scene before them was unfathomable. In the abandoned pit, there were 9 layers of crystalline blood-red skyscrapers. Ghostly wasps slowly descended through the gaps in the skyscrapers, instantly turning into blood mist upon contact. Notify Zhao Hu, bring everyone here. Lu Long said decisively, a hint of greed flashing across his face. Perhaps they could obtain rare equipment and ancient skills. At that time, defying fate would mean his son would have as much as he wanted. After all, it was just a sprint for a puff of smoke. Soon Zhao Hu arrived with people. There were over 100 awakened individuals on site, including many support types. The lowest level was mid-tier 2, with most at lower tier 3, all experienced mercenaries. The Tyrannosaurus mercenary group was not just a name in Chuan Ning Town. A cool breeze flowed through the narrow gap of the Wuxiang blade across her full, snow-white thigh, the wound healing at a visible speed. A tingling and slightly itchy sensation spread, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with the evening glow. Just now, she was shot by Su Chen. For the first time, she felt this way. Being hit by an archer made her so happy. Unable to contain her curiosity, what kind of arrows could this person shoot? An arrow aimed at her could even heal? Is he really an archer? Yu Chen, hand resting on the sword case, stared blankly at Su Chen in disbelief. There were a few scuffs on his black leather jacket, but that was all. His eyes were more determined than ever. Shooting various arrows was not a simple straight line. They followed all sorts of strange trajectories. From bizarre angles, he left wounds on the bloodthirsty butcher. He maintained a distance of over 30 meters from the bloodthirsty butcher. The giant axe over 4 meters long and the massive shield were nothing but decorations. It was like an ugly, gigantic kite. No matter how it struggled to attack, it could never escape that line. On the other end of the line was the young man who toyed with the 5th-tier lord of the alien race like a kite. And he himself was just a mid-tier 2 awakened one. Yu Chen swallowed hard. He didn't know how long this battle would last. Roar! The bloodthirsty butcher's squinty eyes suddenly widened. Its bloated belly, piled with fat, opened its mouth wide as if to exhale. The bony claws shot out so fast that the sonic boom was deafening. It had dignity too. This human, jumping around like a monkey, had never stopped. Just a second before the claws reached, Su Chen shifted his body to dodge. The claws missed but adjusted their angle to attack from behind again. Can he be injured too? Although it was just a scratch. However, this was the first time he had been injured since they entered this mysterious space nearly a day ago. Even with the enhanced black jade Jean Rock, he could still be harmed. During this time, Su Chen had never stopped shooting arrows, so he was human too. Yu Chen felt a strange sense of relief. Clearly facing an alien race that was 3 tiers above him, one that only existed in the illustrations, he could actually fight back. And it was only now that he had visible wounds. There was no fear, no hesitation. He just kept shooting. Before this, Yu Chen even had the illusion that this was not a person. Roar! The bloodthirsty butcher charged, and Su Chen jumped around, increasing the distance again. Who was the real monster? Yu Chen felt that the cold, emotionless arrow-shooting machine was more like a monster. Having recovered most of his stamina, Yu Chen took out a boiling blood pill and tossed it into his mouth. Only the 3rd grade upper grade can completely feel no fatigue within the next hour. The cost is that after the medicinal effect wears off, she will turn into a puddle of mud. Brother Luo, I'm here. Stepping on the white dragon moonlight, 8 swords shadow her every move. The leather ring has long since broken and her pink hair dances in the air. Oh, actually, you didn't have to come. Yu Chen felt hurt. She shot him a resentful glance and formed a sword technique with her hands. I'm also injured, okay. Moon River Flowing Light Void Sword. The 8 sword spun rapidly around the white dragon Moonlight, instantly transforming into a 7-meter-long sword that stabbed down from the sky. As the shield was raised above her head, the dissipating sword energy left countless sword marks of varying depths on the surrounding rock walls. Crack! The cracks on the shield widened. Besides that, there was no other effect. Ah! Why is it like this? Yu Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. A series of maneuvers like a sword immortal, yet the damage was zero. If one were to say this sword had any effect, it was that while the shield was raised, Su Chen managed to add quite a few wounds to the last relatively smooth area. That was all. Yu Chen was probably just a support carrying 8 swords. Yes, just like that. The time of intense focus passed quickly. Yu Chen returned to the farthest corner once again, becoming as much of a puddle of mud as before, even blinking. Felt strenuous. She was once again shocked by Su Chen's extraordinary endurance. Whoosh! After being scratched by the skeletal claws, she immediately bit down on a recovery pill and her injuries instantly healed. It must have a tracking-like effect. This time, being injured could hardly be considered good news. It only indicated that after more than a day of fierce battle, Su Chen's body, tempered by dragon blood, began to succumb to fatigue. And what was even more troublesome was that the continuous fighting gradually slowed his reaction speed. There were actually better methods. Adjusting positions through battle, and then entering the passage where the bloodthirsty butcher had appeared before. However, Su Chen did not dare to gamble. Who knew what lay at the end of the passage? If he were blocked by the bloodthirsty butcher again, the only outcome would be death. Although the current situation was not optimistic, the vast terrain was enough to kite the bloodthirsty butcher to death. Moreover, in his eyes, the red flames symbolizing the bloodthirsty butcher's life had already diminished by more than 2/3. This ability seemed to be related to closing his eyes while gazing into the abyssal eye. It also greatly increased his compatibility with the bow, making ordinary archery as natural as breathing. He could not only inflict damage on the bloodthirsty butcher but also see the distant, yet reachable endpoint. What was there to fear? On the contrary, Su Chen's will was becoming increasingly firm. The excitement that was hard to suppress transformed into an inexhaustible source of motivation. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. It was as if he had returned to that cold winter night, successfully using a worn-out wooden stick to defeat the final boss. With the giant shield raised forward, the bloodthirsty butcher charged again with a furious and fearless assault. After such a long period of fierce battle, the giant shield was already covered in cracks, drawing the bow like a full moon. The energy arrow, bursting with golden light, was entwined with crimson flames. Whoosh! The azure wind element intertwined with the flames. Yu Chen opened her eyes. In the distance, that figure was wrapped in a tricolored aura of blue, red, and gold, as if a deity. Light, fire, wind, 3-element meteor, 12 strikes. Are we about to win? Yeah, definitely about to win. Yu Chen didn't know what had happened during his near-sleep state. With a blink of his eyes, the bloodthirsty butcher was completely charred. Countless wounds oozed blood. The entire space was filled with a thick and nauseating smell. It was like roasting rotten flesh, almost making one gag. The bloodthirsty butcher itself resembled a grotesque combination of a corpse and decayed meat. Too brutal, right? Yu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. In the latest published guide, the bloodthirsty butcher was rated as a terrifying existence on par with a 7th-tier ordinary beast. Now it had been reduced to this state. So who exactly is the monster? Its 2 thick elephant legs had long been shot off. The bloodthirsty butcher, having lost its ability to move, was only a matter of time away from death. Sky Arrow Book. Heavenly Cloud Demon. Descend. Earth Spike Arrow. Arrow after arrow. The formations in the sky shimmered with light and fire. Arrows with piercing and explosive effects continued to rain down. The ground around the bloodthirsty butcher sank more than 20 centimeters. The bloodthirsty butcher used its large axe as a shield but could not withstand the rock spikes that erupted from the ground, nor the even more terrifying attacks from Su Chen. Attacks came from above, middle, and below, high frequency and powerful. Only at this moment did Su Chen dare to unleash his full power without regard for consumption. Yu Chen smiled bitterly. Relief, admiration, confusion, a myriad of complex emotions flowed through his heart. The battle of a 2nd-tier mid-level against a 5th-tier lord of a different race had no suspense left. This battle had once again refreshed her understanding. Leveling up and surpassing tiers was not uncommon. A battle that crossed 3 major tiers yet only resulted in minor injuries? Are archers really this powerful? Which great family does that young man belong to? His unwavering belief in all-around hexagonal panel far exceeded her imagination. It seemed that from the beginning of the battle, Su Chen had been outputting continuously, never falling into any predicament. Or rather, the 5th-tier lord-level bloodthirsty butcher was not enough to make him feel unbeatable. Throughout the entire battle, aside from the skeletal claws being able to touch Su Chen, the bloodthirsty butcher's large axe and giant shield were utterly useless. The fearless charge it initiated now seemed like nothing more than a mindless struggle for survival. Its strength and defense were overwhelming. At a distance of 30 meters, clearly, if it could just land one hit, it could completely end this battle. But there was no way. To get close, it became an insurmountable chasm in his life. The archer's distance advantage allowed Su Chen to unleash his full potential. Glancing at his watch, 2 full days and nights had passed. In other words, that unyielding figure had been continuously outputting in this high-intensity battle without rest. The damage caused by a single arrow was like a mosquito bite to the bloodthirsty butcher. In the end, Su Chen managed to turn the tide with a little accumulation, achieving this impossible counterkill. What truly made him formidable was not his ability to keep shooting indefinitely, nor was it the versatile and all-powerful energy arrows. Knowing that one mistake would lead to certain death. Knowing he was facing an almost unbeatable opponent. Yet he remained steadfast. He should have grown more fatigued and dispirited as time passed, but his dark eyes remained as they were at the beginning, instead filled with even greater fighting spirit. The only thing that supported him in doing all this was his unwavering belief in victory. He knew from the start that he would ultimately win. Yu Chen smiled bitterly. In truth, the moment she saw the bloodthirsty butcher, she knew the outcome was destined to be death. The reason she could still fight was simply because that person had not given up. From the very beginning, she had already lost. Completely lost. The relentless rain of arrows finally caused one side to falter. It was not the weak Su Chen, but the bloodthirsty butcher. Its life flickered like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Life was fading, and even its roar sounded more like a plea for mercy. With a grin, Yu Chen simply couldn't believe that the creature, so weak it seemed to be begging for mercy, had once effortlessly taken her strongest sword strike. The feeling she thought she could do it too. Her slightly pale face revealed a stunning smile, wishing to consume another pill. But her storage ring was empty. When I go back, that old man will probably scold me to death. The taut strings of her heart began to loosen irreversibly. Finally, it was almost over. But Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes not daring to move away from the pile of flesh that had long been pierced. He didn't stay in one place but circled around to attack, as if searching for something. The ground trembled incessantly under the relentless bombardment. Amidst the swirling dust, it was still sinking. The entire space formed by the rock wall shook violently. The bloodthirsty butcher, who could die at any moment, was surprisingly healing his wounds at an astonishing speed. The dense sound of crackling like raindrops suddenly pulled Yu Chen back from the joy of anticipating victory to the cruel reality. It's self-detonation. Brother Luo. It's self-detonation. The voice was drowned out by a louder noise, and Yu Chen immediately collapsed. That was the despair of having a hard-won chance at life cruelly snatched away. How could she forget such crucial information? At the brink of death, the bloodthirsty butcher had a small chance of self-detonation with a power equivalent to 10,000 tons of high-explosive TNT. Unless she could unleash a stronger force, she could only wait for death to arrive. So it turns out we never had a chance to survive from the very beginning. Yu Chen felt as if all her strength had been drained again. The rain of arrows abruptly stopped. He could also give up? Brother Luo, we're going to die. Pulling the bowstring again. Die? Who wants to die? Taking a deep breath, Yu Chen was astonished to find the entire space filled with azure wind elements in an instant. In her starry eyes, an unusual blue appeared in a flash. Wind? Why was there wind? Yu Chen thought instinctively. Where was the ventilation in this space? Then, she discovered the source of the wind. An astonishing vortex of wind gathered all the azure elements, forming an elemental storm that spanned from top to bottom. The azure energy. Arrows condensed, and those elemental light particles, like moths to a flame, visibly thickened and lengthened at an incredible speed. Just a simple ordinary shot. The pervasive azure elemental particles, not a single one left. In their place were giant energy arrows nearly 3 meters long. Crack! Her cheek stung slightly. Yu Chen could only raise her sword box as a barrier, her heart growing increasingly horrified. Was this an attack that a second-tier low-level awakener could trigger? Crack, crack, crack. Countless tiny wind blades poured down densely onto the sword box. What kind of skill is this? If I don't get blown up, I'll be cut to death. First, Yu Chen screamed frantically inside. I will absolutely never duel with this again. A hint of gravity and fatigue appeared between her brows. The full power operation of the 8 elemental body refinement technique at the master level had effects and burdens that were equally immense. The wind element had effects beyond just making arrows invisible. Wind arrows. However, the target of the arrows was not the bloodthirsty butcher, but the ground beneath him. Boom! The powerful recoil shattered the ground beneath Su Chen's feet. In the blink of an eye, the azure arrows exploded, creating a terrifying hurricane capable of lifting a heavy tank. The bloated bloodthirsty butcher was like a balloon blown into the air. Crack! The iron chain holding the large bell was shot through, perfectly trapping the bloodthirsty butcher. The next second, The large eyes of the abyss opened wide again. There was no grand explosion as expected, only the abyssal eye's gaze quietly changed. Above the large eye, a white bony claw resembling a bloodthirsty butcher appeared. Moving his fingers, Su Chen felt a numbness in his left hand. The sensation of being one with it vanished, leaving him somewhat regretful. The effect of seeing the state of life also disappeared. Was it you who did this? The large eye blinked rapidly, filled with joy. Don't try to act cute with me here. Tears won't help. It seemed that the large eye could express more emotions. Previously, Yishio, Xia Aozhen, and his own teacher Mei Nianxua, 3 masters who had received the title of saint, had all stated that this cursed bow had recognized its master. He must find out its origins when the opportunity arose. Su Chen pondered silently, then flicked his wrist, and the bony claw shot out. It was identical to the previous shot from the bloodthirsty butcher, except the energy connecting the bow and the claw had turned into mottled elemental energy. Crack! The claw embedded itself firmly, and in the next moment, Su Chen had already moved to Yu Chen's side. Theoretically, it should be possible to achieve infinite length. Of course, the premise was that one's own elemental energy was sufficiently robust. Brother Luo, you're so cool. Yu Chen, reborn, shouted, a flush of excitement appearing on his pale face. In the final battle, Su Chen had concentrated all his power into a wind elemental energy arrow, forming a chaotic wind blade that indiscriminately attacked everyone except Su Chen. Although the sword box served as a barrier, it did block many of the frontal wind blades. However, quite a few still struck Yu Chen. His armor had already been damaged in the earlier encounter with the bloodthirsty butcher, and his outer clothing had become tattered from the recent wind blades. Under the pressure of elasticity, most of the scenery inside the Wuxian blade's narrow space was visible. On his over-the-knee boots, there were several snow-white and red scars, starkly contrasting against each other. Yu Chen's body was still weak, and he hadn't even noticed the large areas of exposed white skin. After all, aside from just now, there wouldn't be any wind blowing into this space. Brother Luo, can you shoot me another arrow? I've run out of my pills. He took off his black long leather coat, which, although a bit torn, covered all the crucial areas. He pulled out a recovery pill and fed it to Yu Chen. Change your clothes and call me, I'll go rest over there for a bit. The leather coat still retained Su Chen's warmth, and at this moment Yu Chen realized he was completely exposed. Still in front of a stranger he had known for less than a week. His face instantly turned as red as a ripe sunset fruit. He could almost hear the rapid beating of his heart, and the small creature hidden beneath the black leather coat couldn't be concealed. Shyly, he closed his eyes, but his mind was filled with Su Chen's face, which had been so close just moments ago. A soft whimper, a strange feeling, seemed to suddenly arise in his heart, growing more intense. Hearing the rustling sound of changing clothes, Su Chen turned his head to the side. He did not intend to rest. His taut nerves had not yet completely relaxed. The prolonged high-pressure battle was a cruel challenge to both spirit and will. Once fully relaxed, it would be difficult to return to peak condition before getting enough rest. His right hand gently brushed over the bowstring. Being extremely familiar with the abyssal eye's gaze, he noticed a change in the bowstring's tension. Simply put, it required more strength to draw the bowstring fully. The range and power must have increased significantly. Could it really be a bow that could evolve? Repeatedly drawing the string, his body gradually adapted to the changes in the abyssal eye's gaze. System activate. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instant slide, earth spike arrow, and corroding arrow all leveled up to proficiency without any points allocated. His free points once again broke through 5,000, reaching 5,163 points. Brother Luo. A sweet voice interrupted the thoughts. And when I opened my eyes, Yu Chen's face was right in front of me, her beautiful eyes seemingly holding something she had never possessed before. Let's go. She obediently followed behind Su Chen, and this time Yu Chen didn't drag on like before. The two walked up the steps, proceeding to the end of the corridor, where Yu Chen couldn't help but grab the hem of Su Chen's clothes. Looking around, the room was not large. Everything, from the walls to the floor, was made of bones. The two began to search the room separately. Wow! It's blood-bone blue lotus. Brother Luo, we struck gold. Su Chen couldn't hide his excitement. Due to the harsh growing environment, it was something countless top alchemists found hard to obtain. Taking it directly could replenish vitality and open up meridians, and it was said to have the effect of making one as light as a swallow. I'll take 15 of these blood-bone blue lotuses, and the rest are for you. This, Yu Chen didn't expect to have her share. In this situation, even if she took everything, she wouldn't have said anything, and it was rare not to see mercenaries become greedy at the sight of wealth. Counting that she could still get 10, Yu Chen felt even more uneasy. No way, Brother Luo, you've saved me so many times, I can't take, whatever you say goes. Looking at the energy arrows that appeared again, Yu Chen seemed to think of some strange images. Her voice was hesitant, and her fingers kept twisting the hem of her clothes. It was the first time she had seen someone forcefully make others take good things. What a strange person. Su Chen quickly used the bone claw to pick the blood-bone blue lotus from the blood pool. Without Yu Chen's guidance, he wouldn't have entered this secret realm. Moreover, Yu Chen had also contributed her efforts and elixirs. Without the recovery elixir she provided, killing the bloodthirsty butcher would have been much more troublesome. Touching the soft leather jacket, Yu Chen said firmly, "Take 5 bloodbone blue lotuses in exchange for the leather jacket I'm wearing now." "Brother Luo, I've already made up my mind. Even if you shoot me with an arrow, I won't change." "As you wish." He. I knew Brother Luo was the best. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Chen glanced at Yu Chen, wondering why her voice sounded so sweet now, and the way she looked at him was like a hungry wolf eyeing a little lamb. In comparison, Su Chen thought that the chatterbox was a bit cuter. "Brother Luo, look." Yu Chen pointed to a hexagonal stone table hidden in the corner. A dark-colored gauntlet lay in the center, its material smooth and warm to the touch. Yu Chen chose to ignore the gauntlet, and Su Chen also tacitly put it on his left arm. Thick fog rose again beneath their feet, and when it dissipated, they returned to where they started. Overjoyed, Yu Chen jumped into his arms, her 2 plump little bodies pressing against him, bringing an extraordinary and lingering sensation. He took out 2 elixirs for Yu Chen, and the two walked out of the mine together. "Brother Luo, can I stay with you later? I definitely won't hold you back, okay? Brother Luo, let's exchange contact information when we go out later." Feeling safe again, Yu Chen returned to her chatterbox state. The familiar and rich fragrance made Su Chen momentarily lose focus. His left hand hurt, and his mind instantly cleared. Slap! Su Chen slapped Yu Chen's cheek. "Brother Luo." Struggling to block a fatal blow, Yu Chen's spirit reached its limit and she immediately fainted. "Everyone, attack!" A cold gleam appeared behind them, and Su Chen held Yu Chen in his arms, drawing his sword. In the darkness, the assassin was cut in half, and a whip kick was thrown out, immediately followed by screams mixed with the sound of bones cracking echoing deep in the pit. The bone claw shot out, the dark elemental energy perfectly blending with the environment, and Su Chen soared into the air with Yu Chen in his arms. "Damn it! Fight for me! Chase after them!" When Lu Long and the others led a group of mercenaries out of the deep pit, they were furious. No one expected Su Chen had such an escape method, leading to a neglect of the upper pit while guarding the crucial path below. Everyone split up and search. With a drag along, he can't run far. Bang! The last mercenary in the team fell to the ground with a shot to the head. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, another 10 fell, all meeting the same fate. Shot in the head by an arrow. The slaughter continued. In their panic, the mercenaries could only seek cover. Yet, they still could not escape the fate of being shot in the head. Lu Long was furious with helpless rage. "Where is he? Where is he? Seeking all data now. Is he gone? I don't know. Why don't you stick your head out and take a look? Get lost. I'm not that stupid." The mercenaries searched for cover, each hiding. 19 headless corpses lay scattered on the ground. Huge excavation machinery and broken containers surrounded them on 3 sides, and Lu Long and the others huddled together like a few children playing hide and seek with adults. Occasionally, they peeked through small gaps to check the situation outside. The mercenaries watching this ridiculous scene couldn't muster a smile. The abandoned mining area was open, surrounded by dense woods, making it an excellent shooting ground for archers. "Everyone hold on for a few more hours. Once it gets dark, we'll be safe." Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and shouted softly, his left shoulder having been pierced for a long time, only recently treated with assistance. Lu Long and Lu Gang's eyes were filled with resentment and malice. They were prominent figures in Chuanning town, known for causing earthquakes with a cough. Yet now, they were curled up in such a humiliating and suffocating manner. "Big brother, that archer must be the mysterious powerhouse that just appeared recently." "Oh?" Lu Gang spoke of the rumors circulating among the mercenaries. A skilled archer suddenly emerged in the central region, killing fierce beasts with a single arrow. The method of extracting materials was clean and swift, faster than many veteran mercenaries. "No matter who he is, he must die. When it gets dark, everyone move together." Lu Long suppressed his anger. Years of life and death battles allowed him to quickly regain his composure. This was their territory. Everyone had been in and out of this mining area for years, and even the night would have no effect. Just wait. Let them witness the true strength of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps. A kilometer away, Su Chen smirked, just as he had anticipated. The effective range of his abyssal eye had increased from 800 meters to 1,000 meters. Whoosh! It was a sound that didn't seem like it could come from a girl, and Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You sure sleep like a dead pig." The dense jungle was silent and cold. Occasionally, birds flew overhead, and the roars of fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Just as Yu Chen had hoped, Su Chen shot her a water element energy arrow, and her wound had long since healed. Her nostrils flared, breathing steadily, and she was sleeping particularly soundly. At this moment, even if something happened, she wouldn't notice at all. Su Chen looked towards the mine pit and sneered. Continuous headshots had already scared them out of their wits. Those turtles probably only dared to show their heads at night. He hoisted Yu Chen up like a sack, jumping around the branches like a nimble monkey. These legs are not bad. Delicate yet elastic, long and straight, they could be called top-notch. If she wore black stockings and showed a few holes, she would be an unbeatable treasure for men. Perhaps it would work for women too? Yawning fatigue showed on his brow. Escape? It was impossible to escape forever. Finding a safe spot, he gently set Yu-chen down, while Su-chen embraced the abyssal eye and instantly fell asleep. His big eyes proudly gazed at Yu-chen on the other side, a hint of inexplicable joy passing through. Earlier, at the bottom of the pit, the opponent had used bone-cracking smoke and auxiliary debuff skills in tandem. Under normal circumstances it would have no effect, but this precisely indicated that after the fierce battle, their spirits were sufficiently exhausted, and their reaction speed inevitably decreased. The Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps was waiting for nightfall. Wasn't Su-chen doing the same? As night fell, the evening stars hung high. The fierce beasts that had slept all day emerged from their lairs to hunt. Su-chen instantly opened his eyes, and the next moment, the corners of his mouth twitched in a mix of laughter and tears. No wonder he didn't feel cold at all. Yu-chen clung to him like an octopus, and Su-chen felt like a giant stuffed bear. Indeed, I'm tired. Escaping from the gentle embrace of sleep, the girl, still in slumber, smacked her lips, a glistening tear flowing down. Damn! A large patch of dampness on her chest, her face showing considerable disdain. She quickly took out clean clothes from her storage ring and changed. Yu-chen was still fast asleep. Crack, crack. This is your compensation for dirtying my clothes. She turned off her phone and tossed it into the ring. Before the screen went dark, it displayed the time as 20:03. The hazy moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and a small beast foraging for food lifted its head and quickly abandoned its meal. Brother Gang, didn't you say the ghost bee couldn't be found? What a pig's brain. Can't you think about what those two have on them? Ah, right. Our brother Gang is so smart. Just as Lu Gang imagined himself reaching the pinnacle of life, savoring drinks while lying on Kuan Kuan's mother's fair body, enjoying the splendid life. The mercenary at the end of the line had bulging eyes, and an energy arrow, blending with the night, precisely pierced his throat. Just a second before his body hit the ground, a hand suddenly appeared to slow his descent. The excited mercenaries didn't notice a companion leaving. Lu Zi, you guys go first, I'll circle around. You should come straight on. His body spun like atop. Lu Gang held daggers in both hands, his pupils suddenly widening like a feline's. You killed them? Staring at the young face, Lu Gang was momentarily stunned, looking at the strange longbow in the young man's hand, his pupils suddenly constricting. Yeah, I don't know what you were thinking. With a calm smile, the energy arrow shot out, hidden in the night. Oomph. With a diagonal swipe of the dagger, the energy arrow exploded, and feeling the blood trickling down his face, Lu Gang gently scraped it away with the blade's edge. Is that all? Who gave you the courage? But it's fine, let's settle this here, without anyone knowing. As soon as the words fell, Lu Gang leaped onto the tree trunk like a nimble wildcat. Sharp claws appeared on his feet, allowing him to stand sideways, the dense jungle providing excellent footholds. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Saves me from having to act later. Lu Gang bounced back and forth between the trees, his speed far exceeding the sound reaching the ears. Kid, if you have the guts, shoot. Choosing me as your prey was your most foolish decision. A sinister laugh and strange cries. Lu Gang suddenly appeared behind Su-chen at an angle. He stomped hard on the tree trunk, like a grenade shooting out, charging towards Su-chen, aiming for the softest part of the neck, a one-hit kill. In an instant, Lu Gang stared at the back of Su-chen's head, his smile growing increasingly cruel. Clang, the intense sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. The anticipated scene did occur. The dagger hit precisely, yet it couldn't even break through the surface defense. Lu Gang was momentarily dumbfounded. Is this a steel neck? Ha! With a dismissive chuckle, a fierce shadow struck Lu Gang with even greater speed. Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Gang's body flew backward, crashing through 3 thick tree trunks before coming to a stop. Ugh, blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed out from his mouth. Lu Gang tried to struggle to his feet, only to realize that the bones in his chest and back had shattered under that blow. Only his legs remained somewhat intact. Wasn't he just an archer? Why could he withstand the strike he was so proud of? Why did he possess strength comparable to his older brother? A series of questions arose, but a terrifying sound of footsteps like a death knell echoed in his ears. Struggling to lift his head, he saw a face radiating a warm smile like spring. However, in Lu Gang's heart, it was far more terrifying than a demon. You don't want to die like this, do you? I'll give you a chance, let's make a deal. Tell me the information about your leader and the other person. I promise you. Lu Gang did not want to die. He still had great dreams unfulfilled. The 2 holes he wanted to enter were still in the villa in Chuanning town. After explaining in bits and pieces, Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. A dark energy arrow suddenly condensed, gently pressing against his heart, and he could vaguely feel Lu Gang's rapid heartbeat. You said it. Lu Gang's eyes widened, and his voice rose several decibels. Oh, my friend, when did I say I wouldn't kill you? Let's make a deal, I'll give you a quick F. Put. The energy arrow pierced the beating heart and life quickly faded away. All valuable items from the corpses were taken away, followed by a complimentary afterlife service. After a series of muffled sounds, all the corpses, including Lu Gang's, were reduced to charred chunks of flesh. In this area teeming with ferocious beasts, roasted meat was a rare delicacy. By dawn, they would be eaten clean. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Su Chen hid in the night. A large cloud completely obscured the hazy moon. True night had fallen. Like a trained hunter, the dark night was far from over. The hunt had just begun. The clouds slowly drifted by. The hazy moon, unbeknownst to what it had done during this time, became exceptionally bright. By the moonlight, Lu Long saw Zhao, whose eyes filled with terror. Several mercenaries couldn't help but rush aside to vomit continuously. Various entrails spilled all over the ground, with lower body parts lying 2 meters away. There was no time to mourn Zhao, whose death. The next person to face death was yet to be determined. Who would it be? Captain, let's retreat. If this continues, all the brothers will be dead. Several corps members were worried, and everyone feared they wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Do you think he will let you go? He has treasures obtained from the secret realm. As long as we kill those two, I guarantee every brother tonight will get 10 million. The fear of death was quickly replaced by endless greed, and Lu Long changed his strategy. Everyone surrounded the 2 psychic talent mercenaries in the middle. He himself stayed outside of everyone. As long as the opponent dared to strike, with his strength having broken through to the 4th tier 2 days ago, he could quickly locate the opponent's position. Oh, just right. A grin appeared in the darkness, revealing white teeth. He loved this kind of formation that offered heads on a platter. Of course, the opponent's psychic talent had to be taken into account. He would follow closely, always maintaining patience like an experienced gunman seeking unforgettable pleasure. Surprise was the most important. The night was still long. The moon had not even climbed to its highest point. The start of a new day. The light of dawn pierced through the darkness of night. On the uneven ground, there was a corpse every couple of steps. Looking back along these corpses, on less than 5 square meters of land, the density of the bodies was enough to completely cover the ground. It was as if these corpses were moving, crawling out one by one, seemingly heading somewhere. Such a bizarre scene became even more horrifying in the misty morning. Clear footsteps approached from afar. A young man took a spatial ring from the furthest mercenary and repeated the action. Bang! Lu Long kicked aside a corpse and charged out with his knife. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with excitement. His ambush had finally yielded the desired result. The blade whooshed with a burst of flames. This strike was more than 10 times stronger than Lu Gang's strongest blow, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Su Chen's body moved like a ghost, shifting diagonally without warning. Don't think you can escape. The blade's light surged several times. The body that should have been cut in half strangely slid into an S shape. The moving trajectory, completely contrary to his own experience, came without waiting for thought, and a blazing energy arrow rushed towards him. In less than 3 meters, the ordinary explosive energy arrow contained many techniques such as silent shooting and rapid shooting. It should have been a sure hit, but Lu Long's neck moved, causing his head to shift sideways, and he shot into empty space. With a sinister grin, Lu Long looked at Su Chen as if he were looking at a dead man. He already knew of the opponent's impressive archery skills and predicted that Su Chen would inevitably shoot at close range. From now on, he would have absolute initiative. He sheathed his knife and turned, gathering strength and closing the distance to Su Chen without hesitation. The large knife in his hand created a sharp sound as it cut through the air, drawing a crescent arc towards Su Chen's chest. Su Chen's right hand behind him made a sizzle sound as the alloy short sword was drawn. Clang! The clash of blade and sword resulted in a perfect stalemate. Boom! Lu Long's back suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood flying, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He did not care about the missed energy arrow, but it was a hard arrow. It made a big turn and flew back again. In the brief moment of distraction, Su Chen decisively let go of his gaze. His left hand clenched into a fist, with a pitch-black jade-like outer layer. In an instant, a scorching red and dark blue appeared, creating a sonic boom as it ruthlessly smashed into Lu Long's heart. The intense pain caused a flash of resentment in Lu Long's eyes. Years of life and death battles made him disregard everything at this critical moment, bracing against Su Chen's fist in crazily. Bringing down the large knife again, Su Chen revealed a smile, his lips closing and then opening. Boom! 7 dark energies wrapped in fire and wind exploded in succession, completely shattering Lu Long's internal organs. Lu Long, with the large knife raised above his head, swayed a few times, and the brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed. Thus, the greatest local tyrant of Chuanning Town, the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps, all perished in this undeveloped gray area, from the leader Lu Long downwards. A mercenary group of over 100 people, including more than half of the 3rd-tier Awakeners and 3/4-tier Awakeners. Su Chen single-handedly annihilated them without a single scratch on his body. It must be said, it was a miracle. The dense fog in the forest completely dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Taking out a spirit-enhancing pill and swallowing it, Su Chen repeated the steps from last night. The people in Chuanning Town only knew that the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps, led by their leader Lu Long, entered the gray area with the full strength of the group, and then disappeared. Killed by fierce beasts? Avenged by enemies? Who would care? Suchen glanced at the land that was once filled with corpses and walked away without looking back. So good. Ouch, it hurts. The girl moaned continuously, her body feeling sore and weak, as if she had gone through a great battle. Hey, the fragrant smell of curry wafted in, instantly waking Yuchen up. The bubbling sound was faintly heard, and the girl hurriedly ran out of the cave. A familiar figure was squatting in front of the fire, carefully stirring the rich soup. Sunlight fell from the side, just adding a highlight filter to that already unforgettable face. The breathtakingly beautiful profile made Yuchen momentarily dumbfounded. Who knows who was lucky enough to have such a man? Yo, you finally woke up. The surrounding environment felt very unfamiliar. Yuchen scratched her head, feeling as if time had flown by when she fell asleep. Upon realizing that he had slept for a whole day and night, Yuchen's mouth fell open wide, his face turning red all the way down to his neck. Here, make do with what you have and eat this. Yuchen replied softly, obediently taking the bowl and chopsticks that Suchen handed over. The rich curry, melt-in-your-mouth potatoes, and tender stewed beef, all spiced with warming chili and white pepper, stimulated Yuchen's taste buds. Oh, so good. Really good. Brother Luo, how come you can cook? Why are you good at everything? Whoever becomes your wife in the future will definitely be the happiest. This is the first time I've had such delicious curry beef rice. His eyes sparkled with admiration, shining like bright stars. Eat up, can't you keep your mouth shut? Thinking of the female sword immortal in the secret realm, and then looking at this chatterbox girl with her mouth full of rice, Suchen sighed, a black line forming on his forehead. Perhaps due to not eating for a few meals, Yuchen's appetite was unusually large. He devoured 5 big bowls in a flash, leaving Suchen dumbfounded. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. When it came to eating, he would call Yuchen the strongest. Brother Luo, when we get back to Chuanning town, it's my treat. Yuchen pretended to pat his round belly, only to find Suchen staring at him intently. Don't move. With that, Suchen slowly leaned closer. Yuchen swallowed hard, pouting, nervous, curious, and a little expectant. Gently extending his finger, Suchen wiped away the grain of rice at the corner of Yuchen's mouth, and the girl's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Brother Luo. Oh, you have rice at the corner of your mouth. Pay attention next time you eat. Saying this, he turned and took the post-meal mess to wash by the nearby lake. Stomping his foot in frustration, Yuchen thought it was supposed to be like those novels that some teenage girls love to read. This stupid straight man. Idiot. They should have parted ways, but Yuchen stubbornly followed, crying and looking pitiful and swearing to the heavens that she would definitely keep quiet. Suchen reluctantly agreed to her request to team up. And Suchen's almost ruthless hunting methods opened Yuchen's eyes. She increasingly admired this versatile young man. She had originally thought that attacking the enemy's head from 100 meters away with a sword was the limit of attack distance, until Suchen casually shot an arrow from 1,000 meters away, blowing the head off a third-tier ordinary withered vine python. Of course, Yuchen did keep her promise and remained quiet. She also continued to wear Suchen's black leather jacket. Watching Suchen skillfully gather materials, Yuchen suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Earlier, she had felt a considerable sense of frustration because this young man was better than her and she had planned to catch up. Why was she now filled with inexplicable joy? Yuchen felt her cheeks growing hotter. December 15th, morning. The entrance to the gray area of Chuanning town. As usual, many awakeners yawned and lazily called out. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on the distance. 2 figures slowly walked from the end of the road. The young man was filled with a brutal killing intent like a fierce beast, his handsome face reaching the level of envy from both men and women. Beside him, a girl with long pink hair cascading down, her beauty stunning, her figure even better than those supermodels that only existed in video images. Brother Luo, just to be clear, this meal is on me. Otherwise, I'll drive you crazy. Yuchen playfully jumped in front of Suchen with her hands behind her back, and seeing his slightly helpless expression, she smiled even more happily. As the two entered the best restaurant in town, both men and women showed envious expressions. The commotion caused only lasted for a moment. The people on the street turned to discuss the most mysterious topic of late. The Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps had mysteriously vanished from the leader to the members. By the way, have you heard? The Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps must have offended some big family, and overnight everyone evaporated. You're talking nonsense. Someone clearly saw Lu Long taking people deep into the mine. They must have been wiped out by some ferocious beast. Hey, why worry about them? If they're not around, we earn more. Why bother with all that? Just yesterday, Lu Long's wife was killed. Humph. That trashy woman, relying on the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps, caused so much trouble. Her death is the best outcome. Yeah, but that chest and that butt, TSK. The most direct impact of this was the sudden increase in awakened ones entering the gray area. Just as many mercenaries were preparing to enter the gray area under the bright sun, a line of people approached from a distance. This group had about 40 people. Outside their battle armor, they all wore white robes with a hand-stitched tulip emblem on their backs and a 7 below it. The leading man had long black hair and sharp eyes like an eagle, making it hard to look directly at him. His aura was ethereal and unpredictable, completely unperceivable in terms of level. What was truly chilling was that each person exuded an incredibly powerful presence. Many mercenaries shrank back, silenced by fear. They were all 5th-tier awakened ones. The originally crowded street instantly parted to make way. It's the Tulip Guild. What are they doing here? I remember they haven't been participating in the Outer Beast Nest raids recently, right? The mercenaries whispered among themselves, but none dared to meet anyone's gaze. The Tulip Guild. Among all the awakened guilds in Huaxia, it consistently ranks in the top 10. They have even reached the level of being commissioned by the state to carry out missions alongside the military. Each team member's strength is terrifying. To even enter the interview stage, one must at least be at the 5th tier. Xuanning Town is a place that can't even be found on the map. People wondered why the renowned Tulip Guild team suddenly appeared. The team stopped in front of a restaurant. Their imposing presence immediately made many diners choose to go elsewhere. The chef at this place is terrible. When you come to Yuching next time, I'll treat you to the best beef hot pot. Brother Luo, how about you come with me later? Please, Brother Luo. Su Chen felt like his head was about to explode. Why? Did it seem that after coming out of the gray area, this girl was not only talkative but also becoming more clingy? Oh heavens! Someone come and take her away. Brother Luo, why is your face so dark? Do you think the chef here is trash too? Don't just stay silent. It's boring if I'm the only one talking. Just as the long-haired man was about to enter, he heard this voice, and a tender smile appeared on his resolute face. Little sister. Second. Brother? Yuchen spotted the long-haired man, her pretty face instantly lighting up with surprise, followed by a hint of shyness. Brother Luo, wait for me. A moment, just a moment. I'll be right back. Really? After Yuchen stepped outside, someone let out a sigh of relief. This world was finally quiet. Even the noisy lobby felt incredibly comfortable. Finally having such an opportunity, Su Chen beamed brightly. Of course, he slipped away. A black Mercedes-Benz van was driving on the highway. Inside the car, the girl rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed. Occasionally, she sighed, staring blankly out the window. Gradually, she began to feel drowsy. Buzz, the roaring sound of an engine coming closer. A fleeting shadow raced by. The girl instantly woke up because she saw a familiar profile. Uncle Chen, did you hear or see anything just now? Miss, there was nothing at all. Are you too tired? Oh, could it be that I have started to like him? Just thinking that, the girl felt as if a valve inside her heart had opened, emotions swirling like a tornado, sweeping through every corner of her being. I should have left my contact information earlier. It's so infuriating. Duong. Old Yang, early in the morning, Sunbiwei, wearing red underwear and a white tank top, stomping on a pink flip-flop, banged on the door. What are you doing? Yang Yunfeng roared, his hair a messy nest and his eyes bleary from sleep. Each cheek bore symmetrical lipstick marks, and his thick eyebrows resembled a strawberry patch growing in the desert, perfectly illustrating why he looked so haggard at that moment. It was hard to believe that this burly man could also feel drained and in need of cooling down. I've finally broken through mid-level of the 2nd tier. So fast. Yang Yunfeng's eyes widened, the lingering drowsiness instantly vanishing. Su Chen, on the top floor, was out hunting ferocious beasts, and with his personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he returned at the 3rd tier. In fact, the two had long excluded Su Chen from their competition. Now that Sun Biwei had broken through, he was the only one left in the dormitory still at the 2nd tier lower level. Being able to attend such a prestigious institution as Yuanma, Yang Yunfeng felt a deep-seated pride within. It was just that he had never heard the supreme symphony of life and was momentarily a bit lost. Tremble, even if I can't surpass that freak. I've narrowed the gap, and you, old Yang, TSK, you are already out of my sight. Sun Biwei unabashedly reveled in his inner triumph. He was not a lazy fish who only watched movies and did nothing serious. It took him less than 30 days to rise from the lower to the upper tier, shortening his previous upgrade time by more than a quarter. All thanks to that freakish prodigy, which had led him to develop in a freakish direction as well. The gap between you and Brother Luo is as big as the gap in our height and weight. Click. The door gently opened. Just as the two were bickering, Su Chen walked into the entrance. What are you two doing? Seeing his roommates who had undergone a huge change, Su Chen felt his appearance was somewhat out of place. Brother Luo, you're back. I missed you so much. They rushed in from both sides, and Su Chen felt their enthusiasm, a smile spreading across his face. This feeling was quite nice. The three hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they immediately went to Su Chen's room to chat for a while. By the way, Brother Luo, what level are you at now? Isn't this a question you already know the answer to? Yang Yunfeng rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. This aura is fiercer than a 3rd tier ferocious beast. What level do you think it is? Obviously the 3rd tier? Like a machine, Su Chen harvested ferocious beasts with precision and efficiency, his aura more beast-like than the beasts themselves. Just earlier, when entering the school gate, he had almost been stopped by the 6th-tier gatekeeper. He thought it was some blind fool daring to challenge a top-tier institution until his identity badge was verified and he was let through. Mid-level of the 2nd tier. I'm not that quick. Aha, Sun Biwei jumped up in excitement. He never expected to one day catch up to a prodigy like Su Chen, thrilled to the point of dancing. Just in time, the school has already issued a notice that in a few days there will be an exchange meeting among the 4 schools. Let's aim to show our faces in front of the whole nation. No problem, Su Chen replied while tidying up his room. Yang Yunfeng curled his lips, looking at Su Chen with a gaze full of horror. He could sense that beneath the fierce and violent aura, Su Chen's body had become more than twice as strong. It was as if he were facing a dragon. And his body couldn't help but tremble, the danger signals amplified to the limit. Su Chen's mid-level of the 2nd tier and Sun Biwei's mid-level of the 2nd tier. They were not the same. A sense of awe arose within him, and a sudden awareness of crisis pressed down on Yang Yunfeng, making it hard for him to breathe. Luo, brother Luo? A few people from the guild are looking for you. I'll send you their contact information and a bunch of your limited edition comics. Yunfeng, thank you. After Su Chen quietly left for a period of time, the 2 of them had to receive visits from senior members of the guild. Along with that, they also got to know quite a few people. Those who usually acted arrogantly, like the president and vice president, were incredibly polite when they came to visit. While talking, Su Chen took out 2 pieces of flawless white fur from his storage ring. A gift for you. The fur felt smooth and soft to the touch, and just holding it for a few seconds allowed them to feel a faint warmth. Is this snow velvet fire marten fur? A 3rd-tier elite fierce beast, known for its formidable strength and infamous for gnawing its own body to pieces before dying. Sun Biwei unfolded it and found that apart from the skinning incision, there were no other wounds. Now, he was completely unsettled. It should be known that clothing made from snow velvet fire marten fur could keep one safe and sound in icy conditions, and to find such a well-preserved piece was nearly impossible. This gift is too precious, I can't accept it. I haven't helped at all. Me too. It was said that high-tier female awakeners had once offered millions of huaxia coins to buy it, but it was still hard to find. It's nothing, I have plenty of it. The 2 leaned in to take a look and swallowed several times. Oh my god. Things that were hard to come by outside. Su Chen actually had more than a dozen pieces in his storage ring, making them feel as if they were still half asleep. After tidying up, the 2 tactfully left. They picked up their phones to report their safety to their families and then informed Mei Nianxue and Jiang Xinro about their return one after another. My beloved cost teacher, 630, 3rd teaching building. My beloved cost teacher, same old rules, don't forget. Su Chen chuckled. It seemed that this teacher of his only had this one hobby. Jiang Xinro hadn't replied for a long time, probably out running. Following that, Su Chen called according to the order of the contact information sent by Yang Yunfeng. As soon as the other party heard it was Su Chen, they instantly woke up from their dream, and their voice became stuttered. The other party also knew that the 4-school exchange meeting was coming up and directly offered 15,000 credits but required that their leader be included in the rankings. This request was, of course, not a problem at all. After finishing all the tasks, he took a hot shower. His gaze became unabashedly focused this time, his big eyes appreciating every inch. He almost wanted to examine this perfect male body inch by inch. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. Waking up at 4, Su Chen specifically went to the best clothing shop in Qingbei City, Zhang's tailoring shop. Taking out 3 pieces of snow velvet fire marten fur immediately caused a stir. The elderly tailor, with tears streaming down his face after confirming the size and style, directly stated that he would not charge any labor fees. However, 1 piece needed to be displayed in the shop for 2 weeks. Looking at the trembling old man, Su Chen couldn't bear to refuse and readily agreed. He then went to the largest mall and bought every type of candy, more than 3 times what he had bought last time. In the bustling teaching building, snowflakes floated down. Groups of students who had just finished class walked out in 3s and 4s. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "President Qin Feng?" Instantly, many 2nd and 3rd year students, as well as some 1st year students who were in the know, rushed over. The man stood beside an off-road vehicle, wearing dark jeans and a leather jacket, with a pair of black leather boots, looking heroic and capable. The president of the Red Kite Society, Qin Feng. He was also one of the top 5 awakeners on the academy's leaderboard. President Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Fenggo, I haven't seen you in a long time. Other students looked through the crowd, their eyes filled with admiration. The top expert of Tianbang, who single-handedly expanded the Red Kite Society, is said to be entering the renowned Red Kite Guild upon graduation, and will even take on the role of a team leader directly. Such a person undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of all students at Yuanma University. However, he is indifferent to those around him, his gaze anxiously fixed on the entrance of the teaching building. The only person he is waiting for is the main instructor of the archery class in his freshman year, the saint of bows, Mei Nianxue. As the crowd gradually thins, Qin Feng spots her figure. and rushes out of the crowd. Silver hair cascading down, a red down jacket paired with knee-high boots, her emerald green eyes devoid of any emotion. That cold aura makes many people instinctively part to give way. Just as she steps out the door, she sees the young man leaning against a black motorcycle in the distance, a familiar smile, yet a completely different aura. Mei Nianshue's eyes suddenly brighten. Did he use the dragon blood condensation ointment? Not bad, a brilliant smile flashes across her indifferent face. Qin Feng is momentarily stunned. Even in the cold winter, he feels as if he has seen the sun of spring. Mei Nianxue descends the steps. Qin Feng suddenly feels a bit at a loss. He has come several times, but never like today. Teacher Mei, you. The two brush past each other. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps becomes hurried. Is she actually jogging? You're back? Then shall we go? Sure, helmet teacher. The engine roars, deafening. In everyone's gaze, Mei Nianxue sits gracefully in the soft leather seat of the Augusta. Behind her, a series of incredulous wow sounds erupt. Is Teacher Mei leaving now? Who is that person? Damn it. I also want Teacher Mei to sit behind me. Qin Feng stood in the wind and snow for a long time. The last time he was ignored like this was the last time. He hadn't heard that Mei Nianxue had a boyfriend or husband or anything like that. If it were someone else, the upcoming college life would surely be miserable. Even some new lecturers or teaching assistants would be polite when facing Qin Feng. But the other party was not only a new lecturer but also the only Bao Saint in the entire Huaxia. No matter how unconvinced he was, he could only hold it in. President, that person is Su Chen. Oh, Ouyang Cheng looked at the fiery gaze of Qin Feng and couldn't help but shiver. He is Teacher Mei's student. You better not beat him into a cripple. Knowing Qin Feng's temperament well, Ouyang Cheng grabbed his hand, worried. Previously, when Qin Feng showed such a look, a student of Huoqing had to drop out midway and Qin Feng was punished for it. The two were not only president and vice president but also lovers for 5 years. Although this relationship was known only to a few. Ouyang, I know what I'm doing. I just don't understand what's so good about him. After returning from the gray area and learning that Mei Nianxue was teaching, Qin Feng was extremely excited. He had visited her dozens of times but was always turned away. He didn't understand why Mei Nianxue would choose Su Chen over him, a level 4 upper tier, with archery skills reaching the peak of mastery. Was it just because the other party appeared earlier or had a master-level archery? He could do the 12 meteor strikes too, and he had practiced it to a proficient level. Don't worry, Ouyang, this time I have a measure. Qin Feng was no longer the hot-tempered person he used to be. In the final semester's ranking battle, I will let Teacher Mei know who is truly worthy of her guidance. What is this? Mei Nianxue frowned slightly and instinctively poked Su Chen's back a few times with her finger. An incomplete dragon soul body? Although she only had half of the elven bloodline in her body, thanks to that person's guidance, she had a considerable understanding of many races. Level 2 mid-tier? Her heart grew more puzzled. He wouldn't have been unable to hold back and used it early, would he? But since he could obtain an incomplete dragon soul body, it meant that his black jade Jean rock had reached the requirements he mentioned. But wouldn't those who could achieve that step be at least level 3? Various discrepancies. With her understanding left Mei Nianxue a bit confused. Forget it, as long as he can return safely, that's good enough. Mei Nianxue thought to herself. Her pupils suddenly dilated a lot and the corner of her mouth, which had slightly lifted from being close to Su Chen, drooped down. Did this person really follow her method? The dragon blood bath body would naturally bring out certain traits of the dragon race. What if there wasn't enough water nearby? The cabbage raised could become very proactive. Teacher, can I ask you a question? Teacher, please go ahead. During this hunt for fierce beasts, did you meet any new friends or companions? Su Chen's mind immediately flashed with Yu Chen's face and he seemed to hear a buzzing like a fly in his ear. A girl who can't stop talking, that mouth, really? Just thinking about it is scary. A mouth that can't stop? And it's a girl? His heart filled with joy suddenly felt as cold as the current weather. You are currently an incomplete dragon soul body and later, with resources similar to dragon blood, your physique will improve until it rivals that of a dragon and even a dragon slayer body is possible. Do you understand? And your aura is overly exposed. Su Chen sat obediently on the sofa, feeling that his teacher was somehow different from before. Where did all that anger come from? Let me see your black jade Zhuanyan. Hurry up. Not daring to be slow, the scales like those of a dragon clearly emerged on the black jade Zhuanyan. Mei Nianxue nodded in satisfaction but couldn't help but ask. After all, to achieve a complete black covering, the black jade Zhuanyan had to be at least level 3. That was what that person had said, and it had never been wrong over the years. She recounted the method of discovering the black jade Zhuanyan all the way to the process of applying the dragon blood solidification ointment. Mei Nianxue's mood gradually improved. Is that all? That's it. Oh ho, the little person in his heart jumped up in an instant. The joy of cultivation was back. What about the girl you know, the one with the powerful mouth? Oh, her, teacher, I have something I Want to ask you. The sudden serious expression made Mei Nianshue's gaze falter for a moment. Could it be that he discovered something? Hearing about Su Chen's secret realm experience with Yu Chen, Mei Nianshue's cherry lips slightly parted and she clicked her tongue in disbelief. What kind of outrageous luck was this? Demonstrating the skeletal claws, Mei Nianshue picked up the changed abyssal eye and examined it closely. At the moment their gazes clashed, Mei Nianshue sensed a certain hostility. The capital view made of beast skulls, the hexagonal stone table, and the bloodthirsty butcher that only existed in the illustrations, all these elements plunged Mei Nianshue into deep thought. The epic quality of the abyssal eye she had never heard of before. The situation described by Su Chun undoubtedly linked this bow to that evil ritual. Hiss, Mei Nianshue gasped. She thought of the most unlikely yet reasonable answer. It might come from the Forbidden Zone. The so-called Forbidden Zone is an area that still harbors powerful beings. For over 10,000 years, human awakeners have been unable to reclaim it. The beings in the Forbidden Zone are all fierce beasts or alien races with strength reaching level 9 or higher. It feels more like a reluctant agreement. Powerful alien races or fierce beasts survive there, and once human awakeners enter, they face certain death. After all, letting them out of the Forbidden Zone would lead to disasters capable of destroying cities and nations. They could only choose this compromise, speculating that the abyssal eye was a weapon of some terrifying existence. So, teacher, do you know whose weapon it is? And no, I don't know. Mei Nianshue could clearly sense that the abyssal eye had already recognized Su Chen as its master. In other words, it would never engage in harmful actions like draining Su Chen's life. But what exactly had Su Chen done to this bow? That was what Mei Nianshue was truly curious about. She then shifted the topic to how to restrain the violent aura. She had long been accustomed to Su Chen's intelligence and insight. After saying it twice, she had already grasped it quite well. Teacher, could you help me test the defensive power of the Black Jade Zhuanyan? Facing Su Chen's request, Mei Nianshue readily agreed. The two went to the rooftop, where Mei Nianshue took out an extremely minimalist white longbow, even longer than a typical longbow. I'll start directly from the mid-level of 3. A series of clinks sounded as the Black Jade Zhuanyan was shot and exploded by an arrow. Not bad, it's at the lower level of 4. That said, Mei Nianshue secretly clicked her tongue. What she meant was the lower level of 4 with S-class talent. If it were A-class talent or lower, it could basically withstand the mid-level of 4 or even the upper level. You can also try practicing other elemental techniques, and in a few days there's the 4-school exchange meeting. I have classes and can't go. The one leading the team is a madwoman, so don't provoke her if you can help it. This was the first time Su Chen heard Mei Nianshue say such a thing, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious about the madwoman she mentioned. After explaining quite a bit about the 8 yuan body refinement technique and the precautions regarding the incomplete dragon soul body, Mei Nianshue finally let Su Chen leave. Looking through the window at the abyssal eye on Su Chen's back, Mei Nianshue let out a faint sigh. Bloodthirsty butchers, why do such alien races only exist in the illustrations? Because they can only be summoned through the rituals of the evil god. In the evil god's army, they are merely akin to cannon fodder. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her emerald green eyes, and Mei Nianshue instantly revealed an incredibly radiant smile. The same experience would never happen again. Whether it's the evil god or something else, dare to touch him and see what happens. The time for the first place is 8 hours, 46 minutes, and 43 seconds. By the entrance of the simulated secret realm, Su Chen stroked his chin, recalling the sequence and timing of the monsters that appeared in the simulation. He raised his wrist and began to set the clock on his smartwatch. To encourage the club to continuously increase its strength, the reward for breaking the time record of the simulated secret realm can be claimed repeatedly. In other words, as long as one can keep breaking records, they can collect rewards endlessly. Before the 4-school exchange meeting begins, there are still 2 opportunities to compete, and due to the increase in the number of elite clubs, many ordinary clubs have started to seek the completion records. Returning from the abandoned mine, breaking the record he had previously set was actually extremely simple. A qualified leader must also consider how to maximize their own benefits. Soon, the members of the club appeared. After a brief confirmation of needs, Su Chen gathered another 15 people and set off grandly into the simulated secret realm. At dawn, the leaderboard updated with a time of 8 hours, 34 minutes, and 22 seconds. Collecting all the resources, Su Chen rode back to the dormitory under a sea of admiring gazes. He couldn't help but marvel at the safety and tranquility of the campus at night without having to worry about impending dangers. Jiang Shinro sent a photo of herself in a bright yellow floral long dress and transparent high-heeled sandals. Her bright eyes, charming maturity, and a hint of playful innocence made her look captivating. Su Chen simply complimented, "Not bad," arranged for a morning run the next day, and tossed his phone aside to sleep soundly. The next day, someone showed up with dark circles under their eyes, looking full of resentment. Upon seeing Su Chen again, Jiang Shinro's face revealed a look of shock. The deep, abyss-like aura that faintly hinted at brutality made her heart race. Although Su Chen had previously displayed combat abilities that were completely unmatched for his level. She had not felt a sense of crisis. Curiously inquiring about Su Chen's experiences over the past month, she was surprised to hear that he had cooked for a girl. Jiang Xinro wrinkled her nose playfully. You promised to treat me to a meal, but you went and treated someone else first. Aren't you also curious about the for-school exchange meeting? Then you should think about how to pry my mouth open. In the evening, Jiang Xinro appeared driving a beetle. As she walked into Su Chen's dormitory, her eyes lit up instantly. It was clean and tidy, simple yet elegant. Besides various training equipment, the desk and bookshelf filled with books were particularly eye-catching. Xinro, wait for me a moment. Having lived alone in his previous life, cooking was an essential skill. Later, he played in the kitchen with his mother, Xiao Chang, and helped out as he grew up. Although the dishes he made couldn't compare to those in restaurants, they were flavorful and aromatic, far beyond what an ordinary chef could achieve. Jiang Xinro tilted her head, looking at the young man busy in an apron, a hint of indescribable affection flashing in her alluring eyes. The books on the shelf could be described as all-encompassing. Jiang Xinro silently exclaimed wow, feeling that Su Chen was extraordinary. Casually picking up Introduction to Alchemy Basics from the desk, Jiang Xinro covered her mouth and chuckled. Every word was free, and only Su Chen could understand them. She discovered an unopened comic book in the corner of the bookshelf, many of which were beautifully illustrated but not suitable for children. So you like to read this too? It was as if she had discovered a new continent, and Jiang Xinro smiled mischievously. At least, she was the first girl to enter Su Chen's dormitory. As the delicious food entered her mouth, Jiang Xinro entered scavenging mode. Su Chen patiently waited until she was full before asking about the for-school exchange meeting. With a mysterious smile, he lowered his voice. Our school has been third for 6 years. Jiang Xinro teased and then began to explain. The for-school exchange meeting is a format where the country requires 4 top universities to showcase their achievements when deciding resource allocation for the second half of the first year. Top universities receive far more resources than first and second-tier institutions, while also bearing the heavy responsibility of nurturing talent for the country. Besides the 4 top universities, other schools participate in the University Exchange Conference. Universities ranked higher enjoy the privilege of selecting quality resources first and can allocate even more resources. So, in reality, we are working hard for our resources next semester? Bingo! You got it right. You're the smartest junior. However, Manhwa University had not focused on the quality of new students before, leading to consecutive losses in the for-school exchange conference. Although there were changes afterward, it only improved from 4th to 3rd place. By the way, I see you're studying alchemy. If you peel some shrimp for me, I'll tell you a little secret about studying and attending lectures. How about that? Upon hearing this, Su Chen easily peeled a plate of shrimp and piled it in front of Jiang Xinro. Shaking her head helplessly, Jiang Xinro couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is really too much. Not just an ordinary steel straight man, but a high-purity titanium alloy. But who made me like him? While eating the shrimp, she talked about various teachers related to alchemy and the lecture courses, also giving the most suitable schedule suggestions for Su Chen. But, you actually want to learn alchemy? To avoid middlemen making a profit, it's definitely not a bad thing to master more skills. Suddenly recalling a fleeting image she had seen earlier, Jiang Xinro's face turned bright red. The bright moon hung high outside the window. Under the cool moonlight, her pink hair appeared even more stunning. With her hands forming a sword gesture, an unusual sword sound suddenly rang out from the sword box. Corrupt Han Lu, Jade Buddha slave, rise. In a flash of light, a rusted broadsword floated in the air under the moonlight, its sound resembling a dog's bark. As for the other sword, slender and graceful like a beauty, it was a milky white jade sword exuding coldness. Miss, regarding the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps, we found a mercenary who was shot and seriously injured, hanging on the cliff of a mine and barely surviving. According to him, the leader Lu Long and others were attacked by a mysterious archer. Combining the evidence found in the abandoned mine, it can basically be confirmed. The elderly man dressed as a butler's eyelids twitched, but he spoke calmly. It was your friend who completed the annihilation of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary corps. The 2 flying swords suddenly fell to the ground. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, followed by a few incredulous chuckles. In front of the villa, the moonlight was obscured, and snowflakes fell softly on her shoulders. Jiang Xinro looked helpless. Aren't you going to see me off? Ha! Su Chen tilted his head. Sister Xinro, if I send you back, who will send me back? Ha! He felt like the little volcano in his heart was about to erupt. It's still snowing, quite cold. Sister Xinro, you must drive slowly. Let me know when you get back, okay? Oh, he's even concerned about me, telling me to drive slowly and to report back safely. This adorable blockhead, full of cultivation thoughts. Jiang Xinro's calm state of mind suddenly surged with waves. She slammed the car door shut, causing the accumulated snow on the eaves to fall suddenly. Moments later, laughter came from inside the car. Who made me like him? Teaching this titanium alloy straight man to understand a bit of romance seems quite enjoyable. Finally, there was a bit of free time. Su Chen took a beautifully bound comic from the bookshelf and he had to admit the artwork was fantastic. Just like before, he still loved collecting all kinds of comics. Everyone has a love for beauty, right? Hey, I remember I never opened this. When he flipped it open, a note fell out. Our little secret? Recalling the various techniques of the 8 yuan body refinement technique. The next second, his left hand formed a claw with faint arcs of electricity swirling around. Crackle crackle. Tomorrow is the debut. Request all data. Don't raise books. Don't raise books. Don't raise books. Thank you. I want a gift that doesn't cost money. Change a setting. Awakeners change to upper, middle, lower ranks. Thursday. The snow has stopped. It is a rare sunny day. The 8th potion making training room. The mingling scent of herbs and the stale odor of beast materials prompts many students to instinctively open the windows. Compared to these nauseating smells, the cold winter wind seems less cold. A few minutes before class, some are already clamoring to close the windows, even though deep down they do not want to. The lecture hall is large enough to accommodate hundreds of students simultaneously practicing potion making. Everyone is vying for the back seats. Only those who arrive a bit late reluctantly sit in the front. However, no one considers the 10 desks in the first row. He has a habit of paying special attention to the students in the front row. Having been frostbitten while picking herbs in his youth, the cold winter wind makes him cough incessantly. The potion-making training room has no heating or air conditioning, and if it gets too cold, he will leave with a dark face. His irritable temper and tendency to scold people, combined with the fact that he only teaches in the 8th potion-making training room, none of these shortcomings can dampen the students' enthusiasm for class. Because the teacher of this potion-making class is the 7-star alchemist, Sun Yao. The most crucial point is that in his class, one can learn real skills. A middle-aged man, resembling a penguin, steps onto the podium, his gaze swiftly scanning every face in the classroom. The class bell rings. A young man in a brown coat and jeans rushes into the classroom. Seeing that every seat except the first row is taken, he grins and confidently walks to the middle of the first row. The unfamiliar face catches Sun Yao's attention for a few glances. Then he takes off his coat, revealing an enviable 7-star belt. The rank of an alchemist is actually quite similar to that of an awakener. There is a dedicated alchemist association for rank certification, and upon passing, a corresponding star belt is awarded. Therefore, alchemists are generally referred to by their star rank. Clearing his throat, Sun Yao begins the class, enunciating clearly, with a loud and powerful voice. The difficulties of potion making become less troublesome under his explanation. In the back row of the lecture hall, a few students lean forward to confirm and begin to whisper among themselves. That person is Su Chen. Why is he suddenly attending a potion making class? Let's put it this way, you can see him in more than 80% of the classes at our school. Haven't you heard? He's the strongest time manager. I saw him in anatomy class yesterday. His technique for skinning materials left the teacher dumbfounded. What a rarity. I heard from his roommate that he often stays out all night, directly booking a room at Zixia Tower. What the hell? That's ruthless. I remember Zixia Tower costs 80 credits a night, right? So what? Some people directly pay credits to the teacher for extra lessons. Impressive, he's really rich. The surrounding freshmen gasp, their credits are tight, while Su Chen is rolling in wealth. Many feel a surge of overwhelming waves in their hearts. They all unconsciously look at the figure sitting in the front row, attentively listening to the class. Now he's even learning potion making, it's just too competitive. How is there enough time? If I finish both potion making and perception classes, I won't have any time left. You and your partner should go out. Less to study, you'd have plenty of time. Absolutely not. The discussion grows louder, the fragments pieced together by the crowd make Su Chen's image increasingly mysterious, and a sense of admiration naturally arises within them. Although they all envy him, if it were them, they would probably shake their heads and refuse immediately. Not much skill but a big mouth. Instead of admiring others, why not do something yourself? With Sun Yao's angry shout, the classroom immediately quiets down. Qingxin Prezhang Dan, a second-tier medium-grade elixir. It has the effects of detoxification and vision enhancement, and the materials used for refining include Mingxin grass and Xinjiang vine. The students begin to rapidly take notes in their books, each one extremely excited. Although it is only a second-tier high grade, the recipe for the Qingxin Prezhang Dan is a closely guarded secret. To purchase it from the Alchemist Association, it would cost at least 700,000 Huaxia coins. Sun Yao's personality is indeed not good, but he does teach well. There are 3 sets of materials on your table, refine them according to what I just said. If you use up all 3 chances and still haven't succeeded, you can just roll out. For some rookies who have never touched alchemy, it's best not to jump in directly to avoid wasting my materials. The implication was clear. Su Chen scratched his head and smiled, knowing that the other party was reminding him, but he didn't mind. Before coming, he had heard Jiang Xinro mention that a rookie had once attended a class. He wasted 3 sets of herbs right off the bat and was chased from the teaching building to the dormitory, only stopping after compensating for an equal amount of herbs. Let him have a bit of a temper, after all, we are getting this for free. The 3 sets of herbs on the table were neatly arranged, and it was evident they had been carefully selected. He opened the alchemy furnace and meticulously followed the steps he had just been taught. The alchemy process can basically be divided into 5 steps: igniting, refining, merging, condensing the pill, and opening the furnace. The materials were placed into the furnace. Behind him, many people had already ignited their fires and started refining materials. Suchen focused his mind, and small flames ignited at each of his 5 fingers. Soon, the 5 flames merged into one, skillfully jumping to the bottom of the alchemy furnace. Such skilled flame control. Sun Yao's eyes lit up. Although he was a newcomer, he was far from being an ignorant rookie. His mental power surged forth, and various changes of the materials inside the furnace appeared in his mind. Sensing the herbs and materials deforming under high temperatures, Suchen did not slack off in the slightest. Occasionally, he heard the sounds of explosions and the wails of failed attempts, but he remained completely focused, not losing concentration for a moment. The effect of his talent was that he could control elements at will. The violent fire element, which seemed brutal to ordinary people, was like a pliable little hakimi in Suchen's hands. Under even roasting, the medicinal power in the materials was continuously refined, gradually becoming thick and concentrated. What a good seedling! Sun Yao glanced at Suchen a few more times, remembering this student who displayed impressive talent right from the start. Be careful. Those materials were carefully prepared by me. The heat isn't right. Put your heart into it. Focus. After walking around, he still found the young man in the front row pleasing to the eye. Suchen was completely immersed, forgetting both himself and the world. Is the pill about to be formed? So fast? Sun Yao raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms, watching with great interest, completely ignoring everyone else. Soon, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the classroom. Whispers arose around, and many students who had wasted 3 chances gathered around. One by one, they showed shock and amazement. No wonder he sat in the front row and scathed. Turns out he's this impressive? Is there no justice? He can even refine pills? This person is so handsome, I should get his contact information after class. His eyes suddenly opened wide, the furnace lid flew off, and 4 pitch-black pills shot out. When did so many people gather? Ha ha ha, well done. Sun Yao rarely showed a smile, gently pinching the pills. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he blurted out, "Pill patterns?" While students watching gasped in unison, the sound of inhaling cold air rising and falling. Pills with pill patterns have even purer medicinal power. This also means that the alchemist met the 2 conditions of purifying the materials to 90% or higher and maintaining an even heat throughout the process. What's your name? Su Chen. Who taught you all this? Sun Yao asked. No one taught him. It was absolutely impossible to reach this level. Wasn't it you who just taught me? Su Chen replied, both amused and exasperated. Me? Sun Yao's heart trembled violently. He had merely shared all the possible situations he might encounter while refining the Qingxin Prajung Dan, along with the countless verified methods. If that was all it took, then the young man before him was undoubtedly a rare talent in alchemy. Classmate, can you share your experience with everyone? This is my first time too. I just paid attention to everything the teacher said and then refined it. The surrounding students craned their necks and perked up their ears. After a moment of daze, smiles appeared on all their faces. Is this it? Is this really considered experience? If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone's success rate go up? Sun Yao was momentarily stunned. A seemingly simple statement, who could truly achieve it? If this young man was indeed as he claimed, it was quite terrifying, because even he himself couldn't do better under the same conditions. At that moment, the class bell rang. Sun Yao was still immersed in shock and took a while to react, announcing the end of class. Can I add you on contact? Su Chen took out his phone, and the surrounding students were filled with envy. That was a 7-star alchemist, a respected elder with a place in the Alchemist Guild of Qingbei City. They had attended so many classes, yet they had never seen Sun Yao so actively add a student's contact. If you have any alchemy questions in the future, you can find me anytime. Having finally discovered a promising talent, Sun Yao naturally wouldn't let him slip away. Thank you, teacher. After leaving the teaching building, Zhang Xinro had been waiting for a long time. Among the crowd, she could be recognized at a glance. Her unique mature aura and charming smile could not be concealed even in the night. Is there something wrong? So heartless. After using someone, you just throw them aside. Students passing by couldn't help but glance a few more times. No, what I mean is, I know you have no plans for a while. Come with me to eat hot pot. Saying this, she linked her arm with Su Chen and walked away. Along the way, they encountered many acquaintances, and seeing the affectionate appearance of the two, everyone showed surprise. While eating hot pot, Zhang Xinro took out a small alchemy furnace that was a mix of blue and red from her storage ring. This is for you. Su Chen looked puzzled. You don't have an alchemy furnace yet, right? This frost fire alchemy Furnace counts as my sponsorship for you. From now on, you can't refuse to refine alchemy for me, okay? Like a cunning little fox, yet also like a nervous girl. She was extremely worried that Su Chen would refuse. Well, I'll accept it, but let me know when you want me to refine alchemy. How could Su Chen not understand Jiang Xinruo's little thoughts? He wasn't a fool. As for dating, he didn't refuse. But he had no time. All the time in a day was already scheduled, with so many classes and skills, techniques, and so on to manage. It seemed there was only time left for sleep. He couldn't possibly use his sleep time to date, could he? In a few days, I will also be leaving for a while. You have your for-school exchange meeting, and we have a joint study in our third year, so it's about the same. I guess your official announcement will be in the next few days. Sure enough, it was just as Jiang Xinruo had said. The next morning, early in the day, he received a group message on his phone. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in the largest conference hall of Manhwa University, freshmen who had received the message began to appear one after another. Since the last freshman competition, having witnessed Manhwa University's dropout policy, everyone had thrown themselves into a tense study life. Many people who usually wouldn't interact were now enthusiastically greeting each other. Old Xiao, long time no see. It's been a while. I heard you broke the record a few days ago? Keep it low-key enough about me. How have you been lately? Familiar faces exchanged pleasantries. Not all first-year students received the text message. Manhwa University seems like a small world, where young awakeners gather, with classes in various arrangements all being free. In reality, however, rankings are determined based on each student's big data and the comprehensive evaluations of the teachers. Of course, this list can only be seen by a few people in the school. Only students with strong overall abilities will be selected to participate in the for-school exchange meeting. Most of them are top scorers from various provinces and cities, or potential candidates who have rapidly grown since entering university. The naivety of their arrival has long faded, and their wild ambitions have been reined in. Everyone, I am Zhang Haoren from Beicheng. Nice to meet you all. A social butterfly has already begun to showcase his talents. After all, everyone in this conference hall is expected to have a bright future. Expanding connections has become increasingly important in their eyes. After all, the Society of Awakeners is not just about fighting and killing. There are also social intricacies. Yu Beima and Ren Mengqin appeared hand in hand. Many well-informed people knew that the second and third place winners of the freshman competition had recently made their relationship official. Now, both of their levels and strengths have skyrocketed, and the number of people approaching them to offer congratulations and greetings has increased accordingly. Yunfeng, did you see? These two were both shot down by Brother Luo, and now they've become a couple. Do you know what this is called? The arrow of Cupid. The two suddenly thought of something and began to look around. Yan Yunfeng simply called Su Chen's phone, but it was turned off. For Su Chen, losing track of time while cultivating is not impossible. Yu Beima and Ren Mengqin also noticed that Su Chen had not yet arrived and approached Sun Biwei and Yan Yunfeng to inquire about their roommate's whereabouts. By now, the two had long since let go of their obsessions and even felt a bit of admiration. Especially after teaming up to challenge the simulated secret realm, this feeling was even stronger. The combat power was purely from different worlds. Yu Beima did not want to admit it but had to accept this reality. Fine. Let it be. Undoubtedly the strongest freshman, what level could he reach after so many days? While chatting, the people present inevitably talked about Su Chen. When the time comes, let's cling to Su Chen's thigh, maybe we can take off directly. Everyone who heard this half-joking remark didn't think much of it. It made those arrogant seniors polite, and looking around the campus now, no one from an ordinary club dared to offend Su Chen. Even many newly promoted elite clubs would rather provoke a teacher than mess with Su Chen. The reason is simple. That is Su Chen's own strength. Just 10 minutes before the start, a tall figure with a deep presence walked in. The originally lively conference hall suddenly felt a chill for some reason. The students who had been chatting enthusiastically all turned to look. Ran Mengqin noticed that Yu Beima was gripping her hand a bit tighter. The moment she locked eyes with Su Chen, his cold, indifferent gaze showed no hint of human emotion. It was as if they were being stared at by a powerful beast. Others felt the same way, unable to help but gasp in their hearts. How long has it been? Why does it feel like Su Chen's strength has surged forward by leaps and bounds again? Ah, Brother Luo, you finally made it. Sun Biwei waved his hand, and Su Chen smiled in response. At this moment, many people in the conference hall subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in unison. Su Chen. He's really damn scary. Buzz, time's up. Everyone took their seats. Principal Rin Danqing, along with the deans and vice-deans of the combat and support academies, were all present. Although Principal Rin Danqing had no talent, her presence was nonetheless formidable. Few knew that despite the historically low rankings of Manhwa University, it could still secure relatively abundant resources thanks to Rin Danqing's efforts. Moreover, many trivial matters on campus were also her responsibility. As for external training and other combat-related activities, those fell under the purview of several vice-principals and the deans and vice-deans of the two academies. Good afternoon, students ranked in the top 100. Ren Danqing, dressed in a well-fitted black dress embroidered with golden horse motifs paired with an embroidered top, appeared particularly dignified and composed. She scanned the room until she spotted Su Chen in the back corner before continuing. I believe you all know that the content of this meeting concerns the inter-school exchange conference. On the giant screens on either side, an aerial view of the terrain and real-time satellite reconnaissance images appeared. Dense forests and endless mountain ranges, along with the intricate underground passages, were displayed. Various ferocious beasts appeared, their cold, cruel eyes emanating a palpable killing intent even through the screen. This inter-school exchange conference will be held in Yucheng, Sichuan Province. The specific location is deep within the Misty Mountain range near Yucheng, the lair of the Misty Beasts. Several students from Sichuan turned pale. They had heard adults speak of the Misty Beasts' lair since childhood, a man-eating den where entering meant a near certain death. Others felt a sense of melancholy upon hearing the term Beast Lair. It was indeed a high-stakes event for the 4 top universities. The lair was different from hunting grounds or gray zones. A place where certain types of ferocious beasts gathered would be labeled as a beast lair. From the screen, the terrain of the Misty Beasts' lair appeared complex, with not only the social ferocious beasts above ground but also insect burrows below. Could it be an illusion? Compared to others, Su Chen focused on the area behind Ren Danqing. He distinctly sensed a gathering of dark elements. Although the other party's elemental control was exquisite, it still couldn't escape Su Chen's eyes. He suddenly recalled the madman Mei Nianxue had mentioned. Ren Danqing paid no mind to everyone's reactions, her voice resonant and powerful. This exchange conference will be led by Vice Principal Chiu and Vice Dean of the Combat Academy, Xia Ajin, along with 15 teachers from each of the 2 academies. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire conference hall was plunged into darkness. It was not a power outage, but rather a black, eggshell-like substance that completely enveloped the room. A man over 2 meters tall appeared behind Ren Danqing, his pale skin contrasting sharply with his bright red lips. His captivating eyes, however, were directed toward the corner. Good afternoon, students. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Chiu, your team leader for this trip. Crack, the black eggshell shattered, and the conference hall returned to normal, but Chiu had vanished. Everyone felt as if they were still within Chiu's gaze. That eerie vice principal was now lurking in some dark corner, watching everyone. Don't mind it, just get used to it. Let me explain. This exchange conference will determine the amount of resources you all and the entire freshman class can obtain for the second half of the semester. To put it simply, last time we placed 3rd, and if we can achieve 1st this time. A sudden smile appeared on her dignified face as she made a peace sign. You will be able to purchase various resources at half price or even lower with your credits next semester. At this, everyone became agitated. Everyone knew that top universities received preferential treatment from the state and prices were already lower than those outside. If they could reduce that by half, it would be like heaven. I'll talk about the specific ranking method, which is quite similar to the college entrance examination, except that it compares the overall scores of a 100-person team. The scores vary for ferocious beasts of different intensity levels, and there will also be some large-scale challenges that, once completed, will increase the scores. I also want to say that the individual score is paramount. When adding personal scores to the team score, it will be multiplied by 3. As she said this, Ren Danqing looked at the calm Su Chen and spoke slowly. The individual champion can also freely choose a set of SS-level ferocious beast training resources. Seeing Su Chen's spirited demeanor, Ren Danqing finally shifted her gaze with satisfaction. This is a matter of great importance. I hope everyone will do their best for the school and for yourselves. 2 days later, gather at the East Playground at 10 p.m. and we will officially depart at 11 p.m. Shanghai University. A brand new white motorcycle entered the campus. The roar of the engine felt out of place in this quiet campus. It parked in front of the teaching building and the helmet was removed. Pink, silky long hair cascaded down. As she walked into the conference hall at the end of the corridor, the lively chatter immediately fell silent upon her appearance. Chen Yu, you're back. Chen Yu, I heard about what happened in Chuanning Town. After the 4-school exchange meeting, I'll have my dad send an adventure team over. Oh, no need. The girl walked alone to the front row and sat down, and only then did the others return to their previous state, distant and aloof, keeping strangers at bay. If any fool dared to intrude into her heart, her sword would show no mercy. Chattering endlessly, isn't it annoying? So far, there have been a handful of people. They tried to force their way into her heart and were sent out of Shanghai University by her. The jewel of the Chen family in Chuan Province, the prospective president of the Tulip Guild, praised by the contemporary sword saint as the future sword path's pillar. Each of these suffocating titles contributed to the now formidable sword immortal Chen Yu. Soon, the president of Shanghai University and many high-ranking officials appeared, one after another. After discussing various matters regarding the upcoming 4-school exchange meeting, they then talked about the specific situations of the other 3 top universities. Chen Yu, to continue our Shanghai University's 6 consecutive championships, I pass this baton into your hands. Any questions? Heh, good. The voice was cold yet carried an undeniable steadiness. Everyone behind her felt it was only natural. Oh, by the way, there's something you need to know. This year, Manhwa University has simultaneously recruited the first and second in the nation. If you want to achieve 7 consecutive championships, you might need to put in some effort. Chunyu tilted her head, flashing a confident smile. No problem. 1 hour later. Chunyu trembled as she looked at the familiar face in the photo, her eyes nearly popping out of her sockets, unable to close her mouth for a long time. What the hell? How could it be him? Why is it him? She suddenly wanted to take back what she had just said. This young friend, are you sure you don't want to try again? Thank you, I'm in a hurry, so no. Suchen politely declined. According to Sun Yao's estimation, his current alchemy level could basically reach 2 stars. Having only been in contact with alchemy for a few days, he was already very satisfied with this level. Not exceeding 3 stars, he was classified as a low-grade alchemist, and in the Alchemist Association, he only enjoyed the privileges of a low-grade alchemist. Since that was the case, why waste time and energy? The elderly man with graying hair showed a look of regret and couldn't help but sigh. When he returned with the star belt symbolizing a 1-star alchemist qualification, he saw the young man in front of him tidying up the alchemy table and couldn't help but nod, his eyes filled with appreciation. Having been responsible for the alchemist level examinations for over a decade and also cleaning up afterward, there were only a handful like him. This is your 1-star belt. If you want to upgrade your star level in the future, you can come find me anytime. The Alchemist Association is recognized worldwide. If you need any formulas or various alchemy materials, you can come here. Having seen all kinds of alchemists, the elderly man couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for this talented and virtuous young man, naturally chatting a bit more. After asking the old man about the location of the source library, Suchen bid farewell and hurried out of the room. The source library of the Alchemist Association is specifically used to store formulas and will also sell to certified free alchemists. Of course, these are just some commonly used ones, and the prices are quite reasonable. Most alchemists value their masters, so those who have become alchemists after apprenticeship naturally do not need to buy. Really too enthusiastic. Suchen showed a wry smile. If he hadn't interrupted directly, the old man might have continued for a long time. This is all time. Entering the source library, a middle-aged woman with a demeanor similar to a school principal pushed up her large black-framed glasses. Good morning, sister. I'm here to buy a few formulas for pills. Okay, give me your star belt. Her face flushed slightly, and her previously stern tone softened considerably. Are you sure you want to buy them all? Yes. With a casual swipe of the card, he stuffed a mountain of scrolls into his storage ring. Sister, see you next time. The woman stared at the door, her gaze lingering. Suchen, what are you doing here? In the hall of the Alchemist Association. Suchen looked at the man in front of him, who had only a pair of small eyes and a bulky figure, and asked in confusion, Teacher Sun? Surrounding Sun Yao were a dozen people, some dressed in long robes as young alchemists, others in suits and ties as leaders. At this moment, everyone was sizing up this well-dressed young man. They had received Master Sun many times and rarely saw him take the initiative to greet someone. Moreover, it seemed he was just a student, which made them speculate about Suchen's identity. Oh, I'm here to certify my alchemist star level and buy some formulas and materials. Nonsense. The people around instinctively shivered, their minds racing to think if there was a problem with their reception work. Offending a 7-star alchemist with considerable roots in the Alchemist Association could at least cost them their jobs. Didn't I leave you my contact information? Why didn't you ask me? Teacher Sun, this little matter doesn't trouble you. I have something else to attend to, really sorry. Bowing slightly, Suchen ran out of the hall without looking back. Hiss. Everyone gasped. So he just rejected him directly? A 7-star alchemist eager to take on a disciple, isn't that a stroke of good fortune? Has this kid's head been sat on by a donkey? The alchemists, hoping to gain Sun Yao's favor, all whitened their eyes, looking at themselves. Again, standing in the cold wind waiting for half an hour, Sun Yao had chosen to ignore them completely. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. To be honest, I really envy that. This kid. Sun Yao laughed in exasperation, yet he admired Suchen's unassuming and self-reliant way of doing things. He never held back on such passionate alchemy talents. As for having a mentor, he thought it was completely irrelevant. Speaking of which, it was the first time he encountered someone so oblivious, actively asking for contact information just meant they could be a disciple, right? Could it be that he was too indirect? Should he be more straightforward next time? After the last simulated Secret Realm battle, he once again broke the fastest record. Calculating, he earned 21,500 credits in one go, and the key was that the other party was eager to give it. Returning to the dorm in the cold wind, it was just a few minutes before 1 in the morning. He took a hot shower and went to bed. At 4:30, the alarm rang. He rolled out of bed and placed the various materials he had prepared in advance, along with the compact Frostfire alchemy furnace, on the table. The joint study trip for the third-year students was set to depart at 4 this afternoon. Jiang Shinro had sent over her itinerary in meticulous detail. He had looked up information online and selected some possible alchemical formulas that might be useful. It was evident that the Frostfire alchemy furnace was of exceptional quality. Although it was angel investment, he didn't rush to refine pills immediately. However, yawning, he began to add the materials into the alchemy furnace according to the proportions. I really don't like owing too many favors. The cold wind of winter night never ceased. Inside the room, the small flame under the alchemy furnace also burned continuously. At the main entrance of Manhwa University, third-year students from the Combat Academy and Support Academy gathered in small groups, chatting while waiting for the bus to arrive. Their attire was completely different from that of the first and second years, exuding a sense of leisure and casualness. Ji Xingxian looked at her restless friend and shook her head helplessly. Is this what a woman caught in the whirlpool of love looks like? Ro, stop looking, you're not officially together, and whether he comes or not is still uncertain. I've been with you through 3 years of high school. Why don't you look at me? Unable to hold back her thoughts, Ji Xingxiang flashed a mischievous smile and suddenly called out, "Oh, Suchen?" Jiang Shinro immediately turned around, glancing at her friend who was stifling laughter, her anger flaring up. All right, just watch me not scratch you. The two girls chased and playfully fought, causing many boys to instinctively turn their heads. Suchen, dare to lie to me. I'll bite you, Sister Shinro? Ji Xingxiang patted her friend's shoulder and took the opportunity to run away. Hoof, you just arrived. The sudden playful complaint made several male members of the Pioneer Guild stumble in their steps. Is this how the vice president speaks? Taking off her helmet, Jiang Shinro rarely saw Suchen looking haggard. Speak, are you doing something bad behind my back? Jiang Shinro placed her hands on her hips, her tone suddenly changing. She looked just like a little wife interrogating her husband. It's a pity he wanted to go out and hunt more beasts to come back and support her. Thinking of this, Jiang Shinro couldn't help but feel even angrier. Here, this is for you. In the next moment, a small basket appeared in her hand, containing more than 10 small medicine bottles. This is not many pills. Consider it the first round of dividends for your investment. Jiang Shinro was momentarily stunned. Her heart was suddenly filled with guilt and unease. She actually misinterpreted this boy in front of her. She really shouldn't have. At that moment, Jiang Shinro suddenly felt, how could such a boy wait for him to understand? Why not just push it back directly? Well, senior, don't force yourself, okay? I'm really a bit tired, so I'll just... Suddenly, she couldn't hear any sound, and in just a few seconds, she made her decision. What? If when I return from my study trip, I end up being turned into porridge? Who would I cry to? Suchen, I like you. I really like you. Gathering her courage, Jiang Shinro lost the calmness she usually had. She was nothing like the butterfly dancing among the myriad of grass, untouched by a single leaf. Instead, she resembled a shy little girl who had finally managed to voice her feelings. Buzz, the roar of the engine continued. Sister Shinro, I'm going back to sleep. Oh right, don't forget to send a message when you arrive. Bye. Damn. In the rearview mirror, seeing Jiang Shinro swinging her fists up and down and stomping her feet, Suchen couldn't help but smile with immense joy. She must be moved, right? The cold wind hitting his face somewhat alleviated his mental fatigue. After over 8 hours of alchemy, although he could operate quite skillfully by the end, the mental drain was very real. His body felt tired as well. Refining medicine was indeed like being in love, both mentally and physically exhausting. With a few hours left before the four-school exchange meeting, Suchen returned to his room, disregarding the strong smell of medicine filling the air, and directly threw himself onto the bed, setting an alarm and falling into a deep sleep. On the top floor of the office building at Manhwa University, in a bright and clean conference room, some teachers who were entering for the first time curiously looked around. Those who could enter here were undoubtedly part of the school's decision-making body or powerful awakeners. Soon, Vice President Huo Qing, the deans and vice-deans of 2 colleges, and senior professors entered one after another. A tall boy, dressed in black, also walked in, casually sitting in the chair next to Huo Qing. Which college are you from? That seat is not for you. A hot-tempered teacher stood up immediately, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His eyes were inexplicably dark, and he was drenched in cold sweat. With a light pat on the shoulder, Xiaojin made the teacher, who realized he had misspoken, slump back into his chair, his face filled with despair. No wonder everyone doesn't recognize him. Let me introduce him before the meeting starts. One of the vice presidents, Xiao. See. At this, many less experienced teachers were taken aback. He looked at most 20 years old, and even though high-level awakeners aged extremely slowly, he seemed a bit too young, right? The Night King? Night King Xiaoxi, one teacher exclaimed, while others, realizing it later, had expressions filled with shock. His achievements were legendary, still featured in textbooks. He was the legendary awakener who had once wiped out 72 masters of the Zhixiao Phoenix clan in a single night, holding a status equal to Huo Qing's champion title. The female teacher who had previously criticized him thudded to the ground, tears streaming down her face, already scared half to death. Ha, no worries, ignorance is no crime. Xiaoxi glanced around, slightly frowning. At that moment, Ren Danqing pushed the door open. Among those present, there were many awakeners of higher rank, yet no one disrespected this woman. She was the one who had pulled Yuanhua, which was on the brink of losing its status as a top university, back from the edge of the cliff. Moreover, because of her, the others in this room could focus on their teaching work, without being disturbed by any mundane matters. Everyone is here. I won't waste words, there are a few hours until departure, and here is the detailed information from the other three schools. Sorry, Principal Ren, may I interrupt? Is someone still missing? Xiaoxi asked abruptly, touching his nose. The person Vice President Xiu mentioned is currently in class and can't come over. Showing a hint of surprise, Xiaoxi's mouth opened and then closed again, shaking his head and laughing. Let me briefly state our goal for this time. Upon hearing this, Ren Danqing's gaze swept over everyone in the room, her voice firm and powerful. Maintain second place, strive for first. The meeting lasted less than an hour. At the end, many were surprised to discover that the person sitting next to Wu Qing was a slightly stubbled, sword-browed, star-eyed man with a somewhat melancholic demeanor. This time, we will trouble Vice President Xiu and Vice President Xie. Not a big deal. Aojin, take me to her dorm. Xie Aojin was slightly taken aback, as if realizing something, and nodded, though still with a hint of confusion. Just as she was about to knock on the door, a blue arrow feather fell from the sky, precisely landing at Xiaoxi's foot, causing his raised foot to reluctantly return to its previous position. On the rooftop, a figure stood with a bow. Dressed in a blue robe with silver long hair, it danced in the wind, exuding unparalleled elegance. After all, we were once teammates. Is it really necessary to be so harsh while reminiscing today? Take another step forward, and you know my temper. Xiaoxi finished his cigarette in one breath, his figure growing more imposing as night fell, and his voice completely changed. Don't forget, your precious student. Old Mei, you wouldn't want your student to be toyed with by me, would you? You can try, see if I forget it. Mei Nianxue jumped down. Not far away, Xie Aojin saw the two chatting by the roadside and suddenly remembered that before Xiaoxi received the title of Night King, he had joined a 6-member team. It was said that all 7 members, including Xiaoxi, later became saints or figures above that level. Seeing how familiar the two looked, could it be? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. 8 o'clock. Su Chen opened his eyes, the fatigue from continuous alchemy somewhat alleviated. After tidying up the room, he made a video call to his mother, Xiao Qing, and his sister, Luo Miaoxia. He briefly mentioned his recent situation and that he would be heading to Yuqing soon. Luo Miaoxia's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing he was going to the mysterious beast nest, and worry appeared on both her and Xiao Qing's faces. However, they only repeatedly reminded Su Chen to pay attention to safety and didn't say much more. They understood Su Chen's character well since childhood, and moreover, during this time, they could sense his growth, so they didn't interfere too much. Glancing at Zhang Xinruo's name on the list, the last message was from the morning when he woke her up. Although Zhang Xinruo didn't say much in person, she would occasionally message him on chat apps. It was a bit strange that she suddenly became silent. Me, Sister Xinruo, have you arrived? Big Fool, Godai, has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with them. Please send a friend verification request first, and after they approve, you can chat. Send friend verification. Su Chen, blackman?face.jpg. Why did she delete me? Did I annoy her? What's going on? He instinctively clicked to send a friend verification. A few seconds later, Su Chen received a notification. The other party refused to add you as a friend. Forget it, I'll talk to her in person when I get back. Su Chen tossed his phone aside, divided the refined pills into small bottles, and counted the total number of pills to keep track. System, activate. Mental attribute increased from 966 points to 973 points. Although it was only a 7-point increase, it indicated that he had pushed his mental state to the limit through alchemy, and after recovery, he could slightly enhance his mental attributes. No wonder alchemists' mental states grow so quickly. Su Chen had long since put the fact that he was deleted out of his mind. In any case, this was much more practical than simple meditation. It could enhance his mental state and improve his alchemy skills at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just that the process was quite painful. Su Chen quickly let it go. Before the harmonious melody played, didn't he have to endure the tearing pain? Sweetness comes after bitterness, truly. Hearing the shouts of Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng downstairs, Su Chen put on his long black leather coat. That idiot. Big fool. Dummy. Zhang Xinruo held her phone, cursing loudly, her teeth feeling a bit itchy. There was no doubt that if Su Chen were nearby, she would pounce on him and bite a few times. After all, this girl is also a dog. If you do it again, I'll accept it. Or should I? Should I add her back? December 23rd. On a winter night, the cold wind howls. The east playground is the farthest from the dormitory area, and apart from couples strolling and some students who are used to running at night, very few people come here. Starting from 9:30, freshmen began to appear one after another. The usually dark playground is now brightly lit. The duration of the 4-school exchange program is 1 month. Being away from home in an unfamiliar place, every freshman is basically well prepared. The three of them, Su-chen and his friends with storage rings, have it much easier compared to those dragging suitcases and wearing combat gear. There are 30 accompanying teachers, each responsible for 3 to 4 students for easier daily management. Their supervising teacher is a young lecturer named Kong Fong. She looks about 25 or 26, not very tall, with an average build and appearance. Her round, chubby face is frozen like a red apple in the cold wind, making her particularly cute. After checking in, the three stood next to Kong Fong. Sun Biwei, naturally sociable, quickly struck up a lively conversation with the teacher. Su Chen and Yan Yunfeng, on the other hand, were surveying their surroundings and noticed the absence of any transportation, which made them curious. Luo Ge, do you know how we're getting there? I really don't know. Let's ask our lovely teacher Kong to answer that question, shall we? Kong Fong seemed a bit unaccustomed, especially with the strongest freshman in the group, which added some pressure. Lovely or something, cough cough, we're taking the Star Path train, that is. Su Chen was somewhat surprised by this new term. After all, this is a playground, and he didn't see any tracks or anything. Could it be like the arena, where they just dig a hole in the ground? But at a place like Yuanma University, it's entirely possible. Just then, a whistle sounded from above. Su Chen instinctively looked up and was met with a stunning sight. A track paved with starlight extended all the way to the playground. In the boundless dark night sky, a long train sped towards them. It resembled an old-fashioned steam locomotive shining brilliantly under the starlight. The students and teachers who had never seen anything like it were both amazed and making comments. Awesome, awesome, our Yuanma travels are just different from others. This train is so cool, but why does the smiley face at the front look so ridiculous? Wait, is that a person? Holy crap, there's Vice Dean Xie. When everyone saw the figure at the front of the train, a series of gasps erupted. A handsome, middle-aged man in a black suit, smoking a traditional Chinese pipe, leaned against a tall chimney. Next to him, Vice Dean Xie Aujin of the Combat Academy stood with his hands in his pockets, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, defying the laws of physics. Su Chen immediately guessed the man's identity. The main leader of this four-school exchange program, Vice Dean Xiu Si. Why does he look so much older? Like a dragon soaring through the skies, behind the massive locomotive were more than 10 equally large luxury carriages. Through the bright, wide windows, the interior of the carriages could be seen, beautifully decorated, understated yet noble. Squeak! The sharp sound of brakes made many instinctively cover their ears. The Star Path train came to a steady stop. Immediately after, a total of 20 carriage doors opened. Everyone board the train within 15 minutes. Xia Aujin's voice was not loud, but it precisely reached everyone's ears. Some accompanying teachers began to maintain order, and Kong Fong led Su Chen and his friends to board the train with the crowd. This year's students are as obedient as a bunch of little sheep. Who would dare to be unruly? Xiu Si then coldly smiled, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. The immense power of the stars once again infused the entire Star Path train. While the star tracks below extended forward, the carriage doors slowly closed, set sail. The wind is tight and pulling inside the carriage. Everyone leaned against the window, watching the rapidly passing scenery and the night sky so close, feeling increasingly amazed. Xia Aujin tilted her head to gaze at the bright moon above, her long hair flowing behind her. Although it wasn't her first time collaborating with Xiu Si, the strange way he increased his power still made her heart race. In less than 2 hours, he would possess terrifying power comparable to or even surpassing that of a 9th-tier awakened being, even if it was just for 1 minute. Vice Dean, the energy storage devices are all emptied. You can do as you please tonight. Oh, you're thoughtful, ha ha ha. Xiu Si laughed heartily, arms wide open. He felt genuinely happy to have a night that could keep him awake without the need for fighting. The star tracks extended infinitely, and the Star Path train sped towards Yuqing. The interior of the carriage was very spacious, with each person having their own private room. Facilities like a restaurant, bar, and cinema were all available. The students couldn't contain their excitement and gathered in the largest restaurant carriage in the middle. In their conversations, the topic gradually returned to the upcoming four-school exchange meeting. I heard that if we can get first or second place, we can receive an extra share of cultivation resources every month next semester. Is that true? If it is, we have to take it seriously. But the other 3 universities are not weak either. Besides Su Chen, many present had classmates or friends studying at the other 3 top universities. Naturally, their intelligence was more informed. Su Chen preferred to be a listener, and these subtle pieces of information might help in the upcoming four-school exchange meeting. In fact, after the previous meeting, someone had specifically given him a document, but he hadn't had the chance to look at it until now. Information and documents were merely embellishments. Without enough strength, one would still be unable to win. After arriving in Yuqing, there would be nearly a whole day of free time, just enough to review it in detail. In Longcheng, the national defense industry has an S-level awakened being, and that's my deskmate. When S-level talent was mentioned, several gazes turned towards him in unison. Su Chen didn't mind it. It just reminded him of someone the one who brought him in, Yu Yorue. Ever since she bought him a motorcycle, she had taken a long leave. He learned from Mei Nianxue that there were family matters, and beyond that, there was no more to say. She didn't answer calls or reply to messages. If it weren't for the fact that Manhwa University was indeed a top institution, Su Chen might have thought she was like a university assassin, disappearing right after being recruited. He had always been grateful to this teacher who had helped him a lot since he entered school. The female sword immortal from Shanghai University. A certain chattering girl with pink hair who carried several swords but could only serve as support flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Long Chang. National Defense has an S-level. Shanghai University has a female sword immortal. Honghai University has a third-tier international student. What do we have? Of course, we have Brother Luo. With Su Chen with us, we can definitely take first place. The carriage was filled with cheerful laughter in the early morning. Sichuan Province, Yucheng, Fengjiang Strategic Base. Built adjacent to a military base, it is owned by the largest awakened association in Sichuan Province, the Tulip Association. Walking through the base, the tulip logo was visible everywhere. As the accommodation for the four-school exchange meeting, it had undergone no less than 3 cleaning sessions by dedicated staff. The security workaround was uniformly handled by the military, with soldiers at levels 3 and even 4 visible at various traffic junctions. Even in winter, tulips still bloomed in this vast square. A few people in formal attire walked out from the back building, occasionally glancing at the sky. Little sister, you came too? Second brother, I came to see an acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the long-haired man was about to speak when he heard the sound of a whistle from the sky, and everyone looked up. A distant black dot quickly transformed into a massive train. It's Manhwa University, get ready. The train came to a smooth stop, and Xie Ajin, holding a 5 or 6-year-old child, smiled as she stepped forward. The prepared honor guard fired cannons and played the school song of Manhwa University. Hello, Dean Xie. I am Chen Yu. Welcome to all the members of Manhwa University to my Fengjiang strategic camp. The doors of the carriage opened, and energetic students stepped off one by one. The camp's guides had already approached to coordinate with the accompanying teachers, and the scene was orderly. We have prepared single dormitories for the students. The teachers are in the nearby apartments. Everything is ready. Tonight, we have also prepared a welcome banquet, and we must invite Dean Xie to lead the teachers and students of Manhwa University to attend. Stretching lazily, Su Chen was about to follow the guide to the dormitory building when a sweet voice suddenly came from behind. Brother Luo, you're not being honest. A few people turned their heads at the sound. It was a tall girl with pink hair, around 18 or 19 years old. Her bright eyes and white teeth shone like spring flowers. She wore a snow-white, flawless overcoat that reached her knees and dark long boots, yet she did not appear bulky. Instead, it perfectly showcased her full chest curve and almost exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. With her hands behind her back, she seemed about to speak but held back. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng unconsciously dropped their jaws, feeling as if a character from an anime had jumped out into the real world. They were even more shocked than when they saw Xie Ajin getting out of the car with a little boy who looked like her child. Even Kong Fong instinctively pushed up her slipping glasses. Miss, you don't need to worry about me, just do your own work. The guide was flustered, caught in a dilemma for a moment. Clearly called Su Chen, yet you lied to me, be careful when you're out. The girl wrinkled her nose slightly, and Yu Chen's tone carried a hint of joy from their reunion. The three people's gazes returned to Su Chen once again. Especially Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, as roommates, were secretly astonished. Truly worthy of being Luo. Go! Did you see that? Our Luo Ge's beauty is everywhere. Before the words were finished, a cold murderous intent suddenly appeared in her sweet eyes, aimed directly at Sun Biwei. In less than the blink of an eye, it startled both Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng into a cold sweat. Oh, congratulations, you've all broken through to the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Of course I told you I'm not weak. Realizing he had misspoken, Sun Biwei shrank his neck. The sharp murderous intent displayed by the girl was undoubtedly capable of taking him out in an instant. The two exchanged glances, even more puzzled about how Su Chen, who managed his time so precisely every day, could possibly know such a beautiful and strong girl. Moreover, it seemed that the Fengjiang strategic base was still the property of this pink-haired girl. Not far away, Chen Yu, who was enthusiastically greeting Xie Aojin, felt a jolt in his heart. It was the first time he had seen his twin sister display such a bright smile, and that back view seemed somewhat familiar. Immediately, a trace of indescribable ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His sister had always been very innocent since childhood. If she were to be stolen away by some scum, he would definitely make that person die a very painful and humiliating death. Please follow me. Su Chen and the others kept pace with the guide, while the girl, who seemed to be enjoying the conversation, bounced along beside Su Chen. Over there is the Longcheng National Defense Military Industry, and our Shanghai University is in the first dormitory building. The expressions of the four changed slightly. She was actually a student from Shanghai University. Kong Fong recognized the girl. She was the ace of Shanghai University, known as the future female sword immortal, Chen Yu. But Didn't the information say she was cold and unsmiling? Could the information be wrong? Although the Fengjiang strategic base was adjacent to the cruel maze beast nest, the environment was quite nice. It had parks, pavilions, and artificial lakes, all the essentials. This lake is called Mirror Lake. I named it. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, by the way, the welcome banquet is at 5:30 in the afternoon. Teacher, you live in room 307 of the faculty apartment. Under the guide's introduction, the group basically understood. Each of the 4 top universities had a building as student dormitories, and Yuanma University was in building 3. After verifying the student information with Kong Fong, the guide took out their room cards and keys. Welcome to the Fengjiang strategic base. To make it convenient for you, our cafeteria and supply building operate around the clock, and all food and drinks are free. Brother, I know a few really good windows. I'll take you there later. The older brothers and sisters are all very nice. Also, if you want to take a stroll in Yucheng, we have special cars for pickup and drop off. The guide finished all his work with a bitter smile, yet the voice that had always accompanied him still did not stop. Suchen sighed and helplessly said, "Can we be quiet for a moment?" The 2 people beside him also sighed inwardly, truly being in a fortunate situation yet not realizing it. But the other party was actually getting even closer. Could this be the legendary tactic of feigning weakness to lure the enemy? It must be said, it was really impressive. Let's go upstairs first. On the other side, the guide was taking Kong Fong to the teacher's apartment. The 4 of them entered the elevator, with Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng on the 6th floor, and Su Chen on the 7th. Brother Su, are you curious about how I know you? Shanghai University is quite close to Yucheng. Arriving at the camp half a day early, the arrival of Yuan Mo was quite grand, and many students and teachers from Shanghai University naturally witnessed this scene. The usually serious and unapproachable Ice Mountain Snow Lotus actually had a smile that never faded along the way. Almost everyone familiar with her couldn't help but rub their eyes, doubting whether they hadn't rested well. It was as if she were a girl in love who hadn't seen her boyfriend for a long time. This feeling could almost overturn all their perceptions. Was this really Chen Yu? Could it be that Chen Yu is a love-struck fool? A middle-aged woman in a well-tailored suit said incredulously. Previously, during the combat meeting, Chen Yu had been full of confidence at the mobilization conference, yet now she was acting out of character. Unexpectedly, she spoke words like not to offend Yuan Mo, and definitely not to provoke the top freshman. Witnessing this scene made her unable to suppress her doubts. If it really aligned with her thoughts, what then? As the teacher leading the team, she could certainly recognize at a glance that the one Chen Yu was circling around was none other than the strongest freshman from Yuan Mo University, Su Chen. She also knew very well that Su Chen, currently only at the 2nd-tier middle level, was indeed very good-looking. Even she couldn't help but glance a few more times. Not to mention, for a girl of Chen Yu's age, he was simply a super weapon. Damren Danqing, knowing your student's overall strength is lacking, you pull this on me. Still using the beauty trap. Despicable, shameless. Pa. Closing the door and hearing the girl's footsteps gradually fade away, Su Chen felt that the world was so wonderfully quiet. After tidying up the room a bit, it was definitely much worse than the villa dormitory at school. However, it was still up to 5-star standards, with various configurations quite good. A notice was sent out in the group gathering at the dormitory building at 5 o'clock to attend the welcome banquet together. There were about 8 hours left, and Yuan's gentle gaze rested on the chair, taking a hot shower and then resting for a moment. He took out the previous materials to read carefully, and in the folder from Shanghai University he saw a face he had just encountered not long ago, the opposite of delicate and sweet. Her eyes were indifferent, her lips instinctively pursed, giving off an air of keeping people at a distance. TCH, what garbage materials? Cold and unapproachable? If that's really the case, then it's better. Throwing the materials aside, Su Chen opened the window, and the cold wind howled in. Whoosh! Slowly closing his eyes, he sensed the rhythm existing in the cold wind. One after another, powerful auras rose from the void and darkness. The free wind traveled between heaven and earth, reaching many corners. Green particles, like fireflies, swirled around Su Chen. The howling wind in his ears gradually faded away, replaced by a noisy chatter reminiscent of a bustling market. Gradually peeling away these chaotic sounds, he focused on one or several of the wind element particles. Bit by bit, they gathered behind him, forming the shape of wings. Like a mischievous child, looking around before whispering softly in his ear. Boom! The blue wings suddenly shattered, and a fierce wind surged through the room, knocking over stools and tables. Su Chen's breath rose rapidly, like a sudden gale. A certain limitation within his body was violently broken through by the hurricane. Level 2 ascendant. After a while, until his breath was completely stabilized, Su Chen finally opened his eyes in surprise, a flash of blue wind passing through his bright gaze. He had originally only wanted to comprehend the wind element technique language of the wind, but unexpectedly broke through effortlessly. System activate. System information appeared before him. Name, Su Chen. Qualification, Tier 2 Upper Awakener. Talent, Mastery of all elements, S-Class. strength 702, agility 791, physique 1555, spirit 1011. After carefully reviewing the attributes, he finally focused his gaze on agility. Unlike previous breakthroughs, the attribute that increased the most this time was agility, which rose by a full 148 points. Next was physique, which increased by 123 points. Of course, what delighted Su Chen even more was that he had finally fully comprehended the language of wind. As long as there was wind blowing, he could gather information from its whispers. After trying it out, he found that this skill would increase based on his spirit attribute. The range, as well as the accuracy and completeness of the information, would all improve. Following the mastery of the black jade genre, Su Chen had also comprehended the techniques of thoughtless thunder and the language of wind. The system panel did not display these, meaning he could not enhance them with free points. The number displayed in the free points section at the bottom of the panel was 9127. Since returning from the abandoned mine, he had not allocated any points. After a brief contemplation, his free points rapidly decreased. After all, he still primarily used the bow and arrow as his main means of attack. He decided to raise all the archery skills he learned afterward to mastery. Then he upgraded his swordsmanship, spear techniques, and fist techniques. Among them, sword mastery, spear mastery, and fist mastery were upgraded to mastery again. The corresponding skills reached the proficient level. After finishing the allocation, he had 76 points left. The free points are really not enough, he complained, then suddenly remembered that the venue for this for-school exchange meeting was the Beast Lair, a gathering place for ferocious beasts. Moreover, it was over 20 days of free hunting. Su Chen secretly made up his mind. Given these conditions, he absolutely had to shoot to his heart's content. According to the schedule in the group, the welcome banquet was from 5:30 to 7:30. The next day was the official start of the for-school exchange meeting, so it wouldn't last too late. After it ends, I'll find a place to shoot a few arrows. Each time he leveled up and allocated points, there would be subtle differences. Su Chen did not like the feeling of being out of control. The welcome banquet was held in the northeast corner of the Maple River Strategic Base, a huge banquet hall that could accommodate 2,000 people, with the emblems and flags of the four top universities hanging high. Elements of tulips were everywhere. More than 100 long rectangular tables were filled with fine wines, delicacies, fruits, snacks, and specialty dishes. Waitresses in elegant tulip-patterned uniforms moved among the guests. Xiaoxi and Xiaozhen led the teachers and students of Yuanmai University in immediately spotting the teachers and students of Longcheng National Defense Industry and Shanhua University. Today is supposed to be a fun day, everyone can move freely. Xiaoxi waved his hand impatiently, directly disbanding the group. Upon hearing this, all the students scattered with joy. Su Chen did not wear the iconic black long coat, just carrying his bow and gazing intently. Looking at Xiaoxi, he noticed that the other's appearance and age were about the same as during the previous meeting. Just as he was wondering, Sun Biwei's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Luo, you broke through again? Let me enjoy the joy of standing shoulder to shoulder with you for a while longer. After a brief exchange, Sun Biwei pulled Yang Yunfeng to wander off. Both of them knew Su Chen's personality and tacitly chose to ignore him. Relying on the innate intuition of an archer, he found a corner that was easily overlooked. Su Chen rubbed his already growling stomach and muttered to himself, "First, fill my stomach." Generally, at such banquets, there should be opportunities to sneak away midway. Moreover, Yuanmai University didn't have any formal check-in or check-out procedures, he just needed to greet teacher Kong later. This was in stark contrast to the uniformity and strict discipline of Longqing National Defense Industry. Yuanmai University is more free, with students wandering around and occasionally greeting friends from the other two schools. With the arrival of Honghai University, the banquet officially begins. A refined and easygoing middle-aged man with graying hair takes the stage to express his gratitude. Su Chen learns from the conversations of those nearby that this ordinary man, who gives off no presents, is the current president of the Tulip Guild, Chen Daoping. The banquet then enters a relatively relaxed phase. The band plays soothing music. A girl with pink hair and a beautiful hanfu and a confident blonde international student are undoubtedly the center of the entire banquet. Meanwhile, a square-faced boy in military uniform has sharp eyes and speaks little. His faintly cold aura makes many people hesitate to approach him. The strongest freshmen from the three top universities have already appeared, and the freshmen from Yuanmai University look around, unable to find Su Chen's figure. There is also someone who seems to be handling everyone with grace, her beautiful eyes glancing around, also searching for Su Chen. Suddenly, the door to the banquet hall swings open. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a loose, coarse practice outfit, strides in confidently. The leaders and teachers from the four universities notice the unusual aura outside and turn their gazes. Xiaoxi sits lazily, unfazed. The founder of the Tulip Guild and one of the three ninth-tier awakened in Sichuan province, Sword Emperor Chen Xiaonan, greets the leaders and teachers from the four institutions warmly. Chen Xiaonan raises his wine glass and loudly proclaims, "Everyone, eat and drink well. I, an old man, have arrived late, so I'll punish myself with a drink. With that, he downs his drink and cheers her up. Which teacher from Manhwa University is Zhang Jianhua? Hello, Elder Chen. A middle-aged woman in a school uniform squeezes through the crowd, leaning forward to shake hands with Chen Xianen. Thank you for taking care of Chen Yu in your class. Not at all, it's my duty. If you have any requests, just let me know. Beside them, Chen Yu's bright face suddenly dims a bit. She looks at her counselor, and a hint of unusual color flashes in her beautiful eyes. With Chen Xianen's appearance, the atmosphere of the banquet reaches its peak. Many teachers and students present are well aware. The Tulip Guild is the largest guild in Sichuan province, consistently ranked among the top in the entire Huaxia nation. They have signed talent introduction agreements with the 4 top universities. Tonight, Chen Xianen's appearance is not just to pave the way for his granddaughter. It is also to showcase the guild's strength and to scout for outstanding talents in advance. May I ask if Su Chun from Yuanma University is present? The cheerful voice drowns out all other sounds, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion. Chen Yu bites her red lip, her earlobes turning even redder beneath her pink hair. After hesitating for a while, she reaches out and gently tugs at her grandfather's clothing. Su Chen, is Su classmate here? Chen Daoping calls out. TCH, after finishing his glass of red wine, Xiuxi's gaze falls on that inconspicuous corner where someone is happily eating. No wonder he could become the beloved disciple of such an eccentric person. One is holding onto candy and can't let go, while the other can't stop eating. His scarlet lips suddenly curl into a grin as he lightly snaps his fingers. Clap. In the entire banquet hall, no one notices the pitch-black curtain that falls and disappears like an eggshell. Luo go? Ha? The girl, her heartstrings taut, looks at the boy holding half a roasted leg of lamb in his right hand and a chilled cola in his left, unable to hold back her laughter. This person is really interesting. Hey, you fool. My grandpa just called you. Su Chen looks completely bewildered. How did he go from the corner to the center position? Did he teleport? He vaguely senses a suddenly rich and previously unseen dark element in the hall. He instinctively looks in the direction where Xiuxi is. Chen Xianen squints his eyes, a hint of appreciation flashing across his face. This silent transformation can only be achieved by Night King Xiuxi. Moreover, at this moment, the other party's abilities are expanding every second. Even he could only catch a glimpse of the change. The boy in front of him could actually sense it too? Just recently promoted to the second-tier upper level, his strength is not particularly high compared to others. Yet, Chen Xianen could see at a glance that Su Chen's path of cultivation is steady and solid, not merely pursuing levels. It's no wonder he was able to rescue his granddaughter from the mercenary group. Student Su, I thank you for saving your. If there is ever a need for me, Chen Xianen, do not hesitate to ask. You are also welcome to join my Tulip Guild in the future. Student Su. A nervous girl quietly wiped away the tears that had been welling in her eyes and smiled broadly. A silly smile, like a 7 or 8-year-old girl who had just found her beloved doll. Chen Xianen's voice was not loud, but it caused every person in the banquet hall to show expressions of shock and disbelief. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were left dry-mouthed. They never expected that the girl surrounding Su Chen would actually be the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. They could hardly imagine that Su Chen would have saved her life and in the process had also stolen her heart. How many people wished to connect with the Sword Emperor but struggled to find a way in? Su Chen had made a direct leap. Xia Ajin rested one hand on her ample bosom, rising and falling with her breath. The shock this young man brought her was indeed quite significant. Xiuxi whistled, his eyes brightening with curiosity. That kind and gentle old man only appeared benevolent because of his age. If he hadn't had a ruthless heart in his youth, the saying about the Sword Emperor of Sichuan being the most merciless would not have circulated. What could have made such a person, who never shows his hand, express such gratitude in public? It couldn't be that he directly turned raw meat into steamed buns, could it? If old Chen had slain Su Chen with a single sword, would that protective master have come to shoot him from 1,000 miles away? Xiuxi's thoughts wandered. Is that so? It's nothing, you are too polite. Su Chen's response was very calm. After all, looking at the results, he had also obtained the specific location of the secret realm from Chen Yu and profited from it. Just a mutual benefit. Looking at Chen Xianen's outstretched right hand, Su Chen freed a hand to wipe it on his clothes. Alas! Now there was no way to sneak away. Su Chen felt a bit annoyed. After finally enduring until the banquet ended, he slipped out through the side door of the camp. Under the bright moonlight, Chen Yu leaned against the wall, smiling faintly, her figure appearing even more ethereal under the hazy filter. It seemed she had been waiting for a long time. Good evening, where do you want to go? I'll take you. Anywhere. There are fierce beasts will do. Why does it feel like Chen Yu is a bit different now? A white motorcycle suddenly appeared, and Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What kind of storage ring would be needed to fit a motorcycle inside? Let's go, get in. Okay. The engine roared, deafening in the quiet night. Shen Yu had just wanted to call out, but it was too late. Damn. Oh, he suddenly remembered it was his sister riding the bike. Could it actually be the other way around? His fingers deftly touched the dashboard, and the white motorcycle transformed into an off-road mode suitable for rugged terrain. The cold wind slapped against his cheeks, making them even redder. Chen Yu laughed out loud. From childhood to now, her grandfather had always taken away one thing after another that she liked, except for the sword. This time, she thought it would be the same. Fortunately, it was not. One shot, then another. The cold gleam that flashed briefly under the night sky was silent. Chen Yu watched the disappearing arrows far away, unable to see if they hit the target. However, her instincts told her that they must have struck true. In her memory, Su Chen never missed. Fully adapting to the changes in his body, Su Chen grinned. The maximum effective range could reach 1,100 meters. The vision of the extreme star I could see even further, roughly estimated to 1,400 meters. In the moment of holding his breath and concentrating, the snow beneath his feet suddenly swirled high into the air. There were more chaotic sounds in his ears. At the edge of the mysterious beast nest, the amount of information carried by the wind was significant. His brows suddenly furrowed as an unusual roar emerged from the chaotic sounds. Hu, with his eyes slightly closed. The scattered blue particles sparkled brilliantly. His focus intensified, and that sound amplified accordingly. Southeast direction. Chen Yu, hurry. Ha? What? A bewildered Chen Yu was pulled onto the vehicle by Su Chen. Following the indicated direction, they transformed the motorcycle and sped down the steep cliff. Su Chen felt a twinge of envy, secretly thinking that he would also modify his motorcycle when they returned to school. Chen Yu learned from Su Chen the urgent reason for their haste. 2,000 meters from where they had just been, a large number of ferocious beasts were chasing an old sedan. This is a road abandoned for over 50 years, how could there be a car? Trust me. Chen Yu stuck out her tongue, the white motorcycle gliding silently through the dense forest like a ghost. The tone of the other party left no room for doubt. Nana, don't be afraid. Those are playing a game of eagle catching chicks with us. The woman was sweating profusely, her foot pressed down on the accelerator. In the rearview mirror, the little girl had drooping eyelids, almost falling asleep. Nana, can you help mommy keep an eye on what's behind us? If we get caught, we both lose. But, mommy, I'm so sleepy. The little girl struggled to lift the small mirror in her hand. No more than 10 meters from the sedan, the terrifying beast surged like a tide. This road cut through the mysterious beast nest area and had long been abandoned. The woman didn't want it to be this way, especially if her daughter hadn't been poisoned by the beasts. The remote town had no antidote for beast poison, and the special train to Yuqing wouldn't arrive until 8 the next morning. A pitch-black beast, over 3 meters long, leaped up. Buzz, the white motorcycle flew out from the dense forest beside them. One person stood at the back of the vehicle. The only thing visible in the darkness was the blade at their waist shining with golden light. The arc of sword energy cleaved the beast in two, drawing the bow like a full moon, 12 meteors in a row. The roar echoed through the mountains and forests, causing the tide of beasts to suddenly halt for a moment. The golden formation was particularly dazzling under the night sky, and the rain of arrows completely blocked the beast's path. Yuqing First People's Hospital. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair clasped her hands together, praying incessantly. Su Chen and Chen Yu watched the scene before them in silence. The long wait ended as the doctor emerged from the emergency room. The patient is out of danger. The middle-aged woman was in tears, crying out for heaven's blessing. Thanks to that purple lotus detox pill, otherwise, even a deity wouldn't be able to help. The doctor, still shaken, looked at the two young awakeners with deep respect. This was a hospital specifically for treating ordinary people. Moreover, the value of a purple lotus detox pill exceeded 800,000 huaxia coins. She rarely saw awakeners giving such pills to ordinary people. The middle-aged woman stumbled to her knees, frantically bowing her head. The two helped her up, and after her emotions stabilized, they left. In the hospital room, the middle-aged woman touched the little girl's forehead, murmuring her gratitude. Divine protection, all thanks to that white round ball. Little one, when you grow up, you must become a powerful awakener like those two older siblings. As they walked down the hospital steps, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. He took out a black trench coat and handed it to Chen Yu. It's snowing. It's fine, my clothes are also, haha. The girl shyly accepted the trench coat and put it on. Her clothes had been snagged and torn while recklessly traversing the forest earlier. Why? No reason. Su Chen smiled, his gaze sharp. Do you remember what the first lesson we learned in school was? Her eyes showed confusion, but after a moment she suddenly understood. The first lesson in all schools across Huaxia was the same theme. Guarding. Regardless of whether one becomes an awakener in the future, there is a duty to protect. The awakener fights on the front lines, while ordinary people's actions in the rear all align with the name of guarding. My father and mother died in the beast tide when I was very young. Since you know and have seen it, if you can help a little, it won't lead to such a tragedy playing out before my eyes. Again, guarding is not just a phrase to be said. He gently ruffled Chun Yu's hair and took the car keys from her hand. Thanks for earlier, I'll drive the car back. Chen Yu tightened the black trench coat around her, watching the tall and upright figure, feeling something flow through her heart. She quickly ran a few steps, obediently following behind Su Chen. Just like when she entered the secret realm back then. Snowflakes danced in the air. The white motorcycle moved silently, as if it were a ghost. A young man, enjoying the thrill of drifting, suddenly saw blinding lights in the rearview mirror. The next second, he caught a glimpse of a white shadow flash by. Crazy driver, that's a deadly corner ahead. Driving that fast, do you want to die? What he saw next made the young man feel that his life was worth it. He saw the motorcycle's wheels engulfed in flames, surrounded by a green barrier. It bizarrely turned, as if defying the laws of physics, passing through effortlessly. Is this for real? I can't be encountering a ghost rider, can I? Back at the Fengjiang strategic camp, Chen Yu was already dozing off behind him. Wake up, wake up! Su Chen lowered the bike. Stan unceremoniously slapped her awake a few times, then turned to walk towards Building 3. The dazed girl sat on the motorcycle, confused, and it took her a moment to react. Why does it feel like just a little while? As her feet touched the ground, a jolt of electricity surged into her brain, and she couldn't help but shout. Leaning forward against the seat, she waited for the tingling sensation to fade before yawning and walking into dormitory 1. Bang! A fist slammed into the wall, Chen Yu's eyes wide with rage. In an instant, his scalp tingled. He murmured to himself, Grandpa, something big has happened. In the dense forest of the mysterious beast's nest, dozens of figures moved silently within. The leading man took out a crystal ball that was entirely deep blue, with a particularly conspicuous white four-leaf clover mark. The target has appeared. Notify the brothers nearby and narrow the search area. In the lair of the elusive beasts, the lowest level of ferocious beasts is ordinary second tier, while the central and deeper areas are filled with a large number of 6th tier and 7th tier lord level ferocious beasts. I hope everyone acts according to their abilities. Each person's combat recorder has 3 guardian beads, which can withstand 3 full force attacks from 7th tier ferocious beasts. If the guardian beads are used up, you can continue hunting, but the consequences are your own responsibility. This exchange meeting has added herb gathering and team hunting of high-tier ferocious beasts. Everyone can check the corresponding scores in their combat recorders. It starts at 3 p.m. this afternoon and lasts for 27 days. Students who do not submit their combat recorders by 3 p.m. on January 20th will be considered to have automatically forfeited their score. Submission. A few days later is New Year's Day, and the Tulip Guild has prepared a New Year's Eve party for us. Everyone can arrange their time accordingly. Of course, participation is not mandatory. Earlier, in the square welcoming the 4 top universities, the vice president of Manhwa University explained some precautions and then announced the dismissal. Oh, my beautiful Miss Chen Yu, let me introduce myself. I am Lars Blund, a fighter from the Free Kingdom, and I invite you to form a romantic duo with me. How about it? The golden-haired youth, holding a tulip, walked gracefully towards the team from Manhwa University. The students from Honghai University, upon seeing this, all whistled. A silent sword energy severed the tulip, and 2 or 3 golden strands of hair fell in succession. Her pretty face was frosty, her beautiful eyes indifferent. Lars took 3 steps back, both shocked and somewhat wary. This 3rd-tier upper-level awakener hadn't noticed at all how the other's sword energy was unleashed. This was just a 3rd-tier middle-level awakener. Are the awakeners from Huaxia this terrifying? The fallen tulip was sliced into mud by countless sword energies, and Chen Yu coldly snorted, I hate tulips the most. After saying that, she turned and left. The crowd automatically parted to make way, silent as a grave. Oh, is this what you, Huaxia people call a tigress? Such a beautiful tigress, definitely worth conquering. Lars licked his lips, his brown eyes lewdly staring at that graceful figure. Compared to the other universities where team leaders and teachers directly participated, the team from Yuanma University was relatively freer. Besides, Xiaozhen was a little boy about 3 or 4 years old. His delicate features were very cute, but apart from his pair of eyes, there was nothing innocent about him. The accompanying teachers gathered in small groups, and students occasionally approached to ask questions. Brother Luo, shall we go find teammates? See you on the 20th. Sun Biwei and Yan Yunfeng were well aware that Su Chen would not waste time going back and forth. Wait, this is for you. He took out 4 small bottles from his storage ring. 10 pills in each bottle, 2 portions for each person. Detox pills and spirit-enhancing pills, not many. The 2 sighed but chose to accept. Brother Luo, I swear, if I were a girl, you could do anything you want. Get lost. Usually busy with classes, it was also thanks to the 2 that they thought of him in everything. Moreover, he had over 200 of such commonly used pills in his storage ring. Su Chen, do you want to team up with the 3 of us? Hearing the timid voice from behind, Su Chen turned in surprise. The usually bold and loud Ren Mengqin was suddenly shy and fidgety, indeed not used to it. Not far away, Yu Beima saw Su Chen's gaze and instinctively blushed, looking elsewhere. Beimai's shy, the 2 of us, plus Gao Xan, who ranked first in the auxiliary academy. Sorry, I don't plan to team up. Oh, I see, well then. Be careful, looking forward to your final score, good luck. Ran Mengqin had anticipated this and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She turned and walked towards the supply building not far away. Compared to other excited students searching for teammates and discussing plans, Su Chen was not sociable, his back carrying a hint of loneliness. Checking local supplies before departure and inspecting his storage ring had always been Su Chen's habit. He was well aware of the thoughts of the three. In fact, whether it was Yu Beimao or Ren Mengqin, he had never taken them to heart before or after their encounters. And he would never take them to heart. A dragon has the heart to soar across the universe and the might to shake the earth. Why would it care whether ants look up? There was only one reason for his refusal. He intended to venture deeper into the beast's nest. Teammates would only be a burden. Skills needed to be increased and various attributes and talent strengths needed to be enhanced. Su Chen couldn't help but want to gain more freedom points at a faster pace. First, set a small goal, master all archery skills, then other skills, all to proficiency. He spotted some specialty items in a prominent location. According to the clerk, these were frequently purchased by mercenaries who had previously entered and exited the beast's nest. After hearing their uses, he bought some, as he would be living in the beast's nest for the next 27 days, and necessary preparations had to be made. Just as he stepped down the stairs, Chen Yu, dressed in dark blue battle armor, jumped out from a corner. Her high ponytail swayed left and right, and her exaggerated figure, like something out of an anime, was even more stunning under the outline of the armor. Her face, thawed from the ice and snow, blossomed with a bright spring-like smile. Brother Su, can we team up? Just like last time and yesterday. The beautiful girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I don't want to. Why? Is my vehicle not fast enough? Or is my skill not good enough? You can't refuse me just because I'm not durable, right? But I have a lot of skills too, you have to admit that, right? Just take me along, okay? Shen Yu leaned forward, her hands clasped in front of her chest. The pressure made her ample figure almost burst the tight-fitting armor. That bastard who wants to have his cake and eat it too. Shen Yu, hiding in the bushes, gritted her teeth. When did her little sister ever ask him to team up in such a tone? Gently ruffling the girl's hair, the moment his hand touched her, the noise in her ears quieted down. Su Chen realized that this trick was much more effective than threats. It was just a bit labor-intensive. The reason is, this time I won't be assisting. By the way, you should wash your hair. A shower would be good too. The girl, her face reddening to near monkey butt levels, ran wildly towards the dormitory building. After yesterday's thrilling drive, she indeed had a lot of sweat. But wasn't it too late to come back? What the hell? Shen Yu instinctively tugged at his long hair. Did his little sister have her eyes closed? But thankfully, it was a good thing he didn't agree to team up, otherwise, after so many days, everything that should and shouldn't happen would have happened. It must be admitted that although Su Chen's software was negative, his appearance and other hardware had a strong allure for women. If I dared to say that about my partner. Chen Yu's face instantly turned into a bitter melon. They say women from Sichuan and Chongqing are gentle and generous, but his own partner could make him over 12 times over. December 25, 1445. Su Chen received the combat recorder. It was a device similar to a combat detection tool, equipped with real-time communication, real-time image recording and transmission, intelligent recognition, and various other functions. The terminal near his ear was embedded with 3 bright guardian beads. The upper side had a bright red emergency call button. Cultivating talents for the country would minimize student casualties. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng formed a team with 3 others, eager to try their skills. In contrast, the students from the launching national defense industry were uniform, imposing, and solemn. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ding. Time's up. The inter-school exchange meeting officially begins. The battle recorder emitted a mechanical, stiff voice. At the same time, various information appeared before him. My big ferret, knife, has long been eager and restless. If you 3 dare to bail on me at the last minute, just watch how I won't kill you. The students surged out of the 3 doors of the Fengjiang strategic camp with great momentum. Su Chen was still standing in place, his fingers continuously tapping the keys on the terminal. Click, click. Voice style has been changed. This is the sweet and charming Mo. Thank you for your visit, big brother. I will serve you next. In 1400 meters ahead, you will enter the mysterious beast nest area. Please be careful. Okay, is that okay? Su Chen grinned. This voice pack is not bad. It's you. A figure rushed out from the side door, a black long coat billowing like a hunting cheetah, fast and graceful. Stop it, big brother doesn't like direct approaches? I have replanned the automatic navigation route for you, big brother. I really don't know how this voice pack got approved. Su Chen sighed, unable to resist the urge to save it. Dense leaves obscured the sky, and the forest had already entered darkness. His body moved nimbly through the woods, silent and ghost-like. Breathing in the cold, fresh air, he ran for over 2 hours without any fatigue. Correspondingly, his current speed was probably 3 or 4 minutes faster than when he was at the second tier. Along the way, he basically let all the second-tier beasts go. The goal was to reach the central area as quickly as possible. Looks like I'll arrive around 6 or 7, not bad. It was nearly 2 hours faster than expected. In the darkness, Su-chin grinned, revealing his white, even teeth. The maze beast nest, strictly speaking, was composed of several giant mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of miles. Caves and tunnels intertwined, with swarms of insects and beasts scattered throughout. The battle recorder described that satellites detected over 200 gathering spots of various beasts and poisonous insects. The outer areas usually had many mercenaries active. Once a strong beast appeared, it would quickly be besieged. Therefore, the areas adjacent to the entrance were mostly inhabited by second and third tier beasts. Currently, he could easily kill fourth tier elite beasts as long as he didn't encounter a fifth tier lord or higher. Su-chin wouldn't find it too troublesome. There were too many powerful beings within the maze beast nest. Once a large scale attack skill was used, it would greatly affect efficiency. It's 6:23 p.m. You have entered the central area. Brother, speed is too fast. I need to rest. You can call me anytime, okay? 500 meters away, a pack of Frostfire Mane wolves was feeding, tearing apart a rotting corpse with all their might. The entire wolf pack was at the third tier elite level. While tearing at the rotten flesh, their erect ears listened to the sounds around them. They could spray frost and flames, and their sharp claws and teeth could instantly tear through high-quality battle armor. The key was their group activity, cunning and agile. There had been cases where they wiped out a team of 10 third-tier mercenaries. Where's the Wolf King? After a few blinks, he finally spotted the Wolf King 5 meters away, its size 3 times that of an ordinary Frostfire Mane wolf, with fur faintly showing a bluish-red color. Cunning little guy. Light elemental energy arrows suddenly condensed and a purple arc flickered at his fingertips, from gold to purple. Without any sound, an arrow containing the thoughtless rumble of thunder shot precisely into the middle of the wolf pack. Crackle! The energy arrow exploded, and purple arcs of electricity appeared on all the Frostfire Mane wolves. The next second, countless golden rock spikes erupted in the area. Over 20 wolves died on the spot, with the remaining few having their abdomens pierced, letting out whimpering cries. If Mane Yinchue were present, she would surely marvel at Su-chen's skills, which had become quite proficient. The first arrow contained the thoughtless rumble of thunder. The moment it was shot, it was immediately followed by an earth spike arrow filled with light elements. With just 2 arrows, the Frostfire Mane wolf pack was nearly wiped out. No frills, just solid damage. Oh whoa, you're quite clever. The Wolf King leaped from a high slope, flames gathering in its mouth. Its eyes flickered with cruelty and coldness as fireballs the size of soccer balls were continuously spewed out. The Wolf King's momentum did not weaken, instead, it became even more ferocious. The abyssal eye focused and spun, soaring high above. The sparkling eyes suddenly flashed with whistling fire elements. Several fireballs exploded on the spot. At the moment the Wolf King lost its balance and fell, a shadow suddenly faced it. 2 fists, black as ink and jade. Red and purple light particles flickered, dragon scales clearly visible. A series of punches targeted its soft abdomen, dark energy wrapped in explosive flames and rumbling thunder wreaking havoc inside the Wolf King. A powerful whip kick landed perfectly on the abyssal eye. 2 precisely aimed energy arrows struck the Wolf King's eyes without piercing through the back of its head. Using his talent to instantly control the fireball to self-destruct, the Wolf King lost its balance in the air. Taking advantage of this moment when it couldn't move freely, Su-chin completed the flawless kill of the 4th tier elite beast, the Frostfire Mane Wolf King. It took less than 2 minutes. The Frostfire Mane wolf pack was annihilated. He skillfully skinned the wolves, and the Wolf King's fur was completely unscathed, with a delicate and soft texture, making it excellent material for making coats. Reflecting on the elemental control technique he had just used, Su-chin couldn't help but nod. It seemed that as long as it was an attack using elemental energy, he could manipulate it. This was probably related to his mental attributes. After pondering for a moment, Su-chin planned to test the strength of this technique during the intervals of hunting fierce beasts. The aroma of roasted meat wafted in the air, and his stomach growled. Tonight, we'll have roasted wolf meat. He took out the seasoning and cut off a wolf leg to feast on. In the blink of an eye, it was already December 31st. At the end of the year, the Fengjiang strategic camp was adorned with lights and decorations filled with a festive atmosphere. Many students had returned early, and the camp was filled with laughter and joy. The Tulip Guild had specially prepared snacks and delicacies from all over Huaxia, along with wonderful performances, making the New Year's celebration particularly joyful for the hundreds of people present. Son, Biwei, why haven't I seen Su-chin? Luo Go might still be fighting somewhere in the beast's nest right now. Those who heard couldn't help but feel moved. A sense of respect and shame arose in their hearts, but it was quickly forgotten as they were amused by the wonderful crosstalk. Shen Yu sighed softly, wishing to spend New Year's Eve with that person. Moreover, she had specially washed up and used the perfume left by her late mother. I miss you a little, you know? She instinctively looked out the window. Outside, it had started to snow without her noticing. In the mountains bordering the central and core areas of the beast's nest, countless caves densely packed, only allowing one person to enter and exit. This was the place on the map known as Centipede Ridge, thousands of meters long from north to south. The lair of the ghost-faced centipede. Many awakened ones implicitly rank the danger of the insect lair above that of the beast's nest, even though the average level of the insect lair was lower. Once a true insect tide occurred, it was almost as terrifying as a natural disaster. Boom! A loud noise, dust and debris flew everywhere. Dozens of centipedes over 3 meters long, their faces twisted like ghosts. Like fireworks, they erupted from the narrow cave entrance. Under the hazy moonlight and swirling snow, the young man wielded a spear, its tip dazzling, wrapped in lightning. Each thrust precisely struck the center of the ghost-faced centipede's head. Like withering wisteria flowers, they seemed to twinkle like stars. Nebula 100 Flowers Burial. One by one, the ordinary third-tier ghost-faced centipedes fell helplessly to the ground. Just 2 meters in front was the death zone that these ghost-faced centipedes could hardly cross. This was the lair of the ghost-faced centipede, with black water flowing continuously from the rock walls on both sides. Layer upon layer of giant centipedes surged like a terrifying wave. Sky Arrow Book. Earth Spike Arrow. Meteor 12 Strikes. Heavenly Cloud Demon Descend. A rain of arrows denser than snowflakes suppressed this black tide. One energy arrow after another shot down the ghost-faced centipedes that slipped through the cracks. With his back to the moonlight, the young man stood atop a jutting rock pillar. Below, the scattered bodies of ghost-faced centipedes stretched for hundreds of meters, making the canyon seem less deep. Happy New Year! System activated. In the next moment, the young man laughed out loud. What a treasure! I love you all. Clearing out the ghost-faced centipede's lair, his free points reached 12,592, an increase of 6,350 points. Although each one didn't give much, the sheer number made up for it. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as if he had found a quick way to get rich. If it's disgusting, let it be disgusting. Who told them to give so much? The stinking corpse fragments of the centipede now seemed somewhat adorable. For the next 10 days, all the insect nests in the central region faced a sweeping and destructive assault. The neatly advancing troops of the Dragon City National Defense Army accidentally discovered a place resembling a mass grave. In a deep pit over 500 meters in diameter, it was filled with colorful fragments of poisonous insects, and anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle and their eyes widen. More than 90% of the girls in the team vomited on the spot. Hiss! A sound like a bagpipe suddenly rang in their ears. In a moment of eye contact, Su Chen quickly dodged, and a blast of fiery energy shot out immediately. A 5th-tier elite ferocious beast. Blood-spotted. Entwined dragon python. Do you want to dance too? Before the words fell, a rain of arrows descended once again. The giant python, several dozen meters long, was an excellent live target. In comparison, those insects attacking from all directions posed a greater threat. A few days ago, Su Chen had charged into the golden ant nest as bait, resulting in a chain reaction that triggered a wave of blue armored giant scorpions. The all-angle attack was at a level that even the instant slide couldn't evade. Fortunately, with the bone hook claw, he managed to escape from the encirclement. Of course, the benefit of continuously sweeping through the insect nests was that his free points had broken through 50,000, just 28 points short. The blood-spotted entwined dragon python on the brink of death had a stout body, already covered in wounds of varying depths. The fiery energy arrow shot out. It's reached 50,000. Suddenly, a golden net fell from the sky. The moment it touched the blood-spotted entwined dragon python, its lengthy body, which spanned several dozen meters, abruptly shrank to less than 2 meters in length. Several figures darted through the forest, each wearing different beast-shaped metallic masks. The golden net captured the giant python and instantly teleported to one of the masked figures. In the blink of an eye, the dying 5th-tier elite ferocious beast was gone. What the hell? 6th tier. The snake is so cute, how can you hurt it? You shot so many times and the snake didn't die, really weak. The voice drifting between the dense forest and the rock walls lingered for a long time. The aura of the speaking woman instantly revealed itself to be even stronger than those 5th-tier seniors she had encountered. At least at the lower 6th tier. The few people accompanying her were undoubtedly also at the lower 6th tier or even higher. Just one arrow away from breaking 50,000 free points. You jumped out to steal my fierce beast and then advised me to be kind? I really hate this kind of saintly attitude. Is your sympathy overflowing with nowhere to go? To be honest, at this moment, Su Chen really wanted to shoot her with an arrow. In a physical sense. Sigh, a 6th-tier awakener can't afford to mess with her. Su Chen muttered to himself. Feeling unwilling, he couldn't just charge in headfirst, could he? If the opponent were 4th or 5th tier, he wouldn't mind letting them understand what happens when you offend an archer. At the very least, they would be shot to the point of being unable to take care of themselves. With a thought, in just a few breaths, the clear wind language echoed in his ears. During this time, he had practiced continuously, successfully shortening the extraction time from 10 minutes to under 5 seconds, and could obtain more precise information. He also discovered that the mental attribute could only increase the range. Now, with over 1,000 in mental power, the corresponding range was within a kilometer. To shorten the extraction time, he had to comprehend the rhythm of the wind elements. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. You have to know, the ability of precise perception is basically the forte of mental or perception type awakened ones. Elemental types rely on in-depth development of their talents. As for other types of combat talents, they require a long accumulation of experience. Many mercenary groups or guilds would bring along a perceiving awakener during their initial explorations, which could greatly reduce casualties. In this perilous maze of beast nests, relying on wind language to evade many fierce beasts above the 5th tier was indeed very practical. The time for the 4-school exchange meeting had already passed halfway. Su Chen briefly pondered and continued to head deeper into the core area along the abandoned road. The insect nests in the central area had been cleaned out, and he had killed over 200 fierce beasts of the 3rd and 4th tiers. The resting birds suddenly soared high, and many weak fierce beasts that were about to forage turned and fled. A few 3rd-tier fierce beasts raised their heads and looked around. Then, the fierce beasts showed confusion just as they were about to continue feeding. A flashing energy arrow shot them dead. Let me see if I can upgrade my talent to SS system activation. Clicking the arrow, the prompt that appeared was still not enough. Su Chen sighed and chose to keep it. I'll try to get 10,000 free points in these few days. If 60,000 isn't enough, I'll prioritize skills and attributes. This is a bit strange. Casually and decisively stripping materials from the corpse of a 3rd-tier Lord Fierce Beast, Su Chen murmured somewhat absent-mindedly. Where have all the 5th-tier fierce beasts in the core area gone? Ever since that blood-spotted entwined python was taken by the mysterious woman, it had been 3 days since he entered the core area. He hadn't seen a single high-tier fierce beast. Previously, in the central area, he had even seen 6th and 7th-tier fierce beasts. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that the fierce beasts he encountered in these days were all relatively sluggish. A gust of mountain wind blew by, and the information in his ears strangely became orderly. On the highest peak nearby, when he saw a scene in the distance, Su Chen was instantly shocked. The valley was shrouded in a soft white light. A white, nearly oval smooth sphere, with a few visible cracks, was quietly lying next to a decaying, blackened giant corpse. Su Chen instinctively exhaled, secretly lamenting that the corpse must have been some kind of powerful fierce beast in life. Even at a straight-line distance of over 2,000 meters, there was still a heart-stopping feeling. The rushing river water flowed incessantly, splashing up at times, causing swaying left and right. All around were fierce beasts, jostling for space. From the inside out, the level of the beasts gradually decreased. The usual 5th-tier Lord beasts that roamed the mountains and forests were merely on the outermost edge. 7th-tier Lord Silverhorn Jade Horse, 7th-tier Elite Ghostback Demon Ape. He swallowed hard. Instinctively, just releasing one of the beasts from the inner circle would cause a tremor in the region, prompting the nation to dispatch a Saint-level Awakener. With so many fierce beasts, if they were to charge out directly, even if they were eventually quelled, Yuqing would be utterly destroyed. However, the current scene appeared particularly strange. It was sorrow, an indescribable grief. As if mourning that fierce beast, Su Chen finally understood why, in the core area that should have been extremely dangerous, not even a single 5th-tier Lord beast could be found. In the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The mysterious individuals wearing peculiar metal masks numbered nearly 40. They were stealthily moving between the gaps of the beasts. This is unscientific. Aren't they going to be directly killed by the beasts? It's a bit strange. Looking down from above, it was clear to see, and he naturally noticed the woman who had taken the blood-stained entwined dragon python. Although he didn't know what her true intentions were, it seemed she intended to obtain the egg next to the rotting corpse. The corners of his mouth suddenly stretched to the roots of his ears, as if the woman's voice echoed in his ears again. We had no grievances or grudges. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for stealing my monster. All of this is the choice of fate. He took out his bow, angled it towards the sky, and knocked an arrow. As he focused his gaze on the distant scene, shock appeared in his large eyes. Feeling his grip tighten, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! The sensation of merging with the bow in his hand reappeared. Not enough maximum range? At that moment, he suddenly had a feeling. Wherever his eyes could see, the arrow would surely reach. I just felt that our personalities match quite well. The scene before him suddenly changed. Crimson mist enveloped the valley, and Su Chen understood why those fierce beasts remained indifferent. It's something like a special hallucinogen for fierce beasts, right? The golden energy arrow surged over a meter, mixed with the might of the thoughtless thunder as green particles gradually coalesced into a whirlwind. A bright and warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, like the warm sun of spring. Guess what? The awakened beasts. Will they choose not to harm you because you people are so cute? We'll wait and see. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Those who dare to steal my monsters are enemies. Su Chen sighed. I never expected that one day I would become friends with fierce beasts. Fate is truly wonderful. The massive energy arrow made no sound as it passed through the thick clouds, not even detected by any creature. Above the clouds, facing the birds about to collide, it actually chose to veer off. A nearly perfect arc as the energy arrow flew above the 7th-tier beasts, accompanied by the opening and closing of mouths 1,000 meters away. Boom! The thoughtless thunder that shook the universe struck down. Beneath the purple lightning were faces of shock, despair, and collapse behind the metal masks. The white egg was completely connected through the seam in the middle. Thousands of fierce beasts, at the very least, were 5th-tier Lord-level existences. 6th-tier Awakeners? Even if a 7th-tier one came, they would have to kneel. The young man covered his ears, laughing happily. It was as if a gang of thieves had broken into a sumo wrestler training camp dormitory to steal. Looking bewildered, utterly confused, the pitiful little ones huddled together, trembling, while the fierce beasts were furious. All right, I should head back now. If there's a next life, be sure not to provoke an archer with the surname Su. By the river, Su-chen had just washed his face and was preparing to return. A white egg floated downstream. Snap! A bony claw precisely scooped it up from the river, but the egg cracked open in mid-air. With palms spread wide, a small white creature stared with bewildered big eyes, curiously examining the enormous face in front of it. A 4-leaf clover suddenly sprouted from the top of its head. Meow-umph! Meow-umph! Su-chen, oh. By the river, I washed my face and picked up an egg. Out of the egg came a little hakimi? Are you kidding me? Su-chen held the little creature by the scruff of its neck. It was almost weightless. Its pink, cherry blossom-like little nose, delicate ears, and its not so large but round body were adorable. The pure white fur was incredibly soft to the touch. What was most captivating were those bright, clear red and blue heterochromatic eyes, untouched by dust, and atop its head was a tender green 4-leaf clover. The little guy stared with big eyes, calling out nonstop, seemingly waiting for a response. Helplessly smacking his lips, Su-chen remembered that in the study of fierce beasts, it was mentioned that in such situations, the first creature seen would be regarded as its mother. So, am I an accidental mom now? In the world of Awakeners, there are plenty of people who sell fierce beast eggs about to hatch. Generally, they are quite expensive. A fierce beast raised from a young age is not only extremely loyal but also provides significant help in battles. This adorable creature that looks like a hakini could grow up to command many fierce beasts. Although he thought for a long time he couldn't accurately determine its species. For now, he would just raise it like a cat as long as it was powerful. That was enough. Well, this saves me the trouble of spending money to get one. Let me see, what should I name you? With a round, chubby face like an upside-down peach, Su-chen patted the little one's head. Let's call you White Peach, okay? It seemed to understand and nodded obediently. As soon as his hand loosened, White Peach precisely burrowed into his collar. The next second, damn, I'm a guy. Shit, there's no milk. Damn, the little one was clearly confused, its tiny paws pressed together, bowing repeatedly. Alright then, looking at this fur, it should be able to make a nice hat when it grows up, right? Taking out a leftover chicken leg from his storage space, the little one sniffed it tentatively, took a bite, and its eyes widened, eating even faster. January 17th. North Station of Yucheng High-Speed Rail. As the woman stepped off the platform, the crowd naturally parted to make way. After she passed, they began to whisper among themselves. My goodness, such a complete snow velvet fire marten fur. Mom, that sister is so beautiful. Which big family's young lady is this? With a beautiful face lightly adorned with makeup, she was already a rare beauty. Paired with a simple snow velvet fire marten coat, she exuded an air of nobility that was indescribable. So he gave me such a precious gift? The woman couldn't help but smile broadly at the thought. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, she spotted a middle-aged woman with a cute little girl from afar. Oh my! Teacher Hu, how kind of you to come personally to greet me. So cute, you must be Nan Nan, right? She extended her right hand, her smile radiant. Nice to meet you, I'm Luo Miaoxia. Night. The flames crackled as a dozen rabbit legs roasted, their surfaces gradually turning golden and sizzling with oil. White Peach, curled up, sprang to life the moment the aroma wafted through the air. It sat elegantly by the flames, looking at Su-chen with admiration. The roasted rabbit legs weren't very large, just enough for one person and one cat to share. They were currently on their way back. From the core area to the Fengjiang strategic camp, it was over 700 kilometers. With a week to spare, given their current speed and endurance, it should be more than enough. Su-chen sat cross-legged, calming his mind. After repeated attempts during this time, he could finally operate his techniques automatically while sleeping. Although the efficiency was only about 60 to 70% of what it would be when awake, it was still better than having no improvement at all. If the wind's whisper and the thoughtless thunder had levels, Su-chen felt he should be above proficient but below mastery. The former had successfully shortened to under 2 seconds, while the latter was becoming second nature to use. Under the relentless hunting of ferocious beasts, the free points have reached 56793. According to estimates, it will take about 2 more days to reach the limit of 60,000. After more than 20 days of hunting in the beast nest, the aura of the second-tier upper level has been completely stabilized. Moreover, there is even a faint touch of the third-tier ceiling. One must admit that the Master Level 8 Yuan Body Refinement Technique, when fully activated, makes the elemental energy within the body flow like a vast river, endlessly and inexhaustibly. Normally, the realm of an awakened one's cultivation technique corresponds to their own level, complementing each other. A second-tier level technique, when mastered, is already quite rare. If it were an S-level technique, it might need to be even lower. This is because the higher the quality level of the technique and skills, the more difficult it is to actually cultivate and control them. It is like taming a wild horse. The higher the level, the more stubborn its nature. And because of the existence of the system, Su Chen at the second-tier level possesses the master-level technique realm that others at the 7th or 8th tier can only have. Naturally, his efficiency is far beyond that of ordinary people. What Su Chen does not know is that every time he enters a sleep cultivation state, Bai Tao would wiggle her little head and crawl between his legs to lie down. Before long, she would start snoring. At this time, the elemental particles surrounding his body would suddenly increase. On January 18, Su Chen saw the free points reach 60033 and he let out a long sigh, feeling that the nearly month-long effort was not in vain. He opened the system panel, clicked the arrow after the talent section, and was prompted that there had been no changes. Clicking the arrow repeatedly, before long, the free points were down to 468. In their place, all skills in the archery system, along with sword mastery, gun mastery, and fist mastery, had entered the master realm. Additionally, other skills had reached proficiency. With the remaining free points, I might as well add to my attributes. Su Chen clicked a few times but soon felt something was off. He remembered that the ratio for the 4 dimensions was previously 2 to 1, meaning 2 free points would raise 1 point on the panel. Now everything had changed and each was different. Among them, the physique seemed to have become about 4 to 1. Could it be because of using the dragon blood condensation ointment? Su Chen speculated to himself. In the future, he would still rely on leveling up in various elixirs and cultivation resources to enhance the 4-dimensional panel. Using free points was indeed a significant loss. Reporting my current score. Sexy Meng Meng is online to report your current score. Gigi called Su Chen from UNMA University. Gigi's current score is 998,795 points. Wow, that's really long. Calculating, he was sure he could reach 1 million points before returning to the camp. If only free points could be like this, how great it would be. Normally, even if Su Chen gave up eating and sleeping and spent all his time hunting ferocious beasts, it would be impossible to rack up so many points in less than a month. Moreover, even though the beast nest seemed to have many ferocious beasts, there wouldn't be too many at the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tiers. The best part was the adorable little bugs. Sweeping through a golden ant nest, a single adult golden ant was only worth 12 points. But a single nest could have tens of thousands of them. Plus, with the queen ant and the young ants, the points would only increase. Of course, there were also free points. This was what Su Chen enjoyed the most. From hunting ferocious beasts, it had turned into plundering nests. 2 figures, one large and one small, suddenly appeared, and the traces of a collective beast riot remained in the valley below. Fragments of metal masks and black cloth were undoubtedly the declaration of a failed operation. Not only did it not trigger the destruction of the beast nest in Yuqing, but even the most basic objective was not achieved. What truly troubled the two was that the target was nowhere to be found. No way. The few of them, clearly using the beast soul confusion powder personally refined by the clan's 8-star alchemists, and even I can't withstand it. How could they possibly be discovered? The burly man sighed softly, looking towards the direction of the Fengjiang strategic camp, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness. Perhaps someone is causing trouble from within? It's unfortunate that we just happen to have one here, but it's a pity we went through so much effort to lure it out. Let's go. By the time it gets dark, neither of us will be a match for him. Upon hearing this, a spatial formation appeared beneath the petite girl's feet, and she vanished without a trace. Only then did the powerful beasts of the 6th and 7th ranks in the mysterious beast nest dare to show themselves. Xiaoxia, this is delicious. The little girl pointed at the cake on the left and said in a sweet voice. Xiao Luo, don't be discouraged. It's already quite impressive for someone your age. To achieve this, the middle-aged woman quickly comforted her, her tone filled with admiration for the girl who was just over 20. She hadn't seen such a talented young person willing to dedicate themselves to honing their skills in a long time. Teacher who, I understand. Mom, the older brothers and sisters you mentioned before, they are all powerful awakeners, right? That's right. Didn't the picture book you read say so? Awakeners protect their homes and country, defeating fierce beasts. Listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Luo Miaoxia couldn't help but show a sly smile. Coincidentally, the weekend was just a day away, and she had already found out the details in advance. The exchange meeting of the top universities was at a camp 50 kilometers outside the city. It would take less than 2 hours by bus. She couldn't wait to see that guy's shocked expression. Hearing the mother and daughter talk about the young man who could shoot arrows and the pretty girl riding a motorcycle, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, she shook her head and smiled wryly. What kind of girl would like that clueless guy? Moreover, that was the wave of fierce beasts. Which one reported in the news didn't lead to terrifying consequences? Just her silly brother? Outside the window, the city was bustling and noisy. A night passed. January 20th. Today was the day to determine the final scores and rankings of the 4 schools exchange meeting for the first-year students. After the New Year's Eve party, it was clear that the students were getting more excited. Early mornings and late nights, it was not uncommon for them to directly stay in the beast's lair. At the Fengjiang Strategic Camp, cleaning staff began tidying up early in the morning. The camp supervisor and other leaders inspected various areas, not daring to be careless for a moment. The school emblems, flags, and huge banners of the 4 schools had all been hung up. Reporters from various outlets had also come to cover the event. In the center of the square where the welcoming ceremony took place, a screen over 10 meters long was particularly eye-catching. Not far away, there were 10 1-meter-tall black cylindrical devices. Their name was the Battle Record Recyclers. Students only needed to place their battle recorders inside to see their scores on the screen. They could also retrieve all the video data recorded by the recorder from the smart cloud storage. After 1 p.m., snow began to fall from the sky. From time to time, someone confidently walked up to place their battle recorder into the recycler. The big screen would directly display the student's name, school, and score, while the ranking of personal points would scroll on the right side. The adjudicator read the results aloud, and after no objections, the scores were officially confirmed. Immediately afterward, personal rankings would appear. Zheng Yimeng, Honghai University, 19,843 points. Li Hao, Shanghai University, 20,067 points. In the nearby rest area, the Tulip Guild prepared milk tea, instant food, and plenty of seats for students, who returned early to comfortably watch until the last moment. These students were all discussing among themselves. If that leopard hadn't slipped away so quickly, I definitely could have broken 20,000. You're doing okay, ranked 134th. But the people coming back after us are all so impressive. I really want to see how the top scores of the freshmen from the 4 universities turn out. Although I don't want to admit it, I think Lars's score will definitely be the highest. I've heard from people at Honghai University that he's already touched the threshold of level 4. What? What level will he be when he graduates? Time passed second by second. More students entered through the main gate and the discussions in the rest area rose and fell. At that moment, 4 people walked in through the entrance. The leading man wore dark blue battle armor with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and a handsome appearance. The sword energy was abundant, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. The girl beside him was equally imposing, even seeming to be a bit more so. Her 2 bun hairstyles and the exquisite figure beneath her bright yellow armor made her highly recognizable. It's Yu Beima and Ren Mengqin. The students of Yuanma University stood up, their voices filled with excitement. The 4 of them almost simultaneously placed their battle recorders on the machine. Immediately, the circular platform in the center descended, beginning to detect and analyze the data and information. In a few blinks, the scores of the 4 appeared on the big screen. The adjudicator couldn't help but gasp, then shouted, Ubema, Yuanma University, 123,425 points. Run Mengqin, Yuanma University, 109,873 points. Even Gao Xin from the Auxiliary Academy had 34,523 points. The total score exceeded 200,000. The students of Yuanma University erupted in ecstatic cheers, and Xia Aojin couldn't help but nod. This score surpassed last year's top score at the Yuanma exchange meeting. And then there was Su Chen, who was favored by all the teachers. Yuanma was set. Chen Sinan, who had been half closing his eyes on stage, opened them. There was a hint of appreciation in his gaze as he looked at Yubema. It's rare to see someone at this age mastering swordsmanship to such a peak. On the ranking board, Yubema's name lit up with a golden effect, then shot straight up from the bottom, finally stopping at the first position. Ha! As expected of Beima, first place. Mengqin is impressive too, second place. This is what you call a couple supporting each other. Familiar students joked excitedly, while the students from the other 3 schools felt discontent. Especially the students from Honghai University. Because Yubema was originally from Honghai, yet Yuanma University had taken her in. Beima, Mengqin, and you too, all great. Go eat and rest for a while, Xiaojin said with a smile. One after another, students returned, but very few scored over 100,000 like Yubema and Ren Mengqin. Hey, where are the students from launching national defense? Why hasn't anyone come back yet? Wow, you're right. The students from the 3 schools suddenly noticed this strange phenomenon and couldn't help but ask. Sitting on stage was Wu Wanping, the director of launching national defense industry and education, arms crossed, with a half smile. At this moment, a uniform sound of footsteps appeared, gradually growing louder and more imposing. All the students couldn't help but quiet down, feeling the pressure on their shoulders. All 100 students from launching national defense were present. They entered the square in a neat formation, led by Qin Feng, who possessed S-level talent. He was the first to place the battle recorder in. The screen displayed the number 157846. Ren Mengqin gently pinched her boyfriend's cheek, softly comforting him. What truly surprised everyone else present was that the scores of the launching national defense Students were all at a medium level, yet they were quite similar, mostly ranging from 50,000 to 60,000. Once the scores were confirmed, the name Longqing National Defense instantly shot to the top. Everyone did great. Now listen to my command, go to the rest area to eat and drink, replenish your energy, and rest. The school ranking was as follows. Longqing National Defense, Yuanma University, Shanghai University, Honghai University. There was half an hour left until 3 o'clock. Chen Sinan smiled faintly, they're here. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and a look of amazement swept across their faces. In the distance, a black dot rapidly enlarged. The girl had an extraordinarily beautiful and ethereal appearance, her high ponytail flying, clad in a milky white armor with interspersed golden and red stripes. Her figure was full and mature, as if a two-dimensional character had stepped into reality. With a sword riding the wind, her hands behind her back, she came soaring in. She landed gracefully, drawing countless cheers. Before long, Chen Sinan laughed heartily, and everyone from Shanghai University cheered joyfully. Shenyu, Shanghai University, 248,935 points. According to the rules, the score of the individual ranked first is multiplied by 3 when counted towards the team score. Shanghai University instantly received over 740,000 points, soaring to first place. However, Shenyu felt not a trace of joy. Compared to the others from Shanghai University, she only felt endless indifference. Her cold eyes quickly searched, only to find that familiar figure was missing, which made her feel even more lost. You are, well done. Oh, Chen Xianen only saw the swaying ponytail and the white dragon moonlight glinting in her hand. The excitement at Shanghai University didn't last long. The numbers on the big screen caused everyone, including Chen Xianen, a well-informed high-level awakener, to feel their hearts constrict. 489,761 points. A deafening cheer erupted from Honghai University. They had finally washed away the shame of being last year. They were almost guaranteed to be first. It felt like a longtime daughter-in-law finally becoming the mistress of the house. Overwhelmed with pride. Everyone, thank you, thank you. The vice president of Honghai University clasped his hands, beaming with joy. The others remained silent, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Yu Beima's mouth hung open for a long time. His gaze towards the blonde youth flickered with many emotions in an instant. Anger, unwillingness, and self-reproach. It's okay, Beima, we'll keep practicing, we can definitely surpass him. Ran Mengqin sighed leisurely but could only smile helplessly. The four of them had consumed a lot of elixirs and wasted 3 full days just to bring down an injured 5th-tier lord to the brink of death. Unexpectedly, Lars suddenly appeared and stole the monster. Not only that, but he also severely injured her. Yubema, unable to hold back his anger, stepped forward and was also lightly injured. If it weren't for that, their score would have been even higher. Though angry, they could only accept it, because the rules did not prohibit stealing monsters. Oh, God bless. My score will never be surpassed by anyone. Dear Miss Chenyu, please allow me to present this rose, symbolizing victory and love, to you. To this, Chenyu had only one word. Get lost. 1453. The youth on the hillside looked out into the distance. This is awkward, killing a few fierce beasts, but there's not enough time. There was a problem, but it wasn't a big one. The abyss eye closed its eyes once more, and an energy arrow shot through the clouds. A shadow flashed, and the bony claws suddenly tightened. The youth and the small creature clinging tightly to his shoulders stood on the speeding energy arrow, rushing away. This international student is not simple at all. Xia Aojin sighed with a bitter smile. Her anxious heart finally settled down. A score close to 490,000 was a level that had not been reached in nearly a decade. She did not believe Su Chen could surpass it. Now when I go back, I won't have the face to see old Rin. Originally planning to secure second place and compete for first, it now seemed that first place was achieved, but it was the last. Damn it! He stole our monsters and injured my brother. I strongly demand a re-evaluation of this person's score. I agree. Our Shanhua University agrees too. One by one, students who had their monster scores stolen by Lars jumped out, their emotions running high. As more and more people shouted, everyone understood why Lars' score could reach nearly 490,000. After all, the four-school exchange meeting explicitly prohibited students from killing each other. There was no clear statement against stealing monsters or similar actions. Students from top universities generally regarded not stealing each other's monsters as an unwritten rule. Oh, my God, what am I hearing? Is it the wailing of the weak? It's because you are weak, and I am stronger than all of you. That is the fundamental reason. Did I violate your rules? Lars spread his hands, looking completely relaxed. Because he was familiar with the rules, he felt even more fearless. There is still 1 minute left. My glorious moment of victory will soon arrive. Miss Chenyu, I hope you won't refuse my invitation to dinner. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the square, and the ground began to tremble. The swirling dust left all the students confused about what had happened, except for a few high-level awakeners on the platform who showed expressions of disbelief. It was the first time they had seen someone travel like this. This little guy has some creativity. Chen Xianen suddenly noticed that There seemed to be something different in her granddaughter's eyes. A figure brushed off the dust from their clothes, occasionally coughing. Ha ha, Brother Luo, you finally came back. We've got this secured, you know. Sun Biwei recognized him at a glance, shouting excitedly, while Yang Yunfeng, beside him, nodded repeatedly. Compared to their reactions, others were hopeful but did not believe Su Chen could turn the situation around. Su Chen? Is he the national champion? Lars squinted his eyes and his smile became even brighter. He had heard that the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Huaxia was a rather glorious title. Today he was going to shatter this so-called glory. At the banquet his thoughts were all on Shen Yu, so he naturally did not pay much attention. After all, someone who hadn't even reached the second-tier upper level wasn't worth his gaze. Even when he discovered that Su Chen had broken through to the second-tier upper level, he merely shook his head. What kind of waves could be stirred up with a whole tier difference? Amidst the various emotions in everyone's eyes, Su Chen took off the battle recorder and walked slowly towards the recycler. What a cute little kitty! Shen Yu spotted the curious little head peeking out from the trench coat pocket and couldn't help but want to rush over and pet it. Calmly placing the battle recorder down, the circular platform gradually sank and closed. The numbers on the screen began to change rapidly. A few seconds later, several bold red numbers appeared. 1002354. The bright red light illuminated the dazed faces of everyone present. So this is the effect of exceeding 1 million points. Chen Anxin couldn't help but say. It was the first time she had seen someone score over 1 million. Lars's pupils shook and he momentarily forgot to breathe. When Shen Yu came back to her senses and her gaze fell on that string of numbers, it was the first time she felt that the numbers were making her scalp tingle. However, just thinking that this was Su Chen's achievement brought a few indescribable joys to her heart. Having teamed up with Su Chen, she was now only surprised, without any doubts. What more reason could there be for a second-tier awakened one who could actually shoot a bloodthirsty butcher to death? Click, 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 click. It was the reporters who first regained their senses. Following that was a series of frenzied photography. A million? The people from the Longqing national defense industry were all dumbfounded, the expression of the square-faced boy gradually crumbling in disbelief. Awesome. We turned the tables, family. Luo Ge, I love you. Yahoo finally put that dead foreigner down. Damn, it feels good. As long as it's not Honghai taking first place, I'll send my blessings. Damn. Compared to Lars inciting public anger, UNY University quickly received congratulations from all directions for their miraculous comeback. Lars trembled with rage, shouting, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have to know. He had monopolized all the points from a 5th-tier Lord Beast and it was only 35,000 points. The opponent was only a 2nd-tier upper, at most killing a 3rd-tier Lord Beast. Even if he got all the points from one, it would only be 1,000 points. 2,000 3rd-tier lords killed in 27 days? 41 or 42 a day? Oh my god. Even the devil from hell would cry. Not to mention there weren't that many beasts. Classmate Lars, are you questioning the fairness of the four-school exchange meeting? Xia Aojin raised her eyebrows, her imposing aura erupting. The surrounding students booed. Even the students from Honghai University couldn't help but lower their heads. Who would have thought he was such a sore loser? The recycler has much better quality than your character. The absence of an alarm was enough to prove everything. The leader from Honghai University hurriedly stepped forward to explain, and Lars, coming back to his senses from shock and anger, had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to Su Chen under pressure from all sides. Mr. Su, please forgive my slip of the tongue. Your achievement truly astonished me. I'm sorry. Is that all? A teacher from Honghai University stepped forward with a beaming smile. Classmate Su, Lars doesn't understand the rules and misspoke. Later, our Honghai University will have a gift for you, sincerely requesting your forgiveness. Seeing this, the people from Honghai University, who knew what consequences this sentence could provoke, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What could have been a big or small matter could become serious if it reached someone's ears. That person was the one who hated having anyone question his inventions the most. After this, Honghai University would probably not expect to gain any cutting-edge high-end technology. Classmate Su, I'm quite curious, how did you manage to score so many points alone? Could you share? Chen Sinan asked. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his granddaughter, who immediately trembled. He sighed inwardly. As expected. This is also what I want to know. I hope classmate Su can generously share. Wu Anping from Longqing National Defense Industry also said. It's nothing, really, I just kept shooting until it was over. Su Chen shrugged. To him, the repetitive process of shooting didn't seem to have much to say. Referee, can we apply to view classmate Su's battle record? As long as the 14 leaders have no objections, it's completely fine. Xia Aojin nodded, and the other three followed suit. The referee operated the device on his wrist, and a pattern similar to a sound wave appeared on the screen. Here is the cute and charming Meng Meng. Thank you for your visit, big brother. May I ask what service you need from Meng Meng? Under the supersized speaker, this soft and lazy voice spread throughout the Fengjiang strategic camp. Even the military base next door could hear it clearly. The referee's face turned red and he hurriedly adjusted the volume. All the students were laughing uncontrollably. Chunyu looked at Su Chen with a shocked expression as if she had discovered a new continent. No wonder he always found me annoying. He even told me to shut up. It turns out he prefers the sexy and lazy type? But this style, Chunyu was very clear. If she wanted to master this style, it would indeed be quite a challenge. Facing the various gazes around her, Su Chen shrugged. Is it wrong to like pleasant sounds? Please retrieve the footage of the battle with the highest score during the usage period. Sure thing. Amidst the breathy sounds that made one blush, the progress bar reached its end. Su Chen just wanted to express her admiration for the person who invented this voice pack and the related interface. This is really amazing. On the ultra-large high-definition screen, it was like playing a first-person perspective FPS game. The continuous and rapid shifts in perspective were enough to illustrate the urgency of the situation. I've been here before. It's the burial insect pit in the central region. Damn, why are there so many bugs? My claustrophobia is about to kick in. Golden ants, peach blossom-faced spiders, and there's even an iron-backed centipede. Seeing the densely packed bugs on the screen, the familiar students couldn't help but exclaim. The first-person perspective vividly showcased the oppressive feeling brought by the swarm of deadly insects, as if they had directly poked a bug nest. It was hard to imagine what kind of emotions Su Chen was experiencing while facing these endless, deadly insects. The highest level of these deadly insects was only mid-tier 3. Any one of them could be easily killed by 40% of the students present. But the terrifying aspect of these deadly insects lay in their numbers. Once they appeared, it was in the thousands, tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. At the moment Chen Xiaonan and Xia Ajin confirmed that the entire bug nest had been stirred up, they suddenly realized the scores for fierce beasts and deadly insects in the four-school exchange meeting were based on a combination of factors such as level, value, and danger. Except for the Insect King, the score for each remaining deadly insect would not exceed 30 points. However, exterminating the entire bug nest was still under the premise of one person. This score would be astonishing. It was clear that Su Chen was not doing this for the first time. The perspective never paused, shooting arrows to clear landing spots, leaping up to attack again, and clearing landing spots once more. This repeated cycle, with a dense rain of arrows and fierce firepower. Su Chen attacked in circles while shooting arrows, and with the rain of arrows falling from the sky, he actually caused the ground to collapse by several meters. What ultimately emerged was a wide pit resembling a burial insect pit. The colorful scene made many students who had just finished eating feel nauseous. According to the progress bar on the video data, it was only 15 minutes and 46 seconds. The number 90,659 in the upper right corner of the screen undoubtedly struck the hearts of every student and even the teachers present like a heavy hammer. Throughout the entire process, it was just as Su Chen said, continuously shooting, perspective shifting. A student from the Longqing National Defense Industry pointed at another suddenly appearing deep pit, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Xin Feng looked at the nonchalant young man, revealing a serious and deep-seated wariness. He had seen burial insect pits with his own eyes, and not just one. He never expected it was all done by Su Chen alone. Is this the strength of a mid-tier 2 awakener? Chen Xiaonan laughed loudly, full of admiration for Su Chen, even with a hint of respect. In his impression, very few awakeners of this age would dare to take on a bug nest. A slight misstep could lead to certain death. Of course, this was just one reason. The more important factor was the physiological discomfort caused by the dense deadly insects, which instinctively led many students to exclude deadly insects from their hunting choices. This young man had a kind of insane obsession. His vision is good, but I wonder about his character. As the video data screening ended, the people from Manhwa University raised their hands high above their heads. These 15 minutes were enough to turn all doubts into unresolvable debris. Compared to Larza's reckless monster stealing, Su Chen undoubtedly earned the respect of everyone present. Yubema and Ren Mengqin exchanged glances, and they could see the helplessness in each other's hearts. Their four-person team theoretically had the strength to wipe out a single bug nest, yet they chose to automatically exclude it. Mengqin, this time, I can't complain about losing. Yubema sighed sincerely. The young man standing in the center of the venue was now the focal point of all eyes. Many girls, almost in unison, developed the thought of wanting to get to know each other. Lingling, how about we exchange contact information later? Sure. Chen Yu frowned, listening to the unusual sounds around. A sense of crisis suddenly surged within. It was as if her beloved doll could be taken away at any moment. Suddenly, applause erupted, followed by thunderous clapping from the entire audience. At that moment, Su Chen not only ended the 6-year streak of UMI University in third place but also became the hero who thoroughly defeated the foreigner Lars, who was showing off. As the applause subsided, the vice president of Shanghai University stood up to announce the final rankings of the four-school exchange meeting. Thank you to all the students for your hard work. This year's four-school exchange meeting has concluded successfully. The first place in individual scores goes to Su Chen. from UMI University, who can choose an SS-level beast cultivation resource from the resource pool after the event. The second place is Lars Brand from Honghai University, who receives an S-level beast cultivation resource. The third place is Chen Yu from Shanghai University, who receives an A-level beast cultivation resource. According to the team score rankings of the 4 schools, UMI University is first, followed by Honghai University, Shanghai University, and Longcheng National Defense Industry. The resource allocation ratio for the 4 schools in the coming year will be 40%, 30%, 20%, and 10%. The moment the rankings were announced, the cheers of all UMI University students echoed throughout the camp. Luo Ge is mighty. Su Chen, we love you. First place after 6 years. Luo Ge, you are so handsome. Next year, I can buy guns at half price to poke people. Among the students present, there were many who were of a higher level than Su Chen. They all cast admiring glances at that tall figure, solely because of Su Chen's dedication to victory. No matter how high the talent, without a ruthless heart towards oneself, it is all in vain. Yu Beima stood at the edge of the crowd, filled with emotion. When the college entrance examination ended, the score difference between him and Su Chen was minimal. Now, however, it was like a chasm between heaven and earth, almost suffocating. What does it matter to be of a higher level? Yu Beima seemed to understand the true reason for the gap between him and Su Chen. Thank you all for your hard work. The next 2 days are free activity time. Everyone can choose to relax or learn practical outdoor skills under the guidance of senior mercenaries from the Tulip Guild. Specific arrangements can be chosen based on personal preferences. The students who had experienced the tense and thrilling battles showed joyful expressions. Although there were only 2 days, it was a rare opportunity to relax. Luo Ge, how about we go to Yuqing for some fun tomorrow? Yes, I think that suggestion is great. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng thought about how soon they would have the first semester exams of their freshman year after returning. Compared to those still in school, they would definitely have fallen behind in many things. It wouldn't be easy to get good grades. I am more interested in that outdoor skill thing. Sigh, I knew you would say that. The 4-school exchange meeting came to a close, and many eager media outlets were waiting for the spokesperson of the Tulip Guild to speak on behalf of them. Sun Fong specifically found Su Chen and reminded him to go to the resource pool at the camp at 8 o'clock to select his personal first-place beast resource reward. The tense strings of his heart suddenly relaxed, and Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. While most people were still enthusiastically discussing the itinerary, he returned to the dormitory with Bai Tao through a side path. These days in the mysterious beast nest, even at night, he couldn't sleep peacefully. Finally, I can have a good sleep. Little Bai Tao curiously sniffed everything in the room and suddenly locked eyes with Yuan. Miaowit jumped boldly to the center of the bed and curled up to sleep. After taking a shower, Su Chen cuddled with the little white peach in bed and opened his phone, only to see a flurry of friend requests popping up, more than a dozen in total. You have successfully added the other party as a friend. Ding. Jiang Shinro grabbed her phone, and the corners of her mouth suddenly lifted into an enticing arc. You still obediently added me. Just as she sent an extremely cute sticker, an astonishing exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the screen. Jiang Shinro? 1945. Dressed in clean clothes and spritzed with perfume, Chen Yu bounced out of the dormitory when a familiar voice called out. The master says, please select resources and then take that student named Su Chen to see him. With her fingers constantly twisting the hem of her clothes, Chen Yu gently bit her lips, which were gradually losing their color. Her bright eyes seemed to have their souls drained, becoming dull and lifeless. I understand. Let me hear your opinion first, just speak frankly. Su Chen heard the cold voice on the other end of the phone, paused for a few seconds, and then slowly said, I want to select some materials related to the Dragon Clan. SS quality beast cultivation resources should be able to complete a dragon's soul body. Without a strong physique as a guarantee, it would be difficult to maintain output in high-intensity battles. Su Chen deeply understood this. Currently, the incomplete dragon soul body has physical strength and recovery speed that is at least 10 times that of peers with awakened enhancement talents. However, which archer would refuse a body that balances endurance and explosive power with almost no cooldown? My suggestion is to choose a resource that can help enhance talent strength and also increase physicality. Although they were far apart, Mei Nianxue still patiently explained to Su Chen. Most SS-rated beast cultivation resources are obtained by killing 9th-tier elite beasts. Their blood or key parts contain extremely pure energy. If the resource matches the user's talent, it can enhance the user's talent strength. This is the simplest known method to become stronger among 8th and 9th-tier awakeners. Su Chen was shocked, his face showing surprise. This was the first time he had heard of it. It turns out that besides system points, there are other means to enhance an awakener's talent. He felt increasingly grateful to have a good teacher. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted opportunity? There should be an SS-rated Dragon Emperor's blood that hasn't been used yet. If I remember correctly, its name is the Star-Extinguishing Dragon Emperor? Su Chen sat up abruptly from the bed, startling little white peach. Only beasts that reach the 9th-tier lord level are qualified to be called emperors, and equally powerful alien races hold the title of emperor. But shouldn't the resources of the Beast Emperor be SSS? Oh, because we fought a bit too hard, there's only half of the blood left, but it's enough for you, Mei Nianxue explained. Casually. Su Chen on the other end of the phone was stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably. Wow, his teacher had actually participated in killing a Beast Emperor. Is there anything else, teacher? Speak quickly if you have something to say. How have you been lately? Is the candy almost gone? Someone will deliver it to your door later. Please sign for it. Also, have you been brushing your teeth properly? Beep beep beep. The call had already ended. Slap, slap, slap. A flush of alluring evening glow suddenly appeared on his hot cheeks. His emerald green eyes looked out at the snow falling outside the window. I thought I was just a tool. The call ended too abruptly. Mei Nianxue felt incredibly pleased. Hearing the sounds from downstairs, she bounced down like a girl who had been hungry all day and just heard that takeout had arrived. The winter night came early. Su Chen took out a chicken leg and only then did little White Peach stop looking mournful and on the verge of tears. Instead, her lips curved slightly as if she were smiling. After tidying up the room, he called his mother, Xiao Chang, to report his safety. In fact, every time Su Chen went out to hunt beasts, both Xiao Chang and Luo Miaoxiao would be particularly worried. But she understood Su Chen's ambitions better. She wouldn't interfere too much, burying her worries deep. Every time Su Chen finished a hunt and called, he could always hear Xiao Qing breathe a sigh of relief. He then told Kong Fan everything he had seen in the mountain hollow. Ding ding ding. He turned off the alarm, put on a black leather jacket, and walked out the door. Chun Yu leaned against the railing, her eyes downcast. She wore a cream-colored mid-length coat, black marten boots paired with warm black stockings, just enough to reveal her slender, long calves, which had a pattern resembling a ruler on the calf area. Undoubtedly, it would be the accidental gaze directed at the ankles encased in marten boots, prompting involuntary associations. It was completely different from the impression of her usual dressing style. Is she going for a sexy and cute look? Su Gu, you're out. It's already 7:30. Shall we go? Turning around. On her own, she strode with her long, graceful legs, the marten boots making a crisp sound. What's going on? I shouldn't have offended her, right? Along the way, Chen Yu rarely spoke. The silence made Su Chen feel slightly uncomfortable. Sighing inwardly, Su Chen softly inquired, but Chen Yu only smiled and remained silent. In the strategic camp under the winter night, only the sound of the howling wind could be heard. Moreover, with the 27-day beast hunting concluded, most students couldn't wait to rush to the bustling and lively urban area of Yucheng. This made the already quiet camp even more silent. After passing the corner ahead, they reached the resource warehouse of the camp. At this moment, the two heard faint voices speaking fluent English. Wait for me for 2 hours, find the right people first. Yes, just those. You really understand? Me. I want to try the experience you guys often use. Yes, that one. Oh my god, you really understand me too well. In just a few short sentences, Su Chen had already recognized the speaker. Lars Brand. Hearing that all his requests were met, he let out a hearty laugh. In this country, he always encountered quite a few good girls. Tonight, he aimed to achieve the unprecedented feat of riding the 12 zodiac animals. During the thrilling and prolonged hunts, most awakeners would suppress their desires. Therefore, after a task ends, awakeners would always find various ways to satisfy their wishes. Moreover, with a physique already much stronger than ordinary people, their desires would naturally be more intense. A hint of disgust flashed in Chun Yu's beautiful eyes, but she said nothing. The sexy girl emerging from the darkness made Lars's eyes light up just as he was about to step forward when the door of the resource warehouse suddenly swung open. The leaders of the 4 universities in Chen Daoping, the president of the Tulip Guild, appeared simultaneously. Seeing Chen Yu, who was obediently following Su Chen, a look of surprise and confusion flickered in Chen Daoping's eyes. It was the first time he had seen his daughter choose such a style of dressing. Casually shifting a few steps to the left, he positioned himself right in front of the dejected Chen Yu. The space in front of the 5 suddenly rippled. A small-statured, white-haired old woman appeared. Though aged, she had an unfathomable aura, just like Chen Xianen. Elder Meng. They both bowed simultaneously, their expressions extremely respectful. Let me explain first, there is no time limit for selecting resources. For confidentiality reasons, the 3 of you will each enter the space I created and can only come out after selecting. You are the one with the highest score, right? Su Chen nodded. The old woman squinted her eyes, and Su Chen was astonished to find that the space before him suddenly changed, revealing clearly visible text. The content roughly stated, due to the extreme rarity of SS-level cultivation resources, successful selections would be delivered to a relatively safer school by a dedicated person. The time frame is within a week. Do you understand? Thank you, I understand. Good, after you successfully select, come to me to collect it. After saying this, a space door about 2 meters high suddenly appeared in front of the 3. Su Chen gently patted Chen Yu, who then finally reacted. Su Gu, if you come out first later, can you wait for me, okay? Her tone was quite bitter, as if making some kind of decision. Su Chen was slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. Astonished by the other's spatial talent, which had reached such a terrifying level, Suchen couldn't help but gain a deeper understanding of the vastness of the world. Still need to keep getting stronger, can't slack off. 2 meters ahead, a search device similar to the one used by the intelligent machine Xiao AI from Zixia Tower suddenly appeared. However, this one was larger in size. Next to it, a holographic projection device could display the appearance of the corresponding resources. There were over 100 rare SS-level beast resources. Su Chen couldn't help but be astonished to know that this one piece meant the death of a 9th-tier elite beast. After quickly familiarizing himself with the operation of the device, Su Chen did not hesitate and found the essence. Blood of the Starry Ash Dragon. Do you choose to exchange for the SS-level cultivation resource, the essence blood of the Starry Ash Dragon? Reminder, the resource you are exchanging has a completeness of only 65%. Are you sure you want to exchange? As the voice sounded, Su Chen said without hesitation, sure. Exchanger, Su Chen, affiliated with Yuanma University, information confirmed. After completing a series of operations, Su Chen left directly. The entire process took no more than 20 minutes. Seeing that Su Chen was the first to appear, everyone present was taken aback. After a while, Chen Yu also walked out of the space. The moment she saw Su Chen, her eyes brightened instantly but soon dimmed again. Let's go, brother Su. The old woman suddenly spoke. Little one, go back and say hello to your teacher for me. Bowing to everyone, the two figures disappeared into the night. Chen Daoping sighed, his expression complex. Sigh. If I were a bit more capable, wouldn't you have to work so hard? He suddenly grinned, full of bittersweet helplessness. From a distance, a tall figure could be seen standing at the entrance. The face bore a faint resemblance to Qinyu, and Su Chen recalled having seen him in Xuanning Town, where Qinyu had called him second brother. Upon learning that Chen Xin wanted to see him, Su Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. Noticing Chen Yu's helplessness and solitary sorrow, there was an unspoken sense of obligation that made refusal feel inappropriate. After all, it wasn't a matter of life and death. What harm could come from meeting? Su Chen soon felt at ease. Chen Yu was very quiet. As they approached Chen Xin in study, she had already anticipated the final outcome. Uncertain where the courage came from, she reached out and tugged at the hem of his clothes. Su Chen, we are friends, right? Yeah, we are. Then, can you promise me something? Chen Yu didn't know why she was saying these words. It all seemed futile. Since she could remember, all those friends had ultimately chosen to stand with her grandfather. She had been betrayed. Yet, the person she was holding on to now gave her an inexplicable sense of confidence. If I haven't done anything to wrong you, no matter what you hear or see, please don't ignore me, okay? Even if you plan to do that, please tell me to my face, alright? By the end, her tone was almost pleading. Tears swirled in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks, and the cold wind made it feel even chillier. Pat. A warm hand gently ruffled her hair, just like before. I promise you. His fingers softly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Chen Yu held onto Su Chen's clothes, one in front and the other behind, following along. Under the dim yellow light of the winter night, their shadows gradually elongated. This is my second brother, Chen Yu. Hello. The young man before them showed no attempt to hide his disdain, especially upon seeing his sister relying on Su Chen like this. Nice to meet you. He extended his right hand, and the moment Su Chen grasped it, a powerful aura erupted, one that was close to the upper tier. Unlike his twin sister Chen Yu had never entered school. He had followed mercenaries to hunt fierce beasts since childhood. His talent was no less than Chen Yu's. At this moment, Chen Yu had only one thought: to make this young man, who resembled an older brother, more than he did, pay the price he deserved. With a difference of 1 tier and 2 levels, he was certain he wouldn't lose. The skin on his right hand was infused with rock elements, and his bones suddenly became as hard as alloy. In the next second, as his right hand unleashed tremendous force, Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock. He realized he was squeezing something even harder than titanium steel. Something completely solid. As he saw the corner of Su Chen's mouth curl up, he sensed something was wrong and tried to pull his hand back. Crack, crack, hiss. It sounded like popping beans in this extremely quiet environment, particularly striking. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his eyes bulged. Fiery, icy. Enduring the dual torment of ice and fire, electricity coursed through his body. And Chen Yu's legs went weak, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Ah, you just met and you're already giving me such a grand gesture. How can I accept this? Despite saying that, Su Chen remained unmoved. A refreshing coolness flowed in, and his deformed hand visibly returned to normal, as if it had never been harmed at all. Little sister, help me up. When Chen Yu saw his hand again, he moved it back and forth in disbelief. Was this a dream? The heart-wrenching sensation still left him shaken. But compared to the fists of his own family, it was nothing. The girl beside him had stars in her eyes. Could it be that second brother also recognized Su Chen? He. The future seemed to have a little less resistance. For a girl in despair, this was a tremendous psychological comfort. At the end of the long corridor lined with a red carpet stood a door adorned with numerous long sword reliefs. "Grandpa is inside. Aren't you going in with me?" Chen Yu's expression darkened as he murmured, "I wasn't allowed to enter." With a curious yet complex feeling, Su Chen surveyed Chen Xian's study. It was filled with books, nothing but books. It seemed the glass display cabinet not far away was the only thing of interest. The room was decorated in a minimalist style, with a roaring fire in the large fireplace. On this cold winter night, it was bright and warm. As he passed the display cabinet, Su Chen saw many photos of Chen Yu. From infancy to the present, they were all there. The expressions ranged from a blooming smile to an unreadable poker face. Chen Xian sat on a wide mahogany bench and gestured to the sofa across from him. "Good evening, Su student." "Good evening, Elder Chen." A brief silence fell in the study. From Chen Yu's series of unusual behaviors, one could conclude that it was undoubtedly related to the kind-looking old man before him. To be honest, Su Chen did not want to be alone with someone like Chen Xian, facing the Sword Emperor, an existence on par with the Night King, up close in such a near-closed environment, especially without knowing each other, was daunting. The other party could kill him more easily than stepping on an ant. So, he remained silent. The intention was unclear, and too many words could lead to mistakes. After a brief silence, Chen Xian spoke first. Silently and without leaving a trace, sever any connection with Chen Yu. He merely gazed at the blazing flames, then tossed in a very thin piece of firewood. He spoke as if discussing the most ordinary matter. "She is the future head of the Chen family in Xuanyu and the next president of the Tulip Guild. She does not need anything that could influence her strength improvement around her." He never looked at Su Chen, yet his words carried more pressure than direct eye contact. No wonder Chen Yu had said those words in advance. Surely the chatty girl's many friends had experienced similar scenes before? Facing the renowned Sword Emperor of Chuanshu? For the future of the Chen family, they stripped a blossoming young girl of the colors she should have had. Su Chen could not agree with such actions. He had no right to question others' family matters too much. However, he did not care about the other party's family affairs. They should not interfere in his life either. Su Chen certainly knew what it would mean to say the next sentence. "Sorry, I refuse. I am not a person who goes back on my word. It's the same for everyone." Chen Yu was his friend, and the old man before him was not. If he agreed to Chen Xian, it would undoubtedly betray the promise he made with Chen Yu. Being human should not mean being untrustworthy. Moreover, it was his friend, a friend with whom he had experienced life and death. Agreeing now would be a betrayal of his past self. Su Chen did not like betraying himself. It was strange to be robbed, and discovering the other was a sixth-tier powerhouse. He could choose to temporarily give up if he couldn't fight back, but he would remember it. Su Chen hesitated not at all. The hand that had been throwing in firewood suddenly stopped. Endless sword energy surged like a violent hurricane, triggering a terrifying tsunami. It was a wave of destruction capable of obliterating everything ahead. Was this the sword energy? Su Chen squinted, his body's potential pushed to the limit on the edge of life and death. Stars flickered, and every strand of sword energy was clearly visible. It was not just his eyes that were watching, there was also a heart as still as a mirror. Su Chen suddenly thought of the alloy short sword beneath his trench coat. What he saw and what he thought. No self, only the sword. Clang! Suddenly, the sword rang like a dragon, as if a young dragon breaking free. From its shell in a storm, it announced its arrival to the heavens and the earth with unparalleled grace. Along with it, Su Chen also unleashed an unparalleled sword aura. The firewood in Chen Xian's hands fell to the ground, the wave of sword aura dissipating completely. No self, no clarity of mind, no sword aura? This is master-level swordsmanship. The pressure faced by the newly emerged sword aura suddenly vanished, surging forward like a flood breaking through a dam. In a flash, he appeared a meter away, and the bench he had just been sitting on was utterly destroyed by the sword aura. "My 100-year-old agarwood chair. I'm sorry. Is this your first time?" Su Chen awkwardly nodded. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. A graceful figure strode in, as if there were no one else around. At the doorway, Chen Yu was dumbfounded. How could her sister have become so brave? She had no curiosity about this room she had been explicitly forbidden to enter since childhood. Her beautiful eyes reflected the face she had been thinking about, her lips curling into a bright arc. The shattered agarwood bench undoubtedly indicated everything. The hazy moonlight spilled onto the floor, elongating Chen Yu's silhouette. Su Chen, thank you. Since she could remember, this should be the happiest she had ever smiled. Grandpa, Su Chen is my friend. I can do what I need to do. Please don't interfere with my life in the future. The cheerful laughter spread throughout the entire room, even the whole corridor. The old man in the study laughed with immense joy, to the point of holding his belly in laughter. Looking at the suddenly somewhat crazy Chen Sinan, Su Chen innocently blinked his eyes. This had nothing to do with him, of course. However, it was true that misfortune could lead to fortune. The mastery of archery at the master level, thanks to Mei Nianxue, combined with the high frequency of use in battles, naturally made him most proficient in the techniques of various realms. In contrast, the swordsmanship, gunplay, and boxing were not mastered as much, even though they had reached the master level. Yet, under Chen Sinan's slanted sword energy just now, he instantly grasped the use of sword energy. It was like a child with immense power who completely didn't know how to use it, suddenly opening up a new world by chance. The sword energy of no self is quite a good name. At the door, Chen Yu held his head with both hands, tearing at his hair, as a wave of panic bordering on fear surged in his heart. This was his twin sister, for the first time in their lives, confronting Chen Sinan face to face. In a state of panic, Chen Yu thought of his father, Chen Daoping. He turned and ran away. With a natural sword heart, as age grew, the sword energy and intent naturally flourished. Chen Yu's A-level talent was more like a cherry on top, allowing him to shine the brightest in this world of awakeners. With their birth, their mother passed away. Chen Sinan directly elevated his ordinary older brother, Chen Daoping, from being the least favored waste in the family to the president of the Tulip Guild. Everyone knew that. Chen Sinan's intention in letting Chen Daoping take over the Tulip Guild was to ensure that Chen Yu would succeed him in the future. As Chen Yu ran to find his father, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his memory, Chen Yu was the youngest in the family but understood things earlier. Many of her childhood hobbies and friends had mysteriously disappeared from her world without even a goodbye. The only companion for Chen Yu was the birthday gift that Chen Sinan had given her when she was 3 years old. A heavy, ancient-looking sword box. It was only after growing up that he realized it was his grandfather, Chen Sinan, who intervened. With overwhelming power, he made everyone who could influence Chen Yu choose to sever ties voluntarily. Although he was genuinely happy for his sister, he couldn't imagine what would happen next if Chen Sinan went mad from anger. In the study, the laughter, like a tide, gradually subsided. Chen Yu, are you sure? Grandpa, I'll say it again, please don't interfere in my life anymore. The long-buried voice finally came out at this moment, and Chen Yu's entire aura had already turned upside down. A sharp, unparalleled sword, if it lacks the heart to be drawn, no matter how sharp, is just an ornament. Only those who dare to take that step are the true sword wielders who need to cross the chasm. Su Chen could hear the joy behind the laughter. Although he didn't quite understand, he vaguely grasped it after feeling Chen Yu's transformation. Grandpa, I will do what I need to do. I have the right to do what I like, and I can also like. Chen Yu took a deep breath, and the sword energy swelled again, even more intense than before. Her voice held no doubt or fear. I can also like the person I like. Good. I understand. Chen Sinan looked at the girl before him, radiating sword energy, with eyes full of satisfaction. It was like a blacksmith seeing the sword he had forged for many years finally reveal its sharpness one day, sharing the same feeling. I will respect your thoughts, and I hope you won't forget what you said tonight. In this lifetime, I will never forget. Alright, you two, go do what you need to do, let me be quiet. In a moment of silence, Chen Yu's smile widened further. She grabbed the still somewhat dazed Su Chen and ran out of the study. Joyful like a bird finally flying out of its cage, as excited as a little girl who had found her doll. Again. Equally excited was Chen Xianen. Like she had just won 100 million, she danced with joy. At that moment, Chen Yu knew she was free. Grandpa, we won't be back tonight. By the time Chen Yu and Chen Daoping appeared, the two figures were already nowhere to be seen. Only the kind old man quietly wiped the display cabinet with a cloth. Father, where is your? The elder, immersed in joy, suddenly remembered the last words he had heard. His pupils gradually dilated, and as a top-tier powerhouse, his eyes felt a bit blurry. Quick, quick, find them for me. God knows what Chen Yu might do at this time. What if she had a child? And then, Chen Xianen fainted. In the southwest corner of Yucheng, there are many old neighborhoods here, inhabited by ordinary people without any talents. The long winter night, yet there is an endless source of warmth. Above the burning charcoal, a bubbling hot pot. Yo, little Chen is here. Haven't seen you around lately. Ah, is this your partner? Exhaling a breath of warm air, the girl shyly smiled. Don't say that, he's my friend. Friends develop, and isn't that just a boyfriend? Watching Chen Yu greet everyone warmly, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Poised, gracious, friendly, and warm, it felt like returning home. Before long, a steaming hot pot of beef was served, and Chen Yu domineeringly picked up a piece of tender, soft beef for Su Chen, her face full of anticipation. Delicious. Really delicious. Amused by Su Chen's unorthodox Sichuan dialect, Chen Yu transformed back into a chatty girl. Later, I'll take you to a few great places, each one super interesting. We can do so many fun things. Okay, Su Chen? The young man, who had been raving about the beef, suddenly stopped, his expression revealing confusion through the rising steam. I helped you so much, and you don't even call me big brother? Not a chance. This lady has unilaterally decided to call you Su-chan from now on. With her hands reddened from the cold, she propped her chin up, her eyes sparkling with affection. If she called him big brother, wouldn't that make her his little sister? But from the moment she decided to rush into the study, she didn't want to just be friends or a little sister. The night passed quickly. Fengjiang Strategic Camp Dormitory Building Number 4. Lars was enveloped in a golden glow. The entire room seemed to be piled high with gold, shimmering brightly. As all the light elements were absorbed into his body, his aura surged wildly. It only began to slow down after breaking through a certain barrier. The clock chimed 9 times. Lars excitedly jumped out of bed. His swollen muscles and surging power made him beam with joy. Oh, God bless. I've reached the 4th tier lower level. This is truly worth it. Feeling his aura, he knew it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 4th tier middle level, and Lars became even more excited. At this moment, what Su Chen, what Chinyu were just fleeting clouds. Picking up his phone and seeing 99 plus missed calls, Lars felt nothing of it. Women come and go, but the opportunity to break through will not come again. Just as he walked out of the school gate, Lars saw 2 women and a little girl getting off the bus. Among them, the woman in a snow-white mink coat was not only a beauty he had never seen before but, more importantly, an ordinary person. Oh, my God, you are truly favoring me. I sincerely thank you. This is a rare moment in Yuchen when one can breathe in fresh air during the day. Around 7:30, it will be filled with all sorts of office workers and vehicles will be in constant flow. Ha! How is it? Refreshing? Very refreshing. Very comfortable. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled even more brightly and freely. You are quite impressive. Of course. The two had not slept all night, enjoying life under the nightfall of Yucheng. With a 100% success rate at claw machines, butterfly knives, and flower cutting, Yucheng has its legends, and in the field of music, there are stunning achievements in playing the piano and flute. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. This girl has reached a level in every hobby that rivals professionals. He wished he could delve into every corner. As if he had rushed to many places, everyone he met praised Chenyu. She took off her black trench coat, revealing a strong physique. Chenyu smiled as she put it on, sitting obediently in the back seat, the roar of the engine breaking the silence of the road. A muffled sound. One could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking, followed by the heart-wrenching cries of a little girl. Mom, you bad person, whoa, Mom. Teacher who? Oh, my God, how pitiful. The voices were not without mockery, and Lars helplessly shrugged, turning to a few people beside him, asking in an almost commanding tone, you all have to testify for me. Clearly, this crazy woman attacked me first. A few people with the obvious emblem of Honghai University nodded. Thank you, my friends. God will bless the kind-hearted. Lars turned his head, whistling proudly, looking at the young girl squatting beside the middle-aged woman. One could imagine the tender body beneath the snow-white coat. As for the other two, in Lars's eyes, they were merely weaklings living under the protection of awakeners, of no use to themselves. As weaklings, they should look like weaklings. They even dared to stop him from unwrapping the gift, completely unaware of their position. Just a gentle push and they wouldn't die. Moreover, if it weren't for her, the plan wouldn't have failed. Not killing her on the spot was already merciful enough. Beautiful lady, putting aside the facts, I just swung my arm. Why are you helping him? The frosty face, burning with anger, swept over the complex expressions of those around, revealing a hint of despair. These were all awakeners from Huaxia, yet at this moment, they stood by the side of a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Fengjiang strategic base was not too far away. Moreover, right next to it was a military base, and the few of them did not dare to be overly reckless. Meow. Jie. Su Chen rushed through the crowd, seeing the desperate and helpless Luo Miaxia, the little girl crying her heart out, and the middle-aged woman who was nearly unconscious and gasping for breath. Standing beside them, Lars and a few from Honghai University had an indifferent attitude as if it had nothing to do with them. Su Chen, teacher who? It's okay, I'm here. He quickly took out a recovery pill from his storage ring. As he fed it to her, he slowly infused water elemental energy through his fingertips, preventing the powerful medicinal effect from overwhelming her body. Just as they were about to turn and leave, a sudden voice appeared behind them, like a beast awakening from the abyss. The expressions of the surrounding students and mercenaries suddenly changed. You five better not take another step. Huron coughed a few times, color returning to her face, while the little girl, under Chinyu's comfort, still sobbed softly. Miao Jia, what happened? Tell me. Gently wiping the tears from her cheeks, Su Chen spoke as usual, even more tenderly. As Luo Miaxia recounted the events, it was the first time Chenyu saw anger on Su Chen's face. The onlooking students and mercenaries were equally indignant. The 4 students from Rainbow Sea University, seeing that they had incurred the wrath of the crowd, were filled with deep regret. They had just released their stress and, upon entering the school gate, were grabbed by Lars. Upon seeing his stunning appearance and realizing he was just an ordinary person without talent, they naturally agreed to Lars's plan. They falsely claimed to be friends of Su Chen, intending to take Luo Miaxia and the others into the gray area. In Su Chen's eyes, there was a murderous intent more terrifying than that of a ferocious beast. The ones who had stolen the monster were enemies, and those who bullied Xiao Chang and Luo Miaxia could only be dead. Lars, do you want to die? Arrogant. Lars immediately felt insulted again. A night had passed, and things were no longer the same. Having reached the 4th tier lower level, he combined it with his A-grade talent, Holy Gift of Light. Even when facing third-year students, he could have more than a 50% chance of winning. And Su Chen was merely at the second-tier upper level. What qualifications did he have? Oh, my God. Did Satan give you foolish courage? Moreover, ordinary people were born to dedicate everything to the awakened. At this moment, Hurong was already able to stand up, although her body was still somewhat weak. I'm really sorry. I've wasted another one of your pills. I will definitely compensate you later. The sharp-eyed onlookers couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads. That was a 6th-tier lower-grade healing pill. One pill was worth at least 5 million. In this world, for an ordinary person to earn 5 million, they would have to work themselves to death. Shen Yu, this is my room key. The girl, surprised to receive the key, showed a look of astonishment but then saw the young man filled with murderous intent crouching down and chatting kindly with the little girl. Is it Nuan Nuan? Brother has a little secret to tell you. In brother's room, there's a super fun little guy. Let this pretty sister take you there. Okay? Mom will definitely agree, right? Hurong, not understanding, instinctively nodded. As she watched the two figures gradually walk away, Luo Miaoxia suddenly widened her eyes, looking incredulously at that tall figure. She trembled inexplicably. There was only one purpose for sending the child away. He was going to kill. Father, just now the doorman sent word that Yuer has returned. Chen Daoping said with concern. Chen Sinan, lying on the bed, seemed to have aged significantly overnight. In his memory, he had never seen his father show such weakness. Go! Father, are you alright? Shen Yu, beside him, sprayed out a mouthful of water, staring in surprise at his suddenly lively grandfather, secretly sighing that his sister was indeed important in grandfather's heart. The butler, Shin Bo, was quick and had already prepared the coat. The four of them hurried downstairs, and when Chen Sinan saw the scene before him, he immediately trembled and pointed ahead. Having seen many storms, he rarely did this, raising his chin at a 45-degree angle. She, and her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shaking his head in disbelief, Chen Sinan felt that his blood pressure must be frighteningly high at that moment. Chen Daoping and Shen Yu were momentarily unable to process it. After suppressing for more than 10 years, Shen Yu had just let go and brought such a big wave to the family? That was a bit too ruthless. What on earth did they do all night? Father? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? 1045 Training area of the Fengjian Strategic Camp. There were 3 arenas measuring 80 meters by 80 meters. Their main purpose was for mercenaries to practice and gain experience. Of course, hot-tempered mercenaries generally wouldn't hesitate to fight, and the arena would serve as the most direct and quick means to resolve disputes. The victor would take the initiative. This was an unchanging truth in the world of the awakened. The news that Su Chen, who ranked first in the individual scores of the 4-school exchange meeting, was going to fight spread throughout the entire camp in less than 10 minutes. His opponent was Lars, the international student who ranked second this time. Almost everyone who heard it paused for a moment in unison and rushed towards the arena, afraid of missing this spectacle. Which of the 2 strongest freshmen from Yuanma University and Honghai University was stronger? Who knows why they are fighting? I heard it's because of a few ordinary people, or that Su Chen proposed it himself. What? Fighting over a few ordinary people? I bet it's definitely revenge for those who were injured by Lars. Students were discussing animatedly, speculating about the cause and outcome of the battle. Given Lars's actions in the Beast's Nest, many were hoping for Su Chen's victory. No matter what, I support Su Chen. Just seeing that foreign guy makes me angry. I can understand the sentiment, but Lars is at the peak of the 3rd-tier upper level. Xia Aozhen hurriedly ran out of the faculty dormitory and happened to bump into the relaxed-looking vice president of Honghai University. Hey, Vice Dean Xia, are you planning to stop Su Chen? I heard the two are preparing to sign a death waiver agreement. Things were getting urgent and he was still making light of it? I'm going to make sure Su Chen doesn't kill Lars. Death and life exemption agreement. It is signed by both parties under the premise of mutual consent when engaging in a duel. Once a name is signed, the final outcome, whether life or death, bears no responsibility to the opponent. Amidst the witnesses of the arena adjudicator and numerous students and mercenaries, Su Chen soared like a dragon and danced like a phoenix, while Lars was equally decisive and swift. Go! Take down this trash. Shanghai University supports you, Brother Luo. Students from Yuanma University, launching military industry, and Shanghai University cheered overwhelmingly for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Honghai University was equally spirited and unwilling to be outdone. Among these people, Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng stood firmly beside Luo Miaoxia and Hu Rong, their expressions solemn. Since knowing Su Chen, they had never seen him display such an expression. Especially after learning the circumstances, their anger was even more uncontrollable. Under the warm winter sun, Su Chen, already over 1.8 meters tall, appeared even more slender and upright in his black trench coat, perfectly concealing his well-built muscles. His sharply defined face, with deep, clear black eyes, occasionally sparkled with starlight, full of vitality. In his hand, he held a pitch-black war bow, with a large eye that looked around incessantly. The white bone claws added a touch of eeriness to the already strange war bow. It must be admitted that Su Chen's aura was indeed very powerful. This was still under conscious restraint. If he were to unleash the full momentum honed from slaying fierce beasts, everyone would likely think that a high-level ferocious beast stood on the stage. A hint of unusual color flashed in many people's eyes, and several bold female mercenaries could no longer contain their admiration, whistling and waving their arms. With an impressive figure and looks, combined with a cold and stern aura, he was almost an irresistible presence. As long as Su Chen was willing, many voluptuous female mercenaries would immediately throw themselves at him. This was beyond doubt. Of course, a larger number of girls took out their phones, snapping photos to share in their friend groups, instantly sparking a wave of admiration. Looking at the tall figure on stage, Luo Miaxia's inner worries were faithfully written on her delicate face. She felt that her brother had grown up, matured, and had become somewhat unfamiliar. However, no matter how he changed, he was still her adorable brother. She would always like him. Yubema and Rin Mengqin had just gotten out of the car and rushed over. Unlike others, both of them wore expressions of concern. Having faced Lars directly before, they knew that although he lacked moral character, his strength was undeniable. Su Chen, you are merely riding on the coattails of the bugs. Lars took out his weapon, a lion-headed round shield that could cover most of his body, and a long knife radiating a cold gleam. The clash of knife and shield sounded like thunder. The two stood 20 meters apart, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other. The moment the arena adjudicator confirmed and stepped down, it meant the battle officially began. Boom! Lars's momentum suddenly swelled, stopping at the 4th tier lower level in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he was on par with a 4th tier middle level awakener. He had no habit of playing the pig to eat the tiger, and even looked down on it a bit, because he was a practical person. Why not just come up and take him down directly? Why go step by step? With that time, wouldn't it be better to practice more? Everyone's faces changed dramatically. 4th tier? My god. Lars has broken through? 2nd tier against 4th tier? How can this be fought? Hearing the voices around her, Luo Miaxia's pretty face turned pale, her bloodless lips bitten until they bled. If Su Chen were to die because of this, she would never live alone. Yubema clenched his fists, his worry deepening. Beside him, Ren Mengqin was full of confidence in Su Chen. So what if it's 4th tier? Have you forgotten what Su Chen is best at? With a playful smile, Ren Mengqin said cheekily in response to her boyfriend's puzzled expression. He shoots fast. At a distance of 20 meters, for an archer of Su Chen's caliber, isn't it both fast and accurate? Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and when everyone regained their senses, they could vaguely see the scattered light elements around Lars. Only a few people clearly witnessed everything that happened on stage. Yubema was one of them. It's over. Ren Mengqin, who had been full of confidence just moments ago, also showed a look of despair. The rapid shot that had previously taken down Yubema in an instant was actually perfectly defended by Lars. The strength of a 4th tier lower level was now unmistakably revealed. Oh, for the sake of God, I will mercifully tell you. My mastery of the shield is at the mastery realm. Like a feline predator discovering its prey, he crouched low. The lion-headed shield almost completely blocked the incoming shots, and Lars suddenly pushed off the ground, enveloped in light elements. At that moment, he and the shield became one, resembling a galloping golden lion. In an instant, he was just 3 meters in front of Su Chen, moving with a speed akin to teleportation, causing even the accompanying teacher from UNMI University to involuntarily narrow his pupils. The dull sound of his feet hitting the arena was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the onlookers, causing them to change color. A-level skill, brutal charge. Combined with Lars's innate talent, divine light, his speed and power reached a terrifying level. Get out of the way, Su Chen! Yubema shouted loudly. He had once been caught off guard and severely injured by this brutal shield charge. And now, with Lars's level increased, his speed and power were bound to be far ahead. It might even end the battle directly. Want to escape? Lars roared. Can you escape? He had already predicted that any retreat by Su Chen was within his calculations. 2 meters. 1 meter. Lars, behind the shield, couldn't help but reveal a cruel grin. The next moment, Su Chen moved. His left hand clenched into a fist, a layer of jet black material, dragon scales clearly visible. Elements of blue and crimson particles appeared, along with purple arcs of electricity raging. No one saw how Su Chen threw his punch, only hearing a series of sonic booms and the deafening explosion of flames. With a clang, it sounded like metal clashing. Those who didn't know would think it was the intense collision of two metals, but what was clearly happening was a fist striking the shield. This is possible? My goodness, what is his body made of? Yubema's mouth dropped open, making a cracking sound. He dislocated his jaw. It should be noted that he had faced Lars with a sword and ended up with a broken sword and serious injuries. This meant Su Chen's fist was harder than his sword? Are you kidding me? In the face of this scene, even Xia Arjun was somewhat dumbfounded. An ordinary second-tier upper-level awakener would die instantly facing Lars's move. According to her estimation, Lars's brutal charge was comparable to the force of a car flooring the accelerator in a 100-meter sprint. And Su Chen had stopped it head-on with just one punch. The explosive power he unleashed would only be greater. What kind of body strength was this? His full chest involuntarily heaved up and down, and Xia Arjun, who had taught at Yunmai University for many years, had never seen such a monstrous freshman. While everyone was still in shock and had not yet recovered, they witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Crack, crack. The fierce lion head was the first to show cracks, followed by the entire shield, which spread like a spider web. Boom! Behind the shield, a sudden explosion of flames engulfed the unsuspecting Lars completely. The subtle hidden force was not merely about shattering the shield. Lars, scorched by the flames, flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In the air, his body even trembled strangely a few times. What seemed like an ordinary punch was actually mastered at the Grandmaster level with the precision of inch power, reaching the realm of perfection, further enhanced by the elemental enchantments of wind, fire, and thunder. Thud! Su Chen remained standing in place while Lars fell to the ground, unable to rise. His internal organs churned violently and a tingling current coursed through his entire body. Whoa! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Lars looked at the shield on his arm, which now only had half a lion's head left, and was momentarily dazed. Why is this happening? His worldview began to collapse to some extent. Wasn't he just an archer? Even if he had great strength, what the hell was this body that rivaled a rare quality shield? Oh, my merciful God. Who the hell is the one at the 4th tier? Headshot? Please. Lars is just a head, 2 hands, and 3 legs holding a shield. As long as Su Chen is willing, a headshot would be a piece of cake. Moreover, there's more than one way to do it and many postures to choose from. But is such a comfortable ending too joyful for Lars? Oh, my God. Can't you move anymore? The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was immersed in unparalleled shock, unable to pull themselves out. Only Su Chen playfully mimicked Lars while speaking. Eyes darted back and forth between Lars, Su Chen, and the abyssal eye in his hand. Isn't he an archer? How did he turn into One Punch Man? The battle began and then it ended. Was it just one arrow shot and one punch thrown? So this battle with such a disparity in strength is over? The strongest battle of the freshmen from 2 top universities ended with Lars, who had just advanced to the 4th tier lower level, suffering a miserable defeat? Dude, you're not pretending to be a 4th tier, are you? The battle that should have been declared over continued due to Su Chen's unusual patience. A few minutes later, Lars struggled to get up, swaying unsteadily. Occasionally, purple arcs of electricity could be seen sparking, with wisps of black smoke and burns on his face, as if he had just escaped from a fire. However, his golden explosion hairstyle added a lot of humor to Lars, causing the audience to burst into laughter. In just about 10 seconds, Lars fell from a glamorous state to that of a disaster refugee. Ran Mengqin waved her hand in front of Yu Beimo's eyes, smiling helplessly. This shock was truly too great for him. An archer defeated and awakened one far superior to himself with martial arts. It was as shocking as a chef winning a national championship in an embroidery competition. When the vice president of Honhai University arrived late, he thought there was something wrong with his eyes and quickly rubbed them, only to confirm that the disheveled person in the arena was indeed the strongest freshman from his own school. With a reverse hand, a pill, Lars seemed like an injured lone wolf, willing to do anything to achieve victory. Following that was a surge of energy. Wow, he's actually taking drugs? Is this something a 4th tier can do against a 2nd tier? The audience couldn't help but ask. This miraculous phenomenon was something they had never seen in their lives. With a low growl, countless golden light spots appeared on the arena. They were particles of light elements. Lars raised his arm and shouted as each golden particle quickly rushed into his body from near to far. At that moment, he transformed into light. Quick, make a move, Su Chen. Ran Mengqin smiled wryly as she patted her now excited companion. Clearly, he had been shadowed by Lars earlier. Whether it was the brutal collision from a few minutes ago or the impending S-class skill, he had experienced it all. Though it was well-intentioned, when Ren Mengqin saw the calm figure on the stage, she couldn't help but be astonished. It exuded absolute confidence, clearly indicating that victory was in hand. After a dozen seconds, a magnificent golden giant shadow appeared. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Even the so-called fighting spirit vanished without a trace. Lars' earth-shattering momentum seemed ridiculous and comical to him. Standing over 8 meters tall, shining brilliantly in gold, his aura was even approaching the peak of the 5th tier mid-level. The students present, well-versed and knowledgeable, immediately gasped. He actually mastered the S-class skill, Giant of Light? To be fair, Lars really isn't weak. The Giant of Light is an S-class skill that can only be learned by awakened ones with B-class strength assessment related to light elements. Not only does it increase in size, but it also has effects similar to secret techniques that amplify strength levels. Humph. Die. Lars let out a loud roar, the massive sound wave reverberating for hundreds of meters around. Luo Miaxia's legs went weak, her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure on the stage. Su Chen. A punch came crashing down, blocking out the sky and sun, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air. Faster than lightning. His speed is actually this fast? Logically, with an increase in size, speed should remain the same or even decrease. But the enhancement of the light giant's skill was a comprehensive boost from level to strength, even to speed. In her field of vision, that golden fist seemed to become the only thing in the world. Whoosh! In the pitch-black eyes that sparkled with starlight, a golden brilliance suddenly swept by. Bang! Starting from the fist, it began to collapse, the condensed light elements transforming into one butterfly after another, fluttering into the sky. Only a few meters away, Lars, in the same pose as the light giant, looked completely bewildered. What is happening? How did he do that? Now, even experienced awakened teachers from various universities, including Xie Aojin, were left in a daze. That was an S-class skill. Just like that, it was gone? Suddenly, Xie Aojin's pupils dilated, her rosy lips moving. She remembered that Su Chen's talent was called all-element control, capable of manipulating all elements. This meant that not only could he control his own elemental energy, but he could also manipulate his opponent's elemental energy. The giant that Lars had condensed with light elements was essentially just a gathering of light elements. Realizing this, a strange light flickered in Xie Aojin's beautiful eyes. He can actually do this? She was acutely aware of how terrifying the mental strength required to achieve this was. Unable to help herself, she suddenly felt envious of Mei Nianxue and understood why the esteemed head of the Combat Academy, Yishio, would go to such lengths to find Mei Nianxue. Such a student, calling him a prodigy, was an understatement. On the arena, Lars was once again petrified. His proud S-class skill was so easily cancelled by a second-tier awakened one. In the most unbelievable manner. His instincts still wanted to continue fighting, but he found his vision shifting from the arena to the boundless sky. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds wove a melody. The agile moving figure painted a delicate picture. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but ask themselves, is this still an archer? Lars's body was like a beach volleyball that would never fall. When it would land depended on that person he could not see at all. Finally, the bowstring thrummed 3 times. Lars's painful scream was heart-wrenching. It was even worse than the previous cries of the little girl. Spots of bright red splattered across the arena. When Lars landed, his pierced knees could no longer support his body, and he could only kneel before Luo Miaoxia and Hu Rong. Was this in your calculations, Su Chen? Xie Aojin muttered to herself. Now you have 2 choices. The first is to be shot dead by me immediately. The second is to apologize first. Before her words fell, Lars frantically knocked his head, the sound of thuds ringing incessantly. Beautiful lady, I beg you, for the sake of merciful God, forgive me. I'm sorry. Hu Rong and Luo Miaoxia had never seen such a scene, and Hu Rong gradually understood. Why did Su Chen want to send the little girl away in advance? Cruel, yet gentle. Cold, yet warm. We forgive you. Hu Rong trembled as she replied. Really? Respected lady, you are my goddess. His eyes filled with the joy of being resurrected. Lars just wanted to get as far away from that guy behind him as possible, preferably never to see him again in this lifetime. The next second, Lars's eyes bulged, already dead beyond recovery. At the very center of the head is a wound that penetrates the entire body. Wind element enchantment. The arrow shoots out invisibly. Oh, the second condition I mentioned is, apologize first, then I'll shoot you dead. Next time, remember to listen to what others have to say. Oh, by the way, you don't have a next time. The entire place fell silent. Only Su Chen's mutterings drifted far, far away with the wind. In apocalyptic zombie-style movies, there are always scenes of headshots. At this moment, witnessing a precise and elegant headshot, Luo Miaoxia and Hu Rong couldn't help but take a few steps back. Especially the former, her pitch-black pupils suddenly constricted, unable to dare to move her gaze upward. Was this still her sunny and cheerful big boy? No, wait, it was her younger brother. Su Chen leaped down from the stage with grace, smiling gently and warmly. Sister Miaoxia, teacher Hu, I didn't scare you, did I? And no. Hu Rong, still shaken, placed her hand on her chest, her heart racing. Facing this young man who killed in such a brutal manner, she should have felt fear. At this moment, she was particularly clear. She wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she felt quite at ease, even relieved. It was just that the scene earlier was too shocking, combined with the intense killing intent emanating from Su Chen, that made her heart race. Sister Miaoxia? I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. There was not a trace of fear in her phoenix eyes. In her determined gaze, the slightly bewildered expression of the young man was reflected. Luo Miaoxia couldn't help but stroke that smooth jawline, her smile momentarily leaving Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng dumbfounded. Why are you suddenly worried about me? You're my brother. When has an older sister ever been afraid of you? Even if he completed the kill right in front of her, Luo Miaoxia wouldn't be scared. She was just worried. What if Su Chen became a bloodthirsty monster one day? This worry only lasted a moment before it vanished completely. No matter when, this person in front of her was still the younger brother she needed to protect. As for the other chaotic matters, what did it matter? It was precisely because she saw another side of Su Chen that she felt a faint joy. Understanding her brother in detail was something an older sister should do, right? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to help but smile brightly. The mercenaries with richer combat experience cheered and applauded enthusiastically. They were basically aware of what had happened at the camp entrance. A sense of admiration naturally arose for Su Chen, who dared to stand out as a second-tier upper level. Whether it was the team leader, the accompanying teachers from the 4 universities, or the audience below, they all gasped and exclaimed at the sight of the clean and tidy young man. So what exactly had they witnessed? In reality, it was a battle of less than a few minutes. It shattered the worldviews and cultivation views that many had built over more than a decade. Ran Mengqin, while smiling wryly, had a hint of subtle wariness in her eyes. For someone like this, even if you didn't become friends, you could never become enemies. Otherwise, you might get shot one day for no reason. You wouldn't even know where the arrow came from. Many students who firmly believed that Su Chen was just an archer who could be easily crushed if approached were relieved they hadn't let their hot blood lead them to provoke him. On the other hand, many students who had their fierce beasts snatched by Lars wore expressions of confusion and subsequent dissatisfaction. How could they be defeated by such a weakling and even get seriously injured? Why did the same skills and techniques become ineffective when used by someone else? What the heck? So, he was that weak? What on earth did I lose to? It feels a bit embarrassing. Many teachers, hearing these daydream-like murmurs, couldn't help but sigh. Still, so young. Although Lars seemed like a rookie making countless mistakes when fighting Su Chen, his strength was undeniable. If you switched to another second-tier, upper-level student, Lars could easily toy with him in various ways before winning. Su Chen easily defeated Lars, and Xia Aojin saw it all clearly. The twists and turns in that battle were something she, at Su Chen's age, could never match. It can even be said without any hesitation that when Lars relied on the light element to fight, the outcome was already predetermined. How could an F-level talent possibly influence an A-level talent? Unless Su Chen had a mental strength comparable to an 8-star or even higher-level alchemist. Otherwise, there was only one explanation. Su Chen's talent was definitely A-level at the base, with more than an 80% chance of being S-level. If it were SS-level, Xia Aojin suddenly shivered and then denied that thought. It should be known that SS-level talents are extremely rare. The Huaxia nation has a population base of 8 billion, and not a single one has appeared in decades. When I get back, I need to find old Rin and arrange for a talent strength test as soon as possible, Xia Aojin thought to herself. She remembered that just before Yu Yoruwei took leave, she had specifically submitted an application to retest the talent strength of the new student Su Chen. Later, that application mysteriously disappeared, and with the applicant taking a loan leave, it just fell through the cracks. Brother Adjudicator, could you tidy up the arena? The cleaning of the arena will be handled by a dedicated team. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head and called out to the adjudicator who was about to leave. I think, it might take a few more minutes of your mealtime. A slightly cold little hand gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Luo Miaoxia had lived under the same roof as Su Chen for over a decade. She had a deep understanding of her brother's character. Either he wouldn't do it, or if he did, he would go all out. The more polite he was, the more it indicated that this storm was far from over. Because besides Lars, there were also 4 students from Honghai University involved at the time. How about? Luo Miaoxia hesitated. From Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, she and Hu Rong learned of Lars's identity and that the 4 were also students from the prestigious Honghai University. If they continued to fight, provoking that colossal figure, they were just ordinary people without talent, trying their best to live in this cruel society with a strict hierarchy. And compared to herself, she was more worried about Su Chen's future being affected. This was something she would rather die than see. Sister Miao, I know. Feeling the warmth of the hand holding her right hand, Luo Miaoxia's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. If it were me, I might consider enduring it. Only you and Mom, not at all. The words were plain but firm. I will listen to you. Luo Miaoxia lowered her head obediently, allowing Su Chen to hold her hand. Hu Rong beside them couldn't help but show a look of envy, then remembered her husband who had passed away years ago, her expression darkening. Hey, you 4. Just when everyone thought it was time to disperse, Su Chen's voice made them stop in their tracks. The 4 who planned to sneak away trembled and turned their heads with difficulty. Let's do a good deed together. How about letting the adjudicator and everyone go eat early? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. It turned out that Lars's death was not the bell of the end, but the horn of the beginning. As the words fell, the vice president of Honghai University suddenly turned dark. The 4 slumped to the ground as if mourning their own deaths. They had seen Lars, lively like a salted fish on a chopping board, being cleaned up by Su Chen and thrown into the trash can. Although they all had 3rd-tier lower levels facing this devil-like youth, they had no strength left in their legs. How could they fight? It was all Lars's fault. If it weren't for him, how could they have provoked Su Chen? Unable to suppress their inner curses, the 4 curled up, trembling. Many students from Honghai University, after learning about the general situation, were divided. A small portion were indignant, cursing the shameless traitors for helping foreigners deceive their own compatriots. Most were still in a dilemma. It's almost noon, everyone needs to eat. I'll be quick and won't delay your meal. Of course, the food is different. Su-chan is polite. The people around only feel an endless chill even though it is the warmest time of the day in winter. I will investigate the misunderstanding caused by the five of them and give you a satisfactory answer afterward. Is that okay? A figure suddenly appeared with a loud crash. The vice president of Honghai University had a grim face and an overwhelming aura pressed down. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng's expressions changed drastically, but they chose to stand with Su Chen, gritting their teeth to resist. That works too. As their common teacher, it shouldn't be a problem for you to apologize to the two frightened ladies and the child, right? The man's shock flashed away, quickly replaced by a surge of furious waves within. Killing Lars was still his personal decision. No one else could be blamed. And now, in front of everyone, if Su Chen were to kill 4 more students, Honghai University would become a super joke worthy of being recorded in the annals of top universities. A joke that would be passed down through the ages. So no matter what they did, even if they were severely dealt with afterward, he had to protect them today. As for making a noble awakener apologize to ordinary people, what a huge joke that would be. Moreover, he was not just an ordinary awakener. He was the vice president of Honghai University, one of the 4 top universities. His eyes rose with a venomous coldness. But constrained by the rising aura behind him, he said coldly, "Isn't this excessive, Student Su?" Just as the standoff reached a deadlock, a loud shout suddenly broke through, and someone walked in from the automatically separating passage. It was Qin Daoping, the president of the Tulip Guild, along with Chen Yu, who was holding the little girl. Su Chen took a few steps to block the little girl's line of sight. "Mom!" Hu Rong opened her arms, and the little girl happily rushed over. "Sister Hu, it's really you. Long time no see, Daoping." With arms crossed, Xie Aozhen and the leaders of the other 2 universities subtly raised the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the vice president of Honghai University in the center forced out an awkward smile. "President Chen, do you know each other?" "Vice Principal Yang, let me introduce you." Chen Daoping's voice matched his image perfectly, making one feel that he was a refined and amiable middle-aged man. However, there was a hint of detachment in his words at that moment. "This is the family of the martyr Lin Wangchuan." All the students from Sichuan province instinctively looked towards Hu Rong and the lovely little girl in her arms, their eyes filled with respect. Since 5 years ago, when the disaster-level beast tide was quelled 5 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Tianfu City, every school in Sichuan province had a first lesson themed around guarding. They would certainly mention the heroic deeds of the Sichuan Chongqing Wolf mercenary team who sacrificed themselves to delay the beast tide. It was precisely because of their actions that an unprecedented record was set, with the beast tide having no impact on the city. The captain of this mercenary team was Lin Wangchuan, a peak-level awakened being of the 5th rank. Subsequently, all members of the Sichuan Chongqing Wolf mercenary team were posthumously honored as martyrs by the state. Hu Rong and her little girl were Lin Wangchuan's wife and daughter. Although she should have enjoyed the state's special living subsidies, Hu Rong chose to be self-reliant, earning the respect of everyone. "She is also my sister-in-law and niece, Chen," Daoping added. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Vice Principal Yang opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. If he could choose again at that moment, he would undoubtedly bow and apologize on the spot. Even kneeling would be acceptable. The development of the situation had completely exceeded his ability to handle these 5 fools. At this moment, the nature of the situation had completely changed. This meant that Lars and the 4 students were not only suspected of luring students and maliciously harming ordinary people. It should be noted that in front of the children, the brave mother was severely injured and nearly died. The location was still at the strategic camp of the Tulip Guild, not far from the almost idle military base nearby. With all these factors piling up, once it fermented, it would become a bomb capable of bringing irreparable disaster to Honghai University. Such a huge impact was a responsibility that no one could bear. "Ms. Hu, and this lady, I apologize to both of you first. We will bear all losses caused by this incident, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Additionally, President Chen, I will definitely investigate this thoroughly and provide you, Ms. Hu, and everyone with an explanation." After saying this, Vice Principal Yang bent down and lowered his head decisively. This was not merely a matter of resource allocation, it had escalated to a choice concerning the honor and status of Honghai University. He could not afford to make any mistakes. There was no sound in the room. Everyone quietly watched the absurd and comical scene before them. Su Chen laughed out loud. The contrast between his previous arrogance and his current humility was laughable. The belated apology, especially after learning the identities of Hu Rong and her daughter, was even more contemptible than a late confession of love. This incident occurred 700 meters outside the gate of my Fengjiang strategic camp. Our Tulip Guild is duty-bound. There's no need for Vice Principal Yang to worry. Isn't this just perfect? The people are here. Although he was an ordinary person, Chen Daoping had been in charge of the Tulip Guild for many years, with Chen Sinan as his backing. His momentum subtly surpassed many of the awakened beings present. If such a serious incident were to be exposed, the Tulip Guild, which had provided many conveniences for this four-school exchange meeting, would undoubtedly be the first to be roasted over the fire. President Chen, there are many people here. Why don't we sit down and discuss the follow-up solutions? This matter is of great importance. Vice Principal Yang need not say more. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared. It was as sharp as a sword's cry and as steady as Mount Tai. If there is any wrongdoing afterward, I will personally come to apologize. Now, please everyone proceed to Tulip Square. The truth of this matter will be determined. It was Chen Sinan, an absolute powerhouse with a separate title in Huaxia. A group of mercenaries dressed in red entered in two lines, each standing over 1.85 meters tall, all with robust physiques. The powerful aura caused everyone's breath to momentarily halt. Su Chen instinctively took a breath, marveling at the formidable foundation of the Tulip Guild. The mercenaries before him were all at level 6. The golden threaded tulip embroidered on their backs was particularly eye-catching. In the blink of an eye, they had already subdued 4 students, and no one dared to speak. Chen Xianen's earlier words had been clear concerning the reputation of the Tulip Guild. Who would dare to be the one to stand out at such a moment? Don't worry, Grandpa is rarely angry this time. They are the red robe team that only Grandpa can mobilize. Shenyu appeared beside Su Chen at some point, lowering her voice to explain. Her beautiful eyes revealed a different color, glimmering with emotion. Every time she thought of what Su Chen had done that night, she felt nothing but heartfelt admiration and a hint of inexplicable shame. After all, Su Chen knew nothing. He would not hesitate to use expensive pills even on ordinary people. As a peer, Su Chen completely overwhelmed her in both combat ability and personal cultivation. She didn't feel sad, only a sweet joy. Grandpa just encountered something. What? Su Chen was momentarily confused. What was this girl suddenly talking about? And why was she acting so shy all of a sudden? He thought we were having a child, and fainted right away. Luo Miaoxia, who had taken a few steps, suddenly trembled like a stuck machine, twisting her head back. Whatever you have to say, let's talk later. With that, she turned her back and continued to follow the crowd forward. Sister, wait for me. I'll go with you. Chenyu abandoned Su Chen and quickly ran to Luo Miaoxia's side. Hey, that's my sister. Vice Principal Yang still held a glimmer of hope. Until he saw the 4 elderly men standing behind Chen Xianen, their eyes tightly closed, he completely wilted like a withered eggplant. They were awakened mental-type talent users. The mental power surrounding them was nearly tangible, and their level would not be lower than 7. The 4 were merely freshmen, with mental power at most between that of an alchemist apprentice and a 1-star alchemist. In other words, when facing a level 7 mental-type awakened user, they would not hesitate to open their hearts. They would allow the opponent's robust mental power to penetrate deep into their souls. To ensure that the final information has no fabricated elements, I would also trouble the 4 team leaders. Xia, Aojin and the others nodded. The 4, already scared into a puddle of mud by this situation, had no room for resistance against a level 7 mental-type awakened user. They instantly became dazed, their eyes devoid of light. Listen to me, please, each of you. Tell me what you did just now, one by one. Everyone watching fell silent at once. The flying vehicles above and several mercenaries using portable cameras would leave evidence from all corners. We just released a few times last night, then came back to prepare for sleep. Lars just broke through and wanted to enjoy it a bit. He said he heard those 3 at the door were looking for Su Chen. They wanted us to help, saying Su Chen went to kill a beast to trick them near the beast's lair. I don't know why she would know we were lying. And then that old woman, not knowing her place, bit Lars. As the 4 recounted their story, the air in the square seemed to freeze. The most genuine thoughts were spoken without reservation. Ha! How ugly! Chen Xianen glanced over, speaking. Including the students and teachers from Honghai University, there was only disgust in their expressions. And these 4 were still able to represent Honghai University as elites at the 4-school exchange meeting. The interrogation ended silently. The 4, reduced to a state of utter helplessness, were dragged away by the red-robed team like dead pigs, faces to the ground. Xia Aojin and Wu Wanping exchanged a glance, each understanding what the other was thinking. This time, Honghai University was likely to take a big fall. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people began to leave the square one after another. Luo Miaoxia and her daughter Hu Rong were escorted by someone to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, someone suddenly appeared beside him. Let's go, we need to discuss a serious topic, just the 2 of us. Grandpa, you. Chen Yu was very worried. Are you kidding? Who would kill the father of their future great-grandchildren? The diversity of humanity inevitably means there will be such people. However, Chen Sinan is definitely not that kind of person. A few people once again entered the study. You two, close the door. Chen Sinan spoke in a tone that was almost commanding, instructing Chen Daoping and Chen Yu to close the door. Now, in the study, there were only 4 people from the Chen family across 3 generations, along with Su Chen. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Well, I'm really sorry about last night. Su Chen sincerely apologized. He hadn't expected Chen Sinan to suddenly withdraw his sword energy. What was even more unexpected was the formless sword energy he had. Grasped at the last moment, once unleashed, it was like a wild horse that couldn't be reined in. That's not important. Before anything else, I must thank you on behalf of Lin Wangchuan. Chen Sinan had already sent his subordinates to handle the relevant matters, and this time he wouldn't concern himself with whether Hu Rong and her daughter accepted it. You don't need to thank me for that, it's what I should do. Moreover, the antidote used to save teacher who was given to me by Qingyu. From another perspective, it's also the credit of the Tulip Guild. I was just lending a hand. Chen Yu's eyes lit up, revealing a happy smile. Behind her, Chen Daoping looked at the young man sitting across from his father, who could still speak so freely. He showed a hint of admiration. Faced with Chen Sinan's imposing presence, he was still able to respond without a hitch. He even cleverly shifted the credit to the Tulip Guild. Such a mindset was truly clever. Why be so modest? Chen Sinan's aura changed in an instant when he opened and closed his eyes. If just now it was like a sword in its sheath, at this moment it was like a dragon roaring in the skies. The Chen family instinctively straightened their backs. Under normal circumstances, if Chen Sinan displayed such an aura, it would surely mean he had something important to announce. Moreover, since Chen Sinan was sitting with his back to the door, the 3 of them couldn't see any facial expressions. Next, whatever I ask you, you must answer truthfully, without the slightest concealment. Okay. In fact, Su Chen felt quite helpless. Should he take a look at Chen Sinan's current expression? It was as if a wolf hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He could even catch a glimpse of the green light flashing in his eyes. It was probably about to inquire about the formless sword energy from last night. Su Chen quickly felt relieved. If he could gain insights about sword energy or even sword techniques from Chen Sinan, that would be best. He never refused to learn and certainly wouldn't resist the process of becoming more outstanding. Last night, was it your first time? How did it feel? Very rough. Not smooth at all. No one noticed that Chen Sinan's hand slowly clenched into a fist and his smile became even more radiant. Be specific. As soon as I had the thought, it just came out. But fortunately, it lasted a long time. I didn't feel like it would run out. That's it. It's normal for it to be like that at the beginning. You need to practice a few more times. Wasn't he supposed to announce something important? Why did it suddenly turn into an exchange of experiences? Chen Daoping blinked innocently. It was the first time in his life he had seen his father so unserious. The whole family turned red in unison. Especially Chen Yu, who shyly lowered her head. She didn't understand why Chen Sinan was asking this. Moreover, the most crucial point was that she and Su Chen were really very clean. Suddenly seeing the display cabinet that had been wiped spotless in Chen Yu's eyes, only images sealed deep in her memory unfolded at that moment, sweeping through her thoughts. The exchange continued, and it had a rhythm that was gradually taking off. Chen Daoping and his son wanted to leave immediately. It's definitely those guys again. I can still smell that nauseating scent on them. The boy stood over 1.7 meters tall, his fair face glimmering faintly in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with his bright red lips. Beside him, the old woman smiled faintly, her gaze deep and distant. This was a corner deep within the lair of the beast of mistrust, where rushing waters flowed past. Below, the land had a massive depression. It was clear that a terrifying beast had met its end here. The reason for such a judgment was the blooming flowers in the sunken area. It was winter now, yet within that vast depression, a scene of thriving spring was unfolding. This illogical sight was not the first time she and Xiao Si had encountered it. Can you identify what kind of beast it was? Old Meng, you think too highly of me. Anyway, they were just unfortunate creatures tricked by the beast spirit hall. Xiao Si shrugged, his words tinged with a hint of sympathy. This was exactly the same principle as the beast nest outbreak 5 years ago outside Tianfu City. Although neither of them knew what means the other had used to kill those rare 9th-tier lord beasts known as mobile natural disasters. They had used dying 9th-tier beasts to give birth to offspring, triggering a frenzy of beasts to worship, seizing the opportunity to capture the young and incite a beast tide. This was the beast spirit hall's specialty. However, it was clear this time they had failed. I can't believe what you're saying. How do you know? That can only mean they have become stronger, or you have become weaker. Xiao Si noticed the old woman starting to feel down again and sighed inwardly. Meng Yu. Su Chen, I have a feeling. Xiao Si paused, then revealed an impossible smile, saying, maybe it was him who stopped this beast tide? It turned out they were talking about a sword. Not that sword. The father and son let out a long sigh of relief. In one day, learn as much as you can. Thank you. Beside them, Chen Yu opened his mouth, revealing a grievance-like expression akin to a wronged young wife. Grandpa, you mean you're going to teach me tomorrow? Just adding. One more person, any objections? No objections. No objections. Chen Yu shook his head vigorously while Chen Daowen's gaze wandered back and forth between his daughter and Su Chen. His heart was already in turmoil comparable to a magnitude 12 earthquake. A sword master stronger than the sword saint was his father, the sword emperor Chen Xianen. But wasn't Su Chen an archer? How could he have gained his father's favor? As his grandson, Chen Yu only had one chance a year to be personally taught by his grandfather. As everything settled, the time reached 4 p.m. The little girl was still napping, and Su Chen accompanied Luo Miaoxia for a stroll. After not seeing each other for a long time, Luo Miaoxia had much to say. Su Chen quietly listened to her talk about Xiao Qing's recent situation and various matters in life and work during this time. Unknowingly, the time reached 7:30 p.m. The two walked not far from the bus station where they could hear voices approaching from afar. Let's go, someone has plans for tomorrow. Maojia, this, Luo Miaoxia chuckled. I'm not teasing you. Come on, bend down a bit, can't you bend? Right, lower your head a little more, close your eyes, no peeking. Luo Miaoxia's voice was unchanged from usual. Under the night sky, her cheeks were flushed. What are you doing? Her jade-like fingers gently brushed over her lipstick-coated lower lip, then softly touched the center of her brow. When Su Chen opened his eyes, he saw Luo Miaoxia running away. Under the bus's lights, he could just see the hint of red on her brow. The corners of his mouth lifted in contentment, bright and charming in the dim night. Ding ding ding. The phone rang lightly. A message from the teacher? My teacher who loves COS. I need to go to Chengdu in the next few days. My teacher who loves COS. I need to take a set of photos. My teacher who loves COS. I received a call from Chixing Company. The endorsement image needs to be adjusted. In a sleeper compartment of the express train heading to Chengdu, Meng Yanxue lay quietly on the upper bunk. The familiar sound of clunk clunk echoed in her ears. The first time she rode this green steel beast as a child, she also slept alone on the upper bunk. From Qingbei City to Chengdu, there are various faster and more comfortable modes of transportation. For her, this old express train painted green was always a choice. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, it was just more cost-effective. After sending a message, Meng Yanxue held her phone, ready to fall asleep. Then she heard the girl on the lower bunk reporting her itinerary. In a sweet voice, "Honey, I just got on the train. There are people on the train, so I won't say much. I'll take a nap first, love you. Mua." Her bright green eyes suddenly opened wide, as if she could hear her own accelerated heartbeat. The content was surprisingly similar, except for the last two sentences. Why does she feel like a little woman who rarely went out? It seemed she was afraid he would misunderstand, so she had specifically explained the location and reason for her trip. Wouldn't that make it seem like a loving couple? Regarding her almost habitual behavior, Meng Yanxue wanted to retract the message, but the time had already passed. The two of them arrived almost simultaneously. The first thing she did upon reaching the upper bunk was to send a message. Her fair and tender cheeks gradually flushed with an alluring evening glow. It was like a stunning landscape painting, still carrying a burning warmth. Who is the teacher and who is the student? Why should I report to him? It's impossible for me to report to him in this lifetime. That guy, if he can't find me and gets so upset that he cries, wouldn't that be pitiful? Meng Yanxue turned and proudly lifted the corners of her mouth. Finally, she found a reasonable excuse. She was just fulfilling the responsibilities of a good teacher. Gradually, she fell asleep. She didn't notice that her ears had become pointed again, more like an elf than ever before. The cold moon hung high, and countless stars twinkled. On a winter morning at the Chengdu train station, a red beetle slowly parked by the roadside. Several bustling breakfast shops were filled with office workers eager to buy breakfast. Passers-by caught a glimpse into the car and immediately showed expressions of amazement. The person in the driver's seat was none other than Yu Yorue, who had taken a long leave. Her soft, shiny medium-short hair, paired with dark-framed glasses, her exquisite, flawless face was only lightly adorned with makeup, making her stunningly beautiful. Hearing the sound of passengers disembarking, she hurriedly got out of the car. Her fair, slightly flushed hands gently tucked her messy hair behind her ears. With her appearance, she added bright colors to the otherwise gray-toned scene. The spacious road behind her occasionally echoed with the sound of large cargo trucks passing by. People living in Chengdu had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. This city resembled a factory more than anything else. The headquarters of the Red Star Group, one of the top companies in Huaxia, was located in the city center. Surrounding it were over 30 factories of various sizes, responsible for manufacturing any items related to the lives and battles of awakened ones. Unlike resource-rich cities like Luoshui City, Chengdu was a city with a highly developed manufacturing and industrial sector, with 90% of its citizens being employees of the Red Star Group or its subsidiaries. Sister Nianxue, excitedly waving her hand, Yu Yorue ran a few steps to hug Meng Yanxue. After a brief exchange, they hurriedly got into the car heading to the Red Star Group headquarters. Perfect, saves me from having to go get props later. Through the rearview mirror, Yu Yorue saw the unmistakable pointed ears and smiled. Ha! Meng Yanxue momentarily showed a hint of embarrassment. She wondered if she had dreamt about that guy again last night. There are so many people who love cosplay now, it doesn't matter. With a sigh in her heart, Yu Yorue caught the fleeting shadow of gloom on Meng Yanxue's face and quickly said, "By the way, Nianxue, Wolong has been quite diligent lately. He's probably in the southwestern border now, testing the performance of bows and arrows with the company's testing team. He even said he wouldn't come to see you until he reaches master-level archery. She knew a bit about Mei Nianxue's past, so her tone was particularly cheerful. Oh, then he probably won't see me in this lifetime. Yu Yorue laughed heartily without restraint. Hearing Mei Nianxue mention how Su Chen often inquired about her, Yu Yorue's expression froze and a warm smile appeared on her face. At Yuanma University, besides Nianxue, there's actually someone else who cares about me. In fact, she had seen every text message Su Chen sent in between. The drafts in the typing box had yet to be sent. I don't care about you, thank you. The car fell silent. After receiving the notice to take the Xingtu train tomorrow at 3 p.m., Su Chen poured another 20 or so chicken legs into the basin. Remembering the scene he saw when he returned to his room after sending off Luo Miaoxia last night, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The starving little white peach knelt down as soon as she saw him return, her front paws clasped together, making for a very comical sight. When it was time to eat, she kept cursing and complaining endlessly. Changing into a comfortable set of sportswear, Su Chen went to the closed training room located in the camp. There was still half an hour until the agreed time, and neither of the two had arrived yet. After warming up, Chen Xianen and Chen Yu appeared just in time. Today's theme was the control of sword energy and how to transform sword energy into a more advanced sword aura. You too, release your sword energy and let's see. A dark, ancient-looking long sword appeared, and Shen Yu's expression suddenly became serious. Clang! The sword rang out brightly, followed by an explosion of sword energy. Shen Yu slightly raised his chin, full of confidence. Although he didn't possess the monstrous talent of his sister, he was recognized as a swordsmanship genius among the younger generation in Sichuan province. Mid-level 3, proficient in sword techniques. He would reach his peak within a month. Mastering numerous sword techniques, he was the first among the younger generation of the family to comprehend sword energy. Aside from his sister Chen Yu, he hadn't chosen to attend university, and now he was just 18 battles away from becoming the youngest 100-battle mercenary in the history of the Tulip Guild. All of this was his source of pride. As for the guy next to him, Chen Yu instinctively raised the corners of his mouth. Just a mere archer. How could he come up and directly learn sword energy? Wasn't Grandpa making things difficult? His judgment was not without basis. He had to admit that Su Chen's archery skills were indeed impressive. This also meant that his swordsmanship must be lacking, that was beyond doubt. After all, a person's energy and time are limited. The next second, he suddenly sensed a primal fear in his body, and the sword in his hand seemed to wail in response. Boom, like a calm sea, a giant whale leaped from below. It wasn't just a simple point. It was a plane formed by sword energy. The density had reached a level that made his scalp tingle. Chen Yu was forced to retreat several steps. In his incredulous eyes was that calm and upright figure. He almost rubbed his cheeks with force. With his other hand trembling, he pointed, unable to speak for a long time. This sword energy felt inexplicably familiar. He suddenly turned his head. It was clearly the woo-woo sword energy used by Chen Xianen. How could an outsider possess his grandfather's sword energy? Chen Yu's mind suddenly recalled that he had heard Chen Xianen mention before that to learn the woo-woo sword energy, one must meet at least two conditions. A mindset of forgetting life and death on the edge of survival. And, the most crucial point, mastery of sword techniques at the peak or even master level. The dense sword energy woven into the plane before him undoubtedly reached the master realm. It felt like a heavy hammer striking the heart, causing a brief pause. In other words, this archer, not only skilled in archery but even his swordsmanship had reached mastery? Not bad, not bad. Chen Xianen's face was filled with admiration. Indeed, it shared the same origin as his own sword energy. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. Su Chen's formless sword energy, as he had said before, was like the endless flow of a river, ceaseless and continuous. Nearly a minute had passed, yet there was still no sign of waning strength. Su Chen, how did you reach the master realm? Just according to the swordsmanship textbook issued by the high school and the basic sword forms taught by the teacher in practical classes. He couldn't possibly say. He reached mastery just by a few swish movements, could he? Chen Xianen blinked, his years of experience struggling to keep pace at this moment. If this were true, this young man before him was worth 10 Chen Yu combined, and still wouldn't measure up. Chen Xianen could naturally see it. This young man was very honest. But the more he was like this, the more it shocked him profoundly. One must understand that the realm of swordsmanship is not something that can be achieved simply by eating and drinking, nor is it something that can be conjured out of thin air with sheer strength. Before mastering the realm, hard work and diligence are still possible. How many people have exhausted their lives and ultimately failed to reach the level of a grandmaster? It only takes a little bit of innate talent to make the difference. Even someone like Xingyu, who was born with a sword heart, has practiced diligently for many years. Even now, he has only just stepped one foot into the threshold of a grandmaster. And this is still with him using his own power, going to great lengths to eliminate any factors that might interfere with his cultivation. Yet, he is still not as skilled in swordsmanship as an archer? What Chen Xianen found most unbelievable was that Su Chen actually didn't know a single technique in swordsmanship. Normally, even with poor training, one should at least have a few basic sword techniques. Feeling Su Chen's solid and stable realm in swordsmanship, the worldview that Chen Xianen had built over the years completely collapsed. Just like an ordinary person doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day could gain terrifying strength to overpower high-level awakened beings. Hot Chen Xianen's gaze made Su Chen instinctively take 2 steps back. It was a bit too fervent, to the point of being an appreciation that one couldn't let go of. Ha ha ha, truly marvelous, truly marvelous. At this moment, Chen Xianen finally understood why someone like Su Chen, who had no techniques at all, could instantly learn the no-self sword. Chi. It was like a child with unparalleled internal strength who completely did not understand how to exert force in combat. He was simply a flawless raw gem. As long as the opportunity arises, he could soar to great heights. Beside him, Chen Yu had long since become accustomed to his grandfather's sudden bursts of laughter and jumping around. Instead, he felt a bit envious. The last time he remembered seeing Chen Xianen so excited was when he discovered that Chen Yu possessed a natural sword heart. Ahem, let me talk about sword chi. You can think of it as a higher level, denser, and tangible sword energy. To activate sword chi, first, you must control the sword energy to the level of using it as an extension of your body, then compress the sword energy, and finally unleash the sword to generate the chi. As a master swordsman far beyond the sword saint, Chen Xianen's explanation was very down-to-earth and easy to understand. Especially in the control of sword energy, he was concise and pointed out the key points. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. When the no-self sword chi surged forth again, it was completely different from the last time. If just now it was like a torrent of water pouring out uncontrollably, this time it could be freely controlled. That's right. You need the momentum of a dragon smashing through the flower's core, and you must also learn to pull and tug with varying depths. His words were full of appreciation, and there was also a hint of implicit expectation. In his perception, Su Chen's current level of mastery over sword energy was already on par with Chen Yu. In fact, in terms of the quantity and sharpness of the sword energy, he was in a completely overwhelming state. And what allowed Su Chen to undergo such a transformation were just a few sentences summarized from his years of experience. Although there was a grandmaster-level swordsmanship foundation, Su Chen's innate understanding was rare in the world. In the following training, Chen Xianen specifically taught the two of them the advanced methods of sword energy. The closed training room was completely isolated from the outside world, and Su Chen and Chen Yu each occupied one side, seizing the opportunity to forge ahead. When Chen Xianen returned to the training room again, he happened to see a scene that brightened his eyes. With a single sword strike, a visible sword chi shot out. It should have been a straight line like a raging current, yet it suddenly twisted and turned like a snake swimming in water. The swimming dragon sword chi? Chen Xianen shook his head in disbelief. Grinning, the so-called swimming dragon sword chi is an advanced application after mastering sword chi. It transforms the forward-moving sword chi into a dancing, winding swimming dragon, its momentum even more fierce. What was just seen completely highlighted the word winding, twisting its body like a poisonous snake in the grass, strange and unpredictable. His Chun Sinan, who was busy analyzing, only noticed his grandson slumped on the ground with a silly grin. It was then he remembered that while he was away for a few hours, Su Chen not only mastered the sword aura but even developed his own methods. At his own pace. Old Chen, you're back. Su Chen came running, his face full of warm smiles. If Luo Miaxia were here, she would definitely make a funny face at this scene, laughing without saying a word. The person standing opposite this smile would most likely face the embarrassment of being drained by Su Chen. What do you want to do? At this moment, Chen Sinan saw Su Chen as a complete treasure trove. As long as he put in the effort, he could definitely squeeze out a lot of useful things. Can you tell me more about the techniques for sword training? That's no problem, but too much at once is hard to digest. It's fine, just swallow it down first. Chen Yu stared longingly at the two on the other side of the room, letting out a heavy sigh. He hadn't even completed the compression of sword energy, so how did Su Chen directly master the sword aura? He had just finished teaching the techniques for the proficient level and the usage of the thrusting sword. When Chen Sinan stepped out to make a phone call and returned to see Su Chen's moment of 7 swords, he was completely stunned. Old Chen? Ahem, the next technique is... Gradually, Chen Sinan began to sweat. He realized that the young man holding the common alloy short sword had gone from contact to proficient use in about an hour. And these techniques, Chen Sinan, as someone who had been through it, was very clear about their difficulty. For example, he only comprehended the sword energy tide at the peak of his mastery. The sword energy could surge like rolling waves, with each strike sending the next wave higher, continuous and unbroken. When he had that sudden inspiration, it took him nearly a year to go from nothing to mastery. Yet Su Chen had done it in less than 2 hours, with such ease. Chen Sinan couldn't help but shout. Internally, did this kind of person have no bottlenecks in their training? The previous Su Chen was a huge but incredibly dry sponge in the realm of swordsmanship. Facing a sword master like Chen Sinan, he naturally thrived. The mastery of master-level swordsmanship combined with the powerful comprehension ability provided by the Eye of the Heart created the astonishing learning speed that made one's scalp tingle. Time and training always flew by. Before he knew it, it was 8 a.m. Su Chen raised his sword. The rolling sword aura spun like a rapidly rotating windmill, leaving deep and clear sword marks of varying depths on the smooth, hard wall. Chen Sinan couldn't help but roll his eyes in deep resentment. The sense of defeat that arose within him turned this sword emperor who had been dominating just 2 days ago into a dispirited old man. Didn't the notice say the meeting starts at 8:30? Thank you for your guidance. Su Chen sincerely bowed deeply. Although he felt there were still many techniques he hadn't learned, in just a day and night he had basically mastered 80% of the sword techniques below the master level. The rest would be to find time to integrate all these techniques after returning to school. Watching Su Chen finally leave, Chen Sinan let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at his grandson who was still diligently studying, he suddenly found him quite charming and adorable. It turned out that having a prodigious disciple could be such a bizarre thing. Sigh, I really don't know how Mei Nianxue managed to hold on. With a sense of emotion, Chen Sinan repeatedly reminded Chen Yu not to tell his sister Chen Yu about what happened in the training room. Until now, he finally confirmed that Su Chen was a peerless genius with a talent more terrifying than Chen Yu's. At this moment, Chen Daoping walked into the training room, slightly taken aback. Father, are you looking for me? What do you think of that little guy named Su Chen? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Daoping felt very good about Su Chen because Hu Rong and her daughter had successfully opened their hearts. However, since the person asking this question was his own father, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying. He has extraordinary talent and so far, his character seems good. You haven't wasted your years as the president of this guild. Chen Sinan's expression was more serious than ever. You need to pay special attention to his future development. Understood, father. Just as he walked not far from the door, Chen Daoping suddenly heard Chen Sinan talking to himself behind him. Such an excellent seed. If we don't keep him in the Chen family, it feels like we would be letting down our ancestors. Doesn't it? To have a great-grandson with an innate sword heart and exceptional comprehension. TSK. Chen Daoping stumbled and nearly fell. The blooming tulip swayed in the cold winter wind. The flags of the 4 schools fluttered in the sky, along with numerous mercenaries and the leaders of the Fengjiang strategic camp. Thousands gathered in the square. The red robe team, directly under the sword emperor, stood solemnly on both sides. I now announce the punishment decision for Lars Blonder and 4 others from Honghai University. Chen Xianen, positioned at the center, spoke in a voice that was not loud but resonant, instantly echoing throughout the square. Lars Blonder is dead. All his possessions are confiscated except for personal property, and his supervising mentor, Wells Smith, must leave the country within 3 days of receiving the documents. Chao and the other 3, knowing Lars's misconduct, still violated the conscience and morals of the awakened in Huaxia. From this day forth, Chao and the other 3 are expelled from school, and this matter will be permanently recorded in their files. All personal property is confiscated and allocated as special funds for the families of martyrs. From this day forth, they are prohibited from entering any awakened university under any name. For 5 years, they cannot engage in any activities related to the awakened. Notify the families of the 4 and compensate Hu Rong and her daughter, Luo Miaxia. An investigation team will be dispatched to the elementary, middle, and high schools of the 4, strictly reviewing the moral education curriculum for the awakened. Under the weight of these punishments, the 4 had already fainted on the spot. Upon hearing these penalties, everyone had only one thought. Their lives were over. Even years later, when the storm had passed, as long as the stain remained on their records, no guild would be willing to accept them. This was the maximum punishment one could receive. Of course, no one would feel any sympathy for them. Regarding the Honghai University, where the 5 were enrolled, after research and decision, due to the lack of moral education for students, it has been decided to cancel the results of this exchange meeting, and the resources obtained will be evenly distributed to the other 3 universities at 30%. Terminate the plan for introducing foreign students at Honghai University. A special investigation team will be stationed for 1 year. If the review is still unsatisfactory, after 1 year, Honghai University will be downgraded to a first-class university. People sighed at the efficiency and thunderous means with which the state handled this matter. No one had anticipated that this incident would directly shake the foundation of Honghai University as a top institution. Vice President Yang of Honghai University, along with teachers and students, all wore grim expressions and left early. Meanwhile, the other 3 universities secretly rejoiced at the unexpected increase of 10% in resource allocation, especially Yuanma University, including the original 40% for being first. The current resource allocation would amount to half of the total. It was 2.5 times that of last year. The exchange meeting of the 4 schools came to a close at this moment. Xiaojin, while feeling emotional, couldn't help but glance at the young man at the end of the line, his heart surging with thoughts. In this exchange meeting, Su Chen was undoubtedly the greatest contributor. Originally, according to the previous meetings arrangement, if he achieved first place, the individual with the highest score would be rewarded with 20,000 credits and a set of star quality battle armor, along with an A-level cultivation resource every month. But now, it seemed too meager. Achieving such impressive results in the first half of the freshman year was remarkable. It could be foreseen that Su Chen's resource advantage would grow like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. After the meeting, Su Chen went to the cafeteria for a meal and packed over 100 chicken legs. Little White Peach, as expected, was starving to madness, with a palm-sized body capable of eating 36 braised chicken legs at once. Fortunately, Su Chen was not short on money. If it were in his past life, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford to raise it at all. After returning, he planned to figure out what kind of fierce beast it was and then buy some specialized food. Beast pets, due to a lack of combat experience, needed to consume special food to enhance their physique. The owner also had to periodically take the beast pet out to hunt fierce beasts to achieve better growth and cultivate rapport. After Jiang Shinro sent dozens of friend requests, she finally calmed down. Of course, it wasn't that she really intended to delete them. Adding friends was her initiative, and deleting them was also her choice. She couldn't just let others do as they pleased, right? Su Chen had one thing to say: he would never indulge her. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Chen Yu, dressed in the Manhwa University uniform, stood at the entrance, looking lively. Are you leaving? Yeah, the airship is at 1:30. Alright, if fate allows, we'll meet again. Just call me if you need anything. Suddenly, Chen Yu's face flushed, and she stammered. What if I need you all the time? What should I do? Maybe you could hold on, or just bear with it? Having long been accustomed to Su Chen's remarks, Chen Yu suddenly handed him a short sword. This is my farewell gift to you. Touching the warm short sword, it wasn't long but had considerable weight. Seeing the words Qingxin engraved on the scabbard, it seemed to be the name of the sword. Just as he looked up, Chen Yu pressed her hands against the walls on either side faster than ever before. Warm lips, like a chick pecking at rice, gently touched his. Was he being forcefully kissed? Su Chen blinked, relieved that he hadn't opened his mouth just now. After all, he hadn't brushed his teeth in over a day. His eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of anger passing through him. She just kissed him in front of him? How shameless. Their eyes met, and the girl showed no signs of shyness. Instead, there was a brightness like spring's tenderness and a determination that had finally been made. Gently patting his cheek, Chen Yu was poised and graceful. I know this is your first kiss, but now it's mine. You won't lose out either, because this is my first time too, and I will definitely take responsibility. Who knows how many girls you will kiss with that mouth in the future. Your first kiss belongs only to me. By the way, I really like you. I like you a lot. Ever since you came here, I've wanted to say it. Thank you for always standing by my side. So, I've made up my mind. I want to marry you. You have to take care of yourself. Wait for the day I come to marry you. I allow you to find other girls, and then I can marry them all together. I'm leaving now. Su Chen, I like you. With that, the girl turned around gracefully, her high ponytail lightly brushing against her cheek and chin, leaving a tingling sensation. As she walked down the stairs, Chen Yu looked up at the sky, like a silly girl who didn't understand, smiling widely. Wait, don't go. Are you here to see me off? Not really, this is for you. Su Chen handed her a bottle of gum, helplessly saying, you just had those chive and egg buns for lunch, right? Next time, remember to chew some gum after eating. Oh, I don't mind. Taking advantage of Chen Yu's moment of distraction, Su Chen quietly said, because I haven't brushed my teeth either. At 3 in the afternoon, everyone at Manhwa University gathered in the square. Not far away, the brand new Starway train was parked. Chen Xin and Chen Daoping appeared simultaneously, chatting warmly with Su Chen. In the eyes of the crowd, envy was hard to conceal. This was clearly an olive branch extended to Su Chen in advance. Board in an orderly manner, we are departing. With a command from Xiaojin, everyone boarded the train according to their assigned carriage numbers. The little white peach slept soundly in the pocket of a black trench coat, surrounded by many mercenaries. Bidding farewell. Young man, come back to Yuqing when you have the chance. Good luck. Su Chen's 2 rescues of Hu Rong and her daughter had become widely known among the mercenaries in this camp. The mercenaries all admired this powerful yet pure-hearted young man from the bottom of their hearts, naturally becoming even more enthusiastic. In front of the chimney at the front of the vehicle, the boyish Qiu Si gazed thoughtfully at the distant lair of the elusive beasts. Old Meng, I'm off. Suddenly, a voice appeared by his ear. Qiu Si lightly snapped his fingers, and all the doors of the Starpath train closed, while Xiaojin activated the hidden rear energy source. 2 inconspicuous star tracks appeared, and the speed of the Starpath train increased until it soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Several hours later, at the East Playground of Manhwa University, A girl stood with her hands in her pockets, her red lips pressed tightly together. From time to time, she would impatiently glance at the star-filled night sky. A few people around her whispered they were all elite members of the Pioneer Guild. They were also part of the welcoming team from various guilds. Why do I feel like Sister Shinro is about to kill someone? Oh my. I haven't seen her angry in 3 years. It's terrifying. Until they saw a tall red-haired girl, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. President, you finally made it. I got it. You all go do your own thing. Ji Xingqiang stood side by side with Jiang Shinro, unable to resist teasing. Ah, our noble little Princess Shinro, she's really angry now. Humph. A distant, echoing whistle suddenly sounded from afar. Fortunately, it went so smoothly because of your cooperation. Thank you, teacher. Kong Fong withdrew her gaze from the window, secretly relieved, and said, with a serious expression. She could already see the brightly lit East Playground, and they would probably arrive in a few minutes. Before learning that she would be the accompanying teacher for Su Chen, the strongest new student, she was actually quite worried, especially since the other two were his roommates. Fortunately, during this month, Su Chen and the others not only did not engage in any violations but also achieved good results individually. Especially Su Chen, who led Yuan Mo to directly rise to first place, allowing her to receive a considerable bonus. Having witnessed conflicts between other students and their accompanying teachers, she felt increasingly fortunate and had to express her gratitude. Ha, why is Teacher Kong suddenly so polite? I think so too. Kong Fong took out her phone and added the three of them as friends one by one. If you have any questions about ancient civilizations or various mysterious sects, you can come to me. Don't underestimate me just because I just arrived. I'm quite knowledgeable in these areas. The four chatted as the starry train arrived at the station. The cold wind howled and dark clouds obscured the moon. Under the pitch-black night sky, the East Playground was bustling with people. Principal Ren Danqing led the way, with the deans of both colleges and many teachers present. There was also a welcoming team composed of all the first-year students and club members. Today was Saturday, and there weren't many classes scheduled for the next day. Many second and third-year students also came to the East Playground to witness this grand moment. The carriage doors opened, and over 100 students and accompanying teachers, feeling the familiar atmosphere, poured out in a rush. They were warmly welcomed as soon as they got off the train. The applause and cheers echoed endlessly. The ceremony was not complicated, lasting no more than 15 minutes. In Rin Danqing's words, on such a cold day, saying a few less meaningless words was better than anything else. After announcing the time and place for the celebratory banquet, the welcoming ceremony came to an end. Beautiful eyes, filled with a mix of anticipation and complex emotions, searched through the crowd. Soon, Jiang Shinro's face broke into a smile, which quickly faded as she stiffened her expression again. She took long strides, heading straight towards a young man who had just managed to break free from the crowd. Ji Xingqiang hurriedly took a few quick steps to follow her, continuously persuading her. Shinro, why don't we go back first and talk about it tomorrow? It's easy to get carried away at night. Don't act impulsively. Shinro, don't be silent. Ji Xingqiang felt that something was amiss. As Jiang Shinro's close friend and confidant for many years, she had never seen her look so fierce. As if sensing something, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. Ha. Good evening, Sister Shinro. Long time no see. Looking at Jiang Shinro, who rushed directly in front of him in just a few blinks, Su Chen smiled particularly happily and greeted her warmly. Sister Xingqiang, Sister Shinro, we are so excited to see both of you here to welcome us. Sun Biwei beside them was beaming, while Yang Yunfeng chuckled non-stop. You two performed well. You didn't embarrass our club. Ji Xingqiang smiled, her peripheral vision fixed on her silent friend, ready to restrain the soon-to-explode lioness beside her. Why aren't you speaking, Sister Shinro? She slightly bent down to meet Jiang Shinro's gaze, even shaking her hand in front of her eyes. Is he an idiot? Ji Xingqiang couldn't help but shout anxiously in her heart. Can't he see that Jiang Shinro was on the verge of exploding? However, she thought again. If he could really see it, he wouldn't be able to add a friend and then immediately delete them in such a back-and-forth manner. I still plan to talk to you in person. Talk about what? Anyone could hear the terrifying anger suppressed in that voice. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng swallowed hard, unable to help but wonder what their roommate had done. Didn't I delete you before? Come on, let's add each other again. It was as if he was talking about something trivial, as casual as eating or drinking. Su Chen took out his phone and opened the friend request page. This idiot. Why bring up that pot again? It was as if the person standing in front of him was some primitive who understood nothing. Ji Xingqiang had never seen someone so self-destructive. Shouldn't this situation be handled with some coaxing? Even those who don't date know that. What did you say? Jiang Shinro asked suspiciously. How was it different from what she thought? I said, let's add each other as friends again, got it? Why you can't? This time it's my turn to add you. Where's your phone? You didn't forget it, did you? Jiang Shinro took a sharp breath, shyly fidgeting as she took out her phone. With the friend request successfully added again, Jiang Shinro suddenly stared wide-eyed in horror. What had she just done? Ah, how could this happen? Why, you shouldn't think. Just because you deleted me and rejected me so many times, I would forgive you. Then should I still call you tomorrow morning? Hut, she glanced to the side, hesitating but with a hint of expectation. She nodded. Okay, same time, same place. At that moment, Ji Xingqiang really wanted to slap herself. So that's it? That was too quick. If I had known it would be like this, why did I waste so much breath earlier? Turns out the clown was me? Seemingly getting to know this longtime friend anew, Ji Xingqiang sighed inwardly. A girl in love is truly unfathomable. She suddenly had a strange feeling. The identities of these two people seemed like they should be swapped. It's not the senior flirting with the junior. It's more like the senior teasing the junior. No matter what, it's finally resolved. We can finally smoothly pass the trial secret realm. Sighing, Ji Xingqiang couldn't understand, was a man's power really that great? Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng exchanged glances, their mouths twitching, heads tilting. What kind of divine operation was this? They couldn't help but give their roommate a thumbs up in their hearts. It was simply absurdly strong. At the same time, they secretly lamented. If it were them testing the waters on the edge of life and death, they'd probably have grass growing a leg high on their graves, right? Can't learn it. No way to learn it. Sunday afternoon at 6 p.m. The celebration banquet officially began in the largest banquet hall. Yuanma University had ended its 6 consecutive years of third-place embarrassment, leaping to become the champion. The key point was that this championship brought a 50% resource allocation quota. It's important to know that the original 20% resources had already made all the freshmen exclaim about how abundant the resources were. The resources obtained next would be 2.5 times that. This meant that the purchasing power of credits instantly increased by 2.5 times. Compared to first-class universities, it could reach a gap of 16 times or even greater. The resulting impact could no longer be described as profound. Freshmen would see an increase in resource acquisition, and the levels of awakeners would also rise accordingly. In the following years, during the resource allocation battles in the second and third years, compared to the other 3 top universities, there would be an absolute advantage. Calling this cohort the strongest would not be an exaggeration. All the students and teachers who had experienced it spoke with admiration for Su Chen. It was he who, relying solely on his own strength, pushed Yuanma to the first throne. As the absolute shining core of this banquet, Ren Danqing originally planned to call Su Chen to the stage, but upon learning that he hadn't come at all, she could only smile wryly and give up. For this young man of humble origins, he became increasingly valued. This gave rise to even more reckless thoughts. What kind of results would Su Chen, or even this group of outstanding freshmen, achieve if they participated in next year's top 100 university competition ahead of time? The celebration banquet lasted until 10 p.m. Students and teachers left, one after another. Near the entrance of the simulated secret realm, a young man in a black trench coat skillfully received the elixir and was just about to leave when he was called to stop. Junior Su, do you have any plans to expand your business? Hearing the other party's desire to lead the team through the trial secret realm, Su Chen pondered for a moment and agreed to give a response a week later. The so-called trial secret realm is an end-of-term assessment exclusive to elite clubs. Transitioning from an ordinary club to an elite club comes with high benefits, but it is not a lazy haven. If one fails to clear the trial secret realm, the resource allocation for the next semester will be reduced by 10%. If one fails again, they will be directly demoted to an ordinary club, with no promotion eligibility for a year. At least before understanding the specific information about the trial secret realm, he did not want to make a rash commitment. After returning to the dormitory and taking a hot shower, he walked out of the bathroom naked and found the abyssal eye staring at him with wide eyes. It seemed to want to see every corner of him, and he could vaguely sense a hint of jealousy. Speaking of which, ever since he had the abyssal eye, he had never used any other bow. Jealous of a bubble tea kettle. It's just a bow, it won't talk. If it wants to watch, let it watch. Think however it wants. With that thought, Su Chen felt relieved. The little white peach shook its head, and the 4-leaf clover on its head swayed along. Su Chen went to the corner and immediately took out a large bag of marinated chicken legs from his storage ring. Looking at the little creature munching away happily, he decided to take some time to visit the beast pet shop. He reported safety to Xiao Chang and Luo Miaoxia when suddenly a message from Mei Nianxue popped up. A photo poster? In the image, Mei Nianxue was wearing a bright yellow floral ancient-style top, with an elegant embroidered skirt below. Her white long hair danced as she drew her bow, exuding extraordinary heroism. Just seeing it once, it was quickly retracted. My beloved cost teacher, Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Qingbei City train station, pick me up, my beloved cost teacher? Su Chen hurriedly replied. The messages popping up quickly on the phone screen made Mei Nianxue unconsciously curl her lips. She knew this guy must be looking at his phone. And beside her, she heard a click sound. This side profile is amazing. Yu Yorue exclaimed appreciatively. She increasingly recognized her initial decision as one of the Many saints in Huaxia, Mei Nianshue's looks were among the pinnacle. Choosing the Saint of Bows as the image spokesperson for bow and arrow equipment was estimated to increase quarterly transaction volume by about 10%. By the way, this afternoon, Dean Yi called me, saying he would conduct a talent test for your beloved student on Tuesday. Oh, you. Yoruwei sighed helplessly, then suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Sister Nianshue, I recently developed several types of long trench coats, both for men and women. Do you want to take a look? The next moment, Mei Nianshue was already walking towards the door. The girl behind her secretly chuckled, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. Along the way, researchers passing by would unconsciously stand aside upon seeing Yoruwei walking ahead. In this core research building of the Chixing Group, she held the highest level of P14 authority. The two took the elevator slowly upwards, with the factory below brightly lit and occasionally cargo trucks driving towards various parts of the country. You guy. Zhang Xinro huffed playfully, turning her head away and not wanting to speak. After waiting for a long time without seeing Su Chen come to coax her, she couldn't help but sigh in frustration. She was very curious if Su Chen had allocated all the skill points that should have gone into romance into his talents instead. She seriously suspected that she was just a tool. If she were a tool, she wanted to be one in other aspects. Her cheeks flushed slightly. I give up on you. I said it's still not enough? I just know Sister Shinro is the best. Su Chen's sudden inquiry about the trial secret realm was well understood by Zhang Shinro. Many newly promoted elite clubs had taken the shortcut that Su Chen had taken. They naturally had no way to pass the trial secret realm, which was more difficult than the simulated secret realm. As he thought about how Su Chen actually had after-sales service, he couldn't help but admire Su Chen's intellect even more. As for the trial secret realm, there are no limits on the number of attempts or time. As long as you clear it before the official winter break, it's fine. Each semester's secret realm will have a different theme, and this time the theme is called Apocalyptic Insect Plague. You need to challenge a total of 9 rooms, and if you clear rooms 3 and 6, you can switch players midway. The final boss level Mother Insect has the ability to reproduce infinitely. Zhang Xinro understood Su Chen's thoughts. What he said was indeed useful information that he needed at the moment. However, I don't know if the effect of having all new students reduces the difficulty in the trial secret realm. Su Chen nodded and proactively helped Zhang Xinro pick up her tray. Shortly after they left, the number of people in the cafeteria suddenly increased. As the end of the semester approached, both new and old students were worried about the upcoming exams. The final exams at Manhwa University are divided into 2 main parts: theoretical assessments and the Demon Suppression Tower trials. The former requires students to actively choose at least 7 required courses, with each course needing a score of no less than 90 to pass. The latter requires entering the Demon Suppression Tower and reaching a specified level to pass. Scores will also be based on the level reached and the time taken. Almost all new students, after learning the specific rules, looked forward even more to entering the Demon Suppression Tower. The reason is that the Demon Suppression Tower not only assesses students' practical combat skills but also provides a huge opportunity to obtain cultivation resources. For every 7 levels climbed, the resources gained will increase by 5%. If one can enter the top 10 on the leaderboard, there will be additional resource rewards. Manhwa University has never lacked resources, it only lacks the means to obtain them. Various leaderboards and record challenges, if half can be completed, would guarantee a normal awakeners cultivation expenses for half a year. On the way to the teaching building, Su Chen thoroughly reviewed the exam content and rules several times. After finishing the hunt for the mysterious beast's lair, he immediately immersed himself in a tense and fulfilling study life. The little free time he had was also spent on refining pills, as it could also increase his mental attributes. In the same amount of time, refining pills increased mental attributes at a speed 2 to 3 times that of meditation. The only downside was the significant mental consumption. Fortunately, he had developed a habit of automatically operating his cultivation technique while sleeping every night. Elemental energy slowly entered his body, which could accelerate level advancement and improve mental recovery speed. Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. In the conference room on the top floor of the office building, Su Chen arrived as promised. Principal Rin Danqing, the dean and vice dean of the combat academy, Yishio and Xiaorzhen, along with a few unfamiliar faces, were already waiting. A short-haired middle-aged woman sitting in the corner looked flustered. Although the room was not hot, her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Su Chen, let me introduce you. Ren Danqing stood up with a smile. These two are Officer Liao and Officer Zhao from the National Resource Bank. Su Chen suddenly realized the SS-level ferocious beast cultivation resource he had selected, the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon, had arrived. After confirming personal information, a transparent cylindrical container, 50 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters in diameter, appeared out of thin air. Inside was the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon, with the light of stars flickering within. The terrifying high temperature caused the air around the container to ripple. After confirming everything was correct, they took out a slightly larger white cylinder and placed the container inside. In less than half an hour, the two walked out of the conference room. Impressed by their efficiency, Su Chen suppressed his excitement and planned to ask his teacher about the relevant usage tomorrow. Yishio, Xiaozhen, and others looked at Su Chen with envy. At their level, ordinary resources had long ceased to catch their eye. But the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon was different. If it weren't for the fact that it was only 60%, it would definitely be an SSS-level cultivation resource. Storing it in his storage ring, Ren Danqing smiled even more happily. Principal Ren, Dean Yi, Vice Dean Xia, I have another class next, so I'll be leaving now. At this moment, Ren Danqing stopped Su Chen. Student Su, may I ask if teacher Yu Yorue mentioned to you before, after you enrolled, about needing to retest your talent strength? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen nodded. Although it wasn't explained in detail, Yu Yorue had indeed mentioned it. Later, due to her taking a long leave, this matter was set aside. I see. We now need to reassess your talent. Don't worry, it won't delay your class. As he spoke, Yishio took out a device about the size of a laptop from his spatial ring. Su Chen was not unfamiliar with this instrument. When he awakened his talent, he had also demonstrated his talent abilities in front of such a machine, and the final rating displayed on the screen was F. Please use your talent. Ren Danqing's voice was very gentle, with a hint of anticipation. Everyone in the room focused their attention at this moment. Xiaozhen's delicate fingers, as white and tender as scallions, gently pressed the switch of the talent strength assessment device. On both sides of the assessment device, for small flying machines the size of fingernails took off. Immediately, the 4 flying machines flew above, projecting a colorful light screen, forming a lightened shadow cube that enveloped Su Chen entirely. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen no longer hesitated. With a thought, elemental energy instantly filled the large conference room. Yi Xiu's eyes unconsciously became serious, already anticipating the final result of this assessment. In the blink of an eye, elemental energy rushed from near to far, rapidly flying towards Su Chen. 8 celestial bodies, flickering with mixed colors, slowly circled around Su Chen. Elemental fusion? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Although it was already known that Su Chen's talent was the mastery of all elements, seeing the 8 basic elements merge without any obstacles still left Xiaozhen incredibly shocked. It is well known that the process of element fusion is extremely dangerous. For instance, with water and fire, any slight misstep could cause irreversible damage to the Awakener's talents. Even merging 2 non-repulsive elements is quite challenging, let alone merging all 8 at once. Even those high-level Awakeners with strong mental power and elemental talents cannot achieve it as effortlessly as Su Chen. Up close, she could sense a higher-level aura emanating from the fused elemental bodies. Xiaozhen's delicate body trembled, and her pupils shook violently, as if she already knew the final result. Just as everyone was watching, Su Chen, a middle-aged woman in the distance, under the illumination of elemental energy, looked increasingly pale. After more than 5 minutes, a large red S suddenly appeared on the pitch-black screen. Talent detection analysis complete. Talent name, Mastery of All Elements, rating, S-Class. Ren Danqing's smile widened even more, and a few seconds later, she couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. As expected, Xiaozhen and Yishio thought to themselves, their gazes towards Su Chen completely transformed. In fact, while A-class talents are rare, they are not surprising for top universities like UNMA University. However, once a talent reaches S-Class, it becomes a treasure 100 or 1,000 times more valuable. After all, only 3 S-Class talents appeared among the Awakeners taking the college entrance examination in Huaxia this year. Shanghai University and Longqing National Defense each admitted 1. The third, due to extremely poor grades, should normally have been relegated to a less prestigious university, but was ultimately admitted by a top university as an exception. This is the value of S-Class talents. And now, in this year's freshman class at UNMA University, after dismissing a student with a poor temperament who was S-Class, another S-Class talent Awakener has finally emerged. Moreover, this student is undoubtedly extremely formidable. Thinking of this, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but feel delighted. Moments later, Student Su, before anything else, I need to apologize. On behalf of the school. Ren Danqing's words made Su Chen visibly stunned, and then, following the gazes of the crowd, she looked towards the middle-aged woman in the corner. She was now slumped in her chair, weakly leaning against the backrest, her face filled with terror and despair. Due to our negligence, the shortcomings in your training, please give me and my team a chance to make amends. Of course, we will also deal seriously with the culprit behind this incident. Everyone in the conference room, including Yi Xiu and Xiaozhen, wore expressions of anger. Under the pressure of their powerful aura, the middle-aged woman trembled, nearly suffocating. Wu Yuelian, due to your personal reasons, you have caused immeasurable losses to the school and to student Su Chen. Can you bear this responsibility? As the director of the admissions office, you should have acted with public interest in mind. How could you abuse your power due to narrow-minded views? Every word was a merciless lash against Wu Yuelian. Su Chen also learned the ins and outs of the matter. UNMA University's system requires the reassessment of the talent strength of specially recruited new students to be the responsibility of the corresponding special recruitment teachers. Of course, it also requires prior application. Only after approval can the talent strength detection device be used. After Yu Yorue submitted the report and took a long leave, Wu Yuelian directly suppressed it, nearly burying the matter. It wasn't until Xiaojin saw Su Chen's performance and inquired again with Yu Yorue that the truth came to light. On the spot, Wu Yuelian was announced to be dismissed, and lawyers would file a lawsuit regarding this malicious incident, involving an S-class awakener. Is no small matter, especially since it was malicious interference, which adds to the severity of the crime. After Wu Yuelian was dragged away, Ren Danqing sincerely bowed and apologized in front of Yi Xiao and Xiaojin. Su Chen did not pursue the matter any further. For this principal who dares to apologize face to face, one can't help but marvel. To be able to become the principal of a top university as an ordinary person, this courage to apologize to students is indeed rare. Even so, Ren Danqing still compensated with 70,000 credits. As an ordinary person, the only thing she could offer was credits converted into equivalent Huaxia currency. Determining the strength of talent was just a small episode before receiving SS-level resources, and then Su Chen hurried off to class. Because tomorrow he needed to pick up Mei Nianxue and also planned to ask how to better use the blood of the Starfire Annihilation Dragon. He also found the lecturer in advance to inquire about the content of Wednesday's class. For such a talented and eager-to-learn student, the lecturers were naturally willing to share their lesson plans. In the evening, news of Wu Yuetian's dereliction of duty and lawsuit spread throughout the campus. However, everyone was more focused on Su Chen, who had been re-evaluated as an S-level talent. Freshmen who learned this news could only express their heartfelt admiration. In fact, since the beginning of the semester, many students on the campus forum had pieced together Su Chen's schedule. It was almost to the point of explosion. It had even reached a level where a slight delay would cause all subsequent arrangements to go awry. Many students tried but ultimately retreated, their words now lacking defiance and filled with respect. They could barely endure a few days, but for Su Chen, it was just daily life. After Ren Danqing presided over a meeting discussing rewards for Su Chen, she scanned everyone present and suddenly asked everyone, "I want Su Chen and this year's strong freshman to sign up for the top 100 university competition next year. What do you think?" Everyone's eyes widened, even Yi Xiao couldn't help but gasp. At the train station in Qingbei City, located in the densely populated northern district, nearby, there were many vendors selling snacks, and although it was a leisurely afternoon, there were still quite a few people. The familiar smell of street food brought a sunny smile to the young man leaning against the motorcycle. Several girls who happened to see him were already mesmerized. The current Su Chen hardly resembled the youthful innocence of his high school days. His handsome features and calm demeanor, combined with an age that seemed mismatched, were lethal to girls of all ages. Hearing the announcement of the train's arrival, Su Chen quickly walked to the exit. Passengers, some with backpacks and others pulling suitcases, were immediately surrounded by taxi drivers as soon as they exited. The few girls who had mustered the courage to approach and to add him as a friend were just about to speak when their eyes suddenly brightened. The woman in front of them wore an exquisite hanfu with silver long hair and emerald green eyes. Her flawless beauty and elegant demeanor were simply a dimensional blow to them. Moreover, seeing the woman affectionately linking her arm with the young man made it clear they were a couple in love. They could only turn away in disappointment, occasionally glancing back. Once the girls left, Mei Nianxue reluctantly but decisively let go of his arm. "Teacher, long time no see." The two walked towards the black motorcycle, and passers-by turned to look as they brushed past each other. They instinctively searched for cameras, thinking it was some kind of idol drama being filmed. Amid the roar of the engine, Mei Nianxue hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave up on the idea of wrapping her arms around him. Instead, she gently pinched her leather jacket to maintain her balance. "Teacher, can you accompany me to a place first?" "For what?" "I have a gift to give you." "Oh." Mei Nianxue suddenly thought of something, her fingers instinctively tightening. "Did you do something to wrong me? Would a man give gifts to a girl for no reason?" "Absolutely not. Either he wants something from you or he has done something to wrong you." The words of that guy who enlightened Mei Nianxue seemed to echo in her ears, for fingers inevitably tightened their grip. "Teacher, what bad things can I do? It's not like I've taken anyone else as a teacher. This time, I just learned a bit of swordsmanship from old Shin Sanan." Noticing the pain in his back easing, Su Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, speaking of which, recently, the teacher seemed a bit strange. The black Augusta weaved through the main road of Qingbei City, and every time it stopped at a red light, it would attract envious glances from many passers-by. Just over 20 minutes later, Su Chen parked the car by the roadside and walked shoulder to shoulder with Mei Nianxue into a clothing store. On this leisurely afternoon, there weren't many people in the store. As soon as the two entered, others instinctively looked over, their necks seemingly petrified, unable to look away. "Teacher, why don't you sit there and wait for me?" Finding a corner spot, her beautiful eyes occasionally drifted to that tall figure, thinking about how she had specially prepared a gift for Su Chen before leaving, and coincidentally, it was also clothes. Mei Nianxue couldn't help but smile. She had to admit, this student was increasingly to her liking. As for what the other party had prepared, Mei Nianxue didn't care at all. The great archer of Huaxia, what kind of precious clothes hadn't she seen? The people nearby wanted to step forward to speak, but due to the astonishing aura Mei Nianxue displayed, they had to give up. The front desk clerk checked Su Chen's information and was taken aback. Nodding and bowing, he led Su Chen upstairs. Before they had finished climbing the stairs, a familiar voice rang out. "You too, I sincerely apologize. This snow velvet fire mink coat is not for sale." The speaker was the old tailor who had previously begged Su Chen to showcase one of the fur coats. He was also the owner of Zhang's clothing shop. At this moment, as an ordinary person, his lips trembled, occasionally wiping sweat from his brow. It should be known that complete snow velvet fire mink is not only a rare high-quality material sought after by every tailor but also a pursuit for many beauty enthusiasts. This perfect piece, which gathered all his efforts, had attracted countless inquiries since it was displayed in the window. In just a week, there were no less than 200 people expressing their desire to buy it, including many buyers of high status and noble identity. The current price had already soared to 50 million Huaxia coins, and now the two people before him were of extraordinary status. The daughter of the president of Xinglong University, also a well-known genius alchemist in Qingbei City, Xiao Xina. She had passed the assessment and obtained a 3-star alchemist certification in her second year. In the future, she would represent the Qingbei City Alchemist Association at the Young Alchemist Conference in the eastern region of Huaxia. The young man beside her was also impressive, Li Xianyang, one of the top 3 in combat power at Xinglong University. As time passed, more awakeners would inevitably appear, and the old tailor had been exhausted during this time, hoping Su Chen would appear soon. "Master Zhang?" After greeting, the old tailor instantly showed an expression as if he had been pardoned, trembling with excitement as he quickly walked over. "Mr. Su, you finally came. I'm here to pick up the coat I customized before. Shaoli, hurry up and wrap the coat for Mr. Su." The old tailor could hardly wait to get that coat out of the shop. Soon, the clerk swiftly opened the combination lock and took the coat out of the display case. The people in the hall who saw the scene instantly erupted, each expressing their astonishment and confusion. "Mr. Su, this is my proudest work. If I have good materials next time, I am willing to make it for free." "Definitely." After a few simple words, Su Chen immediately went downstairs. Xiao Xinha and Li Xianyang also chased after them. Mei Nianxue, having received the coat, immediately put it on. Her silver long hair paired with the immaculate white coat made her holy aura even more noble. Including Su Chen, everyone in the hall was visibly amazed. Even Li Xianyang and Xiao Xinha were momentarily stunned. "Does it look good?" "It really looks good." Su Chen nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to step forward, Li Xuanyang's stride immediately retracted, pulling Xiao Xinha along with him. Until the two rode away, Xiao Xinha shouted angrily, "Li Xianyang, do you not love me anymore? My little aunt." "That person is Mei Nianxue, the new teacher from Manhwa University. She is the only Bao saint in our country." Xiao Xinha trembled, feeling a lingering fear. She knew months ago, the land of Xinglong University had been shot down so severely, and there was still no news about it. Back at the teacher's apartment, Mei Nianxue was just about to lazily enjoy some sweet candy. Next to her, Su Chen gently wiped his fingers across the table and immediately pulled Mei Nianxue to clean out the room. Once everything was tidied up, he took out box after box of candy from his storage ring. "Teacher, I received SS-level Stardust Dragon's blood yesterday, how should I use it?" He clearly remembered that the teacher had said before that this blood could enhance the strength of one's talent and also strengthen the body. Its preciousness was comparable to SSS level cultivation resources, and he didn't want to waste it. With a light snort, Mei Nianxue first unwrapped the candy wrapper of a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Slap! Then, with great flair, she slammed a fist-sized crystal jar onto the table. The stone table, just wiped with a damp cloth, immediately developed a layer of white frost. Ice Heartspring, at the deepest part of the ice-cold abyss, the ratio of ice elements to water elements must be 2-to-1 to have a chance of appearing. Ignoring Su Chen's puzzled gaze, Mei Nianxue stroked the soft snow velvet fire mink fur, her voice inevitably carrying a hint of warmth. The Stardust Dragon is born from the ashes of blazing fire, capable of using starlight power, with a full affinity for natural elements. Among them, its affinity for fire elements is the highest, and its blood is hotter than the previous dragon blood. Essence. To achieve the maximum effect, drink the Ice Heart Spring right after breaking through and stabilizing your realm, allowing elemental energy to disperse throughout your body, then drink 1/3 of the blood. "Did you remember?" Su Chen blinked, his gaze revealing a look as if he were seeing a stranger. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Teacher, your explanation this time is so patient." Mei Nianxue, who was lounging on the sofa, instantly jumped up. "I'm not saying so much just because you gave me something. I'm just afraid you waste resources." Yes, you're the best, teacher." He then learned from Mei Nianxue that the lower the level used, the better the enhancement effect. With 3 chances, he might also be able to use starlight power like the Stardust Dragon. After noting down the usage method, Su Chen secretly made up His mind. His current level was peak 2nd tier, and once he broke through to the lower 3rd tier, he would immediately use the Dragon Blood for enhancement. For that, he still needed 2 portions of Ice Heart Spring. Although Main Yanxue had already promised to help, Suchen still noted down the Ice Heart Spring. Suddenly recalling the pain of the burning desire he had felt before, he pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, this time there shouldn't be too much desire for life spray, right?" Main Yanxue indeed paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "If you follow my method, there won't be any. But if you drink too much, there definitely will be. If you're not at ease, come to me when you break through." "Thank you, teacher." Unknowingly, the sky outside had turned dark. Suchen recounted everything he had seen and heard in the Beast Spirit Nest, including the mysterious figure in the black robe and the process of obtaining the little white peach, rarely showing an unprecedented seriousness. Main Yanxue slowly uttered 3 words. "Beast Spirit Hall. Bring that little thing over in the next few days, and I will explain in detail afterward." Taking advantage of the moment to send Suchen away, Main Yanxue took out 2 paper boxes of the same size. On one of them, a large and bright red heart stood out prominently. She immediately guessed it was Yu Yorui's handiwork, snorted lightly, weighed it in her hand, and then put the heart-decorated one back into her ring. "Such a little trick, and you think you can trick me, teacher? Oh, this is a gift for you." Main Yanxue casually pointed and added, "Open it when you get back. Hee hee, you're the best, teacher." Back in her bedroom, Main Yanxue gently patted her cheek, and a scene seemed to appear before her eyes. Suchen opened it, put on the latest black leather trench coat, and swayed back and forth in front of the mirror. Unconsciously stroking the soft mink coat, his eyes flickered. This coat, both in craftsmanship and material, was of the highest quality. The most crucial thing was that the size was just right. When did this guy find out his size? Before going to sleep, Suchen opened the heavy paper box. A beautifully bound booklet resembling a private photo album suddenly appeared before him. "Oh, thank you all for your hard work today. All members who participated in the strategy trial Secret Realm over the past few days will receive an additional 15% in resource settlement at the end of the semester." Gently tucking her slightly messy red hair behind her ear, the bright eyes of Ji Xingqiang could not hide her fatigue. Her voice was filled with a fiery enthusiasm. There was not a hint of discouragement. Standing beside her, Jiang Shinro's long, full legs trembled uncontrollably. The members of the pioneering club who participated in the strategy trial Secret Realm under Ji Xingqiang's dual motivation of material and spirit each headed back to their dormitory. The two supported each other as they returned to the club's base. Originally, Ji Xingqiang thought Jiang Shinro's poor condition was the reason for their failure in the challenge of the Secret Realm. Ji Xingqiang sighed inwardly. She had already found the reason for the failure against the mother worm. It is well known that the trial Secret Realm changes its theme regularly. Each elite club needs to formulate corresponding team compositions based on different themes. This time, their challenge progress only had the final Lord-level mother worm left. The mother worm was a bulky entity, roughly the size of a heavy cruise ship. The environment of the area was a huge space resembling an arena, with only a narrow passage. The mother worm, located at the deepest point, had the ability to continuously breed larvae. From above, these larvae resembled towering waves under a storm. They spread out enough to fill the entire area. The most chilling aspect was their rapid movement and growth speed. By the time they reached the entrance, they had already grown to the 4th tier, elite level. To complete the kill, they had to continuously break through the tide of worms. The rules of the trial Secret Realm determined the level of the mother worm and adult worms based on the highest level awakener in the team. The mother worm was 1 tier higher. The adult worms were 1 level higher. In other words, if Ji Xingqiang was currently at the 4th tier upper level, the corresponding mother worm would reach the 5th tier lord level, while the adult worms at the outer edge of the tide would be at the 5th tier ordinary level. The strategy they devised was for Jiang Shinro, who had flying abilities, to bypass the front and directly attack the lower level larvae behind. With the cooperation of various spell-type awakeners, they would complete the kill of the larvae, cutting off the source of the worm tide. Ji Xingqiang would then quickly kill the front line with other club members at the 4th tier. They would advance from both the upper and lower paths, ultimately completing the kill of the mother worm. However, they had already tried many times and still could not succeed. Jiang Shinro's long, tender fingers, as white as green onions, gently tapped the table, and suddenly her eyes brightened. A familiar face appeared before her. If we talk about attack range, early stage archers had a greater reach advantage than spell-type awakeners. How about we try bringing Suchen along? That little boyfriend of yours? Humph. What little boyfriend? He hasn't even confessed yet, Jiang Shinro said, turning a bit worried. But what he wants might be a bit much. What are you afraid of? I, Ji Xingqiang, have never been a stingy person. If you and I can fit in, what are we afraid of with other resources? Jiang Shinro glared and lunged at Ji Xingqiang. The laughter and playful banter of the two girls echoed in the headquarters of the pioneering club under the dawn. Damn, The little white peach sleeping on her chest instantly jumped to the wall. Su-chen woke up abruptly from his dream, sitting cross-legged in a hurry. His rapid breathing quickly calmed down. At the same time, in the pitch-black room, one after another, elements of different sizes and colors appeared. He actually broke through from the second-tier upper level to the third-tier lower level in his sleep. With a heart as calm as water, the master level 8 element refining technique operated, and the elemental energy surging within him was constantly undergoing a process of blending and separation. Su-chen's body also became increasingly resilient in this process. The little white peach widened its curious eyes, occasionally using its front paws to catch the variously colored spherical elemental energies. In the void of dark consciousness, Su-chen felt an increasing amount of elemental energy. What is this? Su-chen was momentarily taken aback. He discovered a strange phenomenon. The elemental energy that had been touched by the little white peach expanded several times in volume after just 2 breaths. It was like an elemental amplifier. And the key was that this elemental energy was not just superficial. Su-chen clearly sensed that this elemental energy was absorbed into his body, more and purer than normal absorption. Although he did not know the specific reason, he was overjoyed. He intentionally manipulated the elemental energy in the room, making it line up and pass in front of the little white peach before absorbing it into his body. This process continued until dawn. With his eyes slightly closed and his mouth unconsciously grinning, after several hours of cultivation, he not only stabilized his third-tier lower realm but was also just a step away from the peak. Only after absorbing all the elemental energy in the room did he finally open his eyes. Manhwa, the little white peach, did not expect to be suddenly approached like this. It looked at the human who was only wearing underwear and running wildly with a somewhat resentful expression, the 4-leaf clover on its head drooping down. Beside it, the abyssal eye stared intently, its eyes nearly bursting. In those beautiful big eyes, faint blood vessels appeared. Fortunately, having learned alchemy before, he had all the necessary tools for weighing herbs. If he really were to be consumed by desire, he couldn't just find any hole to start, right? He took out the balance and poured the ice heart spirit spring into a bowl. Suppressing his excitement, he then poured the blood of the starry ash dragon into another bowl. Drop by drop, his gaze was filled with determination as he unhesitatingly downed a bowl of ice heart spirit spring. The terrifying icy breath was enough to freeze cells, and even more terrifying was the pain that could make one faint. Damn! He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The master-level technique operated wildly, the icy breath dissipating throughout his body in less than a second, and a thin layer of ice crystal formed in his meridians. Damn it, I did it! After saying that, a bowl of hot dragon blood, shimmering with stars, rolled down his throat, until not a single drop was left in the bowl. The scorching energy, like a wild horse, repeatedly washed over the ice crystal layer formed by the ice heart spirit spring. His entire meridians widened in a nearly tearing manner amidst the dual forces of ice and fire, and healed in the torrent of elemental energy, repeating this process endlessly. The abyssal eye continued to watch the young man on the ground, who, despite enduring excruciating pain, maintained absolute consciousness and persisted in operating his technique, filled with pity and a hint of admiration. Buzz! The violent heat surged towards the crown of his head, and in his pitch-black eyes, a narrow golden pupil, reminiscent of a dragon's, could be faintly seen. The black jade rock quietly emerged, his body completely enveloped in black and red dragon flames. In this burning, the scales became increasingly visible, slowly revealing a gradient of red, growing brighter. As time passed, specks of starlight flickered. In the quiet room, Su-chen's low roars occasionally echoed, already hinting at the might of a dragon's roar. The little white peach arched its back, its tail for all standing on end. At that moment, the 4-leaf clover on its head suddenly shone, Meow tilting its head. In its gem-like flawless eyes, there was nothing but confusion. Meow it silently approached Su-chen, gently rubbing its head against his cheek. Then it lightly jumped onto his back, curling up to lie down. At that moment, the abyssal eye widened in disbelief, staring at the scene not far away. The giant tree, emitting a shimmering green glow, moved without wind. The strands of life energy falling down constructed a life domain for the young man who still had not given up, where any injury could be healed. Meow. This is really damn persistent. Su-chen struggled to get up and immediately heard a series of sounds that seemed as crisp as glass shattering. A thin, hard shell on his body fell away, revealing skin as fair and delicate as a newborn baby's. Any girl would feel envy and jealousy. Moving his body casually, it sounded like popping beans, one after another. He lifted his head and happened to see the time displayed on the clock. 12:45. Well, skipping class is skipping class. Everyone has their first time. This day, on the campus forum of UNY University, 7 of the top 10 trending posts were analyzing the true reason why time management master Su-chen suddenly skipped class. Su-chen carefully sensed the changes in his body. The elemental energy within him circulated endlessly, with the same master-level technique. If before he was at the second-tier level, it was like a river in the mountains. At this moment, after the meridians throughout his body had widened, it was like a vast river with no end in sight. In the next second, as he spread his palm, an elemental energy arrow suddenly formed. Immediately after, the golden energy arrow transformed without warning into a vibrant green. In less than 5 seconds, the energy arrow did not disappear but changed into 8 different colors. The transitions were smooth and effortless. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. On the originally pitch-black energy arrow, golden, green, and red elemental energies appeared simultaneously. Completing the 4-element energy arrow was effortless. After the attempt, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. He could now instantly condense a 5-element energy arrow, but adding more elements would take a little time. Of course, this time would not exceed 4 seconds. The enhancements to the Wind Whisper and the Thoughtless Thunder were noticeable but not significant. The black jade-like substance with a red hue that emerged on his arms gently collided, producing a fierce sound like clashing metal. The condensed state is only slightly inferior in hardness compared to star-quality equipment, Su Chen estimated to himself, raising an eyebrow. After a simple test, he discovered that if he spread the black jade-like substance all over his body, he would essentially be at a quality above rare, nearly approaching elite quality. What does this mean? In other words, even without any weapons, Su Chen could easily shatter elite quality equipment purely with his physical strength. Right, didn't they say that the enhancement to fire elements is especially significant? Suddenly recalling his teacher's words, a nearly bright red flame ignited in his palm. Within it was a faint starlight that rose along with the flames. This enhancement could almost be described as unfathomable. Su Chen noted all the changes, preparing to ask his teacher later. System activate. Seeing the drastic increase in attributes, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Name: Su Chen. Qualification: Tier 3 Lower Awakener. Talent: Mastery of all elements, S-Class. Strength: 784. Agility: 775. Physique: 1989. Spirit: 1147. All attributes had increased by over 100 points, especially the physique attribute, which had increased by 557 points in one go. Coming back to his senses, he saw Little White Peach covering its nose and hiding in the corner, trembling. Only then did he realize that he now reeked. He hurriedly took a shower and cleaned the entire dormitory. The bell rang. It was already 3 p.m. Since he had already delayed, he decided not to rush. Su Chen then relaxed and stopped overthinking. He sent a message to Main Yenxue and saw a text from Jiang Xinro. They were meeting at the Pioneer Club headquarters at 6 p.m. to discuss matters regarding the trial's secret realm. After replying, he placed over 100 marinated chicken legs in Little White Peach's large bowl. During this time of eating and drinking excessively, Little White Peach had grown rapidly, now about the size of a 3-month-old kitten. Moreover, during the breakthrough, Little White Peach's enhancement of elemental energy made Su Chen even more curious. What kind of beast was it? After quickly finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Su Chen rode his bike to Zixia Tower. A few minutes later, the intelligent machine returned with a skill book. On the cover were 2 entwined dragons and 4 large characters written in black brush. Dragon Soul Dual Howl. He remembered this skill clearly from when he was learning the S-Class skill Sky Arrow book due to its special learning conditions. After using the Dragon Blood Condensation Ointment and the Star Ash Dragon, he should have met the learning conditions. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind. His bright and clear eyes moved slightly as he read through the skill book word by word. Suddenly, the method of the skill Dragon Soul Double Howl surfaced in his mind. So, he learned it just by watching it once? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. It should be noted that before, when learning the S-level skill Celestial Arrow Book and the Heavenly Cloud Demon Descend, although the latter took less time, he had watched it more than 3 times. In disbelief, he opened the system panel. Skill: Dragon Soul Double Howl, Beginner. There were still 468 free points left, which was completely insufficient to advance from beginner to proficient. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, already quite satisfied. He speculated that although the Dragon Soul Double Howl skill had an S-level strength rating, the difficulty lay in the fact that the learner must possess 2 types of dragon materials. As time approached, Su Chen went to the nearest training hall. The staff at the front desk greeted him warmly upon seeing him and casually gossiped about the sudden absence from class. Of course, Su Chen smiled faintly and did not respond. Rather than waste time on such meaningless conversations, he preferred to shoot a few more arrows, perhaps saving some free points in the process. After testing the skill and various changes in his body with professional equipment, Su Chen arrived at the headquarters of the Pioneer Society as scheduled. Sun Biwei and Yan Yunfeng were momentarily taken aback. Then, under the envious gazes of the two, Su Chen, led by Jiang Xinro, entered the strategic discussion room, which only the president, vice president, and core members could access. Ji Xingqiang had been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Su Chen, her body instinctively tensed. The corners of her mouth lifted in an incredulous smile. It seems the reason for your absence was that you happened to encounter a breakthrough, right? Su Chen shrugged non-committally. Jiang Xinro, sitting opposite him, looked at Su Chen with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, sizing him up. Although she previously felt that in a life-and-death struggle she might not win against Su Chen, it was merely a feeling. Now, just by the faint aura he exuded, she felt a sense of fear. So, what exactly did he do overnight? Why had he grown so much? I increasingly believe that Shinro's suggestion is very correct. Ji Xingqiang was not verbose and signaled Jiang Shinro to begin. After explaining the specific rules of the trial secret realm, including their side strategy requirements, Ji Xingqiang shook a fist. I'm not the kind of bastard who lets the horse run without giving it grass. As long as you can do your part and succeed in the strategy. By the way, you don't need to follow the whole time, just show up at the end. A one-time reward of 100,000 credits. Then, with great generosity, she pulled over her friend beside her. I can even throw in another Jiang Shinro. Oh. The four eyes met, and their expressions were the same. Suchen pondered for a moment and said solemnly, 100,000 credits is not bad, but let's skip Jiang Shinro. I want to change the terms. Jiang Shinro's cheeks instantly puffed up, like a squirrel stuffed with various foods. Am I not worth as much as this? Jiang Shinro asked, her eyes full of grievance. Stop it, Shinro, why do you need to compare yourself to these? Oh, Ji Xingqiang looked at her friend, whose eyebrows had a hint of sweetness, and sighed. Inwardly, knowing she had been completely grasped. She then snapped her fingers and said solemnly, no problem. See you at the entrance of the trial secret realm at 10 p.m. Just past midnight. Suchen heard the call, and under the envious gazes of the exhausted Sun Biwei and Yan Yunfeng, he walked slowly into the entrance of the trial secret realm, his black leather coat billowing. The two grinned, completely devoid of any thoughts of competing or even surpassing him. Wrapped in their coats, they fell into a deep sleep back to back. The next second, the field of vision suddenly expanded several times. Steep, towering rock walls, a misty sky. As soon as he stepped onto the rugged land, it felt as if he were carrying 2 bags of cement on his shoulders. Of course, within 2 minutes, Suchen felt completely adapted. After the incomplete dragon soul body fused with the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon, a subtle yet significant change had occurred. Ji Xingqiang, Jiang Shinro, and the 12 core members of the Pioneer Society couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Such strong adaptability. Suchen couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shinro a few more times, feeling a bit astonished inside. On her round, full legs, a pair of jet-black long boots stood out. Jiang Shinro's method of attack relied purely on her kicking skills. Beneath her black uniform, there was a quality completely different from her usual demeanor. Get ready, it's about to start, Ji Xingqiang shouted, gripping a sword as tall as himself, and Suchen, along with the other 13, stepped out of the passage simultaneously. The fully developed adult insects were rapidly advancing. Jiang Shinro moved like a nimble butterfly, her graceful figure leaping high, each descent precisely crushing an insect. In the blink of an eye, she had jumped over the front row of adult insects. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped the abyss eye, focusing intently as a deep red flame energy arrow suddenly condensed. The method of using the skill clearly emerged in his mind as countless ferocious beasts charged toward him. The moment the energy arrow was released, a loud dragon roar echoed, shaking the heavens. Moreover, it was clear that 2 giant dragons were roaring simultaneously. Amidst this dragon roar, the energy arrows quietly transformed. 2 golden-scaled giant dragons opened their massive mouths, intertwining as they surged forward. Without any resistance, they pierced through. The soul pressure from the 9th-tier star-extinguishing dragon instilled a sense of dread in all the insects. In an instant, Suchen managed to break through a gap directly from the front with this move. What the hell? What are you all standing there for? If you don't charge now, when will you? Ji Xingqiang and the others quickly followed behind Suchen, unable to suppress their confusion. Is this even possible? It is not surprising that the archer shot through the barrier made of 5th-tier ordinary insects. Among the members of the Pioneer Society, there are those who can do the same. But why does it have a deterrent effect on all insects, including complete and incomplete forms? Shouldn't such a situation require a level of power far exceeding that of the opponent? It should be noted that Suchen has just been promoted to the lower tier of the 3rd level. Ji Xingqiang and the elite core members were all in shock and confusion. I'll go eliminate the larvae first. Wait, I'll have a few of them clear the way for you. The twin dragons roared past, successfully carving out a path about 300 meters long in the dense sea of insects. But there were simply too many bugs. Soon, insects began to spread towards the center, and the path disappeared. The insects in their current position were between the 4th-tier elite and the lord level. Moving forward was already tricky for them, let alone for Suchen, who was at the lower tier of the 3rd level. Moreover, he was an archer. Just as the words left his mouth, Suchen calmly said, "No need." He raised his arm slightly, aiming at the steep, smooth rock wall on the right. The white bone claw shot out, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound of wind soaring into the air. Hearing the exclamations around him, Ji Xingqiang quickly came to her senses. A knowing smile appeared on her already beautiful face. She had a feeling from earlier that this challenge would surely succeed. The explosive heat scorched and deformed the air around her body. Plan adjustment. Everyone follow me and eliminate the adult insects at the fastest speed, at all costs. In the deep red heat wave, Ji Xingqiang's figure became immensely tall, as if she were an unshakable giant. All right, charge. Everyone responded in unison, instantly unleashing their strongest power. Using the momentum of the bone claw, they leaped into the sky. The view suddenly became much broader, and the situation below was laid bare. Ji Xingqiang and the main force were engaged in a fierce battle with the 4th and 5th tier adult insects ahead. A pitch-black figure danced like a butterfly, swiftly closing in to within 500 meters of the mother insect. Unfortunately, neither her moves nor skills belonged to the area attack type. About 90% of the insects continued to surge forward. The mother insect at the back sprayed out larvae like a water balloon bursting with a large hole. The larvae poured out in a massive fan-shaped spread. With a smile on his lips, Su Chen sensed the still warm larvae, their levels fluctuating between the 2nd tier ordinary and elite. As his body slowly descended, Su Chen drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The dark red explosive energy arrow condensed, its length far exceeding any previous shot. The blue wind spiraled around, enveloping the entire arrow. A piercing arrow shot through the clouds. The blue and dark red formations, accompanied by the explosion of the energy arrow, erupted with a thunderous sound. At that moment, everyone unconsciously looked up at the sky. Beneath the blue and red brilliance, faces filled with shock were illuminated. The area with a diameter of 150 meters below was completely shrouded. Dense fire meteors fell like a light spring rain. They seemed to fall effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion erupted. Everyone felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. The arrow rain was enough to shoot through 4th tier ordinary beasts like a sieve. It possessed both fire and wind elements. Fresh larvae, having just entered this world for less than 3 seconds, were already being roasted into golden, oil-slicked, crispy shapes like shrimp. The slowly spreading blue breeze undoubtedly acted as a catalyst, further expanding the flames. None of the larvae that rushed out from the mother insect could cross 100 meters through the sea of death fire. Unaware of the scorching heat wave rushing towards her, Jiang Shinro opened her mouth wide and swallowed a non-existent drool. The charming and alluring face was only shocking. Such a dense barrage, if not seen with one's own eyes, one would think it was several stable output spellcasters continuously using their skills. But this was actually something one person could achieve? Of course, it also meant that from this moment on, the number of bugs that Ji Xingqiang and the others needed to exterminate would change from an uncertain infinite to a single definite number. Jiang Shinro sighed softly and turned to leap gracefully. The dark over-the-knee boots flashed with a cold gleam. A huge crescent blade, similar to the ice skates worn by figure skaters, appeared. With arms spread wide, she elegantly flipped in the air, landing on her feet. The thick shell of a 4th tier ordinary adult insect cracked with a snap, shattering like ice shards, and she used the momentum to leap high again. Boom! Many people heard this muffled sound and instinctively looked over. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't understand what they were seeing, asking themselves, how could a freshman have such practical experience in utilizing recoil to soar into the air? Above Su Chen, thunderclouds gathered, and arrows rained down. While continuously shooting arrows, he, like Jiang Shinro, was also in the air. Every time his body fell, he would punch the ground. A forceful strike. The dark energy and wind pressure exploded, bringing a recoil force. Su Chen used it to leap into the air and attack again. And every time the celestial arrow skill was about to end, he would accurately shoot an arrow. Repeatedly connecting, the blue and red formations didn't even change position by half a point. It was as if it was a skill that could be used until the end of time. What the hell? This fist technique must be mastered at the very least. What are you thinking? That's a bowman. Then why is that? You ask me, how would I know? Ji Xingqiang smiled bitterly and shook her head, focusing her gaze on Su Chen's body, secretly amazed. How resilient and tough must his physique be to ensure his arms wouldn't fracture under such maneuvers. The outer layer of complete adult insects was basically cleared. The number of adult insects was only a third of what it had been at the start. Many people showed signs of fatigue. After all, it was an unreserved high-pressure continuous battle. To achieve such a level, these people would rank in the top 5 among other elite clubs. Ji Gang! Ji Xingqiang shouted loudly, but it was still too late. Just as it seemed he would be taken out by a backstab, the giant mandibles of the adult insect bizarrely froze. Seeing this, Ji Xingqiang rushed over and swung her sword to slay the adult insect. At that moment, she saw a black energy arrow embedded in the shadow. She quickly glanced at the tirelessly attacking youth and sighed softly. Junior, shoot me an arrow. Yes, 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 and give me one when you're done. The senior needs it too. Listening to the rising and falling voices around her, Ji Xingqiang's mouth opened and then slowly closed. She didn't understand why her elite club members would sincerely request a bowman to shoot them like they were starving. Was her brain malfunctioning? Since that moment when someone who had been heavily injured and collapsed became lively after being shot with an arrow, similar strange requests had been heard from time to time. Even the supportive talent members were no exception. Meanwhile, the silent water element energy arrow accurately hit its target. By now, after some hesitation, Jiang Shinro blushed and made a request. To Su Chen. The battle situation was basically stable, and while Ji Xingqiang was puzzled, she was even more curious. After hesitating for a moment, her words turned several circles before coming out. Can you shoot me an arrow too? Ji Xingqiong didn't notice that while she spoke loudly, her cheeks were as red as the fiery greatsword in her hand, even more so. The cool water element flowed through her body in the blink of an eye. The fatigue accumulated from the high-pressure battle was alleviated in this coolness. The small wounds on her body healed at a visibly rapid pace. It was more comfortable than stretching after a good sleep. Ji Xingqiong suddenly opened her eyes and quickly covered her mouth. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with astonishment. Was this the voice she could make? The gaze she directed at Su Chen was filled mostly with shock and wonder. She had witnessed his performance, control, healing, alleviating fatigue. Was there anything he couldn't do? With Su Chen's involvement, the life of the larva lasted no more than 3 seconds. He had eliminated all the scattered adult individuals. The members of the Pioneer Society breathed a sigh of relief, believing the most troublesome problem had been solved. In their eyes, the 5th-tier Lord's mother bug was merely a gigantic adult that moved extremely slowly. It wasn't until Ji Xingqiong and the others' attacks landed on the mother bug without even breaking its surface that they gradually realized the problem. What's going on? Jiang Xinrou's face turned pale as she spoke in disbelief. The blue and red formations in the sky gradually became illusory, and the rain of arrows began to thin out. Feeling the elemental energy still surging within her like a great river, Su Chen did not hesitate to shoot another arrow into the sky. Continuously. Using the S-rank skill Celestial Arrow Book, along with other skills, the elemental energy remained abundant. If he had only normally advanced to the 3rd-tier lower level, he would have probably consumed several bottles of spirit-enhancing pills by now, Su Chen thought to himself. He then turned to look at the mother bug several dozen meters away. The bloated, hefty body was covered in indescribable things, a colorful and dense sight that could make anyone with a fear of clusters tremble uncontrollably. His eyes sparkled with starlight as he observed the scene of everyone attacking in succession. Dodging the venom that shot towards him, his expression grew increasingly serious. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the mother bug was packed with fully formed adults, and not just in one layer. The most chilling part was that all these adults were still alive. Their presence formed a hard shell capable of blocking any attack. According to everyone's deductions, it could withstand the full force of a 6th-tier mid-level or even upper-level awakened one strike. They also constituted armor that could launch toxic substances. The dense attacks had almost no blind spots. As Ji Xingqiong and Jiang Xinrou furrowed their brows, the earth-shattering dragon roar instantly pulled them back to reality. The entwined purple double dragons, with dense arcs of electricity flashing on their surfaces, unleashed the S-rank skill Dragon Soul Dual Howl, enchanted with the thoughtless thunder. From the end that spewed out larvae, it pierced straight through with an overwhelming momentum. The deterrent effect of the dragon Soul combined with the paralysis of the lightning caused all units, including the mother bug, to momentarily stop attacking. What is this? At this moment of confusion, everyone saw Su Chen quickly move to the side of the mother bug. Su Chen, do you want to? Everyone's eyes widened. Involuntarily. He can't be thinking of taking down the mother bug by himself, right? Someone said abruptly. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had circled to the right side of the mother bug. Whoosh, his left hand clenched into a fist, revealing the dark, shiny dragon scale jade. There was also the wind element swirling above it, enough to move everyone. The gradient red hue on the dragon scales became increasingly prominent against the backdrop of the greenish glow. Right at the center of the mother bug, he punched out. It was as if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples, one after another. Accompanied by the green wind element, it spread across the surface of the mother bug. The mastery of the inch force opened the heavens. It was by no means just simple dark force. Under the enchantment of the wind element, the range of the spread increased several times, even tenfold. The next moment, the crowd, filled with anticipation, couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in their expressions. A grand spectacle, yet was it merely a ripple? The scene they had hoped for, where chunks of the mother bug would fall away to reveal tender skin, did not occur. However, just after a breath, a fierce storm erupted, along with a hidden force. Damn, that's some serious strength. How is he doing this? Jiang Xinrou's shoulders trembled slightly, involuntarily. The scene before her once again left her in unparalleled shock. The entire mother bug, under Su Chen's punch, resembled a heavy train derailing. The left side of its body lifted just a few centimeters off the ground, and Ji Xingqiong's eyes lit up. He immediately understood Su Chen's intention and quickly took out a crimson pill to swallow. A top-grade 7-star fire exploding spirit pill. It could temporarily boost one's strength by 1 to 3 levels. The cost, however, was a week of being unable to engage in any combat after the effect wore off. The area where the mother bug made contact with the ground was precisely the only critical spot not covered by the adult bugs capable of being fatal. Su Chen jumped high into the air, and all eyes could only see 3 deep green and dark red energy arrows. They shot towards the front, middle, and back of the mother bug, but they were not aimed at the mother bug itself. After being released, the energy arrows suddenly exploded into 12 equally sized arrows. They precisely shot into the gap between the mother bug and the ground. In an instant, 3 arrows all were the Meteor 12 strike. The explosion that shook everyone's spirit occurred in the next moment. A violent and scorching wave of energy actually blasted the massive mother bug nearly 2 meters into the air. Is that it? Just as Su Chen was about to shoot again, he heard Ji Xingqiang shout, "Shinro, got it!" With her strong, rounded thighs, Jiang Shinro pushed her speed to the limit. She also swallowed a pill to enhance her strength. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he slightly nodded. The opportunity was fleeting, and Jiang Shinro was astonished by Su Chen's judgment and his almost godly archery skills. In a flash, she appeared beneath the mother bug, letting out a soft shout. Her body spun rapidly, her legs kicking continuously at the soft underbelly. Bang bang bang! The true softness of the mother bug was completely exposed. At that moment, everyone launched their attacks, various skills and talents tearing through the sky. Su Chen slowly drew back the bowstring, an energy arrow infused with 4 elemental energies quietly coalescing. He aimed at the disproportionately tiny head hidden beneath the mother bug's belly and then released his fingers. Ji Xingqiang unleashed a fierce and unparalleled red flame, his feet planted on the ground, hands gripping a great sword. A blade of raging flames cut across the sky. It burned and tore through the mother bug's abdomen without any obstruction. Not done yet, suddenly turning, he delivered an even more ferocious strike. It was enough to dye the earth a bright red flame cross burning in the sky. The raging flames also burned away a third to a fourth of the battle armor Ji Xingqiang was wearing. Several patches of white were exposed. In this inferno, the area where the mother bug's head was located completely exploded. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, who were fast asleep, were awakened by a cacophony of noise. Upon focusing their eyes, they saw the Red Kite Society, which was on par with the Pioneer Society. The two leaders were none other than President Qin Feng and Vice President Ouyang Qing. They, along with more than 20 others behind them, had thick stains and dust on their battle armor, showing varying degrees of wear. Fatigue was evident on everyone's faces. "Are you here to challenge us again?" Qin Feng looked at a tall, short-haired young man, his voice tinged with pride. His name was Gu Hong. Apart from Ji Xingqiang and Jiang Shinro, he was truly the third in command of the Pioneer Society. "Aren't you here for the same reason?" "Gu Hong, we just completed the trial secret realm." Ouyang Qing puffed out his chest, a proud smile on his lips. All members of the Red Kite Society were in high spirits. After all, the two societies had always been evenly matched in terms of overall strength and achievements. The fact that the Pioneers Society had repeatedly failed in the trial secret realm was no longer news on campus. This time, with the president joining in and everyone working hard, we will achieve. A faint smile gradually widened as Ouyang Qing's gaze swept over each member of the Pioneers Society, and he spoke loudly. "It's third place on the leaderboard in hard mode." Gu Hong heard a series of gasps behind him just as he was about to speak. A voice as passionate as fire instantly dispelled the chill among all the members of the Pioneers Society. "Only third place in hard mode? The Red Kite Society isn't doing so well this time." President, you finally came out." The members of the Pioneer Society, including Gu Hong, all looked towards the dozen or so people walking out from the secret realm. "What do you mean?" Qin Feng's eyes suddenly trembled. He saw a face that was both unfamiliar yet incredibly familiar. It was the person he had dreamed of defeating. Moreover, he had to do it in front of the Bo Saint Meng Yanxue using the most decisive and straightforward means. Had he actually joined the Pioneer Society? Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Although he didn't think Su Chen had the qualifications to be a student of the Bao Saint, his strength as an archer was beyond doubt. The recognized strongest freshman in the Pioneer Society would undoubtedly pose significant resistance to the future development of the Red Kite Society. "Don't you all have two eyes? You can see for yourselves." Ji Xingqiang, with both hands tugged into the collar of his black leather coat, pointed at the leaderboard not far away and said with a smile. Two members from the two societies had already rushed over eagerly. "Warrior difficulty highest record? Ha ha, did we break the record? Awesome." The explosive sound at this midnight dawn hour was particularly clear to everyone. Ouyang Qing's smile suddenly became stiff. A look of suspicion appeared, seamlessly transitioning from her proud smile. Pushing through the crowd, she saw the Pioneer Society above the name of the Red Kite Society. "Impossible. This can't be. Only 3 hours?" Looking at the record set with nearly half an hour less time than her own, yet achieved in warrior mode, Ouyang Qing suddenly felt the bone-chilling cold of a winter midnight. "Vice President Ouyang, we are all very humble." Jiang Shinro's smile was particularly warm. Like a cute little fox, she revealed a heartfelt smile. "Welcome the Red Kite Society to challenge us anytime." We will." Ouyang Qing refused to back down. Coldly glancing at the youth with the negative bow in the crowd, Qin Feng led the Red Kite Society away quickly. "I want to have a good sleep, not a chance. If you can sleep, then there will be ghosts." Making a funny face, Jiang Shinro's cheerful demeanor caused many people's expressions to change slightly. Did these people really dislike seeing Jiang Shinro act like a lively girl? Wasn't she like this in front of him? Su Chen just felt curious. completing the challenge while also setting a record. Ji Xingxiong and Zhang Xinro felt the pressure on their shoulders dissipate. The scene of the energy arrow appearing precisely with the clothes flashed before their eyes. Feeling the warmth brought by the black leather coat, Ji Xingxiong's heartbeat quickened a bit. Everyone performed very well today. During the final assessment, in addition to the promised rewards, each member who participated in tonight's Secret Realm trial will receive an additional 2,000 credits. Everyone go back and rest well. I will contact you separately about the society's activities before the holiday, and don't forget to review well. If anyone fails, just watch me not beat them up. Su Chen quietly watched from the side, having to admit that Ji Xingxiong was a very charismatic president. At least in terms of rewards, she was generous enough. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng chatted with Su Chen for a bit before leaving in their car. Before leaving, the two stared at their spirited roommate, unable to tell that he had just gone through a fierce battle. They could only helplessly sigh at the absurd degree of difference between people. After only Ji Xingxiong, Zhang Xinro, and Su Chen remained. Su Chen, I sincerely invite you to join. Starting next September, when I begin my senior year, you can directly become the president. How about it? Ji Xingxiong could feel the hand of her friend resting on her arm tremble slightly. A battle was enough to reveal many things. She knew the young man in front of her was an almost omnipotent genius. The control over the overall situation displayed during the battle was almost at the top-tier level she had ever seen. Although there was never any overstepping of authority, she was constantly adjusting things through practical actions. As the saying goes, a good warrior does not seek personal glory. She believed that after Su Chen became the president, he would surely elevate the Pioneer Club to new heights. Sorry, please allow me to refuse. Su Chen shrugged, his tone leaving no room for argument. He had already made his decision and would not change it. Oh, I see. What a pity, Ji Xingxiong said in response. The 100,000 credits will be given to you by Xin tomorrow, and in addition, for helping us achieve the record this time, there will be an extra 50,000 credits as a reward. Regarding your additional conditions, Xin and I will be responsible for contacting you tomorrow, and we can start tomorrow night. You can set the time. After simply confirming the details, Su Chen bid farewell to Zhang Xin and Ji Xingxiong, hopped on his motorcycle, and disappeared into the night. Ah, I forgot to get the clothes. Su Chen laughed and shook his head. If I forget, cashing out wouldn't be too bad either. The Pioneer Club broke the historical record for the Warrior Mode Trial Secret Realm. It became a hot topic among many students in the campus who were nervously reviewing for exams over the next week. During the day, Su Chen immersed himself in fulfilling coursework, while at night he took the first-year students of the Pioneer Club to repeatedly attempt solo strategies. After several tries, he could basically complete all 9 rooms challenges by himself. Of course, this was in normal mode. After checking the calendar, Su Chen ruled out the exam dates, leaving 3 days of cooldown for leaving the club. I can still play 4 more times. Time was indeed too tight, but there were still many elite clubs struggling to figure out how to complete the challenge. Even if he lowered his price a bit, he believed many clubs would choose to raise their bids for the only 4 spots available. Thinking about the back-and-forth phone calls wasting time, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He simply set the price at 250,000 credits, aiming to gather a total of 1 million credits after finishing. Once this news was released, it was completely sold out in less than 3 minutes. Su Chen planned his time, and from then on, he just needed to lead the group step by step. Between classes, he also took the time to visit the Awakener's Tower. The blood essence of the star-extinguishing dragon had a significant effect on physical enhancement. Su Chen's training had already entered the right track, and he naturally did not want to delay due to a lack of materials. Moreover, Nianxue later sent a reminder via text. If it could be used at a lower level, the transformation of the body would be maximized. In that case, having enough ice Heart Spirit Spring became particularly important. After Manager Lin retrieved the inventory records, it showed that the last time there was Ice Heart Spirit Spring was 5 years ago. The Ice Heart Spirit Spring has a wide range of uses and is relatively scarce on the market. I suggest you ask the Alchemist Association. As far as I know, alchemists tend to have a habit of collecting, and there are also rules for trading items. I recommend you go to the Alchemist Association. They usually have someone in charge of registration, and you might find something. After thanking him, Su Chen walked out of the tower. Today was Monday. Last week was the final week of classes. This meant that starting this week, there would be no more class schedules and students could arrange their time according to their habits. There were still 18 days until the winter break. The last week would be the exam week, and all exams would conclude that week. The 7 selected courses had been reviewed thoroughly, while the specific rules for the Demon Tower had yet to be announced. Su Chen planned to visit the largest Beast Pet Center in Qingbei City to have Xiaobai Tao assessed and ask a ferocious beast expert what type of ferocious beast it actually was. He could also stop by the Alchemist Association to inquire about any news regarding the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. If there was none, he planned to visit Sun Yao. As a 7-star alchemist, he might know this type of collector. He picked up the sleeping little white peach and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Half an hour later, Su Chen appeared at the Beast Pet Center in Qingbei City, a huge 3-story building covering an area close to that of a normal high school. It was magnificent, exuding luxury everywhere. In the parking lot at the entrance, various luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions were everywhere. Most of the awakeners coming in and out here belonged to the wealthy or noble types. After all, obtaining and cultivating a beast pet requires a lot of manpower and resources. Usually, when an awakener obtains a fierce beast's egg, they would choose to sell it for a huge fortune. Inside the Beast Pet Center, there were multiple areas for shopping, medical care, beauty, and more. At the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, Su Chen arrived at the Fierce Beast Identification Office. A round-faced, middle-aged man with a friendly demeanor and glasses, who introduced himself as Professor Hao, received him. After a few pleasantries under Professor Hao's expectant gaze, Su Chen placed the still sleeping little white peach on the soft detection platform. So cute. The fur color is very smooth. There are even pink little pads. Ahem, please wait a moment. The time will vary by a few minutes depending on the rarity of the fierce beast. While speaking, Professor Hao activated the detection device and the little white peach lazily stretched. Strands of differently colored light scanned over. About a quarter of an hour passed. The printer not far away began to print automatically. Professor Hao rubbed his eyes, shocked, and then hesitated to place the detection report on the table. Upon taking it in hand, he immediately saw the conclusion marked in bright red at the bottom. Only 4 words. No such beast found. Oh, may I ask how many months old it is now? Not even 1 month. Little white peach opened its clear big eyes, jumped onto the left shoulder, and tilted its head to obediently observe everything in front of it. Professor Hao let out a sigh of relief, revealing an expression as if he had been granted a pardon, and exclaimed as if he had suddenly realized something. That makes sense. Young ferocious beasts do not have obvious characteristics, so it's normal that the detection device can't pick it up. I suggest you bring it back in 2 months. A flash of disdain and mockery passed through the big eyes that were fixed in contemplation. Su Chen nodded, not intending to continue the conversation. He had clearly sensed during his breakthrough that little white peach had the ability to amplify and purify elemental energy. It was simply a natural fit for his cultivation method and talent. Let's go, I'll help. You pick out some food you like. Little white peach's ears perked up and its big eyes sparkled like stars. It affectionately rubbed against his cheek, making Professor Hao beside them envious. Until they were out of sight, he murmured to himself, young ferocious beasts can be so affectionate? Ferocious beasts are inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, and even in their juvenile stage, they possess considerable aggression. At least among the juvenile ferocious beasts he had identified, there was none like Little White Peach, with such a gentle and affectionate personality, who also had human-like understanding. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a dazzling array of beast food was lined up, with over 100 varieties. The staff inquired what type of ferocious beast the food was for, and Little White Peach looked around. Like a person spreading their hands, it looked at Su Chen in confusion. Its adorable appearance momentarily attracted many idle staff members who gathered around. They only dared to watch but enthusiastically offered their suggestions. If you're not sure, you can come to our tasting area. Under the gaze of a group of staff, Little White Peach elegantly leaned down from his shoulder. Hundreds of small bowls were filled with beast food, and in an instant it walked past them like a general inspecting troops, tail held high. After sniffing, it showed a disdainful expression and tasted one of them. It immediately spat it out. It looked at Su Chen with a pleading, resentful gaze. Forget it, eating the same food is fine. It'll save money too. With the staff's puzzled looks, Su Chen took Little White Peach into the hamburger shop across the street. He ordered the most luxurious family meal to go, and Little White Peach held a spicy chicken leg burger, looking as happy as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Do you want to drink this too? Little White Peach quickly nodded. After taking a sip, the little creature was instantly shocked, its pupils widening, nearly petrified. Alright, if you dare to drink something that upsets your stomach and messes up my bed, you can forget about drinking it again, got it? Su Chen smiled. Unable to help himself, he patted the little guy. Who would have thought that a ferocious beast would actually like drinking ice cola? Exiting the main door of the Beast Pet Center, Su Chen checked the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. There is less than 1 hour left for the 10-day challenge arena competition. Are there any other awakeners and their beast pets who want to challenge? The winner will receive 5 million in special training funds provided by the National Beast Pet Association. Little White Peach's eyes instantly brightened, and it urged Su Chen to go over without hesitation. He also intended to see how other awakeners trained their beast pets. On the huge arena measuring 100 meters by 100 meters stood a petite girl in a red outfit with twin ponytails. With her hands on her hips, she exuded confidence and flamboyance. Surrounding her were 6 beast pets of various species. The audience below marveled in amazement. A juvenile jade dragon. I've never seen one in my life. The muscle lines of the howling wind tiger are simply beautiful. Who is this person? Why does she have 6 beast pets? Awakeners who had just arrived like Su-chun were asking the people next to them. You don't know her? Song Ahan, the most formidable freshman at Yuanqing Martial University this year. She has already achieved 99 consecutive wins standing on the arena. Oh, I know, her father is Song Ziyuan, who has the A-tier elite beast pet, Thunder Roaring Dragon, right? As he moved through the crowd, a strange color flickered in Su-chan's eyes. The quality of these beast pets was at least at the 4-tier lord level. Moreover, they were growing exceptionally well. Although they were still in their juvenile growth phase, they were not inferior to the ferocious beasts that had grown up in natural competition. There are only 30 minutes left until the end. Are there any challengers left? The high-definition screen was scrolling continuously and Su-chen learned the general rules. This was a 10-day arena challenge organized by the National Beast Pet Association aimed at university students. Today was the last day. In other words, after 12 o'clock, the girl in red on stage would receive a special fund of 5 million huaxia coins. Song Ahan gently stroked the ghost scale. Giant Python, her smile growing increasingly arrogant. Since the second day of the competition until today, she was just one match away from achieving 100 victories, just like her father did in his youth. However, it seemed that she would have to leave with an irreparable regret. I envy her. 5 million huaxia coins. My parents would never earn that even if they ran a shop for a lifetime. With your family's broken shop, you'd have to sell at least 50 or 60,000 hamburgers, right? A tall, thin boy beside her said to his companion. Xia Beidou looked up in surprise, her pupils rounder than ever. The next moment, Su-chen felt a lightness on his shoulder. A small, snow-white figure suddenly appeared on the arena. The green 4-leaf clover on its head was particularly eye-catching. Turning its head, it raised its front paw, with one finger sticking up. Sigh. This little thing. Su-chen shook his head helplessly, quickly understanding its intentions. What the hell? Whose cute pet is this? Wow. So cute. The host was taken aback and immediately asked as Su-chen gracefully leaped onto the stage. His handsome face and resolute demeanor made many girls in the audience gasp in admiration. Upon hearing that he was a challenger, everyone present, including Song Ahan, was momentarily stunned. Even a few expert professors at the judging panel nearby instinctively adjusted their glasses, revealing expressions of surprise and confusion. At that moment, many awakeners who were drooling over Xia Beidou's adorable appearance shouted loudly. Many even clamored that if Su-chen didn't want it, they would buy it from him. Oh, Song Ahan raised an eyebrow. Instantly intrigued, she scrutinized the young man 30 meters away, her heart suddenly trembling. Beneath the deep surface, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden. It felt as if she was facing her father's most prized beast pet. In contrast, the white Hakimi with a 4-leaf clover on its head was weak enough that she could kick it away with one foot. Not to mention her carefully nurtured beast pet, which was not even enough for a full meal. In beast pet battles, life and death are self-responsible. Are you sure you want to fight? Under normal circumstances, when beast pets were in fierce combat, their ferocity would be at its peak, with a high probability of directly biting and eating their opponents. Before she could finish speaking, Xia Beidou was already nodding uncontrollably. Alright, I'm sure, Su-chen said helplessly. He had an inexplicable confidence in Xia Beidou. The opponent's beast pet was powerful, but Xia Beidou was not weak either. Even while still in the egg, it had the power to make many fierce beasts in the Misty Beast Nest worship it spontaneously. Good. Under the host's guidance, both parties signed the Beast Pet Duel Death Exemption Agreement in front of everyone. A crisp sound rang out, and the Beast Pet Duel began. Song Ahan placed her right hand on her forehead and laughed coldly. She never expected that she would achieve her goal of 100 victories in this way. Ghost Scale Giant Python, it's up to you. Eat it. She had no worries at all. Unless the opponent directly attacked, she would never lose. However, if that happened, he would violate the agreement and would have to face the judgment of the Awakener's Court. The nearly 3-meter-long black giant python flicked its bright red tongue and swiftly slithered forward. The female audience present all covered their eyes, not wanting to witness the bloody scene. The adorable little Hakimi was even less than half the size of the head of the Yuling giant python. Ah, it's just sending the cat to its death. I think that guy really doesn't want it. It's over. Less than 5 meters away, the Yuling giant python opened its massive mouth. Such a weak prey wasn't even worth using its body to strangle. It could simply swallow it whole. Look at the poor child, already scared silly. Little White Peach sat obediently on the ground, its white tail swaying back and forth. Suddenly, the 4-leaf clover above began to sway on its own. Left and right. Hiss, the sound of gasps echoed. Song Ahan's lips curled up, a hint of curiosity in her expression. What was there to be surprised about? In a battle with such a predetermined outcome? Then, she opened her eyes and saw a scene more shocking than a goblin stronger than a dragon in her life. What's wrong with you? Hurry up. Are you stupid or what? What did you do to it? Son-Eahan shouted angrily, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets as they fixed on the ghost scale python. The giant python raised its front body, but its head was almost submissively touching the ground. She looked at Su-Chen in astonishment, her tone filled with questioning. What on earth happened in those few seconds with her eyes closed? To think that was a 5th-tier ordinary beast pet. It was still in its growth phase, yet could rival a 3rd-tier elite adult ferocious beast, bowing down to a small, cute Hakimi? What a joke. I didn't do anything, Su-Chen explained, spreading his hands. Everyone on and off the stage was shocked by this scene. Ghost scale python, I command you to eat it. Did you hear that? Son-Eahan stomped her foot in anger, her sharp voice echoing throughout the arena. The awakened ones who had just covered their eyes all widened them in disbelief. Like Son-Eahan, they were also very curious. Command after command flew out of Son-Eahan's mouth, each one forceful. Su-Chen also understood that these were the commands she had deliberately trained her beast pets to respond to immediately. However, now they were all ineffective. The ghost scale python helplessly turned its head, its not-so-large eyes filled with resignation. Little White Peach shook its head back and forth, the 4-leaf clover on its head swaying gently. Enough! Useless thing! Howling Wind Tiger, Purple Gold Demon Ape, you two get in there! Before she could even feel frustrated about the ghost scale python's anomaly, 2 massive creatures charged out from either side. Almost simultaneously, they leaped high, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Both were 6th-tier elite beast pets, the most resources Son-Eahan had invested in, and her proud trump cards. The next second, they landed almost straight down in the area 1 meter in front of the tiny figure. Thud, thud. Kneeling, down. Son-Eahan was nearly frantic, waving her hand to command the other 3 beast pets to attack, with results that were obvious, and even more shocking, seen than the ghost scale python lowering its head. In the nearly 8 days prior, these invincible beast pets had achieved 99 victories. Without exception, they expressed submission to the white figure the size of a 2-month-old kitten in a way ingrained in their bones. Who can tell me why this is happening? Who just said the master didn't want it anymore? What nonsense! Wait, isn't that our Luo Gu from Yuanma? Among the audience were also students from Yuanma University who were now shouting in unison. They looked at the tall figure on stage with astonishment. It turned out that not only was he a master of time management, but he also had such a powerful beast pet. Then, recalling the various stories circulating on campus, they felt admiration, mixed with a bit of fear. Upon hearing the name Yuanma, the other audience members were also momentarily stunned, unable to help but question themselves. Is this the strength of students from a top university? Su classmate, you haven't defeated your opponent's beast pet yet, so victory cannot be determined. Little White Peach elegantly stepped forward, its ears twitching slightly. The 6 beast pets, which were almost colossal to it, became even more hesitant to move. Slap! The little creature lightly threw a cat punch, and the Howling Wind Tiger understood immediately. It fell on its back, its soft belly exposed. 1, 2, 5, 6. Even the ghost scale python followed suit, turning its straight body around to reveal its gray underside. The experts and professors in the judging panel were left dumbfounded. They never expected such a dramatic scene to unfold. After hesitating for a few minutes, the host finally began the countdown. Immediately, he announced Su-Chen's victory loudly through the microphone. There are only 10 minutes left until the end. Are there any challengers willing to come up? The host's voice trembled slightly. The audience below shook their heads in disbelief. Are you kidding? Those were 6 ferocious beasts above the 4th rank, and they were easily taken down? Countless people sighed, their gazes towards the girl opposite Su-Chen, mixed with sympathy and schadenfreude. After all, just a few days ago, she had ignored her opponent's desperate pleas and let her beast pets feast. Thud! Son-Eahan collapsed onto the ground, instinctively swallowing. How is this possible? At that moment, her mind was completely blank, utterly bewildered. How could such a cute little thing do what even her father's thunder-roaring dragon couldn't? Cheating! It must be cheating! Son-Eahan seemed to grasp at a last straw, shouting frantically. After a discussion with a few others, the middle-aged man on the judging panel announced the final ruling. There was no evidence to suggest that Su-Chen and his beast pet had cheated. The arena competition concluded with a stunning reversal. On the 3rd floor of the Beast Pet Center, as the winner, Su-Chen and Little White Peach completed the necessary registration and documentation with the help of the staff. After confirming everything was correct, the funds were transferred on the spot. Su-Chen saw a notification on his phone indicating an additional 5 million in his bank account. Although it was a few hours later than originally planned, it was still quite a bargain. In an incredibly good mood, he gently patted Little White Peach, who let out a comfortable purring sound. Her rear end was raised high, displaying a look of enjoyment. What do you want to eat later? I'll let you eat your fill. As long as you don't get a stomachache, we'll upgrade your meals from now on, how about that? Instead of expensive beast food, he could buy fried chicken, burgers, and cola, so naturally he could eat as much as he wanted. Just as Su-Chen was about to leave, Professor Hao entered with a few people from the judging panel. They introduced themselves briefly, with the leader being Lu Jia, a top 3 ferocious beast scholar in the country. After explaining their purpose, they closely observed Little White Peach. Half an hour passed and they exchanged glances, unable to determine what kind of beast Little White Peach was. The onlooker, Yuan Yen, gazed intently, his large eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "Su, I estimate that your beast pet, once matured, will never be below the 7th rank. Professor Hao's mouth dropped open. With a crack, his jaw dislocated, bringing him back from shock. He looked at Su Chen with extreme envy, marveling at what a young man with such formidable luck he was. Lu Jia asked many details about Little White Peach, and Su Chen suddenly recalled Meng Yanxua's serious expression when she mentioned the Beast Spirit Hall. He only said he discovered her by chance in the river within the mysterious beast nest. "Su, if you notice any unusual movements later, please contact me promptly." Lu Jia provided his personal contact information, and Su Chen nodded in agreement. Exiting the Beast Pet Center, directly across the street was one of the top shopping centers in Qingbei City, Qian De Plaza. "Let's go. Whatever you want to eat, however much you want, today you can eat to your heart's content." Meow 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 meow. During school hours, he could manage his time well, but once it came to other matters, unexpected things always happened. Su Chen didn't dwell on it too much. He leisurely took Little White Peach to eat at 2/3 of the shops on the 4th and 5th floors of the mall. This little thing may not be big, but she sure can eat. By around 5 p.m., Little White Peach had eaten so much that she could no longer balance on his shoulder and had to be stuffed into the large pocket of his windbreaker. The winter night came early. As a gathering place for alchemists in the city, the Alchemist Association was brightly lit before nightfall. Today, the Alchemist Association was particularly lively. The 5-star and 6-star alchemists, who usually seldom showed up, appeared one after another. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars. The originally spacious hall had alchemists gathering in small groups, and now and then laughter could be heard as old friends greeted each other. A gem blue sports car slowly drove into the parking lot. A stunningly beautiful young girl stepped out of the car. She wore a snow-white snow velvet mink coat, though there were a few gray spots the size of a fingernail at the collar, which marred the perfection. Of course, this coat would cost over 4 million Chinese yuan to buy. The guards at the entrance, responsible for collecting invitations, beamed with smiles upon seeing the girl. "Miss Xinhe, you're here." Suddenly, a roar of a motorcycle engine sounded from behind. Xiao Xinhe turned around and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. The rider, dressed in a long black coat and wearing a helmet, exuded an extraordinary and mysterious aura. She couldn't help but stop and wait to see the face beneath the helmet. When she saw the handsome face revealed, Xiao Xinhe was momentarily taken aback. Then, her lips involuntarily curled up. It was as if she were a quiet audience waiting for a good show to begin, not rushing into the hall. The young man walked quickly, unsurprisingly, being stopped by the guards. "Sorry, you don't have an invitation, you cannot enter. The Alchemist Association is not open to the public tonight," the guard said in a deep voice. Slightly taken aback, the young man quickly took out a belt symbolizing a 1-star alchemist from his storage ring. Xiao Xinhe was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to be an alchemist as well. However, just a 1-star. She was a 3-star. "Is that it? Ah, what a pity." Alchemist, emphasizing the importance of lineage. "There has always been a custom of seniority. Even if the other party is a student from a top university, Xiao Xinhe acknowledges his talent. However, in the field of alchemy, her own aptitude is equally remarkable. Passing the 3-star alchemist assessment in her second year is enough to demonstrate her alchemical prowess. Not long ago, she successfully refined a mid-grade 3rd-tier elixir. She was nominated to represent the Alchemist Association of Qingbei City at the Young Alchemist Conference in the eastern region of Huaxia. The guards stood like the boundary between Chu and Han, completely separating the two, one inside and one outside. Do we know each other?" Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't understand the hostility coming from this girl. "Ha! You really are forgetful for someone of your status," Xiao Xinhe mocked. She had gone to great lengths to acquire the snow velvet fire mink coat, intending to shine tonight. Although the other party had a good relationship with the Bao Saint, this was the Alchemist Association. Inside are all prominent alchemists. Someone like you, a novice, isn't qualified yet. Xiao Xinhe's mood grew even more cheerful. Whoosh! A black sedan slowly came to a stop. The guard saw the license plate number and hurriedly ran to open the car door. Xiao Xinhe immediately fumbled to tidy her clothes, ensuring that when Sun Yao saw her, she would be in the perfect state. One of the highlights of tonight's banquet was the introduction by President Wang Chang, allowing the 7-star alchemist Sun Yao to give her some guidance. It's worth noting that she hadn't had this qualification before. She wasn't a student from a top university. To meet Sun Yao, one would have to stay at the Alchemist Association every day. Clumsily, like a penguin, he got out of the car in a rather comical manner. "Master Sun, you're here," the guard said with a flattering smile. On such a cold winter night, even saying one more word would hasten the loss of warmth. Sun Yao waddled forward and suddenly caught sight of a familiar face he hadn't seen for days. His not-so-large eyes widened in surprise. Su Chen? Why haven't you been to class lately? Didn't I tell you to call if something came up? Why are you here again? He yanked off the thick mask, shouting at Su Chen, seemingly very afraid of Su Chen appearing at the Alchemist Association. Xiao Xinha and the guard stared at Sun Yao, who was acting completely different from his usual self, momentarily confused about what was happening. Sun Yao rambled on, his saliva flying everywhere. It was as if he had completely forgotten that it was a cold winter night. Opposite him stood a young man with a wry smile. Who? Alright, what's this visit for? I wanted to ask about the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. Is it very important? Su Chen nodded and said solemnly, extremely important. Upon hearing the answer, Sun Yao's eyes brightened significantly. He grabbed Su Chen and pulled him inside. Master Sun, I'm Qiu. The hurried Sun Yao completely ignored Qiu Xinha's long-awaited self-introduction, leaving the girl, who was left in shock, staring at their retreating figures, dazed. Everyone, I apologize. A loud voice suddenly emerged, causing the noisy hall to fall silent instantly. Under the lights, everyone could see that there was a thin layer of ice crystals on Sun Yao's face. At that moment, all eyes were focused on the young man beside Sun Yao. President Wan, may I borrow your office? Oh, of course. Ignoring the surprised gazes of everyone, Sun Yao dragged Su Chen straight upstairs. As the sound of the door closing echoed, the hall returned to its previous clamor. However, the topic of conversation shifted to speculations about the identity of the young man in the black leather coat. Alright, now let's talk about something serious. Sun Yao rubbed his hands together, looking spirited. As a 7-star alchemist, he could naturally investigate. Su Chen's mental strength was even more formidable than during class. Moreover, this intensity could almost be compared to that of an average 4-star alchemist. This winter break, there will be a youth alchemist conference organized by the National Alchemist Association. Completely puzzled as to why Sun Yao suddenly brought this up, Su Chen did not interrupt. Qingbei City is located in the central region, and the conference will be held in Yanqing City, lasting for 2 days. I want you to participate and represent the Qingbei City Alchemist Association. What do you think about the Ice Heart Spiritual Spring I just mentioned? Su Chen immediately perked up. As their eyes met, Sun Yao smiled and continued, the top 3 outstanding young alchemists will have the opportunity to enter the resource pool of the Alchemist Association's regional headquarters and select 1 to 3 types of materials. Sun Yao's words startled Su Chen. As far as I know, deep within that resource pool, there is a spring of the Ice Heart Spiritual Spring. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Su Chen still felt some concern. Sun Yao, with a keen gaze, saw through it instantly and said, I know your mental strength, an alchemy level better than anyone, and there's also an old guy who spoke highly of you. As for the winter break, it won't take up your family time, you just need to arrive on the 8th day of the first lunar month. After a moment, Su Chen's expression hardened. No problem. With no plans for the winter break yet, seizing this opportunity to improve his alchemy skills was a great choice. Moreover, the conference only lasted 2 days, so he could continue hunting fierce beasts after it ended. The potentially tricky issue was the improvement of his alchemy level. In fact, when he previously refined pills for Jiang Xinro, he had nearly a 60% success rate with mid-tier, 3rd-grade pills. Now, with his mental strength enhanced and after merging with the blood of the starry ash dragon, his control over flames was also more precise. The remaining task was simply to practice more and summarize his experiences and techniques. There were problems, but they were not significant. Su Chen thought to himself. So, can I leave now? Aren't you going to attend the banquet? It would be just right too. Thank you, Teacher Sun, but I have something important to do later. The sound of a door opening upstairs echoed. Under the focus of countless gazes, Su Chen quickly left the Alchemist Association. Before long, Wang Chang, with an excited expression, held the microphone and announced loudly, everyone, I have good news to share. Just now, the candidates representing our Qingbei City at the Youth Alchemist Conference have been completely confirmed. The first is Qiu Xinha from Xinglong University. The second is Su Chen from Yuanma University, jointly recommended by Master Sun Yao and Master Xiaoqua. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. Qiu Xinha's pupils widened little by little. It should be noted that the Alchemist Association of Qingbei City had 2 godlike figures, both 7-star alchemists. One was Sun Yao. The other was the eccentric Xiaoqua, who was responsible for the alchemist assessment projects year-round. Gaining recognition from the former was certainly shocking, but what left everyone in doubt was what exactly he had done to earn the approval of someone like Xiaoqua. At midnight, Su Chen left amidst a chorus of thanks. The first trial secret realm was successfully completed. Moreover, due to a small item stuffed in his pocket, the purity of the condensed elemental energy arrows was higher and their power increased by nearly a quarter. For the ordinary mode of the trial secret realm, it was completely manageable. The Mother Bug, which had previously seemed somewhat troublesome, was also blown apart under the repeated assaults of the twin dragons. In the days that followed, aside from reviewing and attending theoretical course exams as scheduled, Su-chen utilized his fragmented time for alchemy. That morning, just after leaving the examination room, Su-chen received a text message. The personal first prize from the previous four-school exchange meeting has been announced, and Su-chen's gaze quickly swept across the screen. Dormitory fees waived for 4 years. And previously paid credits refunded. Monthly credit allocation increased to 1,800, and additionally, when using credits to purchase supplies, an extra 15% discount on top of all existing discounts. One S-level cultivation resource can be claimed each month. When he saw the last item, the smile on Su-chen's face finally expanded uncontrollably. The privileges of Zixia Tower have been upgraded by 1 level. On the 3rd floor of the teaching building, Examination Room 4, Introduction to Advanced Elemental Science. Students were scratching their heads one by one, occasionally pausing to think, muttering to themselves. Even a few recognized top students wore troubled expressions, secretly regretting their overconfidence. After all, this was the course with the lowest passing rate acknowledged on the campus forum, with as many as 70% failing each semester. Less than 40 minutes into the exam, a young man in the corner of the 3rd row let out a long sigh. He confidently stood up and walked to the front to submit his paper. Are you sure you don't want to check it again? No need, thank you, teacher. He placed the exam paper down and walked out of the examination room amidst whispers of astonishment and envious glances. As the professor in charge of the course, she glanced at the exam paper and her pupils suddenly whitened in shock. The few elemental reaction questions she had specifically set were all answered correctly. The strongest freshman was indeed on a completely different level from the other students in the classroom. What she didn't know was that these elemental reaction questions, which seemed insurmountable to the other students, were only slightly more difficult than basic addition and subtraction for Su-chen. Initially, awakening with only an F-level talent, he had tried every possible elemental combination to increase his damage. Outside, snowflakes were drifting down, and the winter in Qingbei City was particularly charming. Now that the exams for the 7 courses he had chosen were all over, Su-chen felt a significant reduction in pressure. How about treating the teacher to hot pot tonight? Main Yenshue's archery class was recognized as a popular course this semester. The explanations were excellent, and the teacher was so beautiful that it was impossible to doze off. Many students chose to take the exam for this course. Since the start of the exam week, Main Yenshue had been almost invisible. Even when chatting via text, one could sense her inner turmoil. Jiang Shinro was equally busy. Moreover, all her exams were concentrated in the last 2 days of the exam week, so she was probably still buried in her studies in the self-study room. Taking Little White Peach to the supermarket to buy ingredients, he arrived early to wait outside the archery range. The master-level technique could now operate automatically, although it wasn't as effective as focused training. The cumulative benefits were still significant. Su-chen was delighted to discover that with Little White Peach, the automatic operation of the technique had roughly doubled its effectiveness. It could achieve 3/4 of the effect of focus training, undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. It was more like an elemental energy amplifier and purifier without any cool down. When all the candidates had cleared out of the archery range through the isolation net, Main Yenshue saw the young man leaning against a black motorcycle, smiling radiantly. Dressed in a snowdrift fireman coat, her silver hair bounced up and down as she jogged. Suddenly, the bright smile that could dispel all worries vanished. In its place was a face still flushed with residual happiness, but with a cold tone. What are you doing here? Teacher, didn't we say we would have hot pot at your apartment tonight? Oh, right. As Su-chen took off his helmet, her bright green eyes kept scanning him up and down. He wasn't wearing it. Why wasn't he wearing the clothes she had carefully chosen? Did he think they looked bad? Or perhaps he didn't like them at all? On a cold winter day, the warmth of the snowdrift fireman coat was enough to melt her icy heart. Humph. They had only met a few times in passing, and he always seemed to be wearing something else. Main Yenshue sulkily sat down hard in the back seat, feeling the change in Su-chan's aura, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The effect of the initial absorption is this good? A hint of astonishment crossed her stunning face. This student had surprised her more in less than a year than all the previous students combined. As a resource of quality comparable to SSS level, she proposed to divide the essence blood into 3 uses. This was also out of consideration that Su-chen might not be able to fully utilize its effects. At the very least, there were 3 chances. Even if the first effect wasn't ideal, there would still be 2 left. But she didn't expect that Su-chen's first time would be so good. Even the star power obtained with an extremely low probability, she could feel it from Su-chen. Even if it was extremely thin, it could be strengthened through the subsequent 2 opportunities. Main Yenshue softly exclaimed. Her gaze was drawn to a cute little head. The little thing also turned its head, and upon meeting her gaze, it shrank back in fear. Her brows furrowed as she sensed a strangely familiar yet unfamiliar aura from the little creature. Being of elven blood, she was naturally sensitive to elemental energy. She understood the immense role that the little white peach played in Su Chen's cultivation. Could it be related to the elven race? She searched her memories carefully but found nothing. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the apartment building. As soon as they entered, Su Chen grinned. Just as he imagined. The scene was exactly as he had envisioned. The items in the room were in disarray, covered in a thick layer of dust, and candy wrappers were scattered all over the floor. Su Chen suddenly admired that coat, which managed to remain untainted in such an environment. Although his teacher had many outstanding qualities, she really didn't like tidying up the house. Of course, she also didn't want to hire a cleaner. Teacher, I know. Mei Nianxue responded helplessly, hanging the snow-white coat high in the entrance. Then I'll go prepare in the kitchen and you clean the house. Okay. Listening to the clattering sounds from the kitchen, Mei Nianxue clumsily tidied up the room. Suddenly, she huffed heavily. I'm the teacher here. In the rolling Red Sea, various delicious ingredients were tumbling up and down. The bubbling scene was the most warming in winter. The little white peach was extremely excited. And because the food it grabbed was too hot, it anxiously waved its two little paws back and forth. Mei Nianxue looked at the scene before her with deep meaning, as if she had found an answer. Yet she still felt somewhat uncertain. Keep the fierce beast for now, but if one day it shows any signs of wanting to kill its master. Suddenly, a murderous aura filled the table. You must kill it immediately. The little white peach quickly burrowed into a corner. The four-leaf clover above it quietly shrouded in a layer of dim light, unseen by anyone. Su Chen instinctively nodded. Not far away, the big eyes looked at Mei Nianxue with a hint of admiration and appreciation. The blood absorption of the star-extinguishing dragon. Not bad. I still haven't heard about the ice heart spirit spring, but I've already asked someone to look for it. The fragrant and spicy soup base paired with tender lamb, Mei Nianxue spoke while eating. Su Chen mentioned attending the Youth Alchemist Conference and the Ice Heart Spirit Spring located in Yanqing City. Oh, well done. You go ahead, and if you don't win the championship, I'll come personally, no need to worry. Su Chen scratched his head beside her. He had no doubt that if he didn't win the championship, Mei Nianxue would show up at the Alchemist Association's door the next day. Thank you, teacher. The winter break is coming soon. Do you have any plans? Me? I'll stay at school. Her eyes fixed on the rolling food, Mei Nianxue unknowingly removed her cold facade. I see. Teacher, why don't you come to my house for the new year? It'll just be my mom, my sister, and me. In the mist of steam, her delicate fingers holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Mei Nianxue's heart shook. This invitation to meet the parents, she remembered that guy saying it held significant meaning. But it shouldn't have come to that yet, right? Teacher? I mean, since you're alone too, it's better to have some liveliness during the new year. Su Chen deeply understood this. At least after coming to this world, he no longer had to spend the new year alone, video calling friends, drinking, and eating the New Year's Eve dinner by himself. Isn't it too abrupt? We haven't. Abrupt? What are you talking about? You are my teacher, and they were so happy to see you that they didn't have time to react. She shot a nearly resentful glance. So, is it in the capacity of a teacher? But if the teacher's image becomes deeply rooted, it will be very difficult to change it later. At that moment, Mei Nianxue felt particularly conflicted. When the time comes, I'll take the teacher to explore some nice places in Peach City. There are some good snack stalls in the old town. We can all go together then. What do you think? My mom's fried meatballs and crispy meat paired with a copper hot pot are super delicious. Teacher? Unable to resist Su Chen's words, Mei Nianxue surrendered. Regretting that she actually agreed to this was already too late. Su Chen, I ask you, why don't you use the gift I gave you? After just taking a sip of hot water, he still felt dry and parched. How was he supposed to use that kind of thing? Su Chen suddenly realized. Such a precious item, I can't bear to use it carelessly, so I put it away, and when I want to see it, I just take it out and look at it. I think that's fine. Inside Mei Nianxue, something she had never experienced before, something she didn't even know what it was, exploded with a bang upon hearing that. A soft moan. It rushed up, making her head dizzy. So he cherishes the gift she gave him so much. He doesn't even want to wear it? I have such an important place in his heart. Mei Nianxue smiled faintly. Through the rising heat, her emerald eyes rippled. Somewhere in her heart, the softest spot was fiercely poked. Well, it's not a big deal, it was meant to be used. Look at what you gave me. I wear it every day. They're completely different. How are they different? The sky had darkened. The sound of rushing water came from the kitchen as Su Chen skillfully washed the dishes. His tall and slender figure, wearing a pink apron, made Mei Nianxue's heart flutter even more. Beneath his silver hair, his ears had already become pointed, but he was completely unaware. You should wear the gift I gave you. I want to see if it fits. Su Chen turned his head in surprise. Teacher, how do you wear a photo book? Are you asking me to customize a dress based on your photos? But I don't want others to see it. A photo book? A photo book. Damn. Mei Nianxue looked completely bewildered. Her pupils widened as if she had seen something terrifying, growing larger and larger. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably as she quickly ran out of the kitchen. With a flick of her hand, a heart-printed paper box appeared, and inside was a brand new long black trench coat, neatly folded. There was also a cute cartoon expression of Mei Nianxue that someone had specially placed on top. Her teeth clashed together as if electrocuted. "Teacher, how come you?" She was very clear about what those photos were like. Yu Yorue had specially prepared 5 wardrobes for her, with all kinds of styles and designs. In other words, her adorable student Su Chen had probably seen them all. It might not have been just once. Bang! Forcefully shoving the clothes into Su Chen's hands, Mei Nianxue's speed at that moment truly resembled what a saint should have. Click! The door was locked. Mei Nianxue wanted to cry but had no tears. She weakly pounded the bed, feeling all tingly, as if she had been completely exposed. How could she continue to be a responsible and dedicated teacher in the future? He doesn't want others to see? An unprecedented strange feeling quietly emerged. Her soft pink knees subtly tightened. Deep within her emerald eyes, a faint pink heart suddenly appeared. What happened to the teacher all of a sudden? Could it be that the photos weren't good enough? With Su Mu's discerning eye, that photo book was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The perfect Mei Nianxue could handle any style of outfit and clothing. Stroking the trench coat in her arms, Su Chen recognized it as the latest release from the Chixing group of elite quality. Besides its ability to keep warm in winter and cool in summer, it also had flame-resistant properties. The most critical point is that it also has excellent defensive power. The teacher is the best. After visiting the headquarters of the Chixing group, he even brought him a special gift. Mei Nianxue was not unfamiliar with the habit of suddenly going upstairs. She sent a short message and left the apartment with a little white peach. Boom! A sound that shook the mind and broke through the air rang out. Raising her head, starlight suddenly appeared in her eyes. A long arrow flew out, and even with the extreme eye of the stars, she could only slightly see the arrow's afterimage. Under this arrow, it seemed that both gods and demons could be extinguished. Only Mei Nianxue could shoot such an arrow. Su Chen sighed slightly, lamenting when he would be able to shoot such an arrow. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Xingdu, Yu Yorue, wearing a silk cream-colored nightgown, had just gotten into bed. The floor-to-ceiling windows, like walls, clearly showed the brightly lit factory and the rising sun of the next morning. Snap! Bang! Yu Yorue, you tricked me! The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered all over the ground, and a pitch-black arrow engraved with a plum blossom pattern precisely embedded itself into the headboard. Mei Nianxue's furious roar echoed in every corner of the room, and despite the cold wind pouring in, it still could not be blown away. This arrow was not unfamiliar to Yu Yorue. It was a unique skill of the bow saint, the sound transmission over thousands of miles. It was stronger than her own talent. It could transmit sound to anywhere within its range. Under the cold moonlight, her face appeared even more beautiful. Suddenly, she grinned, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. At the headquarters of the Qiyuan Society, Qin Feng's face was ashen. On the huge long table lay many scattered documents. Ouyang Qin's expression was complex as she softly comforted him. Qin Feng, don't think too much. It must be Jiang Xinrou's intention. Her trajectory was almost the same as Jiang Xinrou's. They were only a day apart in becoming vice presidents, and over the past 2 years, they had outsmarted each other, with victories on both sides. Even so, with the Pioneer Society's high-profile breaking of the historical record for the Warrior Difficulty Trial Secret Realm, their momentum in the school was subtly overshadowing that of the Qiyuan Society. If this could not be broken, the status of the Qiyuan Society would inevitably decline. During this time, the strategies had been attempted multiple times, and the records were far from those of Ji Xingqiang and others. Ouyang Qing sighed helplessly. The strength and foundation of the two societies were basically comparable, based on the information she had received. Even the strategies formulated were largely the same. Both adopted the approach of using archers to break through and cut down the larvae. She couldn't help but look at Qin Feng, filled with concern. The composition of the strategy lineup was also basically the same. The only difference lay in the personnel serving as archers, Qin Feng and Su Chen. In other words, from the perspective of the Trial Secret Realm's strategy, Qin Feng had already lost to Su Chen. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his fists on the table, causing cracks to spread. How can he compare to me? I've practiced the celestial arrow bow for 2.5 years, mastering the realm. He learned for less than 4 months. Why? Right, he must have taken drugs. Yes, that's it. His eyes were bloodshot, and Qin Feng almost frantically pulled out a transparent cube containing a bright red pill, a low-grade 7th-tier explosive spirit blood pill. It could instantly elevate the user's level and combat power by 1 tier. The cost, however, was that after the effect ended, they could not use their talent for a month. I'm going all in. Oh Yang. Qin's eyes were filled with worry, but there was nothing she could do. In the early morning, Su Chen, as usual, went out in sportswear. A building resembling a floating city slowly passed overhead. On the central diamond throne, 7 brilliant stars shone extraordinarily. Xiuxi crossed his legs, and his brows suddenly raised. In his mind, a brilliant star surrounded by multiple halos appeared. Power of the stars? Heck, his crimson lips curled into a playful smile. Su Chen, witnessing the shocking scene, couldn't help but exclaim. At dawn, everyone received the notification at the same time. The second major item of the final exam, the Demon Tower assessment, officially began. Is this the level that current technology can achieve? I really came to the right place when I arrived at Manhwa University. So cool. Throughout the campus, students' astonished voices could be heard from time to time. In the center of this aerial city stood a completely white building, resembling an ivory tower, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Surrounding it were 7 cylindrical tower-like skyscrapers, all of the same width, providing the floating city with the power to soar. Under the sunlight, no gaps could be seen. The design was ancient and mysterious, unlike anything from this world. All the freshmen were taken aback at first glance. Many sophomores and juniors, even after seeing it once, still felt a sense of shock. Of course, many of them were not stingy with their prideful tones, explaining the origins of this floating city. It was discovered in the ruins of an ancient civilization, a sky fortress that could only be controlled through the power of the stars. Countless high-level ferocious beasts and alien races were imprisoned within. Rumor had it that there was even an alien emperor in the deepest part. As usual, Su Chen finished his morning run, had breakfast, returned to the dorm to wash up, and began a new day. Due to Jiang Xinruo's frenzied studying and exams these past few days, she did not join the morning run. When he returned to the dorm, he found he was half an hour earlier than usual. He couldn't help but sigh again. Women are not only troublesome but also waste time. He eagerly opened the campus network, and the specific rules regarding the Demon Suppression Tower assessment popped up. After all, unlike other universities with specific class instructors, all students needed to pay extra attention to their studies and lives. Missing certain important exams could lead to the most terrifying consequence, being expelled from the school. The Demon Suppression Tower assessment lasted for 3 days, with the first day for all third-year students, followed by the others in order. Finding the assessment rules for freshmen, Su Chen reviewed them word by word. Upon seeing the images, he finally understood that the 7 buildings surrounding the massive floating city were the content of their assessment. That is, the Demon Suppression Tower. The building in the center, resembling the Ivory Tower, was called the Jinshan Tower, and only the top 10 of the Manhwa heavenly ranking were qualified to enter. The assessment lasted for 1 day. There were 3 grading levels: below standard, passing, and excellent. Each Demon Suppression Tower had 7 levels, with increasing difficulty from bottom to top. There were a total of 7 Demon Suppression Towers, and the higher the number, the greater the overall difficulty. Levels below 14 were considered below standard, and for every additional 7 levels, the grade would improve by 1 tier. In other words, to achieve excellence, one needed to complete the challenges of 4 Demon Suppression Towers. The assessment would also reward students with credits and cultivation resources based on the levels they reached. Additionally, for each tower completed, the resource amount would increase by 5%. If all 49 levels were cleared, the resources obtained would be substantial. Moreover, there would be an additional 35% increase on top of that. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to reach as many levels as possible within the exam deadline. With winter break approaching, every student on campus felt immense pressure. He rode his bike to Sun Yao's faculty apartment and obtained 5 prescriptions for high-grade third-tier elixirs along with the corresponding materials. Sun Yao was never stingy with promising young alchemists of good character. After the theoretical exam, free time increased. Su Chen meticulously followed Sun Yao's methods to refine elixirs. Now, he had about a 50% success rate in producing high-grade third-tier elixirs. He earnestly asked questions about the refining process, and Sun Yao smiled as he provided answers. His appreciation for Su Chen grew, and he would elaborate more when explaining techniques. If the other students in the alchemy class saw this, they would surely be astonished by Sun Yao's attitude, which was overly friendly. In fact, after the association president Wang Chang announced the candidates, Zhou Xinhe rented a villa next to Manhwa University, completely abandoning the school's courses and exams. She would come daily to report on her alchemy progress and ask questions. However, the questions she asked were merely superficial and did not touch upon the fundamentals. Getting the answer to the question, Su Chen slightly bowed and left. Sun Yao had just revealed a knowing smile when she suddenly saw a girl walking in quickly, and her expression darkened instantly. Zixia Tower, the room at the end of the 3rd floor. Under the Frostfire alchemy furnace, dark red flames burned continuously. The scene inside the furnace emerged in perception. The originally rough elixir gradually became smooth and round under the high temperatures roasting. Bang! The lid spun into the air, and at that moment 3 elixirs leaped out. Suddenly, with a thought, the fire elements that had already condensed in the space transformed into substantial flames. They enveloped the elixirs, and then the flames gradually extinguished. This was the method of returning fire to elixirs that Sun Yao had specifically taught him not long ago. The freshly made elixirs, upon contact with the outside air, were wrapped in flames and continued to be refined for a while longer. This made the elixirs more solid while also preventing damage caused by the sudden cooling of the air. It was one of the profound techniques of alchemists. It doesn't seem too difficult. Su Chen really couldn't understand where Sun Yao found the difficulty. However, he quickly let it go. For an ordinary alchemist, it required controlling the timing while manipulating the flames. But he already had the innate talent of mastering all elements. With just a thought, the fire elements in the surrounding space could condense into fire. His palm held 3 elixirs, which appeared even more lustrous and bright after cooling. The surface was smooth, without even a tiny dent. In elixir appraisal, such elixirs had no leakage of medicinal power, making their effects after consumption the best. Opening the window for ventilation, Su Chen didn't have to worry about other issues at all. As long as he didn't maliciously damage the room, he could even create people directly here. After all, he had paid 1,200 credits for half a month's rent. For other students, it would take nearly 2 months to earn that, while he currently had over 1.5 million credits in his account. Calculating at 80 credits per day for rent, he could stay here for 51 years. He chose to live here simply because it was very close to the teacher's apartment. In his spare time, he checked the skill library of Zixia Tower through the intelligent machinery. These days, he had basically clarified the prerequisites for learning SS and SSS level skills. He picked up a thick skill book. The cover was pitch black, resembling the night sky. Upon closer inspection, there were twinkling stars that flickered in and out. As the upper-tier skill of the S-level skill Celestial Arrow, its quality reached SSS level. The prerequisites required the learner to master the power of the stars and to reach the master level in skill realm. Su Chen happened to meet both conditions perfectly. After reading it no less than 20 times, he guessed that it might be due to insufficient star power, causing a slower comprehension time. Patiently, just as he reached the middle, the moment became bright before his eyes. System, activate. Skill, Aurora Arrow Rain, beginner? Not long after, the intelligent machinery brought another skill book, which was completely different in thickness from the previous one. It had only about 20 pages. Another SSS level skill with the prerequisite of star power, Starquake Annihilation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day since the Demon Suppression Tower appeared. Su Chen yawned, thinking about how he had previously covered his face with a book and had a nice sleep, and he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Suddenly, he froze. Did I just learn this? Old man, this time I'm definitely going to get excellent. As Su Chen just reached the entrance, he heard Sun Biwei's voice. Good morning. Long time no see, Luo. Good morning. The three greeted each other and walked together towards the central square beneath the Demon Suppression Tower. Today is the day when all first-year students of Manhwa University enter the Demon Suppression Tower for their assessment. Everyone felt anxious yet ambitious. With half an hour left until 9 a.m., the central square was already bustling with voices. Many students who knew each other gathered in small groups to chat. Old Zhang, you're doing well. You've reached the 2nd tier. Not really, I just got lucky and broke through a few days ago. Zihan, is that thing true? I heard your president, Luo Gu, is here. Luo Gu, are you planning to break through directly this time? When the surrounding students saw the iconic black long coat, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Su Chen felt a bit dazed, nodding in response to each one, occasionally showing an awkward smile. He felt puzzled. When did he gain so many friends? In fact, during this time, every first-year student had deeply experienced the joy of doubled resources. Their purchasing power in the Awakeners building had also doubled. Whenever they saw senior students showing envious looks, they felt genuinely proud. The story of how Su Chen single-handedly led Manhwa University to the championship at the 4-school exchange meeting had also spread among the students. It could be said that they were able to enjoy such a favorable cultivation environment thanks to Su Chen's great contributions. Moreover, Su Chen's efforts and his almost reckless attitude towards cultivation were evident to all. He even did business with the seniors. Any of these would earn their sincere admiration. Su Chen, can I get your contact information? Let's skip that, sorry. The girl with a baby face and short hair left disappointed. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng beside her shook their heads and sighed, feeling extremely melancholic. The short-haired girl's looks were already at a 7 or 8 out of 10. If it were them, they would have agreed without a second thought. They could hit a home run tonight. If I were Luo Gu, I would have strengthened my team long ago. I wonder who will end up with our Luo Gu. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't like being the center of attention. Oh my, our Su Chen is so popular. A familiar voice rang out from behind. Su Chen turned around and saw Jiang Xinro and Ji Xingqiang. The former dressed maturely yet retained a playful charm typical of a girl, especially those long, shapely legs, which could astonish anyone. As for Ji Xingqiang, her striking red hair was particularly eye-catching, exuding a fiery and dignified aura. Sister Xinro, Sister Xingqiang. Hello, President. Hello, Vice President. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng slightly bowed, completely unlike Su Chen's casual friendliness. Today I'm here to say goodbye. Once you come out of the Demon Suppression Tower, I'll already be on my way home. Aren't you envious? Many 2nd and 3rd year students had already started leaving school one after another. Sister Shinro, safe travels. Is that all? Oh, remember to let me know when you get home? Rolling her eyes, Jiang Shinro pushed her friend, who was giggling beside her, forward. She has something to give you. Don't say that. I ruined that dress, so I bought another one. I'm sorry, Ji Xingqiang said, blushing and stammering. While speaking, she handed over a bright red paper box. That, Sister Xingqiang, you could actually exchange it for cash. Don't you like it? Su Chen reluctantly took the paper box, secretly sighing, counting the one the teacher gave him. This was already the second one. No, thank you, Sister Xingqiang. Glug, glug. The two people who witnessed the entire scene behind them wished they could just slap each other to see if they were still awake. So what did they see? It should be known that in the Pioneer Society, everyone knows Jiang Shinro's cunning and Ji Xingqiang's generosity. But the scene before them felt a bit off. Very off. The moment their eyes met, Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng widened their eyes in shock. They thought of an impossible possibility. Surely, both of them couldn't want to take Su Chen for themselves, right? Although it seemed impossible, if the person was Su Chen, nothing was truly impossible. After a brief chat, the two turned to leave. At the main entrance of the school, Jiang Shinro saw an elderly man in a loose alchemist's robe who quickly ran over after bidding farewell to a friend. Grandpa, you came in person. If I didn't come to the school gate to catch you, who knows where you would run off to for the new year. Hee, even if you didn't come this year, I would definitely go back. Many people nearby recognized the emblem of Frostfire flying swallow on the old man's back and couldn't help but exclaim that Manhwa University truly harbored hidden talents. Just as the clock struck 4, the dean of the Battle Academy, Yi Xiu, and the vice dean, Xiaojin, appeared simultaneously, along with professors and lecturers from various departments. After briefly explaining the assessment rules, a spatial gate nearly 5 meters long and 3 meters high silently unfolded. From now until 9 a.m. tomorrow, you can choose any time to enter. Remember, you only have one chance. I now declare that the first-year Demon Tower assessment of Manhwa University officially begins. With Yi Xiu's words, the students rushed into the Demon Tower. Amidst the surging tide, a figure standing still was particularly conspicuous. He dialed Mei Nianshue's phone, and it took a moment before someone picked up. Crouched in a corner against the wall, she casually tossed her phone onto the bed and reached up to touch her ear. A stiff smile inexplicably appeared on her indifferent face. The thick, white curtains completely blocked the window, and a few pieces of clothing were thrown about haphazardly. Deep within her emerald eyes, a pink heart flickered in and out of view. So the key emotion to unlock is liking, huh? Mei Nianxue said to herself helplessly. You really understand me, knowing that I have no right to like anyone. So the seal will never be broken. What a perfect closed loop, Mom. At that moment, Mei Nianshue's smile turned incredibly sorrowful. The ocean of memories that had been silent for many years after that night ended often had a series of bubbles slowly drifting to the surface. Scenes from her childhood, wandering in the human realm with that guy, flashed by like a revolving lantern. Because of his sudden disappearance, even the slightest ripple would stir her emotions. She always faced many terrifying experiences due to her unusual appearance and suddenly pointed ears. It wasn't until she was accidentally taken into the elf forest that her terrifying experiences finally came to an end. You don't need any extra emotions. Quietly guard the moon tree courtyard and nothing will happen. That solemn yet authoritative voice echoed clearly in her ears. The invisible shackles wrapped around her once more. The pink heart deep in her eyes completely vanished. In its place was a cold indifference. Oh, just find some excuse later to refuse him. Mei Nianxue pulled back the curtains and warm sunlight poured in. Her flawless face showed no trace of color. Her lips drooped, yet she didn't know why tears streamed down her cheeks. And why did her heart feel pain? Her phone vibrated. Just as she answered, a concerned voice came through. Teacher, you didn't come? Yes, I took a leave. Are you okay? The hand holding the phone trembled unconsciously, and she could feel her own detachment, as if it served no purpose. And and about what I said before. It's fine, teacher. After my exam, we'll go home. There were countless reasons for her refusal, but Mei Nianxue didn't know the real reason. In the end, all those reasons turned into a light, floating word. Okay. Beep beep beep. She leaned against the window. She always felt as if she had done something wrong, her heart anxious and uneasy. But through the blurred reflection on the glass, she saw the corners of her mouth lift, the blush on her face like the evening glow of autumn. Sigh. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. What a sin. Ha! Mei Nianxue covered her mouth, curious why she suddenly felt the need to say that. The entrance to the Demon Tower is open for no more than 10 minutes. In the central square, only Yi Xiu, Xiaojin, and a group of professors and lecturers remain. Meanwhile, around the square, 7 giant display screens each show different images. They are all live footage from the 7th level of each Demon Tower. Whenever a student reaches the 7th level, a corresponding split screen will appear to record the student's exciting moments. On the road outside the square, senior students preparing to go home can already be seen. Occasionally, someone comes to the square to watch the battles of the freshmen preparing for the upcoming ranking battle. Ouyang Qing appears in a wheelchair, and everyone is stunned to see who is sitting in the wheelchair: Qin Feng, the president of the Red Kite Society. Boss Qin, what happened to you? Ouyang, your old Qin isn't really as rumored, is he? How? Will you manage your life from now on? Ah, turns out the one who was self-reliant isn't old Qin, but you, Ouyang Cheng. A few familiar students laughed and gathered around. Qin Feng shouted with a pale face, "Get lost." Ouyang Qing beside him blushed and remained silent. After taking the blood explosion pill, the Red Kite Society successfully broke the record for the warrior difficulty trial. Compared to the Pioneer Society, there is still a gap of nearly 10 minutes, but it's much better than before. Push me to the fourth screen. Below the screen, a young man with crutches is waiting early. Qin Feng can't help but smile. The other person is also a well-known archer at Yuanma University, though he is still a bit inferior to Qin Feng. Li Yunteng. He is said to have mastered the technique of rapid shooting to perfection. He once had a glorious record of defeating 3 awakened individuals of the same level with 3 arrows during the ranking battle. Li Yunteng gained fame from that. In the end, he was defeated by Qin Feng. Now, when the two meet again, the tension is palpable. Oh, isn't this President Qin? How come? You're in a wheelchair now? Sitting in a wheelchair is much more comfortable than using crutches, right, Ouyang? Li Yunteng rolled his eyes, scoffing at this kind of dog food taunt. While they exchanged barbs, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally flickered towards the screen. Both knew full well that the other's injury was caused by the ferocious beast on the 28th level of the Demon Tower, corresponding to the screen in front of them. Moreover, both had used a temporary power-enhancing pill. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in their current state. The reason for being here is singular. How did that young archer, whom they both acknowledged, perform on the 28th level where they had both suffered defeat? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His goal for coming here is very pure. The enormous ferocious beast that even he couldn't conquer. Su Chen's outcome is already determined. He can't wait to see the shocked expression when he realizes his attacks are ineffective and the scene of being ravaged by the demon from the deep sea. Now seeing Li Yunteng, his confidence grows stronger and his mood becomes increasingly pleasant. On the screen, dark clouds hang low. Below is a calm, boundless sea. A small wooden boat, which could be swallowed by the waves at any moment, drifts along with the current. Congratulations, you have reached the second level. Plop. Congratulations, you have. Plop. Congratulations, you have come to. The voice ringing in his ears sounds like a tape recorder. Each time it hasn't finished speaking, the environment Su Chen is in has already changed. Just as a ferocious beast appears in his sight, the arrow has already been shot. Before he can even see how the beast falls, he has already appeared on the next level. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen arrives at the 6th level. At this moment, less than 3 minutes have passed since he officially entered the first level of the Demon Tower. His footsteps haven't even moved a single centimeter. The first Demon Tower has only one fierce beast on each level, with a rank of at least second-tier elite. Although each has its own tricky characteristics, they are all taken down with a single arrow to the head. For example, the swift blood rabbit on the 3rd level. It seems to be only a 3rd-tier ordinary beast, yet it possesses a speed faster than a bullet. The tricky part is that being bitten by it causes dizziness and sluggishness. It can be said to be an extremely disgusting beast. However, Su Chen's archery is faster than the swift blood rabbit's starting speed. The advanced technique of rapid shooting is called divine speed shooting. Su Chen's divine speed shooting has reached a level where he can use it at will. No matter how fast the swift blood rabbit is, it was already shot dead before it could even start moving. What the hell? Only 5 minutes and 13 seconds to reach the 7th level. What the hell? Why did it suddenly go black screen? Damn it. 3rd-tier elite goblin priest, one-shot kill? Hearing the noisy voices around the first display screen, Yi Xiao and the others hurried over. There were staff nearby, and at Yi Xiao's request, they replayed the footage of Su Chen. Ouyang Qing, pushing a wheelchair, and Li Yuntao, leaning on crutches, also rushed over. Clap. The screen went black again. After several attempts, the staff suddenly realized. They slowed down the playback speed by 10 times. Only then did they show Su Chen appearing on the 7th level, including the entire process of turning to locate the enemy and drawing the bow. Yi Xiao instinctively pinched his mustache with 2 fingers, his lips slightly parted. He could naturally recognize that this was the advanced technique evolved from rapid shooting. Divine speed shooting. From drawing the bow to releasing the arrow, it was something only a deity could achieve. But shouldn't such a technique be mastered only when archery reaches the ultimate realm? Suddenly, he gasped. A 3rd-tier lower awakened being with archery at the ultimate realm? At that time, Mei Nianxue had already reached the 5th-tier upper strength with her ultimate realm. Archery. In other words, Su Chen's talent must far exceed that of Mei Nianxue. If he hadn't seen the goblin priest falling at an incredibly slow speed, he would have almost thought it was at a normal speed. This means that Su Chen's archery speed was slowed down by 10 times, and the image presented was what everyone instinctively thought was a normal archery speed. The time displayed in the upper right corner was 1 minute and 33 seconds. While other first-year students were still battling on the 7th level of the first demon tower, Su Chen had already entered the second demon tower. In less than 6 minutes, some people had just gone to the bathroom and returned to find in horror that the challenge record for the first demon tower had been shortened from 15 minutes and 46 seconds 22 to 5 minutes and 14 seconds 47. Is this still human? Can I still make it to practice archery now? Is this person a first year? Why do I feel like he's a fourth year? Amidst the rising waves of astonishment, everyone instinctively gathered in front of the screen for the 14th level. They felt that they shouldn't have to wait too long. Those who wanted to go to the bathroom chose to hold it in. A cold wind blew by and Li Yunting suddenly shivered. Only then did he realize that he had broken out in a cold sweat without noticing. He could also use divine speed shooting, but only with a probability. Under the condition of mental clarity, shooting 1,000 times would definitely yield one successful shot. There was no comparison to Su Chen's ability to use it at will. The other party was 2 levels lower than him. Why was his archery so powerful? Li Yunting felt his mind go blank. Qin Feng, sitting in a wheelchair, had his hands clenched so tightly they turned white. However, his smile grew even brighter. What good is divine speed shooting? In front of the deep-sea demon on the 28th level, it was nothing. He looked forward even more to seeing Su Chen collapse and tremble in despair when faced with the sea. He's coming. Qin Feng's thoughts were pulled back to reality by this voice. Do we have to go find him again? In front of him was a deep dense forest with thick and varied tree trunks and interwoven roots, the terrain exceptionally complex. Su Chen turned his head and saw the towering cliff behind him. He raised his right hand high above his head and the bony claw shot out. In an instant, he stood at the edge of the cliff. Whoosh, a gentle breeze brushed past his ear. In just a moment, he extracted key information from the wind. The technique of wind elements in the 8 Yuan body refinement technique, the language of the wind. So it's for Jade Crown tree demons. In such a forest environment, tree demons were the hardest to detect. Su Chen slowly raised his arm, aiming at the air. Sorry, this kind of disguise won't work on me. The dark red explosive energy arrow, entwined with strands of blue wind, silently took flight. In a whisper, 4 arrows soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! The screen went black, mission accomplished. Xia Ajin blinked, looking at Yi Xiu with particularly clear eyes. Dean, you wouldn't say he hit the target by blind shooting, would you? I think it should be the technique of the bow saint. Yes, that's it. Yi Xiu almost twisted his left mustache into a braid, his tone growing more resolute. Is that so? Yes, exactly. Staring at the timer on the split screen, it had only just passed 3 minutes. Qin Feng and Li Yunting both fell into self-doubt almost simultaneously. They were both archers with mastery in bow techniques, and they knew in their hearts that young man was definitely not shooting blindly. He had considerable confidence. Could it be that becoming a student of the bow saint could lead to such a significant improvement? A few people turned to look at the first display screen, only to find it still calm, their eyes filled with increasing shock. Su Chen had already entered the 3rd demon suppression tower, while the others hadn't even reached the 7th level? What kind of monstrous speed was this? The professors and lecturers, all experienced awakeners, included many who used bows as weapons. Now, in front of the screen, each wore a smile of shame and helplessness. In the vast, boundless desert, Su Chen trudged forward. In this environment filled with yellow sand, a faintly visible dark blue wind wall surrounded him within a meter perfectly, sending the blowing sand into the sky, completely not interfering with his line of sight. And as for the abyssal eye, it had long since closed its eyes in this environment. Su Chen touched the somewhat willful black battle bow again, entering the mysterious state of unity between man and bow once more. At this moment, his bodily perception reached its limit. Standing on the scorching sand, the temperature feedback surprised him. It was hard to imagine being able to fully simulate the most realistic environmental conditions. It is well known that the demon suppression towers are independent of each other. Every level of each tower has the same environment, fierce beasts or alien races. However, challengers would absolutely not encounter each other. Listening carefully to the sound of the wind, his brows furrowed even more. No fierce beasts at all? Su Chen muttered to himself. A few seconds later, he crouched down. The desert, flattened by the strong winds, always had subtle rises. These rises were densely approaching him. If he hadn't crouched down, he would have almost been unable to see them. Once again amazed by the perception enhancement of the unity between man and bow, he noticed that there were also rises moving quickly in the other 3 directions. Truly the 21st level. With a sigh in his heart, Su Chen found it somewhat difficult to pull the bowstring. As the tension on the bowstring gradually increased, an even thicker energy arrow slowly condensed. He finally can't hold on anymore. Qin Feng silently cheered in his heart, becoming even more certain that Su Chen would not see the deep-sea demon that had caused both him and Li Yunting to suffer. Because here, he would have to withdraw due to exhaustion. It should be known that he also had the S-level bow skill, Celestial Arrow Book. Even so, he was still tormented to the point of physical and mental exhaustion on this level. Moreover, he was under the enhancement of a blood-boosting elixir, and even after continuously releasing 3 formations of the celestial arrow book, he couldn't withstand the wave of desert man-faced rats, not to mention Su Chen, who was only at the 3rd tier lower level. Aurora Arrow Screen? It really is the Aurora Arrow Screen. Xin Feng heard Li Yunting's voice and secretly sneered. He didn't expect Li Yunting to be such a naive bumpkin, especially after he had previously placed him on the same level as himself. Xin Feng. At that moment, Xin Feng raised his head, and the scene before him made his scalp tingle. His heart also stopped for a moment. Why did it feel like no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to this freshman? Next, he fell into deep self-doubt, unable to extricate himself. Yi Xiu and all the professors and lecturers stared at the screen without blinking. Many of them wore expressions of shock and wonder on their faces, as if witnessing the end of the world. Continuously twisting his mustache, Yi Xiu's other side of the beard had also transformed into a twisted, braided style. He could tell that Su Chen was inexperienced in its use, likely still at the entry-level stage. But that also proved he had comprehended an SSS level skill. How long had it been since he gained access to SSS level reference permissions? Not even 3 weeks. In his memory, the fastest student to learn an SSS level skill took nearly 10 months, and Su Chen was undoubtedly the fastest. Faster than anyone he knew. The sky, filled with swirling yellow sand, presented a different scene. The magnificent and fantastical colors resembled the auroras that could only be seen in extremely cold regions, creating an illusion akin to a mirage. An arrow rain denser than the celestial arrow script formed an effect similar to a stage curtain. Those countless protrusions, no matter how many, could not withstand the highly penetrating and dense barrage of arrows. On the blank yellow canvas, bursts of bright red plum blossoms suddenly exploded. These desert man-faced mice, which could hide and move within the yellow sand, could not get within 1 meter of Su Chen. When entering the 22nd floor, it had been less than 3 hours since the demon suppression tower opened. Xia Ajin placed a hand on her chest, feeling her heart racing. This young man, up until now, had only experienced the stunning visual impact of the Aurora Arrow Curtain. Aside from that, all he had done was simply shoot. Yet, even so, he had directly refreshed the records of the first 3 demon suppression towers, achieving an unfathomable height. Under normal circumstances, the difficulty of the demon suppression tower would be adjusted according to the year of study. The model corresponding to the first year was equivalent to hard mode. It was foreseeable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, there might not be any first-year students who could earn the breakthrough record reward. Suddenly, Xia Ajin licked her slightly dry red lips. A wild thought popped into her mind. Could it be that Su Chen had directly cleared all 7 demon suppression towers? Although it seemed unbelievable, it also felt entirely reasonable. Xia Ajin couldn't help but laugh at this thought. After all, there were still nearly 20 hours left. Her gaze turned to the first 3 screens. They were empty. In the central square, all the upperclassmen who had come to watch the first-year battle were gathered in front of the 4th screen. The number was well over several hundred, and more students who hadn't left were on their way. This was a thrilling battle. Facing the last rushing foamling swallowtail butterfly, Su Chen nimbly dodged. He quickly took out 2 spirit-enhancing pills and swallowed them, using the smallest of movements to evade. Taking advantage of this time, he fully operated his techniques, rapidly increasing his elemental energy. At the same time, his stamina was also restored. The lower levels were filled with fierce beasts or alien races, so Su Chen cautiously restored himself to peak condition. With that, he shot an arrow that instantly killed the foamling swallowtail butterfly. Whoosh! Su Chen instinctively lowered his body. He was in a small boat, surrounded by a vast ocean. He instinctively searched for the whereabouts of the beasts in the wind but found nothing. The lowered dark clouds loomed over the calm sea. He sensed an unusual terror. Just a few seconds later, ripples appeared on the calm sea surface. In the blink of an eye, a massive shadow emerged beneath the azure waves. One after another, red, suction cup-like thick tentacles pierced through the sea surface, shooting straight into the sky. In the vast ocean, there were suddenly hundreds of thick, crimson tentacles of varying sizes. It could be confirmed that each tentacle had a diameter of at least 4 meters near the surface. Su Chen maneuvered the small boat to evade while shooting energy arrows to attack these tentacles. However, the effect was not good. To use an explosive flame arrow to sever them would undoubtedly require consuming more elemental energy. Currently, he was only making initial contact. He did not plan to go all out. Crack! Taking the quiver from the storage ring, a steel spiral arrow shot out. The invisible blade completely severed the crimson tentacle. It was as if an awakened one had attacked with a sword or a knife, leaving a clean wound. This ability was measured when he first obtained the Abyssal Eye. Of course, it required a physical arrow. Later, as energy arrows condensed, this ability was not used much. Now, it had finally arrived at its grand and magnificent stage. In less than a few minutes, the tentacles on the sea surface were cleared away. However, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly serious as he sensed a powerful presence leaping up from beneath the surface. He used the wind and water elements to maneuver the small boat away. The next second, a mound as large as a mountain suddenly bulged up from the sea. At the moment of rupture, the enormous being hidden beneath the azure waves truly appeared beneath the sky. A gigantic pupil with a diameter of over 10 meters covered in dark bone spines on its back. A fifth-tier elite-level ferocious beast known as the sea monster, the deep-sea demon, the sea demon octopus. Even the part visible on the sea surface was the size of a small island, not to mention the body beneath the surface. Standing before it would evoke a fear akin to an ant facing an elephant. Through the screen, second and third-year students could also feel the terrifying oppression of the sea demon octopus. Many who had faced it before had eyes filled with fear. It was as if they were back in the time when it dominated them, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Upon reaching the fourth demon suppression tower, the assessment rating would change to excellent. As the highest tier, it also served to distinguish and select students. After all, starting from the fifth demon suppression tower, every additional layer brought resources that were nearly terrifying in number. Amidst the choppy waves, Su-chen and the small boat appeared incredibly insignificant. The fear in his heart lingered for less than a minute, before vanishing without a trace. He gently stepped on the small boat with his left foot, and flames erupted from the rear, providing excellent propulsion for the boat. Su-chen stood proudly on the boat, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Just this temperament alone is worthy of praise. That's right. I truly admire the training methods of the bow saint. It seems that next semester's Abyssal Silence leaderboard positioning battle will surely be spectacular. Many professors expressed their admiration for Su-chen, while Xiet Aozhen turned to exchange a glance with Yishio, barely suppressing the laughter bubbling within. Yishio, with his two twisted braids, wore a serious and stern expression. The praises and exclamations about Su-chen echoed in his ears, one after another. Qin Feng's face grew increasingly grim. The cold smirk at the corner of his mouth never faded. This time, the Demon Tower was truly his Waterloo in 3 years of university life. In previous years, he had never fallen below the 35th floor, yet this year he couldn't even pass the 28th floor. He increasingly wanted to see the look of despair on Su-chen's face after all his tricks had been exhausted. Bang! Bang! It sounded like the tremendous roar produced by a grenade launcher. One after another, streams of light and fire streaked across the undulating sea surface, dragging along crimson and azure elemental particles. They effortlessly pierced into the body of the sea demon octopus as if stabbing tofu with a knife. The sound was deeper than the howling winds and raging waves, and in an instant, two small azure-red mushroom clouds rose. Charred chunks of flesh flew about, with a gaping crater over 5 meters in diameter, a shocking sight. It was similar to the principle used to hunt the ghost-faced spider outside Luoshui City. With the ultimate penetration of light elements, energy arrows pierced into the massive body. The combination of fire and wind elements further enhanced the explosive effect. Su-chen today was no longer comparable to the past. At this moment, a single arrow could blow a third-tier ordinary ghost-faced spider into a pile of charred, smoking flesh. Yet against the sea demon octopus, it was merely a tickling attack, not even enough to cause serious injury. His starry eyes suddenly narrowed. In less than a minute, the charred, massive wound had already begun to show new flesh turning white. Although he had seen in the Beast Encyclopedia that the sea demon octopus had terrifying self-healing abilities, witnessing it firsthand still surprised Su-chen. Looking again at the scarlet tentacle that had just been severed by the arrow, new tentacles as thin as swimming snakes had already appeared on the healed wound. No wonder it's rated as a beast that gives archers a headache. Su-chen said to himself. It is well known that, unlike melee or spellcasting awakeners, archers aiming for maximum damage often choose to hit vital areas such as the head or heart. However, the sea demon octopus seemed like a massive, bloated mass of flesh, with no real weak points to speak of. Because of this, awakeners who used bows and arrows would certainly place the sea demon octopus among the most troublesome beasts. The seemingly vital large eyes, however, were a taboo that every familiar awakener would not dare to recklessly touch. Under normal circumstances, when the sea demon octopus was on the brink of death, it would release a mental control comparable to a 6-star alchemist, with nearly 100% hit rate. If one attacked its eyes directly, the sea demon octopus would release it in advance. Other first-year students would eagerly attack the eyes at the start, only to be sent out by mental control. The corner of Su-chen's mouth curled slightly. He did not lack information about the characteristics of the sea demon octopus or combat experience. A bit troublesome, but not too much. In his calm tone, there was a hint of high-spirited battle intent and complete confidence. On the taut bowstring, a crystal-clear ice energy arrow shot out. The moment the arrow tip touched the charred surface, it shattered into countless ice crystals drifting in the air. A layer of frost quickly formed, also slowing down the self-healing effect. Of course, Su-chen completely ignored the tentacles that had just been severed. The body above the sea was more cost-effective for using ice energy arrows. The speeding small boat suddenly changed direction, circling around the sea demon octopus, shooting arrow after arrow. the massive body of the sea demon octopus became pockmarked in explosions that occurred no more than 3 seconds apart. Meanwhile, Suchen silently called out in his heart, "Eye of the abyss, focus." The eyes on the pitch-black war bow quietly closed. This is a good method. It's rare for an archer to have such a frequency of explosive attacks. So what? Have you all forgotten the sea demon octopus's last resort? Not only the senior students watching, but even many of the teachers began to chat. Everyone present admired Suchen's outstanding response. 6 hours had passed, and some first-year students had no choice but to withdraw. They only saw a sea of people in front of the fourth screen, bustling and noisy. They subconsciously walked over and saw the tall figure in a black long coat on the screen. One by one, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow! Suchen has reached the 28th floor? Why do I feel like I'm not watching him fight in a demon-slaying tower? How the hell is he doing this? Shin Foam, who was very close to the screen, had flickering eyes. His face was full of a smug smile that seemed to say it was nothing special. The student of the Bao Said is just like this. He paid no attention to Ouyang Qing's reminder, and his voice even rose a few decibels. It turned out that Suchen was no different from him. Back then, he too had relied on the range advantage of the archer to bring the sea demon octopus to the brink of death amidst the raging winds and waves. How could Suchen, a third-tier lower awakened one, withstand the mental control that even he could not resist? His legs trembled with excitement, shaking continuously. Shin Foam seemed to have already foreseen the development of the situation. His inner ecstasy was ready, and a hearty laugh was on the tip of his tongue. As soon as Suchen fell under mental control, he could burst out laughing immediately. Beside him, Li Yunting, leaning on crutches, had flickering eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. More than 90% of his skills were single-target attacks. He could even face those of higher strength than himself. But he was only afraid of ferocious beasts, like the sea demon octopus, which had a massive body and was practically devoid of weaknesses. So he only persisted for an hour before choosing to give up. When he left the demon-slaying tower, the penetrating arrow wounds on the sea demon octopus had completely healed. At this moment, seeing the towering hills gradually flattened under Suchen's attacks, he sighed helplessly. Is this what they call a gap? Time passed quickly, and more people gathered in front of the screen. Experienced professors expressed their puzzled exclamations. Why did Suchen, a third-tier lower awakened one, have such good stamina? The speed of his shots, the quality of his shots. There was no change throughout. Great strength, fast speed, and crucially, a significant quantity. This left them baffled. This kid's endurance is a bit too strong, isn't it? Yi Xiu's expression grew increasingly serious. It seemed that only he realized that Suchen and the sea demon octopus were not evenly matched. There was a full 2 tiers of difference between them. Not 2 levels. 2 tiers. Previously, Principal Rin Danqing had mentioned to him that next year, Suchen would be allowed to participate in the top 100 university competition early along with a few others. He had considered that the combat power of first-year students might not be high enough and had reservations. At this moment, Yi Xiu asked himself, perhaps he should agree to let Suchen give it a try? The others could be left out. At the mid-second tier, he had been able to shoot down a 5th-tier Lord-level bloodthirsty butcher. Now that he was already a 3rd tier lower, the sea demon octopus was merely a 5th-tier elite. There was no reason to lose. Suchen was confident from beginning to end, because he knew he would ultimately achieve victory. More crucially, he could see that with each explosion, the life flame symbolizing the sea monster octopus diminished a little. The life flame, once at a height of several dozen meters, had now shrunk to only 3 or 4 meters. It's coming! The pupils of the sea monster octopus deepened gradually. An arrow was shot, and Suchen's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He swallowed 2 spirit-enhancing pills, and a few seconds later, elemental energy surged. Whoosh! Purple lightning shot into the universe, leaving behind brilliant purple stars along the way. Crack! Suchen instantly transformed into lightning and appeared near the closest purple star. In less than a breath, thick black clouds gathered above his head. The application of the thoughtless thunder, the flashing thunder star. At the same time, centered around Suchen, black clouds spread out, creating a circular void with a diameter of over 100 meters. Above, the stars shone brightly. The azure wind swirled around his feet, providing a brief ability to hover. To freely fly using wind elements, he still needed to master several corresponding techniques. It seemed he needed to improve his wind element skills. A massive celestial body, containing various halos, quietly descended. As Suchen's left hand slowly tightened, the bowstring, azure, red, and purple elemental energy arrows coalesced. The massive celestial body transformed into wisps of energy, merging into it. Hundreds of thousands of scarlet tentacles shot towards the tiny figure with lightning speed. Crack! 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 In front of the arrow tip were 3 elemental formations that gradually shrank, with stars flickering on them. If I can't stop the mental control, then just lower the life to the instant kill line, right? The massive celestial body completely disappeared, replaced by an energy arrow over 2 meters long, infused with the power of the stars. The moment it shot out, it was accelerated by 3 formations in succession. SSS level skill, Starquake Annihilation. All the scarlet tentacles turned to dust. Under this arrow, a giant 3-colored mushroom cloud rose, creating towering waves over 100 meters high. The remaining body of the sea monster octopus, along with that eye, vanished without a trace. Qin Feng incredulously opened his mouth wide, leaning back in madness. He didn't even notice the scalding liquid flowing past his legs. Yes, it's a 3S skill. He actually has 2 3S skills, oh my. Su Chen, what a fierce person. A group of teachers were equally excited. No one expected that Su Chen would pass the 28th level in such a way. Many had previously mentioned mental control in a near-death state, and everyone present was incredibly certain Su Chen's achievement would be fixed here. The more certain he felt earlier, the more real the shock was now. Xia Aoshin instinctively twisted her hand. The pain that came drove away her doubts. Her beautiful eyes flickered with different colors, and she couldn't help but exhale a few breaths of hot air. The scenes she witnessed today were enough to overturn her understanding. Whether it was learning ability or fighting beyond one's level. Li Yunting thudded down to the ground, his hands frantically rubbing his hair. He recognized it. The final arrow that Su Chen used to annihilate the sea monster octopus was indeed the top-tier SSS skill from Zixia Tower, Starquake Annihilation. Ever since he learned that there was this skill book in Zixia Tower, he had been thinking about it every moment for the past 3 years. It was like a goddess high above, pursued but unattainable. He had planned to use the last year and a half, even if it was just to upgrade to SSS level access before graduation. However, Su Chen shot it right in front of him, openly. Li Yunting couldn't understand how his hard work over 2.5 years couldn't compare to Su Chen's one semester. Qin Feng, who wanted to see a good show, also fell from his wheelchair in excitement. The chilly pant legs couldn't dispel the terror in his heart at that moment. He dreamed of proving that he was stronger than Su Chen, that Mei Nianxue had eyes but couldn't recognize a gem. Reality, however, had slapped him twice in the face. The capital he was proud of was nothing in front of the young man in a black long coat on the screen. Su Chen's challenge was still ongoing. As night fell, first-year students gradually emerged from the demon suppression tower, some excited, some dejected. Surprisingly, those curious students who had gathered around did not leave. Standing in the cold winter night wind were many professors and lecturers, including Yi Xiu. They all wanted to witness the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. A 6th-tier lower-level thunder dragon? This could be a bit difficult. Su Chen glanced at the time. There were just over 2 hours until 9 o'clock. He was currently standing on the 42nd floor, which was the top of the 6th demon suppression tower. What he didn't know was that in front of the 6th screen in the square, there were nearly 1,000 spectators. Well, how should I put it? I still feel a bit sorry. Facing the giant dragon with azure scales and electric arcs wrapping around it, Su Chen took out a bundle of long arrows, each 4 meters long and entirely golden. They were specially crafted by a senior blacksmith for slaying powerful dragon species. Not only could they pierce through the dragon's scales, but the arrowheads also had barbs and blood grooves. This would allow the already strong dragon to gradually show signs of decline in battle. Each one was of star quality. A single arrow was worth over 100 million huaxia coins, and beneath Su Chen's feet, there were more than 100. In fact, to avoid any accidents during the challenge, Su Chen had all kinds of arrows with various effects in his storage ring. As Mei Nianxue's beloved student, he naturally didn't have to spend money on physical arrows. I'll definitely clean it for you when I get back. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen stood on one leg, holding the bow with his foot. The bowstring, which didn't seem very long, was pulled to 4 or 5 times its own length. 8 hours 44 minutes and 45 seconds the thunder dragon lay powerless on the ground, its 4 thick legs completely shot off. Its long pink tongue hung out, barely still breathing. Su Chen frantically pulled out the dragon-slaying arrow that was embedded in it. He was still muttering, "Big brother dragon, just hold on a little longer. Don't worry. I'll extend your life for a few more minutes." With 3 minutes left until the end, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. The dragon slayer arrow had been retrieved. "Alright, brother dragon, goodbye." A few seconds later, Su Chen walked out of the spatial door, still feeling a bit shaken. The 43rd level began with a 7-tier Elite Alien Bone Dragon Knight, and at a glance, there were over 500 of them. Since victory was hopeless, he simply chose to exit. Applause like ocean waves echoed continuously. Especially among the many teachers, everyone looked excited. The principal, Yi Xiu, had his 2 twisted braids shaking up and down with the applause. Yu Beima quietly sighed. He exchanged a helpless glance with his lover beside him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat the sea demon. Su Chen had just accomplished the feat of shooting down a 6-tier giant dragon. A semester had ended. The gap between him and Su Chen had not only failed to close but had instead widened. "Mengqin, I plan to train in the gray zone during the winter break." "That's fine. I'll accompany you." The two turned and left the square. Outside the crowd, Xiu Xi exhaled clouds of smoke, casting a meaningful glance at the young man in the center before turning to walk slowly towards Mei Nianxue's teacher's apartment. Soon, Everyone at Yunmai University knew that the freshman principal, Ren Danxing, had received a report on Su Chen's combat ability assessment, along with the decision from Yi Xiu and Xie Ajin to allow Su Chen to participate in the top 100 university competition to be held in April next year. As for the other freshmen, that was still under consideration. Students, all assessments for this semester are now concluded. Thank you all for your hard work. The results for the 2 types of exams and the assessment rewards will be sent to your phones within 3 days. Please check them yourself. If you have any questions, please fill out the appeal form on the campus network within 4 days of receiving the message, otherwise it will be considered accepted. The winter break for freshmen starts tomorrow, February 3rd, and ends on February 29th. Starting this afternoon, all freshmen can leave campus in an orderly manner according to their schedules. Please return to school by 8 a.m. on March 1st. Plan your time wisely. Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. The dormitory entrance was equipped with speakers playing Yi Xiu's voice. As the announcement concluded, the first semester for the freshmen officially ended. However, Su Chen and the others were all fast asleep in their respective rooms. They woke up in the early hours of the next day. After moving a bit, Su Chen felt a strange warmth between his legs. He reached down and pulled out a fluffy little creature, somewhat helplessly. The little guy shot him a glance, unwillingly snuggling back against his shoulder to sleep. It's rare to finish the exams, so I might as well take it easy today. Su Chen stretched and opened his phone. After several days without checking, there were quite a few messages, with the notification showing 99+. Su Chen scrolled down but didn't see any from his teachers. He felt something was a bit off with the teachers and planned to check in the morning. Shen Zitong had already returned, asking when Su Chen would go back. Shen Yu had warmly invited him, sending many photos of the New Year decorations in Yucheng full of festive spirit. However, Su Chen didn't plan to go out. For his first New Year away from home, he intended to spend quality time with his family. After just opening Jiang Shinro's message, his phone rang immediately. Time to get up. I'm not running this morning, you can keep sleeping. He could hear the sleepiness in Jiang Shinro's voice. Okay, let's talk when I wake up. Finally, when dawn broke, Su Chen stepped outside, and little white peach burrowed into his pocket. During this time, it had developed a habit of diving into the pocket of his windbreaker whenever he went out. With one more pair of eyes watching and a Hakimi charm, the number of charms had become 2. Mei Nianxue didn't seem to be in the apartment, and the door was left ajar. Su Chen's confusion deepened. At least during this time, any arrangements would be sent to him via text. He had long been accustomed to Mei Nianxue not closing the door, entering the room to start tidying up on her own. Seeing a strawberry-flavored lollipop on the table, he naturally unwrapped the candy and put it in his mouth. Oh no, why are these clothes thrown around again? Sigh. He collected and sorted the scattered clothes in the room. After all, waiting idly was boring. He placed the lollipop back on its wrapper. He didn't like to eat candy while working. Before long, the sound of the washing machine accompanied by soft music filled the air. Mei Nianxue walked into the entrance. She thought about Qiu Ci's nearly limitless combat ability that increased at night. All these years later, facing Qiu Ci at midnight, there was still no chance of victory. Even though the other party's nearly invincible state lasted only 1 minute. She showed a hint of surprise. She couldn't remember if there was an unfinished lollipop on the table. Can't waste it, Amu. In an instant, a wonderful sweetness spread in her mouth. Mei Nianxue recalled the previous time, the sweet memory still fresh. Could it be like a lottery, where there would be a super special version? She decided to buy a whole truck next time and try her luck. She looked like a little girl who had made an unexpected discovery, her expression filled with indescribable joy. Hearing the sound of washing clothes, she naturally knew who it was. Having a boy wash her clothes, her recently frozen cheeks instantly collapsed again. Hey, teacher. You finally came back. Next time, don't use your clothes as rags and don't throw them around. Didn't I buy you a laundry basket? Got it. Su Chen's gaze searched back and forth, and after a moment he asked, Teacher, did you see the lollipop I put on the table? The strawberry-flavored one. By Tauzi, did you steal my candy again? Meow. Whimper. She was stunned, so much so that she didn't even notice her ears visibly becoming pointed at a rapid speed. This scene, Su Chen happened to see it all. Teacher? You are not human, right? Gulu, she instinctively touched her ear. At that moment, Mei Nianxue felt an unprecedented panic. She couldn't bear to look directly into those pitch-black eyes. She was afraid it would be the same gaze again. At the very least, she didn't want that annoying expression to appear on Su Chen's face. Yes, I'm not entirely human. I am of the elf clan. Quickly turning and walking up the stairs to the bedroom, Mei Nianxue knew everything was over. The pain that lingered in her heart would far exceed any previous experience. Even more than that guy's sudden disappearance, it left her feeling utterly helpless. Teacher, we have the high-speed train at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Ha! She turned around almost mechanically in the middle of the stairs. She looked in surprise at those eyes she had always feared. What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Mei Nianxue hurriedly flew upstairs, and only after locking the door did she shyly curl up with her knees hugged to her chest. Buzz! She suddenly spat out a thin little stick, covering her face. With her hands, she threw herself onto the bed, rolling around. So I think candy is delicious, not because the candy itself is delicious? Her tender, fair earlobes turned suddenly bright red. Mei Nianxue was stunned again. With a face full of disdain, she finished tidying up the room. One piece of clothing after another had been washed clean. Suchen sent a text and then left the house. It was nearing noon. The three of them had returned to the dormitory yesterday and agreed to have their last meal of the semester at noon. They arrived early at Hongguang Pavilion to reserve a table, and soon after, Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng appeared, both of them tacitly not bringing any family members. Originally, they had agreed to meet in the evening before the exam, but due to Yang Yunfeng's high-speed train at 11 p.m., they had to change the mealtime to noon. Naturally, the bill was left to Yang Yunfeng, and Sun Biwei shouted that he should pay the price. They ordered quite a few reasonably priced drinks. Both of them had reached the 4th Demon Tower this time, and their assessment was excellent. The whole process was very joyful. Suchen also learned about their plans. During the winter break, Yang Yunfeng intended to use the money he earned this semester to take his family around various places. In Huaxia, the most surprising was Sun Biwei, who actually planned to train in the gray zone. Don't look at me like this, I'm still a future top awakener. While you all enjoy family happiness, I've already successfully surpassed you. Just wait until school starts and you'll tremble. Humph. Luo Ge, what's your plan? After the new year, I will go to Yinqing City to attend the Youth Alchemist Conference. If there's enough time afterward, I'll take a trip to the nearby gray zone. After finishing the last drink, the three of them left the private room. Suchen then went to a shop in Qingbei City and bought a lot of local specialties. He also took a big bite of the little white peach until he was full before returning to school. At the school gate, he could see many students from wealthy families getting into special cars to leave the school. Most of the students were still dressed neatly, walking in groups. Now broadcasting a notice, please first-year student Su Chen, upon hearing the broadcast, come to the principal's office. Originally planning to go to Sun Yao's place, Su Chen had to change his schedule. Principal Ren Donqing's office was a small room at the corner of the top floor of the office building. The room was very simple, but the furniture was made of quite precious small leaf red sandalwood. Principal, you were looking for me? Student Su, you did well in this final exam, congratulations. Ren Donqing said sincerely. Currently, the exam results for all students from freshman to junior year had been entered into the system. Su Chen's results were all at the top level. If one were to nitpick, according to the substitute teacher's words, he could only lose a few points for his flamboyant handwriting. Even so, his overall score was still a clear first. With your level, I want you to participate in the Top 100 University competition held in April next year. This time I'm here to ask for your opinion. Ren Donqing had her considerations. The Top 100 Universities competition is a grand event well known among the people of Huaxia. The universities registered with the Ministry of Education will send their most elite students to form teams to participate. It concerns honor, and the final results will also serve as a criterion for future university assessments. Each university will choose stronger fourth-year students. According to Yuan Mo's usual practice, at least second-year students are selected. Su Chen's outstanding achievements made Ren Donqing change her mind. She had absolute confidence. Even if Su Chen didn't perform well this time, if he could compete with the top awakeners from universities across the country, his growth would surely accelerate. With Su Chen's current talent and self-discipline, starting from his second year, he would undoubtedly lead Yuan Mo to dominate the Top 100 Universities competition. For the next 3 years, this grand plan she had been preparing for a long time was quite secure. Principal Ren, are you sure I can participate? I want you to go. Do you want to? Su Chen nodded in agreement. Good. I won't put any pressure or arrangements on you, just do your best. Of course, it would be best if you could achieve results, Ren Donqing said with a smile. Don't think that all the experts are in top universities. Even in second-tier universities, there are also formidable awakeners. After leaving the office building, Su Chen felt a bit of anticipation. Only by constantly battling various strong opponents can one truly grow. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain. When he appeared at Sun Yao's apartment, he was nearly on the verge of collapse but finally found a moment to catch his breath. With a dark face, he asked Xiao Xinhe to leave the room, and only then did he relax. As a young alchemist, she was not weak at all. At least in terms of alchemical talent, she could surpass over 80% of the students who applied for the alchemy course at Yuan Mo. But that also depended on who she was compared to. With Su Chen, this gem in front of her, Xiao Xinhe immediately appeared dimmed. She took 7 recipes for low-grade 4th-tier pills and the corresponding materials from Sun Yao. After spending some time explaining the precautions for each, she also demonstrated 3 advanced alchemical techniques. Sun Yao was actually quite curious. The advanced techniques for alchemy require extremely high standards for alchemists, especially the fire control technique. Even with a teacher guiding them, it might not be done well. But Su Chen had only looked at it a few times, and by the next visit he had basically mastered it. Moreover, it was no different from what he had taught. Even if problems arose, there was considerable value in solving them. At the very least, Sun Yao wouldn't feel like he was wasting his time. It was simply worry-free. Are you leaving just like that? Thank you, Teacher Sun. I should arrive in Yanqing City on the 7th. When you arrive, go directly to the regional headquarters to find me. After preparing his items for home, Su Chen went to Zixia Tower to select A-level skills to learn from the gun, fist, and sword. After all, starting from S-level, skill learning has prerequisites. Although time was a bit tight, fortunately they were A-level skills and he managed to grind out 6 books in just a few hours. Early the next morning, Mei Nianxue was already waiting downstairs at the dormitory. Her rosy cheeks looked particularly radiant today. At the entrance of the villa in Peach City, Mei Nianxue watched Su Chen insert the key, her face showing an expression of facing death with courage. Mom, I'm back. Sister, I'm back. Xiao Qing and Luo Miaoxia hurried over, and at a glance, they saw the silver-haired woman standing somewhat awkwardly at the door. This must be Xiao Luo's teacher, right? Please come in. Mei Nianxue slightly bowed, feeling a bit awkward as she greeted. Mom, teacher, this is my mom. Oh no, how did it come to this all at once? Mei Nianxue remained calm, displaying the composure of the Bo Saint in the face of adversity. Sorry, what I meant to say is, you look a lot like my mother. I was a little confused for a moment. This shouldn't count as lying, right? Mei Nianxue thought to herself. The 3 quickly regained their composure, and Xiao Qing hurriedly stepped forward, her smile becoming even more affectionate. Teacher Mei, thank you for taking care of Xiao Luo. Just treat this place like your own home. Su Chen blinked, wondering why his mother was suddenly so warm towards the teacher. It felt like they were family. He then pulled the bewildered girl beside him and introduced her with a proud tone. Teacher, this is my sister Luo Miaoxia, the one I mentioned before. My sister's cake-making skills are top-notch. No way. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hello, sister. Mei Nianxue saw the brief confusion on Su Chen's face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, right. I'm a bit older. Hello, sister. Alright, what are we doing standing at the entrance like this? Let's hurry inside. Xiao Qing warmly pulled Mei Nianxue towards the living room, leaving the still-dazed siblings behind. You didn't find a girlfriend and are too shy to admit it, so you told a little lie, did you? Luo Miaoxia asked with her hands on her hips, her voice full of helplessness. The image of that girl who couldn't stop talking flashed in her mind again, always calling her sister so affectionately. By the sun and moon, she really is my teacher. Why would I lie to you and Mom? Su Chen also didn't understand why it had turned out this way. Was this really the teacher he was familiar with? Until Su Chen was very close to Luo Miaoxia, he noticed the deep-set eyes that had been closed the whole way suddenly opened. What are you 2 siblings whispering about? Xiao, Luo, Xiaoxia, come here quickly. Coming, Mom. Seeing Su Chen's increasingly straight posture, Luo Miaoxia helplessly rubbed her forehead with one hand. Another strange sister had joined the mix. Xiaoxia, take Xiao Luo and Teacher Mei upstairs. Teacher Mei, you follow them for now. I'll check the kitchen. Dinner will be ready soon. When Luo Miaoxia walked in, she saw Su Chen's mouth wide open. It looked like he had seen something unbelievable to the point of being speechless. To his surprise, Xiao Qing and Mei Nianxue were getting along very well. In fact, Su Chen had been quite worried about bringing Mei Nianxue back. Now, it was the best possible situation, but the change had come too abruptly. Soon, Xiao Qing brought up a shiny copper hot pot. At a glance, it was filled to the brim with crispy meat and meatballs paired with homemade chili sauce and oil heartbread. Absolutely delicious. Su Chen proudly and enthusiastically explained how to eat it, and in the process, he had already added chili sauce to Mei Nianxue's bowl. Xiao Qing watched the scene before her with a beaming smile, her joy growing brighter. Carefully following Su Chen's instructions, Mei Nianxue took a modest bite of the crispy meat. Delicious. Teacher, I was right, wasn't I? If it's good, eat more, there's plenty in the kitchen. Suddenly, the mother and daughter duo's attention was drawn to a small creature with big, tearful eyes and 2 front paws scratching at the clothes. Its adorable appearance made them both laugh. Oh, you're awake? Come here, this is yours. As she introduced it, she placed a piece of crispy meat on the table. The little white peach quickly finished eating, pointed at the bowls in front of the 4, and proudly raised its head. You little guy. Still want a bowl? What an interesting little creature. Here's your bowl. Xiao Qing brought over a tiny bowl from the kitchen. Outside the window, snow began to fall again, though she didn't know when. The 4 of them were eating and chatting, and time passed quickly. Teacher, let's take a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to explore Peach City. Mei Nianxue nodded. After Su Chen left, she blushed and patted her uncooperative belly. She had eaten 3 plates of meatballs and 5 plates of crispy meat, not to mention countless other dishes. She knew she shouldn't eat so much, but she couldn't help herself. The feeling of everyone gathering together to chat during the meal made her unconsciously shed her inner coldness and gradually blend in. After taking a hot shower, Mei Nianxue lay in her warm bed, feeling as if she were in another world. She even began to wonder, could she have a life like this? Hiss! A sudden pain shot through her left shoulder, and Mei Nianxue's expression changed instantly. Ah! Bang! A dark red flame suddenly erupted. The alchemy furnace, intertwined with white and red, was quickly engulfed by the flames. At the same time, the furnace floated slowly into the air and began to spin clockwise. Faintly, a dull sound could be heard coming from inside the furnace. After more than 10 minutes, the lid flew off and several pills shot out in different directions. Pop! Pop! Bright flames enveloped the mischievous pills, with intervals of no more than 1 second. The room was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, forcing Su Chen to open the window wide. Professor Sun Yao's alchemy skills relied 70% on fire control. So far, Su Chen had not encountered any bottlenecks in fire control. After all, other alchemists needed to expend extra mental effort to control flames. Su Chen, with his mastery of all elements, only needed a thought for many operations involving fire. After merging with the blood of the starfire extinguishing dragon, his flame control became even more refined. A small dark red flame suddenly flickered at his fingertips, with faintly visible tiny stars around it that flickered in and out. Although it was just a wisp, the temperature in the room rose rapidly at that moment. The dragon fire of the starfire extinguishing dragon is indeed hotter than normal flames, Su Chen exclaimed sincerely. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, the flame landed precisely on his little finger. Another flame appeared on his index finger, the same color as normal fire. One after another, the flames danced nimbly at the tips of his fingers. They could even merge into a ball and then split apart again. Su Chen couldn't help but grin. By now, he had completely mastered the flexible transition between normal flames and star dragon fire. With a gentle upward motion of his palm, all the flames vanished without a sound. If Sun Yao were present, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop. This level of fire control had completely surpassed him. Even many 8-star alchemists might not find it easier than Su Chen. Under the light, Su Chen carefully examined each pill. The surface was smooth, without a single bump or indentation. Each one was plump and round, with a bright luster. One could vaguely see a series of concentric patterns, known in alchemy as pill patterns. This meant that the medicinal effect of this pill could reach 98.9% or even higher. A true top-quality product. With 4 experiences in refining, Su Chen was quite satisfied with this result. Could it be related to the temperature of the flames? His eyes brightened, and the drowsiness that had just appeared vanished in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone vibrated incessantly. The teacher was actually calling him personally? Teacher, could it be that you changed beds to sleep? Come to my room, immediately. Right now. Beep beep beep. Su Chen glanced at the time, it was already past 11. He knocked on the door and walked into the room. This scene happened to be seen by Luo Miaoxia. She rubbed her eyes and immediately slapped herself. I can't believe he actually went in? Teacher, you can't be unable to sleep, right? If I couldn't sleep, I wouldn't come to you. Cough, let's get to the point. Noticing her voice had started to sound cheerful, Mei Nianxue paused for a moment. Her emerald eyes unconsciously glanced at the slightly pursed lips, and she suddenly craved a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Teacher, eating candy late at night isn't good for your teeth. I know. Mei Nianxue rolled her eyes, belatedly remembering that she was the teacher, and then said, your incomplete dragon soul body can already use a thin layer of star power. I learned how to use star power from a conceited guy. I can't use this power right now, but I have some experience you can refer to. So that's what she meant by talking at this hour. Su Chen immediately became interested. The power of the stars can further increase the speed of the arrows. In other words, after shooting the arrow, it will be similar to a falling star. The farther the distance, the greater the speed and damage upon hitting. Do you understand what I'm saying? After a moment of thought, Su Chen excitedly nodded. Doesn't this mean that the arrows he shoots won't lose power due to distance but will instead increase in strength? You can explore this on your own for now. When we return to school, I found someone for you. She added, no one is stronger than him when it comes to using star power. Thank you, teacher. Then you should get some rest. Mei Nianxue suddenly called out to Su Chen again, speaking in a voice almost like a mosquito's buzz. Good night. Teacher, good night. After leaving Mei Nianxue's room, Su Chen felt even more excited. Of course, he set aside the star power for now because he had a hypothesis about the pill patterns that needed verification. He took out the materials, weighed them, and carefully processed them according to the previous steps. When practicing archery, Su Chen understood a principle. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. Therefore, whether he was learning skills or alchemy, he always tried to be meticulous. Soon, he reached the refining stage, and a thin layer of sweat began to bead on his forehead. The newly produced pills were all still plump. More importantly, the pill patterns were becoming more pronounced. After taking an ice fruit calming pill, the mental fatigue was quickly washed away by the successive cold sensations. He also tried multiple times with other pill formulas, and the number of pills with patterns on the table increased, some even falling to the ground. Each one was worth at least 4 million huaxia coins. There were about 30 pills on the table. Thud! Su Chen collapsed onto the bed, unable to hide his fatigue. But the smile on his face was happier than ever. After continuous attempts, he finally figured out the conditions for the appearance of pill patterns. He realized that from the refining stage onward, the requirements for fire in alchemy would increase. He discovered that each type of pill had a suitable flame temperature, and as long as the flame remained at this temperature throughout the process, the chances of the pill patterns appearing were close to 100%, provided there were no mistakes in the other steps. The only downside was that it required a bit more mental effort to sense the temperature. Continuous refining might put a slight burden on the mind, but compared to the discovery of a 100% chance of producing pill patterns, it was negligible. Good morning, sis. Hey, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Su Chen pointed at Luo Miaoxia and asked without any courtesy. Smack! With a slap to his hand, Luo Miaoxia shot him a resentful glare and stopped talking. Xiao Cheng prepared breakfast and set off for the breakfast shop. Meanwhile, Luo Miaoxia's dessert shop was particularly busy as the year-end approached, and after a hurried meal, she quickly got dressed and left. Afterward, Su Chen took Mei Nianxue to stroll through the streets and alleys of Peach City, draped in silver and adorned with red lanterns hanging high. Although the weather was cold, it only served to highlight the festive atmosphere even more. In the past few days, they had visited many places, and Mei Nianxue listened intently as Su Chen recounted many stories from the past. At their alma mater, Huayang District No. 1 High School, Mei Nianxue took the opportunity, while Su Chen was lost in thought, to take a photo with the life-sized cutout at the school gate. On this day, the two went to the supermarket together to buy New Year goods. It was Mei Nianxue's first time in an ordinary person's supermarket, and she truly experienced what it meant to be jostled in a crowd. Teacher, how about I take you to a breakfast shop? Mei Nianxue obediently followed behind Su Chen, a faint smile always on her lips. If it were to stay like this, it seemed quite nice. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The breakfast shop was located in an old community where ordinary people lived. Although Xiao Cheng and Su Chen had already moved away, they were still familiar faces. As soon as they appeared, several elderly men and women recognized them and greeted them warmly. Seeing Mei Nianxue, who was following behind Su Chen in a snow-white mink coat, they couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful girl! Xiao Luo, you brought back such a pretty partner after half a year. Girl, you're lucky to have found Xiao Luo. When are you two getting married? I'll give you a big red envelope then, huh?" Hearing these words, Mei Nianxue was instantly petrified, her stunning face seemingly turned to stone, her smile completely frozen. She suddenly reached up to touch her ears, and sure enough, they had become pointed, and it had happened without her even realizing it. She quickly turned to run, her heart racing as fragmented memories flashed before her eyes. These elderly people, full of kind smiles, might change their expressions in the next moment. In that instant, her face lost all color. But Su Chen grabbed her. "Su Chen, you don't." The warm smile before her, the two comforting hands, carried an irresistible strength. Ugh! Her pale face flushed with irregular redness from excitement and shyness. Being shy doesn't mean you can be rude, right? Mei Nianxue was stunned. Her mind went blank as she followed Su Chen. After talking to those elderly men and women, she finally turned and walked toward the nearby breakfast shop. At that moment, Mei Nianxue seemed like a shy little girl who had done something wrong. She could only let the adult lead her, her legs moving hesitantly. "Why are you? Teacher, who cares?" Gently wiping the tears from her cheeks, Su Chen sighed. But, teacher, there's no but." Su Chen patted his chest and solemnly assured her, "If anyone dares to say anything, I'll shoot them with an arrow. If they're ordinary people, I'll beat them until they submit. Do you really not mind?" She looked at Su Chen. This question had been bottled up since the last time Su Chen discovered it. She didn't know Su Chen's true answer, but Mei Nianxue understood very well. She cared about this answer. "Mind? Teacher, are you feverish?" Gently checking his temperature, Su Chen laughed heartily, even to the point of rolling on the floor with laughter. "Humph. Is it very, very funny?" Looking at her student, who was almost laughing like a shrimp, Mei Nianxue was puzzled. "I'm just happy. Why would I mind? Isn't a half-human, half-elf teacher fragrant?" "Oh, fragrant?" Mei Nianxue sniffed lightly, her eyes clear and innocent. "I don't have the habit of wearing perfume." Suddenly, a sharp crack sounded in her ear, and Mei Nianxue's breath swirled above her head like a storm, rushing toward the heavens. In the distance, ordinary people unconsciously crouched on the ground, trembling. Su Chen was closest but felt no pressure at all. The scene before him made him widen his eyes. It seemed he grasped something in the void, yet it felt like nothing at all. He did not see when Mei Nianxue took out her elegant longbow but casually shot an arrow into the sky, evoking an indescribable artistic conception. A scroll of archery unfolded unexpectedly. On this day, Mei Nianshua's archery was only a step away from returning to the divine, the sacred place of the elven tribe, the Moon Tree Courtyard. One arrow stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Respected saint, I apologize for disturbing your cultivation. Please leave the follow-up matters to us. The middle-aged man in a black uniform bowed and said. The streets of the community had been completely cleared, and all residents were ordered to return home. Even in the depths of winter, he had wiped his forehead several times while speaking a few words. He was primarily responsible for the security of this community and was merely a first-tier awakened one himself. Standing in front of Mei Nianxue, he felt a sense of awe as if looking up at a towering mountain. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. It is our honor to serve the saint. Countless ordinary people peered cautiously through the windows of the surrounding high-rise buildings. Su Chen held Xiao Qing standing at the entrance of the breakfast shop, and the passing security officers showed him great respect as well. Xiao Qing, beside him, had no idea. The Mei teacher, who had chatted so amiably with her, possessed such terrifying power. The commotion caused by Mei Nianxue had inevitably attracted the regional security team. The moment she revealed her identity as a saint, the previously frowning captain of the regional security team was now filled with fear. The certification of a saint. It meant that the awakened would become the highest combat power of the nation. As long as they did not commit a grave mistake, they would stand at the top for life. Any losses caused by the disturbances from a breakthrough in realm would be compensated by the state. The regional security team was merely responsible for the safety of areas where ordinary people gathered. Under normal circumstances, they would never intersect with the lofty saints in their lifetime. Before long, Mei Nianxue walked over slowly. I'm sorry, there was nothing she could do about the elevation of realms. At her level, the opportunity to break through was fleeting. Teacher, what level is your archery skill at? One step away, returning to the divine. Hiss, Su Chen snapped back to reality from his shock, having gained a faint, almost ethereal insight from observing closely. Just now. However, no matter how he tried, he still ended up with nothing. Forget it, such things cannot be forced. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he achieved returning to the divine himself. Having thought this through, Su Chen quickly felt at ease. Mom, I'll help you. Teacher, please wait a moment. Mei Nianxue stood at the door, looking at the familiar busy figure, and smiled knowingly. Unfortunately, no one witnessed this scene. Xiao Cheng skillfully locked the shop door, and the three were about to head home together. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the name displayed on the screen was Shin Zitong. Note, sister. After answering, Shin Zitong's straightforward and cheerful voice immediately came through the phone. Su Chen, are you back? I'll give you 3 seconds to rephrase that. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, brother. Is that better? Are you back? I knew it. Our class reunion is today at 4 in the afternoon at Hongmei Restaurant. You can come, right? In fact, Su Chen wanted to refuse, but after Shin Zitong had sent several text messages and calls, he smiled and said, no problem. See you this afternoon. He heard a faint sigh of relief from the other end of the phone. As the class monitor, Shin Zitong's organizational skills were unquestionable. The chosen location was also within an acceptable range. For everyone, Hongmei Restaurant was of decent quality, and the prices were not too high. After all, only a few had entered the awakened university, while the rest either attended regular universities or had already entered society. The earning potential of ordinary people and awakened ones was on completely different levels. Mei Nianxue had little interest in the class reunion, while Xiao Qing pulled her along, taking Xia Beidou to Luo Miaxia's shop. 1545. On the second floor of Hongmei Restaurant, the students of Class 7 from Huayang District No. 1 High School had mostly arrived. Shin Zitong stood at the door with a few girls, responsible for directing the newly arrived students. Today, she wore a sky blue woolen coat and a red scarf. On the bottom, she had on dark wide-leg pants and a pair of dad shoes, making her legs appear particularly long. This outfit on her did not give off any bulky feeling at all. The casual style, combined with Shin Zitong's appearance, was pure and cute yet not lacking in maturity. It was hard to tell that she was the owner of the A-grade enhancement talent Cold Flame Violent Bear. Hey, class monitor, didn't see that coming. Going for the cute look? Could it be that you're dating someone? Tang Bufan. And Ma Angua saw Shin Zitong raise her fist and immediately rushed to the second floor. Over the past 6 months, most people had undergone changes in their image and temperament. Especially the girls, almost all of them came after careful grooming. Many were discussing each other's changes and the circumstances of the past half year. Of course, as the pride of the class, the school, and the entire Peach City, Su Chen's name appeared in almost everyone's conversations. Class monitor, you're closest to Su Chen. How is he? If you ask me, who should I ask? My roommate's cousin is a sophomore at UNMA, and I heard Su Chen is someone even the sophomores and juniors don't dare to mess with. Really? So fierce? In everyone's conversations, there was a hint of genuine envy. The changes in their identities over the past 6 months felt far more real than what the teachers had said. Hello everyone. Long time no see. Upon hearing this voice, everyone instinctively turned to look. The young man still looked just like they remembered, dressed in casual sportswear and sneakers. He was tall and upright, with clear and deep-set eyes. Having shed his youthful innocence, he now exuded a more mature and resolute aura, paired with his already extraordinary looks, leaving many girls momentarily stunned. As awakened ones, Shen Zitong, Tang Bufan, and the others exchanged glances of surprise. Even though Su Chen had suppressed his aura to the lowest level, it still instilled a sense of horror akin to being in the presence of a terrifying beast. Long time no see. Su Chen. Yeah. I'm stunned, you've changed so much. I can't even recognize you on the street now. Click. With the sound of the camera fading away, the first-class reunion after entering university came to a close. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but as drinks flowed, they gradually loosened up, crying in each other's arms, seizing the opportunity to confess and make up for regrets, both boys and girls. Naturally, a few got a bit tipsy, and as the organizer, Shen Zitong arranged everything while sending them off one by one, until she found herself alone, not noticing that familiar figure. A look of disappointment inevitably crossed her face. Turning the corner, she found Su Chen waiting for a long time. The bond between the two was much deeper than those who had just come to curry favor. Just like when they used to train together after leaving the training hall, they reached the intersection and parted ways. Alright, be safe on your way home, but no one should bother you. Cut it out. I'm not joking. If anything happens, remember to call. I'll definitely do my best to help. Okay. Waving goodbye. Under the streetlight, Shen Zitong watched that figure gradually disappear into the night, sighing with melancholy. Teacher, are you going to talk about the power of the stars? This lollipop is really good, you should try it. Curious, he unwrapped the candy, and the moment it entered his mouth, Su Chen's confusion grew. It was clearly just an ordinary strawberry-flavored lollipop, nothing special. Moreover, the teacher looked quite strange tonight. I haven't seen you fully channel your powers in a long time, you should do it now. Without saying another word, he placed the lollipop on the wrapper and unhesitatingly began to channel his powers. Suddenly, many elemental light spots appeared in the room. Mei Nianxue didn't have the time to look at these, she just wanted to resolve her doubts completely. With trembling hands, she grabbed a lollipop. The defenses built by shame were ultimately breached by curiosity. She extended her little tongue and gently licked it. An extraordinary sweetness exploded on her taste buds, and her emerald eyes were filled with pink hearts. After finally suppressing her excited emotions, Mei Nianxue swallowed. With an incredulous gaze, she looked at Su Chen. My student, is he really a succubus? This is very strange. If it's the physique of a succubus, shouldn't he be infatuated with himself? Mei Nianxue sucked on a strawberry-flavored lollipop, indulging in all sorts of irresponsible fantasies. Now she was increasingly curious about Su Chen's parents. What kind of humans could give birth to a child with the physique of a succubus? Her eager gaze swept up and down, left and right. The young man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, illuminated by the flickering elemental particles, appeared even more mysterious. Her gaze finally settled on his slightly pursed lips. Then it traveled down his hot, rugged neck. Mei Nianxue swallowed, unable to help but reach out her hand. The lollipop in her mouth continuously produced a sweetness that shocked her taste buds and struck deep within her heart. She seemed to be losing control. Hiss! The sharp pain from her fingertips instantly brought her back to reality. Her cheeks burned like fire, her fair skin blushing as if it could squeeze out water. Rubbing her face vigorously, a trace of disbelief flickered in the depths of Mei Nianxue's emerald eyes. His cultivation technique has already developed elemental vigor? As far as she remembered, there shouldn't be more than a handful of people capable of that. And those people were all ancient monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. How old was Su Chen? It was unimaginable where his future would lead. The particles of the 8 elements, due to environmental constraints, were not completely equal in number. They seemed chaotic, yet followed certain rules. Skipping the unified stage of the 8 elements also meant that the elemental energy within Su Chen could be freely transformed, fused, or separated at will. The corners of her lips lifted, the joy and pride in her heart written all over her face. Su Chen opened his eyes just in time to see that stunning smile frozen on her flawless face. He couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, so beautiful. Omega? What did you say? Teacher, you smiled so beautifully just now. Don't say that. Anyone could hear the joy in Mei Nianxue's heart at that moment. Your cultivation technique is okay, but you shouldn't be arrogant because of it. Teacher, I understand. Where's my lollipop? Su Chen asked in confusion. That's not important at all. I want to ask about your parents. Your dad and mom. Su Chen looked bewildered but still shared everything he knew. In fact, he had only crossed over to this body just before the beast died, and his memories were only vague. On the contrary, he remembered his adoptive parents very clearly. Returning to his room, he continued to refine medicine. Ever since he discovered that the pill patterns were related to the temperature during alchemy, he began experimenting with second and third grade pills. The results were basically consistent with his assumptions. Moreover, During the refining process, his mental power spread within the frostfire alchemy furnace, allowing him to quickly find the most suitable temperature. Night. The stars twinkled in the sky. Su Chen tried to sense the power of the stars. Although the teacher had already found an expert in this area, he didn't want to set it aside. In the void of darkness, 8 colors of particles danced around like fireflies, flitting about chaotically. Upon closer inspection, he could also discern their trajectories, each with its own characteristics. He was in no hurry, his mental power was gradually increasing. After all, it was the thin power of the stars, so taking some time was normal. To use it smoothly, he needed to move a bit more himself. Gradually, in the deeper void between these particles, the twinkling stars quietly emerged. The moment his palms closed together, a complex formation slowly took shape. It was identical to one of the triple star formations used when the star-shattering cannon was fired. A golden energy arrow, the instant it passed through the star formation, accelerated to more than 5 times its original speed. Dust and small stones inevitably fell. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Staring at the pierced roof, he sighed. Tomorrow, he would probably get another scolding from Sister Meow. Mom, Sister Meow. With a flick of his hand, many small and cute jars appeared on the table. Su Chen smiled and said, "These are all pills that are good for your health. I've written the usage instructions and stuck them on top. I'll be gone for another 6 months, so you'll definitely find them useful." The mother and daughter were slightly taken aback. They naturally knew the value of these pills. A 2nd-grade healing pill could cure most diseases that ordinary people found troublesome. Yet, they cost over $1 million, compared to the awakened ones who protect the country and fight. In battles, alchemists held a higher status among ordinary people without talents. Xiao Luo was clearly an awakened one. How could he have so many? Moreover, his calm tone made it seem like they were not precious items at all. "You must need them more than we do. We can't accept them." "Mom is right. What will you do if we take them?" Xiao Qing suddenly remembered and added, "The son of old son next door is said to be a 1st-grade alchemist, registered with our Peach City Alchemist Association. He even said that if you want to refine pills, Xiao Luo, he would just charge a small fee." Mei Nianxue, who had been quiet all along, instinctively shook her head. She knew that her student could already refine mid-grade 4th-tier pills. Moreover, the success rate for pills below the 3rd tier was nearly terrifyingly at 100%. How could he possibly need someone else's help? "Mom, Sister Meow, I'm also an alchemist." To convince them, Su Chen took out the belt that symbolized a 1-star alchemist. Xiao Qing and Luo Miaoxia were both surprised and delighted, genuinely happy for Su Chen. "You should try this." He poured out 2 small, jade-white pills from a crystal bottle. After they took them, their eyes suddenly brightened, and they felt the coldness in their bodies dissipate. Their complexions became rosy, and when Xiao Qing looked in the mirror, she felt that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to have smoothed out. The effect is so fast? This is the precious jade beauty pill. It invigorates the blood and nourishes the body, enhancing beauty. After persuading them a few more times, the mother and daughter reluctantly accepted. Mei Nianxue then handed them 2 round jade pendants. "Mom, Auntie Miaoxia, this is a water jade pendant. It's equivalent to a storage ring and also has skin-enhancing effects. The meals these days have been really delicious. Consider it my thank you gift." Xiao Cheng quickly stood up, repeatedly saying they couldn't accept it. Meanwhile, Mei Nianxue unceremoniously put the pendants on them, leaving Su Chen stunned. Can gifts be given so directly? He had actually thought about giving a storage ring, which would be most useful for his mother and sister. Considering they were ordinary people and he wasn't home, if some ill-intentioned individuals targeted them, it would only increase the danger. The water jade pendants that Mei Nianxue gave perfectly solved this problem. After repeatedly explaining the usage and precautions, Su Chen finally felt at ease. He then took out the local specialties he bought in Qingbei City, and Xiao Cheng muttered about spending money recklessly, yet a smile appeared on her face. Her son had grown up and become sensible. How could she not be happy? As the year-end approached, Xiao Chang and Luo Miaoxia finally had some rare free time. The 4 of them prepared to go to the largest supermarket in Peach City to buy New Year's goods. The mother and daughter both put on their snowdown fire mink coats, leaving Mei Nianxue momentarily stunned. She had thought it was a custom order just for her from Su Chen, but soon her heart was filled with even greater joy. Over these days, it was clear how much Su Chen valued his mother and sister. This meant that in Su Chen's heart, she held the same status as his mother and sister. Thinking of this, Mei Nianxue unconsciously stroked the coat, feeling even sweeter. The 4 of them emerged from the mall where the supermarket was located, drawing countless glances from passers-by. The same mink coat, worn by 3 of them, exuded completely different qualities and styles. Xiao Qing, though in her middle age, showed no signs of aging, her charm still intact. Luo Miaoxia had been in society for a few years, radiating a sense of maturity and competence. Meanwhile, Mei Nianxue, with her silver hair and emerald eyes, possessed an impeccable beauty that, paired with her pristine mink coat, evoked a sense of admiration that felt out of reach. As for Su Chen, standing among the 3, he wore a black casual outfit. His resolute and handsome face, along with the calmness that had shed youthful naivety, highlighted the masculine beauty that belonged to him. After finishing their New Year shopping, the four busied themselves in the kitchen. Little White Peach lay on the floor, face up, enjoying the warmth. Mei Nianxue also tried to help, her smile never leaving her face. Of course, she would always chase after Su Chen to eat lollipops. Soon, she would find various excuses to distract him, and then, while the other two were not paying attention, she would quickly swap. In truth, she didn't particularly want to eat them, and she was fully aware that it was utterly embarrassing. But she couldn't help herself. What could she do? Amidst the busyness, the new year had arrived. Night falls. The night envelopes Taochang, which is in the midst of the new year. Red lanterns hang high, and the swirling snow continues to add to the festive atmosphere. Outside the train station, men squatting on the ground resolutely extinguish their cigarette butts and rise to enter the station, embarking once again on their journey to make a living. Mom, Sister Meow, don't worry. I'll be back in a while. The usually tough Luo Miaoxia has already turned into a tearful mess. Xiao Chang, who has always been strong, can't help but shed tears as Su Chen turns to enter the station. On the train, Mei Nianxue witnesses this scene and recalls her departure from the Elven clan. On the spacious road, not a soul in sight. Perhaps her mother is like Xiao Qing? TCH. Under the dim light, she reveals a self-mocking smile. Enough already. February 16th. It is also the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. At 11:30 p.m., the train bound for Yanqing City slowly departs from the station. In a small private compartment, Little White Peach has already burrowed into the blankets. Su Chen gazes out into the pitch-black night, his eyes growing ever more resolute. From this moment on, the new year has ended for him. On the train, Luo Miaoxia and Xiao Cheng sit in silence. Alright, Xiaoxia, we can't become a burden on little Luo's journey. He can definitely take care of himself. Teacher Mei, how about the three of us go visit some nearby attractions tomorrow? Auntie, I'll follow your arrangements. Compared to that cold place, this feels more like home. Mei Nianxue smiles. She notices her own change but accepts it gladly. Mom, I want to go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Xiaoxia, is something wrong with your health? Not really. It's just that ever since I came back from Yuqing last time, I've been hearing all sorts of strange sounds. What a garbage train. So slow, I didn't get a good night's sleep. I won't ride it again. Just as he exits the station, a young man in an alchemist's robe mutters curses under his breath. The surrounding pedestrians instinctively turn their heads, quickly noticing the two golden star belt, their faces showing shock. Two-star alchemist. On a train mostly filled with ordinary people, he stands out as particularly distinguished. Su Chen glances over, raises his head, and sweeps his gaze across. He can't help but exclaim, no wonder it's the core metropolis of the central region. Even in areas populated by ordinary people, the scale and area far exceed the prosperous sections of Taochang. Master, to the Alchemist Association. Okay. The driver, wanting to chat a bit, adds a tone of respect upon hearing the destination. About half an hour later, a magnificent building suddenly appears. A giant blue-red alchemical furnace is particularly eye-catching. The Alchemist Association of Yanqing City does not require a belt check for entry and exit, which is different from most alchemist associations. Standing in the center of the hall, Su Chen looks around in confusion. Everywhere he looks, there are shops and stalls selling various alchemical materials. It feels more like a free trading market related to alchemy. After making several calls, all go unanswered. After a moment of hesitation, he finally finds a staff member at the far end with a clear uniform insignia and approaches to inquire about the location of Sun Yao from the Alchemist Association of Qingbei City. The staff member frowns slightly upon seeing Su Chen's one-star belt. Initially wanting to impatiently refuse, he vaguely senses the oppressive, beast-like ferocity emanating from Su Chen. He then points to another entrance and says, "Enter from that door. Inside is the area where representatives of alchemists from various cities are located." Thank you. Su Chen simply expresses his gratitude and turns to leave. After passing through a relatively quiet passage, he is stopped by two guards and learns that only alchemists of 2 stars or above are qualified to enter. Excuse me, big brother, could you please inform Master Sun Yao from Qingbei City that Su Chen has arrived? As he spoke, Su Chen took out 2 spirit-enhancing pills. The guard, with a cold expression, showed a hint of surprise upon seeing the obvious pill patterns. Unable to help but glance at Su Chen a few more times, he thought that someone with such pills must be a beloved disciple of a big shot. I wouldn't dare. Please wait a moment, I'll go right away. The coldness on his face melted a bit, and his tone carried a hint of respect. One of them quickly went upstairs. Su Chen curiously looked around and took out his phone to inform Xiao Chang and the others that he was safe. Not long after, a figure rushed down the stairs and appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. His face was filled with joy. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, you actually came. Sun Yao wasn't wearing that thick coat, and he hurriedly approached, then seemed to remember something and frowned as he scolded the guard beside him. You two didn't make things difficult for him, did you? No, absolutely not. Humph, that's good. Otherwise, I'd have old Jiang directly expel both of you. Seeing Sun Yao's fierce expression, the two guards could only smile bitterly. After they left, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. See? Luckily, I resisted the temptation. Otherwise, we both would have disappeared from here today. The guards were well aware of Sun Yao's character. He was quite eccentric, and few people working here would dare to offend him. More importantly, he had a close relationship with President Zheng Chuanshan, and getting someone expelled was just a matter of a word. Following behind Sun Yao, the two walked up the stairs slowly. Just as they turned the corner, Sun Yao excitedly said, Su Chen, why did it take you so long to come? Do you know how I've been since the first day of the new year? Didn't you say it was fine as long as I arrived by the 8th day of the new year? Faced with Sun Yao's sudden emotional outburst, Su Chen smiled and scratched his head. Sigh, if I had known, I should have let you come earlier. His sharp gaze seemed to scan Su Chen slowly. After a while, his voice was filled with undeniable astonishment. Wow, it's only been half a month since we last met, and your mental strength has increased so much? You're completely at the level of a 4-star alchemist. It's all thanks to your formulas, Su Chen smiled. Fortunately, I had you this time. Otherwise, I would have been driven crazy. Su Chen smiled but did not respond. He slowed his pace to maintain about half a meter of distance from Sun Yao. Did you encounter any problems? Pushing open the door, Sun Yao helplessly glared at the girl in the room and hurriedly said. Su Chen chuckled softly. He immediately understood Sun Yao's intention and happened to have a key question to ask, so he closed the door and became more straightforward. He shared the conclusions he had stumbled upon and took out data to illustrate. During their conversation, Xiao Xinha acted like a well-behaved and serious student, standing tall and attentive. She listened carefully, occasionally nodding as if she understood. However, as the conversation ended, her eyes remained as clear and innocent as ever, filled with a single question. What are they really talking about? Can I see the pills you made using those methods? Su Chen immediately took them out. Curious, Xiao Xinha leaned closer. Just one glance left her stunned, her mouth agape, unable to speak, even oblivious to the drool that fell. Each pill was round and smooth, with clear patterns circling their surfaces. Sun Yao gasped, looking at Su Chen with a meaningful gaze. What truly surprised him wasn't the number of pills with patterns, but how Su Chen, who had been in alchemy for less than a year, could come up with these things that only high-level alchemists would understand. The key was that he had actually done it. Controlling the temperature of the flames with precision is something that even an 8-star alchemist can rarely achieve. Sun Yao asked himself, with his current mental strength, it was simply impossible to accomplish. Did you really deduce this yourself? Did you really refine these yourself? Sun Yao sighed with a bitter smile. At that moment, he suddenly believed that there truly existed prodigious geniuses in this world. Even though he had already seen his old friend's most proud disciple, he no longer held any hope for winning this time. At that moment, he also developed a thought that Su Chen would definitely win the championship. The desire to take Su Chen as his closed-door disciple had completely vanished. Alright, Su Chen, you go rest in the inner room for a while. This afternoon, I'll take both of you to register. Entering the small private room, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest. In just a few seconds, the particles of elements slowly reappeared. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. At the registration desk for the Young Alchemist Conference, the staff, seeing the 1-star belt Su Chen took out, spoke with a tone of regret. Esteemed 1-star alchemist, I'm very sorry. The minimum requirement for registration for this conference is 2 stars. Old Sun, are you here to make us laugh? Sending a 1-star alchemist over, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Thank you, Old Sun. Listening to the familiar voices around him, Sun Yao grabbed Su Chen and asked loudly, why are you still a 1 star? Updating an alchemist's star level should be the happiest thing for every alchemist, right? What on earth is this guy thinking? Oh, I thought the treatment qualifications for the previous 3 stars were about the same, so I didn't update. Sun Yao was dumbfounded. So this guy is a practical type? Fortunately, he could immediately take the star level update assessment, and Sun Yao hurriedly took Su Chen through another passage. Xiao Xinha hurriedly followed the two as they left. The registration site, gathering many elites from the central city branches, quickly turned this episode into a topic of conversation. For everyone. Old Chow, hurry up and take this guy for the assessment. Su Chen calmly followed into the alchemist assessment room. Sitting down heavily on the ground, Sun Yao panted heavily, especially after seeing Xiao Xinha feeling even more desperate. How many pits has he dug for himself? In less than 3 hours, Su Chen came out, and on the alchemist belt in his hand, 3 golden stars had appeared. Old Sun, your person is really impressive. Of course. Just look at whose eyes are watching. Sun Yao could naturally tell that this was not just a simple compliment. It was full of admiration and envy, and he raised his head and said loudly. Xiao Xinha looked at Su Chen with envy and couldn't help but sigh. She had been exposed to alchemy since she was very young, diligently making one notebook after another. The number of famous alchemists she had consulted was countless. Even so, it took her nearly 2 years to go from 2 stars to 3 stars. As a highly regarded young alchemist, she saw Su Chen directly leap 2 levels in less than 3 hours. Her proud heart, like a little swan, was suddenly deeply impacted. After successfully completing the registration, many alchemists on site stared at the 3-star alchemist belt in Su Chen's hand, their eyes full of astonishment. Then representatives from various city branches held a meeting, and when Xiao Xinha saw Su Chen preparing to leave, she instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" "Oh, since there's nothing planned, I'll just take the 4-star alchemist assessment as well. Time must be utilized, especially since reaching 4 stars would enhance his privileges and benefits in the association." That calm and confident demeanor was completely not pretended. Moreover, alchemists are most sensitive to mental strength, and Xiao Xinha could sense that Su Chen's mental power was not inferior to many 4-star alchemists she had seen. Her heart was filled with regret. Earlier, in front of the Alchemist Association, she had undoubtedly offended Su Chen. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, feeling a chill from within. Remembering that Sun Yao had mentioned that Su Chen had only been in contact with alchemy for less than half a year. "You still want to take the 4-star certification assessment?" Su Chen nodded, puzzled. "Isn't it allowed?" "Not that, it's just that you just completed the 2-star and 3-star assessments. I'm afraid your mental strength can't handle it." The alchemist known as Old Chow was named Chow Yongfeng. He was a 5-star alchemist, responsible for alchemist assessments for many years. Having witnessed Su Chen's smooth and flowing techniques, coupled with his habit of keeping the workstation tidy, he felt a bit of affection for talent and couldn't help but remind him, "It's nothing, just start directly." Previously, using alchemy to enhance mental attributes was much more tiring than this. Seeing Su Chen insist, Chow Yongfeng immediately began to explain the standards for the 4-star alchemist assessment. A 4-tier recipe will be randomly drawn, and we will provide 2 materials. As long as you can successfully refine it once, it will count as a successful assessment. The materials and recipe provided for the first assessment are completely free, but the refined elixir needs to be returned. From the second time onwards, the materials are still free, but the recipe needs to be paid for with an equivalent quality item based on the quality drawn. Additionally, starting from the 4-star assessment, only the venue and materials are provided, no alchemy furnace. "You brought your alchemy furnace, right?" Su Chen nodded. Soon, a recipe appeared on the table, and the maid brought 2 portions of materials. "This luck really isn't great." Chow Yongfeng shook his head inside. What was drawn was a 4-tier high-grade recipe, the body-nourishing detoxification pill. It was a higher-tier pill than the 2nd-tier low-grade detoxification pill. Not only did it have detoxifying effects, but it could also slowly heal wounds after consumption. Sai, just consider it as having recognized another recipe. It's not a loss. It's just a waste of this first free opportunity. Having long given up hope, Chow Yongfeng noticed that Su Chen remained calm. He carefully studied the recipe and weighed the materials meticulously on the scale until he had completely memorized all the contents of the recipe. He flipped his hand and took out a red and green alchemy furnace, pouring all the materials in at once. Bang! A dark red flame erupted abruptly. Looking closely, one would definitely see flickering stars within. Chow Yongfeng leaned forward, his mouth inevitably agape. Frostfire alchemy furnace? Isn't this kid from Old Soon's? How does he have the president's heirloom? He rubbed his eyes and confirmed multiple times before nodding in disbelief. Suppressing his doubts, Chow Yongfeng planned to ask in person after the assessment ended. The clock on the wall ticked round after round. TSK, such superb fire control. To have Old Sun taken a student. Indeed not simple. Chow Yongfeng muttered to himself. His gaze towards the calm-faced young man was filled with admiration. It is well known that in the mid to late stages of alchemy, what is tested is the alchemist's mental strength. The stronger the spirit, the more precise the fire control, and there is extra energy to perceive the subtle changes in the pill, naturally increasing the success rate. Moreover, the higher the grade of the pill, the greater the consumption of mental strength. He had seen many 4-star assessment alchemists, and it seemed no one had done better than Su Chen. Throughout the process, the flames were stable, and the furnace showed no abnormalities. As time passed, the room gradually filled with the fragrance of the pill. Chow Yongfeng clenched his fists in excitement. If things continued like this, success was certain. In the midst of eager anticipation, just as the lid was opened, a black pill shot out. Not good. It's a flying pill. The so-called flying pill occurs due to extremely precise fire control during the refining process. However, it is also the situation most prone to failure. Once it touches an object or wall, the still high-temperature pill would quickly deform into waste. Snap! With a light snap of his fingers, the bright flame turned tangible, perfectly wrapping the pill and firmly pinning it in midair. Holy crap! Chow Yongfeng was instantly dumbfounded. Condensing fire to refine pills technique? He could hardly believe this scene was happening at the 4-star assessment site. To know he himself couldn't achieve perfection like Su Chen, he realized that from this moment on, a 4-star alchemist was born. Passing the assessment with a 4-tier high-grade recipe, its value was self-evident. Congratulations. Thank you. As the door's restrictions were lifted, Sun Yao and Xiao Xinha rushed in immediately. The first thing they saw was Su Chen's red and green alchemy furnace. Old Zhang's Frostfire Alchemy Furnace? Damn, I actually got greened? It was as if the devoted Fei Yangyang, who cared for Mei Yangyang, not only provided normal material support but also took on the role of imparting various experiences and skills. He played various roles, from a wallet to a life mentor. Fei Yangyang had actually given up, but out of some instinct, he willingly fulfilled the nurturing of love. However, one day he suddenly discovered that Mei Yangyang had long since donned the blue-circled bell. Was he being played with? Even a hairstyle that looked like a pile of dung was better than this. Moreover, Sun Yao was not Fei Yangyang. He was particularly clear about the origins and extraordinary significance of the Frostfire Alchemy Furnace. He had witnessed Jiang Chuanqing's journey from obscurity to obtaining an 8-star qualification certification and then becoming the president of the Central Region Alchemist Association. It was a treasure passed only to the closest disciples. Did this not indicate that Su Chen had already been taken in by that old man Jiang Chuanqing? If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but it was precisely the alchemist he disliked the most. Sun Yao was so angry he was trembling. Just as he turned his head, he saw the clear-eyed Xiao Xina and suddenly found Su Chen adorable again. Ignoring the frenzied Sun Yao, Xiao Yongfeng quickly walked towards Su Chen. On the jade-like pill tray lay a round pill. Its color was bright and it was smooth all over. Putting on special gloves to avoid damaging the pill, Xiao Yongfeng brought it closer and his eyes suddenly widened. Pill patterns? The voice was not loud, but in this quiet alchemy room, it was incredibly clear. Sun Yao immediately climbed over the railing and hurried over. Seeing the clearly visible patterns, even though he was mentally prepared, he still let out a long breath. Body-nourishing detoxification pill? As a 7-star alchemist, he could naturally identify the pill by its fragrance and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yongfeng nodded, looking at Su Chen with a mix of amazement and confusion. Have you refined this before? No, it's my first time. The two who heard this exchanged glances. They had been alchemists for many years and were well aware of how rare pills with patterns were. Moreover, these patterns were clear and distinct. A slight deviation could lead to the formation of pill spirals. If it weren't for years of refining, how could one achieve this? I can actually vouch for this. Sun Yao explained meaningfully, increasingly astonished. So, what Su Chen had said about precise fire control a few hours ago also applied when refining a brand new pill. This was 10 or 100 times more difficult than controlling the temperature for familiar pills. Tao Yongfeng was filled with emotion, clicking his tongue in wonder, and immediately took out a brand new 4-star belt. Su Chen, congratulations. From now on, you are a registered 4-star alchemist of the Alchemist Association. Receiving the belt, it felt exquisite, with faint patterns surrounding the golden stars. Compared to the previous belt, it appeared even more noble and mysterious. Thank you. Just as he was about to tidy up the workbench, Sun Yao pointed at the miniature alchemy furnace and loudly questioned, Su Chen, you little rascal, how did you secretly become Jiang Chuanqing's disciple while I wasn't looking? Teacher Sun, what are you talking about? Su Chen looked confused. Still pretending. If you weren't taken in as his disciple, why would he give you the Frostfire Alchemy Furnace? I was wondering how you progressed so quickly. Turns out that old man is teaching you. Woo woo. When it came to the sad part, Sun Yao couldn't help but cry out loud. Like a child who had lost a beloved item, tears streamed down his face without restraint. Xiao Xin stared at Sun Yao, who looked like he had just suffered a breakup, dumbfounded. Still reeling from the shock Su Chen had brought her, Sun Yao had gone mad again. She sighed inwardly, feeling that her chances at this youth alchemist conference were probably gone. Oh, this? It was given to me by a very good senior sister. Su Chen suddenly realized and explained. Her last name is also Jiang. Just as Xiao Yongfeng had just sealed the pill in the medicine box, his body suddenly trembled and he left without looking back. Sun Yao, who had already cried until her face was a mess, hurriedly inquired about the situation. As soon as she mentioned Jiang Xinrou's name, San Yao jumped up in excitement. Yahoo! It's that old geezer's granddaughter. Su Chen, you did a great job. Just moments ago, she was angry and sad about the grass growing on her head, but now Sun Yao felt a joy of role reversal. The granddaughter of her old rival personally handed the Jiang family's heirloom to Su Chen, who was like a personal student to her. This was too thrilling. She couldn't wait to see the astonished expression on Jiang Chuanqing's face. Ahem, let's go back to the room first. There has been a change regarding the championship prize for this competition, and I need to clarify it with both of you. Su Chen's heart sank at once. If he couldn't get the Ice Heart Spirit Spring, he would have wasted 3 days for nothing. After tidying up the workbench, Su Chen quickly rushed up the stairs. On the sofa opposite Sun Yao, Xiao Xin sat upright. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, a hint of unusual color appeared on her face and she hurriedly shifted to the side. At this moment, all that remained in her heart towards Su Chen was awe and envy, along with a bit of anxiety. Su Chen, you don't need to worry. As long as you can win the championship, what you deserve will definitely come. At this moment, her anxious heart finally settled. Meanwhile, Xiao Xin swallowed hard, her gaze flickering between the two, feeling increasingly inferior. She was struggling with whether she could make it to the finals, while Su Chen's goal was whether he could win the championship. Sun Yao smiled faintly and continued, in this Youth Alchemist conference, the top 3 will qualify for the World Youth Alchemist Study Camp held during the summer vacation, so the rewards for the top 3 have increased. The runner-up and third place will each receive a 6th grade pill recipe. The champion can obtain a 7th grade mid-quality Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill recipe and a well-preserved Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill. Seeing the change in Su Chen's expression, Sun Yao's smile widened even more. You two work hard in the conference over the next 2 days. That's all for today, get some rest early tonight. Back in his small room, Su Chen pondered for a moment and sent a text to Meng Yanxue. Me, teacher, have you heard of the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill? My teacher who loves COS, the key material for this thing is Bloodbone Blue Lotus. I remember you have quite a few, right? My teacher who loves COS, a person can only take it 3 times in their life. The first one unlocks potential, the second one grants self-healing abilities, and the third one seems to allow rebirth when on the brink of death. My teacher who loves COS, something like that. Why are you suddenly asking this? My teacher who loves COS. Oh, anyway, you're going to win the championship, so just work hard. Me, thank you, teacher, sleep early, good night. Me, heart gif. Putting down his phone, Su Chen felt even more determined. He had to win the championship in this conference. Meng Yanxue was about to get angry, glaring at the last gif, when her face suddenly turned red. She then thought about the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill, secretly sighing. What a lucky guy. After 3 uses, his incomplete dragon soul body would surely grow into a dragon phoenix body. But all of this could wait until after he won the championship. She didn't want to add too much pressure on Su Chen. Pink hearts appeared again in her emerald eyes, and her body under the covers suddenly became hot. That bastard. The cold wind howled, and the atmosphere of the new year had not yet completely dissipated. In the spacious and warm hall, Chao Yongfeng knelt on one knee, feeling extremely apprehensive. Yongfeng, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Teacher, I followed you for so many years, I absolutely wouldn't mistake the Frostfire Alchemy Furnace. Alright, I understand. Teacher, junior brother, then I'll take my leave. Zhang Chuancheng saw Chao Yongfeng leave and then called the butler to summon Jiang Xinro down from the 2nd floor. The long-haired youth standing beside him pressed his thin lips together, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, turning white. After a while, Jiang Xinro, dressed in casual clothes, joyfully ran down the stairs, her casually tied ponytail swaying back and forth. Grandpa, did you call for me? Shinro, take out the Frostfire Alchemy Furnace I gave you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinro's expression changed slightly, but a hint of joy quietly appeared between her brows. I gave it to someone. Oh, who did you give it to? Who is worthy of such a precious gift from our Shinro? Hee, Grandpa, I won't tell you. Making a funny face, Jiang Xinro bounced back up the stairs. Watching the youthful and charming figure, the youth's eyes were filled with heat and anger. This girl. Shaking his head helplessly with a smile, Zhang Chuancheng then turned serious and spoke to the youth beside him. Miao Olin, do you have confidence for the upcoming competition? Master, I have absolute confidence. The youth, named Han Miolin, was Zhang Chuancheng's direct disciple and had just recently obtained the 4-star alchemist certification. He was a well-known star alchemist in the central region. He was the same age as Jiang Xinro but had become Zhang Chuancheng's disciple earlier than her. That's good. This is the Linglong Cold Jade Furnace I'm currently using. You can use it to win the championship. Han Miolin was excited and immediately knelt down, receiving the furnace with great reverence. Late at night, he gently snapped his fingers. Pale flames like cold frost completely enveloped the Linglong Cold Jade Furnace. Laughter echoed in the room as he laughed wildly. He and junior sister Shinro had grown up together, innocent and carefree. What right did this newcomer, whom he had only known for a few months, have to take junior sister Shinro away from him? Junior sister Zinro. A ray of light shone into the room in the early morning. Su Chen immediately opened his eyes. He looked at the little white peach sleeping with its 4 legs in the air and smiled knowingly. System activate. Mentality 1178. During this period of high-intensity alchemy, it increased by 46 points. He also used free points to add 22 points, rounding his mental attribute to a whole number. However, he had used 88 free points. After a quick wash, he put the deep-set gaze behind him and donned the loose, pitch-black alchemist's robe. Today was the day of the Youth Alchemist Conference in the Central Region. He went downstairs with Chiu Xinha, maintaining a distance of about half a meter from Sun Yao. After all, the other party was wearing a full 6 layers of clothing. Just as they stepped out the door, a shadow flashed in front of them, followed by a familiar voice. Good morning, Su Chen. Sister Shinro? What are you doing here? Dressed in a wine-red down jacket paired with loose sweatpants and snow boots, her long hair cascading down, Jiang Xinro perfectly embodied a mature charm. She carried a small bag slung over her shoulder, adding a touch of playful girliness. Although Su Chen had vaguely guessed Jiang Xinro's identity after his conversation with Sun Yao, he was still surprised to see her appear so early. Let me take a look. This outfit suits you very well. Are you excited to see me? Jiang Xinro asked happily. It's okay. Receiving a completely different response, her beautiful eyes instantly curved into crescent moons as she suddenly noticed the bulky figure behind her and quickly turned around. "Long time no see, Grandpa-san. You're still as afraid of the cold as before, hee. Jiang." Shinro affectionately linked her arm with Su Chen's and greeted him sweetly. "You too, I didn't know you knew him. You almost made me misunderstand." Just from the exposed eyes, one could sense Sun Yao's inner joy. Fate is truly wonderful. Secretly sighing in his heart, soon, Yao, Su Chen, and the three of them got into the nanny van, and the attendant quickly brought over a sumptuous breakfast. Not far away, Han Miolin stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his shoulders and lips slightly trembling. His junior sister was actually this proactive? Looking at that tall and slender figure, he was filled with resentment. "Su Chen, I will make you utterly defeated in front of Shinro." The Young Alchemist Conference was held at the largest indoor stadium in Yanqing City. After about half an hour's journey, Su Chen saw a huge egg-shaped building through the car window. Getting out of the car, Su Chen and Xiao Xinhe followed the guide into the venue. Outside the stadium, it was bustling with people, gathering many alchemists from various cities in the central region. Amidst the cheers, they were also discussing the seed alchemists who might win the championship this time. "Did you see that?" The star alchemist Han Miolin. As Han Miolin got out of the car, his somewhat effeminate appearance and demeanor immediately drew cheers from many girls in the crowd. The young alchemists who followed him down were met with a more subdued response, until a petite girl with twin ponytails got out. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Dressed in a Lolita-style pleated skirt, her rosy cheeks and bright big eyes showcased cuteness to the fullest. "Wow, it's Zhang Liyao, the genius alchemist who won the Alchemist Award in the free country? Yeah, don't be fooled by her young age. She successfully refined a low-grade 4th-tier pill 6 months ago. Tomorrow's finals are sure to be super exciting. Luckily, I got a ticket." According to the conference rules, the first day was for preliminary rounds and was not open to the public. To watch the alchemy, one had to wait for the finals on the second day. In the vast stadium, Su Chen and Xiao Xinhe stood in a corner, looking at the bracelet on his wrist engraved with the number 7. Xiao Xinhe's had the number 4. Many participating alchemists knew each other, greeting in small groups. Su Chen suddenly sensed a clear hostility and turned his head just in time to meet a pair of sinister eyes. The young man had long black hair and a somewhat feminine, delicate appearance, with a belt clearly indicating he was a 4-star alchemist. He grinned, his white teeth closed, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He extended his left hand, lightly brushing his neck, and tilted his head symbolically. A blatant provocation. Han Miolin? Upon hearing his name, the smile on his face instantly turned warm and friendly. The way the other had looked at him just now was as if he had committed an unforgivable crime by stealing his wife. Su Chen recalled carefully, confirming that this was their first meeting. "Did you offend him?" Xiao Xinhe asked with concern. "Who knows? Maybe it's because I look too friendly." Su Chen shrugged, non-committal. This time, there was only one goal: to win the championship and obtain the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. He vaguely sensed the barrier of the mid-level of the third stage. If he focused on his cultivation, a breakthrough was just around the corner. Once the competition ended tomorrow, he would push himself to break through and then hunt fierce beasts in the nearby gray area to increase his free points. While waiting for the start, Su Chen thought to himself, as for other boring tricks, he had no interest in participating. If someone tried to drag him into it, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. He could feel the occasional mental probing in the various gazes in the stadium, but it didn't change Su Chen's demeanor at all. His face remained indifferent, his eyes slightly closed. At 7:45 a.m., Zhang Chuancheng and the higher-ups of the Alchemist Association appeared. All the participating young alchemists, under the guide's instructions, stood apart in their designated spots. First of all, on behalf of the Alchemist Association, I welcome everyone to participate at the beginning of the new year. This Youth Alchemist Conference gathers 1,040 elite young alchemists from 521 branches across 24 cities in the central region. Today's conference consists of 2 parts: the Fire Spirit Battle in the morning and the Refinement Assessment in the afternoon. Each part has a maximum score of 100, and the total score will be combined. Finally, based on the rankings, only the top 100 will qualify for tomorrow's finals. Zhang Chuancheng's gaze swept across the crowd. It finally landed on a strikingly handsome face in the corner, which also possessed a dangerous gaze akin to that of a fierce beast. Immediately, his expression showed surprise. This mental strength was actually a few points higher than Han Miaolin's. Seeing the puzzled look directed at him, he was suddenly alarmed. If someone like Chao Yongfeng couldn't achieve this, how could he perceive it? Bang, bang. A loud sound echoed 8 times. Zhang Chuancheng pointed to the adjacent area. Enter according to your numbers, that will be your area for the Fire Spirit Battle. As we all know, an alchemist's fire control technique is closely related to their mental strength, ultimately determining the success and quality of alchemy. All participants will gather their fire spirits to fight, with a time limit of 120 minutes. The last one standing will receive 100 points, and the last eliminated will receive 95 points, decreasing in order. I, along with other high-level alchemists present, will serve as judges. Remember, this is only a battle between fire spirits and cannot be used for direct attacks on opponents. Violators will be disqualified. Jiang Chuancheng waved his hand, and in the surrounding audience, senior alchemists from various alchemist associations were seated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd in the stadium changed slightly as they walked towards their respective areas. With his hands naturally hanging down, Suchen stood at the edge of Area 7. He noticed Han Miolin also present in this area, and the smile on the latter's face grew even brighter. Brother Han, you have to go easy on me later. How about we team up first? That way, we have a better chance of scoring high. Han Miolin responded appropriately, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. At this moment, Jiang Xinro was in the audience, able to witness Su Chen's tragic defeat with her own eyes. This is your fate, Su Chen. Just obediently become the stepping stone on my path to happiness. A thunderous roar that shook the soul suddenly erupted, marking the official start of the fire spirit battle. Clap! Clap! One by one, the alchemists raised their hands, and various shapes of fire spirits suddenly coalesced. Of course, most of the fire spirits were of colors similar to normal flames. Only a handful of alchemists had fire spirits that displayed different colors. Undoubtedly, these were alchemists who had mastered more powerful flames, and their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Wow! That should be the beast fire of the earth evil turtle, right? Of course. My grandson back then. Elderly alchemist in the stand stroked his beard, proudly introducing it. Alchemists often use special methods to make their flames more formidable. The process is quite dangerous. The lighter consequences can lead to the loss of alchemist qualifications, while the heavier ones can result in instant death. Ignoring the voices around him, Jiang Chuancheng's gaze was fixed on Han Miolin, his face inevitably showing a hint of anticipation. A bunch of useless trash. Today, let me show you what it means for one fire to emerge and 10,000 fires to submit. He took a deep breath and raised his hand high above his head. Clap! With a snap of his fingers. While the fire spirits of other alchemists in the same venue soared into the air, nothing happened on Han Miolin's side. Oh, what happened? The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled slightly as a fire spirit larger than a small white peach shot up rapidly. Han Miolin was still frantically snapping his fingers. Where's my fire? Why can't I ignite my fire? Contestant Han Miolin, if you still cannot summon the fire spirit within 5 minutes, I will announce your withdrawal as a forfeit. Han Miolin was stunned. Listening to the referee's words, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He occasionally wiped it with his sleeve, his delicate face filled with terror and panic. Countless fire spirits were battling in the air, while the young alchemist stood with their hands behind their backs, looking quite carefree. This chaotic battle between fire spirits was also a contest of their mental strength. In just 3 minutes, an alchemist had already spat blood, suddenly turning pale and fainting on the spot. Gradually, many young alchemists wore more serious expressions. As the only contestant unable to condense a fire spirit, Han Miolin instantly attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Chuancheng frowned, his expression one of shock. He was well aware of his direct disciple's strength. Shortly after passing the 4-star assessment, his talent had mutated. From B-level talent, Explosive Flame Snake, it had mutated to A-level talent, Forest Burning White Flame. It appeared as white as frost, but was actually incredibly hot. But why was it now like a deflated lighter, unable to ignite? Time passed slowly. Han Miolin frantically snapped his fingers, his wild gestures causing the spectators to chuckle. Snap! A massive wolf made of white flames suddenly appeared. Finally succeeded. Han Miolin murmured. Less than 30 seconds remained before he would be declared a forfeit. Su Chen looked slightly surprised, but it was just a brief moment. He smiled faintly and then focused on controlling the fire spirit. It was a small lesson for him. If he acted recklessly again next time, he wouldn't mind letting Han Miolin completely run out of steam. For alchemists, controlling fire to form a fire spirit essentially meant using powerful mental strength to ignite the surrounding fire elements. The stronger the mental strength, the larger the usable space. Naturally, the condensed fire spirit would be stronger. Han Miolin's forest burning white flame was merely a different method of application. Its essence still could not escape the fire elements. In fact, Han Miolin had completed the fire spirit condensation each time, but within almost a second, Su Chen would directly disperse it. Having grasped the application techniques of his talent in the mysterious beast nest, he had now basically reached a mastery level. What seemed like a difficult process was merely a thought for Su Chen. With his hands behind his back, he watched the fierce battle in midair. Unlike other alchemists who needed mental strength to condense elements, Su Chen found controlling the fire spirit exceptionally easy, with mental energy consumption being negligible. With a thought, the solid fire spirit moved like a rabbit, darting among the battling fire spirits, agile as if it were a living creature. Whose fire spirit is that? Cat? I've never seen someone play with fire to this extent. How did they do it? It's incredibly smooth. This fire manipulation technique seems to surpass many 6-star alchemists. Sun Yao's gaze had been fixed on Su Chen the entire time. Hearing the continuous gasps of astonishment from his colleagues, he leaned back, crossing his legs. Seeing the astonished expression of his old rival made him even happier. As for Qiu Xinhe, he didn't even glance at her. Zhang Xinro, leaning on the railing, covered her mouth with her two snowy white hands, afraid she would involuntarily cry out. A pair of lively eyes reflected the calm and upright figure on the field, their gaze shifting. Fire spirits occasionally fell from the sky, and alchemists whose mental strength had been depleted were continuously carried off the field. Han Miolin controlled the white wolf, boldly charging in, weaving left and right, defeating dozens of fire spirits. With a gentle toss of his long hair, he exuded an indescribable charm. Did you see that, junior sister? He saw that Zhang Xinro's gaze had never left Su Chen. As if sensing the master's mood, the white wolf became even more ferocious, its impressive battle record earning it much praise. Zhang Chuancheng also showed a smile. Although he had a bit of a small mind, his talent and effort were undeniable. In the area of Arena 7, at the moment the white wolf bit through the bull-like fire spirit, only Su Chen and Han Miolin's fire spirits remained in the air. Compared to Su Chen's constant nonchalance, Han Miolin's expression revealed a hint of seriousness. He had intentionally or unintentionally allowed the white wolf to touch the opponent's fire spirit, only to realize he had encountered a true expert. He couldn't even touch a spark of the opponent's fire. Humph. In front of Shinro, I absolutely cannot lose. I admit you're very strong, but the battle between fire spirits is about the quality of the flames and the number of fire spirits one can control. This time, he raised both hands, and 4 more white wolf fire spirits coalesced. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he threw his head back and howled, soaring into the sky. In the midst of the battlefield's encirclement, although the cat-shaped fire spirit was smooth, it inevitably became strenuous over time. The flames on its surface also weakened a bit. One must know that increasing the number of controlled fire spirits would exponentially increase the demand on mental strength. With 5 fire spirits, it was evident that Han Miaolin's mental strength was profound. The current situation was exactly the best scenario he had longed for. Su Chen frowned slightly, his tone still relaxed. It's just 5 fire spirits. Slowly infusing mental strength, the cat-shaped fire spirits might greatly increased. Surprisingly, it did not fall behind while facing 5. Han Miolin sensed something unusual and gritted his teeth, summoning 2 more slightly smaller white wolves, stepping into the air. I told you, your fate is to be defeated by me. Everyone's gaze was drawn to this spectacular scene. Under the siege of 7 white wolves, the cat-shaped fire spirit was struggling alone. Defeat was only a matter of time. My fire is no less than the forest-burning white flame of dragon fire, and I have more of them than you. How can you win? Han Miolin was filled with pride. With arms spread wide and chin slightly raised, he seemed to have already foreseen victory's arrival. However, the continuous gasps of astonishment in his ears still made him uneasy. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils experienced a seismic shock. Trembling, he pointed, unable to speak for a long time. There were at least 100 cat-shaped fire spirits, each the size of a white wolf. More crucially, these cat-shaped fire spirits were all identical in color to the white wolves. Forest-burning white flame? Why do you have it too? Su Chen merely glanced at him, hands in his pockets, smiling. I have to thank you for your generous gift, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to master another type of flame. Thank you. Han Miolin nearly fainted from shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white cat suddenly transformed into a deep red, with faint star-like particles on its surface. Amidst the stunning beauty, a dragon-like aura emanated. All the alchemists present looked on in utter astonishment. Even Sun Yao was shocked enough to stand up. After mastering the forest-burning white flame, Su Chen had also grasped an even more powerful dragon flame? Han Miolin was completely dumbfounded. His 7 white wolves were instantly shattered on the spot, not even lasting around. Whoa! A mouthful of blood gushed uncontrollably from him. Soon, he was placed on a stretcher by the medical team. From the moment he entered Arena 7, he had not moved an inch. In the vast arena, only Su Chen remained. Meanwhile, in Arena 1, a girl with long wavy hair and a mature aura gently patted the cheek of the already unconscious girl, softly saying, "Little sister, you did very well. But your sister is even more powerful." At that moment, a greater shock than Su Chen defeating Han Miolin struck the hearts of Zhang Chuancheng and the others. The alchemist from the barren land of Tsangmu City defeated Zheng Liu with overwhelming force? And she is only a 2-star alchemist? 4,000-word update, which branch's alchemist is she? Zhang Chuanchen frowned, a look of confusion appearing on his aged face as he immediately inquired. She is a contestant from the Linchuan County Alchemist Association named Yang Shangbao, registered as a 2-star alchemist. A staff member behind him quickly stepped forward to answer, swiftly pulling out the corresponding information from a storage ring. Zhang Chuanchen's gaze swept over the details, growing increasingly perplexed. The information was unremarkable, lacking any standout performance. His gaze towards Yang Shangbao was quite complex. Let's take another look this afternoon. He sighed. Inwardly, past youth alchemist competitions often had dark horses, and he had originally thought it would be Su Chen, the strong. Contenders predicted to win this time. Han Miolin and Zhang Liao both suffered crushing defeats in the first round. In the stands, representatives from the Alchemist Association were all astonished. Sun Yao crossed his arms, his gaze following Yang Shangbao until she entered the passage and left. Grandpa Sun, what's wrong? I just feel that there's a different soul within that young shell. The first round of the fire spirit battle had ended. Su Chen, Yang Shangbao, and 6 others tied for first place with full marks. In the rest area, he found the recently recovered Xiao Xinhe, learning that she also scored 70 points. Why are you so strong? Xiao Xinhe exclaimed sincerely. By now, she was used to it, but hearing about the full score still made her heart race. It was known that there were no famous alchemists in her group, and the competition was exceptionally fierce. In the area where Su Chen was, there was the seated contestant Han Miolin. Even so, to still take first place, she found it hard to imagine just how strong Su Chen was. In the field of alchemy, according to the scoring rules, over 800 people received a score of 0. A significant portion of these individuals chose to give up outright. The two left the gym together, where Sun Yao and Jiang Xinro were already waiting outside. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch. The restaurant is already booked. Sure, that old man probably knows you're treating me and is likely to get angry again. Sun Yao and Jiang Chuanchen were arch rivals, but he had a good impression of Jiang Xinro and couldn't help but exclaim, I'm not like you, a stingy miser. It's just a meal, I can afford it. The voice from behind made Sun Yao jump. However, both knew the occasion and a few exchanged jabs ended there. Su Chen, right? You performed well just now. Your fire control is even stronger than your teacher's. If there's nothing planned after the competition, feel free to come to my house as a guest. Jiang Chuanchen did not hide his admiration for Su Chen. As he spoke, his gaze flicked to his granddaughter, and sure enough, her face was flushed. Behind them, Han Miolin was elegant and refined, smiling as if he had secured first place himself. Watching Su Chen being praised by the teacher and liked by the junior sister, a barely noticeable venom flashed in his eyes. Thank you, I will visit when I have time. I don't have a worry-free disciple like him. Oh, at this remark, Jiang Chuanchen raised an eyebrow. He could sense the envy and regret in Sun Yao's tone, and his heart jolted. Su Chen's fire control technique was incredibly smooth. There must be 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star alchemists guiding him. May I ask who your teacher is? I have a wide circle of friends among alchemists in Huaxia. Perhaps I know your teacher. I have only received guidance from teacher Sun in alchemy and have not apprenticed under anyone else. Good. 3 consecutive goods left Jiang Chuanchen astonished, rendering him speechless. Han Myolin's lips parted slightly, his breathing becoming more rapid. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Xinro beamed with joy. She had been quite nervous earlier, but now her heart was finally at ease. With me around, do we still need you? After parting ways with the two, they had lunch at the famous Dingfu building in Yanqing City, in the square of the Alchemist Association. Unlike the casual chats of the morning, looking around, it was evident that nearly 40% of the participants were missing. The atmosphere had grown heavier and more oppressive. The fire control this morning really surprised me. I hope you can achieve good results in the refining later. Extending his fair and slender right hand, Han Miaolin's politeness made Xiao Xinhe beside him full of admiration. Thank you, and I hope you can perform well too, Su Chen said, extending his right hand with a faint tone. Of course. Han Miaolin's expression froze for a moment, then he turned and left, clearly having been hit where it hurt. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled slightly. He did not like this wolf in sheep's clothing. Once offended, they would lie in wait in the shadows, ready to strike with more ferocity than anyone else. Due to Jiang Xinro, he had already offended him. Women, he sighed, a trace of coldness flashing in his deep, dark eyes. Bang! The clock struck the first hour. Jiang Chuancheng stood up from the judge's table, pointing at 2 passages. The second item of the conference is the refining assessment. Enter according to the odd and even numbers. There are many individual alchemy rooms. The materials to be refined have been placed on the workbench in each room. What you need to do is to refine the medicinal materials to the highest purity possible before 8 o'clock. On the table, there is also a small clock. If you haven't completed the refining before it rings, it will be considered a failure. The refined medicinal materials also need to be tested. Only those that meet the conference requirements will count towards your score. As he spoke, he pointed to a black machine in front, explaining, this is the purity testing device. A purity of no less than 60 is considered qualified. Of course, the purity will also be your score for this item. Alright, if there are no questions, let's begin. Jiang Chuancheng clapped his hands and sat down. The crowd split into 2 groups and entered. Su Chen also found a secluded room at the back. Sensing a probing presence behind him, he turned around. Yang Shangbao, with her wavy long hair and alluring figure, approached gracefully. Ah, you're not bad. I wonder if this time you can make it a bit more enjoyable for me? Su Chen shrugged, non-committal. Let's hope so. He opened the door and walked into the room, where 3 thick, dark roots were prominently displayed on the table. The roots of the iron vine? These people really know how to set questions. The iron vine was as hard as iron, with thick roots that were highly fire-resistant and also increased hardness, making it a material that every novice alchemist frowned upon. He flipped his hand to take out the frostfire alchemy furnace and placed it on the table, lightly tapping the roots with his fingers. Then his hand suddenly revealed a dark jade-like quality, with dragon scales shimmering with starlight. Crack, 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 crack. The hard iron vine roots were broken and crushed before being thrown into the alchemy furnace. I guess cutting these roots will eliminate a portion of the participants. After pondering for a moment, the suitable temperature range for refining the iron vine roots surfaced in his mind. Boom! A burst of ordinary flames surged up, instantly enveloping the entire frostfire alchemy furnace evenly. After repeated refinements, Su Chen merely moved his thoughts slightly. The flames suddenly transformed into a ghostly white, ethereal flame. It should have been more violent, yet it was as docile as the previous ordinary flames. If Han Miolin were present, he would probably collapse on the ground. The ethereal flame, which had mutated and upgraded due to his talent, was already being skillfully used by Su Chen. Although he had just seen Han Miolin use it in the morning, Su Chen had no issues manipulating it at all. In fact, as long as it was a fire element, there was no difference for Su Chen. Compared to ordinary flames, the maximum temperature of the ethereal flame would be even higher. With precise control over the fire, one can naturally master the temperature, from the lowest to the highest within the suitable range. Each time the temperature for refining increases a little. After a long while, the color of the flame suddenly turns deep red, with stars flickering continuously within it, and Su Chen's shadow shifts along with the flames. Hours later, alchemists continuously emerge from the room, holding small bottles labeled with tags, placing them into the purity testing device. After about a minute, the purity of the refinement appears on the screen. The judges, including Jiang Chuanchen, maintain warm smiles on their faces. Everyone present knows that the earlier the refinement step is completed, the fewer times it has been refined, and the lower the purity will be. In other words, they are almost out of the final item for tomorrow. The first to astonish everyone present is a young alchemist from Yunhe County. With a purity of 84.5%, he ranks first, almost a world apart from the second place at 71.2%. Soon after, more alchemists set new records. By the time Zhang Liyao appears, the highest purity has reached 93.5%. She walks out gracefully, her twin ponytails swaying, looking particularly cute. With great confidence, she places her small bottle in, and soon, bright red numbers appear, causing many alchemists present to feel their breath momentarily halt. 95.4%. That's amazing. No wonder she's a genius alchemist who won the championship abroad. Enjoying the praise around her, Zhang Liao lifts her proud chin, revealing her elegant, fair neck. My effective refining count is 15 times. Gasps of surprise arise again, even Sun Yao can't help but nod. Achieving such a level at this age is comparable to what he accomplished back then. As time nears its end, no one can reach the same height as Zhang Liao. Han Miolin walks out of the passage, skillfully completing the test. His score easily surpasses Zhang Liao, reaching 97.9%. However, the immense mental strain leaves his lips pale. Searching the crowd, when he sees Jiang Xinruo's eyes still fixed on the passage, he can't help but sneer inwardly. I refined 18 times. The group of alchemists at the judges' table congratulates Jiang Chuanchen. This score is almost comparable to those who have just entered the 5-star level. Ding ding ding. The elegant footsteps approach. Yang Shengbao strides confidently to the testing device with his long, rounded legs. Soon, everyone on site can't help but swallow hard as the numbers on the display reflect a look of near-comical horror on Han Miolin's face. 99.1%? No way, this can't be real. Such a number can actually appear? Even cheating wouldn't get such a number. Jiang Chuanchen takes a deep breath and kindly asks, what is your effective refining count? Let me think, it should be around 21 or 22 times. Hiss. Amidst the rising sounds of gasps, Yang Shengbao's long, wavy hair looks sexy and alluring. There are 3 minutes left, and only one person remains in the room. The staff's announcement rings out, an annoying smile unconsciously appears on Han Miaolin's somewhat effeminate face. Sun Yao sighs softly. He is not worried that Su Chen will fail. In the project of refining iron vine roots, even Qiu Xinhe could score 81.4, so Su Chen's score would only be higher. The only thing that sends chills down his spine is that Yang Shengbao actually reached over 99%. This level of purity definitely meets the 5-star standard. Moreover, he is an alchemist with rich experience in handling medicinal materials. Although he can only estimate Su Chen's strength through the pills he refines, it is basically just a bit stronger than Han Miolin. I didn't expect this. The dark horse that emerged halfway is not just a horse, but a wolf. Soon, Yao sighed softly, her heart filled with increasing doubt. Clearly sensing a strength at the 3rd-tier lower level, yet possessing a mental power comparable to a 5-star alchemist? Could it be that he was an awakened one with a mental talent? That may not be the case. Jiang Shinro cupped her face in her hands, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation, speaking with utmost confidence. Is it Su Chen? Could something have happened? Why don't you go in and remind him? Jiang Chuanchen pointed to the staff at the door, holding Su Chen in high regard, especially with Jiang Shinro's involvement. He didn't want Su Chen to withdraw because of this. It seems there's not a single person here who can make this young lady feel pleased. Maybe it's because he fainted? The mental energy consumption this morning was quite significant, after all. Han Miolin interjected. At the right moment. Even if the suddenly emerging Yang Shengbao surpassed him, it was still better than letting Su Chen stand above him. Now was just the right time to let his junior sister see who the real clown was, and who truly had the skills. Thank you for your concern. That little bit of mental consumption this morning is nothing to worry about. Su Chen walked out of the passage calmly, his complexion rosy, a faint smile on his lips. I knew you would definitely come out, and being this late means you must have refined it over 20 times, right? Brother Han, you have a keen sense. I refined it 29 times. Upon hearing this, Han Miolin's smile immediately froze on his face. Just as the words fell, Yang Shengbao scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Su Chen, unable to help but say, do you know what it means to refine 29 times? She had seen those freaks refining medicine, with iron vine roots being refined up to 43 times at most. But those freaks were all comparable to 7-star or even 8-star alchemists. Su Chen was only a 4-star alchemist. Being able to exceed 20 times was already the limit. Ignoring the gazes directed at him from around, Su Chen quietly walked to the testing device and gently placed the small bottle with his label on it inside. 1 minute passed. The scarlet numbers on the screen made everyone's heart stop for a moment. Han Miolin trembled at the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen something incredible, pointing shakily and saying 99.7%? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Shengbao murmured, her face pale. The words she had spoken not long ago felt like sharp thorns piercing her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to ask those monster-like guys, at Su Chen's age and level, could he really achieve the same things? An operation that seemed almost impossible was now truly accomplished by someone, and Yang Shengbao could only think of 2 words to describe it. A prodigy. Beside her, Sun Yao trembled with excitement, almost as if he were mad. He had never doubted Su Chen's talent, but now what Su Chen had displayed elevated his understanding of Su Chen's alchemical talent once again. Even a 5-star alchemist might not be able to do this, and he is. His pupils suddenly shook, and Sun Yao looked at Su Chen's calm demeanor, unperturbed by praise or blame, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. He seemed to have guessed the true reason why Su Chen had overcome the mental barrier to reach this point. A fire control ability comparable to that of a high-level alchemist. Not only controlling the size of the flames but also their temperature. In the hall, the atmosphere was so quiet that only breathing could be heard, gradually easing after a long time. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that tall and slender figure, not moving away for a long time. Zhang Liao's fingers gently twirled around her hair, her pearly teeth biting her red lips. She looked at Han Miolin with a great deal of disdain. She had heard him say at noon that he had been defeated by Su Chen due to a moment of carelessness, and his words were filled with condescension. Having also been defeated by Yang Shengbao, she felt a sense of sympathy, and her impression of Su Chen was not very good, leading her to abandon the thought of befriending him. But now that she witnessed it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied, and she harbored some resentment towards Han Miolin. Such a formidable peer, if befriended, might even lead to discussions about alchemical insights. It seems I can't just listen to the words of acquaintances. In the future. Just as Zhang Liao was mumbling in her heart, Han Miaolin's delicate and handsome face turned particularly ugly. For someone who had been taken as a direct disciple by Jiang Chuancheng at a young age and had gained fame in dozens of cities in central China, he could not accept this outcome at all. One shocking achievement after another made the alchemists who chose to stay for the second event feel particularly fortunate. Su Chen, my young friend, achieving this level has truly given me a big surprise. Jiang Chuancheng's address to Su Chen quietly changed at this moment. From a junior, he had risen to an equal position. In both the fire spirit battle and refinement, Su Chen's results were far ahead. Regardless of the final outcome tomorrow, just his smooth fire control and exquisite refining techniques were enough for him to take seriously. Moreover, Su Chen was just a freshman. This kind of age and completely unmatched extraordinary potential made Jiang Chuancheng ask himself, even he, back then, could not have accomplished such feats. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that Su Chen currently did not have a dedicated alchemy teacher. To be able to defeat Han Miolin, who was always by his side and constantly receiving guidance just through Sun Yao's pointers, what kind of monstrous alchemical talent did that require? The people in the hall were not fools, they could also hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Chuancheng's words, and their gazes towards Su Chen held more respect and admiration. I knew Su Chen was the best. Jiang Shinro swayed her head, smiling sweetly. The thing she feared most was resistance from her grandfather. Although many future matters would likely be decided by her, if her grandfather disagreed, it would still be quite troublesome. Now it was good, she just had to wait for things to fall into place. Thinking Of these things, the girl's thoughts were clearly displayed on her face. She cast a resentful glance at Su Chen, and Jiang Shinro sighed in a playful manner. Who let her get involved with such a person? Every aspect, big or small, must be considered. Everything that needs to be prepared and laid out must be handled by oneself. After a brief wait, the results of the Youth Alchemist Conference were announced. Su Chen ranked first with a score of 199.7, followed by Yang Shangbao with a score of 199.1. Meanwhile, Han Miolin and Zhang Liyao, who were seen as the favorites to win before the conference, didn't even make it into the top 10. Xiao Xin has stared at the name at the top of the list, unable to stop her bitter smile. The young man she had mocked at the entrance had, in just over a month, reached a height that she could only look up to and could not reach. Alright, the first day's events of the Youth Alchemist Conference have come to an end. I will now announce the rules for tomorrow's final event. Upon hearing Jiang Chuancheng's words, the noisy hall fell silent. He noticed Han Miolin standing in the corner, looking lost, and couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. Well, no matter the outcome, it won't be bad for his growth. Smooth sailing until now, encountering setbacks is not surprising. Tomorrow's content is very simple: refine pills on site within the specified time. Whoever's pills are of higher grade and better quality will win. Of course, the formulas and materials needed for refining pills must be prepared by each of you. Everyone should rest well tonight and prepare for tomorrow's final event of the Youth Alchemist Conference. Amidst the applause, Jiang Chuancheng stepped down from the stage. This also meant that the first day of the Youth Alchemist Conference had officially concluded. After a simple meal, Xiao Xinhe was visibly exhausted after 2 rounds of competitions that drained her mental energy. In contrast, Su Chen showed no signs of mental fatigue at all. The flames used in the 2 competitions were all due to innate effects, and only a little mental energy was consumed during the final refinement. This level of intensity was even less than his usual alchemy practice, so it was naturally not a big deal. However, Su Chen still declined Jiang Shinro's request to go shopping. Not to mention that accompanying a girl shopping consumes more mental energy than alchemy. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time cultivating in his room? Late at night, Sun Yao gently knocked on Su Chen's door. It's late, so I'll keep it brief. Seeing Sun Yao's serious expression, Su Chen nodded earnestly. Do you want to win tomorrow? Teacher Sun, of course. Alright, here is the formula for the 5th grade lower tier Qing Leijin Lingdan, along with all the materials you need to refine it twice. With a gentle wave of her hand, the clean table instantly became cluttered. Although it's rushed, it's the only way. The sudden emergence of Yang Shangbao, based on my years of experience in assessing people, will definitely refine pills of no less than 4th grade upper tier at tomorrow's conference. If you want to win the championship, this is your only option. Of course, this is just my guess. If you choose a more stable 4th grade upper tier pill, I have no objections. I've already achieved all my goals for this trip. At that moment, Su Chen took a deep breath, the scene of encountering Yang Shangbao flashing in his mind, and he said solemnly, "Thank you, Teacher Sun, I'll give it my all." On the top floor of a 5-star hotel in Yanqing City, Yang Shangbao, bare-skinned and just out of the shower, had droplets of water still clinging to her fair, rosy skin. She admired herself in the mirror, twisting her body back and forth, striking various sexy and charming poses. The somewhat menacing metallic mask on the table suddenly vibrated. She eagerly put it on, and several figures appeared before her. You don't need to contact me every day. I will definitely bring back the Hong Lian Huang Shui Dan and its formula. So what if I'm the weakest at alchemy? You all are strong, but do you dare to come? Humph. Just don't let it be that when I bring the stuff back, you can't even find someone to take the medicine. Frustrated, she took off the metallic mask, and Yang Shangbao's angry expression vanished, replaced by her cheerful laughter, occasionally punctuated by sultry moans. Ah, refreshing? When the elixir is formed, the clouds gather, the blue sky rumbles, fish leap over the dragon gate, and after overcoming tribulations, the elixir is completed. Does that mean there will be a thunder tribulation when condensing the elixir? After a brief moment of rest with his eyes closed, Su Chen reviewed the recipe for the Qing Leijin Ling Dan several times. He felt that he had not fully grasped the final description. He was clear about the extraction levels of various medicinal materials and the connections between each step. I'll ask Teacher Sun on the way. Thinking too much now is of no use. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen muttered to himself, then got up to wash and dress. He headed straight to Sun Yao's room, and after expressing his doubts, Sun Yao nodded in appreciation. When the Qing Leijin Lingdan is produced, blue lightning will fall from the sky. The thunder tribulation usually occurs only at the 7th level, but the Qing Leijin Lingdan is an exception. This is also the most challenging part of the refining process. It requires deciding how to interact with the blue lightning based on the actual situation of the produced elixir. Although the last-minute changes were made the night before the competition, Su Chen's performance still greatly satisfied Sun Yao. He added, there's a trick to using the condensing fire technique, which can increase the success rate. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instinctively nodded. Thank you, teacher, I understand. What are you thanking me for? There's no need for politeness between us. Helping you is also helping myself. The two walked out of the room, and Xiao Xinhe, with a light makeup, was already waiting. The day had brightened. The atmosphere of the new year had not yet completely dissipated, and various decorations from after the holiday were still visible everywhere. It was a cold winter day and it was Sunday. This city still had a few hours before it truly awakened. However, outside the bustling sports arena in the city center, it was crowded and noisy with a surge of people. Spectators from various cities had been waiting outside for entry after a long day of waiting. The ticket checking at the 16 entrances was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the surging crowd flowed into the arena amidst the noise. Su-chan, go for it. Jiang Shinro waved at Su-chan and walked into the VIP passage with Sun Yao. The alchemists participating in the conference had to go through checks before entering. After a night, the disheveled Han Miolin had become sharp and fierce. Not far from him, Zhang Liao was moving her red lips, reciting something, clearly reviewing the elixir recipe. Each alchemist entering the final round had their own pride, all showing expressions of confidence and anticipation. Following the guide into the arena, they passed through a dim and narrow passage, and their vision suddenly opened up. Deafening applause echoed continuously, and the audience's enthusiasm was incredibly high. All the alchemists found their workstations marked with their names and placed the checked medicinal materials on the table. Boom! The platform suddenly rose, reaching almost the same height as the audience seats. The arena has such a device? If I had known, I would have refined fewer times. Su-chan shook his head with a bitter smile. His position was right in the center, and everyone would see him at first glance. Although the distances were the same, Su-chan did not like this overly conspicuous feeling. He closed his eyes to rest, repeatedly recalling the precautions in alchemy in his mind. Zhang Chuanchen slightly nodded, increasingly admiring Su-chan. In such a grand occasion, being able to maintain a calm mindset in an instant was a level of composure far better than his own at that time. In the stands, many spectators somewhat familiar with the alchemy world began to discuss upon seeing the unfamiliar yet handsome face. Indeed, there are hidden talents. The previous online discussions about the top contenders, Han Miolin and Zhang Liao, are actually in that position. Did you see that super cool big sister in the center? I heard she drained Zhang Liao's mental energy in the fire spirit battle yesterday. Oh, my god. Zhang Liao can lose even when playing with fire? That's terrifying. So what? The person in the center, do you know who it is? Su Qin. This name sounds familiar. Of course, he was the top scorer in last year's National Awakener College entrance examination. He was specially recruited by Yuanma University and is now advancing with the top score again. In my opinion, the championship of this conference is almost certainly his. So impressive, damn. Soon, Su Chen's name spread throughout the stands, and news of his brilliant performance yesterday was revealed, immediately shocking countless people. The audience looked at the tall figure with admiration and awe. Listening to the voices around him, Han Miolin disdainfully glanced at the young man with his eyes slightly closed, cursing inwardly and curling his lips into a cold smile. Today's competition is about overall strength. What does it matter if you can control fire and refine well? Having been a disciple of Zhang Chuancheng since childhood, he was recognized as the most talented student. After more than a decade of immersion in alchemy, what reason could he have to lose to a newcomer? Come on, Su Chen. Today, let me show you the depth of my talent that earns me the title of genius. Ahem. Today is the final event of the Youth Alchemist Conference. All the rising stars who have advanced, showcase your talents on this stage. Before 6 p.m. this afternoon, use your hands to earn the honors you deserve. Now I declare the Youth Alchemist Conference officially begins. As the words fell, a small hourglass rose in the corner of the platform. Amid waves of applause and cheers, the alchemists eagerly began to throw in their materials, and bright flames ignited one after another. Su Chen opened his eyes, and a small alchemy furnace with a mix of blue and red appeared. Zhang Chuanshan, sitting on the judging panel, was slightly taken aback. Although he had known for a long time, seeing it with his own eyes now left him both shocked and particularly curious. His granddaughter was exceptionally warm and familiar with people. In contrast, it was extremely difficult to enter her heart. What had Su Chen done to earn such recognition from Jiang Shinro? Like flowing clouds and flowing water, the materials entered the frostfire alchemy furnace. A deep red flame suddenly erupted. Accompanying it was a clearly audible dragon's roar. The flames of those around were affected to varying degrees. The dragon flame of the star-extinguishing dragon? This guy is not simple. Yang Shengbao looked at the deep red flame shining like stars, an unsettling feeling suddenly rising in her heart. Then, she shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. The hourglass on the table showed no signs of stopping. Time passed quickly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The materials were refined to the corresponding purity as recorded in the formula. They were then drawn out and poured into small bottles. Soon, the table was filled with all sorts of bottles and jars, arranged neatly in order. The habits are ingrained in the bones. Sun Ya praised, then shifted her gaze to Qiu Xinha outside, sighing helplessly. Compared to Su Chen, the latter's table was in disarray. As the materials increased, it was evident that Qiu Xinha was already flustered. Seemingly casual habits could affect the final quality of the elixir. Approaching noon, a hint of fatigue appeared on the brows of some alchemists. Su Chen's expression remained calm, his movements graceful and effortless. Coupled with his exceptionally handsome face, he quickly attracted a large number of female fans. A handsome young alchemist was an irresistible temptation for most girls. Next, it will be the first tricky part. Scanning the small bottles on the table, there was no issue with the order. The refining of the Qing Leishan Lingdan was not like other elixirs that could be poured in directly. Instead, each ingredient had to be added one by one in sequence. Only after the previous material evenly covered the surface could the next one be added. Since each material corresponded to a different temperature range, precise control of the flame temperature was also required. A slight misstep could lead to total failure. Moreover, with only 2 sets of materials, it meant Su Chen had only one chance. A series of data clearly emerged in his mind. Carefully and cautiously, he poured in the medicinal materials, his expression grave. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The precise control of the flames temperature was no small drain on his mental energy. Bang! Bang! The dull sounds of failure occasionally echoed in his ears. From time to time, alchemists whose materials had run out left the scene in despair. Su Chen's mind was unified, his spiritual energy permeating the furnace. As expected of a 5th-tier elixir, he murmured softly, pouring in the last small vial of materials. The tedious steps, along with the exponentially increasing mental drain, inevitably stirred feelings of irritation within Su Chen. However, it was precisely because of this that the Qing Leishan Lingdan had the potential to rival or even surpass the mid-grade 5th-tier elixirs. Estimating that he was about an hour away from forming the elixir, Su Chen inadvertently caught a whiff of a rich medicinal fragrance. A 5th-tier elixir? Has it actually formed? To be able to smell such a strong fragrance in this well-ventilated area undoubtedly indicated that the quality had reached the 5th tier. His lips curled slightly. Although Su Chen had not sought the source of the fragrance, he guessed that the alchemist was undoubtedly Yang Shangbao. Despite his surprise, he took a deep breath, focused his mind, and poured even more spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace. Ha! Here it comes! Yang Shangbao shouted, and the lid immediately spun and flew high into the air. A purple elixir quickly leaped out, and in the next moment, Yang Shangbao had already stored it in a jade vial emitting cold air. The many observing alchemists couldn't help but nod. Using an ice jade vial to accelerate the cooling and solidification of the medicinal power, what a brilliant technique! San Yao's expression grew increasingly heavy. The better this suddenly emerging woman performed, the greater the pressure Su Chen would have to bear. Easy peasy. You all just keep struggling with your alchemy. This lady is heading down now. The many elixir connoisseurs on the judging panel took out the elixirs, and the rich fragrance lingered in the air. Is this the mid-grade 5th tier ZXINGAE Dan? I never expected to see such a perfect ZXINGAE Dan in my lifetime. Linchuan County is about to rise. They are definitely the champions of this conference. Jiang Chuanshan's brows furrowed, filled with emotion. He had thought that the appearance of Su Chen was already remarkable, but he hadn't expected there to be even stronger competitors. Announced the evaluation results, President Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuanshan stood up and spoke loudly. The young alchemist Yang Shangbao from Lin Chuan County has refined a mid-grade 5th tier ZXINGAE Dan. After evaluation and review by the judges, the quality is excellent and the result is valid. Bang! Han Miaolin's alchemical furnace let out a dull sound and black smoke billowed. Just at this critical moment, he heard this shocking news, his mind swirling, and he failed to form the elixir. It's actually 5th tier? The competition domestically is so fierce. On her delicate doll-like face, Zheng Liao suddenly showed a look of astonishment, secretly lamenting that she had underestimated the competition at home. She had thought that winning the championship in the free country would guarantee her a crushing victory upon returning. At this moment, clouds of azure gathered and swirled in the sky, with faint sounds of thunder rumbling. Soon, Yao straightened her body, her eyes filled with worry. The sudden phenomenon also caught the attention of the audience and the alchemists on stage. Is this Dan Yu? No way. Isn't Dan Yun a phenomenon that only occurs with 6th tier elixirs? Could it be the Qing Leishan Lingdan? Jiang Chuanshan suddenly looked at Sun Yao, seeing her serious expression, and became even more convinced of his deduction. This kind of elixir is not easy to produce. Yang Shangbao's body also tensed at this moment, staring unblinkingly at the young man on stage. Crack! The moment the lid was lifted, a dark elixir spiraled out. Flying elixir? He can refine the elixir into a flying elixir? The alchemists all know that only if there were no mistakes in the previous refining process and the temperature in the furnace is just right can it possibly appear. And the flying elixir also means that there is a high probability of the appearance of elixir patterns. There is a small chance of a higher level elixir swirl. Including Jiang Chuansheng, many alchemists watching the battle stood up one after another. This is troublesome. It's over. Jiang Chuansheng and Sun Yao said almost in unison. The appearance of the flying elixir is certainly a cause for celebration, but if this elixir is the Qing Leishan Lingdan, then it is undoubtedly a disaster. Clap. Su Chen, who was already mentally prepared, showed no signs of panic. With a light snap of his fingers, the deep red starry dragon flame completely enveloped the elixir, condensing fire to refine the elixir. Boom! The thick Qing Lei fell fiercely. With a focused gaze, the Qing Lei was instantly decomposed into countless lightning particles the size of fireflies, continuously being refined into finer lightning microparticles by the gunpowder and then absorbed by the elixir. In less than a breath's time, blue lightning-like patterns appeared on the dark elixir. So close, so close. Su Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief, his heartstrings inevitably relaxing. However, the rolling Qing Yin stopped and then dropped an even thicker Qing Lei, its speed more than 3 times faster than before. The Qing Lei Lingdan, which had just formed elixir patterns, exploded into ashes in this lightning light. The entire venue fell silent. Despair was written all over Sun Yao's face. Blinking innocently, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. This, so thick. Such a pity. Yeah. Otherwise, with that green thunder true spirit pill, it would definitely surpass the purple heart. Still lacking experience. A pill of that quality can't possibly only have one green thunder. Including the judges, countless people in the stand sighed in regret. Sigh. How could this happen? Sun Yao slumped down, his eyes vacant, murmuring to himself. Beside him, Jiang Xinro, after a brief moment of shock, pointed at Su Chen and said softly, "Look, Grandpa Sun." Following the direction of her finger, the young man on the field showed no signs of panic. Instead, he was seriously selecting herbs, preparing for the second round of alchemy. At such a young age to have such composure, this boy is not simple. In contrast, Han Miolin, who was disturbed by his own announcement of the results, was far behind. While feeling emotional, Jiang Chuancheng looked at the young man, who was as calm as an old monk, with admiration in his eyes. Even if he ultimately fell short at the last moment, the young man on the field was still worthy of respect. The Green Thunder True Spirit pill was not an ordinary 5th grade low-grade pill. Its complicated refining steps required one to remember various temperature parameters. All of this required the alchemist to possess outstanding mental strength and precise control over the flames. Even many experienced 5-star alchemists might not be able to do as well as Su Chen. The most crucial point was that Su Chen had been in contact with alchemy for less than a year. A truly monstrous talent for alchemy. While everyone lamented, Han Miolin was genuinely pleased. Humph. In the end, it's still a failure, isn't it? You're not much better than me. Shinro, did you see his disgraceful state? A shadow flickered in Han Miolin's eyes, and he continued to work skillfully, tossing herbs into the furnace as the flames roared. Many of Han Miolin's fans in the audience immediately cheered him on. Yang Shangbao, who was in the stands, patted his proud chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost capsized in the gutter. The gods are on my side. Halfway through the competition, the only one who could pose a threat to her was Su Chen. Of course, that was no longer the case. The remaining time was not enough to refine another Green Thunder True Spirit pill. You don't have enough time. Why not try something else? No need to compete with yourself, right? The championship is mine. No one can change that. Yang Shangbao said loudly, extremely pleased with herself. Her words were also meant to disturb Su Chen's state of mind. Countless experienced alchemists, in shock, couldn't help but sigh, filled with sympathy for Su Chen. After all, Yang Shengbao's words were indeed not wrong. That may not be the case, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Then, under the focus of countless gazes, he slapped the platform with one hand. As the remaining herbs soared into the air, 9 flames of different colors erupted one after another, completely enveloping them. Among them was the same fierce white flame as Han Miolin's. Witnessing this scene, Han Miolin was momentarily dazed, followed by the flames beneath the furnace stirring. This is the pure fire refining method? Using this method can greatly shorten the time, but how can a 4-star alchemist refine 9 types of herbs at the same time? Such fire control skills, I must admit, I am not as good. Old, can't deny being old. Jiang Chuancheng exchanged glances with those beside him, truly shocked by the scene before them. In his spiritual perception, these flames of different colors had completely different temperatures. In other words, was Su Chen multitasking? Sun Yao, equally dumbfounded, blinked hard, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He indeed taught Su Chen how to refine pure fire, but even his mental strength couldn't achieve what Su Chen was doing, refining 9 types at the same time. The sweat on his forehead evaporated rapidly under the flame's embrace. At this moment, Su Chen's body was in a completely petrified and tense state. Thanks to his S-level talent of all elemental affinity, controlling the flames did not consume any mental energy, allowing Su Chen to use all his mental strength to maintain the temperature. Even so, it was still a tremendous drain. He can do it too? Yang Shengbao's pupils widened, her delicate face filled with astonishment. In that moment, she seemed to see the figures of those prodigies reflected in Su Chen. Hep with just you, do you dare to think you can compare to them? Then, the shock vanished without a trace. In its place was an increasingly radiant smile. She vaguely foresaw Su Chen's fate. Mental collapse, fainting on the spot. Amidst the faint sound of dragon roars, the starry dragon flame ignited beneath the frostfire alchemy furnace. The freshly refined herbs flew directly into the furnace. This action once again drew countless alchemists' admiration. What a clever little guy! Doing this not only reduces the mental energy consumption from subsequent distractions but also saves the time of reheating the warm herbs. I have to say, I admire him a bit. Seeing through Su Chen's thoughts, Zhang Chuanshen's words made the surrounding judges nod in agreement. As the herbs continued to enter the alchemy furnace one after another, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As night fell, the gymnasium was brightly lit, resembling daylight. The alchemists submitted the pills. They had refined one after another, while Jiang Chuanshen announced the results one by one. Yang Shengbao's 5th grade low-grade pill was the first to be completed, and all the alchemists knew well that they could not surpass it. During the break, their gazes suddenly turned towards the center where Su Chen stood, filled with unspoken anticipation. Zhang Liao's pill is a 4th grade high-grade red pattern recovery pill, with clear pill patterns. The girl lifted her skirt with both hands and took her bow as she exited the stage. With only 20 minutes left until the end of the conference, only Su Chen, Han Miolin, and a few others remained sparsely on stage. Yang Shengbao glanced at the time from time to time, her inner anxiety growing stronger. "Look!" someone shouted, and everyone turned their eyes to the night sky. Above Su Chen, dark clouds gathered, even more terrifying than the first time. At the same time, a rich fragrance of pills wafted through the air. Zhang Liao crossed her arms, determined to find Su Chen after the conference to discuss alchemy insights in depth. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as blue lightning rolled within the dark clouds. Under the gaze of the crowd, the pill flew out, dragon flames burning. The exact same scene replayed. A thick, blue lightning dragon descended, causing countless gasps. Such power from the first strike? Sun Yao couldn't help but exclaim, but she also saw Su Chen standing with his hands behind his back, calm and unbothered. He used his talent to decompose the thunder, the shimmering particles of lightning being absorbed by the pill in droves. The second bolt of lightning appeared, deeper in color and faster in speed. "I won't fall into the same pit twice." Su Chen showed no signs of slackening this time. The deep blue lightning dragon, though fast, was still inferior to his mental focus. Yang Shengbao clenched her fists tightly, her heart filled with hope. The scene of mental exhaustion did not occur. As long as the blue lightning struck directly, the championship would undoubtedly belong to her. Before participating, she never expected to reveal such an ugly side of herself. 7 consecutive bolts of lightning were effortlessly resolved by Su Chen, until the dark clouds in the night sky dissipated and the pill entered the jade bottle. The scene remained eerily silent. Moments later, an audience member began to applaud, and the atmosphere finally eased slightly. Even so, the alchemists outside had yet to pull themselves from the whirlpool of shock. Especially Sun Yao, who had also experienced the blue lightning striking the pill, displayed an expression of disbelief. Was it really that simple? What kind of freak is this? The Danlei that gives all alchemists a headache is useless in his hands? With a glimmer in her eyes, Zhang Xinrou's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. A staff member bent down to take the jade bottle from Su Chen's hands, filled with a sense of reverence. Jiang Chuancheng eagerly snatched the jade bottle. Inside was a pill adorned with swirling, gradient blue patterns, possessing an extraordinary beauty. "Is this Dan Xian?" The judges felt their hearts suddenly crushed by a giant dragon at that moment. The young alchemist Su Chun from Qingbei City has refined a 5th grade low-quality pill, the Qing Leishan Lingdan. It possesses Dan Xian with exceptional quality. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Only with a bang, Han Miolin looked as if he had lost his soul. His alchemy furnace had exploded again. Finished? Yang Shengbao trembled and sat down dejectedly. She knew that this time she could only be second. The Qing Leishan Lingdan and the Zxanjiedan, although both were of the 5th tier lower grade, she was very clear in her heart about which one was more valuable. Even if it was just of normal quality, the scales of victory would still lean towards Su Chen. Not to mention that a Dan Xian, rarer than Danwen and truly 1 in 10,000, had appeared. Amidst her disappointment and shock, she looked incredulously at the figure on the stage. Her alchemy skills were indeed quite far behind those prodigies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen to participate in the Youth Alchemist Conference. After all, any one of them, aside from her, possessed extraordinary standards comparable to an 8-star alchemist, and their participation would surely raise suspicions. Yet, Yang Shengbao felt no anger at all. Having witnessed the entire process of refining the Qing Leishan Lingdan, all she felt was bitterness. Soon, the hourglass on the table had completely run out. Han Miolin was frantically rubbing his hair, crying out in despair. After 2 explosions in succession, he had not produced a single finished pill in the final competition filled with confidence. The audience in the venue rose one after another, generously applauding and cheering. Each person had witnessed the birth of a miracle. From the smooth refining of the Dan to the unexpected occurrences, it was Su Chen's determination and persistence that led to this current reversal of fate. It also became a force that inspired everyone present, driving them to madness. Retrieving his gaze from Han Miolin, Zhang Chuancheng sighed helplessly, realizing that he had perhaps protected him too well, causing his mind to be thrown into chaos after repeated shocks. In stark contrast was Su Chen. Shinro indeed has an eye for talent. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Chuancheng felt the enthusiastic atmosphere in the venue, his gaze sweeping over the many participants below, finally resting on Su Chen. At this age, to achieve what many five-star alchemists cannot, just through the shallow guidance of Old Sun. With the Danxian of the Qing Leijin Lingdan, even I might not be able to accomplish that. Little guy, keep it up. I believe that one day your height will surely surpass ours. Through the loudspeaker, Zhang Chuancheng's remarks once again silenced everyone present. Their gazes all turned to the calm young man. The one saying this was one of the few 8-star alchemists in Huaxia. Yet now, he asserted that Su Chen's future status would surpass his? The crowd had already grown accustomed to the continuous shocks, but Zhang Chuancheng's words undoubtedly dropped another heavy bombshell. After a moment, Zhang Chuancheng cleared his throat a few times and announced loudly, "Finally, I declare the champion of this Youth Alchemist Conference. He is Su Chen, representing the Qingbei City Alchemist Association." With this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue erupted, countless people excitedly throwing flowers, the noise and clamor echoing outside the stadium for a kilometer. As the sound slightly diminished, Zhang Chuancheng continued to announce, "The runner-up is Yang Shangbao, representing the Linchuan County Alchemist Association. The third place goes to the recently returned alchemist, Zheng Liyao. Let's congratulate them." The applause in the venue thundered once more, though it was far less than the earlier cheers for Su Chen. Zheng Liyao looked at the young man who had made the audience so excited and wild, feeling a surge of emotions. After returning to the country, she had hoped to seize this opportunity for a strong start, but unexpectedly, this champion from abroad only placed third domestically. "Looks like I need to find a university to retake some classes." The victors enjoyed the cheers and glory. The defeated could only leave in silence. Han Miolin glared at Su Chen with resentment, dragging his weary body into the dim corridor. "Su Chen, congratulations." Xiao Xinhe saw Su Chen approaching, her pretty face flushing with a hint of red, sincerely congratulating him. But she did not see any pride on that handsome face, just as calm and composed as when she first took the stage. In an instant, she recalled the scene in front of the Alchemist Association and couldn't help but lower her head. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you before." "It's nothing, I had already forgotten it even if you hadn't said it," Su Chen replied. In fact, he had never cared about Xiao Xinhe, even though she was considered a goddess by ordinary people. He had even seen this matter in Zhang's tailoring shop and completely forgot about it. Why waste time and occupy brain space for someone unimportant? With extra energy, wouldn't it be better to learn a few skills or practice cultivation? While waiting for the audience to exit first, Su Chen found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. This time's mental consumption is probably about the same as usual alchemy training. Thanks to the method of constantly consuming mental energy to touch the limits through alchemy, Su Chen did not feel excessively weak at this moment. However, using this method effectively avoided being approached. Su Chen really disliked such meaningless socializing. Only by being strong oneself is the only way, otherwise, what good is it to socialize? The elemental energy within him surged like a tide, continuously flowing, already showing signs of a breakthrough. As long as he wanted to break through, he could do so anytime and anywhere. Considering that the Ice Heart Spirit Spring had not yet been obtained, Su Chen could only suppress it for now. "Hello, Mr. Su Chen." A sweet voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Opening his eyes, he saw a sweet-looking staff member in uniform. Her cheeks were flushed with irregular shyness, and admiration and respect could be faintly seen in her beautiful eyes. Having witnessed the entire conference, the persistence and madness of surviving a desperate situation, combined with his resolute and extraordinary appearance, it was rare for a woman not to be moved. Hello. The president asked me to come over. No, please follow me. Sorry for the trouble. Please, lead the way." Su Chen smiled, not paying attention to the flustered staff member in front of him. As he made his way through the crowd, everyone on either side smiled and nodded at Su Chen. The world of alchemists values lineage and sex, but it also respects strength. Su Chen was not a direct disciple of any famous alchemist, but he had just proven his strength with facts, naturally earning the heartfelt respect and admiration of other alchemists. Upon entering the office, Zhang Chuanchen and several high-ranking members of the Alchemist Association were present. In addition, there were Yang Shangbao and Zhang Liao. The latter smiled sweetly at Su Chen upon seeing him. Su Chen nodded in response. "The champions and runners-up are all here, so I won't ramble on. The rewards for this conference will be distributed before the end of tomorrow. You three, at 10 a.m. tomorrow in the Association Hall, someone will take you to the resource library. At that time, you can enter the resource library to select heavenly materials and earthly treasures, 3 for the champion, 2 for the runner-up, and 1 for the third place. As for the formulas and pills, I will find you later." Zhang Chuanchen expressed his feelings, lamenting that the disciple he had high hopes for ended up with no results. The three nodded in response. After leaving the office, Yang Shengbao left without a word, turning her head with a look of confusion in her eyes. She sensed a familiar aura from Su Chen. What could it be? Forget it. Anyway, we will meet again later, no need to think so much. As they turned the corner, Zhang Liao extended her delicate hand. I'm Zhang Liao, nice to meet you. Su Chen. If there's a chance in the future, I hope to compete with you again. Okay. Outside the gym, Zhang Xinro spotted Su Chen immediately from the crowd. She ran a few steps and jumped into his arms. I knew you would definitely win. Shinro, senior, let go of me. You're squeezing me. A bit too hard. Zhang Xinro cast a resentful glance and muttered, a big man is afraid of this, humph. Despite saying that, knowing Su Chen's personality well, she obediently released her arm. Kid, well done. Thanks to your help. Alright, there's no need for such politeness between us. You have your purpose in winning the championship and I have mine as well. At least next year, the Alchemist Association in Qingbei City can receive special funding. We both get what we need. Sun Yao's personality was like this, and Su Chen no longer dwelled on it. A black car drove by, and Han Neolin in the back seat punched his knee with all his might. The affectionate scene just now had completely torn apart his already wounded heart. Upon learning that Su Chen was going back to his room to rest, Zhang Xinro no longer lingered. Just in time, she heard Jiang Chuanqing's call and reluctantly left, turning back every 3 steps. Once alone in the room, she took out her phone and dialed Meng Yanxue's number. Teacher? I want to ask about the Honglian Huangxue Dan. Should it be used before or after the breakthrough? On the other end of the line, faint sounds of a woman's soft gasps and moans could be heard, and Meng Yanxue's tone was very hurried as she replied, before the breakthrough, and quickly hung up. The next second, Su Chen blinked. Why did that voice just now sound so much like his sister, Luo Miaoxia? Please hurry up with the updates. Tomorrow I can get the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. Su Chen sighed, slowly closing his eyes and entering a state of cultivation and recovery. The elemental energy within him surged and roiled even more than before, using pure fire to refine medicinal materials with extreme mental strength. As his mental attributes improved, his techniques also advanced under pressure. Now he was really only a thin membrane, away from breaking through to the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Moreover, the journey had already been moist and juicy, and the elemental energy was ready to go. As long as Su Chen was willing, it would be as easy as flowing water. But the Ice Heart Spirit Spring had not yet been obtained, and after the breakthrough, he would not be able to immediately merge with the blood of the Starry Ash Dragon. The potential effects of developing the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill would also be greatly diminished. Having persisted for so long, it shouldn't matter. For just a moment, right? Who rarely having a night without practicing his techniques, Su Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night was long, and the little white peach, who had slept all day, poked its small head out of the windbreaker pocket. Meow. Meow, it called weakly, its big watery eyes reflecting Su Chen's smiling face. It rubbed against his cheek, affectionately extending its front paw to touch him, still not waking Su Chen. Gurgle. The abyssal eye on the chair opened its big eyes, shining brightly in the dim room. The 4-leaf clover above suddenly bent, and the little white peach raised its head, jumping onto the table to skillfully unlock the phone. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, it showed a pained expression. It had forgotten the final payment password. Soon, the 4-leaf clover moved on its own, tilting towards the direction of the abyssal eye. Payment successful. The excited little creature clasped its front paws together, bowing repeatedly to the abyssal eye. About half an hour later, the little white peach, pretending to nap, slightly turned its ears and immediately opened the window to jump out. A flash of pride crossed its big eyes, happy for successfully luring in the little thing. How strange. They actually ordered 50 servings of hamburgers and fried chicken all at once, and they want me to arrange it in a pyramid shape. I really can't understand the thought process of the alchemists. The delivery rider, dressed in a yellow and blue uniform, placed package after package of takeout by the roadside. He chatted with his partner through his phone, seemingly afraid of being overheard, and quickly left after arranging everything neatly. The little creature hiding in the shadows darted out quickly, staring at the mountain of food, its pupils round and wide. Is there a problem with ordering takeout with the prize money I won from the competition? Excited, the little thing stood up directly. Under the streetlight, it swayed its body, waving its front paws, singing and dancing. 9 hours of recovery time passed in a flash. When Su Chen woke up, he slowly exhaled. He gently rubbed his temples, feeling the lingering fatigue in his mind, slightly surprised. He had thought it would be similar to the usual mental strain from alchemy, and a good sleep would fix it. Unexpectedly, he had only recovered about 70%. Refining a low-grade 5th-tier pill is indeed still too much of a strain. The sound of flowing water reached his ears, and Su Chen quickly withdrew his gaze from the window, his expression suddenly becoming particularly vivid. The little white peach had already brewed a cup of hot tea, sitting very obediently beside the teacup. Its tail swayed left and right, and on its expressionless face a hint of flattering smile actually appeared. The little Hakimi who woke you up with tea, so well-behaved and understanding, just asks if you like it. I never noticed you could take care of people so well before. Sorry, right? You must be hungry after yesterday. Suchin slapped his forehead, secretly lamenting that he had forgotten everything from yesterday. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to order takeout, a breaking news alert popped up as he unlocked the screen. Real-time footage of dancing cats. A lonely carnival on the midnight streets. Whose cat is this? Dancing on the streets at night. Oh. With a casual click, it was easy to recognize the street style of Yinqing City. Under surveillance, Hakimi had something inexplicable growing on his head, bouncing around a utility pole, having an exceptionally good time. Sumu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his forehead lined with black threads of worry. The video, perfectly timed with the music, instantly shot up to the trending searches of the day, with a staggering 8.57 million saves. Although due to the vehicles and the angle of the surveillance, only a few seconds of his full body were visible. Most of it was just shadows, and the comments section of the video had already exploded. Little white peach. Thud. The little guy's legs were quite weak, quickly admitting defeat. His big, tearful eyes were particularly endearing, and his two front paws were frantically rubbing his belly, which ultimately made Suchin sigh. Not having eaten all day must have been extremely painful. Alright, I did forget yesterday, so let's not make it a habit, okay? The little creature nodded vigorously, instantly jumping onto his shoulder, snuggling up affectionately. Yuan Yan cast a disdainful glance out the window, ignoring the little white peach's antics. After a quick wash-up, Suchin filled the food bowl again, preparing for the possibility that he might not return for lunch. Until he had enough strength, he didn't want the little white peach to appear in public. After all, it was also a target of the Beast Spirit Hall, which Main Yanxue had warned him about more than once. From her serious expression, it was undoubtedly a very troublesome organization. The unexpected incident from last night had already raised doubts in the comments section. Such entertaining little videos were unlikely to attract attention, but one still had to be cautious. Stay inside the house this time, no running around. I'll let you experience an unforgettable punishment. Su Chen's tone was somewhat threatening, which genuinely scared the little creature, making it shiver and nod immediately. The hall of the Alchemist Association was still busy today. The Youth Alchemist Conference had just concluded, and every staff member present had a deep impression of the young man who had turned the situation around, admiring him from the bottom of their hearts. As he walked along, all the staff members he encountered greeted him with smiles, as if Su Chen were their friend. Among them were alchemists who were usually seen as lofty figures, yet they appeared approachable in front of Su Chen. Su Chen responded somewhat awkwardly. The journey from the second floor to the hall wasn't long, but it felt slow and exhausting. Good morning, Su Chen. Did you rest well yesterday? Morning. If you haven't had breakfast yet, the cafeteria is still open. In the bustling hall, Su Chen's appearance once again caused quite a stir, having received nearly supreme praise from the 8-star alchemist Zhang Chuanchen. Su Chen had long since replaced Han Miolin and others, becoming the undisputed star of tomorrow. Many large mercenary groups and awakened guilds that had been waiting for a long time came forward to express their desire to befriend him. Some even extended an olive branch on the spot, to which Su Chen politely declined. Such chaos eventually attracted the guards, and Su Chen relaxed his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. In the future, such scenes will only become more frequent. Star alchemists need to get used to it. Zhang Liao appeared out of nowhere, smiling as she spoke. Today, she had changed into another set of Lolita-style clothing, primarily in black and red. Looking cute and charming yet with an added touch of mystery. I just don't want to beg others to make potions. I'm not a star alchemist. Ah, so that's it. Her cute smile remained unchanged, but Zhang Liao was internally shocked yet relieved, letting out a sigh of relief. How fortunate that he didn't intend to become a full-time alchemist. Without a mentor or faction, he could achieve such a level on his own. If he really became a full-time alchemist, what future would she have? Wanting to build a good relationship with Su Chen as much as possible, Zhang Liao frequently sought interesting topics to bring up, appearing very proactive. Su Chen responded politely, neither overly familiar nor actively distant. If Zhang Liao's pursuers were to see this, they would surely be taken aback. As for Yang Shangbao beside him, his gaze was erratic, occasionally glancing at his phone. He looked around anxiously, as if something unexpected had occurred, leaving him flustered. Although Su Chen was puzzled, he had no intention of meddling. You three are Su Chen, Yang Shangbao, and Zhang Liao, right? President Jiang is waiting for you in the backyard. Please follow me. The three of them followed a middle-aged man in a suit with graying hair through a winding corridor, finally arriving at their destination. The thick vegetation and towering trees made the already small backyard feel even more cramped. No need for small talk, you can enter the resource vault and choose freely. However, there is one thing I need to clarify in advance. Do not be greedy. With that last sentence, Zhang Chuanqing's demeanor turned fierce. In an instant, he reverted to his amiable yet authoritative self. He turned and walked toward the giant tree, revealing a shimmering green key. Immediately, a door opened in the thick trunk. Zhang Chuanqing led the three inside. A strong light hit them, and Su Chen instinctively closed his eyes, but suddenly, the sound of a clear spring flowed into his ears. Whoosh! Su Chen smiled and exhaled. Not far ahead, a spring was bubbling, its water glistening with a chilling aura. The spring of the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. I've finally found you. Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. With this thing, the upgrade experience could directly rise several levels. The feeling of holding back was indeed quite uncomfortable. He let out a long breath, the excitement in his eyes vanished, and he looked around, feeling a sense of awe in his heart. There are really too many. The resource library was a vast space that seemed endless. Various rare materials needed for alchemy and precious beast materials were dazzlingly displayed. Zhang Liao and Yang Shangbao were equally shocked, especially the latter, who instinctively named many materials, then slapped himself hard. A strong hatred surged deep in his eyes. Although it was fleeting, Su Chen keenly caught it. Zhang Chuanqing's voice completely interrupted the thoughts of the three as he waved his hand. All right, you can stay here for a maximum of 5 hours. When the time is up, you will be automatically teleported out. If you haven't made a selection, it will be considered as automatic forfeiture. Now, go and take a look. Your reward will appear in your room at 6 p.m. today, remember. A voice suddenly appeared in his ear, and Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he instinctively nodded. He secretly marveled at Zhang Chuanqing's meticulousness. After all, with the 7th-tier mid-level elixirs and formulas, such actions would prevent anyone from knowing whether Su Chen had received the reward. President Zhang, I have a small question. Oh, go ahead. I want the Ice Heart Spirit Spring, about 2 portions in this kind of container. Would that count as 1 portion or 2? As he spoke, Su Chen took out the container that Mei Nianxue used to hold the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. Zhang Chuanqing pondered for a moment. Upon hearing this, took the container and held it above his head, as if talking to himself or asking someone. For such a large container, does it count as 1 portion or 2? This is really tricky. Considering your talent and performance, let's count it as 1 portion. Su Chen was overjoyed in his heart and immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, President Jiang. Although he had just thought of it upon seeing the Ice Heart Spirit Spring, it was also thanks to his inquiry that he could select 1 more material. Moreover, he had also sensed a subtle mental fluctuation just before Zhang Chuanqing's response. This meant that at least in this resource library, there were even more powerful guardians present. Su Chen no longer pondered and quickly walked to the spring, swiftly taking out 2 containers and filling them with the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. After sealing them, he hesitated for a moment, then held the containers high above his head and shook them before putting them into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chuanqing smiled wryly a few times, and his gaze towards Su Chen held a bit more admiration. Whether deducing from his reaction or truly sensing that hint of mental fluctuation, it was enough to earn his respect. Facing countless rare materials of various kinds, Su Chen walked steadily, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed labels above. When he learned from his teacher about the effects and materials for refining the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill, he had already made his decision. The first choice was definitely the Ice Heart Spirit Spring. The second was another precious material for refining the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill, the essence blood of the divine demon Phoenix. In the eyes of many alchemists, what was rarer than the essence blood of the divine demon Phoenix was the blood-bone blue lotus. He had 15 blood-bone blue lotuses quietly lying in his storage ring. Plus, considering that the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill could only be consumed 3 times, although Su Chen's expression was calm, his heart was already laughing uncontrollably. After obtaining 2 portions of the divine demon Phoenix essence blood, the remaining 2 most important materials for the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill were gathered. He quickly walked to the beast material area, unable to help but exclaim, wow! Here were displayed various key parts of rare beasts, and what shocked him even more was that the lowest were all at the 7th tier lord level. Walking past the icy jade display stands filled with materials, Su Chen found the essence blood of the divine demon Phoenix located at the highest point. With a heart full of anticipation and excitement, he climbed up the tall ladder. There are a total of 3, just right. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his ears, just like before. Whom. He swiftly placed 2 transparent tubes, similar in length and thickness to his arms, into his storage ring. Now, the blood of the starry ash dragon and the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill could both be put to use. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout. He had no intention of telling anyone except Mei Nianxue. If this news were to leak, it would surely cause a terrifying uproar. He understood the principle of a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. What's this? Just as he was about to climb down the ladder, Su Chen was drawn to a scene in the distance. Yang Shengbao looked solemn and dignified, as if in prayer, with his hands clasped and eyes lowered. Perhaps it's some kind of ritual for selecting materials. He recalled how, as a child, he had participated in a cooking competition with Xiao Cheng, where chefs would pray over their ingredients. Su Chen didn't think much of it and turned to leave. He saw Zhang Liao with a pained expression, clearly struggling with what to take with her. Rather than agonizing over those extremely rare but practically useless materials, it would be better to choose what she could see now and use in the future. He considered himself a pragmatist, and that had never changed. As he passed through the area of rare materials, Su Chen's gaze swept over, but he did not find any trace of the blood-bone blue lotus. Have you Finished selecting? Yes, President Jiang, please take a look. Su Chen lined up the 3 materials on the platform, waiting for Zhang Chuanqing's inspection. Are you sure you want to choose these 3 materials? That subtle mental force appeared again, and Zhang Chuanqing was momentarily taken aback, tentatively asking, you chose 2 portions of Divine Demon Phoenix blood, could it be that you have news of the Blood-Bone Blue Lotus? How could I have that? There's no Blood-Bone Blue Lotus here otherwise. That's true, the Blood-Bone Blue Lotus hasn't appeared for a long time. Well, if I have any news in the future, I will definitely inform you. Su Chen thanked him again, and with joy he no longer showed any emotion. By the way, there's an informal dinner at my house tonight, and all the outstanding young talents from this event will be attending. President Jiang, I'm really sorry. I haven't recovered from the mental exhaustion of alchemy yesterday, so I won't be attending. Last time he had planned to sneak away midway, but ended up participating the whole time, almost wearing a mask of pain. Su Chen slightly bowed forward, finding an excuse to refuse. Zhang Chuanqing shook his head and began to check the materials. After confirming everything was correct, he signed the agreement under the gaze of several cameras, and Su Chen left the resource room without looking back. What do you think? No problem at all. If it were me, I would also choose 2 portions of Divine Demon Phoenix blood in this situation. Zhang Chuanqing withdrew his gaze and said softly, perhaps there will be a turning point later, so you don't need to be too anxious. That said, he secretly shook his head. The Blood-Bone Blue Lotus only appeared in the ruins of civilizations that worshipped evil gods. Finding it now was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Moreover, these young alchemists. If the recipe that served as bait fell into Su Chen's hands, there might still be a glimmer of hope if he were a direct disciple of a great alchemist. But unfortunately, Su Chen had no such mentorship. This plan was equivalent to failure. Zhang Liyao, still in distress, sighed, staring at the 3 materials. In front of her, her brows nearly knitting into a ball. After seeing Su Chen's carefree stance, she muttered to herself in frustration, if I were the champion, I wouldn't have to be so conflicted. So annoying. It wasn't until he completely left the courtyard that Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he could clearly sense it. When Zhang Chuanqing asked the question, the hidden spiritual fluctuations in the dark were trying to sense his emotions. That was close. Returning to his room with a sense of relief, he learned from the servant that Sun Yao had already set off back to Qingbei City with Qiu Xinhe. In his astonishment, Su Chen found Sun Yao rather interesting. Next up was an event for local alchemists and young talents to exchange ideas. It just so happened to be the kind of occasion that Sun Yao disliked the most. Su Chen felt the same way. He opened his phone and a message from Sun Yao popped up, telling him to go to the front desk to pick up the Qing Leijin Lingdan. Su Chen was not polite and, after receiving it, returned to his room to cultivate his spiritual power. The clock on the wall chimed 3 times. A roll of alchemical formula and an exquisite redwood box suddenly appeared. Having witnessed the spatial talent, Su Chen was not surprised. He eagerly opened the wooden box and the room was instantly filled with a rich fragrance of elixirs. After confirming that it was indeed the formula for the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Dan, he quickly stored it in his storage ring. Turning around, he sat cross-legged, and several hours passed. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. Little White Peach, well-fed and content, burrowed into the blankets and fell asleep again. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. With a flick of his hand, he opened the redwood box. He held the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Dan in his hand. System, activate. He checked the 4 attribute values of the system, noting that the mental attribute had slightly increased due to a previous breakthrough. Strength, 784. Agility, 775. Physique, 1989. Mental, 1219. His expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, his mental power had fully recovered to its optimal state. It was enough to counter the negative effects brought on by consuming the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon after a level breakthrough. Even having experienced it once, the thought of that burning pain from within still made Su Chen shiver involuntarily. First, this. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill whole. The surging elemental energy within him seemed like a colossal beast of destruction, instantly devouring the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill. He heard the shrill cry of the Divine Demon Phoenix soaring nearby, followed by a dull thud resonating through his body. The dragon-shaped elemental energy, with its mixed colors, tore apart the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill in an instant. The overwhelming medicinal power coalesced into a golden red Divine Demon Phoenix. In the void of perception, apart from the increasingly numerous elemental particles, there were also the elemental dragon and the Divine Demon Phoenix soaring together. Su Chen focused his mind, allowing the dragon and the phoenix to collide with each other. He simply operated the 8-element body refining technique frantically. The freely swirling elemental particles were continuously transformed into elemental energy. The balance between the elemental dragon and the Divine Demon Phoenix began to tilt little by little. The statuses of the dragon and the phoenix were equal, and their encounter would inevitably lead to a battle. Only one could survive. It was like the clash of ice and fire, with only 2 possible outcomes. Now, as he was an incomplete dragon soul body, he naturally had to assist the dragon in overcoming the divine demon phoenix. Time passed swiftly in the fierce battle between the dragon and the phoenix. Each time the divine demon phoenix's golden red energy was shattered, it flowed through his body along with the elemental particles. As Su Chen's mind and body operated in unison, this golden red energy had already traversed every corner of his body. They clung to his meridians and bones, and as the dragon continuously tore apart the divine demon phoenix, the golden red color grew increasingly rich. In the dim room, Su Chen absorbed the various sized elemental particles like a vortex. His body's surface gradually became enveloped in a brilliant golden hue. Until the divine demon phoenix completely vanished, the elemental energy coalesced into a dragon that possessed the essence of the phoenix. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, the cry of the divine demon phoenix could be faintly heard. Su Chen's body trembled as the evolving dragon charged into the already moistened passageway with unstoppable force, without any resistance. The barrier of the mid-tier third stage shattered with a sound. A surge of light and flames erupted, mixed with twinkling stars. The master-level technique operated like waves washing away sand, repeatedly refining the elemental energy to a purer state. With a hint of confusion in his heart, Su Chen instinctively spoke out. The previously widened meridians had actually increased once more under the previous energy wash. What excited him the most was the change in his bones. There were faint elemental patterns and golden red threads intertwining. This way, his physique would likely increase significantly, and strength and agility would probably see improvements as well. Amidst this astonishment, the mid-tier third stage realm stabilized. The master-level technique brought about an almost comprehensive enhancement. Bang! Bang! Without a second thought, he drank the ice heart spirit spring, and once it circulated through his body, he downed the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon again. It doesn't seem to hurt as much as the first time. Having prepared himself mentally, he found that the blood of the star-extinguishing dragon, after being devoured by the elemental energy, caused pain that was less than 50% of the first time. Perhaps it was because he had just taken the ice heart spirit spring from the spring? While pondering this, his heart was already cheering with joy. In the void of the spiritual world, the dragon sword and the phoenix's phantom followed. Elemental particles danced like fireflies, fluttering about, and against the dark backdrop, one could see the stars shining brightly across the sky. Su Chen continued to run the cultivation technique until it reached a state of perfection before ending his training. As soon as he opened his eyes, little White Peach was sobbing. She pointed at her shriveled belly and fell backward, legs in the air. Good. Wait for me a moment, I'll take a shower and then we'll eat to our heart's content. With a gentle clap of his hand, his body was already airborne. He spun around and landed steadily. Su Chen was very satisfied with the explosive power of his muscles now. Beside him, Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, unable to help but glance a few more times. System activate. Just as Su Chen saw the panel, he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Strength 833, Agility 812, Physique 2301, Spirit 1587. This increase is impressive. The solidly displayed numbers shocked Su Chen, but he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He stretched lazily and let out a soft "oh." This flexibility is great. He tried various strange poses and found no issues at all. Shaking his waist back and forth, Su Chen shook his head and chuckled. The feeling of impact power had increased by more than twice, right? After taking a shower, Su Chen took little White Peach into the most famous food center in Yanqing City. Today, we can eat whatever we want. Deep in the gray area of Luoshui City, in the dense jungle, a graceful figure took a step forward and then another, hesitating. As she moved, the terrifying roars that echoed from time to time made her shiver. Sister Nianxue, are you there? If you are, make a sound. Luo Miaxia's voice carried a tone of terrified sobbing, but the only response was the rising and falling roars. After a long time, she finally saw a clearing with lush green grass and blooming flowers. Especially the bright sunlight brought some comfort to her uneasy heart. She was only troubled by the inexplicable sounds that kept appearing in her ears. Unable to be treated by ordinary hospitals, she sought help from the Bao Saint. She had heard Su Chen mention that Mei Nianxue had an extremely deep experience and knowledge reserve, but she had not agreed to let Mei Nianxue bring her to such a terrifying place. She had never even seen a fierce beast growing up, let alone a gray area dense with fierce beasts and the occasional appearance of other races. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that since learning this was the gray area, she had not encountered a single terrifying fierce beast. She had seen quite a few strange and friendly animals though. Sister Nianxue, I'm scared. At this moment, if Su Chen were here, she would definitely rush into his arms without hesitation, right? As Luo Miaxia thought this, her fear unknowingly lessened a bit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Noisy footsteps sounded all around. Luo Miaxia crouched down, her beautiful eyes almost in despair as she stared at the ugly face emerging from the darkness, instantly paling. Green skin, short limbs, and a terrifying appearance that would give anyone nightmares. It was a goblin from another race. No, please no. Sister Nianxue, where are you? Whoa, I don't want to treat my ears anymore, I'm scared. Luo Miaoxia crouched on the ground in despair, covering her ears with her hands, her beautiful eyes tightly closed. The goblins, with lewd smiles on their faces, seemed to see something terrifying. They squeaked and scattered in a panic. In the darkness, pairs of eyes emitting a cold gleam had already locked onto them. Immediately after, there were sounds of bones and flesh cracking and chewing. In just a moment, silence returned. The girl, shrouded in fear, took a long time to slowly open her eyes. She found that the goblins had all disappeared. Maybe it was just an illusion I saw? The noise is gone? In her mind, that warm smiling face reappeared. Luo Miaoxia slowly exhaled, her delicate face filled with determination. I absolutely cannot die in a place like this. In the evening, Xiao Cheng, anxiously waiting in the car, saw her daughter with only a few mud spots on her clothes. She hurriedly rushed forward, allowing Luo Miaoxia to cry uncontrollably in her arms. Not far away, Mei Nianxue looked at this scene with an almost incredulous expression. Teacher Mei, you. I have to say, Auntie, your daughter is amazing. Xiao Cheng, oh. Please urge for an update, hee. How could there be no ferocious beasts in the gray zone? It must be because Teacher Mei is here, you really are such a child. Xiao Cheng said enthusiastically while driving, glancing at the rearview mirror. Thank you so much, Teacher Mei. Sister Nianxue, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. After her mother Xiaoqing's remark, Luo Miaoxia realized she had spoken thoughtlessly. Earlier, that was a genuine gray zone, where ferocious beasts rampaged and dangers lurked everywhere. They hadn't even seen a shadow of a ferocious beast along the way, and the only reason could be Teacher Mei Nianxue's contribution. Sitting in the back seat, Mei Nianxue shook her head. It's nothing. What a lucky girl. In the gray zone, she maintained a distance of about 500 meters from Luo Miaoxia. Within a few hours, ferocious beasts appeared one after another, and she thus witnessed the birth of a heart-speaking spirit. It is well known that ferocious beasts are inherently vicious and brutal, and there is no possibility of taming adult ferocious beasts. In the wild, the only exception is the heart-speaking spirit. They can hear the hearts of ferocious beasts and can make them shed their brutal nature and obey their commands. However, it is not like the other races that force ferocious beasts into submission through sheer strength. Instead, it makes them willingly comply. Once the heart-speaking spirit encounters danger, the surrounding ferocious beasts will act similarly to protect their young. Most importantly, heart-speaking spirits can ignore the level and strength of ferocious beasts. It should be noted that when Luo Miaoxia encountered goblins and cried in despair, she even alarmed more than half of the ferocious beasts in the gray zone. Among them were high-level ferocious beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks, and the goblins had no idea what kind of existence they had provoked. Previously, she had only suspected it, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she finally confirmed the fact that Luo Miaoxia was a heart-speaking spirit. Unlike the awakened talents of those who awaken later, the talent of heart-speaking is innate. It only manifests at a certain age when facing ferocious beasts or feeling their pressure up close. After carefully inquiring about the time she heard the noise, Mei Nianxue deduced that it was at the Fengjiang camp in Yuqing where Luo Miaoxia activated her heart-speaking talent. Thinking of Su Chen's monstrous talent and comprehension ability, Luo Miaoxia's talent was even more terrifying. In the history of humanity, there have been no more than a handful of heart-speaking spirits. Mei Nianxue looked at the message that popped up on her phone. Su Chen was eating barbecue with Little White Peach, and she couldn't help but smile. Looking out the car window with her emerald eyes, a serious expression crossed her face. Once the news that Luo Miaoxia is a heart-speaking spirit spreads, not only humans but also many other races will surely stir. Even she, if she publicly announced that she was a heart-speaking spirit, could encounter unexpected dangers. Let alone someone like Luo Miaoxia, an ordinary person. We need to find a way to keep it hidden, at least until she has grown up. The sky was getting dark, approaching 5 o'clock. The staff of the Alchemist Association, who had been busy all day, began to clean up. As the best workplace in everyone's impression, the Alchemist Association's working hours have always been from 9 to 5, without fail. Whenever recruitment information is released, countless ordinary people scramble for it. Miss Shinro, should I have him call you back when he returns? Thank you, no need. You can leave work. First, I'll wait a little longer. The middle-aged man in a clean uniform couldn't help but glance at the closed door with envy as he left. Next to him, Jiang Shinro leaned against the wall with her hands behind her back, her brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. To keep the president's granddaughter waiting like this, the conference champion must be something else. Jiang Shinro was the granddaughter of Jiang Chuanchang, and countless talented individuals had pursued her. This was the first time she had actively waited for a boy. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Jiang Shinro stepped forward in anticipation. Sister Shinro? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, surprised as he spoke. Have you been waiting long? Why didn't you call? Are you going to answer it? The resentful Bai glanced at the silly grinning youth, while Jiang Shinro rolled her eyes in annoyance. This guy's phone was on silent, tucked away in his trench coat pocket, and he hardly noticed. Jiang Shinro had long since gotten used to it, so she couldn't really say she was angry, but her gaze towards Su Chen suddenly changed. Her jade-like hand instinctively covered her mouth as she asked in shock, "You broke through?" "Yeah, last night." "Ah." Jiang Shinro was stunned. She could sense that Su Chen's aura was thick and steady, far beyond what one would expect from a recent breakthrough. As a senior, she couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure, but more than that, it was joy. She took a few steps back to look him up and down, her charming face filled with shock and confusion. How much time had passed since the last breakthrough, and he had leveled up again? At Yuanma University, where all sorts of geniuses gathered, it was already considered rapid to level up 2 ranks in a year with resource support. Compared to the person in front of her, it felt like crawling. To achieve such speed, it was impossible to reach level 7 or 8 by the time of graduation in the 4th year, right? If he were at the same level as Vice Dean Xie or Dean Yi, the scene would be unimaginable. "Shinro, why are you here?" "Humph. What do you think? Are you planning to go to the nearby gray area tomorrow morning?" "Oh, you know about that?" Jiang Shinro showed a look of course, tiptoeing and lightly tapping her forehead with her jade hand. "Someone like you wouldn't be a waste of time. I've been waiting for you for so long. Can you have a meal with me and take me home, okay?" "Of course, that's fine." Since he was leaving tomorrow and had no plans for tonight, Su Chen smiled lightly, allowing Jiang Shinro to affectionately link her arm with his. The night market in Yenqing City was particularly lively, and Jiang Shinro dragged Su Chen to several snack shops she often visited, having already eaten to her heart's content. With Xia Beidou, she still couldn't resist and ended up eating quite a bit more with Jiang Shinro. The two chatted and walked while eating, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the villa's courtyard. Jiang Shinro tightly hugged that strong and warm arm. Through the thick clothing, Su Chen could still feel the physical pressure and deformation of the mountain, bringing a soft and elastic touch. "Did you remember the precautions about the dark mist ghost zone?" Yes, I remembered everything." He only then did Jiang Shinro ask, "We're already at my doorstep. Aren't you going to come in and see my grandpa?" Ha, just kidding. I know you well enough. See you at school." As she spoke, Jiang Shinro walked through the gate, happily waving goodbye. Tonight's Shinro is so different. Su Chen sighed, looking around, and it didn't seem like there would be any taxis around. Bang! He dashed out with all his might, and a sudden sharp sound explosion echoed on the quiet road. Hearing that sound, Jiang Shinro couldn't help but laugh. Opposite her, the delicate young man clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Shinro, why? I like you. I love you. Why can't you see my existence? Can't you see all my efforts over the years?" Han Miolin roared in anger. "Miolin, when you confessed to me 5 years ago, I already told you I don't like you. I'm sorry." Just like back then, without any hesitation, Jiang Shinro turned and left. Like a crazed beast, Han Miolin's eyes turned bloodshot and a twisted smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I've liked you for over 10 years. Why does he, an outsider, get to have your love?" Han Miolin slowly dialed a number. After years of licking the boiling lamb, he also had his temper. Since he couldn't possess her soul, he could recklessly take her body. A forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, but it can quench thirst. "Jiang Shinro, I will make you bear my mark in front of Su Chen. Passengers heading to the Dark Mist Ghost Zone, please proceed to Gate 4 for ticket inspection." The bustling crowd in the central hall suddenly fell silent, with waiting passengers looking around anxiously. A few students, full of anticipation, gazed at the awakened ones gathering at the ticket gate from all directions. Among them, a young man in a long black coat stood out, his handsome and resolute face boasting skin smoother than that of a young girl. He carried a pitch-black war bow on his back, and the bony claws added an extra touch of terror. In the not-so-large crowd of awakened ones, the young man's demeanor was warm and mysterious, like a crane among chickens, making it hard for anyone to look away after just one glance. "Wishing you safety," said the elegantly made-up ticket inspector, who couldn't help but steal a few more glances. At 4:30 a.m., a giant bus, 4 times larger than a usual one, sped out of the passenger center. Su Chen sat down by the window in the back row, and his phone had already received a message from Jiang Shinro. After a brief reply, Su Chen looked out the window. The closest gray zone to Yenqing City was the area marked on the map as the Dark Mist Ghost Zone. Unlike other gray zones, the Awakened Hall in the Dark Mist Ghost Zone was located within a central ancient castle. It served multiple functions, including accommodation, trading, and registration, with dedicated buses transporting awakened ones in and out during the day. Starting from 4 p.m., dark mist would rise in the area outside the castle. Creatures like zombies, skeletons, and ghosts would become exceptionally active, marking the hunting time for the awakened ones inside the castle. It seems to be about what the information said. Su Chen pondered quietly, growing more expectant. The other 10 or so awakened ones on the bus had an average level above 3rd tier, with 2 at the lower end of 4th tier. This also meant that the beasts and otherworldly beings in the Dark Mist Ghost Zone would not be lower than 3rd tier elites. His brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. A probing sensation swept past him, and Su Chen felt these probes swirling around him almost imperceptibly. He recalled that he had instinctively sensed the levels of others earlier without paying much attention. However, his intuition made him increasingly cautious and his heart began to tighten gradually. Resources for levels below 4th tier, middle were basically prepared. In addition, there was a Qinglei True Spirit Pill with Dan Xian, which had the effect of raising one level. Of course, it required the awakened one's level to be below 5th tier. When the time came for him to raise his level to 4th tier middle and stabilize it, he would use the Qinglei True Spirit Pill, allowing him to reach 4th tier upper in an instant. This would increase the demand for free points. Su Chen calculated in his mind and shouted inwardly, "System, activate." The next second, a system panel appeared before him. Name, Su Chen. Qualification, 3rd tier intermediate awakener. Talent, mastery of all elements. S rank, strength 833, agility 812, physique 2301, spirit 1587, cultivation method 8-element body refinement technique. Master, skills, mastery of archery, master, eye of the heart, return to spirit, extreme star gaze, growth, demon breaking arrow, master, heart intent arrow, master, phantom arrow, master, earth spike arrow, master, corrosion arrow, master, celestial arrow book, master, heavenly cloud demon descend, master, dragon soul dual howl, entry, meteor 12 strikes, master, aurora arrow scream, entry, star shattering strike, entry, mastery of swordsmanship, master, flash sword slash, proficient, shadow sword dance, entry, mastery of spear techniques, master, a flowing cloud 100 flower burial, proficient, mad dragon thrust, entry, mastery of fist techniques, master, inch force opens heaven, proficient, chaotic heart soft fist, entry, instant glide step, master, equipment, abyssal eye, epic, spiral arrows x200, advanced, heartfelt, stellar, alloy long spear, advanced, black gold windbreaker, elite, free points 380. Use free points to enhance strength attributes. 9 free points only yield a 1 point increase on the panel. This is really a blood loss. This completes the last piece of the puzzle regarding the rules for enhancing the 4 attributes. As his physique becomes increasingly robust, the cost-effectiveness of strengthening attributes through free points will decrease. The newly learned skills are currently at the entry level, and Su Chen decides to elevate them all to master during this trip to the Misty Ghost Zone. Once skills reach the master level, their release speed, skill forms, and many other aspects will see significant improvements or changes. For now, it seems sufficient, and there's no need to deliberately pursue a higher realm. Su Chen briefly analyzes, and the strategy for allocating free points becomes clear. Abandon the 4 attributes with the lowest cost effectiveness. After raising attack type skills to the master level, he can take a break for now. Next, the focus will be on accumulating free points, prioritizing the enhancement of talent intensity and the levels of cultivation and mastery skills. An SS level talent is definitely heading towards 100,000. Su Chen sighed helplessly. However, the levels for hunting fierce beasts and alien races have also increased, eliminating unnecessary items, so there aren't many that actually need enhancement. The target becomes clear. Su Chen retracts his gaze, his eyes slightly closed. Do these people know each other? The mental power of an alchemist far exceeds that of an ordinary awakener, and only those with a mental type talent can compare. The bus has been driving for several hours, and the passengers' mental probing and perception have never ceased. What makes Su Chen most suspicious is that these seemingly targeted mental probes aimed at others always cleverly pass through the space he occupies. If 2 or 3 times could be considered coincidence, then if it happens every time, it must be intentional. The other party's purpose remains unclear, and Su Chen does not plan to act rashly. Could it be aimed at the recipe for the Crimson Lotus Phoenix blood pill? This is the only possibility he can think of. After all, other precious resources have never been displayed to the outside world since arriving in Yanqing City. Even with a few close acquaintances like Sun Yao and Zhang Xinro, he has chosen to keep his mouth shut. Time reaches noon. The bus travels along the rugged mountain road, bumping continuously. At this moment, Su Chen has confirmed that the target of these passengers is indeed himself. The already awake little white peach just poked its little head out, met Su Chen's gaze, and obediently shrank back. The moment the window was opened, the bodies of the awakened around suddenly tensed. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as the piercing cold wind blew away the oppressive atmosphere inside the bus. At the same time, it brought countless chaotic and confusing messages, and in no time, Su Chen's eyes brightened. The bus came to an abrupt stop on the road. I am so sorry. The bus must be broken. Please everyone get off. I will call the awakened hall, and a bus will definitely come soon. The driver bowed in apology and was the first to get off. After a brief moment, the other passengers began to rise and exit the bus. Seeing this, Su Chen also stood up and followed, and the remaining passengers stood up simultaneously. The cliffs on both sides were steep and completely unclimbable. The midday sun shone down, faintly revealing the snow that had not yet completely melted. They are all well-trained killers, Su Chen thought in surprise, a cold smile appearing on his face. These people seemed to be quite relaxed around him, but with a single command, they could strike from all angles and instantly bring about his death. Han Miolin, you should be making your appearance now, right? Su Chen's sudden words caught the awakened around him off guard. Just as they wanted to act, a cold gleam suddenly appeared before them. Before they could even scream. There were dull thuds. Instantly, 6 people were bisected on the spot. In their eyes filled with fear, these individuals each pulled out their weapons and launched an attack. In an instant, these weapons passed through Su Chen's body, and confusion appeared on their faces. There was no blood splattering, nor did they feel any resistance. Not good, it's an afterimage. A sound of bones breaking echoed in their ears, and another person flew out like a kite with a broken string. Boom! An explosion erupted, flesh and blood flying everywhere. What's going on? A 4th-tier lower-level killer, holding daggers in both hands, had just rushed to Su Chen's front, the daggers wrapped in shadow corrosion power, slithering like a venomous snake. Clearly, he had hit Su Chen, yet it was just like before. Another scream rang in his ears, and when he turned back, Su Chen was just standing in the original position, smiling brightly. High above, Han Niaolin's face was ashen. This group of useless trash. What are you all standing there for? Go! Han Niaolin shouted loudly at the several people beside him. After years of pining for his goddess, she had directly fallen for Su Chen, and even the teacher praised him highly. He had worked hard for over a decade, yet ended up with nothing. Why did Su Chen, who had only appeared for a few days, get everything that was rightfully his? Su Chen must die. And he had to witness it himself after breaking through Jiang Xinrou's final defense. Do you understand that I paid for this? I am your god. The screams, echoing in the valley, suddenly stopped. The scattered corpses on the ground were all mangled. Su Chen held his heart in hand and slowly walked towards the trembling driver huddled in the corner. From the information extracted from the Wind's Whisper, Han Miolin had long led the assassins to wait here. All the passengers in the car were assassins he had hired, and the driver, though an ordinary person, had already been bought off and would not take the car to the final destination. Don't kill me. Awakened ones can't kill ordinary people. If you kill me, you'll be committing a crime. The awakened court won't let you go. In the driver's eyes, Su Chen was now a demon crawling out of hell, a harbinger of death. Put! A severed arm appeared on the ground, and the driver fell in pain, writhing like an ugly shrimp, screaming continuously. So what? As he spoke, Su Chen raised his leg and kicked, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The driver flew high into the air before crashing down. But what landed on the ground was just a pile of broken flesh. The camera above captured everything in real time. Han Miolin laughed triumphantly. Once this video was presented to the awakened law enforcement, Su Chen would be arrested immediately. From this moment on, he had leverage to threaten Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen was fully aware of Han Niaolin's little tricks. He turned to look at the 2 men in black not far away, his eyes suddenly narrowing as he slowly said, "In Bat?" This was a very active underground assassin organization specializing in unsavory assassination activities for money. It was said that as long as the corresponding reward was paid, even an 8th tier awakened could be assassinated. The 2 assassins before him were at the peak of 4th tier and the lower level of 5th tier, respectively, coupled with the assassins who had already died. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head in admiration of Han Niaolin's grand gesture. To hire these people from the In Bat organization would conservatively cost at least 30 million Huaxia coins or even more. So his life was still worth so much? At this age, to have such skills and insight, what a pity. As one of them finished speaking, Han Miolin shouted excitedly, "Su Chen, I have evidence of your brutal murder of ordinary people. If you don't want your family to suffer after your death, you should castrate yourself in front of me now and chop off your hands and feet. I can spare your family." Witnessing Su Chen's astonishing strength, Han Miolin was both shocked and increasingly fearful. He was glad he had brought 2 elder-level assassins. With deadly evidence in hand, the advantage was all his. In an instant, Han Miolin became even more smug. With the upper hand, how could he possibly fail? Buzz! Su Chen's aura suddenly exploded, the intense killing intent making even the elder-level assassins of In Bat feel inferior. At that moment, they felt as if they were facing a frenzied beast of 6th or even 7th tier. The 2 elders involuntarily took 2 steps back, exchanging glances, both realizing the shock at each other's hearts. How many must he have killed to exude such terrifying killing intent? The key was that the intel said Su Chen was just an archer, so why was he so skilled with a sword? The sudden surge of unease left the 2 unable to believe it. After all, Su Chen was only a mid-tier 3rd tier awakened, although they ranked lower in the In Bat organization, they were still on the same tier as Su Chen. The 2 dispelled their inexplicable panic and stared solemnly at the young man not far away. "I'm not interested in self-harm toys. As for you, you'll die here." 2 elders rushed out, one wielding a dagger and the other a sword, simultaneously attacking the mid-tier awakened one at level 3. In their eyes, at this moment, Su Chen was no different from a dead man. Within 2 meters of him, Su Chen remained motionless. "Bluffing. Aren't you just scared silly?" one of them sneered, increasing the force in his hand. Just a second before the attack hit, his body glided like a ghost. Using the master-level instant glide, Su Chen moved in a confined space while his right arm revealed dragon scales that shifted from gold to red. Gathering the power of the black jade rock, a punch smashed into the chest of the elder assassin, shattering his ribs and causing blood to gush from his mouth. As soon as he hit the ground, the internal dark energy and fire elements exploded simultaneously, instantly shattering his organs, his eyes dimming as he died on the spot. The fist technique, inch force opens. The heavens! In just one encounter, he had instantly killed a peak level 4 awakened one. Is this the physique fused with the Star Ash Dragon and the Divine Phoenix? Su Chen was shocked yet ecstatic. His current body had an endless source of strength, allowing him to unleash power without restraint with every attack. If he were to fight the bloodthirsty butcher again with his current body, he probably wouldn't even need to take any pills. Su Chen quickly gained a new understanding of his physique. He raised his head, and his sharp gaze made Han Miolin immediately collapse to the ground. In just 1 minute, the scales of victory had already tipped in Su Chen's favor. He looked incredulously at the corpse on the ground, unable to comprehend how Su Chen could achieve a kill beyond his level. Old 6. Another elder's eyes were bloodshot, and the aura of a lower level 5 exploded. However, in the next second, he had already slumped to the ground, eyes wide open in death. A finger-thick penetrating wound was centered on his forehead, brain matter mixed with blood flowing out. The rapid-fire shot at close range, using a light element energy arrow, was something even the level 5 elder assassin couldn't see coming. I basically understand the changes in your body, you're of no use to me now. He had thought that the lower level 5 assassin could bring him victory, but the reality was that he died even faster. As Han Miolin turned around, a figure descended from the sky. Upon landing, Han Miolin's hands fell weakly, his feminine face showing no signs of life. Also shot in the forehead, his eyes still held shock and regret. Not wanting to waste time on such a person, after all, killing him wouldn't increase his freedom points. Skillfully removing the storage ring, he prioritized checking the camera. Since they were in a gray area, it hadn't been backed up online. After destroying it and cleaning the scene, he could already see the surrounding space filled with wisps of dark mist. It was as if a switch had been pressed, and all existence in the dark mist ghost zone gradually regained vitality. Hut slightly relieved. The next moment, a flood of black tentacles surged toward him. What is this? Could there be more people? He drew his sword and slashed horizontally, but he didn't expect these tentacles to have no physical form at all. As Su Chen tried to dodge, the black tentacles formed a black cocoon that could completely wrap around him. Hundreds of meters away, Yang Shangbao slapped the little boy beside him with all his might. Well done. Now we can finally go back and report. It's just a recipe for the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill. Even if I don't participate in the conference, I have plenty of ways. Yang Shangbao wore the uniform of the Alchemist Association, but his face was covered with a metallic mask. The little boy beside him was not very talkative, nodding vigorously. Chanting incantations, the black cocoon slowly shrank. Crack! A white figure easily broke through. When Yang Shangbao saw the 4-leaf clover on the little creature's head, his beautiful eyes instantly revealed a look of wild joy. Beneath the mask, the cherry lips, which were not meant to be revealed, crazily stretched wide to the roots of her ears at this moment. Removing the metallic mask with communication functions, Yang Shangbao murmured, "Hey, Lu Tai, this time we really hit the jackpot. The formula for the Red Lotus Phoenix blood pill, and the guys who want to consume it, are all lining up at our door." At that moment, she turned her head, her pupils suddenly constricting. Her heart also experienced a momentary pause. The little boy who had just responded was similarly struck in the forehead, his once bright eyes now dull, staring blankly at the sky. Just right. This time, the credit is all mine. Regarding the data issue, I've seen everyone's comments. Give me a day to sort it out. Sob. Making the same saving mistake twice is really something. Please urge me to update. What's going on here? Su Chen stared at the system panel, his face filled with confusion. Free points, 1260. Increased by 880 points? Since entering the Dark Mist Ghost Zone, he hadn't killed any ferocious beasts. At most, he had only taken down Han Miolin and the group of assassins he led. Then there was the little boy he had just shot, who was with Yang Shangbao. Could it be that killing Awakeners also increases free points? As Su Chen hesitated, his body did not stop moving. The starry light in his pitch-black, deep eyes shone brightly. Even at a distance of over 1,500 meters, he could still see clearly. Based on his estimation, the effective visual range of his extreme eye should reach 2,000 meters, or even more. Thanks, little white peach. When we get out, whatever you want to eat, we'll go eat it. Meow. Su Chen gently patted the little guy's head, who showed an expression of enjoyment. If little white peach hadn't broken the black cocoon just now, the situation would have been quite different. Yang Shangbao must have come for the blood pill of the Red Lotus Phoenix and its formula. A 5-star alchemist at this age, with strength not less than level 6? Without a sound, an arrow shot out. Yang Shangbao stood at the treetop, holding an ice-blue war bow. Her wavy long hair danced in the wind, and a small horn could be faintly seen on her head. In an instant, a fiery energy arrow was shot out, and the explosive shockwave dispersed the rising dark mist. Master-level archery? Su Chen suddenly turned and stood, a serious look flashing in his eyes. If the other party was also an archer, rather than using the environment to fight like before, it would be better to confront directly. Su Chen had considerable confidence in archery as well. even if the opponent's level reached 6. Clang, pulling the bowstring in succession, several black energy arrows shot out, startling the birds into flight. A few dull sounds emerged, and both sides' expressions changed simultaneously. No way! Yang Shengbao exclaimed instinctively, looking at the young man standing in the clearing with a look of shock. Her physical arrows actually perished together with the energy arrows? More critically, facing those tricky dark energy arrows, she had to use master-level archery just to barely stop them. Su Chen's archery level was naturally self-evident. With fingers as slender as green onions, he knocked an arrow and drew the string. Accompanied by a few light sounds, the war bow was drawn back like a full moon, and the arrow gradually shimmered with flowing light. This man, really makes me feel good. The energy of the arrow increased with the charging time, leaping significantly 3 times. 3-stage charge, Frost Blossom. The arrow trailed along tail, drawing an extremely elegant arc in the air. Did you use a lob this time? Su Chen stepped back, bending down to shoot an arrow skyward. The blazing meteor shot up rapidly, once again facing off against the Frost Blossom arrow. The power of the arrows is the same? What a joke! Yang Shengbao shouted in disbelief. Her 3-stage charged shot could increase the arrow's power by a full 12 times. And this was still just a tie? In just a few seconds, dozens of golden and deep red energy arrows once again tore through the sky. Yang Shengbao's eyes widened in shock, biting her red lip, and she had no choice but to draw her bow repeatedly. It was the first time she had seen an archer capable of continuous, rapid-fire shooting. By skipping the steps of knocking and drawing, it was truly close to the speed of divine shooting. Put! Yang Shengbao stared wide-eyed in despair, the light in her eyes slowly fading. She incredulously lowered her head and saw blood gushing from her shoulders, heart, and abdomen. Her body instantly went limp, falling straight to the ground from the treetop. Completely unable to understand why, after shooting an equal number of arrows, there were still misses? Not just one, but a full 7. Su Chen smiled faintly. With the dual elemental energy arrows of light and fire, he continuously used the technique of rapid shooting. Among these, 7 light wind energy arrows were also hidden. One of the characteristics of the wind element is that it can make arrows invisible. Considering that Yang Shengbao was a pharmacist with mental strength comparable to his own, he only used the light and wind elements. If he added the fire element, Yang Shengbao would likely have been blown to smithereens. If he couldn't hit the target, what use was the arrow's power, no matter how great? For this reason, he even gave up the habit of aiming for the head and chose body parts that were easier to hit instead. Su Chen felt a vague sense of unease as he saw Yang Shengbao fall from the treetops, skillfully weaving through the forest. Soon, Yang Shengbao, lying on the fallen leaves, came into view. At the same time, he drew the bowstring again. A thicker golden energy arrow shot out, instantly forming 2 intertwined golden dragons. They spiraled and opened their massive mouths, charging towards Yang Shengbao. S-class bow skill, Dragon Soul Dual Howl. The already lifeless body suddenly bounced up like a ball, still showing the penetrating wound on its body. Not even dead after being shot through the heart? In surprise, the golden dragon slightly veered. Yang Shengbao's face changed drastically, but he couldn't dodge at all. The dual dragons tore apart his left arm, as white as lotus root, along with half of his body, completely shredding him. Flesh and blood flew, turning into mush in the blink of an eye. The sound of shattered bones was completely drowned out by the thunderous dragon roar, and Yang Shengbao lost his balance, falling awkwardly to the ground. Drops of crimson fell like snowflakes evenly scattered around. Gasping for breath, Yang Shengbao realized the significant gap between his archery skills and Su Chen's, and he decided to feign death using a breathing concealment technique, waiting for Su Chen to appear. After all, he had partially fused with the bloodline of the 8th-tier Lord Beast, the Silver-Eyed Jade Unicorn. His strength was comparable to that of a 6th-tier lower beast. Even if Su Chen used skills, he could still evade. Su Chen looked coldly at Yang Shengbao until he confirmed that the other party was on the brink of death, then slowly approached. Little White Peach curiously peeked out from his pocket, and the moment it touched Yang Shengbao, it jumped out, arching its body, its tail fur all puffed up. "Wu, do you want me to save you?" Su Chen gently held the snow-white soft hand, infusing it with strands of water element, and a hint of color suddenly appeared on the pale face. "Tell me, why did you ambush me?" His tone was persuasive, gentle yet carrying an irresistible authority. I wanted to get the recipe for the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill, and the Red Lotus Phoenix Blood Pill. Is that all? And what else? Tell me, and you can live." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his tone became even gentler. Unhurried, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Complete beast spirit." Bang! Like a balloon, the head exploded into a pool of blood. Looking around, he found no other presence. Yang Shengbao's body had already turned to dust. Su Chen inhaled sharply, suddenly recalling something he had read in a book. Some powerful organizations, to prevent members from leaking information, would have powerful mental talent awakeners imprint a mental seal on each member. Once a mental abnormality was triggered, their soul would scatter. "Beast Spirit Hall?" Su Chen murmured to himself. Soon, he softly chanted, "System, activate." Seeing the changes in the free points column, Su Chen's eyes suddenly widened. "Increase by 1195 points? So many. Free points 2,455. Su Chen was stunned. This meant that the previous increase of 880 free points came from the companions of Yang Shengbao that he had shot. Normally, the system only grants free points when killing ferocious beasts or other races. Now, having killed 2 people, he also received free points. Could it be that they were not human? Ferocious beasts can also take on human forms, but they need to reach the 8th tier lord or even higher to do so. Perhaps the Beast Spirit Hall has other secret techniques. I'll ask the teacher when I return to school. Previously, Meng Yanxue had been vague about the Beast Spirit Hall but had repeatedly cautioned him about the little white peach. Picking up Yang Shengbao's storage ring, he dumped all the items out in a tumble. Various precious pills and herbs piled up like a small mountain. He picked up the battle bow, which was simple and lightweight, feeling quite good in his hands, and its quality was definitely no lower than elite. Gently pulling the bowstring, Su Chen frowned slightly. After shooting 1 arrow, he bitterly smiled and set it aside. Still, my family's abyssal eye is better. Clearly the same energy arrow, the abyssal eye felt as delicate and smooth as fingers gently caressing a beautiful woman's tender skin from drawing the string to releasing it. There was simply no comparison. In addition, there was a metal mask inlaid with milky white jade at the forehead, with intricate patterns that appeared extraordinarily mysterious. As Su Chen touched the mask, he recalled the figure in a black robe he encountered in the Misty Beast Nest. Although the shape of the mask was different, the style and material were exactly the same. Could their target be you? The little white peach, shaking its tail and walking back and forth, looked back in confusion, pointing at its own belly, looking pitiful. Taking out a large pile of food, the little white peach began to munch happily. After checking the storage ring, Su Chen emptied his own storage ring and began using the new spoils. Not only could he fill it with his own items, but there was also plenty of space left to fit in the motorcycle. Once he got to school and modified the motorcycle properly, he imagined riding it in the gray zone, harvesting ferocious beasts. Su Chen grinned. The time showed 6:45. The pervasive dark mist greatly reduced visibility. Even with the extreme eye activated, he could only see about 500 meters. The surrounding trees were intertwined, appearing like oddly shaped monsters in the dark mist. A chilling wind blew, causing the branches to tremble, creating a scene straight out of a horror movie. Sigh. No map, so be it. It was clear that the driver had driven the bus into the dark mist ghost zone. If he went to the Awaken Hall first, it would be a waste of time going back and forth. There were still 2 weeks until school started. Setting aside travel time, he could probably stay in the dark mist ghost zone for about 10 days. Using the wind language skill, he quickly found a large area where other races were gathering. Decaying arms burst forth from the ground. Along with a foul stench, it became increasingly intense, as if a valve had been opened. Dozens of ghostly fire-like light clusters suddenly lit up around him. Immediately, a rustling sound followed. 7 arrows flew out simultaneously, accurately hitting the light clusters. The deafening explosions occurred with intervals of no more than 1 second, and the flying sparks quickly ignited the surrounding trees. In the firelight, faces composed of 2 small voids and 1 large oval void appeared, if that could still be called a face. Ear-piercing howls mixed with the crackling sounds of burning flames. The branches swayed up and down, and the trunks twisted back and forth as if dancing in the flames like ghosts. But as the thick black smoke rose, these figures fell one by one. The withered demon Treyant, along with the skeletal other races and decaying zombies, were the 3 iconic ferocious beasts of the Dark Mist Ghost Zone. Its appearance was identical to that of ordinary dead trees, usually clustering together. They possessed quite good short-distance sprinting abilities. Whenever a creature passed by them, it would trigger their ferocity. The hardness of the withered bark could rival that of high-quality standard weapons. Once surrounded, a single awakened one often ends up with their body full of holes from the hard branches. However, when faced with flames and explosions, the defense of the withered tree spirit drops to its lowest. The rotting zombie just crawled out of the ground, and a fiery energy arrow shot out, containing the purifying ability of the demon-slaying arrow. It easily killed it. In the blink of an eye, 43 rotting zombies were shot down, and Su Chen leaped down from a height, skillfully using a dagger to carve out the zombie's corrupted heart. In less than 10 minutes, his freedom points increased by 3348. The rewards are decent, but the waiting time is too long. Most of the ferocious beasts in the Shadow Ghost Zone are between 3rd tier elite and 5th tier elite. Although individually they are not terrifying, they excel in disguise and have the added characteristic of poisoning, which poses no danger to Su Chen. Occasionally, there are fierce beasts that appear, but their agility is generally not too high. One of the main reasons for choosing this place was the sheer number of ferocious beasts. Originally, he had hoped to further hone the Black Jade John Rock. With high expectations, he was struck hard by the 5th tier Lord's rotting zombie king, without even a crack appearing. Su Chen immediately gave up and focused on harvesting instead. Familiarizing himself with the characteristics of these ferocious beasts, Su Chen boldly traversed through the forest. The startled beast slowly followed behind him. The number was almost enough to directly harvest the fire element enchanted skills. During the day, he practiced his techniques, and at night, he set the mountains ablaze. Time passed quickly. When Su Chen appeared at the center of the Shadow Mist Ghost Zone, the image of taking the bus into the zone was still fresh in his mind. He looked up at an ancient castle towering into the clouds. The Awaken Hall of the Shadow Mist Ghost Zone is located within, also serving as a comprehensive supply center. Withered vines clung to the walls, and menacing stone sculptures were everywhere, giving the castle a somewhat chilling atmosphere. The hall presented a different scene. A bustling market, awakened shops everywhere, and women dressed flamboyantly looking for new customers. The castle was most lively during the day, with awakened ones engaged in heated discussions. Last night, I saw that fierce person who set the mountains on fire. He must be a 5th-tier upper-level big shot. You're just bragging. Zhou Yong from the Red Kite Guild is a 5th tier. Why haven't we seen him that fierce? That person must be at least 4 times as strong as Zhou Yong. This trip to the Shadow Mist Ghost Zone has been a waste. At that big shot slaughtering speed, the ferocious beasts will take at least half a year to recover. In the tavern, a few people wore worried expressions, indecisive. They were dressed in outer garments embroidered with red kite patterns and passing. Awakened ones couldn't help but show envy. The Red Kite Guild is one of the top awakened guilds in Huaxia. The hierarchy is strict, with a well-established promotion system. As long as one has strength, resources, status, money, and power can all be satisfied. The man at the forefront had shoulder-length hair, a rugged appearance, and a strong build. He was Zhou Yong, the unit of combat power in many people's mouths, who had taken on the commission from the guild in the Shadow Mist Ghost Zone. The 4 people around him were his subordinates. At this moment he was deeply troubled. His team members were equally dispirited, wearing worried expressions. Ever since the fierce person who set the mountains on fire appeared, their guild's commission progress had come to a standstill. If they couldn't complete this task, not only would they be laughed at for the entire next year, but it would also affect their future promotions. We've sent out our recruitment notice for so long, why can't we find a strong archer? Let's wait another morning if no one shows up. As Zhou Yong was speaking, his gaze instinctively followed the sound. The tightly shut wooden door slowly opened, and a resolute and handsome young man walked in. Many women leaning against the doorframe suddenly brightened up, licking their red lips, eager to taste him on the spot. They would even pay to do so. A young man in a black trench coat carried a strangely shaped battle bow on his back. His lips were slightly pursed, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with intensity, giving off an air of mystery and strength. Zhou Yong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately jumped down from the second floor. In front of the ticket window, Su Chen slightly bent down. Hello, I would like to buy a bus ticket back to Yanqing City. The bus departs at 6:30 tomorrow morning, and it costs a total of 2,450 yuan. Just as he was secretly lamenting the high price of the awakening bus ticket and was about to pay, a rough voice suddenly appeared beside him. Hey, little brother, I have something, can we talk? Little brother, this is our guild pass for the 5 of us, along with the identity certification for the Awakeners Hall. We are the 6,593rd Awakener team of the Red Kite Guild. I am the captain, Zhou Yong, a 5th-tier lower Awakener. Su Chen nodded, basically believing Zhou Yong's words. Su Chen. With both types of documents in hand, they could basically confirm the identities of the 5. So, did you call me for something? Little brother, we have a guild commission, but we urgently need an archer. I wanted to ask if you have any thoughts on teaming up. Of course, the rewards can be discussed. To make Su Chen believe, Zhou Yong gestured, and a girl named Chen Yunxia stood up, her sleeves empty. What do you need an archer for? The destination of our commission is suspended above the wind cave, and to get up there, we need an archer to complete the rope bridge. Zhou Yong looked at Su Chen, his heart increasingly astonished. Although the young man in front of him was only a 3rd-tier mid-awakener, his sense of danger was already at its maximum. The last time he felt this way was when facing a 6th-tier dragon. More and more convinced of Su Chen's abilities, Zhou Yong gritted his teeth and took out the guild commission from his storage ring, placing it on the table. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a look. The moment Su Chen opened it, his heart raced. The commission's content was to go to the floating ghost village and kill the mutated Crimson Zombie King. Among several real-life photos of the destination, one depicted a temple-like structure. He could vaguely see a familiar pattern. Composed of the sun, moon, and a hexagram, it was drawn with just a few strokes, yet it exuded an indescribable eeriness. This pattern was not unfamiliar to Su Chen. In fact, it was quite familiar. He had seen it before with Chen Yu in an undeveloped secret realm, and then inexplicably entered another space. The process was extremely dangerous, but the rewards were also considerable. The Eye of the Abyss enhanced his range, granted him the ability to use bone hooks, and included 15 blood bone blue lotuses. Each one was exceptionally precious. The Eye of the Abyss glanced at the commission, his pupils filled with joy. What about the reward? Little brother only needs to help us complete the rope bridge. 4,000,000 Huaxia coins. How about that? Zhou Yong saw that Su Chen remained unmoved and raised the price several times, but Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to raise it to 8 million, Suchin gently sipped his tea and said lightly, I can take nothing, but all materials or equipment obtained will be distributed according to labor. How about that? Zhou Yong and the others were slightly taken aback and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I admit your strength, but besides me, everyone else is also at 4th tier mid. If we really distribute according to labor, I'm afraid you might be at a disadvantage. Little brother, no problem, that's my only condition. How about it? Of course, that's no problem. The others looked at him as if he were a big spender. Even the girl who had lost her arms before shook her head and smiled wryly. He specifically called Mei Nianshui to explain the situation, and fortunately, the school rules at Abyssal Silence University were relatively lenient. As long as there was a legitimate reason, such as traveling in gray areas or leveling up, one could apply for a delay in returning to school. Mei Nianshui also specifically advised that before setting off, it was best to register for a team at the Awakeners Hall, as this would minimize the chances of regular guild awakeners causing trouble. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen proceeded to register the team with Zhou Yong and the others. The original archer stayed at the castle, and after Su Chen, Zhou Yong, and the other 4 had eaten and replenished their supplies, they set off. At 3 p.m., the team led by Zhou Yong was a standard awakener team consisting of 4 combat talent awakeners and 1 support awakener. Balancing both close and ranged output, the supporting girl was slender, and it was evident she had considerable experience. Su Chen's performance made Zhou Yong and the other 4 look at him with new eyes. Walking in the quiet environment, there was not a sound of footsteps to be heard. Moreover, there were no extra traces on the path they had taken. Only those members of the awakener teams with serial numbers within the top 500 can achieve both of these points. In this regard, Zhou Yong felt inferior. Several hours passed. At the edge of the pitch-black abyss, the howling wind made it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Manipulating the wind element to form a barrier, Su Chen gazed downwards. Within the extreme distance, he could just see a dilapidated village floating in mid-air. Following the protrusions on the cliff, they arrived at a platform slightly below the ghost village, where Zhou Yong took out a simple rope bridge. This was a portable tool invented and produced by the Red Star Company. 3 rope bridges could attract each other in parallel, forming a surface about half a foot wide. For an awakener with physical abilities far superior to ordinary people, this was basically sufficient. Su Chen's task was to secure the other end of the rope bridge with arrows. A rough estimate of the distance was about 600 meters. Brother Su, look. Before he could finish, there were 3 muffled sounds in succession. Alright. Crack, crack. The 3 rope bridges attracted each other, and the bridge was completed. So fast. Brother Su really has great archery skills. He must have reached the mastery level. All 4 had witnessed their teammates' awkwardness while they struggled. With 1 arrow at a time, Su Chen had shot 3 arrows simultaneously. Their teammates' archery was at the peak of proficiency, so Su Chen must be at the peak of mastery. Looking at Su Chen's young and handsome face, they couldn't help but be amazed. With such talent, Brother Su must be a student from a top university, right? To this, Su Chen remained non-committal. Along the way, they tested each other through conversation, answering trivial questions simply, but choosing to remain silent on key issues like identity. Zhou Yong and the others exchanged glances, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration. After all, they were all seasoned veterans who had been out in the field for many years. They understood how difficult it was for someone as young as Su Chen to be so cautious. They didn't dwell on it too much and were instead pleased to have found such a reliable teammate in Su Chen. Lu Chang, Zhang Shuai, you two take the front and bear the brunt. Brother Su and Qin Min, please follow me. Zhou Yong's rugged face was filled with seriousness, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Brother Su, there are ice blue phantoms in the ghost village that are extremely fast and good at ambushes. Chen Yunxiao was cut down by one of them. If you want to withdraw now, here is a 5 million unregistered bank card. Hearing Zhou Yong's concern and care, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Alright then, just make sure to stay behind me. Su Chen stepped onto the ground and let out a gentle sigh. Not far ahead was a village with a well-organized layout. All the houses well preserved. The wide path leading through the gate went straight up, ending at the temple building that had appeared in the previous photos. Here we go, Zhou Yong shouted. From the village, humanoid monsters with blue skin emerged in unison. Their eyes and mouths were the same size, and their hollow eyes stared at people, causing unease. They walked in a swaying manner, moving extremely quickly. Lu Chang and Zhang Shuai in the front row had already engaged in battle. Seeing the two retreating steadily, Zhou Yong had just moved 3 meters away from Su Chen when a black shadow swiftly lunged towards Su Chen. Not good. He turned back without hesitation, and upon seeing the scene before him, he froze in place. The ice blue phantom had just raised its dual blades to strike, but Su Chen had actually shattered its skull with a single punch. It was hardly harder than an egg. Hiss, the other 3 were stunned. A person who could explode the head of a third-tier elite beast with one punch, and you tell me this is an archer? Both are archers. His own companion is empty-handed. The one in front of him just took down a foe with bare hands. Zhou Yong smacked his lips bitterly smiling as his understanding of Su Chen was once again refreshed. The Ice Blue Phantom is a 4th tier elite beast and he can also kill with bare hands. But what level is Su Chen? The others, shocked, quickly regained their composure. Seeing this, Zhou Yong shouted and leaped into the crowd of phantoms. A silver snow pear blossom spear whirled in the air, immediately rescuing Lu Chang and Zhang Shuai. Captain, the scale is different. It must be that last retreat made too much noise. Waking the sleeping phantoms, Zhou Yong swept his spear, driving back dozens of phantoms but only injuring them. The phantoms appeared weak, but their skin was as smooth as a loach, with high defense. Qin Min cast a water element shield on the third person. The 4 were all experienced awakeners, quickly moving to the side. Su Chen, protect yourself. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Slightly, he could naturally see Zhou Yong's intention. They planned to gather and annihilate the phantoms. Just as Zhou Yong and the others were about to act a crack. Get away! Su Chen shouted, but it was too late. Bang! In the next moment, the ground beneath them split open, and several long worms of red and blue burst forth. With their large mouths full of sharp teeth, they bit down hard on Zhang Shuai and Lu Chang's bodies. Then, the bodies of the long worms straightened and began to spin slowly. As they were in the front row, wearing rare quality armor, they still couldn't withstand the worms' spinning advance. The sharp, piercing friction tore through their armor. The cries of agony filled the air, and Su Chen recognized these long worms as the 4th-tier ordinary blood-sucking worms. Blood stained their clothes, and these long worms went completely mad like piranhas, their spinning speed suddenly increasing. Clang! A red light surged, and the sword sang like a dragon. A sword slashed out, winding like a snake, instantly severing the long worms on the 2 men. The sword tip nimbly jabbed, and Su Chen flicked the remaining bodies of the blood-sucking worms away one by one. He leaped high into the air, and the sword of his heart transformed into a deep gaze. The azure clouds appeared, and thunder rolled. Arrows fell like rain. The indiscriminate tracking attack of the skill heavenly cloud descends to exorcise demons relentlessly pursued, and even though they slipped away, phantoms still fell to the ground. The bowstring trembled, and a soil-colored energy arrow accurately struck in front of Zhou Yong. The ground suddenly cracked open again, and hard rock spikes protruded, piercing the front row of phantoms from below. In that moment, Zhou Yong and Qin Min heard a dull sound. It was the sound of chrysanthemums shattering. The 2, just regaining consciousness, looked at the pierced phantoms in front of them, their scalps tingling and their minds shaken. Qin Min was filled with horror but couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The rock spikes over 2 meters tall formed a barrier for the 4, successfully slowing the phantom's charge. The master-level Earth Spike Arrow could control the shape of the spikes at will. Su Chen grinned lightly. He didn't need any teammates. The black jade rock condensed in his left fist, with wind and fire elements entwined. The fist wind instantly turned 5 phantoms into a pile of charred flesh. Yet, Su Chen used the recoil of the wind pressure to leap into the air. Again, time and again, the phantoms that were originally aimed at Zhou Yong and the others rushed towards Su Chen. Such amazing control of airflow. Zhou Yong sighed inwardly but also chuckled bitterly. Even with a spear, he couldn't be as agile and light as Su Chen. Moreover, that young man was just an archer. How could he have such profound mastery in martial arts? Just as he was recovering from the shock of Su Chen's master-level swordsmanship, Zhou Yong couldn't help but doubt. Is archery really Su Chen's main weapon? Of course, in the next second, that doubt completely vanished. As the bowstring was pulled, a thicker and longer explosive energy arrow than usual blinked and wrapped itself in a layer of azure light. That's it. The arrow was released and the dragon's roar echoed. The azure and deep red giant dragon completely devoured the specters as if they were nothing. Crack! Hearing the crisp sound above, Zhou Yong and the others, hiding behind the thorny barrier, looked up, their mouths unconsciously agape. In their eyes, there was only the magnificent and brilliant light of meteors. Su Chen danced on the edge, each arrow taking away 1 or even more specters. Captain, he can't be planning to take them all for himself, right? Listening to Qin Min's words, Zhou Yong and Lu Chang exchanged glances, their mouths twitching involuntarily. The 4 of them had already laughed heartily when they heard Su Chen insist on fair distribution of labor. They even planned to ease up a bit after entering the ghost village, depending on the situation. But now, this was not the time to ease up. They might as well beg Su Chen to let them have some. Su brother, leave a few for us. Sorry, they're all dead. As soon as the words fell, the last specter fell to the ground. In despair, the area in front of the ghost village's gate was almost devoid of large open spaces. Layer upon layer were the corpses of specters, all riddled with holes. By the way, Captain Zhou, I remember your commission was to eliminate the zombie king in this ghost village, right? Zhou Yong nodded in confusion. Yeah, what's up? As long as the Crimson Zombie King is eliminated, it's fine, right? Yes, that's right. The guild's requirement is for us to kill it ourselves, but after so many years, no one would really care. He looked at Su Chen's sunny and handsome face, which slowly revealed a smile, and an unsettling feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Oh, got it. What Su Chen said next made the faces of Zhou Yong's team suddenly change. Then if I slaughter this ghost village, it won't affect your commission's completion evaluation, right? Wait. Watching Su Chen's figure disappear rapidly, Zhou Yong and the others had just jumped out of the thorny barrier when they saw the scene before them, their tense bodies unable to relax. The four colors of gold, red, purple, and azure formed a silent array symbolizing the four elements. It completely enveloped the ghost village beneath the temple. Above the array was the mixed aurora of four colors. The strange and magnificent sight, however, made the four of them feel no desire to enter the village. At the end of their vision, a figure in a black trench coat stood at the highest point of the temple. S-class bow skill, Sky Arrow Book. SSS class bow skill, Aurora Arrow Curtain. Bang, bang. The cold and terrifying ghost village transformed into a vast ocean of flames and thunder. With each breath, even the platform where the ghost village was located shook as if it had encountered an earthquake of magnitude. 8 houses collapsed and the ground cracked. Amidst the swirling sand and stones, the zombies that had been buried underground and had yet to break ground received their afterlife packages in a dazed manner, sent off by the thunder. Moreover, it was a one-stop service that included both burning and burying. Lu Chang and the others swallowed hard, their faces showing awkward smiles. The aurora and the light of the array flickered, clearly a sign that it was about to end. Zhang Shuai pointed into the distance, excitedly saying, "Captain, we still have some to kill." Right. Qin Min nodded vigorously. In this situation, being able to take action was already worth the trip. Later, Qin Min, you boost our speed. Whoosh bang. The four looked up in confusion. The soon-to-disappear aurora and array burst forth with unusual vitality again, and the speed of the falling energy arrows doubled. Amidst the exclamations of "what the hell," the land of the ghost village dropped a full 30 centimeters. "There's really not a single one left, Captain. This kind of archer is only at level 3? He must be hiding his strength, right, Ori?" Listening to the astonished complaints of his teammates, Zhou Yong's expression was serious and complex. Who would have thought that the archer recruited in the castle hall would turn them into mere spectators? He can't possibly be able to easily take down the Crimson Zombie King, right? Qin Min weakly said beside him. Yes, hurry up. Zhou Yong suddenly realized and rushed into the ghost village. The moment the four stepped onto the land of the ghost village, their bodies suddenly swayed. After stabilizing themselves, they were all moved. Although they had anticipated that after experiencing the indiscriminate bombardment of elemental arrows, the land would inevitably collapse, the four of them finally understood that their imagination had been too lacking. The originally hard ground had turned into fine, smooth soil almost akin to dust due to the bombardment. With another sigh, Zhou Yong's heart grew increasingly horrified. That was a bodily instinct, not an illusion. In other words, the level 3 mid-tier Su Chen truly had the strength to defeat or even kill them? As they hurriedly ran up the stairs, the increasingly clear dull sounds made the four members of the team exhale in relief. Fortunately, it's still there. They felt particularly fortunate and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, this commission in the suspended ghost village had yielded no results except for their archer teammate losing both arms. The number of ghosts they had killed was less than 2 hands worth. As awakeners who had entered the Red Kite Guild through layers of selection, they also had their own pride. The Crimson Zombie King is a level 5 Lord-level beast. It's finally our turn to show our skills. Let him see our strength in the Red Kite Guild. Lu Chang and Zhang Shuai said excitedly. As the outline of the temple at the end of their line of sight became clearer, the four entered a combat state. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a shadow flew past in front of them, and Zhou Yong focused his gaze, frowning tightly. The others were shocked and instinctively gripped their weapons tightly in front of them. Su Chen's skin had turned as dark and shiny as black jade, with clearly visible dragon scales that had a gradient red hue, exuding an oppressive aura like that of a dragon clan. The twinkling starlight all over him made Su Chen appear somewhat mysterious in their eyes. Crack! A piece of black dragon scale fell from his chest. Following that was a visible spreading crack. One piece after another of dragon scales continued to fall. Qin Min received. As he spoke, a faint water blue halo appeared on the surface of Su Chen's body, cool and refreshing as if he were bathing in a mountain stream. Thank you, Sister Qin Min. Su Chen turned his head and smiled. His complexion was rosy, and his deep black eyes were bright and spirited, showing no signs of injury at all. Zhou Yong looked at the Crimson Zombie King, his pupils suddenly tightening. The towering 3-meter tall figure was extremely oppressive. Beneath the crimson rotting flesh lay bones as hard as steel. In the deep eye sockets were 2 pale light clusters, and the sagging skin and rotten flesh made the Crimson Zombie King even more terrifying. However, at this moment, the Crimson Zombie King seemed to have gone through something, appearing drained. He was leaning on his knees, giving off a wheezing sound. Normally, due to the sudden appearance of Zhou Yong and the others, the Crimson Zombie King's attention should have been drawn to them, turning to attack them. But the Crimson Zombie King remained fixated on the young man in the distance who was easily stretching his limbs, faintly showing some fear. What on earth did they do? It couldn't possibly be the story that must not be told between humans and zombies, right? Do you still have strength left? If you don't have strength, I won't hold back. Suchin strolled leisurely as if he were walking slowly over the black jade-like surface of his body, reappearing once again. Ha, he let out softly. Min instinctively blinked, feeling that the black jade-like surface now seemed a bit sturdier than before. Be careful. How could the Crimson Zombie King tolerate such provocation from a tiny human in front of it? With a fierce punch, the fist accelerated several times during the process, striking Suchin head-on. This time, he did not fly backward like before. His feet left 2 clear marks on the rock-like ground. The pitch-black jade-like surface on his body showed no signs of cracks, still shining as if new. Clap, clap, clap. Sumu gently brushed the dust off his windbreaker, revealing a bright smile with white teeth. What made Zhou Yong and the others feel a chill down their spines was that Su Chen, at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, had taken a full-force blow from the 5th tier Lord-level Crimson Zombie King and was completely unscathed. Is this all your usefulness? Su Chen said with a hint of regret as he took out the abyssal eye. At that moment, the Crimson Zombie King actually took a few steps back. During these days in the Dark Mist Ghost Zone, Su Chen had adhered to the principle of efficiency and pragmatism, ruthlessly hunting fierce beasts. Since there had been no particularly strong beasts attacking, he had directly abandoned the idea of refining the black jade-like rock. Now, after enduring 67 punches from the Crimson Zombie King, the black jade-like rock had evolved once again. For Su Chen, this was just an ordinary day. Accompanied by the risk of being knocked out by fierce beasts, the rewards were equally immense. But for Zhou Yong and the others, this scene was a shock to their hearts and souls. The 4 experienced individuals were momentarily stunned. Zhou Yong could already hear his own heartbeat. Since becoming an awakened one and establishing a sense of hierarchy, he couldn't help but feel shaken at this moment. Could this possibly be a fake Crimson Zombie King? Brother Su, why don't we take care of this Crimson Zombie King? At this point, Zhou Yong's tone had completely changed to one of request and negotiation, with a hint of admiration. The young man before them, with such terrifying combat power at the 3rd tier, would undoubtedly become a giant that shook all of China in the future. Such a prodigy must not be offended. Yes, it was so intense just now, why don't you take a break? Right, we'll handle this Crimson Zombie King for you, he. Lu Chang and Zhang Shuai chimed in, and one could faintly see a hint of flattery in their smiles. We agreed to distribute according to labor. Su Chen smiled and said in a deep voice, I will join you. The others rolled their eyes. If you were to take action, would we still need to exert that effort? They thought this, but Zhou Yong gritted his teeth and stepped forward with his gun. Clang! The elite quality spear struck the Crimson Zombie King, producing a piercing sound akin to metal clashing. This made him even more shocked at Su Chen's ability to take a punch and remain unharmed. The 4 engaged in a dozen exchanges with the Crimson Zombie King. Zhou Yong invigorated, continuously thrusting his spear to provoke the Crimson Zombie King. Just as it charged recklessly towards him, the spearhead suddenly turned crimson, and Zhou Yong shouted, exerting force with both hands. He turned and thrust the spear. Bang! Zhou Yong's lips curled up slightly. He had finally pierced the spearhead into the thick body of the Crimson Zombie King. Puff, puff. A flash of golden light dazzled his eyes. When he could see clearly, Zhou Yong's face fell, filled with helplessness. The Crimson Zombie King's body had several glaring holes running through it. As for its head, it was already gone. The battle can happen, but the head must be mine. Slowly stepping up the stairs, he saw 3 stone pillars, each adorned with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. Su Chen paused slightly, smiling in a daze. These elements must be viewed from a certain angle to form a pattern that resembles what was encountered before, along with the lines on the wall behind. The other 4, sensing the mood, did not follow but went to various places in the ghost village to collect materials. Walking straight in, he was suddenly greeted by the familiar hexagonal table. At the end of the corridor stood a massive statue. As he approached, Su Chen couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment in his eyes. The statue depicted a woman in a hooded robe, intricately carved, almost lifelike. Its beauty was neither as pure as an angel's nor as tempting as a demon's. It was both righteous and wicked, exuding an eerie quality. Once seen, it would never be forgotten. It really is beautiful. If eyes could express emotions, then. At that moment, the gaze of the abyss was surely smiling. Su Chen couldn't recall where he had seen it before, but it felt unusually familiar. Where have I seen it? Strange. Upon closer inspection, the large eyes of the abyss were filled with joy. Suddenly, starlight flickered in those eyes, and Su Chen jumped straight in front of the statue, marveling at it up close. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It wasn't cold, nor was it seductive. It felt very familiar, as if he were calling to himself. Kiss me. With an irresistible allure, Su Chen instinctively leaned closer. This is. Don't talk, kiss me. Just as his lips were about to touch the statue, Su Chen shook his head as if waking up. He turned and took out a clean cloth from his storage ring, beginning to carefully clean the statue's lips. Could there be dust or something? Is it possible that those ghosts have kissed it too? What if it's poisonous? Asterisk 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 asterisk. To be honest, why kiss a statue? After wiping it several times until it looked like there was hardly any dust, Suchen still hesitated. A normal person wouldn't do that. But the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind indeed had an irresistible power. Suchen didn't know why, but as he gazed at the statue before him, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in his heart, refusing to fade away. Oh dear. It's just a statue, not a real person. There was a sense of absurdity in using a tool to fill the void of loneliness, and his lips gently pressed against it. Perhaps because of the repeated wiping. Just now, it wasn't cold. It had a faint warmth and an indescribable softness. Ouch. Hiss. Suchen covered his mouth, glaring. He had actually been bitten. And it was by a statue. What's going on? His fingers gently brushed over the statue's cheek, confusion evident in its pitch-black eyes. He clearly remembered that before the kiss, the statue had a plain poker face. How did it suddenly turn into a charming smile? Especially the bloodstains at the corners of its lips, no matter how much he wiped, they wouldn't disappear, instead adding a touch of playful allure to the statue. What the hell? The horrified shout echoed throughout the hall of the temple. Suchen's eyes widened as he searched frantically. The abyssal gaze was gone? It had clearly been in his hand. How could it just vanish into thin air? Soon, Suchen noticed something unusual. On the back of his right hand, several oddly shaped patterns formed the shape of a bow. At first glance, it resembled an eye. With a slight shift in thought, the abyssal gaze suddenly appeared. It felt as if he could either open his right hand or make a fist. Although the appearance of the abyssal gaze defied logic, it made his subconscious feel no sense of incongruity. With just a thought, the abyssal gaze would appear on the back of his hand in a manner similar to a spell. It seems my previous guess was correct. After the last appearance of the pattern formed by the sun, moon, and hexagram, he soon encountered a 5th-tier lord-level exotic race, the bloodthirsty butcher. After defeating it, the abyssal gaze gained skeletal claws and increased range. During the battle, he also discovered that closing the large eye on the abyssal gaze allowed him to enter a special state akin to the unity of man and Bao. Not only did it increase his range, but it also provided endless stamina that could push his physical limits. Most importantly, it allowed him to see the red aura symbolizing the remaining life force. This time, the abyssal gaze definitely had other changes, and Suchen felt an inexplicable confidence, even though he didn't know where this feeling came from. In his contemplation, he suddenly raised his left arm to roll up his sleeve. The dark-colored gauntlet appeared prominently. After wearing it, it didn't show up on the system panel, he just treated it as ordinary equipment. Now it had also changed, faintly revealing the pattern formed by the sun, moon, and hexagram. Unable to make sense of these things, Suchen pondered for a moment before giving up on thinking. However, he remembered someone. Kong Fong, dedicated to studying ancient civilizations and various mysterious cults. Perhaps she would know something. He thought to himself, planning to ask her when school started. Not intending to experiment with the changes of the abyssal gaze here, Suchen checked every corner of the hall. He even touched every inch of the statue. The result was that he found nothing, not even any reaction from the hexagonal table where the dark-colored gauntlet had been placed. Nothing this time. Suchen sighed and turned to leave the temple. The moment his footsteps completely disappeared, the statue's eyes suddenly opened. Then, the temple fell silent once more. Brother Su, are you sure you don't want to consider it? Yeah. With your strength, you would definitely be valued. Faced with Zhou Yong's friendly invitation, Suchen smiled and shook his head. Brother Zhou, I'm used to being independent and don't want to join any other organization in the future. After leaving the temple and returning to the Awakener's Hall in the ancient castle, Zhou Yong had never given up on his plan to recruit him. Hearing this, he sighed, still unwilling to give up. Alright, this trip was thanks to you, otherwise, we would have made a fool of ourselves on the way back. In May, we will be going to various universities for recruitment. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Suchen smiled wryly and nodded. Clearly, the other party was treating him as a soon-to-graduate senior. If he were to say he was only a freshman now, Zhou Yong and the others might just question their life choices on the spot. They boarded the bus heading to Yanqing City, and the scenery outside quickly retreated, with the ancient castle soon covered by dense trees. Hoof system, activate. Suchen looked at the free points section. After upgrading all skills to the master level, he still had 54,973 points left. Since entering the Dark Mist Ghost Zone, the past 20 days had yielded quite a good amount of free points. Next, he aimed to break through the 100,000 mark as soon as possible, to see if he could elevate his talent strength to SS level. In the midst of his thoughts, the bus jolted along the rugged road, and Suchen yawned, slowly drifting into slumber. The Awakener University is somewhat different from ordinary universities, since many students take the opportunity to travel and cultivate during the holidays. There are still quite a few students rushing back from their training just a week before the semester starts. Outside the high-speed train station in Qingbei City, all around were taxis. Among them, a bus painted with the emblem of UNMI University stood out like a crane among chickens. The cafe built for welcoming new students now also served as a transit station for students. Not only could students ride the bus back to campus for free, but they could also receive a hot drink and meal with their identity badge. While students from other universities scrambled for taxis, my university students enjoyed their meals in the warm and comfortable cafe before taking a nice nap on the bus, waking up right at school. In short, it emphasized being different and superior. The rules for awakeners are completely different from those of ordinary society. Only by amplifying this superiority can it better inspire awakeners' determination to advance and grow stronger. Su Chen reflected while sipping a cup of hot milk, and after 3 hours, the familiar campus reappeared before him. It was just 6 p.m., and there were many students on the main road. He got off the bus and headed straight for the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he ran into Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng. "Happy New Year." "Ha, I knew the first thing Brother Luo would say was this, I win, right?" Sun Biwei said, triumphantly, urging Yang Yunfeng to treat them to dinner that night. The three hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they naturally chatted about the interesting experiences they had during the winter break. He had thought that working hard in the gray zone during the new year, coupled with taking pills to enhance his cultivation, would allow him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Chen again. Even if it was just temporary, it would make him happy for a long time. Upon learning that Su Chen had already advanced to the third-tier mid-level, Sun Biwei immediately spat out a mouthful of wine. Yang Yunfeng beside him was equally shocked. It is well known that the higher one goes in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes, consuming more time and resources. But it seemed like Su Chen had done the opposite. "Oh, by the way, Brother Luo, did you go to collect the resources for the final assessment?" Su Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Not yet. TSK, still my Brother Luo." Sun Biwei, already tipsy, was filled with emotion. He had rushed to claim his resource rewards as soon as he arrived at school, while Su Chen, who had taken first place in the exam, remained calm and unhurried. "When you go to collect your reward tomorrow, Brother Luo, don't forget to register at school." "Okay." Yang Yunfeng looked robust, but in reality he was quite meticulous. Before leaving school, he had entrusted him with many trivial matters to handle. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then, Yang Yunfeng asked Su Chen several questions in succession, and seeing his slightly puzzled and astonished expression, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Don't you look at these basic things? Isn't there you around, hee. You rascal." With a chuckle, Su Chen scratched his head, listening to Yang Yunfeng go over the various matters for the start of the second half of the semester in great detail. Sun Biwei beside them had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was just past 9 o'clock when they returned to the dormitory. After settling Sun Biwei down, Yang Yunfeng gave a few more reminders before heading downstairs. Whether in his past life or now, it felt like there was always a caring person in the dormitory, and having him around indeed saved a lot of worry. Opening the dormitory door, after tidying up, Su Chen picked up his phone to report his safety to Xiao Cheng. The lives of ordinary people in this world had hardly changed, while the awakened seemed to inhabit another world. Xiao Cheng looked at her increasingly mature son, naturally filled with joy. "Mom, where's Sister Miao?" "Your sister? Teacher Mei said she would take your sister out. She left more than a week ago." Although puzzled, Su Chen didn't ask further. Knowing Mei Nianshui's personality, she certainly wouldn't have said anything to Xiao Cheng, which explained why Mei Nianshui was unreachable. He then sent messages to a few familiar people. Seeing that it was still early, he turned to sit cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. At such times, little White Peach would always instinctively curl up and sleep between his legs. Su Chen's mental energy guided particles of elemental light, and after passing through little White Peach, the contained elemental energy increased and its purity became higher. Once it entered his body, under the operation of the Master Level 8 Elements Body Refinement Technique, it could be transformed into his own martial energy in less than a week's cycle. After about 2 hours, Su Chen finished the operation of his technique and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He could clearly feel the elemental energy within him becoming increasingly rich. With a slight thought, various sizes of azure wind elemental light clusters suddenly appeared in the bright room. The edges were different from other elements, appearing hazy and blurred like mist. The azure light clusters were drawn in, slowly gathering throughout his body, swirling like a vortex. During this process, light clusters continuously collided and then fused into larger clusters. His deep eyes showed no ripples, and a gradually increasing whistling sound seemed to echo in his ears. Finally, a clear wind spiral appeared within the azure light clusters, and at that moment his body began to float. The wind spiral continued to expand, and faint azure wings gradually formed behind Su Chen. Crack! Su Chen landed steadily, shaking his head and chuckling. Training the wings of wind is definitely more troublesome than the others. With the wind language as a foundation, his body floated easily with the wind spiral, but to fly freely with the wings of wind still required time to practice. Of course, if Mei Nianshui were present, she would surely lament that Su Chen was too greedy. The speed of his cultivation comprehension was indeed rare even among certain naturally wind element affine spirits. The red lanterns decorated for the new year were still lit. The sky was slightly bright. At the usual starting point for morning runs, a graceful figure gradually approached. Her unadorned pretty face still bore traces of sleepiness, and her simple dark sportswear, along with her swaying ponytail, added a touch of youthful vitality to her already charming demeanor. Seeing Su Chen's face, Jiang Xinro opened her arms, just about to hug him when she already heard Su Chen's footsteps. After the new year, still so unromantic. With her strong, rounded legs, Jiang Xinro, while feeling emotional, chased after him. After hearing that Su Chen was going to collect the semester-end assessment resource rewards, Jiang Xinro, having nothing to do, decided to follow along. The reward collection was at the student registration office, which also allowed for the completion of student attendance registration. This not only made it more efficient but also avoided situations where students were actually present but not registered. The impact of the two appearing together attracted the attention of many people present. Both men and women showed envious expressions. Even though it was the time for work, many students were still waiting early, discussing while they queued. I heard that in a few days, those senior students from the fourth year will be back. Of course, next month is the top 100 university competition, and it will definitely be the fourth-year students representing the highest combat power. I seem to have heard that the strongest first-year student, Su Chen, will also participate. Is that true? Those are all seniors from the fourth year. Going in is just looking for trouble. Humph. He broke our school's record for the first semester assessment since its establishment. In less than half an hour, a long line had formed behind them. Su Chen expressed his disbelief. It seems that competition will be even fiercer this semester. Absolutely. Especially for you first years, this semester will definitely see many formidable characters emerge. Jiang Xinro replied as she accompanied Su Chen in line. But someone like you, who even gets praised by Sister Xingqiang, should be on par with the third and fourth years in terms of combat power. With a faint smile, Su Chen did not respond. After encountering Yang Shangbao, his desire to become stronger grew even more urgent. It could be basically confirmed that the black-robed man in the Beast Spirit Nest and Yang Shangbao belonged to the same organization. That is, the Beast Spirit Hall. And he had caused the other party's plans to fail twice in a row. If the other party found out, the subsequent developments would surely exceed his imagination. Even with teachers like Mei Nianxue and the support of UNY University behind him, Su Chen did not believe he was safe. Before the other party noticed, he should still try to elevate his strength to a higher level. A trace of hesitation and confusion flashed in his deep eyes. Soon, he returned to normal, his gaze becoming more resolute. While lost in thought, he moved further up the line, only to be pulled back to reality by a burst of exclamations. Wow! So many rewards? No wonder he's the beast who got first place in the third-year monster room. I heard the Red Kite Guild has already privately contacted them. The fourth-year internship is with the top 500 awakened teams. So impressive, that's too fierce. A tall young man, with a sunny and friendly smile, left the window. At the same time, the display screen next to him showed the resources the young man had received. The screen was filled with dense text. To further motivate students, the items and quantities of each student's assessment rewards would be displayed on the screen. This was also the reason for the many students' exclamations. Su Chen frowned slightly. He did not like this kind of rule, but of course, he still had to collect the rewards. Jiang Xinro's expression turned cold, and she snorted. Pang Bo, under the gaze of the crowd, came in with a beaming face just in time to cut off the line. Why haven't I seen the other members of your guild? Does it concern you? We're all classmates. I definitely have to care about him. Pang Bo appeared very innocent, completely unconcerned about the whispers of the surrounding students. Could you please step aside? A sudden voice made Pang Bo raise his eyebrows, and his gaze shifted away from Jiang Xinro. The handsome face was far from that of a little puppy. On the resolute visage were a pair of pitch-black, deep-set eyes, calm and indifferent. In the face of the imposing Pang Bo, the young man was able to stand his ground. His eyes were filled with surprise as Pang Bo tilted his head and asked, "Is this your little boyfriend? You're blocking the way. Please don't waste my time and everyone else's," Su Chen said helplessly, as the people in front had already received their rewards. Yet, this self-satisfied person just happened to be in his way. The expressions of the surrounding students changed dramatically, and even Jiang Xinro gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Sorry. As he spoke, Pang Bo stepped aside. His gaze shifted back and forth between Jiang Xinro and Su Chen, his smile growing ever brighter. You seem to care about him a lot, Jiang Xinro. Or is he the strongest among this year's freshmen? Licking his lips, Pang Bo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I wonder if he would be more interesting compared to Ji Xingqiang? In that moment, Jiang Xinro's expression changed drastically. This sunny and cheerful young man had been merciless against the members of the Pioneer Society during the final assessment, even ending up in a mutual defeat with Ji Xingqiang. She had never seen her friend suffer such serious injuries. Clearly, before this, they had been evenly matched, but he had suddenly leaped to the top of the grade upon returning from his travels. Confused, Jiang Xinro's tone turned as cold and harsh as a winter glacier. You can give it a try, perhaps we can have a match before that? The students who overheard their conversation felt a jolt. Pang Bo, the top student in his third year, was going to compete with Jiang Xinro, the third-ranked student. Just then, a deafening scream erupted from the crowd, scattering the rising fighting spirit between the two.
My god, what am I seeing? How can there be so many? Are they trying to empty the school?
A huge screen displayed line after line of the beast resources Su Chen had obtained alone, with their corresponding quantities. Tier 3 Elite, part of the spiked armored earth dragon, base quantity 125 pieces, reward quantity 250 pieces. Tier 3 Lord, hard bone of the spiked armored earth dragon king, base quantity 150 pieces, reward quantity 300 pieces. Tier 5 Elite Tentacles of the sea demon octopus, base quantity 76 pieces, reward quantity 152 pieces. Tier 6 Common tailbone of the thunder dragon, base quantity 1 piece, reward quantity 2 pieces. Tier 6 Common heart of the thunder dragon, base quantity 1 piece, reward quantity 2 pieces. Due to the sheer number of items, the text on the screen was 2 sizes smaller than Pangbo's font. The most crucial part was that when these items reached the bottom of the screen, it still wasn't over. The changing colors on the screen reflected the many faces in the crowd that were utterly shocked. Pangbo stared at the screen, his pupils suddenly widening, like a beast that had gone hungry for days seeing its prey, his smile filled with bloodthirsty madness. Jiang. Shinro blinked, her red lips slightly parted, her heart racing. T2 times the reward? Many freshmen might not understand, but she knew all too well. The total resources Su Chen obtained were the base quantity plus the reward quantity. A full 2 times more resources. It was impossible to have such a terrifying multiplier from a normal clear of the Demon Tower. Unless the single layer clearance record of the Demon Tower was broken, and not just one layer. The resource items on the screen continued to increase, scrolling down for about a minute before finally stopping. Pangbo slowly exhaled, only to realize that his hands were unconsciously trembling. The number of resource items the other party obtained was more than 4 times his own. And as for the quantity of each item, it could only be described as astronomical. Su Chen, is it? I remember you. After a long period of shock, everyone slowly regained their senses. Eyes focused on that tall and slender figure, filled with emotions of shock, confusion, envy, and jealousy. You? Hello, Student Su. All resources have been stored in your personal school account. You can pick them up from the resource library at any time, or the resource library can send someone to deliver them to your dormitory. The staff member stood up and handed over the identity badge. Sister Shinro? Sister Shinro? Su Chen looked at Jiang Shinro's stunned expression and chuckled, pulling out his phone to take a picture. What are you doing, Jiang? Shinro glared at Su Chen in annoyance, recalling how he had stood in front of her just moments ago, affectionately linking her arm with his. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. Is there something worth celebrating? Yes. This lady is treating you, so you have a day to think about what you want to eat. Su Chen scratched his head, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Sister Shinro, how about another day? I have other things to do tonight. Shadow Ghost Zone. Several shadows arrived at a withered tree. The leader removed a strange metal mask, revealing skin like that of a lizard. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into a smooth, fair appearance indistinguishable from a human. Wu Hu Fa. This is the last place where young Shengbao's life spark extinguished. The others removed their metal masks, each displaying different beastly features, and like Wu Hu Fa, quickly transformed into faces almost identical to ordinary humans. Those guys who only know how to refine medicine are as normal as ever, trying to send a 5th-tier trash to complete the task. Haven't they even lost the most important token? Soon, these individuals scattered to gather information, finding nothing but the lingering scent in the air. Wu Hu Fa. Old 8, what's wrong? A few came in response to the voice, crouching down to the ground, sniffing around like canine animals. It's the target's scent. That's right. This kind of pleasant smell cannot be mistaken. Far away, 1,000 miles away, the sleeping little white peach sneezed. Before Pangbo's grade ranking could reach the top 10. After traveling for a semester, his strength has skyrocketed. Not only did he beat up Qin Feng from the Red Kite, but even Sister Xingqiang was almost no match for him. On the way back, Jiang Shinro's expression was serious, her tone filled with confusion. According to his roommate, during the days he returned to school last semester, Pangbo was like a ferocious beast. He should have set his sights on you just now. In any case, try not to engage if you can avoid it. She knew very well that Su Chen's character was one that would never provoke trouble recklessly, but he also wouldn't shy away from trouble that came knocking. Moreover, compared to others, Su Chen's style of action was very much characteristic of an archer. Either he wouldn't act, or if he did, he would hit the bullseye and not stop until the opponent was howling in pain. Once Pangbo came knocking, it would definitely lead to an unavoidable conflict. But having witnessed her friend's difficult victory, covered in wounds, Jiang Shinro couldn't help but keep reminding him. Su Chen shrugged, non-committal, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If his own training and study progress were delayed, he wouldn't let it go either. After parting ways with Jiang Shinro, it was just morning. From time to time, he could see students returning from their travels, with the sounds of teachers giving lessons coming from the windows of the teaching building. Today was Wednesday. Coincidentally, the courses for his weaponry department and elemental department were both in the afternoon. After checking this semester's schedule, he found that the number of theoretical classes per week had decreased compared to last semester. This meant that students would have more free time to manage. Zhang Xinro was now in the second half of her junior year with only 5 theoretical classes a week. There was plenty of time available for training and leveling up. As for the senior year, students would enter various well-known awakeners guilds, mercenary groups, and internships with government or military institutions. Among the rewards for the final assessments, there were many pills that could directly enhance cultivation levels. If taken directly, they could probably elevate one's level to mid-tier 4 or even upper tier. Of course, Su Chen did not plan to use them directly. It was well known that forcibly increasing cultivation speed with pills could easily lead to unstable levels and inflated combat power. Since practicing the 8 elements body refinement technique, although his level growth had been slow, it was very solid. Moreover, with the last portion of the blood of the Starfire Annihilation Dragon, he was even less inclined to pursue level crushing like Yubema. Let's attend classes for a week first. If time allowed each week, Su Chen planned to hunt fierce beasts and alien races while using pills to enhance his level, further solidifying his training foundation. Most importantly, he could also earn free points to elevate his talent and techniques. Welcome to the Red Star Training Center. A crisp and enthusiastic voice pulled Su Chen back to reality from his thoughts. The guide, looking pleasant and smiling, skillfully led him to the side counter. After understanding his needs, she recommended the special large training room for archers located on the 3rd underground floor. After paying the fee of 350 credits, the staff became even more enthusiastic. The Red Star Training Center was located in a bustling area of the campus and was a chain enterprise under the Red Star Group. The prices were high, but the facilities were quite comprehensive, with the latest products prioritized for use in the training center. Not to mention that there were credit rewards for the final assessments, with Su Chen's current credits exceeding 1 million, which was enough for daily living and training expenses. Entering the training room and looking around, there were the most advanced training facilities, and he could use star level and below bows and arrows for free. Having grown accustomed to the delicate smoothness of the Abyssal Eye bow, Su Chen no longer wanted to use any other bow. Although the shooting purpose was the same, the experience varied from person to person. Initiates simulated combat training, difficulty, Tier 5 Lord. After completing the various settings for fierce beasts and alien races, the surrounding scenery changed. The bow-shaped pattern, similar to a command seal, disappeared from the back of his right hand. Tightly gripping the Abyssal Eye and focusing, Su Chen's heart gradually became calm. After the temple of the suspended ghost village, he knew that the Abyssal Eye must have been enhanced. Now, Su Chen was about to try to fully unleash the limits of the battle bow in his hands. Mist swirled around, and a gentle breeze brushed his face. When he looked far into the distance, he could see a Death Knight riding a storm griffin. Is the distance over 2,500 meters? Slightly raising his head, the data showed that the distance to the alien race was 2,741.65 meters. In the moment of drawing the bowstring, the shining energy arrow had already taken shape, and with a single shot, it struck the storm griffin's head. After completely piercing through the Death Knight, it flew out of sight. The holographic data table beside him displayed that the maximum flight distance of the shining energy arrow was 3,434.07 meters. He then tested with 7 other types of single-element energy arrows, along with multi-element energy arrows. The farthest distance was achieved with the light wind energy arrow, reaching 4,011.64 meters. Wow, shooting so many times and not feeling tired? Master-level archery mastery allowed for precise perception of many factors. Now, the physical consumption for each draw and shot was negligible. With his current body's recovery ability, there would be no loss of stamina at all. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could keep shooting without worrying about energy depletion. Unless it was an S-level skill or above, he could shoot continuously. From this moment on, Su Chen truly became an infinite flow archer. Just as he decided to finish with one last shot before ending the test, a strange feeling came through the Abyssal Eye. As a result, after completing the aim, he did not shoot immediately. In the few seconds of waiting, the golden energy arrow's brilliance grew even stronger. Snap! Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and when he looked up, his heart raced suddenly. 3,808.22 meters? Is this even possible? The door to a new world had opened, and the test restarted. Su Chen shook off his fatigue and continued to shoot. The new effect of the Abyssal Eye was fully revealed. In simple terms, just by holding back a little before shooting, he could gain a more ferocious shooting experience. Similar to charging, it could increase by about 10%. Stamina consumption reduced, range increased, and a new charging effect added. Su Chen's face lit up with joy, and he kissed the Abyssal Eye several times. Amidst the trembling of the bow, the Abyssal Eye shyly closed its eyes. Now he thought that kissing the statue was something best done a few more times. Trying different ways to shoot, he would inevitably lose track of time. In a rush, he hurried to the cafeteria for a quick bite, then sprinted into the alchemy classroom of the teaching building just in time to sit in the front row. Phew, finally made it. At that moment, Su Chen noticed that besides him in the front row, there was a short-haired young man. The gaze he cast over was warm and friendly. Are you Su Chen, Su classmate? Yes, may I ask who you are? I'm Gao Yang. I wanted to ask Su classmate for a favor. You, get out. A commanding voice suddenly echoed in the minds of all the students in the classroom. As everyone looked around in confusion, the voice spoke again. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, the most ordinary looking person in the front row. Get out. Right now. Immediately. Go Shuai smiled awkwardly and quickly walked out of the classroom. This guy has quite a sense of self-awareness, the students thought to themselves, chuckling as they compared the two. Su Chen raised his head and happened to meet Sun Yao's stern gaze. He smiled awkwardly and stood up. He was well aware of Sun Yao's personality based on past classes. The two people who spoke would not be able to attend this lesson. You, sit down. If you say another word during this class, don't bother coming to future classes. Double standards. Yes, this is double standards. The other students in the classroom could only silently express their grievances. What? Do you have any objections? And no, Teacher Sun, please start the class. Yes, we can't wait. Only then did Sun Yao snort coldly, his voice booming as he began the lesson, occasionally glancing at the young man in the front row. In his eyes, the students in this classroom were divided into two parts, Su Chen and the other students. As long as the other students did not disrupt Su Chen's class, they were probably just talking air. Yo, Su classmate. After class, Go Shuai rushed up to Su Chen with a beaming smile. I know you're in a hurry, just 3 sentences. I want to find you. To refine pills. I'll provide the formula and 4 materials, and as long as it succeeds once, that's enough. After it's done, there will be additional rewards. Here's my contact information. Su Chen also didn't hesitate, quickly adding him as a friend, before rushing to another teaching building. In the evening, he contacted Go Shuai, who was a sophomore, wanting to refine a 3rd-tier high-grade pill, the grass and wood thunder-resistant pill. This pill, when taken, could reduce the chance of being struck by lightning for 30 days and enhance resistance to lightning. It was a special effect pill that only worked in specific environments. According to what Go Shuai expressed, each successful refinement would be bought back at a price of 4 million huaxia coins plus an additional 1 million for the effort. This was a lucrative deal, and Su Chen immediately agreed. After all, he would be refining pills every day. It just required a bit more attention. Using the materials provided by Go Shuai, he could earn money from him. After the transaction, he could also get a 3rd-tier high-grade formula for free. After checking the auction house price for the grass and wood thunder-resistant pill, it was around 6 million for one. He also asked Sun Yao about hiring a pharmacist to refine pills. The process was incredibly difficult, not to mention the overall costs were higher. In summary, having Su Chen refine the pills and then repurchase them would save a significant amount of money. Now, for 3rd-tier pills, regardless of quality, Su Chen could maintain an 80% or higher success rate. In less than 2 days, Su Chen placed 4 grass and wood thunder-resistant pills with pill patterns on the table. Go Shuai was stunned. Brother Su, no need to say anything, 1 for 6 million. Deal. While chatting, Su Mu also learned through Go Shuai that awakeners often needed special effect pills when exploring ancient ruins in secret realms. Whether buying from the auction house or hiring a pharmacist to refine them, the expenses were extremely high. Su Chen pondered. Even though he had won the championship at the Youth Pharmacist Conference in the Central Region, it still couldn't change the fact that he had no mentor. Many precious formulas were naturally out of reach. Right now was a perfect opportunity. A few days later, a post on the campus forum of UNMY University shot to the top of the rankings within 2 hours and was quickly pinned by the administrator. Anyone who saw the title of the post changed their expressions drastically. Free pill refining, but provide the formula and materials. A student with the ID, "This guy Go is a bit handsome," came forward to share his experience and attached a photo of a pill with a Dan pattern. In an instant, the students were in an uproar. It was the 2nd semester, and the demand for pills among the students had increased, making it a golden period for alchemists to rake in money. Alchemists would raise the prices of their concoctions several times over. Among them were quite a few obscure pills, and the prices at the auction house were exorbitant. This forced the students to pinch their noses, dig into their pockets, and smile through their discomfort. It was truly frustrating. Su Chen's idea was to directly overturn the tables of the alchemists. After all, he wasn't a legitimate alchemist, so it was a perfect opportunity to increase his collection of pill formulas. Moreover, rules are meant to be broken. You bring the formulas and materials, and I'll help you refine the pills for free. However, the finished pills need to be bought back at a price lower than the market rate. What? Your formula is a duplicate? That's fine. There must be other formulas of the same quality, right? If not, there must be some rare materials of equal quality. Using others' formulas and materials, he constantly pushed the limits of his mental strength during the refining process, thereby enhancing his mental power. The refined pills would then be bought by the providers of the materials. In just 10 days, Su Chen had acquired over 100 new formulas. What truly shocked everyone was the appearance of Dan patterns, which were as common as dirt. These patterns were completely unseen among other alchemists. At Su Chen's place, pills without Dan patterns became a rarity. The slogan, Suchen produces pills and they must have Dan patterns, spread throughout Manhwa University in less than a week. Time flew by quickly. One day, after finishing class and returning to his dormitory, Suchen prepared the materials for alchemy. He received a notification that Principal Rin Danqing wanted him to come to the principal's office immediately. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Ren Danqing was sitting on a soft sofa with 2 cups of tea steaming in front of him. "Student Su, it's been a long time. Are you referring to the top 100 university competition?" A look of surprise flashed across his face, but Ren Danqing quickly regained his usual demeanor, his eyes filled with a hint of joy. Everyone likes to have their words taken to heart. Clearing his throat, Ren Danqing smiled and said, "The notice just issued today states that the top 100 university competition will be held on March 16, lasting for a week. Your preliminary registration has been approved, and there will be a meeting tomorrow in the conference hall." Suchen nodded. Ren Danqing reiterated his views and gave a few more instructions before signaling that Suchen could leave. By the time he walked out of the office building, it was already dark. Just as he sighed and prepared to return to the dormitory to refine pills, he suddenly heard a crack sound. This is, you don't even recognize the place where you fought?" Following the voice, he saw a tall, thin figure dressed in a black trench coat standing at the peak of the demon suppression hall, as if he could pluck the stars from the sky. In the moonlight, his face had a pale complexion reminiscent of a vampire, with lips the color of blood. Suchen would not forget this charming and formidable vice principal, Night King Chiosi. At this moment, his heart was filled with increasing shock. In the blink of an eye, he had moved from in front of the office building to this aerial fortress. What a powerful spatial talent! Suddenly recalling what Mei Nianxue had mentioned about the best candidate to teach the power of the stars, Suchen did not panic. He saw a colorful array of stars materialize in front of Chiosi. Suchen blinked in curiosity, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Look, this might be an array of star power that you could never comprehend in your lifetime. Before he finished speaking, Chiosi's pupils and heart suddenly contracted. A moment's time, Suchen's hand produced an identical star formation. Although it was slightly inferior in size and brightness, it also meant that the young man before him had already mastered the formation. To activate the power of the stars, to completely replicate the intricate patterns that he found complex in such a short time was almost unbelievable to Chiosi, who gasped in astonishment. Is this even possible? He himself had a high affinity for the power of the stars, so what did Suchen have? Chiosi teleported closer to Suchen, leaning down in a strange posture to admire the star formation. Up close. How did you do it? Isn't this extracted from the skill shocking stars to oblivion? His deep, clear eyes shone without a hint of flaw. Suchen, unfazed by Chiosi's sudden change in expression, answered in surprise. Taking a long breath, Chiosi, somewhat unconvinced, demonstrated the process of condensing the second layer of the star formation again. He had promised his former teammates to seriously guide Suchen's training. Chiosi hadn't expected that within less than 4 minutes of their meeting, Suchen had already successfully entered the realm of the power of the stars. Of course, as the Night King, he couldn't lose face in front of Suchen. He had to find a way to establish a grand and impressive image in Suchen's mind. Wow, this is really amazing. Naturally. Under the vast night sky, with countless stars twinkling, Chiosi smiled slightly at Suchen's heartfelt praise. If it were daytime, he might not have been able to handle Suchen at all. But now it was night. Even if Suchen's teacher came, it would only end in a draw. As he pondered, the arrow wound on his left shoulder throbbed faintly. Crack! Just as Chiosi was feeling proud, he suddenly heard a sound like glass shattering. He saw Suchen, after constructing the first star formation, actually starting to build the second one just like him. He intended to let Suchen know how difficult it was to comprehend and learn the power of the stars. This was Chiosi's first lesson for Suchen, a show of strength. I'll slow down and condense it again. Thank you. The disdain in his brows was inadvertently revealed at this moment. The second time, Chiosi condensed even slower. Suchen clearly saw the stars lighting up one by one above the first star formation. These stars eventually reflected off each other, connecting to form more complex patterns. To achieve the second star formation, you must master the first one proficiently. I was also. His words abruptly stopped. The star formation in Chiosi's hand suddenly exploded into countless glowing points, flickering like fireflies. The scene before him filled him with an absurd disbelief. 2 star formations had already been condensed in Suchen's hands. The 2 formations slowly rotated in opposite directions, and the subtle patterns were still somewhat blurred. But none of that mattered. What mattered was why he could learn in such a short time what had taken him 3 months to grasp. It should be noted that he had been called an extraordinary genius at that time. And Suchen? An extraordinary prodigy? In the night, Chiosi not only felt his strength gradually increasing but also became increasingly confident and flamboyant. Yet even so, Chiosi still sensed a bone-chilling coldness. Is that so? Suchen tentatively asked. Do you have anything else? This one's difficulty is probably below average. Please tell me more about the troublesome ones. The teacher said I can't just learn the simple ones. I need to tackle some difficult ones. Answering carelessly, Xiao nearly spat blood. Su Chen's astonishing performance instead ignited his pride as a strong individual. Am I, a wielder of the Night King title, going to let you drain me dry? Vice Dean Xiao, please tell me more. The last darkness before dawn will pass, and Xiao stared at this guy who was hardly better than a juicer. Especially those big, eager to learn eyes, which seemed to be a source of nightmares for him. By now, he finally understood why Mei Nianxue would laugh. And she laughed particularly joyfully. Xiao felt like he had been tricked. Let's just leave it at this for today. Xiao didn't want to talk, he just wanted to be quiet. In just one night, Su Chen's growth equaled several years of his own. Then I'll take my leave. I wish you sweet dreams. Su Chen politely thanked him and was immediately sent away with a snap of Xiao fingers. Finally gone. Can someone tell me how she managed to hold on until now? The conference hall of Yuanma University was bustling with activity. The faces there were nothing like students. They looked more like mature awakeners, mercenaries, or soldiers. They had just returned from their internships, all fourth-year students. Among them were also top 10 students from the second and third years. When Su Chen appeared, the atmosphere suddenly chilled. Su Chen? Su Chen. Two voices spoke in succession, belonging to Ji Xingqiang and Zhang Xinrou. Upon hearing their names, the expressions of the other students changed. Although he was only a freshman, Su Chen had a legendary experience that many fourth-year students envied. Oh wow, that's great. Pang Bo licked his lips, his fingers intertwining again. After casually chatting with the two, Su Chen chose a corner seat towards the back. After finishing his training in stellar power, he returned to the dormitory and refined 5 batches of pills. His mental strength had long since surpassed its limits. He ignored the occasional glances cast his way. Soon, Principal Ren Danqing led the deans of the combat and support colleges, along with senior professors and teachers, to appear together. I believe everyone knows the purpose of today's meeting. The top 100 university competition concerns the honor of both the school and individuals, so I hope everyone takes it seriously. Taking it seriously is not a problem, but the school has let a freshman in. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Ren Danqing turned to see who had spoken. It was Pang Bo, who had ranked first in the last semester's assessment of the third year. Is classmate Pang Bo questioning the school's decision? Oh dear, how could I dare? I'm just voicing what everyone is thinking. Tongue, Su Chen stood up and stretched. Is the meeting over? This idiot. Zhang Xinrou covered her face, thinking to herself. Hearing Pang Bo interrupt the principal, she instinctively shook Su Chen awake. This guy, who had been sleeping soundly, was actually getting up to leave. No, it's still on. Su Chen asked, looking down, while Zhang Xinrou sighed and rubbed her forehead. Undoubtedly, Su Chen and Zhang Xinrou were the focus of everyone's attention in the room. Third tier mid-level? The senior students raised their eyebrows, their eyes widening in surprise. After returning to school from their internships, they had heard people discussing the legendary freshman Su Chen's various achievements. Now that they were witnessing it firsthand, they felt even more convinced that the reputation was well-deserved. Su Chen, just now, classmate Pang Bo said that inviting you to participate in the top 100 university competition was a joke. Ji Xingqiang said succinctly, blinking and slightly raising her chin. Following her gaze, a somewhat familiar face came into view. Oh, Sister Xingqiang, what should we do in this situation? Zhang Xinrou's eyelids twitched, and just as she was about to speak, she heard her friend respond. Generally, you just have to fight a match. Whoever wins gets to decide. I see, that guy, what's his name, Bo, right? How about we have a match right now? Wow, the quiet conference hall suddenly erupted in noise, with gasps and whistles ringing out. The senior students were most eager to watch this kind of confrontation between juniors. For a moment, cheers filled the hall, making it as lively as boiling water. Pang Bo was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so straightforward, skipping all the preliminary and intermediate steps, going straight for the jugular. It's Pang Bo. Oh, Senior Pang Bo, why hesitate? Do you dare? Although Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, it carried a strange power, cutting through the rising din. Every word he spoke landed clearly in everyone's ears. Zhang Xinrou shook her head, having given up on stopping Su Chen. Ha, what's there to be afraid of? The meeting isn't over yet. What are you two doing? Ren Danqing's face turned pale as she glared at Pang Bo, speaking sharply. Upon hearing this, the conference hall fell silent in an instant. Not far away, Jean Foam, the president of the Red Kite Club, frowned and shook his head, thinking that Su Chen was too young and impulsive. If he knew Pang Bo's winning rate against archers, he surely wouldn't be so reckless. He then recalled how he had been beaten up by Pang Bo during the assessment, and his body involuntarily shivered. Meanwhile, Pang Bo in the front row unconsciously clenched his fists. He felt the mocking gazes and disdainful sneers from those around him. Clearly, he was the one who initiated the confrontation, yet he hesitated when faced with the provocation from a freshman. The students present, representing the talented crowd of UNMY University in the top 100 university competition, were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Pangbo's earlier reaction, in the eyes of others, was undoubtedly a sign of weakness. To them, this was even more embarrassing than losing a battle. Returning to the top 100 university competition, among the 100 representatives from our school, 79 seniors, 15 juniors, 5 sophomores, and 1 freshman. The list will be announced after today's meeting, and you will also face challenges from all students in the school. If you lose more than 3 times, the school will reconsider and the list will be officially confirmed in a week. Aside from Su Chan and the 5 sophomores, the juniors and seniors all nodded. It was clear they were well aware of these rules. We plan to depart on March 14th in the afternoon, so please make your arrangements in advance. Ren Danqing's gaze swept over everyone's faces in the conference hall before she spoke solemnly. If there are other arrangements, they can be adjusted within this week. Once the list is confirmed, anyone who requests leave for any reason will receive a major demerit, which will be recorded in their file. Everyone's expressions changed. The major disciplinary action from a top university will definitely affect campus recruitment at graduation. Not to mention, it will be recorded in the files, a punishment that can impact a lifetime. Alright, the meeting is over. Although Ren Dancheng is not a professional, she possesses an extraordinary aura that can overshadow even high-level professionals. Finally done. The 3 of them at the back, Su Chen and his companions, stood up and walked towards the meeting room door. Once outside the office building, Su Chen suddenly stopped. Su Chen, why aren't you leaving? Sister Shinro, what do you think? Beside him, Ji Xingxiong's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up helplessly. Footsteps and voices approached from behind, and Jiang Shinro widened her eyes in disbelief, asking, You can't be. Senior Pang. Bo, you finally showed up. You haven't forgotten, right? There's a stage right here, and since we have no classes later, why not settle it now? Su Chen looked at the imposing figure on the steps and asked loudly. Only Ji Xingxiong was not surprised. Everyone else, including Jiang Shinro, was momentarily stunned. No one sympathized with Pang Bo. He was the one who initiated the conflict. However, everyone was still shocked that Su Chen, the strongest freshman, would directly challenge the top student of the 3rd year. Xin Feng looked at Su Chen as if he were a fool. Having already escaped a disaster, why would he still seek trouble? The 4th-year students looked at Pang Bo with glee, developing a bit of fondness for this freshman. The pressure was now on Pang Bo. He had only one path left: to accept and win the fight. Any mistake at this point could lead to him being a joke in the mouths of all students for the next year or more. He might even be recorded in the campus history, becoming a source of amusement for generations of students to come. Alright, come on. Pang Bo's face was dark, his eyes almost spitting fire. Ren Danqing, Yi Xiu, and others were discussing various matters regarding the top university's competition on the top floor. Outside, there were continuous shouts that grew louder by the minute, reaching an intensity that could not be ignored. Teacher Gao, what's happening outside? Principal, it seems that freshman is on the stage with Pang Bo. Yi Xiu and Xia Aojian's heart suddenly sank. The expressions of all the teachers in the room changed slightly. Professor Pan, why don't you talk to Pang Bo? The middle-aged man sitting second to Ren Danqing on her right smiled coldly, took a sip of tea, and then spoke slowly. Vice Dean Xia, my student knows how to fight with great restraint. Since Principal Run is determined to force growth, Pang Bo will definitely not let that freshman off the bed. Pan Runshan, a peak-level 7th tier awakened one, his iron fists have defeated countless opponents of higher levels. His boxing skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery, and once he levels up to 8th tier, being titled the Boxing Saint is a certainty. Pang Bo is his direct disciple, having received nearly all of his true teachings. Proficient in peak boxing techniques, he returned from his travels at level 4. After a winter break, his level must have improved even more. Xia Aojian looked at Pan Runshan and then helplessly said, What I mean is, I'm afraid your student might end up being turned into a porcupine by Su Chen. In fact, only a few people at UNMY University knew about the re-evaluation of talents. After discussions among Ren Danqing, Yi Xiu, Xia Aojian, and others, it was decided to keep it under wraps until after the top 100 universities competition. Pan Runshan leaned forward abruptly, thinking he must have misheard. Principal Ren, should we go down and take a look? Sigh, fine. With a cold snort, Pan Runshan thought to himself, is the direct disciple of the Bao Saint really that impressive? He followed the others downstairs to appear beside the arena. The news that the strongest freshman and the top 3rd-year student would engage in an arena battle made many students in class restless. In the 10 minutes it took for the two to ascend the arena and wait for the supervising teacher to arrive, no less than 500 people gathered around the arena. Moreover, more and more students were on their way. With the appearance of Ren Danqing, Yi Xiu, and other deans and professors, this arena battle was instantly imbued with special significance. Anyone could see Jiang Shinro's worry, and at this moment she could only trust Su Chen. Ji Xingxiong crossed her arms, her chest appearing even fuller under the pressure. Sister Xingxiong, why do I feel like
When have you ever seen your guy do anything unreliable? Gee. Xingqiang shook her head and replied irritably. Why do women in love always seem so flustered? Watching her friends change, Ji Xingqiang couldn't help but sigh, thinking she would probably never experience that feeling of love in her life. The standard she set for her boyfriend was that he must conquer both her heart and body. Such a person clearly did not exist. Brother Luo, go for it. Take him down hard. Let's show off for our freshman year. Brother Luo, if you win today, I'll confess. Countless freshmen cheered in support. This made students from other grades even more amazed by the calm and composed young man on the stage. During the previous four-school exchange meeting, Su Chen had almost single-handedly propelled Yuanma to the championship, bringing benefits that all freshmen enjoyed. Su Chen was subtly trending towards becoming the spiritual leader of this year's freshmen. Your cheers are quite loud. If they see you go down, they'll definitely be heartbroken, right? Pang Bo grinned, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. Like a ferocious beast, he casually moved his body, and his series of crackling sounds erupted like firecrackers. I heard you're an archer, right? Do you know my win rate against archers? It's all wins. Qin Feng, do you want to tell your junior how you lost? To me? Teeth clattering, Qin Feng glared angrily but was helpless. His proud archery skills were completely shattered in the face of Pang Bo's storm-like attacks. So, trust me, your fate will be worse than Qin Feng's and Ji Xingqiang's. Maybe later I'll find your senior girlfriend to have some fun with? Oh. At that moment, the supervising teacher of the arena arrived late. Skillfully pulling out a waiver agreement from his storage ring, Pang Bo glanced at Su Chen's free-spirited handwriting and disdainfully curled his lips. Yuanma University did not prohibit students from dueling. Under Rin Danqing's proposal, duels were made public and transparent, prohibiting any life-threatening actions. The arena where the two stood was a medium-sized arena measuring 80 meters by 80 meters. Signing the agreement meant that the duel between the two could start at any time. What? Aren't you going to shoot? Qin Feng's face grew increasingly grim upon hearing this. During the assessment, his rapid shot had been caught bare-handed by Pang Bo. An archer has no advantage if they can't hit. He stared intently at the calm and upright figure on the stage, his emotions extremely complicated. No need. Before the words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. Pang Bo transformed into a shadow and moved to within half a meter of Su Chen. The teacher's eyes lit up. A-level movement skill, Thunder Phantom. He actually mastered it? Pang Bo can outshine all the prodigies in his junior year. Though luck plays a part, it's mostly strength. Old Pan, your student is impressive. Pan Runshan stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at Xiaojin, unable to help but raise his chin. His student was shot to pieces? Even against a fifth-tier archer, Pan Runshan had complete confidence in Pang Bo, let alone a mere freshman. Many people didn't even see how Pang Bo moved. He had already made his move with a clenched fist. With one punch, a deafening sonic boom erupted. The fierce wind from his punch shattered the surrounding stones into dust. B-level fist skill, Wave Punch. Yet Su Chen seemed completely oblivious, still standing there in a daze. It's over. The gap in strength is too great, it's only natural. A few senior students smirked, shaking their heads in disbelief. Boom! Everyone felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet, their pupils widening. Pan Runshan's hands, which were behind his back, fell to his sides without him noticing. A pair of light blue eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. What is happening? Staring blankly at the unmoving iron fist which struck against the pitch-black jade, the clearly visible deep red gradient dragon scales showed not a single crack. Pang Bo mechanically looked up, still caught in disbelief. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive punches, both at the proficient level of B-class skills. One aimed at the face, the other at the abdomen. Su Chen stood still, allowing Pang Bo to use 3 skills without a scratch. You must know, the evolved Black Jade Zhongrock could withstand a full punch from the 5th-tier Lord-level beast, the Crimson Zombie King, without breaking. How much more strength could Pang Bo, at the 4th-tier upper level, have compared to the Crimson Zombie King? Just as he raised his iron fist, Su Chen also clenched his fist, forming a jade-like dragon scale of ink red on his right arm. Under the midday sun, it shone brilliantly. The same punch landed solidly on Pang Bo's abdomen. Bang! Thud! A small and a large muffled sound. Pang Bo fell to the ground like a kite with a severed string, crumpling into a shape resembling a shrimp, groaning, his eyes bulging, veins popping. Silence. A deathly stillness. The freshman from Su Du couldn't comprehend. How could Pang Bo's 3 skills fail to break Su Chen's defense, yet he fell to the ground as if severely injured from just a normal punch? Hiss! Ji Xingqiang gasped, her beautiful face showing a serious expression. Although she wasn't very familiar with fist techniques, she could sense the power contained in that punch. Moreover, the level was definitely not low. Pang Bo clutched his abdomen, trembling as he got up, swaying, his face filled with shock. It was just a normal punch. Why did it cause him such great damage? Master-level fist technique? Pan Runshan's mind went blank. As a student of the Bo Saint, he was exceptionally gifted in archery, reaching the master level at a young age. That would have been enough. But to think that his mastery of fist techniques was also at the master level? At this moment Pan Runshan felt as if he had swallowed maggots, disgusted and uncomfortable. He had worked hard for over 30 years, only to catch a glimpse of the water's end and the clouds rising, finally breaking through that barrier and successfully reaching the master level. How old was Su Chen? A student not even 20 years old, yet he possessed master-level fist techniques? What was happening in this world? Pang Bo's knees touched together, his butt sticking out as he covered his stomach. Xingqiang covered her mouth and chuckled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. I didn't realize Pang Bo was still an internal 8 character. As soon as this was said, laughter erupted. Is your attack over? Su Chen asked. Flatly, his voice filled with doubt. Are 4th-tier upper-level professionals this fragile? Not yet. Like a ferocious beast driven to desperation, he seemed to unleash unparalleled potential. In that moment, his pupils suddenly transformed into vertical slits like those of a reptile. Roar! Roar! His throat emitted a sound akin to that of a wild beast and his breath surged violently. 4th-tier upper-level peak. 5th-tier lower level. 5th-tier middle level. It's a secret technique. Pang Bo actually mastered a secret technique? Even Pan Runshan couldn't help but be taken aback. Previously, Pang Bo had practiced diligently day in and day out, but his progress had been stagnant. After returning from half a year of travel, his realm and strength had greatly increased, and Pan Runshan couldn't help but exclaim that heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. Now it seemed he had even learned a secret technique, which must have come from encountering great opportunities like undeveloped secret realms or ancient civilization ruins. He sighed inwardly. Although using a secret technique to win against a freshman in his 3rd year seemed somewhat unfair, it was still better than losing. Battling above one's level and still emerging victorious. In a 1st-tier or 2nd-tier university, such a genius feat could be boasted about, but in a top institution gathering many talented elites from across China, it wasn't particularly rare. However, winning while fighting 2 tiers above was something Pan Runshan had never witnessed before. I admit you're strong, but this is where it ends. Pang Bo roared, stepping forward, and the arena erupted with a thunderous sound. His body swelled nearly to twice its size, and his skin quietly revealed brownish scales like those of a crawling beast. Xia Ajin and Yi Xiu's expressions changed slightly as they felt the energy suddenly contained within Pang Bo. This punch was no longer something Su Chen, a 3rd-tier middle level, could withstand. At the moment Pang Bo's body trembled and disappeared, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with bright starlight. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he confidently swung his fist toward a certain spot behind him. Clang! The collision of fists produced a resounding sound that echoed throughout the arena. The eyes filled with certainty at that moment were unexpectedly filled with shock and doubt. A 5th-tier middle level and a 3rd-tier middle level exchanging blows evenly matched? The dazzling blue light erupted from his iron fist as if it had gone mad. With an unparalleled ferocity, Pang Bo's iron fist came crashing down like a torrential storm. Moreover, every punch was infused with skills. The explosive sounds were like thunder crashing down from the heavens, nearly causing the closest spectators to experience temporary deafness. The continuous bombardment from both sides was just short of the accompaniment of Euler and Mu de. Pang Bo utilized all the fist techniques and force methods he had learned from Pan Runshan. Yet even so, he still couldn't break through Su Chen's fist wind. Yi Xiu squinted, his mustache twitching slightly. He could see that Su Chen was rapidly learning Pang Bo's techniques through their exchanges. What surprised him the most was that in this brief moment, Su Chen's fist techniques were visibly increasing in speed until he was nearly on par with Pang Bo. Is this really possible? Yi Xiu was stunned on the spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pang Bo incredulously lowered his head. He looked at the blood gushing from his shoulders, his arms weakly hanging down. Oh, right, he forgot. Su Chen's mother is an archer. At less than a meter away, the archer's arrows are both fast and accurate. Not even Yi Xiu, the martial saint, could see where Su Chen had pulled out the enormous abyssal eye. Senior Pang De, do you submit or not? I don't submit. Oh. With that response, another hole appeared on Pang De's body. As Pan Runshan said, after all, they were participants in the top 100 universities battle, so they wouldn't go all out. None of the arrows were fatal. Do you submit or not? The arrow, which could be described as Godspeed, meant that Pang De often only felt the pain and the rush of blood after the arrow had pierced his body. This kind of dialogue continued many times, until Pang De shouted loudly, I submit, and then he fainted. What he really wanted to say was, I submit. The auxiliary academy staff, who had already taken their positions below the stage, rushed up to the platform, their healing skills alleviating the bleeding, but they could not heal the wounds. Professor Cheng Xin from the auxiliary academy came up to the platform and saw faintly flickering tiny stars on Pang De's wound, instinctively exclaiming, Starlight power? This statement caused the already noisy crowd below to fall into silence once again. Yi Xiu, Xia Aozhen, and the other teachers exchanged glances, their heartbeats unconsciously quickening. Once an arrow containing starlight power hits, the resulting wound can only be suppressed and not healed unless treated by another awakened auxiliary talent capable of using starlight power. unless they wait for the residual starlight power to completely disappear. And being able to achieve this also meant that Suchen had simultaneously comprehended the starlight power. Our academy's professor, he who can use starlight power, just happened to go to Shanghai University for an academic seminar. And it might take another week. But I see that the starlight power doesn't seem to be much, probably will dissipate automatically in about 3 days. Chang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Pangda. This guy had been shot full of holes and still had to endure 3 more days of such pain. Pan Runshan looked at his pitiful student, having long forgotten Yi Xiu and Xia Aoxian's earlier reminders, truly becoming a hedgehog, just without the quills. Which big scoundrel taught this little scoundrel such things? At that moment, a black-clad youth, sipping on hot milk tea, quickly ran up the stairs to the platform. Little Pan, you've improved in just 1 day. Ren Danqing shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. There were no more than 5 people in the entire Huaxia who dared to insult Night King Xiuxi like that. Bang! An arrow shot straight into the center of the platform. The plum blossom at the arrow's feather unusually eye-catching at that moment. The person had not yet arrived. The arrow came, the sound came. If I were a big scoundrel, Pan Runshan, I would like to know what you lack? Lack of life? The saint of bows, Main Yanxue. The Night King, Xiuxi. Pan Runshan's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed maggots. Witnessing his own prized student being shot and gravely injured, potentially affecting the upcoming top 100 university battle, his blood boiled. Yet, he never expected that one sentence would provoke 2 towering figures. Especially that arrow. He had not realized at all. If it had been aimed at his own crown. Pan Runshan thought, growing increasingly fearful. Vice Principal Chiu, why are you jumping in to stir up trouble? Yi Xiu asked loudly, echoing the confusion in the hearts of many professors and teachers present. It was well known that Xiuxi was indifferent and aloof, completely unconcerned with the trivial matters between students. Oh, his star power is something I taught him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to the tall figure on the stage, their eyes filled with shock mixed with envy and jealousy. Being taken as a direct disciple by the Saint of Bows was something ordinary people could only dream of. Now, the Night King Xiuxi publicly acknowledged his teaching. This meant that Su Chen had 2 heavyweight supporters behind him, both of whom were significant figures in all of China. Many fourth-year students who had once put in effort but were ultimately overlooked by Xiuxi couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. A wicked smile appeared on Xiuxi's fair face as he cheerfully asked, Little Pan, are you implying that you have an opinion about me? What opinion? Just say it. I'm quite open-minded. Those students who had left after the battle all stretched their necks, ready to enjoy the upcoming spectacle. Pan Runshan immediately stood at attention, like a student caught making a mistake being taken to the teacher's office. It seemed that if Xiuxi were to slap him, Pan Runshan would still grin and offer the other side of his face. Grandpa Chiu, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against this junior. Su Chen blinked, also bewildered. He was so scared that he directly called him Grandpa, while all the students and teachers on site gasped in shock. Yi Xiu rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly, while Xia Aoxian beside him wore a strange expression, looking at Pan Runshan with more disdain. He was simply bringing shame to a peak-level 7th-tier professional. If you bite again next time, don't blame me for going to find your grandpa. Take your unlucky disciple and get lost. Upon hearing this, Pan Runshan felt a wave of relief, nodding and bowing as he picked up Pang Bo, ready to leave, when a silent arrow landed about a meter behind him. Is that it? Pan Runshan's eyes dimmed, a hint of resentment flashing across his face. In an instant, 2 crisp slaps echoed on his own face. It was my slip of the tongue in a moment of panic. I hope Grandma May and Su Chen can forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the stage and dashed out of the crowd, disappearing from sight. It could be confirmed that from today onward, the names of Pan Ring Grandpa and Pan Ring Grandma would be thoroughly spread throughout Yuanma University. I announced that the winner of this arena battle is Su Chen. With the teacher in charge announcing loudly, the first-year students erupted in excited cheers, raising their fists high. The faces of many upperclassmen were filled with seriousness. It should be noted that Pang Bo had ranked first in the first semester assessment of his 3rd year, and his strength was not weak. Yet Su Chen was able to easily defeat him as if a father was playfully beating his son. This meant that Su Chen, who was only a freshman, possessed the strength to stand at the top of the pyramid at Yuanma University. Qin Fang's mouth trembled, his throat dry and unfeeling, his eyes bloodshot. As a fellow archer facing the same opponent, the results were completely different. He had wanted to personally defeat Su Chen in front of Mei Nianxue at the positioning battle for the Yuanma list at the end of May. But now, he realized he was very ordinary, like a speck of dust. Brother Luo, you really brought glory to our freshman class. Everyone, wish me success in my confession. As Su Chen stepped down from the stage, he was met with congratulations from many first-year students. This battle completely shattered their inherent perceptions. Freshmen can defeat seniors. It can be anticipated that from now on, there will be more battles where freshmen challenge upperclassmen. Are you okay? Let me see. Jiang Shinro was flustered with concern, her hands constantly groping up and down and her cheeks flushed like a tide. Seeing her friend's change, Ji Xingqiang shook his head inexplicably, a hint of envy flickering in the depths of his fiery eyes. The next day, the campus network of Manhwa University, along with numerous information bulletin boards, posted the list of participants for the top 100 universities. Battle. Su Chen's name was prominently listed, instantly becoming a hot topic on campus. Along with it came the rules for the challenges. Su Chen, who should have had many people lining up to challenge him, instead seemed to be out of action. On the other hand, the recently healed Pang Bo had a steady stream of challengers every day. Su Chen found his teacher and paid off the credits for the makeup classes in one go. Aside from his morning runs, he used all his free time to catch up on his coursework. He aimed to finish the courses scheduled before March 14. As for the nearly 100,000 credits consumed in the process, it was completely not a problem for Su Chen. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. The cool evening breeze blew away fatigue, and the twinkling stars began to brighten. A tall figure, hands clasped behind her back, jumped on the raised bricks at the edge of the flower bed, her long, smooth hair flowing. Like a lively and somewhat childish little girl, she always found small joys to alleviate the boredom of waiting. Is it over? Jiang Shinro's beautiful eyes followed the streetlight. Far away, her delicate fingers tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. Looks like you're about to leave again, right? How did you know? You silly, is there anything else you would do? With a resentful glance at Su Chen, she exuded countless charms, making the bright moon and stars seem dim in comparison. Su Chen. The two walked under the dim streetlight, listening to Su Chen talk about interesting discoveries aside from studying and training, while Jiang Shinro unconsciously linked her arm with his, her head gently resting on his steady and strong shoulder. Her red lips involuntarily curled up, a charming smile that left a passing boy on a bike dumbfounded. That phrase she had already said once lingered on her lips. She had planned to try again. After all, practice makes perfect. Going back and forth would surely lead to a breakthrough. But now, Jiang Shinro didn't want to say it anymore. It's nothing, just don't let anyone take advantage of you. Taking the initiative to confess is nowhere near as satisfying as waiting for the person you like to confess first, right? #nervousface. Vice Dean Xiu, after tonight, I might not be able to continue learning from you, Su Chen said with deep regret, and Xiu Si, who had long been in self-doubt, suddenly turned around. Really? This news was the best news he had received this year. Cough, 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 what's wrong? I have applied to Principal Rain, and I will go to the Corruption Dragon's lair tomorrow afternoon. That's right. 2. Fully grasp the power of the stars, practical experience is essential. Su Chen finished his training and deeply bowed to Xiu Si to say goodbye. I'll come back to learn the power of the stars from you. Xiu Si shivered unconsciously and hurriedly sent Su Chen away. The night that had originally made him feel comfortable suddenly felt a bit chilling. Finally, he's gone. If he didn't leave, I would have gone crazy. Xiu Si felt a bit weak. Training the power of the stars is most effective at night when the stars are swirling. When he was teleported back to the ground, he could already see the dawn breaking through the darkness on the horizon. Riding his motorcycle to the equipment modification department under the Red Star Group, which provided modification services for awakened vehicles. By using materials from fierce beasts combined with technological equipment, vehicles could be endowed with capabilities that surpassed their limits. However, the costs were extremely high. Because of this, the modified special vehicles have a popularity rate of less than 5% among the awakened. Subsequently, Su Chen appeared in the cafe at the high-speed train station. Teacher Kong, I'm sorry. I got held up by a few things. Student Su, you are too polite. I just got off the station less than half an hour ago. Do you want to attend my lecture? Kong Fong could hardly hide her inner excitement. The person sitting in front of her was the hottest star student on campus. It was said that classes with Su Chen would attract many students seeking to attend. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. The course taught by Professor Kong Fong was about ancient civilizations and the study of totems and worship of different races. Although he was particularly eager to understand the origin of that mysterious pattern, including everything about the evil god, he thought it was better to skip Kong Fong's class. Even if he went, he would basically just be sleeping. Professor Kong, I will definitely attend when I have time. I contacted you to ask about this pattern. Have you seen it? As he spoke, he placed the copied pattern, along with a photo of the suspended Ghost Village's commission he found online, on the table. What is this? Let me see. Leaning in. For a long time, Kong Fong kept tugging at her hair, her lips slightly parted, making indistinct sounds. At that moment, Su Chen raised his eyebrows, a look of suspicion appearing in his eyes. He clearly sensed strands of dark elements, but when he tried to investigate further, they vanished as if they had never existed. Could it be that I've been too tired lately? He pondered inwardly, while Xiao Baitao peeked out from his pocket in confusion. Then it shrank back again. Sorry, Student Su, I don't recognize this pattern. Their appearance may be coincidental, but they do not belong to the evil god. This array pattern is so Beautiful, it's the most exquisite I've ever seen. Through it, I feel as if I can see that the one who uses it must be a pure, noble, and exceptionally talented goddess. It has nothing to do with the title of an evil god. Su Chen sighed, knowing he wouldn't get any other clues from Kong Fong, and chatted a bit more before leaving. However, the Kong Fong he saw today seemed completely different from before. She looked like a soulless zombie, devoid of spirit. Perhaps she has hit a bottleneck in her research. Watching Su Chen leave far away, Kong Fong's dazed face broke into a smile. Thank you, my great god. I actually have the honor of becoming your first believer? Thank you for your gift. From now on, I will be your most loyal servant. Yes, I will follow your arrangements. About half an hour later, at the moment the special express train departed the station, its speed suddenly increased. Transforming into a silver-white giant dragon, it roared past, heading towards the decayed dragon lair of the open ruins 600 kilometers away. On this express train, all were awakeners. Even the train attendants had a level no lower than 2. Among the passengers were many mid-level 4 awakeners and even peak upper-level 4 awakeners. Among these people, Su Chen's level was not particularly high, but his experiences in the gray zone and beast nests had given him an aura comparable to high-level awakeners. All the passengers shared a common goal: to engage in battle with stronger ferocious beasts or different races in the open ruins. The so-called open ruins refer to those with an exploration degree exceeding 90%. On the current blue star, there are many ancient civilization ruins that have yet to be discovered. Within these ruins exist even more powerful ferocious beasts or different races, along with unpredictable dangerous traps and monsters. The danger level is far higher than that of hunting grounds and gray zones, comparable to the difficulty of undeveloped secret realms. Compared to the uncertainty of undeveloped secret realms, ancient civilization ruins are synonymous with wealth and opportunity. A newly discovered civilization ruin will inevitably be accompanied by high-quality equipment or powerful skill books, and with an exploration degree of 90% or above, the remaining treasures are almost negligible. Only the fierce beasts or different races that have been hunted yield far greater rewards than those in the gray zone and hunting grounds. Awakeners allowed to enter start at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Staring out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, Su Chen couldn't help but feel increasingly excited. This time, in the corrupted dragon's lair, aside from the consumption of the round trip lasting 20 days, there was only one goal: to elevate the S-level talent to SS level. I already have over 60,000 free points. If all goes well, I could earn around 150,000. 200,000 free points should be enough to level up, right? Su Chen thought to himself. After finishing his match with Pangbo, he had learned quite a few techniques in boxing. Coupled with the application of stellar power, all he needed next was to find an opportunity to learn some marksmanship techniques. Of course, this trip to the corrupted dragon's lair prioritized efficiency. As he pondered and anticipated, Su Chen gradually fell into a deep sleep. Using travel time to catch up on rest had become his routine since starting university. As soon as he got off the car, a wave of desolate, rugged, and slightly decayed, foul-smelling hot wind hit him. The corrupted dragon's lair was not on the surface but hundreds of meters underground. Entering and exiting required a special elevator guarded by troops dispatched by the state. The square in front of the elevator was as large as 4 football fields, and at this moment, the sky was dimly lit, with only a sparse gathering of fewer than 100 awakeners weekly calling out for team requests. After buying a ticket, he took the elevator deep underground, where the temperature began to rise. The massive corrupted skeletons stretched endlessly to the horizon. Waves of heat rolled out from the distant cave, making the entire corrupted dragon's lair feel like a burning furnace. Even though the rock walls on both sides and above were equipped with glowing green light sticks, the visibility in the lair was still quite poor. For Su Chen, who was born with night vision, he could see many details clearly. Looking around, Su Chen marveled at the vastness of the space, with no boundaries in sight. And this was under the premise of activating his extreme vision. Among countless skeletons, reddish-brown gas clusters floated slowly. They had 3 bright deep blue orbs of light, which from a distance resembled human faces, albeit somewhat grim and stiff. Information about them surfaced in Su Chen's mind. Tier 3 elite-level fierce beast, the grievous dragon's soul. It was formed from the grievances of the dragon clan that had long slumbered here, formless and shadowless. Once a target was detected, its speed would instantly increase tenfold, and it had a chain reaction. Often, the grievous dragon souls would quickly surround their target from all directions and self-destruct. The damage from 50 self-destructs was enough to instantly kill an awakened with a defensive specialization talent at the mid-level of Tier 6. In front of these long-armed archers, they were utterly ineffective. Currently, there were only a few awakeners entering the dragon's lair, while the number of grievous dragon souls was roughly over 500. A pitch-black war bow quietly appeared, and the moment the string was drawn, a thicker and longer energy arrow silently took shape. As time passed, this energy arrow shimmered with flowing light, with twinkling stars, resembling a magnificent, flawless work of art. Whoosh! A brilliant meteor shot up. Just as it was about to touch the high rock wall, it exploded with a thunderous bang. The dazzling aurora at that moment illuminated the land within a kilometer radius, the colors shifting like a bewitching magical world. At the same time, energy arrows fell like spring rain, each one shining with a small yet bright star. The grievous dragon souls dissipated into smoke, and the series of explosions that followed completely drowned out the shouts of "what the hell" from all directions. When the awakeners on the ground stepped out of the elevator, they were met with a scene of emptiness littered with debris. "Ha! Where are the fierce beasts?"